Chapter 1. The Boy with the Spirit Eyes. A magnificent edifice resembling a grand palace stood resplendent, its golden glazed tiles shimmering brilliantly under the sun. The gilded roof and crimson doors, steeped in an ancient charm, evoked a sense of solemnity within the beholder. From a distance, the mist hung thickly in the air, creating an illusion akin to a brick pulled from the depths of a kiln. The vast expanse of the estate appeared to stretch infinitely, with the imposing archway towering 5 zhang above, proudly emblazoned with the words Duke's Manor. This immense residence, sprawling over 3,000 mu, did not belong to any city, but was erected 50 li northwest of the capital, Xinglua City of the Xinglua Empire. Such a location attests to the esteemed status of its master within the realm. At this moment, the sun stood high in the sky, casting its radiant beams upon the golden tiles, enveloping the entire Duke's Manor in a dazzling golden hue, visible even from the heights of Xinglua City's walls. Silently, the back door on the northern side of the Duke's Manor creaked open, and a slender figure stealthily slipped out. It was a boy who appeared to be around 11 or 12 years old. His proportions were well balanced, clad in simple, clean gray garments, with a modest bundle slung over his back. His short black hair lent him a tidy appearance, and his handsome visage bore a resolute expression that belied his youth. Gently closing the door behind him, the boy took a few swift steps before abruptly halting, turning back to gaze at the Duke's Manor. His deep blue eyes were filled with an intense hatred. "Mother, may your spirit watch over me from the heavens. No matter the effort I must expend, one day I shall return and trample everything here beneath my feet. From this moment forth, I shall take your surname and be known as Huayu Hao." With those words, he cast one final, lingering look at the Duke's Manor, then resolutely turned away and departed. Instead of heading southeast towards Xinglua City, he ran northward, his small figure gradually fading into the distance under the scorching midday sun. Though slight of stature, he conveyed no sense of helplessness as he left. The Duke's Manor was flanked by broad official roads in every direction, yet as Hua Yuhao sprinted forward, his eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. The image of his mother, filled with sorrow and reluctance at the moment of her passing, flashed in his mind, causing him to clench his teeth in anguish. "I must be strong. Mother taught me that one can only rely on oneself. It is only through personal strength that one can truly thrive." Scenes from his life flooded his memory. Yu Hao's mother had been the Duke's personal maid, growing up alongside him, her existence dedicated to serving her master. 12 years ago, on a fateful night, Yu Hao stealthily entered his mother's womb. After 10 months of gestation, he was born. Regardless of his mother's status, he was ultimately the son of a duke. His treatment within the manor was not particularly favorable, yet it was not entirely harsh either. His mother was no longer a mere maid. Her status had risen with her son, and she had secured a small courtyard of her own. Life should have continued peacefully, but calamity soon struck. The Duke, representing the Xinglua Empire in battle, left the affairs of the manor entirely in the hands of the Duchess, who had already borne a son and a daughter. To safeguard her children from any potential threats, she suppressed every possible factor. While the Duke was present, all was well. However, once he departed, the manor became the Duchess' domain. She was the favored youngest daughter of the current emperor of the Xinglua Empire. Yu Hao's mother, having grown up in the Duke's favor, was envied by the Duchess, swiftly becoming her primary target. The Duchess, citing Yu Hao's mother's alleged infectious disease, banished them to the servant quarters behind the woodshed, severing all their financial means. At that time, Yu Hao was merely 2 years old. The harshness of their new life gradually took a toll on his mother's already fragile health, compounded by the incessant oppression from the Duchess servants. When Yu Hao turned 10, his mother succumbed to illness and passed away unexpectedly. The Dolua continent had experienced frequent wars for over 4,000 years since the collision with the Sun-Moon continent, which had drifted from the Western Sea, resulting in significant territorial expansion. In ancient times, the Dolua continent was home to only 2 nations, Tiando and Xinglua. However, in the present day, it had transformed into 3 nations. The Xinglua Empire still existed, yet the royal family had changed. Fortunately, the empire had quelled all regional kingdoms, unifying Xinglua into a formidable power. Conversely, the Tiando Empire had splintered into the Tiando and Doling empires due to the persistent dominance of several regional kingdoms. The Sun-Moon continent, vast in size and rich in resources, was slightly smaller than the Dolua continent, but was unified under a single nation, the Sun-Moon Empire. Following the collision of the 2 continents, war erupted immediately. The 3 nations of the Dolua continent, united against a common foe, formed a coalition and, after nearly 20 years of conflict, ultimately vanquished the Sun-Moon Empire, renaming the continent Doloa, while the name Sun-Moon Continent faded into oblivion, leaving only the Sun-Moon Empire on the Doloa continent. Despite the Sun-Moon Empire's defeat, it was not entirely conquered, maintaining its strength through its inherent advantages and the existing tensions among the three empires of the former Doloa continent, resulting in a precarious yet stable stalemate. Nevertheless, conflict persisted year after year. The Duke, frequently engaged in warfare, spent little time within the manor. Meanwhile, under the Duchess' deliberate concealment, Hui Yuhao and his mother gradually slipped from his father's memory. When the Duke inquired, the Duchess would merely claim that Hui Yuhao's mother was afflicted with a grave illness. Hui Yuhao's mother endured great hardship to raise him. At the age of 6, he underwent his martial soul awakening within the manor. Martial souls are innate abilities possessed by every individual on the Doloa continent. While the Sun-Moon Empire's development diverged from the other three nations, martial souls remained fundamental. Every person is born with a martial soul, which can be awakened at the age of 6. A martial soul can manifest as anything, including tools or animals. Animal-type martial souls are commonly referred to as beast martial souls, while all other types are collectively known as tool martial souls. Naturally, there are special variant martial souls that fall outside these classifications. After the awakening of a martial soul, only a small fraction of individuals will acquire a special power known as soul power. Only those who possess soul power upon awakening can pursue the most noble profession on the Doloa continent, Soul Masters. Soul Masters are classified into 9 ranks, ascending from low to high: Soul Scholar, Soul Master, Great Soul Master, Soul Sovereign, Soul Ancestor, Soul King, Soul Emperor, Soul Saint, and Title Daw. The higher the rank of a Soul Master, the more formidable their abilities. Upon reaching the highest rank of Title Daw, they possess terrifying powers capable of moving mountains and filling seas. Soul power from level 1 to 10 falls within the realm of Soul Scholars. The stronger the innate soul power manifested during the awakening, the greater the potential for talent and faster the cultivation rate. If one awakens with a soul power level of 10, they are considered a genius soul master, assured of significant achievements provided their martial soul is not fundamentally flawed. Although Yu Hao was the son of a duke, he did not inherit the formidable martial soul typical of his lineage otherwise, even if the Duchess disdained him. The mere presence of a duke's martial soul would necessitate reporting it to the duke, thus altering the fates of both Hui Yuhao and his mother. Regrettably, Hui Yuhao's martial soul manifested as an exceedingly rare variant. Spirit Eyes, that was Hui Yuhao's martial soul. Within the classification of martial souls, there exists a minor category that is neither tool martial souls nor beast martial souls, known as the body martial soul, wherein the awakened martial soul becomes a part of the body, such as a hand or foot. Almost all body martial souls are incredibly powerful, yet their occurrence is exceedingly rare, making them a superior existence above beast and tool martial souls. Hence, their emergence is invariably met with great significance. Unfortunately, Hui Yuhao's martial soul was an exception. The Spirit Eyes martial soul manifested in his eyes and, moreover, was an exceptionally rare mental attribute martial soul. Under normal circumstances, Hui Yuhao should have garnered considerable attention. Alas, 2 factors constrained his development. Firstly, his innate soul power was a mere level 1 at the time of awakening, signifying abysmal talent and guaranteeing a painfully slow cultivation speed. Secondly, and more critically, the rarity of mental attribute martial souls was matched only by the scarcity of corresponding soul beasts. Every soul master must hunt a soul beast that aligns with their attributes to acquire a soul ring and achieve a breakthrough when their cultivation reaches a level 10 bottleneck. Soul rings are not only essential for overcoming bottlenecks, but also provide soul masters with skills, which form the foundation of their strength. These 2 constraints almost assuredly dictated that Hui Yuhao would achieve nothing of significance in his lifetime. Nevertheless, as the son of a duke, he was afforded the simplest methods for cultivating soul power. However, over the subsequent years, it became evident that his talent for cultivation was indeed severely lacking. Within the duke's manor, even the children of some servants, provided they awakened their martial souls innately, could reach soul power level 10 within 3 years and aspire to transition from the lowest soul scholar rank to that of soul master. Yet, Hui Yuhao was now 11 years old, and after 5 long years, his soul power barely reached level 10. Furthermore, throughout those 5 years, he had exerted effort nearly 3-fold compared to his peers. After the demise of his mother, Hui Yuhao lingered in the duke's manor for yet another year. Still quite young, he had no source of livelihood should he rashly depart the estate. Thus he was compelled to suppress all his resentment and grievances deep within his heart. Yet, under the duress of life, his maturity surpassed that of his peers. His mother had once imparted to him that the sole path to distinction lay in becoming a soul master. Even a humble soul master would hold a significantly higher status on the continent than an ordinary individual. Just yesterday, through 5 years of relentless effort, Hui Yuhao had managed to cultivate his soul power to the 10th level, despite possessing a meager talent. This marked the day he had promised himself he would leave the Duke's Manor. He sought a soul ring, even if it were the most basic 10-year soul ring. With it, he could finally become a genuine soul master, possessing a skill that was uniquely his own. On the Dolua continent, the classification of soul beasts is determined by their years of existence, and the capabilities of a soul ring are intricately linked to both the lifespan of the soul beast and its inherent abilities. Generally, soul beasts are categorized into 10-year, 100-year, 1,000-year, 10,000-year, and 100,000-year soul beasts. A soul master must personally hunt a soul beast to acquire a soul ring from its deceased form. Hui Yuhao understood that remaining in the Duke's Manor would render it impossible for him to obtain a soul ring. There, no one would lend him assistance. Therefore, despite recognizing that venturing alone in search of a spirit-type soul beast was akin to courting death, he summoned the audacity of youth and resolutely departed from the Duke's Manor. Heading northward, he soon found himself on the official road. Although still a child, Hui Yuhao was already a 10th-level soul master, possessing physical stamina that surpassed that of many adults. As he walked, he gazed into the distance, and if one looked closely, they would notice that his deep blue eyes sparkled with a clarity that seemed to shimmer with an ethereal glow. Since the awakening of his spiritual eyes, Hui Yuhao had discovered that his vision far exceeded that of an average person. Up close, he could discern details that eluded others, and, at a distance, he could see more than twice the range of an ordinary individual. With the enhancement of his soul power, his vision continued to improve. It was precisely due to the changes in his body brought about by his cultivation that he felt increasingly resolute in his mother's words. He must become a soul master. Mother said that if I could possess a soul ring, I would become a control-type battle soul master. My martial soul is not lacking though my talent is poor. I will compensate with greater diligence and effort. Bolstered by this unwavering conviction, Hui Yuhao practiced his cultivation as he journeyed forth. Whenever thirsty, he would find mountain spring water to quench his thirst. When hungry, he would nibble on the coarse biscuits he carried with him. His days were filled with travel and meditation, and, astonishingly, despite his young age, he could cover 300 miles in a single day. He possessed merely 7 silver soul coins and 5 copper soul coins, spending his money with utmost frugality. Since the conclusion of the battle between the Dolua continent and the Sun Moon continent, the continent had undergone thousands of years of evolution, resulting in a complete unification of currency. 1 gold soul coin equaled 10 silver soul coins, which in turn equaled 100 copper soul coins. In his childhood, his mother would occasionally sneak him out of the Duke's Manor to forage for fruits and wild vegetables in the woods, ensuring he had decent meals. Thus, Hui Yuhao became quite familiar with various plant species. Often, he would forego even the cheapest biscuits, foraging for food along the roadside instead. Ultimately, this was Hui Yuhao's first venture outdoors. Despite the guidance of a map, he inevitably took a wrong turn several times, only managing to find his way back by frequently asking passersby for directions. The adage holds true: traveling 1,000 miles is worth more than reading 1,000 books. After several days, he felt he had learned much. The oppressive atmosphere of the Duke's Manor had dissipated, and his spirits lifted considerably. The novel sights he encountered along the way filled him with excitement. Being still so young, his body recuperated swiftly, and he felt no fatigue from his travels. Instead, he resembled a bird freed from its cage, experiencing joy for the first time since his mother's passing. It has been 6 days already. I must be nearing my destination, Hui Yuhao mused cautiously as he studied the rudimentary map in his hands. Glancing at the shadows cast by the trees along the roadside, he concluded that he was indeed quite close to the Stardow forest. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Hui Yuhao stepped into the nearby woods, seeking a shaded spot to sit and meditate for a moment to restore his energy. Suddenly, the sound of bubbling water reached his ears, immediately causing him to leap up with excitement. The presence of water meant an improvement in his living conditions. Closing his eyes, Hui Yuhao attentively listened for the source of the sound. As a possessor of a spiritual martial soul, his senses were far sharper than those of an ordinary person. Especially when he closed his eyes, his other senses became heightened. Soon, he discerned the direction and cautiously made his way through the woods. His caution was not due to the uneven ground, but rather a fear of tearing his clothes on the thorns. These garments were lovingly crafted by his mother. In less than 200 meters, he spotted his target, a brook approximately 3 meters wide, its crystal-clear waters sparkling as they flowed. With a cheer, Hu Hao quickly shed his clothing and leaped into the brook, which was barely 2 feet deep. The last time he had bathed was 2 days prior, and the arduous journey had left him drenched in sweat. Bathing in the refreshing waters was an exquisite pleasure. After enjoying a thorough wash, he emerged from the water feeling utterly rejuvenated. With the Stardow Forest just ahead, he decided to rest here for a while. He changed into the clean clothes from his pack, washed his soiled garments in the brook, and hung them on a nearby branch. Then, he broke off a 3-foot-long tree branch. From behind his waist, he drew a short blade, sheathed in a dark green scabbard made of resilient leather. The blade measured approximately 12 inches in length, but Hu Hao was unaware of the particular soul beast or animal from which the leather was derived. He only knew that this short blade was the only gift his father had given to his mother and was cherished dearly by her until her last moments, when she passed it on to Hu Hao. The hilt measures approximately 5 inches, devoid of any ostentatious embellishments, yet it exudes an air of antiquity. Grasped in one's hand, it not only fits perfectly, but also offers an extraordinary comfort. As the blade is drawn from its sheath, it emits not a whisper of sound. The blade, measuring around 7 inches, resembles a tranquil autumn pool, its slender edge appearing almost translucent. The chilling aura emanating from it caused Hu Hao, despite his accustomed nature, to involuntarily shudder. This is the White Tiger Dagger, a name imparted to him by his mother. Hu Hao gazed at the White Tiger Dagger, and the exhilaration in his eyes was swiftly replaced by profound melancholy. From the dazzling blade, he seemed to catch a glimpse of his mother's silhouette once more. Grasping the freshly broken tree branch, he deftly honed the tip of the White Tiger Dagger against it, the blade emitting a subtle azure glow as it glided through the wood, akin to slicing through tofu with effortless ease. In just a few deft strokes, the end of the branch was transformed into a sharp point. Hu Hao sheathed the White Tiger Dagger back at his waist and approached the stream with a forked branch in hand. Taking a deep breath, his eyes suddenly sparkled with intensity. In that instant, the crystalline waters magnified every detail before his gaze. The subtle ripples of the current, and even the tiniest shrimp nestled within the crevices of the riverbed, could not escape the scrutiny of his keen sight. Remarkably, everything appeared to move in slow motion to him. Suddenly, Hu Hao struck with lightning speed, thrusting the branch swiftly into the water. With a flick of his wrist, he deftly speared a half-foot-long green fish. While catching fish may be a skilled endeavor for the average person, it was a trivial task for Hu Hao. Endowed with his extraordinary vision, this was precisely why he felt such exhilaration upon hearing the sound of flowing water. Aside from his own fishing, he had not consumed any meat over the past 6 days. A single small fish was certainly insufficient for his needs, but within a short while, Hu Hao had caught over a dozen green fish ranging from half a foot to a foot in length from the river. Splendid! This would suffice for at least 2 days, and roasted, they would remain edible for quite some time. Hu Hao, filled with exuberance, crouched beside the stream, skillfully employing his White Tiger Dagger to meticulously prepare the fish. The razor-sharp blade of the dagger made the tasks of scaling and gutting the fish seem effortless. For Hu Hao, who had worked alongside his mother from a young age, this endeavor posed no challenge at all. In a mere quarter of an hour, he had deftly processed a dozen fish. He then ventured into the woods to gather large leaves, washing them in the stream before placing the freshly cleaned fish upon them. Gathering some dry twigs to serve as kindling, he soon ignited a small campfire by the edge of the stream. Hu Hao possessed nothing but salt as seasoning, yet for grilled fish, it sufficed. He fashioned several small racks from coarse branches and skewered the freshly cleaned blue fish with slender twigs. He rubbed salt into the fish's belly and retrieved a handful of purple perilla leaves he had foraged a few days prior. After washing and tearing them into fragments, he stuffed them into the fish's cavity before placing the prepared catch upon the makeshift grill crafted from the coarse branches. Before long, a distinctive aroma began to waft above the fire, rich and enticing, exuding a unique allure of its own. As Hu Hao turned the fish slowly, it gradually transformed into a golden hue, its fragrance becoming increasingly irresistible. He initially grilled only 2 fish, preparing the others for later. Grilling too many at once could lead to misjudging the cooking time. How delightful! At that moment, a melodious exclamation startled Hu Hao. Following the direction of the sound, he beheld 2 figures approaching along the water's edge. Leading the way was a young girl, seemingly around 15 or 16, with long black hair tied back in a ponytail, cascading down her back. Clad in a light blue outfit, she radiated youthful exuberance. Her almond-shaped eyes sparkled with vitality. Complemented by a delicate nose and an almost flawless oval face, her beautiful features were tinged with surprise as her gaze fixated on Hui Yuhao's grilled fish. Following closely behind her was a boy of similar age, tall and slender, with short, deep blue hair that shimmered like jewels under the sunlight. Though young, he exuded an air of refinement, his handsome face adorned with a lazy, gentle smile as he rested his hands behind his head. His interest directed more at Hui Yuhao than the fish. The girl, brimming with enthusiasm, bounded toward Hui Yuhao in eager strides, her eyes gleaming with desire as she exclaimed, "Little brother, are you selling this grilled fish? It smells so delicious. How did you make it?" Hui Yuhao had encountered many beautiful girls within the Duke's mansion, where numerous maids were striking, yet he had never experienced such close proximity. Moreover, none of the women in the Duke's residence could compare to the enchanting aura of the girl before him. She was not the epitome of flawless beauty, but she possessed a captivating charm that was distinctly alluring. Hui Yuhao's delicate face flushed slightly as he stammered, I shall treat you all." The young girl giggled. "Little brother, you're still shy, aren't you? Then I shall not hold back." As she spoke, she reached out to take the grilled fish that Hui Yuhao offered, sitting beside him in an unrefined manner, exclaiming about its heat while carefully savoring each bite. The boy accompanying the girl soon approached, his expression one of resignation as he greeted Hui Yuhao with a raised hand before addressing the girl. "Xiaoya, this little brother hasn't eaten yet, and you've already started." Xiaoya opened her beautiful eyes wide and retorted, "What did you call me?" The boy immediately raised both hands in surrender. "All right. Teacher Xiaoya, is that acceptable?" Xiaoya shot him a glance, replying, "That is more like it. Do remember your position." Though she was quite young, her glance was filled with an enchanting allure, causing the boy to momentarily freeze, while Hui Yuhao, too, dared not look further. He then offered another grilled fish to the boy, saying, "Elder brother, please, have some as well." The boy smiled faintly, replying, "A gentleman does not take away another's delight. Little brother, you have yet to eat. Did you catch these fish from the river?" Hui Yuhao nodded and said, "It's all right, I can roast more." As he spoke, he rose to his feet and handed the grilled fish to the young boy, deftly placing the two freshly prepared fish on the wooden rack to continue roasting. The boy smiled gently and introduced himself. "I am Bebe, and she is Tangya." "What is your name, little brother?" Hui Yuhao replied while attentively grilling the fish, "I am Hui Yuhao." Throughout his journey, he had encountered travelers during his night spin in the wild, receiving many acts of kindness from them. Therefore, when Tangya requested a piece of grilled fish, Hui Yuhao unhesitatingly offered it to her. The experiences of the past few days had taught him the importance of mutual assistance while venturing outside. Bebe settled down beside Tangya, his manner of eating the grilled fish far more graceful than hers, ensuring that his hands remained free of grease. When the second batch of fish was ready, Tangya had been eagerly anticipating it, and despite Bebe's resigned gaze, she snatched one for herself. However, this time Bebe refused to partake, gesturing for Hui Yuhao to eat first. Hui Yuhao was already quite hungry, and while continuing to grill fish, he also indulged in one for himself. Though the seasoning was merely a simple mix of perilla and salt, the flavor of the grilled fish was exceptionally delightful. Although the fish were not large in size, their total quantity was quite ample, and the three of them consumed every last bite. "This is incredibly delicious. I've never tasted such exquisite grilled fish before. Hui Yuhao, how about I hire you as my chef?" Tangya said, reclining on the grass, stretching contentedly and revealing her curves without a hint of awareness. Bebe watched her with an exasperated expression, feeling utterly helpless. "Do you have any money, Miss Xia?" Bebe responded, dousing her enthusiasm with cold water. I will have some in the future," Tangya replied, sitting up with a hint of embarrassment, shooting a displeased glare at Bebe as if she were quite dissatisfied with his interruption. Hui Yuhao rose to his feet and said, "Brother Bei, Sister Tang, I must take my leave now." Bebe replied, "Little brother Hua, we are in a desolate wilderness, and not far from the Star Doe forest, where soul beasts roam. Where do you intend to go?" Hui Yuhao shook his head, carefully stowing away his nearly dried garments from the branch into his backpack. He smiled at the two and waved goodbye, turning to leave under Tangya's somewhat surprised gaze. Could he be heading to the Star Doe forest? Tangya pondered aloud as she watched Hui Yuhao's departing figure. Bebe shook his head, replying, "It's hard to say. I can vaguely sense that he possesses soul power. Albeit quite feeble, yet he appears to be alone. It is indeed rather peculiar." Tangya stuck out her tongue and remarked, "He has soul power. Why not recruit him into our Tang Sect? Bei Bei retorted with a hint of annoyance. Surely you are not considering this solely because his grilled fish is delectable? Tangya, caught in her thoughts, blushed and playfully stuck her tongue out at Bei Bei. Bei Bei continued, this young man, Hua, must have experienced something significant. His gaze reveals a maturity far beyond his years. Yet, I wonder about his potential. A gleam of excitement illuminated Tangya's face as she inquired, so you agree? Bei Bei sighed. Esteemed Miss Tangya, the illustrious leader of the Tang Sect, before you take me as your disciple, you are already the sole commander. Your ambition is to expand the Tang Sect, and naturally, worthy individuals should be embraced. This young Hua appears quite composed. If his talent proves adequate, he could be a viable choice. His attire suggests he does not hail from affluence. At this juncture, our Tang Sect can only afford to recruit such disciples. Tangya regarded Bei Bei with curiosity, exclaiming, I never would have guessed you to be so cunning. Bei Bei rose, brushing off his clothing, and stated, that would be called cleverness, or if you prefer, wisdom. I am amenable to that as well. Come, having enjoyed so much of his grilled fish, we must escort him a ways, regardless of whether we recruit him, to safeguard him from the dangers posed by soul beasts. Tangya also stood, grinning mischievously, and said, this time, you are indeed clever, for your thoughts align with mine. Let me clean up, and then we shall depart. Hua Yuhao was entirely unaware of the conversation between Bei Bei and Tangya that transpired after his departure. He had initially intended to set forth with some grilled fish. Yet that plan remained unfulfilled. He was reluctant to disclose his identity as a soul master, which deterred him from fishing again. His mother had imparted wisdom to him. One should only reveal a fraction of one's thoughts to others, never laying bare one's entire heart. Although he held a favorable impression of Bei Bei and Tangya, he ultimately chose to part ways with them after the meal. Despite his tender age, Hua Yuhao possessed a discerning mind. He could discern that Tangya and Bei Bei were not ordinary individuals, for, as Bei Bei had remarked, they were in a desolate wilderness, yet they bore no burdens upon their persons. Thus, he concluded that it would be prudent to part ways with these two elder siblings as swiftly as possible. After enjoying a hearty meal, Hua Yuhao felt revitalized. Having fully recovered from his fatigue, he marked the location of the stream on his map, considering it might prove useful upon his return. Not long after, a wooden sign by the roadside caught Hua Yuhao's attention. It read, 50 miles ahead, you will enter the Stardoe Forest. Soul beasts roam these woods, exercise caution. Indeed, he had not taken a wrong turn. He was finally approaching his destination. At this moment, a mixture of excitement and a hint of trepidation welled within him. He touched the white tiger dagger secured at his waist, suppressing the unease that stirred in his heart, and strode forward with determined steps. Becoming a soul master was his only path forward. This conviction was etched firmly in Hua Yuhao's heart, and he harbored no regrets regarding his decision. The air gradually turned cooler, infused with a peculiar gravity. The Stardoe Forest loomed before him, resembling a great soul beast with its maw agape, waiting for the entrance of a youthful life, an opportunity, or a potential demise. Chapter 2. The Ice Silkworm of Dream. Despite his tender age, Hua Yuhao's initial surprise and anxiety swiftly transformed into exhilaration. After traversing for several days, he finally reached his destination. The mere thought of potentially acquiring a soul ring and genuinely becoming a soul master ignited a fervent passion within him. For this moment, although merely 11 years of age, he had diligently trained for over 5 years. In a state of excitement, Hua Yuhao instinctively quickened his pace, his impatience palpable. As he advanced, a peculiar sensation suddenly intruded upon his mind. A slight sting pierced his eyes, prompting him to subconsciously channel his soul power into his spiritual eyes. A faint current swirled around his gaze, and he perceived a shadow darting swiftly along the left side of the path ahead. Possessing the rare spiritual variant martial soul, his spiritual eyes endowed him with formidable precognitive abilities. The looming sense of danger sharpened his reflexes, causing him to swiftly lunge to the left while drawing the white tiger dagger from behind his waist. A dark figure flashed past the spot where he had just stood, landing nearby, and Hua Yuhao immediately discerned its form. It was a baboon, approximately 1 meter in height. Its body adorned with tawny fur and its brown eyes gleaming with ferocity. Its arms were exceedingly long, with sharp claws protruding from its hands, and its canine teeth bared menacingly. Upon missing its strike, it emitted a low growl and propelled itself towards Hua Yuhao once more. Though Hua Yuhao's spiritual eyes had yet to be enhanced by a soul ring, their fundamental function proved effective. With the infusion of soul power, the baboon's movements appeared significantly slower to him. Previously prone on the ground, he quickly rolled to the left, springing back to his feet while positioning the white tiger dagger before him. His heart raced audibly, and his breath quickened. This marked his very first encounter with an adversary. No, a soul beast. Sweat drenched his palms as he gripped the dagger, a sense of confusion washing over him as he pondered how to respond. The baboon, incensed by its failed attempts, raised its upper body and pounded its chest with its fists. With a ferocious roar, it suddenly opened its mouth wide towards Hui Yuhao, unleashing a brilliant white light that shot directly at him. Even with his lack of experience, Hui Yuhao could discern he was confronted by a soul beast. The distance to the Stardoe forest was still considerable, and he was entirely unprepared. As the white orb of light hurtled towards him, the gravity of his predicament became apparent. If struck, it could spell his doom. At this moment, Hui Yuhao's mind was a blank slate. In his keen vision, the orb of white light approached him at a pace that seemed leisurely, yet in truth, it reached him in an instant. As the white light burst forth, the baboon lunged toward Hui Yuhao with alarming speed, its eyes gleaming with ferocity. The white light was upon him, and in a state of panic that rendered him incapable of rational thought, Hui Yuhao instinctively raised the white tiger dagger in his right hand, colliding directly with the luminous force. An extraordinary scene unfolded at that moment. As the white light struck the white tiger dagger, the baboon had already pounced, its elongated arms extending forward, claws poised to seize Hui Yuhao's shoulders. At this juncture in the battle, it seemed as if Hui Yuhao's fate was sealed. Was he truly destined to perish at the hands of this spirit beast? With a powerful grip on Hui Yuhao's shoulders, the baboon's robust form twisted mid-air, preparing to hurl Hui Yuhao violently to the ground. Simultaneously, a flash of white light coursed beneath the baboon just as it was about to throw Hui Yuhao away. The baboon's body appeared to stiffen momentarily, and instead of crashing down, Hui Yuhao was flung outward, while the baboon itself rolled on the ground, coming to a standstill. With a thud, Hui Yuhao's body collided with a nearby tree trunk, plunging him into darkness as excruciating pain robbed him of his ability to breathe. In that moment, Hui Yuhao appeared quite wretched, with long crimson streaks marring both shoulders and his shirt nearly torn to shreds. Yet, amid the intense agony, he regained his senses, instinctively turning his gaze toward the motionless baboon. A faint white glow enveloped the fallen baboon, gradually coalescing above it into an ethereal white ring. Though the ring was indistinct and its brilliance flickered, it captivated Hui Yuhao's attention. A soul ring? Was this truly a soul ring? Hui Yuhao felt a surge of exhilaration, his body trembling with excitement as the pain from his wounds seemed to diminish. Within the confines of the Duke's mansion, he had only learned the most rudimentary meditation techniques, yet he had absorbed countless discussions about spirit beasts and their soul rings. Every guard in the Duke's household frequently mentioned such topics. However, this was the first time he beheld one with his own eyes. Could it be that the baboon had perished? Hui Yuhao pondered in a daze. Only a deceased spirit beast could release a soul ring. But how had it met its end? At that moment, the function of his keen vision manifested. Memory surged through his mind like a tidal wave. The instant the white light from the baboon collided with the white tiger dagger, the dagger radiated an intense brilliance, astonishingly absorbing all of the white light. This moment was pivotal, altering the entire course of the battle. According to the baboon's instinctive combat prowess, Hui Yuhao, as a frail human, should have been rendered powerless by its innate soul skill and subsequently smashed into the ground, losing at least half of his life. Yet it could not have anticipated that its own innate soul skill would be instinctively countered by Hui Yuhao's white tiger dagger. As it seized Hui Yuhao and prepared to throw him away, Hui Yuhao instinctively swung his arms, and his right hand, holding the white tiger dagger, naturally flicked upward. Originally, the length of the dagger was insufficient to reach the baboon that had already leaped into the air. However, in that split second, a blade of light suddenly erupted from the dagger, slicing through the baboon. It seemed as though the white light he had previously absorbed had transformed into a razor-sharp edge. Although Hui Yuhao's mind was blank and he could not recall the exact location of the strike, he was certain that the blade had indeed struck the baboon. Did I actually win? Hui Yuhao gazed at the white soul ring, yet the excitement within him gradually faded. The soul ring is an essential element for a soul master's advancement. However, not every soul ring is suitable for absorption by a soul master. Only those that resonate harmoniously with one's own martial spirit can be absorbed more effectively. A superior soul ring bestows even more powerful abilities upon its wielder. The strength of a soul ring is classified according to the age of the soul beast. Specifically, a white soul ring signifies that it originates from a 10-year-old soul beast. Any soul beast whose cultivation ranges from 10 to 100 years upon being defeated will yield a white soul ring. Undoubtedly, the baboon that Hui Yuhao had fortuitously slain was a 10-year soul beast, and its 10-year soul ring was distinctly visible before him. Unfortunately, it was not a soul ring he could absorb. Despite Hui Yuhao's utter lack of experience in hunting soul beasts and his inability to discern the attributes of the baboon, he was certain that this baboon was not a spirit-type soul beast. Thus, its soul ring was not suited for him. Hui Yuhao was determined to assess the situation of the baboon, but as he attempted to rise, a wave of weakness washed over him. The excessive tension had rendered him utterly devoid of strength, and coupled with the pain in his shoulder, he could only stifle a groan, nearly succumbing to unconsciousness. After all, he was merely 11 years old. Having just faced a profound upheaval, even the resolve in his heart wavered slightly. The number of spirit beasts possessing mental attributes was exceedingly rare. This was merely the first spirit beast he had encountered, and a mere 10-year-old one at that, which had nearly claimed his life. What if he were to encounter a 100-year spirit beast? The likelihood of his survival would be non-existent. Fortune could not be relied upon to favor him indefinitely. The miraculous display of the white tiger dagger earlier could not compensate for his inherent weakness. What am I to do? Hui Yuhao struggled to sit up, leaning against the large tree he had collided with, gasping for breath. I cannot perish. I must succeed. I still seek justice for my mother. I cannot simply relinquish hope. Hui Yuhao clenched his teeth, resolutely reaffirming his beliefs within his heart. However, the fleeting images of his brief skirmish with the baboon incessantly reminded him of the folly of overestimating his capabilities. Just as confusion enveloped his mind, unexpectedly, an unheralded voice resonated within his consciousness. Finally, I have encountered a human with mental attributes. Alas, I cannot shed tears, or else my face would surely be drenched with them. Hui Yuhao was taken aback, utterly perplexed by the sudden emergence of a voice within his mind. At that very moment, the ground beneath him began to tremble without warning. 2 meters ahead, fissures started to appear on the surface, gradually widening into gaping cracks. Faint glimmers of golden white light emanated from within these crevices. What is this? Another soul beast? Hui Yuhao instinctively tightened his grip on the white tiger dagger, anxiously observing the widening fissure before him. Had it not been for the weakness pervading his body, he might have already fled. A chilling aura emanated from the crack in the ground, causing the surrounding temperature to noticeably drop. The fissure continued to expand, soon reaching a diameter of over 5 meters. At last, the golden white radiance revealed its true form. It was a rotund head, appearing plump and measuring over a meter in diameter, slowly writhing as it emerged, its body stretching over 7 meters in length. With its appearance, Hui Yuhao's breath began to emit icy mist, the frigid air compelling him to shudder repeatedly. This creature was undoubtedly a soul beast, resembling an enormous silkworm. Yet, compared to an ordinary silkworm, its size was unfathomably greater. The creature was enveloped in a jade-white hue. Translucent and lustrous, though it emerged from the earth, its smooth skin bore no trace of dirt. A luminous aura pulsed beneath its surface, and atop its head glimmered a pair of small, golden eyes. Most peculiarly, starting half a meter from its head, there were 10 golden rings encircling its body at intervals. Gazing upon its colossal form, despair etched itself across Hui Yuhao's features. Such a massive presence, coupled with the ability to alter temperature, indicated it was at least a century-old soul beast. It was over. Everything was lost. Do not be afraid. Do not fear. I shall not harm you. The familiar voice resonated once more in Hui Yuhao's mind. The immense silkworm nodded gently, its massive head lowering to halt a meter away from him, exuding a faint, delicate fragrance. Hui Yuhao exclaimed in astonishment, "Are you speaking to me?" The enormous silkworm nodded in affirmation, its voice resonating within his mind. "Indeed, it is I, brother. Are you captivated by my exquisite form?" Detecting no hint of malice from the colossal silkworm, Hui Yuhao's taut nerves began to ease somewhat. "What is your intention?" The silkworm replied, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am the embodiment of heroism and chivalry, the soul beast par excellence, a paragon of wisdom and beauty, an unparalleled powerhouse who has cultivated for 1,000,000 years, setting the record for longevity on the Dolua continent. You may call me Brother Tianming." Hui Yuhao's gaze momentarily turned blank. A soul beast of 1,000,000 years? This was a staggering discrepancy of 10,000 times from his initial assessment. Could such beings truly exist in this world? The most powerful soul beasts on Dolua continent were supposed to be a mere 100,000 years old. The dream-eye silkworm, exuding an air of triumph, remarked, "Are you not astonished? Are you not exhilarated? You are the very first human to behold my true form. Hu Yuhao asked in a daze, what do you intend to do? The voice of the heavenly dream-eye silkworm suddenly took on a grave tone. Brother, I shall become your soul ring, the first intelligent soul ring in the history of Dolua continent. Hu Yuhao stared blankly at the heavenly dream-eye silkworm, momentarily at a loss for thought. The revelation was utterly unexpected. While he yearned for a soul ring, he had only ever desired a mere 10-year soul ring, never daring to dream of anything more. Now, out of the earth emerged a colossal, speaking silkworm, proclaiming itself to be a magnificent million-year soul beast willing to become his soul ring. Hu Yuhao was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the situation, and uncertain of the truth behind the ice silkworm's words. Regardless of its veracity, the immense creature before him was beyond his ability to resist. The heavenly dream-eye silkworm cautiously glanced towards the direction of the Star-Doe forest before turning back to Hu Yuhao, saying, I shall begin now. Do not worry. I will be gentle, and it will not hurt too much. Before Hu Yuhao could voice any objections, an icy breath enveloped him, rendering him unconscious in an instant. He vaguely saw a whitish form rush towards him, and in the next moment, all capacity for thought slipped away. The 10 golden rings upon the ice silkworm came to life, pulsating rhythmically. The whitish form he perceived was, in fact, the ice silkworm extending its head to press against his forehead. The 10 golden rings swiftly enveloped Hu Yuhao's slender frame, while the ice silkworm transformed into streams of white light, surging into his being. Too weak, too weak. This is truly pitiful. How many seals must I impose upon myself to enable your frail body to endure? This intelligent soul ring is no trivial matter. An invisible wave of mental energy radiated outward as the heavenly dream-eye silkworm poured itself into Hu Yuhao. The terrifying mental power instantly covered every corner within a 100-mile radius. Bei and Tangya, who were hastening to catch up with Hu Yuhao, found themselves momentarily stunned by the mental wave. The mental shock lacked destructive force, yet it rendered all living beings incapable of thought for a brief time. In that moment, a chilling silence enveloped much of the southern region of the Star-Doe forest. At that instant, the previously clear sky darkened abruptly, a thunderous roar resonating from above. As the sun's radiance was wholly obscured by darkness, a suffocating pressure descended from the heavens. The heavenly dream-eye silkworm, striving to merge with Hu Yuhao, trembled violently in response to the thunderous sound, its golden eyes rolling upward to gaze at the sky, revealing a look of profound astonishment. In a state of terror tinged with confusion, it was evident that the oppressive sky bore no relation to him, transcending his understanding. A stream of gray energy descended from above, as if pulled by a tremendous force, and in an instant, it silently penetrated the back of Hu Yuhao's head. What audacity dared to vie for souls with me? The heavenly dream ice silkworm erupted in fury, its immense psychic waves surging forth, attempting to expel the gray energy from Hu Yuhao's being. A vague silhouette materialized behind him, an ancient voice resonating with an indescribable authority, proclaiming, with the sun and moon in hand, I am unparalleled in this world. Little did I expect that a fragment of my soul could endure. In the face of the heavenly dream-eye silkworm's overwhelming psychic force, this indistinct ethereal figure appeared unaffected, swiftly darting into Hu Yuhao's mind, vanishing from sight. The heavenly dream-eye silkworm refrained from intensifying its psychic assault, for blood had already begun to seep from Hu Yuhao's 7 orifices. It observed that the gray energy, upon entering Hu Yuhao's consciousness, transformed into a gray pearl no larger than a mung bean, subsequently sinking into silence. It neither clashed with its power nor was influenced by it. Could fortune be so cruel? After arduously discovering a human with psychic attributes, a scoundrel dares to contest me. Is it fate that envies the gifted? How pitiful I am. Despite this lamentation, the heavenly dream ice silkworm's actions remained unhurried. A dense white light gradually solidified, slowly infusing into Hu Yuhao's body, while its own form became increasingly transparent, shrinking rapidly. At the moment it began to channel its power into Hu Yuhao, there was no turning back. Hu Yuhao's body had transformed entirely into a lustrous white, reminiscent of the previously encountered heavenly dream-eye silkworm. The wounds upon his shoulders healed at a visibly rapid pace. Haha, regardless of the circumstances, I am finally liberated. Those scoundrels who regarded me as mere sustenance shall find themselves devoid of opportunity. The triumphant voice of the heavenly dream-eye silkworm gradually diminished, as the vast expanse of mental energy, previously spanning a diameter of hundreds of miles, receded astonishingly quickly, eventually vanishing altogether. Deep within the Star-Doe forest, several formidable auras began to fluctuate violently, as if sensing something, yet they were destined to return empty-handed. Just as the voice of the heavenly dream ice silkworm faded into silence, a circle of pearlescent light quietly emerged beneath Hui Yuhao, swirling around his form 3 times before gently dissipating, merging back into his being and vanishing from sight. Hui Yuhao was entirely unaware that, unbeknownst to him, he had truly acquired his first soul ring, an utterly unparalleled soul ring in the annals of Doloa continent's history. The lustrous white hue gradually faded, giving way to a delicate ice blue tint that began to emerge from beneath Hui Yuhao's skin. After lingering for several seconds, it gradually dissipated, restoring the natural tone of his complexion. His body swayed, collapsing against the tree he had previously leaned upon. A thin, pale membrane with a hint of golden sheen silently ascended from the ground, swiftly condensing into a sphere that vanished into Hui Yuhao's embrace. The heavenly dream ice silkworm left no trace of its presence. The large pit on the road had mysteriously closed up, and apart from the fallen Hui Yuhao, only the lifeless body of the baboon he had slain remained nearby. Everything seemed to return to normalcy. Before long, 2 figures raced toward him at an astonishing speed. Ah! With an exclamation, one figure accelerated, swiftly arriving at Hui Yuhao's side. We are late. It appears that our junior Yuhao has been attacked. These soul beasts are becoming increasingly audacious, venturing even beyond the Stardoe forest. Tang Yi carefully lifted Hui Yuhao from the ground, her face etched with worry and concern. Bei approached the slain baboon, turning its body over to reveal a deep, diagonal gash over a foot long, which had even pierced its heart, clearly a fatal wound. This is a wind baboon. Judging by its size and muscular strength, it should be at least a 10-year soul beast. It is already dead. Bei joined Tang Yi, crouching beside her to assess Hui Yuhao's condition. To their astonishment, although Hui Yuhao's clothing was severely tattered, they found no visible wounds upon his body. Bei lightly pressed his index finger against Hui Yuhao's wrist, and the white tiger dagger fell into his grasp. A faint blue glow flickered in Bei's hand, and immediately, a luminous azure sheen enveloped the dagger. This is a soul-guiding device. Yuhao must have used it to slay the wind baboon. Although this baboon is merely a 10-year soul beast, its speed and strength are commendable, and it possesses a soul skill to attack foes. For someone of Yuhao's age to defeat, it is quite impressive. It seems our previous assessment of Yuhao was not entirely accurate. He must have attained the level of a one-ring soul master. Tang Yi anxiously examined Hui Yuhao's body, lamenting, "What use is there in discussing this now? It is all my fault for delaying due to washing my hands and face. If something were to happen to little Yuhao because of me, I could never forgive myself. Regardless of his talent, I have resolved to persuade him to join our Tang Sect." Bei observed the anxious Tang Yi, his gaze softening, for he cherished her genuine kindness. "Do not fret. He is fine. Have you not noticed his breathing is steady? There are no injuries on him." From the position in which he had collapsed, it appeared that he had fainted as a result of being struck against a tree during his struggle with the wind baboon. A brief respite should suffice for his recovery. Tang Yi paused momentarily, glancing up to cast a reproachful stare at Bei. "Why didn't you mention this earlier? You had me worried," she exclaimed. Bei, with a sense of resignation, replied, "Who could have known you would overlook such an obvious detail?" Humph. Supporting Hui Yuhao, Tang Yi allowed him to lean against her. And once she confirmed that he was indeed not gravely injured, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Bei rose to his feet, his gaze serene as he surveyed their surroundings, silently standing guard by her side. After falling into a state of unconsciousness, Hui Yuhao found himself immersed in a dream. In this dream, he wandered into an expanse of pristine whiteness, a realm filled with countless points of light that seemed to stretch infinitely. His gaze effortlessly traversed every corner of this ethereal domain. Just as he began to appreciate the wonders of this space, a tempestuous wind arose, and golden beams of light pierced through the atmosphere. These golden rays coalesced into 10 magnificent golden rings, suspended gracefully in midair. The emergence of these rings magnified the brilliance of all the surrounding points of light. The 10 golden rings commenced a slow, mesmerizing rotation, each harboring a soft, creamy glow within. As the halos intensified, they gradually transformed into 10 colossal orbs of light, floating serenely in their celestial sanctuary. The height and volume of the entire space expanded exponentially. At that moment, near one of the luminous spheres, an inconspicuous gray light mass emerged, significantly smaller than the other 10 radiant orbs. The golden spheres radiated intense golden light, seemingly intent on driving the gray mass away. Yet, the gray sphere remained tranquil, impervious to the onslaught of golden brilliance that sought to affect it. Ultimately, the 10 luminous entities relinquished their futile efforts, settling into a stable formation, each shimmering with a gentle luminescence. Hui Yuhao's consciousness gradually became clearer as the luminous points suspended in the air slowly descended, converging into a pale golden sea that cradled 10 immense golden-white orbs of light. Only a small grayish light cluster remained suspended, refusing to join the larger spheres. So, your name is Hui Yuhao, a sudden voice echoed. Instantly, Hui Yuhao's gaze contracted, and he instinctively looked down, discovering himself, unclad, standing above the golden ocean, nestled among the 10 golden white orbs. Where's this? Why am I here? Hui Yuhao inquired, astonished. This is the sea of consciousness within your own mind, or rather, your spiritual sea. From now on, this will also be my home, the voice responded. The space is rather limited, so I have helped you expand it a bit. However, your body is too frail to accommodate much more for now. Are you the heavenly dream-eye silkworm? Am I not dreaming? Hui Yuhao was even more astonished upon hearing the tone and voice. Everything he beheld surpassed his comprehension. At merely 11 years of age, even an adult would be struck with fear at such a wondrous sight. Dreaming? If this were a beautiful dream, wouldn't you be utterly enchanted? This is certainly not a dream. I have already stated that this exists within your spiritual world. The heavenly dream-eye silkworm retorted, exasperated. Hui Yuhao asked, somewhat bewildered. What is the spiritual realm? The dream-eye silkworm replied, you are truly oblivious. How shall I explain this to you? Let us put it this way. You are aware of your own eyes, are you not? That weapon spirit you refer to as the spiritual eye resides within your consciousness. I have just imprinted your memories, and I possess knowledge of your past. This spiritual eye is both your weapon spirit and your eyes. The sea of spirit is the repository of your mental energy. To unleash the true power of your spiritual eye, you must transform your soul power into mental energy and then release it through the spiritual eye. The place where mental energy is stored is, indeed, your sea of spirit, specifically located behind your spiritual eyes within your brain. Currently, your consciousness is immersed in the sea of spirit. The form you perceive is not your true self, but rather a manifestation I have created using mental energy to facilitate our communication. Listening to this rather detailed explanation, Hui Yuhao began to grasp the concept, and his inner fear gradually diminished. Children, at times, are more sensitive than adults, and he could sense that the dream-eye silkworm harbored no malice towards him. Then why have you appeared in my sea of spirit? Hui Yuhao inquired once more. The dream-eye silkworm responded, did I not mention this earlier? I am to become your soul ring, a ring of wisdom. I am now that. To become your soul ring, I have significantly compressed and sealed my own power, so you shall possess a soul ring, thus becoming what you humans refer to as a soul master. However, your innate talent is far inferior to what I had envisioned. It is, quite frankly, remarkably lacking. I truly question whether my choice was right or wrong. Hui Yuhao spoke with a hint of embarrassment. My innate talent is rather modest, yet I shall strive to improve. My innate soul power is merely at level 1. The dream-eye silkworm replied with a touch of discontent. In the future, I shall devise a method to enhance your abilities postnatally. As their dialogue continued, Hui Yuhao's courage began to swell. Dream-eye silkworm, please call me Brother Dream. Very well. Brother Dream, you claim to be a million-year soul beast. Is that true? Moreover, why have you chosen me? I have heard that a soul master can bear soul rings no older than 400 years, yet you are a million-year soul beast. How is it that you could become my soul ring? The dream-eye silkworm sighed deeply. Do you think I wish to choose you? I had no other option. If I did not make a choice, my life would come to an end. Once I perish, my body would likely become nourishment for the creatures in the Stardow Forest. Out of desperation, I had to resort to this course of action, attaching myself to humanity. This is my only path forward. Would you care to hear my story? We are destined to be together for a long time, and I wish to share everything with you, leaving no secrets unspoken. Hui Yuhao nodded and said, Brother Tianming, please speak. Tianming Ice Silkworm replied, I was once an ordinary ice silkworm soul beast, not born in the Stardow Forest, but rather in the frigid northern regions of the continent. As ice silkworms, we naturally possess both spiritual and ice attributes. However, our combat prowess is severely hampered by our speed, rendering us rather unremarkable as soul beasts. Moreover, we have natural enemies that further complicate our existence. Very few of my kin managed to cultivate for over 10,000 years, yet I am an exception. At the tender age of 13, while evading the pursuit of my enemies, I inadvertently fell into a crevice of ice. At that moment, I believed my fate was sealed. Little did I know, I had plunged into a mass of eternal cold marrow. Consequently, I succumbed to a deep slumber. At that time, I was still quite diminutive. Measuring less than 3 inches in length, and my sleep lasted for a millennium. Upon awakening, I discovered myself in an icy cavern, where the original mass of eternal cold marrow had long since vanished, having been absorbed by me. Thus, I transformed into a 10,000-year soul beast. The joy I felt was beyond description. However, I soon realized I could not find a way out. Within that icy cavern, the surroundings were comprised of ancient ice, exceedingly hard and unyielding. Although I had become a 10,000-year soul beast, our ice silkworm clan has always been weak in terms of combat ability, making it impossible for me to force my way out. Fortunately, there were numerous crevices within the cavern that allowed me to crawl. Thus, I endeavored to find an exit. In my search, I did not discover a way out, but rather stumbled upon an even larger mass of eternal cold marrow. The presence of this marrow signified a source of sustenance for me, and I once again fell into a deep slumber, which lasted for several millennia. Chapter 3. The Million-Year Soul Ring. Listening to the narrative of the celestial dream ice silkworm, Hui Yuhao was suddenly struck by a peculiar thought. Could the name Celestial Dream Ice Silkworm stem from its propensity to dream daily? Though I was unable to escape the cave, the sensation of the eternal cold essence was indescribably delightful. Eventually, I ceased my quest for an exit, opting instead to traverse the depths in search of more eternal cold essence to consume. Upon discovering a substantial mass, I would indulge in slumber. As time passed, I lost track of how long I had slept, until the first golden pattern emerged upon my body. The golden patterns hold profound significance for us ice silkworms, symbolizing my cultivation reaching the extraordinary level of 100,000 years. To my recollection, our ice silkworm clan had never witnessed the existence of a 100,000-year level being. I was indeed the unprecedented first. It was then that I evolved into a golden pattern ice silkworm. By that time, I had amassed sufficient strength to break through the solid ice and escape. Unbeknownst to me, becoming a 100,000-year soul beast would impose considerable limitations on further enhancement of my powers. Perhaps I was fortunate, coupled with the inherent weakness of our ice silkworm clan, that I remarkably evaded any divine retribution. I grew complacent, content to remain in the icy cavern, continuing my cycle of sleep. With my heightened cultivation, I could access areas previously sealed off by ice, allowing me to uncover even more exquisite cold essence, which became my sustenance. Thus, I indulged in a life of eating and sleeping, oblivious to the passage of time, save for the golden patterns marking my existence. At last, one day, I had consumed every last bit of cold essence within the cave, prompting me to burrow upwards through the ice and into the vast ocean. I drifted along the coastline, heading southward. It was during this journey that I first encountered an adversary. By then, I had acquired 9 golden patterns, marking me as a formidable 90,000-year soul beast. I had presumed myself to be an invincible entity in this realm. However, as I recount this, the celestial dream ice silkworm appeared somewhat bashful, revealing that apart from sleeping, I seemed to possess little else in terms of capabilities, particularly in combat. Ultimately, I managed to intimidate the foe with my immense spiritual power. This encounter awakened my sense of caution, prompting me to attempt to cultivate my offensive abilities. Yet, I soon realized that prolonged cultivation did not necessarily equate to formidable strength. As a 90,000-year soul beast, my combat prowess paled in comparison to some 10,000-year soul beasts, and those adept at battle among the 100,000-year soul beasts were utterly beyond my reach. The world outside was perilously treacherous, yet I found myself unable to trace my way back. The ocean was fraught with danger. Perhaps the land would offer some semblance of safety. Thus, I ventured onto solid ground. However, I soon discovered that the land was far from tranquil, perhaps due to the excessive absorption of cold essence. My body emitted a peculiar scent that attracted the attention of all soul beasts, causing them to perceive me as potential prey. Ultimately, I was captured by a powerful 100,000-year soul beast within the Stardow forest. Yet, it did not immediately terminate my existence. Instead, it transported me to the Stardow forest. Upon hearing its words, I realized that I possessed an abundance of natural energy. If my powers could be absorbed and transformed, any soul beast could attain the status of a 100,000-year soul beast, and such beings could transcend the limitations of cultivation years. However, due to the immense magnitude of my million-year cultivation, the absorption process would take considerable time, which led it to bring me back to its lair. Nevertheless, that creature underestimated my prowess. Although I am not particularly skilled in combat, I possess the ability to amplify my own aura. Thus, I summoned all the 100,000-year soul beasts within the Stardow forest. The ensuing chaos was a fierce battle that encompassed nearly all soul beasts over 10,000 years old within the forest. The conflict was nothing short of brutal. I believed I had a chance to escape, but unbeknownst to me, these cunning beasts paused to negotiate after their skirmish. Consequently, I found myself in a dire predicament. They ultimately agreed to collectively absorb my power, given the vast reservoir of soul energy within me. They ensnared me in the heart of the Stardew forest, compelling me to release my natural energy for their consumption. The more powerful the soul beast, the closer it drew to me, reaping greater rewards. These rascals treated me as mere sustenance. Alas, with no means to resist, I could only submit to their whims. While being exploited, I pondered ways to escape from their control. My soul energy was exceptionally pure, sufficient for them to absorb over 10,000 years' worth. After thousands of years of contemplation and observation, I discovered that to free myself from their grasp, it was not merely a matter of fleeing. I also needed to conceal my aura. Humans gradually came into my sight. On several occasions, particularly formidable humans ventured deep into the Stardew forest to hunt the 100,000-year soul beasts. Unfortunately for them, they met with disaster. Under my nurturing, the high-ranking soul beasts of the Stardew forest had undoubtedly become the most formidable in the Dolua continent. Although those humans wielded powerful weapons, they still suffered significant losses. Yet, it also made me recognize the strengths of your kind. I am a dual attribute soul beast of both mental and ice properties. After much deliberation, I resolved to find a way to become a human soul ring. In doing so, the human would undoubtedly gain immense strength. With my mental attributes, I could maintain my consciousness, becoming an unprecedented intelligent soul ring in human history. When that time comes, I would seek vengeance, aiding that human in vanquishing all those who had wronged me. Thus, I began my endeavors. However, to my dismay, my initial attempt ended in failure. The individual I selected appeared to be a titled Dolua among your kind. His strength was considerable, yet he proved utterly inept, as I overwhelmed him instantaneously without him even witnessing my true form. He could not withstand the onslaught of my mental force. It was then I realized that becoming a host was not a simple feat. Firstly, the individual must possess mental attributes, and then they must have the capacity to bear my soul energy. This made the task even more challenging. Consequently, I searched for several millennia without success. My soul power has nearly been absorbed by those 10,000-year soul beasts. I was on the brink of exhaustion, both physically and mentally. Yet, fate smiled upon me in my moment of despair, for a 10th golden stripe emerged upon my being. I finally ascended to become an unprecedented million-year soul beast. With the appearance of this 10th golden stripe, I acquired the strength to contend with those battle-hardened 10,000-year soul beasts, and I could finally conceal my presence. Thus, I took it upon myself to adopt the name Celestial Dream Ice Silkworm, shedding the title of Golden Stripe Ice Silkworm. However, I was acutely aware that I could not match the sheer number of those 10,000-year soul beasts. Moreover, the primordial energy within me had also been nearly depleted by their incessant absorption, leaving only my life force, the essence of my two primary attributes, untouched. Avenge myself, it seemed, was beyond my reach. Seizing a fleeting opportunity, I managed to harness my newfound power to mask my aura and burrow underground, escaping to safety. Alas, as Celestial Dream Ice Silkworm, I remained a tragic figure. The breakthrough to 1,000,000 years proved to be a double-edged sword. While it allowed me to narrowly evade their grasp, my lifespan was abruptly curtailed by the divine retribution that followed. Unless I could find another means of survival, I would soon face the inevitable decay of life. It was at this critical juncture that I encountered you, my little companion. Though your strength was pathetically meager, I had no alternative. After all, you possessed a spiritual attribute. Thus, I reluctantly merged my essence with yours, ensuring that those wretches would not lay claim to my most precious essence. Listening to the tale of Celestial Dream Ice Silkworm, Wayuhao had long forgotten his fear. Now filled with righteous indignation, they are utterly despicable. How could they imprison you for nearly 10,000 years? Celestial Dream Ice Silkworm responded with vehement solidarity. Indeed, though I may be somewhat cuter, more handsome, and possess greater strength, they have no right to treat me as mere fodder. At long last, I have escaped, and they shall not claim my body. Wayuhao, although you may be a tad younger and less capable, your innocence is a virtue. Consider this a nurturing endeavor. Once you grow stronger, you must avenge me. They thrive on absorbing my soul power to evolve, so let us transform them into soul rings and soul bones. Very well. Once I'm mature, I will certainly seek vengeance for you, Wayuhao replied without hesitation. The bond between man and beast rapidly deepened within this peculiar yet enchanting narrative. In truth, although celestial dream-eye silkworm had existed for 1,000,000 years, its encounters with soul beasts had been limited, while its intellect rivaled that of humans. How could it fathom the treachery of the human heart? Had it been a human in its predicament, it would never have revealed its story so easily. Choosing Wu Hao, another blank slate, was indeed a stroke of fortune for it. Celestial dream, I still do not fully understand. You are so powerful. Yet becoming my soul ring will require you to seal your own strength. What does this entail? Will you still be able to bestow soul skills upon me? With fear dissipated, Wu Yuhao's heart brimmed with curiosity. Celestial dream-eye silkworm chuckled softly, saying, "Fear not. I had devised a meticulous plan over these many years. After having experienced the overwhelming force that once threatened humanity, I have come to realize that my assistance to you must prioritize your safety above all else. I find myself with no way out. Should you perish, it would signify my own demise as well. My original soul power has been nearly depleted by the soul beasts of the Stardow Forest. Otherwise, even if I were to seal my own powers, you would still be unable to withstand the burden. What I have infused within you is predominantly my primal and spiritual energy. You have noticed these 10 luminous orbs, have you not? They represent the 10 layers of seals I have established. From another perspective, they can also be viewed as the power I have bestowed upon you through your first soul ring, albeit you are currently unable to wield it. Thus, while your first soul ring is of 1,000,000-year caliber, it does not yet possess the full strength associated with such an age. However, as your cultivation advances, the sealed power within you will gradually be unlocked, amplifying the might of this soul ring. It may even enhance the potential of your future soul rings. For the energy I have amassed over 1,000,000 years is indeed monumental." Hui Yuhao blinked, expressing his confusion. "I still find it somewhat unclear," he said. The heavenly dream-eye silkworm responded with irritation, "Foolish child. Allow me to simplify it for you. Currently, your body can only bear the first spirit ring of a soul beast with a maximum age of 400 years. Therefore, the actual power of your first spirit ring is equivalent to that of 400 years. As you progress and are able to endure a 1,000-year spirit ring, your first spirit ring will then transform into one of 1,000 years. The potency of your first spirit ring escalates in accordance with your body's capacity to bear it. In other words, this first spirit ring has the potential to evolve at any time, and the same applies to any other spirit rings you may acquire later on. Naturally, the power I can bestow upon your evolution is limited. The more formidable the spirit rings you obtain, the greater the conservation of my strength. With the power sealed within you, I can support up to 10 spirit rings reaching the level of 100,000 years. Ah, so many? Wu Yuhao exclaimed in astonishment. But don't soul masters typically possess only 9 spirit rings? The heavenly dream-eye silkworm scoffed, exuding pride that applies to ordinary individuals. With my fusion, you are no longer an ordinary person. A single martial soul may indeed absorb only 9 spirit rings. However, you have transcended the bounds of a single martial soul. By vanquishing a 100,000-year soul beast, you will inevitably acquire a soul bone and a spirit ring of that same age, which comes with 2 soul skills. Surely, you are aware of this. Wu Yuhao nodded. As a 1,000,000-year spirit ring, and the first of its kind to possess intelligence, I am undoubtedly far superior to them, said the dream-eye silkworm. The first spirit ring I embody can not only evolve infinitely based on your physical condition, but also bestow upon you 4 spirit abilities. However, I cannot provide you with a soul bone, but I can grant you an additional martial spirit. Although Wu Yuhao had anticipated the significant impact of the 1,000,000-year spirit ring on his capabilities, he did not expect it to be to such a remarkable extent. The prospect of an infinitely evolving spirit ring alone was astonishing. Yet, even greater revelations awaited him. What did it mean to possess 4 spirit abilities alongside an additional martial spirit? Since these 4 abilities stemmed from the first spirit ring, it was indisputable that their power would evolve in tandem with the ring itself. This represented a continually usable capability. Moreover, the addition of a martial spirit could only be described as miraculous, effectively transforming him from a mere wielder of the spiritual martial spirit into a prodigious talent with dual martial spirits. This new martial spirit would inherently be accompanied by at least 9 spirit rings, thereby providing him with 9 additional spirit abilities. Such an enhancement was incomparable to that of a 100,000-year spirit ring, despite the fact that his overall strength remained relatively feeble and required gradual improvement. This development undeniably opened a gateway to boundless possibilities, bestowing upon the originally mediocre Hui Yuhao a future filled with infinite potential. The martial spirit I grant you is ice, but it presently lacks a soul. The dream-eye silkworm's words jolted Hui Yuhao from his astonishment. Ice without a soul? What does that mean? Hui Yuhao asked, bewildered. The Dream Eye Silkworm explained. This means that the martial spirit I bestow upon you currently possesses only attributes, but lacks a defined form. Once you absorb your first ice attribute spirit ring, your martial spirit will take shape. The nature of the spirit ring you absorb will determine what your second martial spirit will be, which will undoubtedly be a beast martial spirit. There's no need to worry. I have already devised a plan for you. However, your current cultivation level is insufficient. Once your strength increases, I will guide you in completing the additional absorption of the first ice attribute spirit ring. Now, do you understand why I mentioned that my power to augment your spirit rings is limited? Therefore, you must exercise utmost caution in selecting spirit rings in the future and heed my advice closely. All right, Hui Yuhao replied with excitement. Then what are my 4 spirit abilities? The Dream Eye Silkworm responded. You must rely on your own comprehension for that. The insights you gain on your own will be far clearer than if I were to simply tell you. However, do not be overly elated just yet. Indeed, I have provided you with 4 spirit abilities, all of which are of the mental attribute. The power I have sealed within you is substantial. Nevertheless, there are a few points you must bear in mind. First, the power sealed within you can only enhance the age of the spirit rings, which correlates to the strength of the spirit abilities. Once your cultivation level reaches a certain point, it cannot augment your own cultivated spirit power. Secondly, the 4 spirit abilities I have endowed you with are predominantly supportive in nature due to my own limitations, lacking significant offensive capabilities. Thus, you remain rather feeble at present, and the path to becoming formidable is still quite long. Do you understand? I comprehend. My mother taught me that no one can ascend to greatness in a single leap. It is only through diligent effort, step by step, that one may attain the heights of success. Fear not, Tianming, for I shall certainly apply myself with utmost dedication. That is reassuring. However, your innate qualities do leave much to be desired. Alas, in the future, I shall seek out some rare treasures of heaven and earth for you to consume. Your spirit of the spirit eye is a result of mutation, which in itself holds considerable potential. Yet, the very process of mutation has adversely affected your physical capabilities from a young age. Your meridians are narrow and sluggish, rendering cultivation somewhat arduous. Take your time. There is no need for haste. Oh, by the way, there is something else I must convey to you. Do you see that gray orb of light above? Hui Yuhao remarked. I see. Is that also your power? The Dream Eye Silkworm replied, No. I do not know what that is. When I merged with your body, a sudden transformation occurred, seemingly drawn by my spiritual force. That gray orb of light contains a fragment of a soul, which appears not to belong to our world. I am uncertain of its origin. However, despite its frail nature, its rank is exceedingly high, and I am unable to do anything with it. Yet, I can sense that it harbors no malice. It is likely in a state of slumber now. It may never awaken throughout your life, but should it ever rouse, it could potentially bring some complications. Rest assured, if it poses any threat to you, I shall protect you without issue. Now, you should step outside. Those 2 humans have been waiting for you, and they mean you no harm. 2 humans? Hui Yuhao exclaimed in astonishment as the surroundings before him suddenly became blurred. He felt as though he had been instantly drawn into a vast whirlpool, plunging into darkness. Why isn't he waking up? Tang Yi inquired, lightly tapping Hui Yuhao's face, casting a questioning glance at Bei Bei beside her. With a gentle smile, Bei Bei responded, His vitality is remarkably stable, and his soul power is also quite normal. Indeed vigorous. If I am not mistaken, he has just broken through to the rank of a soul master, a symbol of his advancement. His body needs time to merge with this newfound power and adapt to the breakthrough in soul power. It is unfortunate, though, that it is merely a 10-year wind monkey. Tang Yi scoffed. What is there to lament? It is quite normal for the first soul ring to be somewhat weak. It is impressive enough that he managed to slay the wind monkey all on his own. Bei Bei chuckled. It seems that to capture a woman's heart, one must first win her stomach, especially in your case, where heart and stomach are intertwined. Tang Yi's cheeks flushed slightly as she retorted, Huh? You are the one whose heart and stomach are connected. Do not forget, I am your teacher. Bei Bei refrained from arguing, merely observing her with a warm smile. A soft grunt escaped Hui Yuhao's lips as he slowly opened his bleary eyes. Little Yuhao, you have finally awakened. I was so anxious. Tang Yi exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Hui Yuhao's eyes open. Hui Yuhao felt a sense of confusion swirling in his mind. After steadying himself, he recalled the vivid memory of his earlier conversation with the heavenly dream ice worm. He couldn't help but murmur to himself, Am I truly not dreaming? Tang Yi chuckled softly, pinching his arm playfully. Hui Yuhao winced in pain. Sister Xia, What are you doing? Tang replied with a grin. I was merely testing whether you were in a dream. How do you feel now? Are you more awake? You certainly possess remarkable courage to venture alone into the Stardew Forest. Hui Yuhao scratched his head awkwardly, realizing his own insignificance and overestimation of himself only after encountering the wind baboon. However, he was swiftly propelled out of his embarrassment by a surge of eagerness. He leaped from the ground, channeling the soul power within him. To his astonishment, a remarkable transformation occurred. The soul power, which had previously reached a plateau, experienced a qualitative change. Even his physical strength seemed to augment slightly as the supple soul power surged forth. The world around him became vividly clear, and numerous instinctive impressions manifested in his mind, taking the form of soul rings. For skills. Tianminga truly exists. I am not dreaming. All of this is real. I have genuinely acquired a million-year soul ring. It was only at this moment that Hui Yuhao dared to believe that everything that had transpired was authentic. An uncontrollable wave of joy surged within him, prompting him to exclaim, I have succeeded. Bei and Tang looked on in awe as a circle of luminous white soul rings rose from beneath Hui Yuhao's feet, gracefully ascending and then swaying downwards until they reached his head, the first soul ring. Bei instinctively thought, indeed, it is a 10-year soul ring. Yet, a flicker of confusion crossed his mind. Why did Hui Yuhao's 10-year soul ring appear to possess a crystalline translucence, seeming somewhat different from an ordinary 10-year soul ring? Could it be that the wind baboon had a higher cultivation? Little did he know, a million-year soul ring could also be white. Not only the soul ring changed, but also Hui Yuhao's eyes. A faint golden sheen emerged in his deep blue irises, and both Bei and Tang could feel the fluctuations of soul power emanating from his gaze, accompanied by a mental resonance that momentarily disoriented them. Earlier, the formidable spiritual energy released by the Tianming ice worm had caused them to lose their ability to think momentarily. However, they had been unaware of the vast disparity in strength between themselves and the Tianming ice worm. But now, standing so close, Hui Yuhao was different. The mental vibrations radiating from his eyes astonished both of them. A spiritual attribute martial soul? Moreover, one that integrated the wind baboon as its first soul ring? Even the typically composed Bei's expression shifted slightly. According to his understanding of soul master theory, this seemed implausible. Yet the evidence lay before them. The pale golden glow swiftly receded from Hui Yuhao's eyes, and he regained his composure, leaping with excitement. I did it. I truly succeeded. I am a soul master now. Bei and Tang exchanged glances, each recognizing the shock in the other's eyes. Unable to contain her curiosity, Tang asked, Xiao Yuhao, is your martial soul of the spiritual attribute? I just sensed a powerful mental fluctuation. Hui Yuhao finally regained his composure and, feeling somewhat embarrassed, responded, Indeed. My martial soul is the spirit eye, a variant martial soul of the spiritual attribute. Tang Ye's eyes sparkled with intrigue. The spirit eye? A primary martial soul? How wonderful. Bei, evidently grasping the significance of this revelation, nodded and remarked, I never anticipated this. It is a pity we arrived a moment too late. Otherwise, we could have assisted our younger brother Hui in discovering a more suitable soul beast for fusion. At this moment, Hui Yuhao had awakened from his astonishment. Although he was young, his life experiences had instilled in him a certain degree of vigilance. He quickly surmised that Bei and Tang must have assumed that the first soul ring he had just absorbed was that of the baboon. While he did not comprehend why a million-year soul ring was also white, it undoubtedly served as the best guise for him at present. And he had no intention of offering any explanations. Brother Bei, Sister Xiaoya, have you come to pursue me? Is there something you need? Hui Yuhao inquired tentatively. Tang chided. Initially, we only speculated that you were planning to venture into the Stardew Forest alone. To our astonishment, it appears to be true. You truly are quite audacious. Are you not aware of the human forbidden zone designation of the Stardew Forest? Even highly skilled soul masters hesitate to venture deep within. A little one like you must be accompanied by a guardian to even approach the vicinity of the Stardew Forest. We followed you to ensure your safety. Both Bei and I are soul masters as well. However, you are quite fortunate. While your first soul ring may not be particularly powerful, you have emerged unscathed. Upon hearing her words, a profound warmth surged within Hui Yuhao's young heart. Despite his tender age, he had witnessed the harshness of the world. He could discern that the sincerity in Tang Ye's eyes as she spoke was genuine and not feigned. Sister Xiaoya, in my impulsiveness, I nearly revealed the matter of the heavenly dream ice silkworm. But at that moment, a cough echoed in my mind, and a refreshing aura washed over me, compelling me to swallow my words. Tang Ye chuckled softly. Look at that foolish expression of yours. All right, I won't tease you any longer. Little Yuhao. Now that you have acquired a soul ring, what are your plans moving forward? Hui Yuhao was momentarily taken aback by her question. Indeed, what were his aspirations? Prior to arriving at the Stardow Forest, his singular ambition had been to become a soul master and obtain his very first soul ring. The distinction between a soul master and a soul scholar was monumental. Becoming a soul master signified the opening of a new door, leading to vast opportunities. However, he had not truly contemplated what lay ahead, as he was merely 11 years old and it was his first time away from home. Observing the bewilderment in his eyes, Tang felt a sense of delight and exchanged a knowing glance with Bei Bei. Bei Bei nodded in acknowledgement and inquired, Hua, what family members do you have? Hui Yuhao's gaze momentarily froze, then he resolutely shook his head, realizing that there was no one left but himself. Tang Ye, filled with joy, exclaimed, that is truly wonderful. Hui Yuhao was taken aback, while Bei Bei wore an expression of exasperation, lightly tapping Tang Ye on the head, questioning her manner of speech. Realizing her faux pas, Tang Ye shot Bei Bei a glare and retorted, it was not intentional. Turning to Hui Yuhao, she continued, since you have no particular thoughts, why not join our sect? Sects? Hui Yuhao had heard of such entities during his time at the Duke's mansion. In the Doloa continent, sects wield considerable influence, especially those with a rich historical legacy like the Soul Master sections. In a sense, the Duke's mansion could be regarded as a significant sect itself. Tang Ye nodded earnestly, asserting, indeed, it is a sect. Ours was once the foremost on the continent. If you join, you will never regret it. Furthermore, our sect's unique techniques are particularly suited for your cultivation. Being all alone at such a young age, joining a sect would ensure mutual care and support, which is far better than navigating the world recklessly by yourself. After all, luck cannot always be on your side. What would happen if your solitary endeavors went awry? Hui Yuhao instinctively inquired, Sister Xiaoya, what is the name of your sect? Tang Ye replied earnestly, it is the Tang Sect, once the foremost sect across the continent. Upon hearing the name Tang Sect, Hui Yuhao's body involuntarily trembled. Although the Tang Sect has since waned, its historical significance within the Doloa continent remains unparalleled by any other sect. From a tender age, his mother had regaled him with tales of the Tang Sect's legendary exploits. Established over 10,000 years ago, it is among the oldest sects. And it is said that its first leader, Tang San, altered the very fabric of the continent's destiny, laying the foundation for the evolution of soul masters. In its prime, the Tang Sect was indeed the unrivaled leader of all sections. According to legend, Tang San transcended the highest realm of soul masters, known as Tidal Doloa, ascending to an existence beyond mortality. Yet, the true outcome of his journey remained shrouded in mystery. As the millennia have passed, the legend of the Tang Sect endures, though it has long faded from the annals of history, leaving few aware of its descendants. Even the details of some of its legends have become obscure. Nevertheless, it has been said that had it not been for Tang San's foundational contributions to the future development of soul masters over 10,000 years ago, the Doloa continent might not have triumphed over the formidable forces of the Sun and Moon continent, which collided with it over 4,000 years ago, thereby unifying the two lands. Hua, have you heard of the Tang Sect? Bei Bei asked. Hui Yuhao nodded and remarked, I have heard some legends about the Tang Sect. However, I am unaware of its current location. At that moment, Tang Ye's eyes suddenly glistened with unshed tears. The Tang Sect had lost its residence, its legacy usurped. Presently, the only remaining members of the Tang Sect were herself and Bei Bei. I am the current leader of the Tang Sect, and Bei Bei is my esteemed first disciple. What? Hui Yuhao exclaimed in astonishment, observing that Tang Ye appeared only slightly older than Bei Bei. Their conversation gave no indication that they were, in fact, master and disciple. Bei Bei cleared his throat and said, as you can see, little brother Hua, the Tang Sect now consists solely of Tang Ye and me. Yet, we are determined to restore the Tang Sect to its former glory. If you are willing, we would be delighted to have you join us. There is one particular technique within the Tang Sect that would undoubtedly be well suited for your cultivation and would greatly benefit your future development. After a moment of hesitation, Hui Yuhao inquired, what will I need to do upon joining the Tang Sect? Tang Ye replied, you must continuously enhance your cultivation and grow stronger. When our sect is in need, you are expected to lend your strength. I do not wish to deceive you. Our Tang Sect has indeed fallen into decline, yet our techniques remain intact. Furthermore, it is worth noting that we once held the title of the foremost sect on the continent, which still grants us certain privileges. You must have heard of the esteemed Shrek Academy, renowned for its stringent admission criteria. However, each year, they graciously provide our Tang Sect with a guaranteed admission slot. Both Bei and I have already joined Shrek Academy, and this year, a spot has become available. If you are willing to join our Tang Sect, that slot shall be yours. As for your ability to remain at Shrek Academy, that will depend on your own efforts. This is all I can offer. But I do have one condition. Once you join the Tang Sect, you are bound to it for life. Should you ever wish to leave, you must return all the sect's secret arts. The mention of the Tang Sect ignited a spark in Hui Yuhao's eyes as he earnestly gazed at Tang Ya. Sister Xiaoya, I promise you, I am willing to join the Tang Sect. Chapter 4. Thunderous Bei expressed surprise, saying, Hua, you must think this through carefully. Joining a sect is no trivial matter. Despite our Tang Sect's current diminished state, we were once the paramount sect in the world. If you were to regret your decision in the future and betray the sect, neither I nor Tang Yu would show you any mercy. Hui Yuhao nodded and replied, Brother Bei, I have made up my mind. I have no family left, and I am still quite young. My experience in the Stardow Forest has revealed to me the perils that lie beyond. I aspire to distinguish myself and become a formidable soul master. Joining Tang Sect undoubtedly presents a shortcut. Not only will it grant me access to Shrek Academy, but it will also provide me with your guidance. Moreover, I have faith in you. Your willingness to share the challenges faced by Tang Sect resonates with me, and I can sense your sincerity. I am eager to collaborate with you in creating a splendid future for Tang Sect. Well said, Tang Yi exclaimed, embracing Hui Yuhao with excitement. Bei nodded in agreement. Recognizing that Hui Yuhao was indeed more mature than his peers, although he had only acquired his first soul ring after the age of 10, it was clear that through diligence, he could achieve greatness. Furthermore, he was a rare possessor of a spirit martial soul. Tang Sect had certainly come upon a valuable asset. The faint fragrance emanating from Tang Ya caused Hui Yuhao to blush deeply, rendering him motionless as he stood there, seemingly overwhelmed. It was Bei who intervened, saying, Xiaoya, please let him be. Only then did Tang Ya release her hold on Hui Yuhao, her face alight with joy, clearly satisfied with him. Of course, she would never admit that her initial desire for Hui Yuhao to join Tang Sect stemmed from the exquisite taste of his grilled fish. Xiao Yuhao, let us formalize your apprenticeship. With only 3 of us in Tang Sect, we do not have many formalities. If you acknowledge me as your teacher, you will officially become one of us, Tang Ya stated earnestly. Hui Yuhao nodded and, with a soft thud, bowed before Tang Ya, proclaiming, Disciple Hui Yuhao pays his respects to the teacher. Tang Ya stood still, allowing him to bow 3 times before assisting him to his feet. Well done, Yuhao. From now on, you shall be my second disciple. Allow me to introduce you to your elder brother. As she spoke, she gestured towards Bei, who stood nearby. I greet you, elder brother, Hui Yuhao said, bowing once more in respect. Bei smiled gently and replied, No need for formality, junior brother, we are now family. Tang Ya seemed to exhale with relief and continued, Yuhao, you may address me as teacher Xiaoya, just like Bei does. However, do not mimic his lack of decorum. Understood? Yes, teacher, Hui Yuhao responded, feeling a newfound sense of restraint after the initiation. Yet, the confusion in his heart began to settle. As joining the Tang Sect instilled a sense of security that he had not felt in a long time. With a swift motion, Xiaoya produced a book from an unknown source and handed it to Hui Yuhao. Little Yuhao, this is a transcription of our Tang Sect's Xiantian treasure record. It contains the profound techniques of our sect. Among them, the Xiantian skill is fundamental and will undoubtedly accelerate your cultivation when meditated upon. Your current cultivation is still shallow. Transitioning to the Xiantian skill will have no adverse effects. Bei and I will guide you in your training. In addition to the Xiantian skill, the Xiantian treasure record enumerates 5 exceptional techniques. The method of hand cultivation, Xianyu hand. The method of eye cultivation, Purple Extreme Demon Eye. The method of capture, Controlling Crane Seizing Dragon. The method of lightness, Ghost Shadow Misdirection. And the method of using hidden weapons, Hidden Weapon Mastery. Our Tang Sect is renowned for its hidden weapons. But a solid foundation is essential before one can begin training. Your current task is to start cultivating these 5 techniques. I will teach you about hidden weapons later. I previously mentioned that there is a unique technique suited for you, which refers to the Purple Extreme Demon Eye. This eye cultivation method, when mastered to a certain degree, releases formidable offensive power. Given that your martial soul is your eyes, no technique could be more fitting for you. Dedicate yourself to its practice. Taking the Xiantian treasure record from Xiaoya with care, Hui Yuhao tucked it into his bosom and expressed, Thank you, teacher. I will strive diligently in my cultivation. Bei then pressed a button on his belt, and a completely black belt, adorned with circular pieces of white jade, materialized in his hand. Junior brother, This is the Soul Guidance Device 24 Bridges Bright Moonlit Night, modeled after the one possessed by our ancestor Tang Sect. Consider it a present from your elder brother. With it, carrying your belongings will become much more convenient. As he spoke, Bei fastened the 24 Bridges Bright Moonlit Night belt around Hui Yuhao's waist and instructed him on its use. Each of the 24 jade pieces on the belt contained a half-meter cubic space for storing various items, easily accessible through the guidance of soul power. It was indeed a precious soul guidance device. Hui Yuhao's innate talent is primarily reflected in his physical condition, yet he possesses remarkable intelligence, effortlessly mastering the intricacies of the 24 Bridges Bright Moonlit Night after only a few attempts. However, during this process, his limited soul power was significantly depleted. Tang remarked, "Little Yuhao, my purpose in accompanying your elder brother this time is to hunt soul beasts and enhance our soul rings. For now, follow us. And once I complete the hunt, I shall escort you back to Shrek Academy." "Yes, teacher," Hui Yuhao replied respectfully. Tang chuckled softly, adding, "Though you have become my disciple, there is no need for such formality. With only the three of us in Tang Sect, rigidity serves no purpose." Bei interjected with a hint of irritation. "With a teacher like you, it would be strange for the disciple not to feel restrained. The day is growing late. Let us hasten our journey. Hopefully, fortune will favor us, allowing us to find suitable soul beasts to hunt on the outskirts of the Stardoe Forest." "Indeed." Tang nodded. "Let us set forth." She took the lead, while Bei grasped Hui Yuhao's hand from behind. The trio accelerated simultaneously, heading towards the Stardoe Forest. After acquiring his first soul ring, Hui Yuhao distinctly felt his cultivation level elevate significantly, especially the enhancement of his physical condition, which made the journey considerably easier. Nonetheless, compared to Tang and Bei, he still lagged behind in speed. A gentle stream of soul power emanated from Bei, nearly propelling Hui Yuhao forward without requiring him to expend much effort. As they walked, Bei began to impart wisdom to Hui Yuhao, saying, "Little junior brother, our Tang Sect Xiantian skill is one of the finest cultivation techniques on the continent. With diligent practice, you are bound to reap rewards. Allow me to explain the nuances of its operation. Remember them well." "Understood." Hui Yuhao nodded attentively, eager to absorb Bei's teachings. Bei, not only possessing an elegant demeanor but also a gentle and meticulous nature, elaborated on the cultivation methods of the Xiantian skill with great patience, detailing every nuance. Whenever Hui Yuhao encountered confusion, Bei adeptly elucidated the concepts, allowing Hui Yuhao to quickly become engrossed in the marvels of this unique technique. Tang, walking ahead, could not help but stick out her tongue, as she was fully aware that had she been the one explaining to Hui Yuhao, she would not have been as coherent as Bei. She mused that as the leader of Tang Sect, she was rather inadequate. As Bei and Hui Yuhao engaged in discussion, time slipped away unnoticed, nearly an hour passing in their exchange. The main road had vanished, replaced by dense woods, and the air grew increasingly fresh, yet a subtle, heavy atmosphere emanated from the depths of the forest. That is the general method of cultivation. The specifics, however, you must explore and experience for yourself. Should you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask me, Bei instructed Hui Yuhao. "Thank you, elder brother." Hui Yuhao's admiration for Bei steadily escalated in his narrative, naturally leading to an increased sense of reverence. At that moment, Xiaoya, who was walking ahead, suddenly let out a cold snort. Her steps became ethereal, and in an instant, she darted towards a large tree on her left. Hui Yuhao barely caught a glimpse of a flicker of cold light as a winged baboon, which had nearly taken his life earlier, plummeted from the treetop. Xiaoya, somewhat irked, remarked, "These wind baboons are the most detestable. Not only do they attack actively, but they also delight in ambushes." Hui Yuhao had not utilized his spiritual eyes moments ago, thus he failed to perceive how Xiaoya executed her move. "Teacher Xiaoya, was that a soul skill?" Xiaoya replied with a hint of pride, "No, it was a combination of our Tang Sect's ghost shadow misty steps and concealed weaponry." "Impressive, isn't it? With diligent practice, you will master it as well." At that moment, Bei's expression changed abruptly. He swiftly raised his right hand, making a feigned grasping motion towards Tang. It was evident that they often collaborated. Tang gently tapped her toes on the ground. Her body floated upwards as if weightless, drawn by the force emanating from Bei's hand. In an instant, a pitch-black shadow landed, producing a soft thud sound. Following that, a rich, sweet fragrance wafted towards them. Hui Yuhao felt a sudden dizziness in his mind, but an icy current surged forth from within him, sealing his mouth and nose. A mist of frost gently exhaled from his lips, dispersing the sweet and poisonous gas he had previously inhaled into the air. The source of this chilling current was unmistakably linked to his second martial soul. However, it was clear that he had not orchestrated this icy flow himself. As he reveled in the effects of his newfound martial soul, Tang was drawn closer by Bei Bei's gravitational pull. With a swift motion, she pressed down on Bei Bei's shoulder, curling her body and executing a somersault to land behind him. Two radiant rings of light rose from beneath her feet, a vibrant yellow pulsing rhythmically, revealing that both of her soul rings were of the century mark. In that instant, a flurry of blue vines erupted from Tangya, one of which coiled around Hui Yuhao's waist, while the others rapidly spread out into the distance. In stark contrast to Tangya, Bei Bei, who stood before Hui Yuhao, left him utterly astounded. All along, he had perceived this senior brother as gentle and cultured, always adorned with a warm smile that instilled a sense of familiarity. Yet now, he had transformed entirely. As Xiaoya soared over him, a brilliant blue light emanated from Bei Bei's forehead, swiftly expanding and enveloping his entire being. Streams of blue and purple lightning erupted like serpents, swirling around his body. On the surface, Bei Bei's transformation appeared minimal. Aside from the blue lightning symbol that had appeared on his forehead, only one aspect had visibly altered due to his martial soul's manifestation. However, this singular change bestowed upon Hui Yuhao an entirely new understanding of soul masters. The transformation occurred in Bei Bei's right arm. The sleeve on that side burst into ashes due to the arm's dramatic expansion, lengthening by over half a foot. His arm became immensely robust, covered in blue-purple scales, while his hand morphed into a claw, similarly adorned with scales. Each joint of his fingers grew exceedingly thick, and the blue-purple lightning coiling around him continuously gathered and flowed along his arm. The 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, did not orbit around him as they typically would for a soul master. Instead, they circled around this uniquely transformed arm. A soul master of the 3rd ring, only 4 or 5 years his senior, had already achieved a level above 30. Moreover, his soul rings comprised the optimal configuration of 2 century rings and 1 millennium ring. In the realm of soul rings, white signifies 10 years, yellow indicates a century. Purple represents a millennium, and the more exalted black denotes 10,000 years. The formidable soul beast that had once plagued the heavenly dream-eye silkworm, if transformed into a soul ring, would manifest as red. Previously, Hui Yuhao had learned that both Bei Bei and Tangya were merely 15 years old, with Bei Bei being slightly older. To attain the rank of soul master at such a tender age, coupled with possessing 3 rings of this caliber, aptly characterized Bei Bei as a child of destiny. In terms of cultivation, he clearly surpassed Tangya, who merely held the rank of a 20-level great soul master despite being a teacher. Amidst the cacophony of croaking, the shadow that fell to the ground swiftly sprang up, charging towards Bei Bei. With a cold snort, Bei Bei's eyes glimmered with a hint of purple, and he swung his robust right arm. Instantly, a dense electric net descended from the air, obstructing the path of the shadow. Amidst the thunderous roar of lightning, the shadow rebounded, causing Bei Bei to stagger back 3 or 4 steps, a flicker of unease crossing his face, clearly indicating that the strength of his opponent exceeded his expectations. It is the mandala snake. Ah, a millennium-level creature. How splendid. Bei Bei, I desire this one, Tangya exclaimed, her voice filled with delight rather than shock. At this moment, Hui Yuhao discerned the shadow that had attacked them, a large snake, 3 meters in length, adorned in a vibrant shade of peach pink, with a small protrusion on its forehead resembling a flower. Unlike Tangya's excitement, Bei Bei's expression was grave. Despite his status as a soul master of the soul sovereign rank, he found it challenging to contend with a 1,000-year soul beast. This difficulty stemmed from the formidable nature of his own martial soul. Were it an ordinary soul sovereign, the only option upon encountering such a beast would be to flee in terror. Xiaoya, ensure Yuhao's safety, Bei Bei commanded in a low tone, as the first soul ring on his right arm shimmered to life. With an intense surge of soul power, a dragon claw of blue-purple lightning, approximately a foot in diameter, was launched towards the mandala snake. This was the Thunder Dragon Claw, Bei Bei's first soul skill. The mandala snake, cunning as it was, had previously remained coiled on the ground. However, as soon as Bei Bei initiated his assault, it sprang into the air, its long tail whipping through the atmosphere like a streak of pink light, swiftly advancing towards Bei Bei. Rather than retreating, Bei Bei pressed forward. His body crouched low as he executed the ghost shadow step, darting swiftly to the side. Remarkably, the Thunder Dragon Claw, which he had previously hurled, veered midair and pursued the mandala snake from behind. Simultaneously, the second soul ring on his right arm ignited, unleashing countless serpentine bolts of electricity that expanded into a dazzling storm of lightning arrows, forming a net that enveloped the mandala snake. The initial thunder dragon claw had merely served to provoke the mandala snake into action, while the true trap lay in the second soul skill, the thunderous net. Once ensnared by this electric web, even if the thunder dragon claw could not inflict a debilitating blow, it would at least grant Bebe the upper hand. Yet, the power of a 1,000-year soul beast was not to be underestimated. As the electric net began to close in, a thick pink mist erupted from the mandala snake's mouth, exuding an intoxicatingly sweet aroma that was tenfold more potent than before. Tanya, sensing the danger, hastily retreated with Hui Yuhao, fearful of being contaminated, her face betraying her worry for the first time. The thunderous lightning arrows, transformed from the thunderous net, were met with the pink toxic mist, scattering like water doused upon fire. The mandala snake revealed its ferocious nature, its body surging through the air as it collided forcefully with the electric net. With an astonishing force, a gap was breached, and as it soared away, the serpent's tail undulated, the tip glowing with a brilliant pink radiance. It struck the pursuing thunderous dragon claw, shattering Bebe's first soul skill. However, Bebe's assault was not entirely in vain. As one of the most formidable beast martial souls, his offensive power was unrivaled among soul masters of the same rank. Though the mandala serpent was fierce, after overcoming 2 formidable thunder soul skills, it too was enveloped in a thin layer of electric brilliance, unable to sustain its onslaught upon landing. Bebe refrained from pursuing as well. The pink toxic mist diffused through the air, and he dared not risk exposure, swiftly retreating while producing a porcelain vial. After consuming a pill from it, he tossed the vial towards Tanya. Tanya caught the vial, poured out 2 pills, swallowing one and placing the other into Hui Yuhao's mouth. Bebe, let me assist you, Tanya said while taking the medicine. Bebe shook his head, replying, this opponent is quite tenacious. We must prepare for a prolonged battle. There may be other soul beasts lurking nearby, so you focus on providing cover while I handle it myself. And take good care of Yuhao. This was the second time Bebe had reminded Tanya to protect Hui Yuhao, and Hui Yuhao felt a surge of warmth in his heart. For the first time in his life, apart from his mother, someone cared for him so deeply, filling him with excitement. I want to help my senior brother. I am not useless. Hui Yuhao swiftly summoned his soul power, infusing it into his spiritual eye, where the newly acquired soul skill instantly illuminated his mind. Within his deep blue irises, a faint golden glow re-emerged, and a pristine white soul ring ascended from beneath his feet. At first glance, there appeared to be no other signs, yet in the next moment, Bebe and Tanya simultaneously trembled, their eyes reflecting astonishment. In their gaze, time seemed to slow, and everything around them became extraordinarily clear. A plethora of information flooded their minds in an instant. As Bebe focused on the mandra snake, he could perceive the distance between them, even registering the fluctuations in strength of every muscle on the serpent's body. Every subtle detail was vividly presented deep within his consciousness. Moreover, within a 30-meter radius, there was no need for sight. The entire environment manifested in 3-dimensional clarity within their minds. Any minor change immediately resonated within their brains. This was extraordinary. Both Bebe and Tanya instinctively thought of Hui Yuhao. Was this truly his first soul skill? How could it be so miraculous? With such a probing aid, confronting any adversary would become remarkably easier, especially against a soul beast like the mandra snake, known for its swiftness, allowing them to anticipate their foes' moves. For Bebe, who possessed sufficient offensive power, nothing could be more advantageous than this assistance. The prowess of a decade-old soul ring skill was indeed formidable, with an auxiliary capability that was truly exceptional, truly a testament to the rarity of his spiritual mutation attribute. Hui Yuhao was blissfully unaware that Bebe and Tanya attributed the marvelous display of his abilities at that moment to his mutated martial soul. In truth, he was employing not one, but 2 skills. The Millennium Spirit Ring granted him the first soul skill, mental detection, accompanied by the second soul skill, mental sharing. Both skills were auxiliary in nature, and this marked Hui Yuhao's inaugural use of them. Although he had yet to fully grasp the intricacies of these soul skills, they proved to be immensely beneficial nonetheless, given his current physical strength. The soul skills provided by the spirit ring transformed from the Dream Eye silkworm were equivalent in potency to that of a 400-year spirit beast. Consequently, the range of both mental detection and mental sharing extended to approximately 30 meters in diameter. However, at his present capabilities, he could only share his mental detection ability with up to 3 targets simultaneously. Beyond that, he would be unable to manage. The consumption of soul power for these two skills was minimal, yet they did require a certain expenditure of Hui Yuhao's mental energy. It could be said that he was sustaining both skills with a combination of mental and soul power, with his current cultivation level. Supporting them for at least a quarter of an hour posed no issue. The exact duration of support would only be determined through further experimentation. A deep, resonant rumble suddenly erupted from Bei, who was enveloped in a vibrant blue-purple lightning aura. The scales on his right arm swiftly spread across his body, covering his right chest, and his aura surged dramatically. At this moment, the purple third soul ring radiated a dazzling brilliance. The skill derived from the thousand-year spirit ring, Thunderous Wrath, was unleashed. As the possessor of the most formidable beast martial soul, this third soul skill could elevate Bei's soul power attack effectiveness by over 50%, with the lightning attribute increasing exponentially. While not a direct attack skill, it nonetheless propelled Bei's state to an exceedingly formidable level. Even some four-ring soul ancestors, if their martial souls were relatively weak, would find themselves no match for him. Though Bei was still young, he possessed an abundance of combat experience. With Hui Yuhao's mental detection and mental sharing providing support, he recognized that his opportunity had arrived. Uncertain of how long Hui Yuhao could maintain this state, he immediately channeled his full strength to unleash his most formidable abilities. Within the dragon claw formed by his right hand, blue-purple lightning danced, coalescing into a thunderous dragon claw that was now twice the size of its predecessor. However, this time Bei refrained from launching it directly. Instead, he swiftly darted toward the thousand-year mandala snake. The mandala snake, possessing a degree of cunning due to its thousand-year cultivation, sensed the considerable danger emanating from Bei. With no time to spare to counterattack, it expelled a cloud of venomous mist before hastily retreating. Humph! Bei let out a cold snort, his gaze suddenly deepening, as a cascade of sparkling electric energy erupted from him, dispelling the toxic mist. At that moment, his right hand, transformed into a thunderous dragon claw, struck the air to the left front. It was then that Hui Yuhao's mental detection capabilities fully manifested, thanks to his shared mental probing. Bei was able to anticipate the enemy's movements. As the mandala snake leaped, it fled directly towards Bei's left front, unwittingly entering the path of a tremendous pulling force. As if it had willingly delivered itself into Bei's grasp, the immense suction halted the mandala snake's momentum, drawing it inexorably towards Bei. Faced with the life and death crisis, the mandala snake erupted in a fierce response, a vivid pink light igniting from its head. A piercing hiss echoed as the floral protrusion atop its head exploded, sending forth a pink blood arrow aimed directly at Bei. Yet, Bei was once again prepared, at the very instant the floral protrusion burst. His thunderous dragon claw struck with ferocity, colliding with the mandala snake at the moment of explosion. The pink blood arrow barely traveled a few inches before being shattered. But Bei broke into a cold sweat, for the moment his claw came into contact with that blood, it too was tinged pink. Had he not anticipated the danger, the consequences of this contamination could have been dire. In a flash, Bei lunged forward. This time, the millennium mandala snake found itself utterly devoid of resistance, as Bei's right claw accurately seized it at its vital point, attempting to entangle Bei with its body. It was met with a devastating surge of lightning that rendered it unconscious. Renowned for its formidable physique and lightning-fast speed, the millennium mandala snake proved to be of little consequence in the hands of Bei, who possessed a powerful martial soul. In a state of thunderous fury, Bei exerted his strength, audibly cracking the snake's head, its bones threatening to shatter at any moment. "Sure ya," Bei called out. Tang Yi would not let such an opportunity slip by. She swiftly joined Bei at the mandala snake's side, brandishing a dagger about half a foot long. With precision, she drove the blade into the open mouth that Bei had pried apart, ending the life of the millennium mandala snake. As the electric light receded, Bei finally exhaled in relief, while a circle of purple soul rings began to coalesce around the snake's head. Tang Yi looked at Bei with excitement, and he nodded in encouragement to begin. They had not anticipated encountering a millennium soul beast even in the outskirts of the Stardoe forest. The quality of soul beasts within this forest was evidently on the rise. Tang Yi smiled brightly. "I never expected it to go so smoothly. Please guard me." As she spoke, she swiftly settled cross-legged beside the mandala serpent, a radiant blue luminescence igniting at her right hand. With a gentle lift of her delicate fingers, she lightly tapped the purple soul ring hovering above the serpent, instantly drawing it towards her being, absorbed by the blue light emanating from her hand. Tang Yi's smile faded as she concentrated intently on assimilating the soul ring. It was then that Hui Yuhao realized that Tang Ye had reached the threshold of the 30th level. Her and Bei Bei's venture into the Star Doe Forest was likely aimed at finding a suitable third soul ring for her. However, what was Xiaoya's martial soul? The azure vines? Xiaoya's martial soul is blue silver grass, Bei Bei gently clarified, seemingly attuned to Hui Yuhao's curiosity. Blue silver grass? Similar to that legendary figure from the Tang Sect? Hui Yuhao exclaimed in astonishment. Bei Bei nodded, stating, a millennium ago. The first sect master of the Tang Sect achieved greatness through the blue silver grass martial soul. He ascended to divinity, yet left no descendants within the Tang Sect. In his honor, the successors of the Tang Sect have remained steadfast in choosing sect leaders who bear the blue silver grass as a symbol of glory, diligently nurturing soul masters endowed with this martial soul. Alas, it has been proven that not everyone can wield its formidable power, since that legendary figure's departure from the realm. No one possessing the blue silver grass martial soul has stood atop the continent. Nonetheless, this tradition endures, unaltered by time. Xiaoyu exhibits considerable talent with the blue silver grass. May she achieve a breakthrough? Hui Yuhao inquired with a hint of curiosity, senior brother. If the Tang Sect of yours was indeed as formidable as the legends suggest, what then led to its decline? Bei Bei responded with a gentle smile. This question will gradually unveil itself to you once you arrive at Shrek Academy. There are numerous internal and external factors at play. Now, with only a handful of us remaining in the Tang Sect, it may not necessarily be a misfortune, at the very least. Certain constraints that once bound us have become increasingly ineffectual. However, you, my junior brother, have truly astonished me. Hui Yuhao naturally understood that Bei Bei was referring to the soul skill he had just employed, and he couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed as he scratched his head. I was merely experimenting. It would be wonderful if it proved effective. Bei Bei replied earnestly. It is far more than just effective. I have no confidence in dealing with a millennium soul beast, and had it not been for your extraordinary spiritual abilities assisting me, I would have found it exceedingly difficult to escape unscathed just now. Previously, when he faced the mandala serpent at a critical juncture, Hui Yuhao's shared spiritual detection enabled Bei Bei to accurately anticipate the serpent's movements each time. Furthermore, the most pivotal moment arose when the mandala serpent's crown erupted. In that instant, within the realm of spiritual detection, Bei Bei distinctly sensed a radiant sensation emanating from the serpent's crown, something he could not perceive with his own eyes. Entirely derived from Hui Yuhao's three-dimensional spiritual detection, this allowed him to instinctively react at the first moment. Otherwise, a mere touch of that venomous blood would have likely prevented his escape. This experience made Bei Bei acutely aware of the immense impact of Hui Yuhao's recently demonstrated skill during combat. He conservatively estimated that with Hui Yuhao's assistance through this skill, his own strength could be augmented by at least 20 to 30%. Such an enhancement is truly remarkable. Moreover, this is merely the first skill Hui Yuhao has exhibited. Hui Yuhao, with lingering fear, remarked, that serpent was truly formidable. Senior brother, what kind of soul beast is it? Bei Bei responded, it is known as the mandala snake. Possessing an exceptionally potent venom, not only does it induce paralysis, but it also inflicts severe damage on the nervous system, making it one of the most terrifying entities among poison attribute soul beasts. Its body is remarkably resilient, impervious to ordinary blades, with only its mouth and eyes serving as vulnerabilities. However, the mandala snake is adept at guarding these critical areas, and its speed is astonishingly swift. The most alarming aspect of it is its aggressiveness. Once it has targeted an opponent, it seldom relinquishes its pursuit. Chapter 5. A glimpse of the path. Due to its innate strength and toxic nature, the mandala snake has few natural enemies. Before reaching a millennium of cultivation, its body is a deep green, growing 1 meter every century. As it approaches the millennium mark, its length can reach nearly 10 meters. Upon surpassing a millennium, its power becomes concentrated, prompting a series of molts. Not only does its coloration shift from deep green to pink, but its length also retracts to 1 meter, subsequently increasing by a meter every century thereafter. After 2 millennia of cultivation, as its body reverts, the pink hue deepens. Judging by the color and length of the mandala snake we just encountered, it is likely cultivated for over 1,300 years. Without your assistance, I fear that defeating it would have come at a significant cost. Of course, what Bei Bei did not mention was that, had Hui Yuhao not been present, he and Tang Ye would not have found it overly difficult to slay the mandala snake, or else they would not have dared to venture into the Star Doe Forest. As he listened to Bei Bei's exposition, Hui Yuhao gained further insight. It was astonishing to learn of the mandala snake's extraordinary nature. He pondered whether its cultivation would lead to an even greater transformation upon reaching 10,000 years. Bei nodded in affirmation, stating, "A 10,000-year mandala snake would turn a striking yellow, a truly fearsome existence. Even a soul king of level 50 would hesitate to provoke such a creature. Only a soul emperor of level 60 would stand a chance of victory. Junior brother, while Xiaoyu absorbs her soul ring, please tell me about your soul skills. What is the name of the skill you just used, and how long can you maintain it? This is of great importance." Previously, Hu Hao had received a reminder from the heavenly Dream Eye silkworm, cautioning him against disclosing its matters. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "Senior brother, the skill I just demonstrated is known as mental detection sharing. As you have sensed, it currently operates within a diameter of approximately 30 meters. I anticipate that as my soul power increases, this range will expand further. I am uncertain of how long I can maintain it. But it seems that the consumption of soul power for this skill is relatively minimal. Is that so?" Bei exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at him incredulously. "A skill of such significant utility consumes so little soul power? Your spiritual martial soul appears to be extraordinarily formidable. And your soul ring originates from a 10-year soul beast, the wind baboon. This truly perplexes me. On our Dolua continent, the study of martial souls has surpassed 10,000 years, yet I have never encountered any records that describe a phenomenon like yours. It is simply unfathomable." Hu Hao lowered his head and said, "I am uncertain as to the reason." After a moment of contemplation, Bei smiled and replied, "Junior brother, there is no need for you to overthink this. Possessing a formidable soul skill is undoubtedly a positive development. With this foundational soul skill, it is likely that any soul master will be eager to collaborate with you in the future. However, junior brother, as a spirit attribute soul master, do you intend to pursue the path of a support-type soul master or that of a control-type battle soul master?" Hu Hao was taken aback, uncertain of how to respond. Bei remarked, "Choosing your cultivation path is of utmost importance, as it will significantly influence your future selections of soul rings and skills, as well as your cultivation tendencies. Although your spiritual attribute has only just acquired its first soul ring, it has already demonstrated immense potential. To confine it merely to a supportive role would be a considerable waste. While I am unsure of the spiritual attribute skills you may obtain in the future, I am inclined to guide you towards becoming a control-type battle soul master, focusing on mental manipulation. If all goes well, you might even emerge as a core member of a team in the future." "A team? Is it essential for soul masters to have a team?" Hu Hao inquired curiously. Throughout his life, he had relied solely on himself for cultivation, exploring everything independently, never having received guidance from anyone. Now, having joined Tang Sect, this senior brother was more significant to him than a teacher. In less than half a day, he had imparted a wealth of knowledge. Bei patiently explained, "Our profession as soul masters has evolved over many years, and the concept of teamwork took shape under the influence of the legendary pioneers who founded our Tang Sect millennia ago. Back then, he and his companions were known as the Shrek 7 Monsters. Each of the 7 possessed formidable abilities, and when combined, they could unleash exponentially greater combat power. Since then, cooperation among soul masters has become an essential path for development, as the strength of an individual is invariably limited. For instance, the synergy between you and me during our recent collaboration made the battle significantly easier for me. Xiaoyu and I also share various cooperative strategies. Generally, a soul master team comprises no more than 10 individuals, including defensive battle soul masters, offensive attack-type battle soul masters, and control-type battle soul masters responsible for commanding and managing the battlefield. These 3 roles are paramount within a team. Additionally, there are auxiliary weapon soul masters, supportive food-type soul masters, agility-type soul masters, and others, each contributing uniquely to the team's dynamics." Hu Hao exclaimed in realization, "So, does that mean you are a formidable assault-type soul master, senior brother?" Bei smiled and nodded, replying, "My martial soul is the blue lightning tyrant dragon, which is considered quite powerful among beast martial souls. I excel in offensive capabilities. As for Xiaoyu, her martial soul, the blue silvergrass, aligns her with the legendary ancestral figures of the Tang Sect, classifying her as a control-type soul master. However, her control primarily manifests through the blue silvergrass. If you could also become a control-type soul master, combining your mental control abilities with Xiaoya's blue silvergrass, you could lead a formidable team of soul masters without even needing a support-type soul master." Hu Hao nodded earnestly, acknowledging his elder brother's guidance. I will strive towards becoming a control system soul master. However, I must confess that my innate talent is rather lacking, and my progress is painfully slow. As he uttered these words, he could not help but lower his gaze. At 11 years of age, having only just attained the first ring, he felt acutely aware of his inferior talent in comparison to both Bei Bei and Tang. Bei Bei gently patted Hui Yuhao's head, a smile gracing his face. Talent is merely one facet of success. In the past, you likely lacked proper guidance in your cultivation, and without suitable techniques. It is commendable that you have reached this stage through sheer effort. Furthermore, your martial soul possesses significant potential for future development. Therefore, there is no need for self-pity. It would be far more beneficial to dedicate yourself to rigorous practice. If you can achieve a breakthrough to level 30 or above before the age of 20, there remains hope for you to become a formidable soul master. Both Tang Yu and I will do our utmost to assist you. Thank you, elder brother, Hui Yuhao replied, his face a canvas of gratitude. Bei Bei, with a gentle touch on his shoulder, remarked, perhaps encountering you is a stroke of fortune for both myself and Tang Yu. We have swiftly resolved her promotion issue. Once she concludes her soul ring absorption, we can return to the academy, for this place is not conducive to cultivation. In the meantime, you may reflect on the cultivation methods of the Xiantian skill that I shared with you, and once we find a safe location, you can commence your practice. Understood, Hui Yuhao responded respectfully. In his heart, he regarded Bei Bei as a mentor, perhaps even more so than Tang Yu. Oh, by the way, junior brother, didn't you mention uncertainty regarding the duration of your skills? Why not conduct an experiment? This will not only enhance our combat coordination in the future, but also allow you to better understand your own abilities and familiarize yourself with the newly acquired skills. At Bei Bei's suggestion, Hui Yuhao once more unleashed his mental detection sharing. A soft golden light flickered in his eyes as a three-dimensional image within a 30-meter radius materialized once again in the minds of both him and Bei Bei. The mental detection was all-encompassing, capable of discerning even the slightest changes with clarity. As Hui Yuhao delved into the intricacies of his two skills, Bei Bei similarly felt the advantages bestowed upon him by this mental augmentation. The more he experienced it, the more astonished he became. This mental detection sharing was not merely a tool for assistance, but rather akin to acquiring an additional brain capable of making judgments. Within a 30-meter radius, every detail was laid bare, devoid of any blind spots. With this skill, it felt as though countless eyes were observing from every conceivable angle, scrutinizing with the utmost precision. What astonished him even more lay ahead. As Hui Yuhao wielded his soul skills, he appeared remarkably at ease, showing no signs of fatigue. Through their shared mental perception, they could even sense the subtle changes in Tang Yu's body as she harmonized with her soul rings. Her figure seemed to elongate slightly, her aura burgeoning with astonishing vigor, her skin gleaming with a newfound luster, and her vitality surging. In the blink of an eye, a quarter of an hour had elapsed, and Hui Yuhao's complexion had merely paled a tad. Bei Bei silently admired him. Such an extended mental probe was more than sufficient for a battle. Moreover, Hui Yuhao's mental perception ability extended beyond combat, proving invaluable in other scenarios, such as during adventures or while searching for soul beasts. If he could indeed expand this range with his cultivation, it would truly be regarded as a miraculous skill. At last, after nearly half an hour of maintaining his skill, Hui Yuhao could no longer persevere. His body swayed, and he terminated the mental sharing. A fierce throbbing pain surged through his mind, and the intense dizziness nearly caused him to collapse. He hastily settled into a cross-legged position, commencing meditation to replenish his depleting soul power and mental energy. This was the first time Hui Yuhao had experienced the torment of mental exhaustion. The sensation of a blank mind was anything but pleasant. Bei Bei had been observing him quietly. When he saw Hui Yuhao, despite his exhaustion, managed to remain upright and initiate meditation, a subtle smile crept onto his face as he nodded in approval. In his eyes, character outweighed innate talent. Undoubtedly, this junior disciple had passed his test. The absorption of a millennium soul ring required considerable time. Bei Bei scattered some soul beast deterrent potions around their vicinity. Their fortune was commendable. During Tang Yu's cultivation, only a few decade and century-level soul beasts had appeared, all of which Bei Bei successfully repelled. They had not encountered any thousand-year level entities, thus avoiding perilous situations. With a long exhale, Tang Yu slowly opened her eyes, her bright gaze shimmering with brilliance, her spirit significantly elevated. In the journey of a soul master, reaching the 30th level marked a crucial threshold. Crossing this barrier into the realm of soul sovereign signified true strength, heralding boundless potential for the future. Many soul masters, burdened with lesser talents, could spend their entire lives unable to break through the 30th level bottleneck. Success! Tanya exclaimed joyfully, leaping from the ground. As she summoned her soul power, 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings swiftly ascended from her feet. The most striking was the 1,000-year level purple soul ring, radiating a noble aura. From that moment on, Tanya's prowess had irrevocably entered a new echelon. Bebe smiled and said, Xiaoya, congratulations. Tanya cheered, suddenly throwing herself into his embrace, exclaiming, Bebe, thank you. Bebe embraced her delicate form, a smile on his face infused with a hint of affection. I vowed to help you realize your dreams, and I shall certainly fulfill that promise. Tanya, nestled in Bebe's embrace, inadvertently caught sight of a pair of wide eyes gazing at her in astonishment. Suddenly reminded of the presence of others, she swiftly extricated herself from Bebe's hold and, feeling a touch of embarrassment, addressed the sparkling-eyed Hui Yuhao. What are you staring at? Haven't you ever seen a student-teacher romance before? Hui Yuhao candidly remarked, I have never witnessed such a thing, as he observed Bebe and Tanya embracing each other. An inexplicable sense of envy welled up within him, yet he felt no trace of jealousy. Indeed, the elder brother and teacher Xiaoyu appeared to be a most harmonious match. Bebe cleared his throat and stated, Well, since you have completed the absorption of your soul ring, we should hasten our departure from this place. Over the years, incidents involving soul masters in the Stardow Forest have become increasingly frequent, and with 1,000-year soul beasts lurking even in these outer regions. It is advisable that we leave as soon as possible. Tanya nodded in agreement and said, Let us go. By this time, darkness had descended, and camping in the Stardow Forest was evidently ill-advised. The 3 companions, disregarding their fatigue, swiftly made their exit. Reinvigorated, Hui Yuhao activated his mental detection sharing once more, providing them with an added layer of security during their exit from the Stardow Forest, even allowing them to evade a 1,000-year soul beast that was not particularly prone to aggression. After an hour of rapid travel, they finally returned to the small stream where they had previously enjoyed grilled fish, now situated several dozen miles away from the Stardow Forest, with danger significantly receded. Hui Yuhao once again found himself conscripted, and under Tanya's strong insistence, he resumed his role as the fish chef. However, this time, he was not involved in the fishing. Bebe merely dipped his right hand into the stream, and with a flash of blue-purple electric light, a dozen stunned catfish floated to the surface, which he then effortlessly summoned to the bank using his technique. They soon had their meal prepared. Tanya also produced some provisions carried by her soul guide device, and the trio sat together for a sumptuous dinner. In high spirits, Tanya ended up eating a bit too much and, feeling satiated, fell asleep leaning against a large tree by the campfire. In contrast, Hui Yuhao, who had garnered greater rewards, did not succumb to slumber, battling against the dual fatigue of body and spirit. He requested Bebe's guidance to commence his first practice of the Xiantian Gong. Bebe admired Hui Yuhao's diligence greatly. After draping his outer garment over Tanya, he began to elucidate the essentials of Xiantian Gong to Hui Yuhao, assisting him in embarking on meditation. The pathway of the Xiantian Gong was considerably more intricate than Hui Yuhao's foundational meditation technique, involving at least 10 times the number of meridians. Many of these channels had never even been traversed by Hui Yuhao's soul power. To ensure Hui Yuhao's safety during his practice, Bebe sat cross-legged behind him, pressing his hands against Hui Yuhao's back, gradually channeling his own soul power into Hui Yuhao's body, guiding his soul energy for this inaugural exercise. Yet, as the guidance began, Bebe's expression shifted to one of seriousness. Hui Yuhao possessed a high level of comprehension and intelligence. However, he was undeniably lacking in physical aptitude. Once Bebe's soul power entered Hui Yuhao's body, he discovered that his meridians were exceedingly narrow, with certain areas being quite fragile, necessitating a gentle approach to their unblocking. There were even signs of turbulence at some junctions where multiple meridians converged. At that moment, Bebe realized how arduous it had been for Hui Yuhao to reach his current level, possessing a first soul ring. Despite the natural improvements that accompany the first soul ring, Hui Yuhao's meridians remained weak, indicating his inferior physical endowment, even when compared to some ordinary individuals who had not awakened soul power. One could only ponder the sheer perseverance required to cultivate soul power to the 10th level and become a soul master. Bebe, with his composed nature, found no disappointment in Hui Yuhao's condition. Rather, he felt a deepened respect. Given Hui Yuhao's age, his resolute spirit demonstrated that even with lesser talent, he could still achieve remarkable feats in the future. Through his examination of Hui Yuhao's physical state, Bei speculated that the formidable ability of Hui Yuhao's spirit, a martial soul, was likely related to its mutation. While the mutated martial soul was indeed potent, it had taken a toll on Hui Yuhao's body during his formative years. Without proper care, this had resulted in his current physical shortcomings. Had he received adequate treatment immediately after birth, perhaps this young disciple could have been a prodigy. Bei's conjecture was only partially correct. Hui Yuhao's frailty stemmed from the shortcomings caused by the mutation of his martial soul, compounded by the lack of sufficient nurturing thereafter. The formidable prowess of the spiritual eye skill is predominantly attributed to the augmentation provided by the million-year wisdom soul ring, the heavenly dream eye silkworm. As the dark sky gradually transitioned into a deep azure hue, and a hint of pearly white emerged in the distant east, Bei slowly withdrew his palms, exhaling deeply, his pale visage revealing an unmistakable weariness. He had devoted an entire night to assisting Hui Yuhao in clearing his meridians, guiding him through the initial cycle of the Xiantian skill. This endeavor was exceedingly arduous. However, it bore immense benefits for Hui Yuhao. With a cough, a mouthful of stagnant blood erupted from Hui Yuhao's lips, and he opened his eyes. In that moment, Hui Yuhao felt as though all 36,000 pores of his body had opened, an unprecedented sensation of refreshment coursing through him. The expelled blood was a residue of stagnation and impurities within his meridians, and after Bei's tireless efforts throughout the night, these pathways were finally unblocked. Although the meridians remained delicate and frail, they were now sufficiently clear for the flow of soul power, enabling Hui Yuhao to nurture his cultivation in the future. It could be said that his constitution had been altered to a certain extent, despite Bei being a distinguished peer among his contemporaries and a formidable soul ancestor. He too was utterly fatigued after guiding Hui Yuhao. Junior brother, rise and gaze towards the east. Follow my lead in circulating your energy. Focus your vision, Bei urged, suppressing his exhaustion as he pressed his hands firmly upon Hui Yuhao's shoulders. At that moment, Tangya, who had been sound asleep, awakened and sprang to Bei's side. The three of them widened their eyes, gazing towards the east, where a gradually brightening pearly white hue appeared on the horizon, seemingly flickering with a faint trace of purple energy. Such a phenomenon could only be perceived by those with remarkable eyesight and unwavering concentration. The emergence of the purple energy sharpened their focus entirely, rendering them breathless as they inhaled softly and slowly, their gazes fixed intently upon the ephemeral violet glow. The purple energy did not linger long. As the dawn's light began to envelop the eastern pearly white, the violet hue dissipated entirely. Only then did the trio gently close their eyes, exhaling deeply to release the impurities within. Bei and Tangya expelled streams of white energy, akin to flowing silk, which gradually dispersed after several inhalations and exhalations. Although Hui Yuhao's cultivation level was far inferior to that of his esteemed teacher, Xiaoya, and his senior brother, at that very moment his astonishment was unparalleled, as he beheld the distant hint of purple in the eastern sky. A profound warmth seemed to flow into his mind through his spiritual eyes, bestowing upon them an unprecedented clarity. It was as if his vision had been remarkably enhanced, allowing him to perceive everything with extraordinary acuity, even without the infusion of soul power. The very perspective from which he viewed the world appeared to expand in an instant. When he closed his eyes, the purple essence gradually permeated his eyelids and seeped into his gaze, prompting his spiritual eyes to naturally draw upon the soul power within him to merge with this ethereal purple energy. The initial warmth slowly transformed into a gentle coolness, an indescribable comfort enveloping him. This was the purple extreme demon eye, the very technique that Xiaoya had declared to be most suitable for his cultivation. Remarkably, this was merely his first attempt, yet he had already experienced such remarkable effects. Hui Yuhao felt that the soul power he had painstakingly cultivated over months paled in comparison to the efficacy of this ephemeral eastern purple aura. After a full quarter of an hour, the refreshing coolness gradually dissipated. Upon reopening his eyes, he discovered a subtle yet discernible hint of purple deep within the depths of his clear, deep blue irises. It appeared that the results were indeed promising. Tangya looked upon Hui Yuhao with satisfaction. Hui Yuhao hurriedly rose to his feet, respectfully expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, master. Thank you, senior brother." The purple hue in Bei's eyes gradually faded, yet his complexion remained pallid. He patted Hui Yuhao's shoulder and said, "From now on, we are family, so there is no need for thanks. I need to rest for a while. It seems we will be departing a bit later. Teacher Xiaoya, please prepare some food." Junior brother, practice the Xiantian Gong once more to consolidate the memories from last night. Understood. Hui Yuhao's respect for his senior brother deepened with each passing moment. Upon hearing the instructions, he immediately seated himself and began to circulate his soul power according to the Xiantian Gong's methodology. With the profound memories from last night and Bei Bei's guidance, he found it considerably easier to channel his soul power. The soul power, initially acquired through meditation, gradually transformed into a faint white hue as it flowed along the refined route of the Xiantian Gong, with noticeable impurities being eliminated in the process. An hour later, Bei Bei was the first to awaken from his meditation. His already formidable cultivation quickly dispelled any fatigue. Tang handed him some provisions and quietly inquired, "How is it?" Bei Bei smiled slightly and replied, "You were right this time. Junior brother is indeed a promising talent. His physical condition may not be ideal, but his comprehension is commendable. Moreover, he possesses resilience and a calm disposition, truly a good seedling. Furthermore, the Xiantian Gong itself has health benefits. Prolonged practice will aid in repairing his internal meridians, making it the most suitable technique for him. As for his future development, it will depend on his own efforts and opportunities. All we can do is open a door for him. How far he goes will depend on himself." Tang softly replied, "Thank you." Bei Bei chuckled. "What has gotten into you? You rarely express gratitude to me. Is it because of junior brother? I hope I'm not cultivating a rival in love." Tang playfully punched him, exclaiming, "You know exactly what I'm thanking you for, so stop pretending to be foolish." Bei Bei gently wrapped his arms around Tang. Confessing, Xiaoya, I admit that my initial agreement to join the Tang Sect was because I had fallen for you at first sight. However, as I practiced the Tang Sect's techniques, I increasingly realized the profound heritage of our sect. Though the Tang Sect may have declined, if we can rejuvenate it through our own efforts, wouldn't that be an intriguing endeavor? Thus, my dedication is no longer solely because of you, but also for the sake of the Tang Sect itself. Tang blinked her large eyes and said, "So, does that mean that even if I no longer have feelings for you, you would still strive for the future of the Tang Sect?" Bei Bei's expression shifted, and he responded, slightly exasperated, "Please act normally." Hee. Tang laughed. "I simply enjoy seeing your true colors. You always maintain such a pretentious demeanor. Aren't you exhausted?" Bei Bei playfully flicked her forehead, retorting, "That's called being well-mannered. Not everyone is as transparent as you." Tang grasped his hand, feigning a pout. "You mustn't flick my forehead again. That's disrespectful to our master. By the way, do you think Xiao Yuhao will be able to persevere at the academy?" Bei Bei shook her head and replied, "It is difficult to say. It ultimately depends on him. I can only assert that if he truly perseveres and remains at the academy for a full 12 years, his future achievements may even surpass mine." Tang was taken aback, surprised by the high regard in which Bei Bei held him. Bei Bei smiled gently and continued, "The uniqueness of his mutated martial soul is quite remarkable. Let me provide an example for clarity. The differences between his first and second uses of mental detection sharing indicate that his mastery of this skill is still developing. However, it has already provided us with significant enhancements. Moreover, as he mentioned, this skill seems to possess the potential for evolution. If every soul skill he acquires in the future reaches this caliber, he is destined to become a top-tier spirit control battle soul master," Tang remarked. "But his self-defense capabilities are somewhat lacking, at least until he reaches a certain level of cultivation." Bei Bei countered, "No, you're mistaken. He does not require self-defense. For even with just the soul skill he currently possesses, it ensures that he will never be without companions." The duration of Hui Yuhao's cultivation exceeded the expectations of Tang and Bei Bei, for he engaged in his practice until noon. During this time, Bei Bei meticulously observed the pathways of his Xiantian skill with unwavering precision. It can be said that Hui Yuhao had genuinely made significant progress in his cultivation through this experience. Once he emerged from his meditative state and partook of some sustenance, the trio set forth on their journey, heading westward. The majority of the Star Do Forest lies within the territory of the Star Luo Empire, with only a small portion residing in the Heaven Do Empire. Shrek Academy is located to the northwest of the Star Do Forest, not far from it. Tang and Bei Bei chose to enter the forest from the southern approach because this direction harbors relatively fewer formidable soul beasts, rendering it a safer route. In contrast, the soul beasts in the direction of Shrek Academy are the most powerful. This is due to the frequent incursions of Academy students into the Star Do Forest to hunt soul beasts, which has fostered deep animosity among the powerful soul beasts residing there. There have even been significant incidents where numerous soul beasts surged from the forest to launch a beast tide against Shrek Academy. Consequently, within the Academy, individuals below the rank of Soul King are prohibited from entering the Star Do Forest directly. Even those of Soul King rank must be accompanied by a mentor to gain entry. Hui Yuhao and his companions hastened towards Shrek Academy, their pace not particularly swift, as they needed to navigate around the Stardow Forest, making their journey nearly 1,000 miles. Along the way, Tang and Bei Bei imparted the profound secrets of the Tang Sect to him. Among these teachings, Hui Yuhao found the greatest understanding in the Xiantian skill and the purple extreme magic eyes, while his grasp of the crane control and dragon capture, ghostly shadow steps, and Xian Yuhan remained merely at the threshold of comprehension. The diligence of Hui Yuhao profoundly astonished Tang and Bei Bei. At merely 11 years of age, he not only prioritized his training during their journey, but also seized every opportunity to enhance his soul power after listening to Bei Bei's insights on the incremental benefits of continuously employing soul skills. As long as he could endure, he tirelessly engaged in spiritual sensing and sharing. The moment they paused, he would immediately commence practicing the Xiantian skill. While traveling, he adeptly released skills, all the while contemplating the intricacies of the ghost shadow step, the control crane and capturing dragon technique, and the Xian Yuhan. It was precisely because Hui Yuhao often entered a deep meditative state for prolonged periods while practicing the Xiantian skill that their progress towards Shrek Academy was impeded. However, Bei Bei and Tang refrained from urging him, and under his influence, they even extended their own training time. Xiaya, if you could muster even half the effort of our junior brother, with your innate talent, you would likely surpass me by now, Bei Bei remarked. Observing Hui Yuhao seated cross-legged beneath a grand tree, deeply engrossed in his training, Tang scoffed, "Are you truly diligent? You hardly compare to Yuhao." Yet, it seemed as though he harbored some inner turmoil, a driving force behind his relentless efforts, the nature of which remained uncertain. Having a goal is never a bad thing. Bei Bei smiled. Moreover, he is still young. Under our subtle influence, his inner conflicts will inevitably unravel. What is most crucial for him now is to break through the 30th level before he turns 20. At that moment, Hui Yuhao emerged from his meditation, a faint white aura swirling around his mouth and nose. Upon opening his eyes, a glimmer of golden light flickered within his clear gaze, as if his spiritual perception had become even more acute. Hui Yuhao's diligent cultivation is undoubtedly aimed at achieving prominence. Yet the more significant aspect lies in the transformative nature of his physique following the practice of the Xiantian skill. With the assistance of Bei Bei and Tang, his constitution has experienced notable enhancement, and indeed, Xiantian skill is a remarkably exceptional technique. They have traversed the road for 4 days, during which Hui Yuhao has likewise been immersed in the cultivation of Xiantian skill. Over these 4 days, his soul power has entirely metamorphosed into the soul power requisite for the cultivation of Xiantian skill. Throughout this transformation, his previously chaotic and impure soul power has gradually refined into a state of purity. Each session of cultivation leaves him enveloped in a warm, indescribable comfort that surpasses even the restorative effects of sleep. Although the increase in total soul power may not be substantial, the complete replacement with the refined soul power of Xiantian skill enables Hui Yuhao to distinctly perceive the changes in his bodily functions and the enhancement of his soul power's endurance. Such a remarkable advancement is unprecedented in his cultivation history. How could he not exert himself diligently? Xiao Yuhao, you mustn't remain so tense all the time. It's essential to take a break, Tang admonished seriously. Otherwise, if this continues for too long, you might end up becoming nothing more than a wooden figure. Hui Yuhao nodded and replied, "Yes, teacher Tang." Tang chuckled softly and said, "Please don't be so earnest and obedient. It's rather dull. Come on. We are nearly at the academy. You've been so immersed in your training these past few days that I haven't had the chance to share some important information about the academy with you. Now that you have a moment to rest and clear your mind, allow me to enlighten you." Chapter 6. The First Academy of Delaw Continent. Hui Yuhao had initially intended to continue pondering the grappling techniques that Bei Bei had taught him the previous day. But Tang's words momentarily distracted him. The three of them rose and continued their journey, during which Tang began to introduce Hui Yuhao to the intricacies of Shrek Academy. Founded over 10,000 years ago, the term Shrek in ancient language signifies monster, implying that the original creators of Shrek Academy aimed to establish a school for prodigies. The earliest motto of Shrek Academy stated that it would cultivate only monsters, not ordinary individuals. In this context, monsters referred specifically to geniuses. Notably, the founder of the continent's foremost sect, the Tang Sect, was also a graduate of Shrek Academy. It was during his generation that the academy achieved its initial splendor. At that time, Shrek Academy was comprised of only 7 students, who became renowned in its history as the Shrek 7 Monsters. The tales of the Shrek Seven Monsters have long circulated across the continent, with the most famous being the couple who led the Tang Sect. Although the Tang Sect eventually declined, Shrek Academy remained resilient and, with the passage of time, gradually ascended to the status of the continent's preeminent academy. Today, Shrek Academy holds a position of great significance across the continent, a phenomenon rooted in the Continental War that ensued over 4,000 years ago after the collision between the Sun-Moon continent and Dolua continent. Initially, the three great empires of Dolua continent were embroiled in discord, which placed them at a disadvantage during the early stages of the war, leading to incursions by the forces of the Sun-Moon continent into Dolua territory. At this critical juncture, the president of Shrek Academy rallied a call to arms, successfully assembling nearly 60 title Dolua-level superlative warriors from across the continent. They became the temporary commanders of the three armies, decisively defeating the forces of the Sun-Moon Empire and ultimately securing victory in the war, unifying the continent under the name of Dolua continent. The Sun-Moon Empire was compelled to cede territory and pay reparations to survive, but its military strength was significantly diminished, rendering it unable to contend with the coalition of the three great empires of Dolua continent, now reduced to the strength of a single empire. That battle not only propelled Shrek Academy to fame, but it was also significant because the president of Shrek Academy became the supreme commander of the three armies. In response to his rallying call, the royal families of the three great empires were astonished to find that nearly all the commanding generals hailed from Shrek Academy. Under the unified command of the Academy's president, the coalition of the three empires experienced no further discord. It is precisely due to the complete unification of the powers of the three great empires that a significant achievement was accomplished. Since that time, Shrek Academy has ceased to belong to any single nation, existing instead as an independent entity. The Academy has continuously produced remarkably illustrious teens. Though it holds a prestigious status on the continent, it never claims credit for its accomplishments, treating every nation with equal regard and refraining from maintaining private military forces, even limiting the number of instructors to a certain extent. Consequently, Shrek Academy has consistently remained an institution of learning, devoid of instilling any sense of crisis in any nation. Thus, it not only endures but also maintains a revered status on the continent that no nation can easily undermine. Shrek Academy is situated in the southeastern part of the Heavenly Soul Empire, with the Star Do Forest to its southeast, the Doling Empire to the east, and the Xing Luo Empire to the south. It can be said to occupy the very nexus of the three great empires. Tanya informed Hui Yuhao that Shrek Academy is divided into two parts, the Outer Academy and the Inner Academy. Each year, approximately 1,000 new students are admitted. Yet the total number of students has never exceeded 5,000. The journey from entering Shrek Academy to graduating from all disciplines takes a lengthy 12 years. This implies a remarkably high annual attrition rate. Those who fail to meet the Academy's rigorous standards are ruthlessly expelled. However, those who manage to graduate from Shrek Academy are undeniably exceptional talents. It can be asserted that Shrek Academy is a true cradle of the strong. The Heavenly Soul Empire, Doling Empire, and Xing Luo Empire elevate the number of admissions to political significance each year, thus underscoring the renown of this preeminent academy. As for the Sun-Moon Empire, perhaps out of animosity towards Shrek Academy, they have never sought to send anyone to study there. In the Sun-Moon Empire, there are also several higher learning institutions that have developed considerably over the millennia. Nonetheless, the military strength of the Sun-Moon Empire has always been constrained by the original agreements, preventing substantial expansion. On the surface, the empire remains notably low-key. Yuhao, once you enter the academy, you will begin your training in the Outer Academy. The Outer Academy is divided into various departments. For now, you shall enter the Control Department for your studies, while concurrently pursuing the Soul Guide Department. What do you think? After briefly introducing the situation at Shrek Academy, Tengyu addressed Hui Yuhao. Teacher Xiaoya, what is the Soul Guide Department? Hui Yuhao inquired. Tengyu replied. The Soul Guide Department focuses on the study of creating soul-guided weapons. When she spoke of soul-guided weapons, there was a hint of bitterness in her tone. Soul-guided weapons? Hui Yuhao still seemed somewhat perplexed. This was understandable, as Shrek Academy is the foremost institution on the continent, and he had grown up in a rather isolated environment, limiting his experiences. Bebe noticed Tanya's somewhat displeased expression and stepped in to explain to Hui Yuhao. Regarding soul-guided devices, they are significantly related to our Tang Sect. In a certain sense, soul-guided devices are weapons powered by soul energy. The higher the quality of the soul-guided device, the greater its power. In other words, even if one is merely a soul engineer, Possessing a formidable soul-guided device grants one considerable offensive capability. The evolution of soul-guided devices has fundamentally contributed to the decline of our Tang Sect. Over 4 millennia ago, our sect was at the zenith of its power. The collision of the Sun and Moon continent serves as the root cause of our downfall. Tang said bitterly, "Our Tang Sect is renowned for our concealed weapons, which have historically constituted our primary economic source. For ages, nearly every nation has procured a certain quantity of our concealed weapons, including various sections. Over 4,000 years ago, after the collision between the Sun and Moon continent and our Dolua continent, war soon ensued. The armies of the three great empires, armed with concealed weapons crafted by our Tang Sect, clashed with the forces of the Sun and Moon Empire. Although the Sun and Moon Empire lacked strength in terms of soul masters, they possessed unique research and soul-guided devices. Those devices, powered by soul energy, surpassed our concealed weapons in overall potency and range. Consequently, the initial phase of the war inflicted devastating losses upon the three great empires of Dolua continent. Ultimately, although we emerged victorious, the efficacy of our Tang Sect's concealed weapons faced immense scrutiny. From that point onward, nations began to drastically reduce their procurement of our crafted weapons, while our Tang Sect did generate significant revenue. The first generation of leaders mandated that most of the income be donated to improve the lives of impoverished communities and to construct schools and public facilities. Thus, we found ourselves with little surplus. At that time, our Tang Sect boasted thousands of members. The speed of our decline was astonishing. Within merely 200 years, our once mighty sect dwindled. The illustrious glory of the continent's foremost sect was but a memory. By the time it reached my generation, only my parents and I remained. In a tragic encounter during a hunt for soul beasts, my parents departed from this world, leaving me as the last remnant of the Tang Sect. As she recounted this, tears streamed down Tanya's smooth and delicate face, her fist clenched tightly in anguish. Wuyuhao murmured, "Teacher Tanya, is it true that our Tang Sect's hidden weapons are indeed inferior to those soul-guided devices?" Tanya sighed softly and replied, "In certain respects, one could indeed assert that. The continent of Sun and Moon has not only introduced soul-guided devices, but has also unveiled a plethora of abundant mineral resources. These rare minerals serve as exceptional conduits for soul power, rendering them particularly suitable for the creation of soul-guided devices. Consequently, over the ensuing millennia, the rapid advancement of soul-guided devices has left our Tang Sect's hidden weapons with diminished market relevance. However, when it comes to intricacy and ingenious design, our hidden weapons undoubtedly surpass soul-guided devices, especially the elite among them. It is merely the case that the crafting of such weapons is exceedingly complex." Bei gently patted Tang Ya's head and remarked, "The evolution of soul-guided devices has indeed imposed a significant challenge on our Tang Sect's hidden weapons. When I first met Xiaoya, she stubbornly believed that hidden weapons were inherently superior to soul-guided devices. Yet, reality has proven that soul-guided devices have the capacity to supplant our hidden weapons and gain widespread acceptance as weapons, and there is a rationale behind this. Primarily, they are far more readily embraced by the masses, particularly for those spirit masters who lack offensive capabilities. The advent of soul-guided devices has almost instantaneously transformed them into battle spirit masters, requiring nothing more than their soul power. Therefore, after deliberation with Xiaoya, we concluded that for our Tang Sect to thrive, we must not remain stagnant as we once did, ensconced in our own world. If we wish to restore the former glory of our Tang Sect, we must not only comprehend soul-guided devices but also integrate the craftsmanship of our hidden weapons with them, crafting even more formidable soul-guided devices. Only then can our Tang Sect unearth opportunities for advancement. Thus, every disciple of our Tang Sect must, in addition to cultivating their own martial soul, also engage in the study of soul-guided devices." Huiyuhao inquired, "Teacher Xiaoya, senior brother, if soul-guide devices are so formidable, how did the Sun-Moon Empire still lose to our three nations alliance back then?" Bei responded with a serene smile, saying, "That's because, although the soul-guide devices were not weak at the time, even the most powerful among them could not rival the might of a tidal Dalaw. However, over the course of several millennia, some exceptionally powerful soul-guide devices have begun to emerge, capable of posing a threat to tidal Doluos. Yet, there exists a caveat: the more potent the soul-guide device, the stronger the soul master required to wield it, without sufficient soul power to support it. The device's effectiveness is significantly limited. Consequently, after the unification of our two continents, a curious phenomenon arose. While we strive to learn the art of soul-guide crafting, The Sun-Moon Empire focuses on cultivating formidable soul masters. After thousands of years, it seems there has been a semblance of balance achieved. With Bei Bei and Tangya's insights, Wu Yuhao finally formed a preliminary impression of Shrek Academy. After Tangya wiped away her tears with Bei Bei's sleeve, she turned to Wu Yuhao and said, "Little Yuhao, what matters most for you now is to remain at Shrek Academy. Bei Bei and I are already third-year students. Having obtained a Millennium Spirit Ring, I should have no trouble advancing to the fourth year alongside him. Once we enter the fourth year, the elimination rate diminishes significantly. In a few years, we will all have the opportunity to pursue our studies in the Inner Academy. However, your situation is different. You have just entered the Academy as a first-year student, where the competition is most fierce. The Academy conducts assessments for new students every 3 months, and only those who pass will be allowed to stay. Although our Tang Sect has a quota for exemption from entrance exams, whether you can continue studying here depends solely on your own abilities. This is something no one can assist you with. Do you understand?" Hui Yuhao nodded earnestly and said, "Teacher Tangya, I will exert every effort." However, he inquired, "With your and senior brother's capabilities, how come you are not yet students of the Inner Academy?" Tangya replied, "Gaining entry into the Inner Academy of Shrek Academy is no simple feat. The Academy's motto has remained unchanged throughout the years. The Outer Academy was established later, in response to the demands of the 3 great empires, to cultivate more talents. However, only those who enter the Inner Academy can truly be considered students of Shrek Academy, and all of them are undoubtedly geniuses, eccentrics, or even monsters. Students of the Outer Academy undergo an examination after reaching the 6th grade. Those who pass can graduate. Only a select few, the most outstanding among them, may have the opportunity to undergo an additional assessment for the Inner Academy, and upon passing again, they will be permitted to enter. The study period in the Inner Academy lasts 6 years. It is said that those who graduate from the Inner Academy are at least Soul Emperor level, and they receive the best treatment from all nations, including the Sun-Moon Empire." How impressive! Wu Yuhao felt a surge of aspiration upon hearing this, secretly contemplating that if one day he could graduate from the Inner Academy of Shrek Academy and return to the Duke's mansion to retrieve his mother's remains, she would finally find peace. With this thought, his fists clenched tightly. Bei Bei earnestly added, "It is not just impressive. I once encountered a senior brother from the Inner Academy. He ventured into the Star Doe Forest alone, defeating 3 10,000-year soul beasts with his bare hands without harming them, and brought them back to the Academy. It was said to be his assessment task for the 10th grade. Tangyu continued, "I also heard of a 12th grade senior who, upon graduation, had already attained a level exceeding 70 as a soul sage, and possessed a red 100,000-year soul ring. That senior was later retained at the Academy to be groomed as the next director." Listening to their recounting, Wu Yuhao felt an overwhelming eagerness. His recent interactions with Tangya and Bei Bei had made him acutely aware of how immensely beneficial a good teacher could be for his cultivation. Undoubtedly, Shrek Academy was the best choice. He silently vowed that, regardless of the effort required, he would strive to remain in the Outer Academy and eventually gain entry into the Inner Academy of Shrek. With such thoughts in mind, Hui Yuhao could not help but ponder the Tang Sect's unique skills as he walked. The introductions by Tangya and Bei Bei had completely ignited the flames of ambition within him. Seeing Hui Yuhao's demeanor, Tangya and Bei Bei exchanged knowing smiles. Did they not resemble him when they first entered Shrek Academy? Several hours later, Wu Yuhao finally beheld the site of Shrek Academy. Rather than a mere academy, it resembled a grand city. Emerging from a thicket along the wide path, he saw the towering city walls stretching across the plains in the distance. Shrek Academy was established atop the Limu Plains, covering an expansive area, and it was indeed a city, referred to as Shrek City, in the realm of Doloa continent. Shrek City stands as one of the foremost metropolises, home to over 2 million inhabitants. Shrek Academy possesses exclusive governance over this city, exempt from taxation by any nation. This singular privilege sets it apart from other institutions across all nations, including the Sun and Moon Empire. Shrek Academy is not situated at the heart of Shrek City, rather, it lies to the east, facing the direction of the Star Doe Forest. The city boasts well-developed transportation links in all cardinal directions, rendering it not only the residence of Shrek Academy but also the most significant commercial hub at the intersection of the 3 great empires of the Doloa continent. Thanks to the presence of Shrek Academy, public order in Shrek City is exceptionally commendable, ensuring that transactions are not only equitable but also instilling a sense of trust. Consequently, merchants from the 3 great empires predominantly opt to conduct their international trade within the confines of Shrek City. The southern, western, and northern gates of Shrek City permit unrestricted access, whereas the eastern gate is exclusively reserved for Shrek Academy. Under the guidance of Bei and Tanya, Huiyuhao arrived at the eastern city gate. Although this gate is exclusively for the Shrek Academy, it was bustling with life at that moment. With over 5,000 people gathered outside, the atmosphere was vibrant, and numerous vendors had already set up their stalls, making the area outside the city even more lively than within its walls. Junior brother, you have perfectly timed your arrival with the Academy's enrollment of new students, allowing you to join this year's fresh intake, which is 3 cohorts below Tanya and me. These ordinary newcomers must not only pass assessments but also secure recommendation letters from at least the main cities of the 3 great empires. This time of year is always the most bustling period for us in Shrek City. Huiyuhao inquired softly, "Senior brother, is the assessment exceedingly challenging?" Bei hesitated for a moment, his gaze instinctively drifting towards Tanya. With unwavering clarity, Tanya replied, "You will inevitably come to know this. It serves as motivation for his future endeavors. It is best to inform him. Little Yuhao, there are 2 prerequisites for admission to the outer court of Shrek Academy. First, one must not exceed the age of 12, and second, one's soul power must not be lower than level 15. From the perspective of the assessment alone, you do not meet the criteria." She refrained from urging Huiyuhao to exert even more effort, for he had already demonstrated sufficient diligence. Huiyuhao earnestly inquired, "Will the first assessment 3 months hence also evaluate soul power?" Given his constitution, it would be utterly unattainable to elevate his soul power from level 11 to level 15 within such a brief span. Bei shook his head and replied, "No. The assessments at Shrek Academy are always grounded in practical combat. A teacher once remarked that any statistics pale in comparison to the realities of actual combat." Huiyuhao nodded earnestly, addressing Teacher Xiaoya and his senior brother, "Perhaps, at this moment, I may not measure up to the majority of the newly enrolled students, but I assure you, in the future, I shall surpass most of them." His tone possessed a calmness beyond his years, while his luminous eyes radiated an unwavering determination that transcended his age. Bei, towering over Huiyuhao, draped an arm around his shoulder and said, "Let us proceed. If you can endure the next 3 months, I firmly believe you have the potential to reach the very end." With Bei and Tangya guiding him, Huiyuhao navigated around the crowd to arrive at the eastern city gate. There, a dozen young men and women of similar age stood guard, each clad in yellow attire adorned with a green emblem upon their chests. This was the uniform of the 2nd and 3rd year students of the Outer Academy of Shrek Academy. Upon spotting Bei, the youthful guardians immediately stood at attention. "Senior Bei, you have returned." Bei greeted each of them with a warm smile and exchanged a few words with the leader among them. The student cast a glance at Huiyuhao and nodded promptly. "There is no doubt regarding Senior Bei's words. You may take this young brother inside for registration." Bei flashed a thumbs up, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you. I'll treat you all to a fine meal later." The other student responded cheerfully, "That's settled then. We won't miss out on this opportunity for a hearty feast." They exchanged a high five, affirming their commitment to not let anyone down. With that, Bei and Tangya led Huiyuhao through the eastern city gate, a gateway symbolizing the entrance to Shrek Academy. Nearby, a new student who had just completed his registration assessment inquired of the senior student responsible for his evaluation. "Senior, who was that senior just now?" "That is Senior Bei." Known as Bei, affectionately dubbed Thunderous Bei by everyone. He possesses one of the pinnacle beast martial souls, the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, along with extraordinary talent. At the mere age of 13, he broke through to level 30, and it is said he is nearing level 40 now. Poised to achieve the rank of Soul Master within the next couple of years, he stands as one of the formidable figures in our Outer Academy. Were it not for his wish to accompany his junior sister Tangya, with his prowess, he could have long since attempted the 5th-year assessment of the Outer Academy. Once he surpasses level 40, even the 6th-year assessment would likely pose no challenge for him. Not only is Senior Bei strong, but he is also remarkably amiable. If one were to speak of the most well-liked individual in our Outer Academy, it would undoubtedly be him. He is considered the Prince Charming of many female students here. However, he remains devoted, having turned down countless confessions from those who admire him, even from seniors in the Inner Academy. It is said that within 2 years, Senior Bei will surely enter the Inner Academy. As Bei and Tangya led Huiyuhao into Shrek Academy, he found the reality far removed from his grand and solemn expectations. The academy was a picturesque haven, rich with diverse and lush vegetation. As they strolled along the expansive avenue, no matter which direction one gazed, at least 10 varieties of meticulously trimmed plants could be observed. After advancing 200 meters, a few towering statues obscured their view ahead. There stand a total of 10 statues, each soaring to a height of 10 meters, meticulously carved from the most resilient granite. In the front row, 3 statues are prominently displayed, with the central figure depicting an elderly gentleman, adorned with spectacles and a gentle smile. Possessing a moderately stout physique that exudes an aura of amiability, Bebe turns to Huayuhao and says, "The gentleman in the center is none other than the founder of our Shrek Academy and its first dean, Flander. To his left stands one of my ancestors, Yu Xiaojiang, who established the foundational teachings of the various departments of martial souls at Shrek Academy and is renowned as a master in the realm of martial souls. My mother is a direct descendant of his. The woman to the right is also an ancestor, Lu Erlong, the wife of the master. Together, they are known as the Golden Iron Triangle. If Flander is credited with the creation of Shrek Academy, then the master is its true soul, having single-handedly nurtured the illustrious Shrek Seven Monsters that followed. The Master's statue portrays a somewhat gaunt middle-aged man, while Lu Erlong is depicted as an elegant middle-aged woman. Behind them, there are 7 additional statues. As Huayuhao's gaze falls upon the foremost statue, he involuntarily shudders. It depicts a tall, handsome man, strikingly unique with his unusual dual-colored eyes. A distinctive crown-like pattern adorns his forehead, and despite being merely a statue, he emanates an imposing aura. Behind the Golden Iron Triangle, the 7 statues represent the legendary Shrek Seven Monsters. At the forefront stands the White Tiger Dolua, Daimubai, followed by the Sausage Dolua, Oscar. And then our Tang Sect's ancestor, the Thousand Hands Dolua, Tang San. Among the 7, Tang San is the most strikingly handsome, his flowing blue hair cascading behind him. Clad in simple yet agile attire, while blue vines, emblematic of his blue-silver grass martial soul, entwine around his statue. A faint smile graces his lips as his gaze, vividly alive, is directed towards the 5th figure, a woman with scorpion braids. The 4th statue is that of the evil Phoenix Dolua, Mahangjun. And the 5th belongs to the wife of our Tang Sect ancestor, the soft-boned Dolua, Xiao Wu. Rumored to have once been 100,000-year soul beast transformed into human form. Following them is the 9 treasure Dolua, Ning Rongrong, known for being the strongest support soul master, who is wed to the sausage Dolua. Finally, the last statue is of the netherworld Dolua, Zhu Zhuqing, the wife of the White Tiger Dolua, Daimubai. The statues of the first generation of the Shrek Seven Monsters are each distinct in form, and the fact that they are all titled Dolua speaks volumes of their formidable strength in their time. Tang Yi's gaze remains fixed upon the statue of the Thousand Hands Dolua, Tang San. The Golden Iron Triangle and the first generation of the Shrek Seven Monsters laid the very foundation of Shrek Academy. Over the millennia, countless exceptional talents and formidable individuals have emerged from Shrek Academy, yet the number of statues here remains a mere 10, never increasing. Bebe explains to Huayuhao from here. We must part ways. To the left lies the Martial Soul Department, and to the right, the Soul Guidance Department. These are the 2 main branches of our Shrek Academy, both external colleges. Comparatively, the Martial Soul Department is larger, while the Soul Guidance Department is more compact, with numerous subdivisions within the Martial Soul Department. We shall first proceed to the Soul Master Academy to register, for one must at least pass the initial assessment for new students to qualify for enrollment in the Soul Engineer Department. Huayuhao's gaze was captivated by the 10 statues, as memories of the legendary tales recounted by his mother surged through his mind, evoking a profound sense of awe. Progressing to the left of the statues, the path remained broad enough to accommodate 4 or 5 horse-drawn carriages side by side, with a signpost indicating the direction of the lakeside trail. Through the verdant shade of the trees on his right, a vast expanse of water became faintly visible, suggesting that behind the 10 statues of the Golden Iron Triangle and the Shrek Seven Monsters lay a magnificent lake. Tang Yi noticed Huayuhao's fascination and couldn't help but express her pride. That is an artificial lake, known as the Sea God Lake, constructed in honor of our ancestor, the thousand-handed Dolua Tang San. According to legend, our forebear Tang San inherited the divine power of the Sea God. The Sea God Lake is extensive, fed by underground springs. Our Shrek Academy's inner courtyard is situated on an island at the heart of the lake, and all external disciples take great pride in being able to set foot on that island. Bebe cast a determined glance towards the Sea God Lake, his eyes shimmering with resolve. Indeed, the lake was vast, as they walked along the lakeside trail heading south. It took nearly a quarter of an hour before they turned westward. After progressing for over another quarter of an hour, the path began to narrow, revealing a spacious rectangular plaza. A sign marked the entrance to Shrek Plaza, and behind it stood imposing teaching buildings, each adorned in varying colors: white, yellow, purple, and black. Gazing northward at the distant gray teaching buildings, Bei pointed towards the structures on the opposite side of the plaza. Explaining, the colors of the teaching buildings signified different grade levels, categorized according to the hues of soul rings. White represents the new student building, akin to the lowest tenure soul ring. Yellow denotes the second and third year external students. Purple corresponds to the fourth and fifth years, while black signals the sixth year building. Only those who emerge from the black building can obtain their external graduation certificates. The gray buildings in the distance belong to the soul guidance department, which appeared to occupy roughly one-third of the main teaching area, while the martial spirit department encompassed the remaining two-thirds. Beyond the initial teaching structures, numerous specialized facilities could be found, including the battle arena, assessment area, dormitory zone, and faculty offices. The white new student building was situated at the southernmost point, closest to the lakeside trail. As Hui Yuhao and his companions traversed the southern side of Shrek Plaza, they arrived at this teaching edifice. Given that it was the enrollment period, the new student building bustled with activity, with several newly admitted students who had passed their assessments registering and checking in. Under the guidance of Bei and Tangya, Hui Yuhao's registration process went exceedingly smoothly. Bei covered the tuition fees, which amounted to a staggering 10 gold soul coins for a single academic year, not including the cost of meals. Should one be unable to complete the assessment and withdraw midway, the tuition fees shall remain non-refundable. After receiving the dormitory key, 2 sets of uniforms, and a pristine white freshman badge, Hui Yuhao followed Tangya and Bei out of the freshman teaching building. Tangya remarked, "Xiao Yuhao, the dormitory is located just behind the teaching building. It is the largest edifice in the entire academy. You can find your way there shortly. The new academic year officially commences in 3 days, so you may take this time to familiarize yourself with your surroundings. We have covered your tuition for the first year, but thereafter it will depend on your own efforts. The academy hosts various competitions, all of which offer monetary rewards. Additionally, as you are now a soul master, once registered with the academy, you will receive a monthly stipend issued by the 3 great empires. If you manage your expenses wisely, it should suffice for your meals." Hui Yuhao carefully committed Tangya's words to memory, just as he was preparing to bid farewell to teacher Xiaoya and his senior brother. Bei furrowed his brow slightly as he glanced at a notice posted on the bulletin board in the distance. Hui Yuhao did not need to step forward. With a slight exertion of his soul power, his formidable spiritual eyes came into play, allowing him to discern the words on the notice with clarity. His mother had taught him to read from a young age, and although he had never formally attended school, Hui Yuhao's literacy was commendable. The notice proclaimed the homeroom teacher for the first-year class as Zhou Yi, while the second-year class was also attributed to Shou Yi. Zhou Yi? It seems I belong to the first-year class. Due to his early registration, Hui Yuhao was directly assigned to the first-year class. Tangya, having noticed what Bei was fixated on, exclaimed in a hushed tone, "What? How could it be that eccentric old woman, Zhou Yi? Isn't she supposed to teach 3rd grade? Why has she been assigned to the first-year classes?" Bei responded with a wry smile. "I've heard that teacher Zhou was excessively strict while teaching the 3rd graders, resulting in only a mere 10th of her class advancing to the 4th grade. Furthermore, she was reported multiple times by students to the academy, which led to her demotion to the first-year class. Junior brother, you must be cautious. While there aren't many monstrous students in our Shrek Academy's external department, there are quite a few formidable teachers, with this teacher, Zhou, being the most notable." Chapter 7. Enrollment of new students. Upon hearing Bei's introduction of the teacher who would soon be instructing him, Hui Yuhao was taken aback. "Senior brother, does the academy not intervene in such matters regarding this teacher?" Bei replied softly, "Although teacher Zhou is strict, she is indeed a commendable teacher. Every student who has successfully advanced in her class has nothing but praise for her. Her strictness primarily manifests in her high expectations and rigorous teaching methods. However, nearly a quarter of the students who have been under her tutelage and have advanced have entered the inner academy, a statistic that ranks among the best in the entire institution. This time, it was the commotion that led to her demotion to the first-year class. Yet, if you are diligent and exceptional, you will undoubtedly benefit from her guidance." Hui Yuhao exhaled in relief and remarked, "I see. Teacher Xiaoya, senior brother, you may continue with your tasks. I shall return to my dormitory." Bei offered a faint smile and replied, "Very well. Teacher Xiaoyu and I also need to undergo our upgrade assessments. If we succeed, we shall advance to the 4th grade. I reside in dormitory 316. Should you need anything, feel free to find me there." "Indeed. Bei and Tanya had numerous matters requiring their attention. Tanya's urgency to acquire a third soul ring was driven by her desire to successfully pass the fourth-grade entrance examinations. Following their advancement, even more responsibilities awaited them. Hui Yuhao had previously ventured alone into the Star Doe Forest, where he acquired a soul ring, showcasing his strong ability to fend for himself, alleviating any concerns they might have had. As he traversed the expanse between the pristine white freshman teaching building and the yellow buildings designated for second and third-year students, Hui Yuhao caught sight of the dormitory complex. The dormitory sprawled over a vast area, comprised of a single structure adorned in white, yellow, purple, and black hues. These colors evidently signified the residential areas allocated to students of different grades from the 4 teaching buildings, rising impressively over 6 stories. Hui Yuhao arrived at the entrance of the white building, where an elderly man of considerable age sat. The old man was clad in a gray cloth robe, his face etched with wrinkles capable of simultaneously ensnaring more than a dozen flies. His eyes were a dull yellow, and his eyelids drooped, presenting a portrait of a life nearing its twilight. The sunlight filtering through the buildings fell perfectly upon him, and the half-reclined chair appeared to offer a remarkable comfort. Hui Yuhao stepped forward respectfully and said, "Good day, esteemed elder. I'm a new student here to check into the dormitory. Would you like to inspect my student badge?" Without lifting his head, the elderly man extended his trembling right hand, and in a hoarse, subdued voice, he replied, "Please show me your badge and dormitory key." Hui Yuhao hurriedly presented the item to the elder, who waved it in front of his eyes before returning it to him, instructing him to proceed. The dormitory number 108 is located on the first floor, the third room on the left. The female dormitories begin on the 4th floor, and entry is strictly prohibited. Any violation will result in expulsion. Thank you. Yuhao bowed deeply to the elder once more before making his way into the dormitory building. The elder maintained his original posture, murmuring, "A rare and polite child." As he spoke, several new students passed by, seemingly oblivious to the elder by the entrance. Walking straight inside, the elder did not deter them. He merely sat there, drowsily. Following the elder's guidance, Hui Yuhao swiftly located his dormitory. The student accommodations resembled a long corridor lined with numerous doors, each marked with a distinct number. It was evident that the dormitory had seen better days, its age indeterminate, perhaps spanning several years. At either end of the hallway were communal restrooms. Upon unlocking the door, a wave of stale air escaped, prompting Hui Yuhao to quickly step aside. After a brief moment, he held his breath and rushed inside, flinging open the window. Clearly, the room had been uninhabited for over a month, as a thick layer of dust coated every surface. While the window aired out the space, Hui Yuhao took the opportunity to survey the room's arrangement. The dormitory was modest, roughly 10 square meters in size, with 2 beds occupying most of the area. Aside from that, there was merely a table and 2 metal wardrobes, with a solitary light fixture on the ceiling. The walls bore several metallic protrusions. Bei had informed him that the light was a simple soul-guiding device, requiring infusion of soul power to illuminate. Those metallic protrusions were the infusion points. After a brief ventilation, the stale air within the dormitory had finally cleared. Hui Yuhao gazed around the confined space, an indescribable excitement swelling within him. From this day forward, this would be his residence for the coming year. It appeared he would also have a roommate. Time to tidy up. As the saying goes, the children of the less fortunate mature early. Though he hailed from a ducal household, Hui Yuhao's upbringing had often mirrored that of a commoner. With the little money he had, he purchased a basin and a used rag from the student supply store outside the dormitory and immediately commenced the cleaning. In just half an hour, with Hui Yuhao's meticulous eye, every corner was scrubbed to perfection, leaving no trace of dust behind. Although the dormitory remained simple, it now exuded a refreshing ambience. Hui Yuhao had no intention of purchasing bedding. The wooden bed was sufficient for his unwavering dedication to cultivation. Feeling a pang of hunger, he ventured out to inquire about the dining hall's location. After acquiring the cheapest meal bowl from the student supply store, he made his way to the cafeteria. Each grade had its own designated dining hall, situated behind the dormitory. Upon entering the freshman cafeteria, Hui Yuhao was taken aback. The hall was sparsely populated, giving it an eerily spacious feel. There were no tables or chairs, merely an open area, with a sink for washing hands and utensils on one side. The other side featured windows for purchasing meals, each displaying its respective prices. There were a total of 8 windows, each offering different dishes, with prices increasing from right to left. Was it truly the case that there was no place to sit while dining? A sign at the entrance explicitly stated that meals were not to be taken outside the cafeteria. After a fleeting moment of surprise, Hui Yuhao approached the rightmost and cheapest window to purchase his meal, stir-fried greens and white rice. Surprisingly, the most economical dish was quite delightful, and he was grateful for any sustenance. Moreover, at merely 2 copper coins, it was affordable, with a monthly allowance of 1 gold coin. He could manage his expenses well enough. As he savored his meal, Hui Yuhao observed the cafeteria, noting that the most expensive windows offerings were priced in gold soul coins. Yet, it was a thought beyond his wildest imagination. After hastily finishing his meal, Hui Yuhao promptly returned to his dormitory. As the saying goes, a clumsy bird must fly early to enter the forest. He understood the disparity between himself and his fellow students, thus he could not afford to squander a single moment. Sitting cross-legged on the firm wooden bed, Hui Yuhao swiftly entered a meditative state to commence his practice of the Xiantian skill. Although his cultivation speed still paled in comparison to Bei Bei and Tang Ye, he had made considerable progress relative to his former self. Since he began refining the Xiantian skill, he could at least perceive daily advancements, which was a significant improvement from before. Moreover, through several days of practice along the journey, his once chaotic and impure soul power had been entirely transformed into Xiantian skill energy. This newly refined soul power had one notable effect during its operation. The Xiantian skill would naturally nourish his meridians. Although the benefits were not immediately apparent, Bei Bei had assured him that with sustained effort, it would undoubtedly enhance his physical condition over time. Hui Yuhao had meticulously arranged his daily schedule, dedicating each morning to the practice of the purple extremity magic eye. He then allocated an hour to mastering the control crane seizing dragon technique, the ghost shadow mysterious steps, and the Xianyu hand, along with various grappling techniques imparted by Bei Bei. The remainder of his time, aside from meals, was devoted exclusively to cultivating the Xiantian gong. Soul power forms the foundation of a soul master, and he recognized the necessity of investing greater time in the refinement of Xiantian gong. Indeed, this technique is quite remarkable and suits your current state exceedingly well. You humans truly possess remarkable capabilities. Just as Hui Yuhao began to enter a meditative state, a sudden vision enveloped him in a sea of white, accompanied by the voice of the heavenly dream eye silkworm, which transported him once again to his spiritual sea. Brother Tianming, Hui Yuhao exclaimed with a hint of surprise. The languid voice of the heavenly dream ice silkworm responded, "In recent days, your physical condition has seen significant improvement. At last, a promising beginning. Your endurance is gradually enhancing. Very well, very well. The abilities you are practicing align well with you. Particularly this meditation technique and the method for training your eyes. You must have sensed the 4 skills I bestowed upon you. Regular practice, especially of the last skill, in conjunction with your eye training method, should yield excellent results, providing you with a foundational offensive soul technique. It is even better than I had anticipated. Brother Tianming, I will strive to cultivate diligently." Hearing the voice of the heavenly dream eye silkworm once more reaffirmed Hui Yuhao's belief that merging with a million-year soul beast was not merely a fantasy. The heavenly dream eye silkworm continued, "I am feeling weary and shall rest for a while. You may proceed with your current training regimen. When you reach the stage requiring a second soul ring, I shall naturally awaken. At that time, the ice attribute martial soul I grant you should also possess the potential to become your primary martial soul, facilitating a qualitative leap in your abilities." Hui Yuhao inquired, "Will I still be able to find you?" The dream ice silkworm responded, "If you encounter insurmountable danger, I shall naturally assist you. Rest assured, your survival is vital for my own." After a brief repose, the radiant light diminished, and Hui Yuhao emerged from his meditation. Astonished to discover that night had fully enveloped the sky, he realized he had been cultivating for at least 3 hours, and within him, the Xiantian skill seemed to have made a slight advancement. As evening fell, hunger gnawed at him, but judging by the darkness outside, it was evident that mealtime at the dining hall had long passed. Fortunately, he had a few pieces of dry rations left in his pack. After quenching his hunger with a small amount of water, Hui Yuhao resumed his cultivation. At dawn, after absorbing the wondrous energy brought by the eastern purple aura, Hui Yuhao returned to his room to practice several Tang Sect secret arts. He could only claim to have merely scratched the surface of these techniques, as his focus had not primarily been on them, but he practiced them nonetheless. Once he completed this, the day had brightened considerably. After freshening up, Hui Yuhao made his way to the dining hall. Upon entering, a frown creased his face. Ever since he began cultivating the Xiantian skill, his appetite had been steadily increasing. To enhance his physical constitution, sufficient nourishment was essential, yet he found himself short on funds. His tuition fees had already been covered by his senior brother, leaving him reluctant to approach Bei for assistance. Fortunately, breakfast options were limited and quite affordable. Hui Yuhao purchased a few eggs and a bowl of porridge, reluctantly spending 3 copper coins. At last, he managed to replenish a modicum of nutrition. What he had previously considered inexpensive meals now struck him as noticeably pricier than those outside Shrek Academy. You mustn't skimp on your meals, junior brother. Insufficient nutrition is unacceptable. The academy offers some jobs within your capacity that you could undertake as a source of income. At some point, Bei had approached Hui Yuhao. Senior brother, Hui Yuhao exclaimed with joy. Thus far at Shrek Academy, he had only made the acquaintance of Tanya and Bei. With a touch of regret, Bei replied, "Not providing you with direct financial support is my hope that you will learn self-sufficiency. Combat prowess is merely one facet of strength. A person's overall capability encompasses many aspects, the most crucial of which is the ability to survive under any circumstances. Do you understand? Senior brother, you have already helped me immensely. I understand. I still have a few silver coins, and once classes commence, I will seek out some work to undertake." Bei ruffled his hair, saying, "I must take my leave now. Remember, money can be earned again, but do not skimp on your sustenance. You need proper nourishment." Hui Yuhao exited the cafeteria alongside Bei, having resolved to heed his elder brother's advice and indulge himself with a hearty meal that afternoon. As he made his way back to the dormitory, he noticed the door to his room ajar. Initially startled, he soon realized that his roommate must have arrived. At that moment, a young man emerged from within, momentarily taken aback upon seeing Hui Yuhao. The youth possessed a striking countenance, with fair skin and unusually captivating pale blue eyes. His neatly cropped hair mirrored the same hue, and his handsome features seemed to surpass even Bei's, making him the most attractive peer Hui Yuhao had ever encountered. They appeared to be of similar height and age. "Who are you?" Hui Yuhao instinctively inquired. The youth cast him a haughty glare and stepped aside. "Oh." Hui Yuhao quickly shifted to allow him passage. However, the young man halted after a few steps. Turning back to address him, "You must be from this dormitory as well. Given how meticulously you've kept the place, I shall permit you to stay with me for the time being. But there are a few rules you must adhere to. First, do not bring anyone back to the dormitory without permission. Second, refrain from being indecent in the room. Third, no snoring during the night. Fourth, do not disturb me. And fifth, you will be responsible for maintaining the cleanliness of the dormitory, but do not touch my bed. Do you understand?" Seeing the youth's lofty demeanor, Hui Yuhao felt a surge of indignation. "Why should I heed your commands?" The youth scoffed. "If you refuse to comply, I will have no choice but to throw you out. Go ahead and test me if you dare." From a young age, Hui Yuhao had been subjected to oppression within the Duke's residence, and he found the arrogance of those in power utterly intolerable. Coldly, he declared, "Let us see what you've got. Let us go outside." Observing his unyielding demeanor, the young man merely smiled, his smile undeniably charming. Yet it was laced with a disdain that further ignited Hui Yuhao's fury. "I don't even know your name," the young man inquired with a tone of condescension. Hui Yuhao spoke in a deep voice. "Shouldn't one introduce oneself before inquiring about another's name?" The youth replied nonchalantly, "I am Wang Dong." "I am Hui Yuhao." Wang Dong smiled faintly, suddenly closing the distance to Hui Yuhao, and remarked, "Very well. I believe your name shall soon fade into obscurity within Shrek Academy. Come along, fool." With that, he turned and strode out ahead. Hui Yuhao clenched his fists tightly and strode out resolutely. Although he was aware of his limited combat prowess, he would never allow himself to be bullied, especially by someone who would be his roommate for at least the coming year. Chapter 8. The monster teacher Shrek Academy sprawled across a vast expanse, with considerable spaces separating each building. After exiting the dormitory, Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong came to a halt in the open area outside, where Wang Dong turned and beckoned Hui Yuhao with a finger. A fire of indignation blazed within him, yet Hui Yuhao refrained from rushing forward. His harrowing experiences in the Stardow Forest had imparted at least one lesson: the importance of composure. At the dormitory entrance, an elderly man reclining in a chair slightly lifted his head, his dim golden eyes glinting with curiosity as he keenly observed Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong. A faint golden light flickered in Hui Yuhao's eyes, and a white soul ring rose from beneath his feet as he activated his spirit on martial soul. Upon witnessing Hui Yuhao's 10-year soul ring, Wang Dong chuckled lightly, expressing his curiosity about how Hui Yuhao had gained admission to the academy. Questioning how he dared to challenge him with such meager abilities, he added that he wouldn't even need to employ his martial soul against Hui Yuhao. As he spoke, Wang Dong propelled himself forward with a swift motion, his left foot pushing off the ground as he surged towards Hui Yuhao like an arrow. His speed was remarkable, and he appeared exceptionally agile, reaching Hui Yuhao in the blink of an eye, lifting his right foot to deliver a direct kick to Hui Yuhao's chest. In that moment, Hui Yuhao discerned that Wang Dong possessed legs of extraordinary length. As the kick approached, Hui Yuhao instinctively reacted, stepping swiftly to the right while simultaneously aiming his left hand toward Wang Dong's ankle. Wang Dong was evidently taken aback by Hui Yuhao's ability to evade his rapid strike. He quickly retracted his right foot to avoid Hui Yuhao's left hand, only to launch a lightning-fast kick aimed at Hui Yuhao's neck. Hui Yuhao seemed to have anticipated his opponent's actions. As Wang Dong's leg propelled forward, Hui Yuhao had already crouched down, and in the blink of an eye, he sprang upward, his right shoulder colliding with the lower part of Wang Dong's thigh. The swiftness of their movements was remarkable to an onlooker. It might appear as though Wang Dong had intentionally lifted his leg for Hui Yuhao to meet it with his shoulder. It is worth noting the exceptional physical prowess of Wang Dong, despite his thigh being thrust upward, which would typically cause an average person to lose their balance. Wang Dong's right leg soared high into the air, executing a perfect split, while his left foot remained firmly planted on the ground. Hui Yuhao felt a wave of softness and elasticity as he pressed against Wang Dong's thigh with his shoulder. Seizing the opportunity, he propelled his body forward, aiming to knock Wang Dong down while he was precariously balanced on one leg. However, in response to Hui Yuhao's swift advance, Wang Dong executed a remarkable maneuver. He lifted his right leg, arching his upper body backward in unison, while his left foot sprang up to deliver a kick towards Hui Yuhao. At that moment, the spread of his legs exceeded the bounds of what any ordinary person could conceive. Although Hui Yuhao accurately grasped Wang Dong's previous attacks through the mental detection abilities granted by his spirit eye, he found himself unable to retreat in time this time. Despite sensing Wang Dong's movements, anticipating an opponent's actions certainly bestows an advantage. As Wang Dong's left foot soared toward his chin, Hui Yuhao simultaneously pressed down with both hands, colliding with the incoming kick. The force of Wang Dong's strike was astonishing, accompanied by an indescribable shockwave. Hui Yuhao felt a tingling in his palms and instinctively activated the power of his Xianyu hand. Nevertheless, he was still knocked back, staggering. Wang Dong executed a backward somersault, lightly tapping the ground with his right foot before bringing his left foot crashing down. He swiftly flipped back around, his right leg whipping through the air like a steel whip, aimed directly at Hui Yuhao's shoulder. It was evident that Hui Yuhao's earlier resistance had provoked him. In the midst of retreating, Hui Yuhao reacted the moment Wang Dong's right foot touched the ground, his steps suddenly becoming agile as he deftly sidestepped to the left. The forceful strike of Wang Dong's right foot landed heavily on the ground, leaving a shallow imprint on the hard stone surface, a testament to the power behind it. Immediately after, he charged toward Hui Yuhao like a windmill, his legs striking out like two steel whips, launching a torrential assault. After the initial exchanges, Hui Yuhao found a sense of calm. His mental detection abilities were fully engaged, allowing him to coolly anticipate each of Wang Dong's attacks. Employing the elusive ghost shadow steps, he maneuvered as if navigating a small boat amidst turbulent waters, skillfully avoiding being capsized by the onslaught. Wang Dong grew increasingly alarmed as he fought. He could clearly sense that Hui Yuhao's strength was vastly inferior to his own in terms of speed and power. Yet, he found his attacks unable to land effectively. Although Hui Yuhao's speed was not exceptional, he consistently managed to predict Wang Dong's actions and evade them with precision. Wang Dong had attempted feints, yet they failed to deceive his opponent. Proud and stubborn, Wang Dong resolved to refrain from using his martial soul, increasing his offensive efforts, convinced that Hui Yuhao could not endure indefinitely. Indeed, Hui Yuhao was beginning to feel the strain. The force and speed of Wang Dong's attacks were overwhelming, and despite his best concentration and mental detection abilities, he could barely keep pace. As time passed, the disparity in physical prowess between him and Wang Dong became increasingly evident. Hui Yuhao endured a childhood fraught with hardship and malnutrition, and the nurturing effects of the Xiantian skill upon his body were only just beginning to manifest. In comparison to the profoundly skilled Wang Dong, he still had a considerable distance to cover in terms of physical prowess. Though he had summoned his martial soul, Wang Dong had yet to unleash his own. However, the essence of soul power's nourishment was intrinsically profound. As the battle wore on, Hui Yuhao inevitably began to make subtle errors, suffering the sting of Wang Dong's strikes upon his body, leaving him with a fiery ache. His unrefined ghost shadow misty steps began to falter, rendering him increasingly passive. This could not continue. Defeat was imminent. Hui Yuhao retreated with increasing urgency, realizing he was on the verge of being unable to evade Wang Dong's assault. Suddenly, he lifted his head sharply, prompting Wang Dong to instinctively glance toward his face. It was then that he distinctly perceived a flicker of purple within Hui Yuhao's softly golden eyes. Instantly, Wang Dong felt as though his brain had been pierced by needles, an excruciating pain rendering his mind blank in an instant. Seizing the opportunity, Hui Yuhao lunged forward with great fervor, leaping into the air and tightly wrapping his arms around Wang Dong's. His legs coiled around Wang Dong's waist, forcefully bringing him crashing to the ground. Wang Dong had relied on his legs for all his attacks, and Hui Yuhao's desperate maneuver effectively immobilized them. As long as he could subdue him, that was all that mattered. The sharp pain in his head caused Wang Dong to furrow his brow tightly. But it lasted only a couple of seconds before clarity returned. Yet, by that time, he had already been brought down by Hui Yuhao. With Hui Yuhao's legs firmly securing his waist and his arms held tightly, their faces were mere inches apart, their breaths palpable in the charged air. Hui Yuhao panted heavily as he growled, "Are you willing to submit?" "Submit to you, you big-headed fool? Release me." Wang Dong retorted angrily, struggling fiercely. Yet, Hui Yuhao summoned every ounce of strength within him, even channeling his soul power, making it no easy task to break free without employing his martial soul. "Are you refusing to acknowledge your defeat? Had I drawn my blade earlier, you would have met your end," Hui Yuhao countered defiantly. At that moment, their bodies were in close proximity, and he was somewhat taken aback to discover that Wang Dong's form was not only remarkably supple and elastic but also exuded a soft warmth. To his surprise, the scent emanating from this boy was a faint, refreshing fragrance that was quite pleasant. Upon hearing his words, Wang Dong fell momentarily silent, his resistance waning. Indeed, just moments ago, he had experienced a sharp pain in his head, and though the dizziness was brief, their closeness afforded Hui Yuhao ample opportunity to inflict harm if he had so desired. "I concede, you should get up quickly," Wang Dong said with a voice laced with anger, his eyes reflecting a mixture of defiance and resentment. However, Hui Yuhao did not relinquish his grip. With a cold tone, he stated, "The 5 conditions you previously mentioned are not beyond my capacity to fulfill. Yet, it is not due to your threats, but rather out of respect for my roommate. I am aware that your strength surpasses mine, and should you employ your martial soul, I would undoubtedly be no match for you. Nevertheless, remember this, should you dare to insult me again, even if it leads to my demise at your hands, I will ensure that I take a piece of flesh from you." As Hui Yuhao's demeanor grew increasingly fierce, his gaze taking on a bloodthirsty quality reminiscent of a soul beast, Wang Dong's animosity dissipated, replaced instead by a flicker of fear. Clearly, his opponent was significantly weaker. Yet in terms of momentum, he found himself utterly at a disadvantage. Hui Yuhao gradually released Wang Dong and stood up, retreating a few steps before turning to walk towards the dormitory. Wang Dong remained seated on the ground for a moment before rising again and slowly making his way to the dormitory. As he reached the entrance, an aged voice resonated in his ear, "You have indeed lost, not merely in combat, but in heart as well." "Why?" Wang Dong abruptly turned to face the elder, his expression one of unwillingness. "I am clearly stronger than him. If I wished to confront him, he wouldn't even be able to touch me. What gives him the right to triumph over me?" The elder gestured towards his own heart, stating, "It is because of what lies here. He possesses a fearless spirit, while you do not. Not everyone can embrace death as you have." Wang Dong was momentarily taken aback, and after a brief pause, he bowed deeply to the elder. "Thank you for your enlightenment," he expressed gratefully before striding towards the dormitory. Upon returning to his room, Wang Dong noticed that Hui Yuhao was already seated on his wooden bed, deep in meditation. He contemplated saying something, but ultimately restrained himself. With a huff, he busied himself setting up his own bed. In stark contrast to Hui Yuhao's modest arrangements, Wang Dong's bed was adorned with a thick fur blanket, crafted from the hide of an unknown soul beast, appearing both plush and warm, accompanied by a soft cotton quilt. His belongings had already filled his side of the cabinet, with various items strewn across the table. Yet, displaying a sense of defiance, Wang Dong seemed reluctant to tidy up, pulling the quilt over his head in resignation and succumbing to sleep. For the next 2 days, neither Hui Yuhao nor Wang Dong acknowledged the other, each engrossed in their own pursuits. Wang Dong was somewhat astonished to observe that, aside from mealtimes, Hui Yuhao remained in a state of cultivation almost perpetually. He could vaguely sense Hui Yuhao's soul power, yet the more he sensed it, the more incredulous he became. How could someone of such strength possibly have defeated me? Finally, the new academic year's enrollment concluded, and the new student dormitory buzzed with activity. Although each room was modest in size, they were shared by 2 occupants. The outside was lively, yet the dormitories offered commendable sound insulation. In recent days, Hui Yuhao has been diligently engaged in his cultivation. His battle with Wang Dong proved to be a significant source of inspiration for him. The key to his triumph lay in a technique illuminated by the heavenly dream ice silkworm. Although the ice silkworm is not an exceptionally formidable soul beast, the 4 skills bestowed upon Hui Yuhao by the million-year-old heavenly dream ice silkworm are not particularly powerful in themselves. These skills include mental detection, mental sharing, mental interference, and soul impact. The first 2 skills have been mastered by Hui Yuhao, who has verified their impressive efficacy with Bei Bei. Mental interference, however, is an area of effect skill that can disrupt any life form exhibiting mental fluctuations within a 30-meter radius centered on Hui Yuhao. Yet, its degree of interference is rather limited. Given his current cultivation level, it can merely induce a fleeting moment of mental disorientation in others. Furthermore, he can sustain this skill for no more than 3 seconds. And its soul power consumption is significantly greater than that of the first 2 skills. Soul Impact stands as the only skill among the 4 with a hint of offensive capability. Being a single target skill, its attack potency surpasses that of the area effect mental interference, albeit only marginally. Hui Yuhao's ability to secure victory against Wang Dong with this skill was primarily due to the integration of the purple extreme magic eyes abilities within it, yielding results that exceeded his expectations. Of course, this success was also attributed to Wang Dong's unpreparedness. Had he been ready, the effectiveness of Soul Impact would have been considerably diminished. Nonetheless, Hui Yuhao has, through these 4 mental attribute skills, begun to shape a semblance of a control-type soul master. However, his elder brother once advised him that during the first year of their studies, distinctions among disciplines are irrelevant, and one must endure the trials of the first year. "Hey, class starts today. Are you still sitting there in a daze?" Wang Dong's voice jolted Hui Yuhao from his reverie. He had just returned after a light breakfast, intending to continue his training. "Is class starting now?" Hui Yuhao instinctively inquired. This was their first exchange since their skirmish. Without casting a glance at him, Wang Dong replied coolly, "There is still half an hour left." "Oh," Hui Yuhao acknowledged, then closed his eyes to begin meditating. After days of relentless effort, he had become increasingly adept at the Shantian skill. With half an hour at his disposal, he could complete a full cycle of the Shantian skill, allowing his soul power to progress incrementally. Not hearing any further response, Wang Dong turned to look at Hui Yuhao, who had once again entered into meditation, and could not help but mutter under his breath, "What a madman." With that, he left the dormitory without glancing back. For 2 days, he had never witnessed Hui Yuhao lying down to sleep. The entrance of the white teaching building stood wide open as new students clad in white uniforms streamed in, each adorned with a green monster emblem symbolizing Shrek Academy on the left breast. Students from different grades donned uniforms of varying colors, mirroring the hues of their respective teaching buildings. As Hui Yuhao hurriedly arrived at the new student teaching building, the bell rang just in time. He rushed inside and, upon spotting the sign for class 1 in the first classroom on the left side of the first floor, he entered without hesitation. At that moment, the spacious classroom was already filled to capacity. Being the last to arrive, Hui Yuhao found only a few vacant seats and finally managed to take a place, sitting next to a remarkably pretty young girl. However, this girl bore a striking resemblance to Wang Dong when he first met her, with an air of arrogance, tilting her head and not sparing him a glance. Once seated, Hui Yuhao took a moment to survey his surroundings. The classroom was vast, accommodating over 100 students in his class. Given the scale of 1,000 new students, there should be around 10 classes for them. He quickly spotted Wang Dong, largely due to Wang Dong's outstanding appearance. Surrounding him were girls, both in front and behind, each as captivating as the girl beside Hui Yuhao. At that moment, an elderly woman entered through the classroom door. She was frail and silver-haired, her hair elegantly coiled atop her head, draped in a flowing white robe of medium stature. Remarkably, she possessed a pair of exceptionally bright eyes, her black irises sparkling with vitality. Hui Yuhao's martial soul is the spiritual eye, which renders him particularly sensitive to the gaze of others. From the elderly woman's eyes, he sensed an overwhelming mental pressure. Despite her advanced age, she held herself upright and swiftly made her way to the podium. Undoubtedly, she was the instructor for this new class. Upon her entrance, the previously chaotic classroom fell into a profound silence, with all eyes drawn to the front. The woman's steady gaze swept calmly from left to right, and in that moment, each individual felt as though they were under her scrutiny, an intangible weight settling heavily upon their hearts. "I am Shoei, your homeroom teacher," she announced. I cannot ascertain how many of you will accompany me through the forthcoming year. However, I must convey this. In my class, nothing subpar will pass the assessment. I aim to cultivate monsters, not fools. The voice of Teacher Zhou was a harsh rasp, akin to the sound of a cracked gong. Upon hearing her words, many students displayed expressions of indignation. Having successfully passed the rigorous evaluations to become students of Shrek Academy, they were among the elite, meticulously selected from various nations across the continent. Yet, in the eyes of this instructor, they were reduced to mere detritus and imbeciles. Hui Yuhao remained remarkably composed upon first encountering Teacher Zhou, recalling the words of his senior brother and teacher Xia, who had warned him of her stern demeanor and irritable temperament, yet acknowledged her undeniable expertise. All those who have engaged in fights, please stand. Zhou Yi's next statement sent shockwaves through the class. These students were freshly admitted. Who among them would dare to brawl within the academy? Even if a fight had occurred, who would admit to it? As the classroom fell into a profound silence, one individual rose to his feet, Hui Yuhao. His action was not born from honesty, but rather from a subtle premonition that Teacher Zhou would not adhere to conventional norms. Upon witnessing Hui Yuhao's stand, Wang Dong huffed defiantly and also stood up. Among the 100 students, only these two had taken a stand, instantly becoming the focal point of the entire class. Akin to cranes among a flock of chickens. Just two. Zhou Yi raised an eyebrow, perceiving the rest as a group of inept individuals. Do you not comprehend that avoiding trouble is the hallmark of mediocrity? Everyone else, please leave and run 100 laps around the Shrek Square. Anyone who fails to complete the task will be expelled. At this pronouncement, the class erupted in uproar. It was merely the first day of school, and they had yet to commence any lessons, yet they faced punishment for not having fought. Who could accept such an edict? Suddenly, one student stood up, exclaiming, "Teacher, I refuse to comply. Why should we be punished for not fighting?" Zhou Yi replied coolly, "Because I said so. If you are dissatisfied, you are welcome to leave. As your homeroom teacher, I possess the authority to expel any student. You have 1 minute, if I do not see you running around the Shrek Square within that time. All of you will be dismissed." As she spoke, an overwhelming aura surged forth from her, a formidable wave of soul power that left every student feeling breathless. Soul rings began to rise beneath Zhou Yi's feet, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black, 6 rings exuding an indescribable, potent energy. This teacher was, astonishingly, a soul emperor, complete with 2 10,000-year soul rings. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that if she wished to discipline these 100 novice students, it would be effortlessly accomplished. Given their status as newcomers, the oppressive atmosphere quelled any spirit of defiance among the students, who, heads hung low, shuffled out of the classroom. Zhou Yi retracted her soul rings, her expression impassive as she watched them exit. "Let me remind you, you have only 1 hour. Those who do not complete 100 laps within the time frame will be deemed unqualified. This is your first assessment as students. Those who fail will be expelled." Upon hearing this, the students quickened their pace, swiftly making their way to the playground after exiting the classroom. Wang Dong cast a surprised glance at Hui Yuhao, realizing that only the 2 of them remained in the classroom. Zhou Yi's demeanor seemed to soften considerably as she gestured for them to approach. Wang Dong and Hui Yuhao walked over together. Observing the 2, Zhou Yi nodded in satisfaction, remarking, "Not bad. At least there are still a couple of spirited children among you. Pray tell, who were you engaged in conflict with, and what was the cause of your altercation?" Just as Wang Dong was about to respond, Hui Yuhao interjected, "Report, teacher, we are roommates, and a trivial matter has led to some discord and confrontation." Zhou Yi appeared intrigued. "Oh, roommates, indeed. How splendid. Roommate disputes are the best, for they foster competition and encourage mutual progress." Standing before Zhou Yi, both Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong felt a chill creeping up their spines, cold sweat trickling down their backs. This teacher was undeniably imposing, and her unconventional approach was evident. No wonder she was referred to as the monster teacher by the senior students. A smile that could rival a grimace flickered across Zhou Yi's aged visage, her face seeming to twitch slightly. "While fighting can be beneficial, I do not particularly relish seeing my students at odds with one another. Remember, if you must brawl, do so with students from other classes. Our Shrek Academy has always maintained a lenient stance on such matters to allow students to express their individuality. However, certain limitations do exist, and I shall elucidate them. Upperclassmen are strictly prohibited from provoking or assaulting underclassmen. Any violations will result in immediate expulsion. Conversely, underclassmen may challenge upperclassmen, provided a teacher is present to ensure that there's no bullying involved. As for students of the same grade, they may engage in combat freely. As long as no fatalities occur, the academy will remain uninvolved. Combat is indeed one of the finest means to enhance one's capabilities. Should you progress to the second year, you will have the opportunity to compete in the soul-fighting arena. Victorious students may even receive rewards from the academy. However, for now, you both may proceed with your running. Wang Dong was taken aback. Teacher, did you not assert that we possess spirit? Zhou Yi maintained her smile. Yet I never claimed that you need not run. To engage in a brawl with your roommate right at the start of the term is quite ambitious. Given your evident ambition, the assessment difficulty should be elevated compared to your peers. Moreover, you must endure the same trials as your classmates. Your completion time for the 100 laps shall align with that of the others. It seems some time has already passed. Wang Dong wished to protest further, but Hui Yuhao swiftly pulled him away, determinedly dashing towards the exit. Although Wang Dong felt disheartened, he followed suit. Why are you dragging me along? This teacher Zhou is utterly mad. Hui Yuhao replied with a hint of irritation. Can you truly outsmart her? Can you defeat her? If you cannot, and you wish to remain at Shrek Academy, then you must adhere to her instructions. Hurry along. I firmly believe her assertion that failing to complete 100 laps would result in expulsion is indeed accurate. Upon exiting the freshman teaching building, they arrived at Shrek Square. This square, while not excessively large, spans approximately 300 meters per lap. For an ordinary individual, running 100 laps around the square is no trivial endeavor. However, for these young students, equipped with their foundation in soul mastery, it is not particularly daunting. With earnest effort, they could certainly complete the task within an hour. As Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong joined the throng of runners, a chorus of schadenfreude erupted around them. However, the two paid little heed to the jeers. They were already a quarter of an hour behind and needed to hasten their pace. While running, Wang Dong suddenly inquired of Hui Yuhao. What skill did you employ to defeat me that day? I still cannot fathom it. Could it be that your martial soul possesses a spiritual attribute? Hui Yuhao nodded. Wang Dong was taken aback. It truly was a spiritual attribute. No wonder I couldn't discern your martial soul after you activated your soul ring that day. At least my defeat does not seem entirely unjust. Hui Yuhao expressed his resignation, saying, You are excessively arrogant. If you were to utilize your martial soul, I would undoubtedly stand no chance. I can sense that your soul power far surpasses mine. Wang Dong, with a hint of pride, replied, That is undoubtedly true. Among this year's new students, only a select few possess strength comparable to mine. With merely a decade-old soul ring, you are, of course, no match for me. Hui Yuhao could not tolerate his arrogant demeanor, especially considering he had recently been defeated by a soul ring that had existed for a decade. Wang Dong, somewhat irritated, responded, Enough of this. In light of the fact that you just stood up for me in front of that eccentric teacher, let us consider the past matters settled. From now on, I shall look after you. Should anyone dare to bully you, I will ensure your protection. Hui Yuhao was rendered speechless, retorting that he did not require protection. As he spoke, he quickened his pace and ran ahead. Wang Dong, keeping up effortlessly due to his superior physical condition, accelerated in tandem. You truly are quite inconsiderate, Wang Dong remarked with a hint of dissatisfaction. Hui Yuhao cast him a glare and said, If you treated me as an equal classmate, you wouldn't feel this way. Wang Dong curled his lip, remarking that throughout his life, there had been no peers he could regard as equals. Hui Yuhao snorted, no longer regarding him, for their conversation had proven to be unproductive. Wang Dong, too, fell silent, suddenly accelerating past Hui Yuhao, running around the Shrek Square with astonishing speed. It must be acknowledged that although Wang Dong was proud, his cultivation was indeed exceptional, and his physical prowess was remarkable. As he quickened his pace, none of the students in the freshman class could keep up with him. At this moment, Zhou Yi had already arrived beside Shrek Square, quietly observing the running students. Her gaze was soon drawn to Wang Dong, and after a slight shift in her expression, she returned to her usual demeanor. Time passed swiftly, and as the number of laps increased, the breathing of the running students gradually became heavier. It was at this juncture that physical fitness and cultivation manifested themselves. Zhou Yi had not prohibited the use of soul power for assistance. Thus everyone relied on it to restore their stamina during the long run. Leading the pack were over a dozen individuals, all maintaining a brisk pace, with Wang Dong at the forefront. Though he had started later, he had managed to catch up to the front runners within half an hour, even surpassing them. Observing him, one could see that he had not expended much energy, his speed remaining consistently high. Following the leading group was the main contingent, comprising over 70 students in this section, running at a steady pace without much strain. Given their speed, completing 100 laps within an hour posed little challenge. At the back, there were still a dozen students, including Hui Yuhao. In his effort to catch up with his peers, Hui Yuhao had begun at a swift pace, but after running over 20 laps, his stamina started to wane significantly. Not only was he trailing behind, but he was also lagging several laps due to starting a quarter of an hour late. As more than half the time had elapsed, Zhou Yi's voice suddenly resonated in the ears of every student, urging them to accelerate, with her position as the finish line. Just as she spoke, Wang Dong swiftly darted past her, becoming the first to complete 100 laps. After finishing this impressive feat at an extraordinary speed, a flush appeared on Wang Dong's handsome face, and he slowed his pace, slightly breathless, before making another lap around the track before finally coming to a halt. Gradually, other students began to complete their 100 laps as well, with a quarter of an hour remaining until the hour was up. Upon stopping, Wang Dong's gaze quickly found Hui Yuhao, and he couldn't help but furrow his brow, murmuring to himself, how could I possibly lose to him? Hui Yuhao's speed had diminished compared to the beginning. His school uniform was thoroughly drenched in sweat. His martial soul was of the spiritual attribute, rendering the aid of soul power to his body relatively minimal. Had it not been for his cultivation of the Xiantian skill, he would have fared even worse than now. Completing 100 laps within an hour was already a formidable challenge, and after being delayed by Zhou Yi, he found himself considerably pressed for time. The intentional acceleration had significantly drained his stamina. At that moment, he lagged behind several fellow students by 3 laps, with still 20 laps remaining to reach the 100. Completing 20 laps in just 15 minutes was an almost insurmountable task. Chapter 9, The Goddess of Light Butterfly. No, I must persevere. I cannot afford to be eliminated. Hui Yuhao gritted his teeth, quickening his pace once more. In an effort to sharpen his weary mind, he even summoned his soul power to unleash a soul shock upon himself. The intense pain in his brain invigorated his bodily functions, and indeed, his speed increased once more, allowing him to surpass the last few members of the group beside him. Zhou Yi stood quietly, her attention not on those who had completed their laps, but rather on those who were still struggling. Among the students, Hui Yuhao appeared the most fatigued, his uniform unmistakably soaked in sweat. Yet, he gritted his teeth and pressed on. Time flew by as Hui Yuhao forced himself to run another 8 laps. With only 5 minutes remaining until the hour concluded, 7 others, like him, had yet to finish, but their remaining laps ranged from 3 to 5, and they had begun to exert every ounce of their strength to accelerate. There was still a chance for them to complete the task. However, Hui Yuhao was still a staggering 12 laps behind. At that moment, a figure suddenly burst forth from the Shrek Square, swiftly closing in on Hui Yuhao. In mere strides, he caught up, and then an astonishing spectacle unfolded. From behind the individual who had overtaken Hui Yuhao, a pair of blue butterfly wings unfurled instantaneously. The colors at the tips of the forewings transitioned from deep blue to azure, and then to light blue, creating a surface reminiscent of a cerulean sky adorned with a series of brilliant halos, forming a V shape and bestowing radiance upon the world. Its shape and color are unparalleled, embodying a beauty that is simply impeccable. The sudden appearance of such resplendent wings evokes an overwhelming sense of awe, prompting gasps of astonishment from nearly all the students. Regardless of gender, those wings are truly exquisite. The entire wing surface resembles the white froth of waves surging upon the vast blue ocean. With colors and patterns that are nothing short of spectacular, they exhibit hues of violet and azure, as if the blue sky were adorned with a series of radiant halos, shifting from deep blue to brilliant azure, and then to a delicate light blue. The white luminescent patterns on the wings resemble embedded jewels, shimmering with an enchanting brilliance. Even though these wings are but ethereal shadows, they evoke a sense of dizzying wonder in all who behold them, including the teacher, Zhou Yi. As the butterfly's wings unfurled, a figure glided in from behind, slipping beneath Hui Yuhao's arms. With a powerful flap of its wings, it effortlessly lifted him from the ground. Hui Yuhao was taken aback, instinctively glancing back to behold the handsome visage of Wang Dong. What are you waiting for? Quickly channel your soul power to lighten your body. Wang Dong exclaimed, simultaneously flapping his resplendent wings, accelerating abruptly as he and Hui Yuhao spiraled around Shrek Plaza at breathtaking speed. Hui Yuhao was utterly captivated by the magnificent wings behind Wang Dong, a sight of unparalleled beauty. Could this truly be his martial soul? Hui Yuhao could even perceive the V-shaped luminescent patterns on the wings absorbing the warmth of the sun. Setting aside these thoughts, the mere ability to soar through the skies signifies an extraordinary power. Moreover, there exists a legend in nature that the more beautiful a being, the greater its strength. Zhou Yi's eyes reflected a glimmer of satisfaction amidst surprise as she murmured to herself, the goddess of light butterfly? The most exquisite butterfly martial soul on the continent. Excellent. Splendid. At last, I am not wholly let down. Wang Dong's flying speed was remarkable, completing 12 laps in just 5 minutes, a feat once deemed impossible. As he and Hui Yuhao finished their final lap and landed simultaneously, they both stumbled unsteadily upon touching the ground. Hui Yuhao quickly turned to grasp Wang Dong's shoulder, only to find himself falling backward, with Wang Dong landing directly atop him. Though Wang Dong's abilities were formidable among his peers, he was still a child. After soaring over 3,000 meters with Hui Yuhao, his soul power was beginning to wane. As soon as they landed, those resplendent wings retracted, leaving his complexion pale. Hui Yuhao found himself beneath him, yet a hint of a smile graced his face. Thank you. Last time I had you pinned down. And now you have returned the favor. Wang Dong, with an expression of disdain, rose to his feet. You reek. Do you think I would willingly pin you down? Hui Yuhao, undeterred, rose to his feet, gasping for breath, and offered a thumbs up to Wang Dong. Taken aback for a moment, Wang Dong nodded in response and returned the gesture. A faint smile crept onto both their faces, and the previous animosity dissipated in that instant. All the students had completed 100 laps within the allotted time, now standing casually in the Shrek Plaza. Joey, her expression inscrutable, turned to the students and stated coolly, the names I call will step forward. Cheng Qing, Qiu Jianrao, Tang Dao, Shang Wanchentian, Lin Ziyu, Zhuge Yun, Tai Long, Tang Ling, Yun Xiaopiao. 9 individuals were summoned by her. The students, clearly taken aback, had not anticipated that she would recall the names of 9 among them without any prior introductions. The called students stepped forward with measured grace. Joey continued nonchalantly, You 9 may return to pack your belongings and leave the academy. From this moment forth, you are no longer students of Shrek Academy. What? The 9, exhausted from their recent exertions, were astonished, while the remaining students erupted in disbelief. Teacher, why? Tai Long, a tall youth, stepped forward with an expression of anger. Among those who had just completed the laps, he had been among the first to finish. Joey replied coldly. Shrek Academy does not require opportunistic students. Possessing strength without a sound and proper mindset will only lead to disaster, not assistance, for any nation once cultivated. She turned to Tai Long. Did you complete 100 laps? Tai Long protested, Of course I did. Joey chuckled, Completed, you say? If I recall correctly. At the beginning of the run, as I had not yet arrived at Shrek Plaza, you strolled leisurely for 2 laps. You only began to keep pace when the frontrunners reached the 5th lap. Therefore, you have not completed 100 laps, but rather 97. I believe more than one person witnessed your initial laziness. Tai Long's face flushed crimson. He could hardly fathom that Zhou Yi, who had not been present on the field, was able to recount his slothful behavior as if she had witnessed it firsthand. But even if I ran a few laps less, you cannot expel me for that. Joey scoffed dismissively. The reason has already been stated. You are unworthy of being a student at Shrek Academy. Pack your things and leave. Tai Long stood there, utterly dumbfounded. In truth, his abilities would have allowed him to complete 100 laps effortlessly, placing him among the top ranks of all first-year students. He never imagined he would be eliminated in such a manner. Joey surveyed the remaining students, her tone steady, though I may have a temper. My words are true to their intent. The 9 I have named are all those who indulged in deceit during the running exercise, failing to complete 100 laps. If you contest this, feel free to report me to the academic office. But for now, you may leave. Teacher Zhou, I contest this. Just now, he did not complete 100 laps on his own. It was only with the assistance of others that he managed to finish. Why was he not eliminated? Another eliminated student, named Lin Ziyu, exclaimed in indignation, pointing directly at Hui Yuhao. Joey smiled. Are you dissatisfied? His name is Hui Yuhao. Had he also failed to complete 100 laps, he would undoubtedly join your ranks. My words remain unchanged. However, he has indeed completed 100 laps. I have never stated that mutual assistance is prohibited. Wang Dong aided him of his own volition. If someone is willing to assist you during the run, that is permissible. But did anyone offer you help? I do not concern myself with the process. I solely focus on the outcome. The result is that Hui Yuhao completed 100 laps, while you did not. Now leave, or I shall render your martial souls useless. Under the formidable pressure of Zhou Yi, the 9 pointed out students left in dejection. They were certainly not heading to pack their belongings, but rather making their way to the academic affairs office to lodge a complaint. It was only the first day of school. How could they accept this? The beads of perspiration on Hui Yuhao's brow increased as he witnessed Zhou Yi's unwavering resolve in dismissing 9 students. It was only natural for anxiety to envelop him. Had it not been for Wang Dong's assistance, he might very well have found himself among those dismissed. With that thought, he cast a grateful glance towards Wang Dong. The expressions of the remaining students had drastically altered, their breaths held in trepidation as they observed Zhou Yi. Within the span of merely an hour, she had established her absolute authority over Class 1 of the first year. Return to your dormitories to change, then proceed to class. I shall grant you a quarter of an hour, Zhou Yi declared before turning abruptly back towards the teaching building. This time, no one dared to linger for even a moment. They scattered like the wind, racing towards their dorms at nearly sprinting speed. This old woman is truly ruthless, Wang Dong remarked as he and Hui Yuhao hurried back to their dormitory. Hui Yuhao said, "Thank you. If it weren't for you, I fear I would have struggled." Wang Dong snorted and replied, "No need for gratitude. Had it not been for our duel, you would have achieved it on your own. Please, go change." "I haven't perspired much." Hui Yuhao was momentarily taken aback. "Aren't you coming along?" Wang Dong replied, "Have you forgotten the 5 rules I mentioned that day? I do not relish the sight of others' bodies, for fear of developing needle-like scars. You should hurry." Hui Yuhao, disregarding further conversation, hurried back to his room. Shedding his sweat-soaked garments, he wiped his body with a clean cloth and donned another set of school uniform. The soiled attire would have to wait until after class for laundering. Exiting his room, he encountered Wang Dong, who was also on his way to change clothes. Hui Yuhao still felt slightly breathless, and the image of Wang Dong's magnificent wings flashed through his mind once more. How exquisite they were, truly breathtaking. What kind of martial soul could that be? While others might have overlooked the wings, Hui Yuhao distinctly noticed that when Wang Dong unleashed his martial soul, 2 soul rings appeared alongside it. Astonishingly, they were of different colors, one yellow and one purple, indicating that his second soul ring was of a millennium grade. This knowledge surpassed the conventional understanding of soul masters. It was no wonder he exuded such pride. He had every reason to feel superior. In terms of strength, Hui Yuhao recognized that he fell significantly short compared to Wang Dong. Just as he was lost in thought, Wang Dong emerged from his change of clothes. The 2 of them dared not linger and quickly returned to the classroom. Zhou Yi had allocated a quarter of an hour for changing, yet within 10 minutes, all the students were seated in the classroom, neatly arranged. The fear lingering in their eyes at the 9 vacant seats had yet to dissipate. Everyone had heard the saying that entering Shrek Academy was easy, but exiting was a different matter entirely. It was only when faced with the reality of their situation that they truly felt the intense threat, and no one dared to entertain thoughts of taking shortcuts any longer. As the quarter hour elapsed, Zhou Yi arrived punctually in the classroom. Upon seeing the 91 students present, she nodded and announced, "We shall commence the lesson now. Your performance in the previous test has generally satisfied me. The majority successfully completed the running assessment." Hui Yuhao rise. "Yes, teacher," Hui Yuhao responded promptly, standing upright with a straight back. Zhou Yi coolly instructed, "State your soul power level." "Yes, my soul power is level 11, Hui Yuhao respectfully replied. Given that Zhou Yi had called their names earlier, he understood that this teacher, though seemingly aloof, was well acquainted with them. And he suspected his own cultivation could not be concealed. Upon hearing level 11, a wave of skepticism washed over the assembled students, with Wang Dong even raising his hand to shield his eyes. How embarrassing it was to be outclassed by someone with merely level 11. Wait, how could he only be at level 11? Wasn't he the admission requirement for Shrek Academy a minimum of level 15? With that thought, Wang Dong looked up at Hui Yuhao in astonishment. Indeed, Hui Yuhao's soul power is only level 11. I know you are all curious as to why he was able to pass the Academy S assessment and become a new student. I will address this only once. Until he is eliminated, no one is permitted to question him on this basis again. He is a specially invited student and did not need to undergo the assessment upon entering the Academy. However, this exception is unique. Should he fail to complete the assignments set by the Academy, he too will face elimination. All right, Hui Yuhao, you may sit down. Thank you, teacher. Hui Yuhao sat down once more, yet he couldn't help but feel astonished. Teacher Zhou's words were evidently in his defense. She clarified his situation of being admitted despite not having sufficient soul power, ensuring that this matter would no longer be a point of contention. Zhou Yi appeared utterly indifferent to the students' reactions. She turned to the blackboard and inscribed 2 prominent characters, attack and defense. After completing her writing, she faced the students again. I am aware that the majority of you are quite discontent with my earlier decision to make you run laps and expel 9 individuals. However, you merely refrain from expressing your displeasure due to my authority. I see no necessity to elucidate my actions to you. Those with insight will eventually comprehend, while the foolish ones may remain in their ignorance. Let us commence our lesson. The 2 words I have inscribed on the blackboard, attack and defense, should be familiar to you. In today's inaugural lesson, I will enlighten you on the principles of attack and defense for Soul Masters. Since time immemorial, Soul Masters have been categorized into various systems based on the capabilities of their respective martial souls. There exists the strong attack, agile attack, support, food, control, defense, and many other systems. Some Soul Masters develop their abilities to an extreme in one direction, while others cultivate a more balanced approach. The methods of training are indeed diverse. Wang Dong, please respond. Among the various systems of Soul Masters, who excels in offense and who should lean towards defense and support? This question was, without a doubt, exceedingly simple. Wang Dong rose without hesitation and replied, naturally, the strong attack, agile attack, and control systems are more inclined towards offense, while the support, food, and defense systems are more inclined towards defense. Zhou candidly remarked, that is the response of a fool. Wang Dong was taken aback. Teacher Zhou, my answer, sit down. Zhou interrupted him with a wave of her hand, a powerful surge of soul power stifling his words and compelling him to return to his seat. Had this been over 4,000 years ago, before the collision of the Sun-Moon continent and our Dolua continent, Wang Dong's answer would have been correct. However, in the present day, it was utterly misguided. Wu Yuhao, please enlighten me as to why. In his heart, Wu Yuhao mused that Teacher Zhou had indeed set his sights on him and Wang Dong today, but fortunately, it was not a dismissal. As his thoughts raced, he arrived at an answer and stood up to say, it is due to the soul guide. The seriousness on Zhou Yi's face finally softened a little. You are not entirely foolish. It's no wonder you have been selected as a special student. Indeed, it is the advent of the soul guide that has blurred the lines between offense and defense, which is the topic of today's lecture. Please take your seats. I trust everyone is well aware that over the past few millennia, the soul guide has undergone rapid development. The initial introduction from the Sun-Moon continent brought with it a wealth of rare materials and the fundamental techniques for crafting soul guides. After thousands of years of advancement, the production of soul guides has become increasingly refined, and their power has escalated. This has resulted in a scenario where even a food-type soul master wielding a sufficiently powerful soul guide can unleash an attack as formidable as that of a powerful attack-type soul master, or perhaps even surpass it. Conversely, a speed-type soul master equipped with a robust defensive soul guide can temporarily function as a defense-type soul master. It is fair to say that the emergence of soul guides has significantly altered the trajectory and status of soul master cultivation. In reality, the impact of soul rings has been diminished. As long as one possesses sufficient soul power, they can compensate for the shortcomings of soul rings through the use of soul guides. This has led many to overlook the significance of soul rings, resulting in a prevailing trend among the 4 great empires where all soul masters pursue soul power as their primary method of cultivation. Undoubtedly, this approach to cultivation proves effective in the short term, particularly for soul masters below level 50, where the results are markedly apparent. However, I must convey to you that our Shrek Academy does not cultivate such soul masters. Once one surpasses level 50, they become utterly ineffectual. You may be puzzled. So allow me to illustrate with an example. If you are a weapon-type soul master who has reached level 50, and I am a speed-type soul master who has also attained level 50, and you possess a soul guide capable of endangering my life while I am unarmed with one, who would emerge victorious in this battle? The answer is quite simple. I would prevail without a doubt. Why, you ask? Because with my speed, you would have no chance to strike me with your soul guide. Even if you wield the most formidable soul guide, I could outlast you until your soul power is depleted. The more powerful the soul guide, the greater the consumption of soul power. Thus, while defense, support, and food-type soul masters may leverage soul guides to emulate the attack power of an attack-type soul master, they do not possess the combat prowess of one. This is a vital point for you to remember. Therefore, although soul guides greatly enhance the capabilities of defense, support, and food-type soul masters, if your physical constitution is insufficiently robust, you shall always be among the first to fall on the battlefield. Your enemies will not spare you merely because you are not a battle soul master. Rather, they will seek the most vulnerable targets. If your attack power is formidable due to your soul guide, but your other attributes are weak, how do you think your opponents will choose? Conversely, if I possess an exceptionally strong physique and inherent combat strength, then having a powerful soul guide in my hand would be akin to adding wings to a tiger. That is the essence of true strength. In the realm of offense and defense obfuscation, any member of a spirit master team may assume the role of an attacker. However, it is the enhancement of one's own attributes that will significantly bolster your survival capability on the battlefield. Unless a day arises when spirit tools evolve to the extent of completely replacing your physical form. The cultivation of physical prowess and the selection of soul rings will remain paramount in your future training endeavors. Unbeknownst to Zoe, a millennium hits. Spirit tools indeed progressed to the level she had envisioned, capable of supplanting the body. For the next 3 months, my primary focus in your training will be on physical conditioning, regardless of who you are, your background, or the extent of your innate talent. If you fail to pass my assessment in 3 months, you will be dismissed, just like the previous 9 individuals. This morning's lesson concludes here. I advise you to have a substantial meal at noon. In the afternoon, we shall commence physical training. Class dismissed. Hui Yuhao, please accompany me to the office. Having uttered these words, Zhou Yi departed without hesitation, even as the bell signaling the end of class had yet to ring. Once Zhou Yi exited the classroom, a tranquil silence enveloped the room, with the majority of the students still engrossed in her earlier discourse. Despite her unconventional approach, they could not deny the validity of Zhou Yi's insights. Hui Yuhao rose to follow Zhou Yi as they stepped outside. Besides the faculty office building situated behind the purple and black teaching blocks, each teaching edifice housed a modest office within its confines. Hui Yuhao accompanied Zhou Yi to an office not far from the classroom. Zhou Yi gestured for him to close the door and then took a seat behind her desk. Despite her age, her movements exhibited no signs of frailty. Hui Yuhao, I am not one to indulge in idle chatter. Wang Dong's martial soul astonished me, but yours piques my curiosity. Even with my experience, I cannot discern the nature of your martial soul. Now, I seek the answer. Zhou Yi's commanding presence was unmistakable in her words. Given that there was nothing to conceal from a teacher regarding his martial soul, Hui Yuhao replied, My martial soul is the spiritual eye, a mental attribute. Upon hearing his words, Zhou Yi was visibly taken aback, a flicker of surprise passing through her bright eyes, which contrasted sharply with her aged visage. A true martial soul of the mental attribute? Eyes? Hui Yuhao nodded thoughtfully. Zhou Yi's eyes were slightly closed, as if she were contemplating something. After a moment, she inquired of Hui Yuhao, Might you disclose to me the nature of your first soul skill? It is quite customary for a teacher to ask their students about their martial spirits, yet the soul skills represent the most vital abilities and secrets of every soul master. Even Zhou Yi, with her formidable presence, adopted a tone of inquiry. While others might hesitate, Hui Yuhao faced no such dilemma. His first soul ring boasted 4 distinct skills, and revealing a couple was hardly out of the ordinary. Without directly answering Zhou Yi, he summoned his pristine first soul ring, which gradually ascended, casting a faint golden hue over his eyes. Almost instantaneously, Zhou Yi sensed a wave of spiritual energy manifest before her. Unlike Bei Bei and Tangya, Zhou Yi was a formidable soul emperor, possessing a level exceeding 60. Although she was not a spirit-type soul master, her cultivation endowed her with considerable spiritual strength. Dismissing Hui Yuhao's mental skill, despite his status as merely an 11th level soul master, would have been trivial. However, she chose not to reject it, opting instead to accept. Upon accepting, Zhou Yi's pupils widened in astonishment. The mental detection shared with her unveiled a clarity that transformed her perception of her surroundings, akin to emerging from a fog. Everything became lucid and orderly, easily describable in data. This newfound precision, reminiscent of a second brain, adapted seamlessly with the shifts in her line of sight. After approximately a minute, Hui Yuhao retracted his skill and stood respectfully before Zhou Yi. She remained momentarily entranced before murmuring, What an extraordinary skill! It is no wonder that Tang Sect chose you as a special recruit. With this singular ability, Tang made an astute choice. I had wondered why this seemingly unremarkable girl, with limited cultivation and average physical prowess, would select someone of merely 11th level. It turns out there is a hidden depth to you. Hui Yuhao, come with me, Zhou Yi remarked, swiftly rising to her feet and leading him out of the office as they briskly made their way outside. At this moment, Hui Yuhao found himself utterly bewildered. He sensed a significant emotional shift within Zhou Yi upon her learning of his martial soul and soul skills. Yet he could not discern whether this was a positive or negative reaction, even less could he fathom her intentions for him. Upon exiting the new student teaching building, Zhou Yi led Hui Yuhao towards the rear of the academy, heading westward. After a brief distance, Zhou Yi furrowed her brow and remarked, This is too slow. Allow me to assist you. In an instant, she appeared beside Hui Yuhao, her right hand gripping his shoulder. The next moment, Hui Yuhao experienced a sensation akin to soaring through the clouds. The scenery around him raced by in a blur, while an invisible barrier seemed to envelop him, rendering everything else indistinct. Undoubtedly, Zhou Yi was the most formidable soul master Hui Yuhao had ever encountered. What astonishing speed! He hastily unleashed his mental probing, which allowed him to vaguely discern the direction in which Zhou Yi was progressing. After heading west for some time, Zhou Yi shifted their course northward. Hui Yuhao felt that they had exited the outer courtyard of the martial soul department and had entered the realm of the soul engineering department at such a remarkable velocity. It was several minutes later before Zhou Yi finally came to a halt, bringing Hui Yuhao before a colossal structure. While the teaching building they had just departed was already quite large, it paled in comparison to the imposing rectangular gray edifice that loomed before them. The total area of this building could rival that of the dormitories in the martial soul district. The gray structure appeared immensely solid, built not only of brick and stone but also adorned with metallic gleams in numerous places. A low rumble emanated from within, causing a subtle tremor beneath Hui Yuhao's feet. A nearby sign revealed the nature of this place, the Soul Engineering Experimental Zone. Hui Yuhao was filled with perplexity, pondering why teacher Zhou had brought him to the Soul Guidance Device Experimental Zone. What was her intention? Naturally, Zhou Yi would not offer him an explanation. Releasing her grip on his shoulder, she proceeded towards the experimental area. Upon entering, Hui Yuhao was struck by the sight of the entirely metallic structure, composed of an unfamiliar dark brown metal. The entrance led to a long horizontal corridor, reminiscent of the dormitory area, yet featuring doors on one side every 30 meters. Labeled with designations such as Experimental Area 1 and Experimental Area 2. Zhou Yi seemed well acquainted with the place, guiding Hui Yuhao effortlessly along the corridor until they reached the end, halting before a door marked Experimental Area 12. With a flick of her wrist, she produced a hexagonal silver token, pressing it against the door of Experimental Area 12. A remarkable scene unfolded as a notch appeared in the door, perfectly accommodating her token. Hui Yuhao sensed a fleeting surge of soul power, and the token sprang back from the notch. Following this, with a series of mechanical sounds, the door to Experimental Area 12 swung open horizontally. As the door fully opened, Hui Yuhao was astonished to discover that this entirely metallic door was a staggering 2 feet thick. Tracks were embedded in both the floor and the ceiling, enabling it to open gradually. Once the door was wide open, Zhou Yi gestured for Hui Yuhao to enter. However, as Hui Yuhao stepped inside, a thunderous sound startled him. An intense shockwave mingled with air currents rushing towards him, causing his school uniform to flutter. Zhou Yi, seemingly unfazed by this spectacle, continued onward. Upon entering Experimental Area 12, it became evident that this space was a hidden gem, partitioned by heavy metal plates into various sections, resembling a series of metallic boxes. Under Zhou Yi's guidance, they swiftly arrived at the largest area within, an expansive space of approximately 2,000 square meters, with a height exceeding 10 meters. At the edges of the arena, several individuals were engaged in manipulating peculiar instruments. Fanyu, Zhou Yi called out decisively, drawing the attention of a group of people nearby. Among them, a tall middle-aged man approached, his brow furrowing slightly. He stood around 6 feet tall, with broad shoulders, dressed in simple cloth attire, his muscular arms exposed, resembling granite in their strength. His facial features were sharply defined, and his gaze was profound and weighty. Standing there, he exuded an imposing presence akin to a mountain. Zhou Yi, what brings you here? It was evident that this middle-aged man was Fan Yu, the one Zhou Yi had called. Do you remember what you told me last time? Zhou Yi replied, her excitement palpable. Fan Yu's face registered a hint of exasperated amusement as he responded. I've shared many words with you. How am I to know which one you refer to? If there's nothing pressing, you should return for now. I still have several experiments to conduct. Chapter 10. The initial encounter with the soul guidance device before the students. The formidable teacher Zhou Yi appeared imposing, yet, in the presence of a middle-aged man named Fan Yu, she seemed to lose her authoritative demeanor, speaking amicably. I am referring to what you mentioned last time, regarding the soul masters utilizing soul guidance devices with mental attributes. Upon hearing her words, Fan Yu's eyes sparkled with interest, and his gaze instinctively shifted to the side where Hui Yuhao stood. Did he possess a mental martial soul? Zhou Yi nodded and said, Indeed, his name is Hui Yuhao, a new student this year. His primary martial soul is the spirit eye, which is of the mental attribute. After scrutinizing Hui Yuhao, Fan Yu shook his head, replying, That won't do. His physique and soul power are far too weak. he would likely struggle to even lift the most basic soul guidance device. Furthermore, his talent appears rather mediocre, falling short of my standards. Joey scoffed, retorting, "Are you underestimating my judgment?" True, Hui Yuhao's current strength is lacking. But his soul skills are exceptional, perhaps the most practical mental attribute skills I have ever encountered. Hui Yuhao, show him. As a student, Hui Yuhao found himself in the role of a mere observer. He promptly unleashed his mental detection sharing, directing it towards the middle-aged man. To his astonishment, he nearly lost his composure. When his mental detection shared connected with Fan Yu, the latter's brow furrowed slightly. In that fleeting moment, Hui Yuhao felt as though a terrifying giant beast had suddenly opened its maw before him, as if it intended to devour him whole. This sensation even roused the dormant, heavenly dream-eyed silkworm within him. A refreshing aura manifested in his sea of consciousness, dissipating the shock that had gripped his heart. The overwhelming aura emanating from Fan Yu appeared only momentarily before vanishing, allowing Hui Yuhao's mental detection sharing to establish a connection with him. In mere moments, Fan Yu discerned the intricacies of Hui Yuhao's mental detection sharing. His previously tranquil gaze now rippled with intrigue. Such a mental attribute skill exists? How could it be a soul skill derived from a 10-year soul beast? Fan Yu regarded the white soul rings adorning Hui Yuhao with a look of confusion, which was swiftly replaced by exhilaration. Hui Yuhao, of course, would not disclose matters concerning the heavenly dream-eyed silkworm. Once again, the wind baboon became the subject of discussion. 10 years of the wind baboon. Fan Yu and Zhou Yi exchanged bewildered glances. Zhou Yi turned to Fan Yu and inquired, "Could it be that the soul skill has mutated?" Fan Yu nodded thoughtfully, responding, "It is indeed possible. This little fellow possesses both a corporeal and a spiritual martial soul, making him an anomaly in his own right. Moreover, the soul beast he chose for his soul ring is entirely incompatible with his martial soul's attributes, which likely triggered this rare mutation. It is already a miracle that a spiritual martial soul can absorb a wind attribute soul ring without suffering backlash. Who would have anticipated such a mutation? This is perhaps a miracle that cannot be replicated. Kai Tu, come here." Fan Yu beckoned to a group of individuals nearby. Instantly, one young boy hurried over. Upon seeing this youth, Hui Yuhao was taken aback. Judging by his facial features, he appeared to be of a similar age to Bei Bei. Yet he stood impressively tall, exceeding 2 meters in height, with shoulders broader than Fan Yu's. His bare torso revealed dark, muscular skin, and his completely shaven head set him apart, making him appear significantly darker than the average person, yet his expression was amiable and honest. "Teacher." The boy respectfully greeted Fan Yu. Fan Yu pointed towards Hui Yuhao and instructed, "You shall fire a fixed soul-guided cannon while this young lad assists you in targeting a moving target." "Understood," the robust youth responded without question, flashing Hui Yuhao a friendly grin. "Little brother, come along with me." Joey added, "Hui Yuhao, simply use your skills to assist him." "All right." Hui Yuhao had begun to grasp the purpose of Zhou Yi bringing him here and promptly followed the sturdy youth. "Hello, little brother. My name is Kai Tu. Everyone calls me Kai Tu, so you can call me that as well," the sturdy boy said with a cheerful smile. Hui Yuhao spoke, "Hello, big brother. My name is Hui Yuhao." Upon hearing this simple address, Kai Tu was momentarily taken aback, but then he promptly gave a thumbs up and replied, "Little brother, you're quite impressive." Even historians of later generations would remain unaware that the friendship between the Eye of Shura, Hui Yuhao, and the Source of Destruction, Kai Tu, began with such a straightforward salutation. The two approached the edge of the experimental grounds, where Kai Tu skillfully tapped a dark belt at his waist. In an instant, a peculiar object appeared in his hand, something quite strange to Hui Yuhao. It was a black metallic tube, approximately 1.5 meters in length, with a cross-sectional diameter of about 15 centimeters, tapering to a thicker end, adorned with numerous intricate patterns. Kai Tu adeptly held the tube, pressing 2 buttons at its rear. A lid sprang open, revealing a gap roughly 20 centimeters long and 10 centimeters wide. With a swift motion, he tapped his waist again, producing a shuttle-shaped piece of metal, which he carefully placed into the opening of the metallic tube before sealing it once more. Raising his right hand, the tube rested upon his broad shoulder. In that moment, the seemingly simple-minded Kai Tu transformed entirely, his demeanor shifting dramatically as the tube settled into place. Hui Yuhao, whose martial soul was of the spiritual type, sensed an overwhelming aura of danger emanating from Kai Tu. "Hui Yuhao, shall we begin?" Kai Tu's voice resonated. In the depths of Hui Yuhao's eyes, a glimmer of golden light flickered as his mental probe precisely settled upon Kai Tu. A trace of astonishment flickered in Hikaitu's gaze, and with palpable excitement, he shouted into the distance, "Moving target, fire!" Meanwhile, it seemed as though an unseen force was at play. With a swift whoosh, a disc-like object was propelled from a distant corner, hurtling towards Huayuhao and Hikaitu. At that moment, a powerful surge of soul power erupted from Hikaitu, manifesting in 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, simultaneously illuminating his presence. The metallic tube resting on his shoulder trembled slightly, enveloped in a swirling, intense black aura. Hikaitu's body shifted subtly, aligning the metallic tube with the high-speed disc approaching them. A thunderous roar erupted as the metallic tube unleashed a dazzling burst of black light. The sudden torrent of air caused Huayuhao to stumble, nearly losing his footing. However, the black light veered off, missing the oncoming disc and instead soaring past it, ultimately crashing into a distant metal panel with a resounding explosion. The immense shockwave rebounded, prompting Hikaitu to quickly shield Huayuhao behind him. The turbulent air currents persisted for several seconds before gradually calming. The disc that had been launched earlier landed not far from them, remaining within the confines of the testing area. Hikaitu, his expression tinged with frustration, remarked, "Still not quite right." Fan Yu and Joey approached, the latter bearing a somewhat grim countenance. Yet Fan Yu seemed to have an epiphany, turning to Huayuhao and inquiring, "Huayuhao, what is the range of your mental detection?" Huayuhao remarked, "It is approximately 30 meters in diameter." Fan Yu, enlightened, responded, "Ah, that explains it. After all, this is merely a soul ring skill from a decade ago. To be able to detect such intricacies over a considerable distance is quite remarkable. We cannot demand too much, yet it is somewhat regrettable." Huayuhao suddenly said, "Teacher Fan Yu, my spiritual detection sharing will expand its range as my soul power increases." Fan Yu was taken aback. It seemed implausible that a soul skill could evolve. Huayuhao spoke earnestly, "It is indeed possible. Since I acquired this skill, the diameter of my detection range has already increased by 1 meter. Furthermore, I am not yet able to fully control this ability. Perhaps in the future, I may be able to reduce its range while extending the distance." With Shou-Yi bringing him here, and during their subsequent conversation, Huayuhao keenly sensed that this might be an opportunity for him. Although he was uncertain about the nature of this opportunity, nonetheless, adhering to the principle that one should not overlook an opportunity, he articulated these thoughts. Fan Yu turned to Shou-Yi, who gave him a slight nod. Fan Yu then said, "Very well. If one day your mental detection can extend beyond 100 meters in one direction, come find me. I will teach you how to create a soul guide." "Yes. Thank you, master," Huayuhao replied respectfully, bowing deeply. Fan Yu waved his hand and instructed, "Kaitu, take him aside and explain to him what a fixed soul guide is." "Understood," Kaitu responded enthusiastically, gesturing for Huayuhao to follow him as they walked away, watching their figures gradually fade. Fan Yu turned to Zhou-Yi and inquired, "What do you think of this child? His skill is indeed formidable and his role in the team is unquestionable. Am I perhaps expecting too much from him?" "Yes, to have his skill effectively work with a fixed soul guide, a distance of at least 100 meters is necessary. I dare say, if one day his mental detection can reach a straight line of 1,000 meters, he will become the most terrifying support-type soul master on the continent." Joey replied, "I have just begun to engage with this child. It is hard to make a judgment at this point. However, you should also have noticed that although his cultivation is weak and his physique is frail, his temperament is more mature than that of his peers. Other students might not have expressed such thoughts. I will keep an eye on him for you. However, if he fails to pass the assessments for newcomers this year, I will still have to expel him. Rules cannot be disregarded." Fan Yu pondered for a moment before saying, "Please observe him closely for me. Even if he does not pass the assessments from the Martial Soul Department, as long as his mental detection skill continues to improve, I can still specially recruit him into the Soul Guide Department. I have dedicated over a decade to the research of fixed soul guides, and, combining the experiences of my predecessors, I have finally developed this most formidable soul guide. What I lack now are users." Joey sighed softly. "Do not be too fixated on this. You must understand that aside from the lack of users, the exorbitant cost of fixed soul guides is also a fatal flaw, rendering them unsuitable for widespread use." Fan Yu replied proudly, "Soul guides are powerful weapons meant to be wielded only by a select few exceptionally talented soul masters. I have never intended to promote fixed soul guides among all soul masters. As long as a handful can utilize them, fixed soul guides will become our academy's true trump card." "Brother, what is a fixed soul guide?" Huayuhao, with an expression of curiosity, inquired of Hikaitu. Hikaitu chuckled lightly and responded, "The The classification of soul guides is extensive and not easily articulated. Primarily, they can be divided into close-range and long-range soul guides. Close-range soul guides are akin to the weapons we commonly wield, unleashing greater power when activated by soul energy. Comparatively, within a certain range, close-range soul guides possess superior strength. Conversely, long-range soul guides function by channeling soul energy to execute distant attacks. The more formidable the soul guide, the greater the soul energy required for its activation. Thus, the higher a soul master's cultivation level, the more advanced the soul guides they can wield. Fixed soul guides are a unique category developed by the teacher through the synthesis of ancient wisdom. They enable long-range attacks without necessitating excessive soul energy infusion. You witnessed their application earlier. In essence, they bifurcate the soul guide and the attacking weapon. The soul guide merely serves to launch and detonate, for instance. The fixed soul guide cannon I utilized was responsible for propelling the projectile. The most significant advantage of fixed soul guides lies in their minimal soul energy consumption, allowing even those of lesser cultivation to employ them. However, their drawback is the challenge of targeting, particularly against mobile objectives, making accurate strikes quite arduous. Yet, against stationary targets, their potency is formidable. The crafting of projectiles, however, is intricate and demands numerous precious materials. Hence, the teacher typically forbids casual firing. It is said that, in theory, a fixed soul guide can amplify a soul master's attack power tenfold. Nonetheless, the power of fixed soul guides is not without limits, as it is inevitably influenced by the materials used, thus they are destined to be wielded by only a select few adept soul masters. Though Hikaitu's exposition may not have been particularly captivating or entirely clear, it nonetheless opened the door to the realm of soul guides for Huiyu Hao, granting him a preliminary understanding. He vaguely comprehended that the esteemed fan you must possess significant achievements in the field of soul guides. Teacher Xiao Ye had mentioned her aspirations to learn soul guide crafting, and naturally, becoming a disciple of Fan Yu would be the most advantageous choice. Huiyu Hao, we must depart, came the voice of Zhou Yi at that moment. Huiyu Hao addressed Hikaitu, saying, Brother He, I shall take my leave now. It has been a pleasure to meet you. Hikaitu chuckled softly and replied, You must be a freshman this year. To your utmost. It would be wonderful if you could become my junior in the future. The teachers rarely allow me to leave this place. It can be quite stifling. Upon exiting the Soul Guidance Device experimentation zone, Zhou Yi guided Huiyu Hao back to the dormitory's entrance. Huiyu Hao, she began, you heard what Teacher Fan Yu said earlier. I can only tell you that he is an unparalleled master in the art of crafting soul guidance devices at our academy. If you can become his disciple, your future will be boundless. However, you must first remain in the academy. She suggested, let us go have a meal. As Huiyu Hao watched Zhou Yi depart, he made his way directly to the dining hall. At that moment, students from other classes were also finishing their lessons, and the entrance to the dining hall was bustling with activity. Suddenly, a figure appeared before him, startling Huiyu Hao. Upon raising his gaze, he was surprised to find it was Tang Ye. Teacher Xiaoya? Tang Ye wore a somewhat enigmatic smile as she pulled Huiyu Hao aside, whispering, Little Yu Hao. You don't have much money, do you? Huiyu Hao nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, the senior brother had informed him that there were certain tasks available at the academy. He intended to explore this opportunity after class. With an annual tuition fee of 10 gold soul coins, along with his daily expenses, Huiyu Hao was inclined to focus solely on his cultivation, yet he acknowledged the necessity of sustaining his livelihood. Tang Ye chuckled playfully and remarked, As a disciple of our Tang Sect, it is only right for the teachers to take care of you. I have devised a plan. She continued, I am acquainted with the lady in charge of procuring food for the cafeteria. Henceforth, I will arrange for her to supply you with an additional 20 fish each day. Furthermore, I have commissioned a grill for you and procured some charcoal as well. I have also gathered some seasonings. After school, you can set up at the academy gate to sell grilled fish. Given your culinary skills, I am certain you will sell out. The cost of our fish is approximately 1 copper coin, and selling them for 5 copper coins each would be quite feasible. In this manner, you will surely earn some money. As Huiyu Hao's eyes sparkled, he exclaimed, Teacher Tang Ye, what a splendid idea. With my spirit eye, I possess an exquisite grasp of timing. Shall I give it a try tonight? Tang Ye nodded repeatedly, her excitement finally revealing her true intentions. By the way, I've procured some items for you. When you roast the fish, you must prioritize serving me first. Rest assured, I shall reciprocate in kind. As for the materials in the future, that will be your responsibility. Ever since tasting the roasted fish prepared by Huiyu Hao, she had been unable to shake the craving. After completing her assessments, she had finally devised this mutually beneficial plan, of course, without Bebe's knowledge. Noticing Tang Ye's eager demeanor, Hui Yuhao chuckled knowingly and replied, "Very well. Teacher Tang Ye, shall we meet here this evening?" "Yes, yes. I must return now." "Oh, I have wonderful news. I, along with Bebe, have been promoted to the 4th grade." With a wave, Tang Ye dashed off, brimming with excitement. After a simple lunch, Hui Yuhao returned to the dormitory, finding Wang Dong absent, his whereabouts unknown. Zhou Yi had mentioned that they would be practicing in the afternoon, so seizing the opportunity during the midday rest, Hui Yuhao entered a meditative state, striving to cultivate while simultaneously restoring his energy. This session of cultivation brought Hui Yuhao considerable joy, following his morning of strenuous running. He discovered that his practice of the Xiantian skill during the midday break resulted in a slightly greater enhancement of his soul power than usual. Though it was merely a slight increase, he felt immensely satisfied. He mused to himself, "It appears that extreme physical training aids in the growth of soul power. Given that my physical constitution is rather average, it is indeed beneficial to engage in exercise. This is a harmonious relationship." Upon awakening from his meditation, Hui Yuhao was startled to find Wang Dong seated on the opposite bed, staring intently at him. "You've returned? Shouldn't we be attending class?" As he spoke, Hui Yuhao jumped from his bed and slipped on his shoes. Following the events of the morning, the tension between him and Wang Dong had noticeably eased. In a hushed tone, Wang Dong inquired, "Hui Yuhao, I have long been curious about your martial soul. You witnessed mine today. Could you share with me what your martial soul is?" Hui Yuhao donned his shoes and stood upright, declaring, "My martial soul is none other than my own eyes, which I refer to as the spirit eye, possessing a mental attribute. I understand your bewilderment. My soul skill is mental detection. The reason you were unable to strike me that day was due to my premonition of your actions through this very ability." Wang Dong suddenly comprehended, realizing, "So that is the case. I never expected you to possess a true body martial soul. Let us not tarry any longer. I ventured out to gather some information, and it appears that our instructor, known by the moniker the eccentric old spinster, has expelled a number of students equivalent to the cumulative total of at least 10 other teachers. With such a homeroom teacher, our luck certainly seems to be rather unfortunate." Hui Yuhao shook his head with a smile. "It cannot be said that way. Teacher Zhou is simply more stringent. We must hold ourselves to the same rigorous standards to meet her expectations." He paused. "By the way, I have seen your martial soul, but I am still unaware of its name. I noticed your soul rings, one yellow and one purple. How is it that the second soul ring can be a millennium old?" Wang Dong chuckled. "The fact that my second soul ring can be a millennium old is a secret I cannot divulge." He continued, "My martial soul is the radiant goddess butterfly, the most exquisite butterfly on the continent, now on the brink of extinction. It is rarer than your primary martial soul." He added, "Soon, you will witness its true might. By the way, what did Teacher Zhou call you away for today?" As they conversed, the two had already exited their dormitory, making their way to the teaching building. It seemed that not a single student in the new class dared to arrive late. Hui Yuhao did not conceal the matter of Teacher Zhou taking him to meet Teacher Fan Yu. There was nothing to keep secret, and he conveyed everything to Wang Dong in detail. "What? Your spiritual detection can be shared too? Let me try it." Wang Dong, driven by the curiosity characteristic of boys around 11 or 12, eagerly urged him. Reluctantly, Hui Yuhao released his spiritual detection for sharing, allowing Wang Dong to experience it as well. Suddenly, everything within a 30-meter radius became crystal clear, accompanied by a data-like feedback that left Wang Dong momentarily dazed. It was akin to a blind man suddenly gaining sight of the world. Such a profound shock is a sensation that every soul master experiences upon their first encounter with Hui Yuhao's shared spiritual detection. Moreover, through continuous practice, Hui Yuhao had become increasingly adept at this ability. As he guided Wang Dong through the experience, he couldn't help but recall Fan Yu's words, instinctively directing his spiritual detection in a specific direction, striving to extend its reach as far as possible. In this concentrated state, Hui Yuhao was unaware that the light golden hue in his eyes had noticeably deepened, and the released spiritual fluctuations had intensified significantly. The initially all-encompassing spiritual detection gradually focused forward. Wang Dong sensed this change in the spiritual detection as well. He noticed that the three-dimensional images to the left and behind him had vanished, leaving only the three-dimensional scene directly ahead, which was slowly extending further. For Hui Yuhao, a few seconds felt longer than the usual quarter hour of releasing spiritual detection. He could only perceive his soul power transforming into spiritual energy and dissipating at an astonishing rate. In just that brief moment, waves of weakness began to wash over him. His body swayed, and only by gripping Wang Dong's arm did he manage to steady himself, bringing the shared spiritual detection to an end. Hui Yuhao, what's wrong? Wang Dong hurriedly supported him. Hui Yuhao's complexion was deathly pale, and beads of cold sweat had formed on his forehead, presenting a visage of profound weakness. Hui Yuhao waved his hand to signal that he was fine, though he felt a considerable drain on his mental energy. Wang Dong, when you looked straight ahead just now, how far could my spiritual detection reach? Wang Dong recalled briefly and replied, I didn't pay much attention, but it seemed to be around 50 to 60 meters. However, there was no spiritual detection in other directions. It only increased in the forward direction, nearly doubling in distance. Upon hearing this, Hui Yuhao felt a surge of revitalization, and even his fatigue lessened significantly. This was indeed promising. However, the consumption of mental energy was rather excessive. Focusing the range of spiritual detection in one direction and extending the distance caused his mental energy consumption to be almost 10 times that of normal. Hence, it was no surprise that he experienced mental exhaustion in such a short span. Nevertheless, Hui Yuhao believed that this substantial consumption was merely a consequence of it being his first attempt, and with further practice, he would undoubtedly see improvements. Teacher Fan Yu had mentioned that once his spiritual detection reached 100 meters, he would be eligible to become a student. After witnessing the terrifying power of the soul-guiding devices and listening to He Kaitu's introduction, he became deeply intrigued by these extraordinary entities. In the first-year classroom, 10 minutes before the afternoon bell rang, the room was already filled to capacity, and an unusual silence enveloped the space. Not a single student dared to make a loud noise. Thus, it can be said that sometimes a strict teacher is not a bad thing, as it greatly benefits the student's dedication to learning. Due to the absence of assigned seating, Wang Dong and Hui Yuhao found themselves sitting together. The two 11-year-olds appeared to be lost in contemplation. Hui Yuhao was naturally reflecting on the gains and losses from altering the direction of his spiritual detection, while the thoughts of Wang Dong remained a mystery. As Zhou Yi gracefully entered the classroom, the atmosphere among the first-year students instantly grew tense, pulling Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong out of their reverie. Although not much time had passed, Hui Yuhao, due to his limited soul power, had already regained a significant portion of his mental and soul energy, alleviating his sense of weakness. All stand, assemble in the square, she commanded. Surprisingly, after uttering this single sentence, Zhou Yi turned and exited the classroom. No one dared to be careless. The students quickly left the room, following Zhou Yi in an orderly and silent manner until they reached the Shrek Square. Unbeknownst to them, a pile of iron chains had been amassed in the square. At Zhou Yi's command, the students stood in formation. Wang Dong, Zhou Yi called out. Here. Wang Dong stepped forward. Zhou Yi addressed all the students. I have reviewed your entrance examination results, along with this morning's assessment. Thus far, Wang Dong possesses the highest cultivation among all of you. Therefore, I hereby declare that he shall be the class leader of the freshmen. The position of class leader is fluid. Anyone who has the capability to defeat him may take his place. Do you all understand? Understood, the students replied. Several male students, who considered themselves quite competent, cast sharp glances at Wang Dong, while the female students regarded him with noticeably gentler expressions. Zhou Yi pointed to the iron chains before her, stating, These are iron garments, specifically designed to enhance your physical prowess. Each of you will don one. Once equipped, you will begin running laps around the plaza. This will continue until the class bell rings. You may utilize your soul power, but the use of soul skills is prohibited. Your rankings will be determined by the number of laps completed, and the last student will be expelled from the freshman class. I must emphasize once more, in my class, elimination does not only occur during assessments. It can happen at any moment. Today, the number of you will decrease from 91 to 90. As she spoke, Zhou Yi deftly flicked her toes, and an iron garment composed entirely of thick chains appeared before Wang Dong, who swiftly accepted it and donned it. Upon wearing the iron suit, his expression subtly changed. Its weight was at least 30 pounds. Upon hearing of the expulsion for last place, the students dared not delay, rushing to put on the iron garments. The male students fared a bit better, but the female students, after donning the heavy attire, mostly turned pale. Zhou Yi coldly remarked, I am aware that many of you wish to express that this is unfair, citing the inherent physical differences between males and females, as well as the varying physical qualities of weapon soul masters and beast soul masters. However, I must inform you that in my class, all are treated equally. Consider this. On the battlefield, would an enemy spare you because you are a woman or because you are a weapon soul master? Now, commence your laps. Regardless of the indignation brewing within them, The students dared not voice their dissent. Led by Wang Dong, they collectively surged toward the track at the edge of the plaza. Burdened by the heavy iron garments, none wished to face elimination, and from the outset, their spirits in running were markedly different from that morning. Wang Dong took the lead. Outpacing the others, whether in martial spirit or soul power, he was among the best of the group. Despite the weight of the iron garment, his speed did not wane. The female students eager to compete with him swiftly charged forward, closely trailing behind. Hu Yuhao refrained from accelerating, fully aware of his physical condition. Zhou Yi had advised him to maintain a steady pace until the bell signifying the end of class rang. The afternoon session would last a full 2 hours, and this was merely the beginning. He established for himself the most reasonable goal, to persist in running until the moment the bell chimed, rather than competing with others in terms of speed. Consequently, when he commenced his run, his pace was noticeably slower than that of the other students. As he watched them swiftly pass him by, Hu Yuhao remained calm and unperturbed, advancing with a steady, albeit somewhat sluggish, gait. After merely 2 laps, he found himself in the last position, even surpassed by some of the female participants. Yet, he remained completely unfazed. By the time he reached the 4th lap, Wang Dong, who was leading, had already lapped him by a full circuit. As he passed by, Wang Dong cast a surprised glance in his direction. Hu Yuhao, unfazed, returned a smile to him. Zhou Yi stood expressionless in the square, observing the students as they raced, leaving no one to discern her thoughts. Chapter 11. The weakest class leader as Hu Yuhao, drenched in sweat, completed his 10th lap. Wang Dong, leading the pack, had already lapped him 3 times, while the other students had at least surpassed him by 1 lap. Many cast scornful glances in his direction, for they were well aware that he possessed the weakest soul power among them all. Nevertheless, at this juncture, the leading students began to slow their pace. With the passage of time, the burden of the iron armor became increasingly evident. Even Wang Dong wore a visage marked by sweat. The female students who had initially trailed closely behind him were now lagging, some even being overtaken by those who followed. Drops of sweat began to saturate the track beneath. As the half-hour mark approached, a frail female student collapsed onto the ground, struggling to rise but finding herself utterly incapable. Just then, Wang Dong happened to run by her side, promptly helping her up and offering a questioning glance. The female student shook her head, sitting down on the square, resolute in her refusal to rise again. She was even rendered speechless. With the first to falter, a second soon followed. Perhaps it was due to Hu Yuhao's presence at the back that the students, despite their efforts to persevere, ultimately lacked the strength of will. The burden of running in heavy iron armor was indeed immense, particularly as they had begun at full speed, quickly exhausting their soul power. Relying solely on their bodies to bear the weight of the armor proved to be quite a formidable challenge for students of their age. By the time an hour had elapsed, at least half of the students had collapsed onto the ground. Zhou Yi stood there, her expression unwavering, offering no encouragement for them to continue. Hu Yuhao was on the verge of collapse, although he had been maintaining a steady pace, thereby minimizing his physical exertion. His soul power was undeniably the weakest among all participants, and his stamina was far from exceptional. Achieving this far was already a remarkable feat in terms of laps. Due to his prolonged endurance, he had managed to surpass some of his peers. Darkness began to encroach upon his vision, a fiery sensation seemed to ignite within his chest, and his mouth felt parched, his entire body drenched in a clammy sweat. The heavy iron armor chafed against his uniform and skin, sending waves of searing pain through him. "I can't hold on any longer," a persistent voice echoed in his mind. He struggled to channel his dwindling soul power into his spiritual eye. A refreshing chill emanated from the eye, granting him a momentary clarity. "No, I must not succumb now. I must persevere." Observing the many students still racing ahead, he recalled the accelerated improvement he had experienced after an exhausting morning of training. With a sudden bite of his tongue, he summoned his resolve and continued to run. At that moment, he felt a warm sensation radiating from his lower abdomen. Though his soul power was nearly depleted, this warmth began to flow through his limbs, slightly alleviating the soreness in his muscles. Is this the power of the Xiantian skill? Hu Yuhao soon recognized the source of that warm current. After cultivating the Xiantian skill, it ultimately converged in his lower abdomen, although he had only been practicing the Xiantian skill for a brief period. His prior foundation in soul power allowed him to transform the original soul power into this new technique, thereby achieving the first level of the Xiantian skill. Both his senior brother and the ice silkworm had mentioned that the Xiantian skill was particularly suited for him, as it nourished the meridians. Was it now manifesting its effects? As he pondered this, Hu Yuhao's consciousness instinctively followed the trajectory of the Xiantian skill, and to his surprise, the warm sensation within his abdomen began to flow through his meridians alongside his awareness. Hu Yuhao observed a faint trace of Xiantian Gong soul power, which gradually diffused into his meridians as it circulated. This was the source of the warmth he felt. Even more astonishing was the fact that his meridians were absorbing this soul power with remarkable ease. This was indeed the origin of the soothing sensation that alleviated his fatigue. Hu Yuhao was born with a frail constitution, yet he possessed remarkable intelligence. Under the constraints of his physical limitations, he was able to absorb the Xiantian skill, which allowed him to operate the technique even while in motion, rather than being confined to meditation. This mode of operation differed from his usual practice. Although the enhancement of his soul power was marginal, it established a closer connection with his physique. With this revelation, Hu Yuhao swiftly focused his mind, deliberately slowing his pace while subtly initiating the flow of the Xiantian skill. The Xiantian skill, introduced to this world by the first-generation sect master Tang Sect, is, in a sense, foreign to the Doloa continent, yet undeniably a supreme technique, offering immense benefits for one's health and well-being. By a stroke of serendipity, Hu Yuhao inadvertently developed a method for the operation of the Xiantian skill in a non-meditative state. During this process, the efficacy of the Xiantian skill primarily transformed into nourishing the body, utilizing soul power to nourish the meridians. As the Xiantian skill progressed, it gradually restored vitality, thereby establishing a remarkable cyclical state within him. One might describe it as a form of cultivation in motion. Hu Yuhao remained oblivious to the fact that even Tang Sect, the first-generation master of Tang Sect, had never achieved such a feat, for only he possessed an unparalleled advantage. His cultivation was still weak, which placed him at the limits of his physical capacity. However, his formidable spiritual power, bolstered by the possession of a spiritual martial soul, was the fundamental reason he could perceive and manipulate this peculiarity. Although many formidable individuals had emerged from Tang Sect, none possessed the unique conditions that Hu Yuhao currently did. Once they reached their peak strength, they would neither easily find themselves in a state of extremity, nor would they attentively sense the faint warmth emanating from their dantian. It can be said that the Xiantian skill had undergone an evolution within Hu Yuhao. With the modulation provided by this warmth, Hu Yuhao's body, which had already reached its limits, experienced a degree of relief. This not only strengthened his resolve, but also allowed him to devote more energy to guiding this warmth. The warmth flowed in accordance with the operational route of the Xiantian skill, and as it completed a cycle, the subtle warmth seemed to swell once more, continuing its journey. Though his body grew increasingly fatigued, Hu Yuhao's spirit soared with excitement. The nourishment provided by the Xiantian skill to his meridians in this state was precisely what he needed. Some of the delicate meridians that had previously required utmost care became more resilient under the influence of this warmth, even expanding slightly wherever the warmth traveled. An unprecedented sense of smoothness reassured Hu Yuhao that his actions were entirely correct. Surrounding Shrek Square, the number of fallen students continued to rise, with even those who had initially been leading gradually succumbing. The sound of iron hitting the ground echoed intermittently. Wang Dong passed by Hu Yuhao once more, and at this point, he too found it increasingly difficult to proceed. To his astonishment, he noticed Hu Yuhao's eyes were slightly closed, revealing only a narrow slit through which faint golden light flickered. His pace was slow, yet he continued to move forward steadily. While those with significantly higher cultivation than his had fallen, he persisted with great difficulty. With each step he took, he left behind imprints of sweat on the ground. "Don't push yourself if you can't go on," Wang Dong murmured before continuing ahead. He had already lapped the track several times, leading by a wide margin. Yet his own physical condition was nearing its limit. An hour and a half passed, and the sound of the class bell drew ever closer. Only 9 students remained running in the outer circle of Shrek Square, and to everyone's surprise, Hu Yuhao, who had initially lagged behind, was among them. Joey had been observing Hu Yuhao closely, and when an hour had elapsed, she was already astonished. Based on her calculations of his physical and soul power, he should have reached his limits by now. Yet, he continued to endure. Despite benefiting from a steady pace, his cultivation and physical state were evident. Could a person's willpower truly be so formidable, especially at such a tender age? Thud, thud, 2 more students collapsed. As they fell, it resembled the cascading effect of toppled dominoes, with several students collapsing in succession. One of them inadvertently brushed against Wang Dong, causing him to stumble. His already weary legs could no longer bear the strain, and he too sank to the ground. In that moment, the resolve he had clung to crumbled. He had completed the most laps, and it was impossible for anyone to surpass him now. Only 3 remained, including Hu Yuhao. 5 minutes later, The other two students also fell, leaving the weakest among the freshmen, Hui Yuhao, standing alone on the playground. Though he staggered, moving little faster than a walk. He persisted while everyone else had collapsed, eliciting astonished gazes from many of his peers. Indeed, Hui Yuhao had reached his limit. While the warmth brought by his cultivation method alleviated his fatigue to some extent, it could not truly enhance his strength. Time and again, he reached his limits. Yet time and again he gritted his teeth and endured. Hui Yuhao understood clearly that among the freshmen, he was the weakest, and to remain, he would have to exert 200, even 300% more effort than others. Remarkably, this extreme physical challenge was expanding his meridians and increasing his soul power. He must hold on as long as possible. Persist, hold on, he constantly urged himself within. He had even exhausted the soul power needed to stimulate his spirit through his spiritual eye. Gradually, a rallying cry formed in his throat. Mother, for your wishes. So that one day I can honorably retrieve your remains from that place, to avenge you and cleanse the shame. No matter what, he must endure. Thud. Thud. Each step he took felt immensely heavy, his legs and body trembling uncontrollably. Yet, he remained standing, mechanically repeating the motion of lifting and lowering his feet. Gradually, the mocking glints faded from the eyes of those who had fallen. The power of a role model is profound. One by one, they began to rise, gazing in awe at Hui Yuhao's perseverance. After a moment of dazed contemplation, Wang Dong was the first to rush forward, following in Hui Yuhao's wake. Though this time he did not surpass him. With Wang Dong leading, a second, then a third joined, and soon the entire class of freshmen gritted their teeth, lifting their stiff legs and awkwardly returning to the track. Zhou Yi was moved. Having become a teacher, she rarely felt touched by her students' performances, but this time, she was genuinely affected. It was not merely a physical exercise. It was a profound test of their spirits. In the faces of these children, merely 11 or 12 years of age, Zhou Yi discerned a resolute determination amidst their fatigue. The outcome of this lesson exceeded her expectations by leaps and bounds. At last, the shrill sound of the dismissal bell rang out, signaling the end of class. With a cacophony, the dominoes were indeed toppled. The jarring bell swiftly overwhelmed a multitude of students. The clash of armor against the ground produced a series of resonant sounds. As the first-year students collapsed in a cloud of dust, at the forefront, Hui Yuhao finally succumbed. The bell allowed him to fully liberate the persistence and dedication that resided within him. However, he did not fall directly to the ground. As he descended, Wang Dong, behind him, grasped his armor, and together they tumbled to the earth, both gasping for breath, gazing up at the sky. Hui Yuhao felt a wave of darkness wash over him, yet his meridians radiated a warm comfort that was indescribably pleasant. His soul power had been completely depleted, and his physical strength was long exhausted. Nevertheless, the sensation coursing through his meridians brought him solace. He had an inkling that he had made significant progress in various aspects after this experience. Wang Dong fell beside Hui Yuhao, his physical condition and cultivation far superior. Although he too was utterly fatigued, he was not as incapacitated as Hui Yuhao. One could only wonder what force sustained him through to this point. A soul master with merely a decade of soul rings managed to endure even longer than I, a greater soul master. Truly an anomaly. Hui Yuhao chuckled foolishly a couple of times, yet he found himself devoid of the strength to speak. Zhou Yi took a slow, deep breath and waved her hand towards the distance. A man clad in white garments floated gracefully towards her, seemingly arriving at her side with just a few light steps. After nodding at her, he turned to the assembled students. A dazzling array of soul rings ascended from beneath his feet, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black, amounting to an astonishing 7 in total. A soul sage, indeed, he was a formidable being of over level 70. Among soul masters, he stood on the brink of the pinnacle. Yet, despite his appearance suggesting he was merely in his 30s, the depth of experience reflected in his gaze contrasted sharply with his youthful visage. He raised his hands, and a gentle green began to emanate from his palms. The 7th soul ring around him shimmered with a dark aura, and with a swift motion, he vanished, transforming into a towering tree as verdant leaves sprang forth. As if stirred by a gentle breeze, 9 emerald leaves gracefully floated from the expansive canopy of the tree, landing precisely on the shoulders of the 91 first-year students. Each individual felt an unparalleled sense of comfort wash over them, a refreshing coolness enveloping their bodies, alleviating the aches of their sore muscles and the wounds grazed by their iron armors, all healing at an astonishing pace. Even their stamina gradually returned, though their soul power remained untouched by the vibrant green leaves. Wang Dong, the most accomplished among them, was the first to regain his composure. He flipped over and sat up, his gaze fixed intensely upon the magnificent tree, inhaling sharply. This was one of the pinnacle embodiments of plant-type martial souls, the Tree of Life. Level 70, the true form of the martial soul. Teacher Zhou had summoned a plant-type soul sage of over 70 to aid in our recovery and healing. As the luminous green aura dissipated and the 91 leaves were released, the towering tree swiftly retracted, transforming once more into the white-clad man, who nodded at Zhou Yi. In turn, she respectfully bowed before him. Just as he had arrived, he departed like a gust of wind, never having exchanged a single word with Zhou Yi. One by one, the students rose from the ground. Although fatigue still lingered, the exhilaration of surpassing their limits brought them an indescribable delight. Hui Yuhao gradually emerged from a semi-conscious state, rejuvenated by the miraculous soul skill he had just experienced. The refreshing sensation banished all traces of fatigue from his muscles, while his meridians remained immersed in the warm, soothing embrace of the Xiantian Gong. It was a stark contrast, a delightful duality. Never before had he felt such comfort since awakening his martial soul at the tender age of 6 and embarking on his arduous training journey, summoning the strength to rise. He found himself covered in dirt, yet his luminous eyes sparkled with renewed brilliance. Instinctively, he began to circulate his soul power along the pathways of the Xiantian Gong, discovering that it still functioned effectively, subtly nourishing his meridians. Furthermore, as consumption ceased, the internal energy of the Xiantian Gong not only traversed and nourished his meridians but also retained a trace to return to his dantian, completing the cycle and reigniting its flow. Observing the students rising one by one, Zhou Yi remarked, "I must say, you have provided me with a surprising answer. Today, no one shall be eliminated." Upon hearing this, the students erupted in cheers, particularly those who had lagged behind in their laps, feeling an overwhelming sense of relief. Zhou Yi continued, "You should express your gratitude to Hui Yuhao. Initially, I had prepared a punishment for you. My directive was for you to continue running until the class bell rang before counting your laps. However, apart from Hui Yuhao, none of you managed to run from start to finish. Yet, considering that you were able to ignite a spark of determination under his influence, I shall forego the punishment." Wang Dong stepped forward. "Teacher," Wang Dong advanced cautiously. Zhou Yi stated coolly, "As the class monitor, you have prioritized your own interests and failed to lead by example. Effective immediately, I am revoking your position as class monitor and appointing Hui Yuhao in your stead. Prior to our next physical training class, Hui Yuhao will serve as the class leader, and if anyone wishes to challenge him, Wang Dong, you shall be responsible for the duel." Wang Dong momentarily stood in shock at Zhou Yi's words. Zhou Yi's voice turned icy. "What? Do you have any objections?" Realizing his folly, Wang Dong vigorously shook his head, replying, "No, Teacher Zhou, I fully accept your decision." Zhou Yi nodded, dismissed. "Everyone, please take your iron uniforms back. Tomorrow, another teacher will conduct your theory lessons. I recommend you meditate thoroughly, digesting the improvements and significance of today as physical training. The day after tomorrow, my class resumes. By then, I hope to see no more incompetence." "Yes," the students responded in unison, though instead of dispersing, they collectively surged toward Hui Yuhao, hoisting him into the air. For these youths, excitement and joy were palpable and direct. Thanks to Hui Yuhao, no one faced elimination, and the threat of punishment was averted in that moment. He was their hero. Furthermore, following the arduous and painful physical training session, Teacher Zhou had summoned a remarkable plant-type soul master to collectively restore and heal them, allowing them to tangibly experience the might of a high-ranking soul master. The physical pain had dissipated, and their aversion towards Teacher Zhou had subtly diminished as well. The group had been engaged for a considerable time, almost 10 minutes, until the students from other classes had finished their day and returned to their dormitories to tend to their own needs. Their current state was undeniably disheveled. What the 91 students were unaware of was that, due to the recent lesson, a nascent sense of collective honor had begun to blossom within their hearts. It had only been a day since the establishment of their class, and even without knowing each other's names, this sense of camaraderie had emerged, an undeniable testament to Zhou Yi's adept guidance. Coupled with the fortuitous performance of Hui Yuhao, Class 1 of the freshmen had already taken the lead, with Hui Yuhao assuming the role of the least formidable class president. Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong donned their iron attire and returned to their room. They needed to cleanse themselves in the restrooms located on either side of the corridor. Wang Dong instructed Hui Yuhao to go ahead, while he filled a basin with water to wash himself in their dormitory. At this moment, Hui Yuhao's mind remained deeply immersed in his unique comprehension of the Xiantian skill, and without much thought, he proceeded to cleanse his body. However, He noticed that the warm currents that had previously been incessantly generated within him had begun to weaken considerably. Why? Could it be that my stamina has been restored? Hui Yuhao felt perplexed, and it was only after he finished his cleansing ritual that he began to grasp the situation. The warmth seemed to manifest solely when his soul power was nearly depleted and his body was utterly fatigued. Now, having undergone treatment, his body had regained much of its vitality and his soul power was gradually recovering, thus the warm current ceased to emerge. Had I known, I would have refrained from treatment, Hui Yuhao thought with a hint of resignation. Perhaps my meridians could have benefited even more. Nevertheless, since the teacher left the iron garment for us, I can certainly try it again later. With this thought, he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Just then, a voice called out to him, pulling him from his exhilaration. Hui Yuhao silently lamented the misfortune of having forgotten her. He hurriedly called out in the corridor, "Teacher Xiaya, I will be out shortly." Then, he raced back to his dormitory, intending to change into a fresh school uniform before heading out. In his anxious state, he neglected to knock and simply pushed the door open, only to be taken aback upon entering. Before him was a strikingly pristine back. The shoulders, not broad yet elegantly rounded, tapered down, creating a gentle curve at the waist, and only at the hips did they swell, while the thighs, longer than average, were straight and slender. Everything was understated, a reflection of youth. Yet, the delicate, glistening skin, with droplets cascading down, was breathtakingly luminous, presenting an overwhelming visual impact. A sharp gasp pierced the air. Almost immediately, the white before Hui Yuhao transformed into a dazzling blue. A magnificent pair of wings unfurled suddenly, revealing a V-shape composed of golden rings that flickered to life, while the sapphire wings morphed into a deep violet, releasing a potent surge of soul power that threatened to engulf him. Fortunately, the tidal wave of energy eventually ceased. "What are you doing? Why didn't you knock?" Wang Dong's voice rang out, filled with ire. The blue light receded, and Hui Yuhao saw Wang Dong, now clad in his school uniform, rushing towards him but ultimately refraining from any aggression. Hui Yuhao, freshly cleaned, wore nothing but his undergarments, his skin a stark contrast to Wang Dong's, which glowed with a striking fairness. "I heard someone calling me from outside. I was anxious. I'm sorry." Hui Yuhao felt his heart racing inexplicably as he hurried to his bed, swiftly donning a clean uniform before bolting out. Wang Dong stood there, momentarily frozen, unsure of what to say, his face a tumult of red and white, until Hui Yuhao had closed the door behind him. Once outside the dormitory, Hui Yuhao's emotions began to settle, yet the image of that pristine back lingered in his mind, particularly the subtly prominent curve of the hips. What am I even thinking? He scolded himself internally, hastily redirecting his thoughts to the contemplation of Xiantiankang. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his ear, prompting a yelp of discomfort from him. Tangya's playful voice chimed in. "Oh, so you do know how to come out? I've been waiting for ages." Hui Yuhao, with a pitiful expression, said, "Teacher Xiaya, please let go. We just finished a strenuous physical training session and have only come out after washing up in the dormitory." Tangya finally released her grip, observing Hui Yuhao's somewhat pale complexion. With a slight furrow of her brow, she inquired, "Has that twisted old hag Zoe been giving you a hard time? You must be cautious. She is notoriously unyielding. Those who fall under her scrutiny may not perish, but they will surely endure significant hardship. How are you feeling? If you're unwell, we can postpone this until tomorrow." Hui Yuhao hurriedly shook his head and said, "Teacher Xiaya, I'm fine. Let us proceed. Today's physical training has further made me realize the necessity of nourishment and abundance of it. The warmth brought by the Xiantian skill within me has dissipated, yet a profound hunger has arisen. Without money, how shall I procure food?" Tangya chuckled softly and replied, "I have already prepared 20 grilled fish for you. It won't take much of your time, certainly less than the time squandered working for the academy." "Teacher Xiaya, where shall we sell them?" Hui Yuhao inquired. Tangya appeared to have anticipated this, at the entrance of the academy. The gate of Shrek Academy is the eastern gate of Shrek City, which is always bustling with numerous vendors, including many students from our academy engaging in business. We shall go there. With your grilling skills, there is no fear of unsold fish. Even if they do not sell, we can enjoy them ourselves. As Hui Yuhao followed Tangya out of the academy, he was taken aback upon stepping outside. The enrollment of students had concluded, yet the area outside the eastern gate was indeed bustling with numerous vendors. An array of goods was on display, captivating the eye. Among them, the merchants selling various delicacies were the most numerous, their calls resounding in the air. It was evident that they had gathered here to cater to the students of Shrek Academy. Tangya, clearly eager, set up not far from the city gate. even encroaching slightly onto the thoroughfare as she revealed her preparations. She had come well equipped, having specially commissioned a metal grill from a craftsman, along with a sturdy iron rack. An assortment of seasonings, and freshly cleaned and prepared fish. She swiftly laid out these items, having even procured a small table to accommodate her setup. Hui Yuhao meticulously set up the grill, a quiet amusement bubbling within him. Indeed, teacher Tangya's resistance to delectable cuisine was rather feeble. Tangya retrieved the charcoal and placed it upon the ground, stating, "All right, my task is complete. Now, it is your turn. I shall go procure some other delicacies. Remember, there are 2 fish that belong to me among these. You may sell them for 5 copper coins each. In the future, when you require ingredients, simply seek out Aunt Lin in your cafeteria." Having uttered these words, she dashed away with palpable excitement. After examining the array of seasonings, Hui Yuhao commenced the preparation of the blue fish. Indeed, there was an abundant assortment of spices, and Tangya had shown considerable thoughtfulness by even procuring some perilla leaves. Hui Yuhao tore the perilla into fragments and combined it with a selection of other seasonings, stuffing this fragrant mixture into the fish's belly before skewering it with bamboo sticks. His recent insights from the physical training class had ignited a fervent desire to return to his cultivation, making him reluctant to linger any longer than necessary. The task of kindling a fire was second nature to him. In a matter of moments, several glowing coals had been placed in the grill. The grill was spacious enough to accommodate 4 fish simultaneously, and he set about roasting them with great enthusiasm. It must be said, Hui Yuhao's skill in grilling fish was truly exceptional. Before long, a rich aroma wafted through the air, more effective than any advertisement. Not only did fellow students from the academy take notice, but even the nearby vendors cast curious glances in his direction. "Hey there. How much do you charge for your grilled fish?" inquired a male student clad in a yellow uniform as he approached. Hui Yuhao politely remarked, "Senior, the grilled fish is 5 copper coins per piece." The student, in turn, was quite agreeable, drawn in by the enticing aroma, and decided to indulge in a taste. As he spoke, he handed Hui Yuhao 5 copper soul coins. This was Hui Yuhao's first successful transaction, filling him with a sense of exhilaration upon receiving the coins. He became even more meticulous in his grilling. He even summoned a portion of his recently regained soul power to gauge the cooking level of the fish through mental perception. With the first inquiry made, others naturally began to gather. However, as it was Hui Yuhao's inaugural appearance here, the quality of his food remained a mystery to all. The onlookers were primarily students from Shrek Academy who had just finished their classes. When Hui Yuhao presented a perfectly grilled fish to the student in yellow, the attention of the others inevitably gravitated towards him. Chapter 12. Su Sanshir and Jiang Nanan. The golden brown grilled fish glistened with a light sheen of oil, and an enticing aroma wafted from its belly. As the student's teeth met the fish, a subtle crunch resonated. The skin had been expertly grilled to a crisp yet remained devoid of charring. Beneath the crackling skin lay tender, succulent flesh that was thoroughly infused with flavor. With just one bite, the eyes of the student in yellow widened in astonishment. He was unable to express his admiration, and in mere moments, the entire fish vanished down his throat. The other students, who had been observing intently, quickly grasped the situation. The remaining 3 grilled fish from Hui Yuhao's first batch were snatched up in an instant, resulting in a sales surge to 20 copper soul coins, equivalent to 2 silver soul coins. In a remarkably brief span, the 4 grilled fish had bestowed upon Hui Yuhao an outstanding reputation. Situated at the entrance of the academy, where the foot traffic was abundant, his modest stall soon became a bustling hub. "It's incredibly delicious, truly exceptionally delicious," exclaimed the first purchaser, the student in yellow, as he finally managed to squeeze through the crowd. "Junior, please give me 3 more. I'll have my dinner here today." A senior student clad in purple, standing nearby, interjected coolly, "Queue up behind." Hui Yuhao had not anticipated the remarkable success of his grilled fish venture. Apologetically addressing the students gathered around the grill, he said, "Dear seniors, today marks my inaugural foray into business. I can only offer 18 grilled fish. I have already sold 4, leaving 14 available. In accordance with the principle of first come, first served, I kindly ask those who have not queued to return tomorrow." As he spoke, he collected the payment from the students at the front of the line. Tucking the coins into his belt, which was adorned with the motif of the 24 bridges on a moonlit night, the sale of 18 fish yielded a profit of 9 silver soul coins, and after deducting costs and tomorrow's inventory expenses, he found himself with enough remaining funds to comfortably indulge in meals. Hui Yuhao harbored no greed. He was acutely aware that, at this stage, his foremost priority was cultivation. and as long as he earned enough to sustain himself, he was content. One by one, the grilled fish emerged from the grill, and Hui Yuhao approached the task with utmost diligence, refusing to compromise on quality despite the crowd. Each student who received a grilled fish expressed immense satisfaction, with some even inquiring about pre-ordering for the following day. After careful consideration, Hui Yuhao resolved to adhere to the queuing system, recognizing that freshly grilled fish offered the best flavor, and he did not wish for latecomers to miss out on the optimal taste. At that moment, several female students clad in purple uniforms emerged from the gates of Shrek Academy. The girl at the forefront captured countless gazes upon her appearance. She appeared to be merely 14 or 15 years old, with a tall and graceful figure. Her golden hair cascaded in large waves, and her skin was as fair as snow, while her eyes sparkled like clear water. Her presence exuded an air of elegance and refinement. Like the luminous crescent moon, or blossoms laden with snow, she was both delicate and strikingly beautiful, her enchanting visage rendering everything around her seemingly dull in comparison. Nanjia, what is that delightful aroma? Asked another female student beside the stunning girl, her own beauty commendable, yet overshadowed by the radiant presence of her companion. The captivating girl had evidently caught the scent as well, prompting the group of girls to turn their attention toward Hui Yuhao's stall. Perhaps it was the overwhelming allure of the leading girl that caused those originally surrounding Hui Yuhao's stall to part and create a path. She and her companions approached the grill directly. Noticing the students graciously yielding space, the beautiful girl did not display arrogance. Instead, she smiled warmly and nodded in gratitude to those who stepped aside. Every student who met her gaze felt their cheeks flush with excitement. Hui Yuhao was momentarily mesmerized by her beauty, having previously thought that Tang Ye was the most stunning woman he had encountered. Yet, the girl in the purple attire not only matched Tang Ye in appearance but also possessed a gentle and warm aura, complemented by a hint of lingering melancholy in her expression that evoked a sense of sympathy. In comparison, Tang Ye radiated a vivacious and cheerful spirit. While matters of beauty were ultimately subjective, "Junior, how much do you sell your grilled fish for?" the enchanting girl inquired softly. At that moment, Hui Yuhao had just completed the exchange for the 18 grilled fish, leaving only 2 remaining on the grill, reserved for Tang Ye. "Senior, they are 5 copper soul coins each." The exquisite young lady furrowed her brow and remarked, "It seems rather expensive, considering the costs and your craftsmanship. Perhaps 3 copper soul coins would suffice, and you would still make a profit." Hui Yuhao was taken aback. He had not anticipated that such a beautiful young lady would attempt to negotiate the price with him. No student had ever done so before. "I'm afraid my grilled fish is not subject to bargaining, and besides, today's supply has already been sold out," Hui Yuhao replied calmly. The price had been set by Tang Ye, and he was not inclined to alter it lightly, especially since this income was crucial for him and perfectly adequate. The stunning young lady paused for a moment, then, with an apologetic tone, said, "I'm sorry, I was merely doing a casual calculation. If the opportunity arises in the future, I shall certainly give it a try." With that, she turned and walked away. Hui Yuhao distinctly sensed that the atmosphere around him had shifted. The students who had previously gazed at him with eager anticipation now cast him fierce glares. "You dare not sell?" A deep, resonant voice filled with anger suddenly boomed, followed by a flash of golden light that shot straight toward Hui Yuhao's stall. The golden light accurately struck the roasting furnace, embedding itself within. It was, astonishingly, a gold soul coin. At that moment, a figure approached with swift strides, bypassing the stunning girl and advancing directly to Hui Yuhao's stall, reaching out for the 2 roasted fish on his grill. As roasting fish requires precise control over the heat, Hui Yuhao had kept his spiritual eye open. When the deep voice resounded, he felt an overwhelming sense of pressure, prompting his mental probe to instinctively release. Although the hand reaching for the fish was quick, Hui Yuhao, through his mental detection, was able to anticipate the move, swiftly retrieving the 2 roasted fish and stepping back. They were reserved for Tang Ye. He could not allow another to take them. The large hand failed to grasp the fish, but instead clutched several pieces of burning charcoal from the furnace. At this moment, Hui Yuhao finally discerned the identity of the intruder. Dressed in a black school uniform, he was a 6th grade student, seemingly of a similar age to Bei Bei. Tall and stout, with thick eyebrows and fierce eyes, a straight nose, and a square jaw, exuding an imposing presence. His fair skin flushed slightly with anger, and his somewhat chubby visage radiated authority. "Kid, are you seeking death?" The young man in black bellowed, crushing the charcoal in his hand, sparks flying. Yet he appeared unaffected by the heat. With a swift kick, he toppled Hui Yuhao's roasting furnace to the side, then lunged forward, his hand aiming directly at Hui Yuhao's chest. In Hui Yuhao's mental scan, the young man in black was not merely aggressive. His seemingly simple grasp was multifaceted and unpredictable. Although Hui Yuhao could detect some flaws, his cultivation was insufficient, and he failed to evade, allowing the black-clad youth to seize him by the chest. Hey! The black-clad youth lifted Hui Yuhao into the air with one hand, while his left snatched the 2 roasted fish from Hui Yuhao's grasp. The entire sequence from the youth's appearance to his strike transpired with astonishing speed. So much so that it was only at this moment that those around began to realize what had happened. 2 voices rang out almost simultaneously. What are you doing? Stop. The speaker was none other than the stunning young woman, her face now a canvas of fury and astonishment. In stark contrast, the figure behind her surged forth with the swiftness of lightning, launching a palm strike aimed directly at the young man clad in black. Clearly caught off guard by the sudden aggression, the black-clad youth found himself in a precarious position. One hand grasping the wrist of Hui Yuhao, while the other clutched a roasted fish. To fend off this unforeseen attack, he was compelled to relinquish one of his holds. He chose to abandon Hui Yuhao. With a flick of his wrist, Hui Yuhao was sent hurtling sideways, his right hand raised defensively to intercept the incoming palm. A muted thud resonated as their bodies collided, both retreating a step without gaining the upper hand. The assailant was none other than the elder brother of the Tang Sect. Bei. As Hui Yuhao was cast into the air, he spun twice before a graceful silhouette appeared beneath him, arms outstretched to cushion his descent. The one who caught Hui Yuhao was none other than Tang Ye, her delicate visage now etched with indignation. Su Sancher, how dare you bully my companion? I shall not let this stand, she declared, raising her right hand as a glimmer of golden light surged forth, aimed at the black-clad youth. In response, the young man swung his right hand, summoning a sharp, dark aura intended to envelop the golden light. However, an astonishing spectacle unfolded as the golden beam flared brilliantly, piercing through the dense black soul force and vanishing into the depths of the black-clad youth's being. His body convulsed violently, his gaze freezing in shock, eyes aflame with wrath. 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, burst forth from beneath him, his once fair complexion darkening as his muscles surged, expanding his form. Most remarkably, in his right hand, he now wielded a black tortoiseshell shield, approximately 1.5 meters in diameter. Hui Yuhao activated his spiritual detection, acutely sensing that the aura emitted by the young man in black, upon unleashing his martial soul, was no less formidable than that of Bei when he had previously manifested his blue lightning tyrant dragon martial soul. Tang Ye, do not presume that just because Bei is here, I cannot do anything to you. With a low growl, the young man in black glared fiercely. Tang Ye responded with a derisive laugh. Come on. Do you think I am afraid of you? Bei, maintaining his composure, spoke calmly. Su Sancher, you bully my junior disciple. You must provide me with an explanation for today's events, or we shall settle this in the soul-fighting area. Su Sancher was momentarily taken aback, pointing at Hui Yuhao. He is your junior disciple? Bei nodded impassively. Su Sancher coldly retorted, so what? If he disrespects Jiang Nan, he disrespects me as well. It's merely 2 grilled fish. I've already paid for them. Tang Ye exclaimed in anger. Those were left for Rain Hao. Bei, why are you still talking to him? Just beat him up. If you can make him utterly helpless, I'll reward you with a kiss. Initially, Bei had been resolute, but upon hearing Tang Ye's mischievous words, his facial muscles twitched slightly. Su Sancher scoffed. Addressing Bei, your little Ye is still as unpredictable as ever. It has been a while since we sparred. Shall we head to the soul-fighting area? Let us go. As he spoke, he turned and strode away without hesitation, swiftly approaching the stunning Jiang Nan. His previous fury transformed into gentleness in an instant as he offered her the 2 grilled fish, speaking softly. Nan, please eat this first. I shall return shortly. However, Jiang Nan received his gesture coldly, her demeanor towards Su Sancher starkly contrasting with her kindness towards others. Su Sancher, I have told you before. There is no possibility between us. Please do not bother me again. After uttering these words, she turned and walked away. Su Sancher felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, straightening his posture as he glared at the onlookers. What are you staring at? Disperse, he commanded. Bei, let us leave. With that, he headed back into the academy, tossing the grilled fish directly towards Hui Yuhao. Tang Ye, anticipating the action, swiftly intercepted the fish with a graceful motion. Without hesitation, she took a bite, while her other hand grasped Hui Yuhao's, saying, let us go and join the excitement. The soul-fighting area is a significant venue within Shrek Academy, situated in the northwestern corner of the Martial Soul Department, not far from the Soul Guidance Device testing area that Hui Yuhao had previously visited. It is a place frequented by many senior students. Here, various competitions can be held, overseen by designated teachers who serve as judges to determine the victor, ensure the safety of the participants, and provide assistance and healing as necessary. Of course, these services come at a cost. To participate in a soul fighting match, both parties must pay a minimum of 10 gold soul coins as a venue fee. Yet many students eagerly partake. The lack of restrictions on physical confrontations here, coupled with the reassurance that teachers will maintain control over the intensity of the bouts, makes the experience all the more appealing. Simultaneously, achieving victory in the soul arena will yield a certain amount of academic credits, which will contribute positively during the grade examinations. Upon reaching the 4th grade, aspiring to advance further necessitates the accumulation of soul arena credits. For instance, transitioning from the 4th to the 5th grade requires a minimum of 10 victories against peers in the soul arena. The 5th grade to 6th grade transition demands even more. Beyond the 6th grade, the significance of soul arena credits becomes even more pronounced for those wishing to enter the inner academy. The competitions in the soul arena are open to all students, albeit with a prerequisite fee of 1 silver soul coin for entry. To Ho Yuhao's astonishment, the duel between Bei and Su Sanshur had garnered considerable attention from numerous students. He noticed that a large majority of the onlookers, regardless of their grade level, opted to follow along and witness the spectacle. Teacher Tangya, the academy, truly knows how to profit. Ho Yuhao remarked enthusiastically after hearing Tangya's brief introduction about the soul arena. Tangya replied, "This is only natural. With such a vast institution, the expenses are substantial. If we do not devise ways to earn additional revenue, how can we sustain ourselves? However, Shrek City does contribute a significant amount in taxes. Our academy is, after all, the wealthiest institution on the continent." She continued, "By the way, Yuhao, your grilled fish skills have improved. Or perhaps my seasoning is just exceptional. It tastes delightful." Before they even reached the soul arena, Tanya had already devoured her 2 grilled fish. Ho Yuhao, feeling quite famished, seized the opportunity to purchase dinner as they passed the cafeteria. By the time they arrived at the soul arena, a considerable crowd had already gathered, with even more students arriving as the news spread like wildfire. Tanya paid 2 silver soul coins, granting them entrance into the soul arena. The soul arena is hexagonal, nearly the same size as Shrek Square, with a spacious central area designated for student competitions. Surrounding this space are tiered seating arrangements capable of accommodating approximately 3,000 spectators. At that moment, around 200 to 300 individuals had already settled along the edge of the arena, and Ho Yuhao and Tangya, arriving relatively early, found themselves seated in the front row, closest to the arena. However, the competition area remained conspicuously vacant. It was unclear where Bei and Su Sanshur had gone. Understanding that Ho Yuhao was unfamiliar with the rules of the soul arena, Tangya took the initiative to explain, "The soul arena opens every day after classes and remains accessible until midnight. Students wishing to compete must first pay a fee and register. If the contestants are well-known figures within the academy, the institution will broadcast the event throughout various dormitory areas using soul-guided amplifiers, attracting a larger audience. The academy retains half of the ticket revenue, while the other half is awarded to the victor of the match. Your senior brother has already earned a considerable sum here. Moreover, Su Sanshur is a 5th grade student, and since your brother has only recently ascended to the 4th grade, this constitutes a challenge across grades. Thus, should Su Sanshur lose, he is obliged to forfeit an additional 10 gold soul coins. Both your senior brother and Su Sanshur are renowned students in our outer academy, celebrated as prodigies. It is anticipated that the audience today may exceed 500. Hui Yuhao inquired, "Who was that Jiang Nan just now?" Tangya raised her hand and lightly tapped Hui Yuhao on the head, chiding him for being so young yet already distracted by beauty. Humph! Hui Yuhao winced in pain and dared not inquire further. He opened his lunchbox and began to partake in his evening meal. Tangya, observing his earnest demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle. "All right. I shall enlighten you," she said. "Jiang Nan is reputed to be the most beautiful girl in the outer academy. She hails from a humble background, is kind-hearted, and has quite a following within the institution. Do you think she is more attractive than I am?" Hui Yuhao hastily shook his head. Tangya, with a hint of pride, remarked, "Indeed, I have not perceived her superiority in any regard, humph. That Su Sanshur possesses a remarkably potent mutated martial soul known as the Xianming turtle, which embodies both water and earth attributes, rendering his defensive capabilities exceptionally formidable. Often likened to an impregnable fortress, his cultivation level is comparable to Bebe's, both being top-tier beast martial souls. Fear not, for I have already avenged you. I delivered a swift dragon whisker needle to him just now, sufficient to make him suffer. Let him pursue Jiang Nandan. He shall not lay a finger on my friends. Curiously, it appears that Jiang Nandan may have some issues with her romantic inclinations, as many distinguished male students in the academy vie for her attention. Yet I have never heard of her showing favoritism towards anyone, while others tend to reject advances in a relatively gentle manner. Her response to Su Sancher is notably cold and dismissive, leading one to wonder if this fellow has taken advantage of her in some way. Those who have come to witness this battle are truly innocent. They are only aware that Bebe and Su Sancher are both renowned for their formidable martial souls. One celebrated as the strongest offensive martial soul from the Outer Academy and the other as the strongest defensive one. Yet they remain oblivious to the fact that these two are already acquainted. I surmise that they have conspired together to make some profit, which is why they have ventured to the soul battle arena. Hui Yuhao exclaimed in surprise, "You know Big Brother and Su Sancher?" Tang Ye nodded reassuringly, "Rest assured. Little Yuhao, while they are acquainted, your big brother will certainly not allow him to bully you unchallenged." In the Soul Arena's lounge, Bebe remarked, "Your little Ye is quite ruthless. Look at Su Sanchi's disgruntled expression as he lifts his shirt to reveal a sizable lump on his right waist, nearly the size of an infant's fist. Yet, he maintains his martial soul's release, and his skin appears as tough as iron." Bebe scoffed, "Serves him right. Who told him to bully our little junior? Enough chatter, bring me a Xian Shui Dan, and I shall assist you in removing this dragon whisker needle. Otherwise, prepare yourself to carve out a piece of flesh." This dragon whisker needle is a relic left by the first ancestor of our Tang Sect, passed down through generations of leaders. Tang Yu was genuinely furious this time. Su Sancher inquired, "Was that boy truly one of your Tang Sect? I've seen no sign of his capabilities." He continued, "Do not hope for a Xian Shui Dan. I cannot maintain my martial soul indefinitely. This dragon whisker needle is exceedingly cruel. It inflicts unbearable pain and specifically targets soul power. Caught off guard, I fell into Tang Ye's trap, and it's quite vexing." Bebe looked skyward and replied, "Do as you wish. Whether you give it or not matters little. You struck our little junior and ruined his stall. Suffer through the dragon whisker needle's effects." He added, "The competition is about to commence, and I do not believe you can contend with me while burdened by that needle." Su Sancher huffed in anger, "Very well, Bebe, just wait. I shall show you no mercy in the soul arena." Bebe smiled slightly. "Do you think I require your mercy?" As he spoke, he gestured towards Su Sancher. Reluctantly, Su Sancher pulled out a small white jade porcelain bottle from his pocket and tossed it to Bebe. "Thank you," Bebe said as he caught it. "Now, retract your martial soul, and I will extract the dragon whisker needle." Su Sancher slowly withdrew his martial soul, freed from its constraints. A wave of excruciating pain surged from where the needle had penetrated, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably despite his cultivation and willpower. Bebe swiftly pressed several points around the injury before moving his hands in tandem, channels of gentle soul power flowing into the tightly coiled muscles. His movements were remarkably swift, each finger's motion infused with varying degrees of soul power. In a short while, a slender golden thread, finer than a hair, began to emerge from Su Sanchi's muscle. With a gentle tug, Bebe extracted the golden thread, which swiftly condensed into a bead the size of a millet grain. With a flick of his wrist, he stored it away. Su Sancher sighed in relief, yet his face remained contorted with anger. "Bebe, you take advantage of my misfortune. You know how precious the Xian Shui Dan is. Let us wager, if I win this battle, you return the Xian Shui Dan." Bebe replied with an easy smile. "And if you lose?" Su Sancher grunted, "Then I shall give you 1,000 gold soul coins." Bebe shook his head and replied, "No. The Xian Shui Dan is surely worth more than 1,000 gold soul coins. I refuse to gamble on something so unfair." Su Sancher retorted angrily, "This is all the money I have. If you don't agree, I might just turn hostile." Sighing softly, Bebe responded, "Do you think I lack money? Very well. I shall grant you this opportunity. I know you possess more Xian Shui Dan. Bring forth another to wager." A hint of doubt flickered in Su Sanchi's eyes as he mused. "Am I falling into your scheme? It seems you are quite confident in your ability to defeat me." Bebe maintained a gentle smile, replying, "You were the one who proposed the wager, not I. You are free to refuse, but should you lose, do not complain afterward." Su Sancher scoffed, "Will I lose? While I may not necessarily triumph over you, it won't be easy for you to outmatch me either. What if we end in a draw?" Bebe, however, was unfazed, stating, in that case, we shall simply return to our respective homes. Hurry up. Don't dawdle like a woman. Gritting his teeth, Susantra declared, fine, I will gamble with you. You cunning vixen, though your strength may not surpass mine. Your craftiness is undeniable. I suppose I have fallen for your trickery again. If I do fall for it, I shall simply seek my father's counsel when I return home. Bebe's smile did not waver, and despite Susanchi's keen attention to any change in his demeanor, he gleaned nothing. You are not foolish, but whenever matters concerning Jiangnan arise, you instantly become 3 parts dim-witted. I wonder if you two are destined rivals from a past life. Jiangnan is indeed beautiful, yet there are many outstanding female students among us. Why do you insist on fixating on just one? Susancha retorted irritably. Stop speaking as if you are without pain. If you are so capable, why not hand over Tangya to me? Bebe rose to his feet, saying, you ought to quickly adjust your mindset, lest you become disgruntled after a loss. I shall take my leave now. As he spoke, he was already striding toward the door, just as Tangya had anticipated. The number of students gathered in the soul fighting zone was steadily increasing, and it was estimated that it would soon surpass 400. With a final count of 500 being entirely plausible. Hui Yuhao. A voice filled with resentment startled Hui Yuhao, prompting him to turn and find Wang Dong striding toward him, fully clad in his combat attire. What brings you here? Hui Yuhao asked, feeling somewhat guilty as memories of the earlier incident flooded back. Wang Dong's face flickered between red and pale as he plopped down beside Hui Yuhao, lowering his voice to ask, now tell me, what exactly did you see? Hui Yuhao was momentarily taken aback and replied, huh? I didn't see anything. Wang Dong huffed in anger, if you dare to enter without knocking again, I shall end you. Hui Yuhao, aware of his culpability, continued to mutter, we're all men. What's the harm in looking? You won't lose anything. What did you say? Wang Dong exclaimed in fury, raising his hand to seize Hui Yuhao. Just then, a slender hand intervened, brushing Wang Dong's hand away, as Tang Ye's voice resonated, little Yuhao, you haven't introduced me yet. It was only then that Wang Dong noticed Tang Ye's presence. Upon beholding her stunning beauty, he momentarily paused, but quickly regained his composure, snorting softly and straightening his posture, choosing to disregard Hui Yuhao. It turned out that after Hui Yuhao had fled, Wang Dong hastily donned his clothes but could not locate him. He attempted to meditate, yet struggled to find tranquility. At that moment, he heard the dormitory's announcement, which prompted him to seek solace outside, only to unexpectedly encounter Hui Yuhao and Tangya. Hui Yuhao remarked, Teacher Xieya, this is my roommate Wang Dong. Wang Dong, this is Tangya, our senior. That was all he could manage in his introduction. Wang Dong nodded towards Tangya, who smiled and said, what a lovely little boy. I like him. How about you, Yuhao? Why not persuade him to join our Tang Sect? Upon hearing the name of the Tang Sect, Wang Dong's body trembled slightly, and he exclaimed in surprise. You are members of the Tang Sect? Tangya nodded repeatedly and replied, yes, there are only the 3 of us left in the Tang Sect now. I am the current sect master. Surprised, aren't you? Come on, the Tang Sect welcomes you. Though she spoke casually, one should not underestimate Tangya's intelligence. Beneath her carefree demeanor lay a sharp mind. Anyone who thought her foolish would inevitably regret it. She had already perceived Wang Dong's extraordinary nature. His essence was refined, and his soul power was solid, clearly surpassing Hui Yuhao's cultivation level. However, to Tangya's surprise, after a brief moment of hesitation, Wang Dong nodded at her and said, all right. I have long heard of the wonders of the Tang Sect's hidden weapons. Sect Master, I wish to join the Tang Sect. Please accept me. Really? You genuinely want to join us? Tangya was taken aback, her eyes filled with confusion as she regarded Wang Dong. He nodded earnestly, stating, I hope to join the Tang Sect to learn about hidden weapons. Tangya's expression became serious as she responded, I will consider this matter and let Yuhao convey my answer to you later. As they conversed, Bebe had already entered the arena from the lounge. The moment he appeared, some of the observing students began to shout his name. Thunderclap Bebe. Thunderclap Bebe. Bebe smiled and waved to the students gathered on the sidelines, his gaze scanning the stands. Tangya stood up and waved to him. Only then did Bebe spot them. Due to the distance, he could not hear their voices, so he gestured towards Tangya. Having spent considerable time together, Tangya immediately returned several gestures, indicating her understanding before sitting down again. Yuhao, what is the maximum distance of your spiritual detection sharing? Tangya whispered to Hui Yuhao. Hui Yuhao remarked, if it is merely a single direction, the effective range is approximately 50 meters. He had recently tested the limits of his mental detection with Wang Dong, discovering that under normal conditions, The detection radius would only extend to 30 meters, meaning that the actual detection distance in any direction was merely 15 meters. The distance of 50 meters was already more than 3 times the limit, but would require a substantial expenditure of Hui Yuhao's soul power. Tangya immediately raised her right hand, gesturing towards Bei, who acknowledged her with a nod. At that moment, Su Sanshi entered the battle arena, accompanied by a teacher in his 40s. Upon entering the arena, Su Sanshi and Bei adopted a stern demeanor. This was not their first competition in the battle arena. In past contests, they had traded victories and defeats, but draws had been the most common outcome. They had profited considerably from these battles and were reluctant to reveal the closeness of their relationship. The referee stepped to the center of the arena and declared in a deep voice, "Fourth year Bei challenges fifth year Su Sanshi. Should Su Sanshi lose, he must pay an additional 10 gold soul coins. You have privately agreed upon the stakes. Are you both prepared?" Bei and Su Sanshi nodded in unison to the referee. Chapter 13. Xian Shui Dan. With the commencement of the match, the referee quickly retreated. At the same moment, Bei and Su Sanshi unleashed their martial spirits. The previously noisy battle area fell silent, all eyes fixated upon the two combatants. As prominent figures of Shrek Academy's outer courtyard, Bei and Su Sanshi's soul battles were always exhilarating, captivating the students who thrived on their matches. Many even placed secret wagers on the outcome. With a surge of blue lightning, Bei's right arm expanded rapidly, enveloped in azure light as he summoned the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex martial spirit. Su Sanshi, not to be outdone, also transformed. His body swelled, stretching his uniform tightly, as a massive tortoise-shell shield materialized in his right hand. Both advanced cautiously to the side, their sharp gazes locked onto one another, their potent soul power surging, one blue, the other black, clearly delineated in the battle arena. From an external perspective, they appeared evenly matched, both being soul masters above the 30th level with 3 soul rings, classified as battle soul masters. However, it was evident that Bei was an offensive-type battle soul master, while Su Sanshi, armed with a shield, likely belonged to the defensive category. On one side stood the formidable offensive martial spirit of the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, while on the other loomed the mutated and powerful defensive martial spirit of the Xianming turtle. It was truly difficult to predict who would gain the upper hand. Wang Dong seemed to have forgotten his previous concerns with Hui Yuhao, now entirely engrossed in the spectacle unfolding in the arena. Hui Yuhao shared a similar sentiment, as the emotions of both he and his companions fluctuated in tandem with the duel between the two soul lords on the arena. Upon unleashing his martial soul, Bei's gentle demeanor transformed into one of fierce intensity, while Su Sanshi appeared to have shed his impulsiveness in favor of a steadiness reminiscent of a great mountain. As Su Sanshi gradually maneuvered to a position closest to Hui Yuhao and his companions, Bei suddenly bellowed, charging towards Su Sanshi like a bolt of blue lightning. A flicker of surprise crossed Su Sanshi's mind. He had not revealed any vulnerabilities, and this hardly seemed an opportune moment. When had Bei become so rash? Despite his thoughts, he could not afford to be complacent, for he was well aware of the formidable explosive power Bei possessed when attacking. As Bei leaped forward, closing the distance to approximately 5 meters from Su Sanshi, his heavily scaled right arm descended with tremendous force, the dragon claw crackling with blue-purple lightnings, poised to unleash his soul skill at any moment. However, Su Sanshi remained unperturbed, taking a slight step back with his left foot and lowering his stance. He positioned the heavy shield in front of him, fully encasing his body in protection. Simultaneously, dark soul power surged forth from the tortoise shell shield, subtly forming a black light barrier that enveloped him securely. With a resounding crash, Bei's dragon claw struck forcefully against the thick black tortoise shell shield, causing both combatants to stagger. Bei halted abruptly, descending to the ground, while Su Sanshi slid back a meter. The first of Su Sanshi's 3 soul rings, a century-old yellow ring, illuminated, and the black light on his shield intensified, doubling in potency. A powerful black aura emanated from the shield, expanding to cover an area of several square meters, resembling a colossal force field pushing outward. This release was accompanied by a thunderous roar Shinmingjin, Su Sanshi's first soul skill. It was a wide-area repulsion technique that also possessed a stunning effect. If the enemy's cultivation is inferior to his own, then they would not only be repelled but also left in a state of dizziness, at the very least creating a distance between them. However, what Su Sanshi did not anticipate was Bei's unwavering resolve. Just as he unleashed his first soul skill, Beibei's second and third soul rings ignited almost simultaneously. The first to shine was the millennium-grade third soul ring, its purple luminescence radiating magnificently as a deep, rumbling sound erupted from Beibei's being. Suddenly, he was enveloped in a vibrant blue-purple electric aura, the scales on his right arm rapidly spreading across his body, ultimately covering his right chest, causing his presence to surge dramatically. Thunderous wrath. Following this, the second soul ring illuminated, unleashing massive bolts of lightning that erupted outward from the epicenter of Beibei's form. The combination of the second and third soul skills clashed head-on against Su Sanqi's first soul skill, the shimming shock. Even with Su Sanqi's renowned defense, his shimming shock could not possibly force Beibei back. The black energy shield was forcefully torn open, and disregarding the impact of the dark currents, Beibei surged through the breach. In a moment of astonishment, Su Sanqi did not falter in his actions. His second and third soul rings also lit up in succession. He was exceedingly familiar with Beibei's capabilities and possessed great confidence in his own defenses. Although he may not necessarily triumph over Beibei, he was certain that if he stood firm, Beibei would be unable to claim victory. However, just as he activated his second and third soul skills, an unexpected sensation pierced through his mind, causing a momentary blurring of consciousness. The two soul skills momentarily stalled, failing to be unleashed in time. Beibei's advancing form suddenly became ethereal, employing the Tang Sect's ghost shadow misty steps. He crouched slightly, sliding almost seamlessly along the ground, his right claw grasping the lower edge of the turtle shell shield, swiftly maneuvering behind it. Su Sanqi was too late to release his soul skills. Allowing Beibei to circumvent the shield sealed his tragic fate. Beibei's right foot struck directly against Su Sanqi's calf, the thunderous force amplified by thunderous wrath surged forth. And in the next instant, Su Sanqi's body trembled in place, while Beibei's massive dragon claw latched onto his shoulder. The outcome was clear. The match concluded far more swiftly than anyone had anticipated, with many spectators barely grasping the sequence of events before Beibei had already outmaneuvered Su Sanqi's turtle shell shield. Securing victory, Beibei triumphed. The referee's announcement did not deter Beibei from forcefully bringing Su Sanqi to the ground. As the lightning receded, Su Sanqi's physical resilience was indeed formidable. The trembling ceased almost immediately, yet his speech remained stammered. You played tricks. Though he was unaware of the methods Beibei employed, the fact that his soul skill had been delayed could not be attributed to his own actions. Moreover, under his comprehensive defense, Beibei astonishingly discovered the most vulnerable point, which left him utterly perplexed. What a ruse. A bet is a bet. I shall accept my defeat. Bring forth the Xin Shui Dan. With a smile, Beibei infused a spark of lightning soul power into Su Sanqi, causing his towering frame to tremble violently. Little did Su Sanqi know that, in the stands, another individual had already succumbed to unconsciousness in an effort to assist Beibei in overcoming him. Indeed, when Su Sanqi attempted to unleash his second and third soul skills, the sharp pain in his mind stemmed from Hui Yuhao's purple extreme demon eye coupled with a soul shock. Despite Hui Yuhao's seemingly modest cultivation, the combined might of these two skills unleashed an attack powerful enough to catch Su Sanqi, enveloped in soul power, off guard. The distance from Hui Yuhao to Su Sanqi was approximately 30 meters, perfectly within the range of his soul shock technique. Furthermore, prior to executing this skill, Hui Yuhao utilized both mental detection and mental sharing to identify Su Sanqi's weaknesses for Beibei. It can be said that fleeting moment marked the pinnacle of Hui Yuhao's performance since becoming a soul master. The consecutive use of 3 soul skills, along with the purple extreme demon eye, dramatically turned the tide of what had been an evenly matched battle. Rewind to just before the match began. The gestures exchanged between Beibei and Tang Yu were a signal for her to inform Hui Yuhao to lend his aid. After Tang Yu conveyed the range of Hui Yuhao's mental detection sharing, it became clear why Beibei launched an attack on Su Sanqi at a moment that seemed devoid of opportunity. This victory rightfully belonged to both Beibei and Hui Yuhao, the brotherly duo. Apart from Tang Yu and Beibei in the arena, only Wang Dong sensed the unfolding events. Although Hui Yuhao had deliberately controlled the appearance of his soul rings beneath him, preventing them from ascending, the fluctuations of his soul power could not escape Wang Dong's perception. Wang Dong observed with clarity as a faint golden hue appeared in Hui Yuhao's eyes, which rapidly intensified, culminating in a flash of purple light before Hui Yuhao collapsed towards him. Instinctively, Wang Dong caught Hui Yuhao as the match concluded. What has happened to him? Wang Dong questioned in astonishment. Witnessing Hui Yuhao's fall, Tang Yu was equally startled. She hurriedly checked Hui Yuhao's condition and sighed in relief. Soul power exhaustion, nothing serious. Let us depart. It is best to leave quickly after committing such mischief. Moreover, Tang pondered in her heart. Could the effect of little Yuhao's mental detection sharing be so profound? Bei merely intended for him to help seize the initiative. Bei and Su Sanshi were evenly matched in their cultivation. Whoever could gain the upper hand would have a vastly improved chance of victory. Yet it was unexpected that a single strike would seal the win. Hui Yuhao was indeed utterly fatigued, a day filled with physical training, coupled with the repeated exertion of his spiritual abilities, had led to a profound depletion of his soul power, rendering him completely unconscious. This was merely the body's instinctive response for self-preservation. Tang Ye and Wang Dong assisted in carrying Hui Yuhao back to the dormitory, and as they reached the entrance, Bei hurried after them. Utilizing his soul power to help restore Hui Yuhao's condition, he produced a porcelain vial, from which he poured a pill and placed it into Hui Yuhao's mouth. Little brother, I implore you to take good care of him. As senior students were prohibited from entering the dormitories of junior students as per school regulations, Bei had no choice but to entrust this task to Wang Dong. Wang Dong, momentarily taken aback, was well-versed and from a distinguished background. He had clearly observed the nature of the pill Bei had poured out. It was a deep blue pill, roughly the size of a cherry, adorned with intricate white patterns. Upon being extracted from the vial, a faint mist enveloped the pill, leaving a refreshing aroma lingering in the air, invigorating to the senses. Could that be a Xianshui Dan? No way, Wang Dong thought, astonished. Not only he, but even the elderly man who had been lazily resting at the dormitory entrance slightly opened his eyes before returning to his previous state. Tang addressed Wang Dong. Little Jingtai, when little Yuhao awakens, please remind him not to forget to go fish selling tomorrow. I'll prepare him a portion of today's items later. Bei retorted, all you think about is eating. You nearly got little junior brother into trouble today. Tang huffed, don't give me that. It's clear you've been scheming behind Su Sanshi's back. That fool was easily deceived, and you seized the opportunity. With an innocent expression, Bei replied, I was just about to rest when someone delivered a pillow to me. What could I do? It's just that little junior brother is quite lucky. Now, let us return to our training. I recall someone saying that if I dealt with Su Sanshi, I would earn a kiss. Tang stuck out her tongue. What I meant was to incapacitate him to the point of being unable to care for himself. Have you? Training. Suddenly, Wang Dong interjected, Senior Sister Tang Ye. Please consider my request. I truly wish to join the Tang Sect. Tang Ye nodded and waved goodbye, while Bei wore a contemplative expression, smiling at Wang Dong as he turned to leave with Tang Ye. Wang Dong supported Hui Yuhao back to the dormitory and laid him on the bed. The image of the pill Bei had given Hui Yuhao lingered in his mind. Shaking his head lightly, he shot a fierce glare at Hui Yuhao, muttering, You look where you shoot tea and don't fear the consequences. You deserve to sleep on a hard bed. As he spoke, he leapt onto his own bed, settling into a meditative posture. Today's physical training had been equally beneficial for him. Hui Yuhao enjoyed an unusually sweet slumber. Ever since joining Tang Sect, he had been diligently practicing the Xiantian skill, and this was the first time he had truly slept soundly. In his dreams, he felt as if he were immersed in a refreshing pool of water, the invigorating sensation almost causing him to moan in delight. After a brief period of meditation, Wang Dong opened his eyes in astonishment, gazing at Hui Yuhao on the opposite bed. He had been roused by the potent fluctuations of soul power in the air. Indeed, the rich waves of soul power emanated from Hui Yuhao, and now, under the night sky, the faint blue light radiating from him was particularly striking. It was evident that a delicate mist seemed to hover around his body, wafting a subtle fragrance. Wang Dong leaped from his bed, quietly crouching beside Hui Yuhao to observe him closely. He noticed that Hui Yuhao's skin appeared to be gently undulating, with fine currents of energy escaping through his pores, which were the very soul power fluctuations he had sensed. The pale blue mist continuously surged in and out through these pores. As time passed, the color of the mist deepened, while the fragrant aroma gradually faded. The Xianshui Dan, it truly was the invaluable Xianshui Dan. How could Senior Bei so casually hand him such a precious elixir? Was it a mistake? Wang Dong exclaimed, astonished. After a fleeting moment of surprise, he intended to return to his bed for more sleep, but suddenly remembered something. With a sigh, he approached Hui Yuhao's bedside, made a fist gesture, and huffed. I can't even sleep in my own bed. Just you wait. As he spoke, he rolled up his bedding and stored it in his personal soul tool, quietly leaving the dormitory, unsure of where he would rest. Not long after Wang Dong departed, The fragrance emitted by the mist surrounding Hui Yuhao gradually transformed from fresh to foul, its color deepening as Hui Yuhao's breathing became increasingly serene. He had experienced a wonderfully sweet and refreshing sleep. He was awakened by a sticky sensation. As his consciousness returned, he couldn't help but let out a loud sneeze. What a stench! What is that smell? Hui Yuhao sat up abruptly, instinctively thinking that Wang Dong was playing a prank. However, when he opened his eyes and looked at the opposite bed, he found it completely empty. Wang Dong was nowhere to be found in the dormitory. Outside, the sky remained dark. But Hui Yuhao quickly sensed that something was amiss. Within his dormitory, everything was vividly clear, untouched by the darkness. This level of vision he had previously possessed only when activating his soul power and summoning his spirit eyes. Yet now, he had not even called upon his martial soul. As he lowered his gaze, he discovered that his uniform had transformed into a deep, ominous black, emanating a foul odor that originated from the very fabric itself. Where the uniform did not cover, his skin was marred by an additional layer of grimy darkness, akin to having tumbled into a mire and then being unceremoniously dragged back and discarded here. Surely, Wang Dong could not harbor such animosity towards him? Hui Yuhao gazed in disbelief at his own body. Upon rising, he noticed that his wooden bed was also cloaked in a uniform layer of black filth. What on earth was happening? The stench from both his body and the bed was overwhelming, leaving Hui Yuhao no time for contemplation. He swiftly rolled out of bed, flung open the dormitory window, and dashed out the door, heading straight for the restroom at the end of the corridor. The grime on his body had a greasy texture, and after cleaning the bed and washing his clothes, he spent nearly half an hour in the endeavor. When he finally returned to sit on the bed again, he wore an expression of utter bewilderment. Never mind it, he thought. He would simply inquire with Wang Dong tomorrow to uncover the truth. Having squandered a considerable portion of the night, he resolved to focus on meditation and cultivation without further delay. With this thought in mind, he settled cross-legged and commenced channeling his soul power according to the route of the Xiantian skill. 3 seconds into his meditation, Hui Yuhao abruptly opened his eyes, his gaze wide with disbelief. Am I dreaming? He pondered momentarily before hastily closing his eyes again. After another 3 seconds, when he reopened them, his face was alight with sheer ecstasy. Indeed, an astonishing phenomenon had occurred. As he entered the meditative state and activated his soul power, he experienced an unprecedented sensation. If his previous soul power operation resembled the sluggish crawl of a snail, then now it was at least akin to the speed of a spider. The flow of his soul power was at least 3 to 5 times swifter than before. Moreover, the soul power itself had significantly intensified, moving with remarkable fluidity. During this process, an extraordinary sense of strength coursed through him, as if all his meridians had unfurled. The sensation was utterly exquisite, with a tingling feeling of regeneration coursing through his limbs and bones. Hui Yuhao, filled with impatience, closed his eyes once more and urged his soul power into motion. It became evident that everything was indeed real. Ordinarily, circulating his soul power along the pathways of the Xiantian Gong would require at least half an hour, yet this time, he accomplished it in less than a quarter of that duration. Furthermore, the increase in his internal soul power was several times greater than before. It was no longer a gradual accumulation, but rather a profound evolution. Simultaneously, through meditative practice, Hui Yuhao discovered that his meridians had become unprecedentedly unobstructed. Previously constricted and slender areas had been significantly widened and thickened, lending his meridians a newfound flexibility. The surging soul power could now impact them without any peril. In a single night, had he truly undergone a transformation of such magnitude? At that moment, he was reluctant to delve into contemplation. Since he embarked on his cultivation journey at the tender age of 6, he had never experienced such an immediate sense of advancement. Relishing this sensation, he was determined not to relinquish it. He continuously urged his soul power to circulate, and astonishingly, the speed of the Xiantian Gong's operation began to subtly accelerate. Under its nurturing influence, a warm and comforting sensation began to envelop his meridians once more. Hui Yuhao remained unaware of how many cycles his soul power had completed until the dawn gradually illuminated the sky, revealing a faint blush on the horizon. Only then did he awaken from his meditative state. Sitting cross-legged for half the night, his legs bore no signs of stiffness or numbness. With a slight movement, he found himself by the window, gazing at the gradually emerging purple aura in the eastern sky. His soul power naturally flowed into his spiritual eyes, initiating the practice of the purple extreme demon eye. The transformation of his body and the enhancement of his soul power seemed to alter everything. As his spiritual eyes focused on the rising purple mist in the east, he distinctly sensed something within his mind breaking free. An invisible allure emerged within his spiritual gaze, drawing in the fleeting hint of purple from the dawn as if a great whale were siphoning water. The surface of his eyes radiated warmth, yet within, there was a refreshing coolness. Hui Yuhao felt his mental prowess expanding invisibly, soon surpassing his previous limits, extending until it reached a diameter of approximately 40 meters before ceasing. The hue of purple within his gaze deepened significantly, and even his skin acquired a lustrous sheen. Compared to the previous day, his essence, energy, and spirit had undergone a complete transformation. After exhaling a long breath to release the stagnant air within, Hui Yuhao completed the training of the purple extreme demon eye, and everything around him became increasingly vivid. With a mere thought, he retracted his soul power, and his spiritual eyes returned to their normal state, albeit with a newfound brightness in his deep blue irises. He was acutely aware that something remarkable had transpired within him. Otherwise, such substantial improvement could not be achieved even with 6 months of diligent practice. As Hui Yuhao pondered these enigmas, the door to his dormitory swung open. Wang Dong peeked in, first sniffing the air to ensure there were no unpleasant odors. Satisfied, he strolled in, carrying his bedding, which he tossed onto the bed, and with a hint of irritation, remarked to Hui Yuhao, "You've transformed completely, yet you've made it so I have no place to return to. Humph. You're treating me to breakfast today." Hui Yuhao gazed at him with a perplexed expression and inquired, "Wang Dong, what on earth has transpired? Why did I awaken covered in grime, yet my cultivation has remarkably advanced? It truly feels, as you mentioned, akin to a rebirth." Wang Dong's ancient golden bracelet shimmered momentarily, and a spherical metallic orb materialized in his hand, which he tossed to Hui Yuhao. "Let's first ascertain the extent of your soul power enhancement. This testing soul guide can measure soul power levels from 10 to 30. Just infuse your soul power into it." "Oh," Hui Yuhao responded, grasping the metallic sphere and gradually channeling his soul power into it. Initially, the orb emitted a faint yellow glow, which progressively radiated outward, and a number appeared on its surface. It first settled at 11, but then swiftly fluctuated to 12. The yellow light continued to expand, and the number 12 began to quiver, yet Hui Yuhao exerted all his strength and ultimately could not provoke it further. Wang Dong, equally astonished, exclaimed, "Truly remarkable. The Xian Shui Dan has enabled your soul power to rise by nearly 2 levels overnight. You are now at the pinnacle of level 12. Merely a step away from level 13. Hui Yuhao's eyes widened in disbelief. "Are you serious? What is the Xian Shui Dan?" Wang Dong snatched the testing soul guide from Hui Yuhao's hands, snorting as he replied, "This device is remarkably accurate. What advantage would I gain from deceiving you? By the way, you ought to express your gratitude to Senior Beibei. What is your relationship with him? He casually handed you a Xian Shui Dan worth a fortune. I suspect he might have mistaken it for another pill." Observing Hui Yuhao's look of confusion, Wang Dong elaborated, "The Xian Shui Dan is an extraordinary elixir, said to be unique to a water attribute martial soul sect. However, I am unaware of the exact sect it belongs to. The creation of Xian Shui Dan necessitates the essence of numerous water attribute soul beasts, along with a variety of water-based flora, meticulously blended to achieve its final form. Water serves a cleansing purpose. The Xian Shui Dan not only provides substantial nourishment and enhances soul power, but its medicinal properties are remarkably gentle, allowing soul masters of any level to absorb its effects with ease. For soul masters below the 20th level, it can elevate their soul power by at least 1 rank. Yet, its most precious attribute lies in its ability to purify the body and enhance one's innate potential." Wang Dong continued, "When we bathe, we cleanse the dirt from our skin, whereas the Xian Shui Dan purges the impurities from within our bodies. This elixir is beneficial for anyone, for exceptionally gifted soul masters. It merely serves as an enhancement, a flourish to their innate abilities. However, for those with average talent, it is truly a boon. By eliminating internal impurities and nourishing the meridians, a single Xian Shui Dan can significantly elevate the potential of an ordinary soul master equivalent to an increase of 1 innate soul power rank. In other words, if your martial soul awakens with an innate soul power of only 1, after consuming a Xian Shui Dan, it would rise to 2 ranks. This represents a transformation in talent and constitution." Unbeknownst to Wang Dong, his analogy hit the mark. Hui Yuhao's innate soul power was indeed at level 1. However, Hui Yuhao could distinctly sense that the transformation he experienced after the Xian Shui Dan's cleansing was far beyond a mere increase of 1 innate rank. His cultivation speed had effectively quadrupled. While he still could not compare to the prodigious talents of Wang Dong and Beibei, he was at least on par with an ordinary soul master now, no longer struggling as he had before. Hui Yuhao's eyes involuntarily glistened with moisture. It was his elder brother who had bestowed upon him the invaluable Xian Shui pill. This profound bond of friendship was etched deeply in his heart. Hui Yuhao's fortune is indeed remarkable. Wang Dong's description of the Xian Shui Dan is utterly flawless. Under normal circumstances, the enhancement provided by the Xian Shui Dan aligns perfectly with his assertions. However, Hui Yuhao's opportunity to consume the Xian Shui Dan arrives at a most opportune moment. After a day of arduous training, his body has undergone a transcendent trial, akin to having completed a thorough warm-up before taking the Xian Shui Dan. Moreover, his profound understanding of the Xiantian Gong has allowed this technique to permeate his meridians, nurturing them into a state of refinement. In a state of extreme mental exhaustion, Hui Yuhao ingests the Xian Shui Dan while teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Consequently, he is not inclined to exert control, allowing the medicinal effects of the Xian Shui Dan to distribute evenly throughout his body, resulting in a harmonious absorption of its nourishing properties. Significantly, the Xian Shui Dan is inherently a water attribute elixir, while the second martial soul bestowed upon Hui Yuhao by the heavenly dream eye silkworm is ice, a solid form of water, rendering his absorption of the Xian Shui Dan even more advantageous. As the Xian Shui Dan transforms his physique, the first of the 10 colossal sources of power sealed within Hui Yuhao's body by the heavenly dream ice silkworm finally manifests a crack, releasing a portion of its energy to merge with him. Thus, in comparison to the enhancement of his soul power, the augmentation of his mental prowess is even more substantial. This explains the expansion of his spiritual perception from 30 to 40 meters. It can be asserted that this single Xian Shui Dan has catalyzed a comprehensive enhancement of Hui Yuhao's being, resulting in such significant transformation, which will undoubtedly benefit his future cultivation immensely. Even the purple extreme magic eyes have evolved as a result. The purple extreme magic eyes possess 4 realms: overview, subtlety, seed, and vastness. Hui Yuhao cultivates the purple extreme magic eyes with his spiritual vision, yielding extraordinary results. As the Xian Shui Dan elevates him, it simultaneously invokes the source power of the heavenly dream eye silkworm. During his prior cultivation of the purple extreme magic eyes, this source power exerted a tremendous attraction on the celestial purple aura, propelling Hui Yuhao's purple extreme magic eyes directly from the overview realm to the subtlety realm. It can be said that he is the fastest individual in history to cultivate the purple extreme magic eyes, even surpassing the founder of the Tang Sect, Tang Sect. Hui Yuhao is currently unaware that the advancement of the purple extreme magic eye has significantly enhanced his control over all spiritual attribute skills. Consequently, when he exercises his soul abilities, the consumption of soul power will substantially diminish. Observing Hui Yuhao's dazed expression, with his eyes gleaming a deep crimson, Wang Dong gently patted his shoulder and said, "Come on, let us go have breakfast. I intend to have double portions today." Hui Yuhao chuckled, "All right. I can eat 4 portions." Wang Dong shot him a glare. "You're the one acting like a pig." The moment the words escaped his lips, both of them erupted into hearty laughter, dispelling the awkwardness of the previous night. At this innocent age, they still retained their pure hearts. Chapter 14. The dream of one finger having earned some money from grilling fish the previous day. Hui Yuhao had not forgotten to extract a gold soul coin from the oven before heading with Tanya to watch Bei Bei and Su Sancher compete. When he and Wang Dong arrived at the cafeteria, they couldn't help but feel a sense of financial abundance. Their breakfast was particularly lavish, greatly replenishing their physical needs. They were among the earliest to arrive at the cafeteria, and by the time they finished their meal, few other students had shown up. With some time left before class, Hui Yuhao suggested, "Let's head back to the dormitory." He patted his satisfied belly, stretching his body with a look of contentment. Ever since arriving at Shrek Academy, his mood had gradually brightened. Here, he finally had friends, as well as caring mentors like Tanya and his senior brother Bei Bei, which was a stark contrast to the cold atmosphere he had experienced at the Duke's Manor. Wang Dong replied, "You should take it easy. You're going back to cultivate again. If the string is pulled too tight, it will snap. You need to relax as well. Come on. Let us take a stroll by the Sea God Lake and unwind. The Xian Shui Dan has already helped you improve your cultivation significantly, so a little break won't hurt." "All right." Hui Yuhao readily agreed. In the few days since he enrolled, he had yet to visit Sea God Lake, and it was indeed not far from their class location, so a walk would be pleasant. The two of them exited the cafeteria, circumvented the freshman teaching buildings, and walked east along the southern edge of Shrek Square. Before long, they reached the lakeside path. As they traversed the tree-lined trail, The shimmering sea god lake unfolded before them. A gentle mist mingled with the fresh air, and though the lake was artificial, its waters were remarkably clear. The azure hue of the lake was pure, profound, and exuded a soft elegance. The satin-like surface of the water rippled gently, resembling the playful glances of a young maiden, reflecting the blue sky, white clouds, and the lush greenery along the shore. "How beautiful!" Wang Dong exclaimed, taking a deep breath and stretching his body vigorously. As he stretched, his shirt inevitably pulled up, revealing his rounded, pert backside. Hui Yuhao did not intentionally gaze in that direction, but a fleeting glance inadvertently reminded him of the sight he had seen the previous day. Embarrassed, he turned his head away, focusing on the distant expanse of Sea God Lake, which covered a vast area, likely surpassing the main campus of Shrek Academy to the west. A layer of mist hovered over the water's surface in the distance. After the evolution of Hui Yuhao's purple extreme magic eye, the vision of his spiritual eye experienced a remarkable enhancement. Even without infusing soul power into the spiritual eye, its range remained extensive. He faintly discerned, amidst the mist hovering over the distant lake, what appeared to be a cluster of houses. Recalling the descriptions provided by Xiaoya and Bei Bei, he couldn't help but muse that this must be the inner courtyard. If even the exceptionally talented senior brother could only study in the outer courtyard, how formidable must the seniors of the inner courtyard be? Suddenly, as Hui Yuhao pondered, he caught sight of a red dot emerging within the mist of the lake. "What's wrong?" Wang Dong inquired, perplexed. Hui Yuhao pointed towards the direction he had observed, exclaiming, "Look, there appears to be a red dot over there." Wang Dong followed Hui Yuhao's gesture, yet all he could discern was a veil of mist. "Where?" He questioned Hui Yuhao's assertion. However, in the next moment, his eyes widened in astonishment as he too beheld it. What he initially thought to be a mere red dot was, in fact, a crimson figure racing across the water's surface with astonishing speed, and remarkably, it was hurtling towards their direction. Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong exchanged a glance, both exclaiming in astonishment, "The senior from the inner court?" The speed of that crimson figure was truly astonishing, in the blink of an eye. He had already dashed to the center of the lake. Each time his toes grazed the surface, ripples would emanate outward. Yet he seemed to harness that slight buoyancy to accelerate, resembling a swift crimson cloud drifting through the air. As they drew nearer, Hui Yuhao could discern more clearly that the figure was not merely clad in red attire. His hair was also a striking blood-red hue, his stature tall and slender. Yet he emanated an aura of chilling ferocity, reminiscent of a fearsome soul beast. A similarly red mask adorned his face, with eyes that glowed crimson. The air around him shimmered slightly, and wherever he passed, wisps of mist danced upon the water's surface. This senior appears to possess remarkable strength. "Look. He can run across the lake without even unleashing his martial soul," Wang Dong analyzed excitedly to Hui Yuhao. Although Hui Yuhao's cultivation was inferior to his perception was significantly sharper. "Wang Dong, something feels amiss." The red figure approached with alarming speed, closing in within 100 meters while they conversed. A wave of terrifying heat suddenly engulfed them, and both Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong revealed expressions of horror. They sensed an indescribable aura of madness emanating from that senior, one that was far from characteristic of a normal person. With a swift motion, azure wings unfurled from Wang Dong's back as he grasped Hui Yuhao, intending to soar into the sky. However, in that fleeting moment, the red figure had already arrived at their side. The dreadful heat erupted instantaneously, overwhelming them as if they were engulfed by a sea of flames. The wings that had opened behind Wang Dong curled up in an instant, rendering him unable to ascend, and both of them plummeted to the ground. The vegetation within a radius of several dozen meters instantly turned to charred yellow. The disparity in their cultivation levels was far too great. Wang Dong attempted to unleash his soul skill, but as soon as he summoned his soul power, he was met with the onslaught of that terrifying heat. With a muffled groan, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Although Hui Yuhao's cultivation is inferior to that of Wang Dong, one must not forget that he possesses an unformed martial soul, which is ice. Stimulated intensely by the external high temperature, this ice attribute martial soul was instantly awakened. However, Hui Yuhao's peak soul power at level 12 was rapidly depleted within a mere second by the searing heat from the surroundings. Moreover, a massive hand from the crimson figure was ruthlessly descending upon him. The temperature surrounding his body was already terrifying. Should he be struck directly, the consequences would surely be dire. In the end, what Hui Yuhao could muster was a soul shock. However, the disparity between the two was insurmountable. His soul shock failed to penetrate even the intense aura of fire, dissipating into the heat. He was on the verge of being reduced to ashes beneath that searing giant palm. At that moment, the world before him suddenly faded to white. Everything around him becoming a blur. Was he dying? Was this the end? In the face of impending death, he felt not resentment, for it all came too abruptly, leaving him only with confusion. Suddenly, the scene became clear again, and Hui Yuhao beheld a peculiar sight. He saw himself. If Wang Dong were awake at that moment, he would undoubtedly witness an astonishing spectacle. Just as Hui Yuhao was about to be engulfed by the fiery giant palm, the color of his soulful eyes shifted dramatically. The deep blue orbs, shimmering with a faint golden light, transformed into a brilliant white, reminiscent of eternal ice. An overwhelming chill abruptly radiated from Hui Yuhao, forcefully dispelling all the surrounding heat, causing the fiery figure to emit a muffled grunt and tumble backwards. As Hui Yuhao invoked his spiritual eye, a white soul ring emerged beneath his feet, which, to his astonishment, transformed into an extraordinarily radiant golden hue. The blinding golden light shone forth, reminiscent of a rising sun ascending from his very being. Within a 100-meter radius centered around Hui Yuhao, the surroundings instantaneously morphed into a realm of ice and snow. Even the sea god lake ahead succumbed to freezing temperatures. The crimson figure appeared to tremble violently, as a terrifying pressure coalesced in the air. Slowly, Hui Yuhao lifted his right arm, his index finger inexplicably turning an icy blue, while a luminous white glimmer radiated from his eyes. A somber voice resonated through the atmosphere. Dare to disturb the chosen one of my brother? Prepare to perish. He pointed his index finger forward, and in an instant, a beam of icy blue light shot through the air, hurtling towards the crimson figure. The temperature surrounding the red figure plummeted drastically under the influence of Hui Yuhao's extreme chill. Perhaps sensing the impending danger, the figure abruptly struggled, followed by the sudden, resounding cry of a phoenix. From his back, a colossal fire phoenix ascended, adorned with 6 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black, elevating majestically. A Soul Emperor-level powerhouse. Among the 6 soul rings, the 2nd, 3rd, and 6th glimmered simultaneously. The flames behind him instantly darkened to a deep crimson. A slender line of fire, akin to a finger, erupted from the phoenix's mouth, clashing with the icy blue beam emitted from Hui Yuhao's fingertip. A series of peculiar hissing sounds ensued as the fiery line swiftly collapsed. The immense fire phoenix lunged forward, using its massive form to shield the crimson figure. Amidst the cacophony of a deafening roar, the fiery red figure was sent reeling backward, enveloped in a layer of icy blue, ultimately plunging into the distant sea god lake. Instantly, a thick mist of white water vapor erupted from the lake's surface. As Hui Yuhao was about to pursue, he paused momentarily. The bothersome sound he had encountered earlier resonated once more. How annoying, yet another presence has arrived. Ah, this little fellow's physical prowess has improved remarkably. It seems I can bestow upon him a bit more strength. I retreat. The golden halo swiftly faded, transforming into white and vanishing, while the pervasive chill in the surroundings instantaneously dissipated, restoring the lake to its former tranquility. Hui Yuhao's intensely frosty white eyes reverted to normal, his body softened, collapsing to the ground. Where the terrifying fluctuations of soul power had surged moments ago by the sea god lake, tranquility had now been entirely reinstated. On the shore, only Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong lay unconscious upon the ground. In the distance, from the depths of the sea god lake, several figures approached with astonishing speed, reaching the shore in the blink of an eye. This is bad. Students from the outer academy have been harmed. At the forefront was an elder garbed in white, who suddenly stepped forward in midair, as if traversing through space, arriving beside Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong. With a gesture of his hands, the 2 bodies were instantly lifted into the air. Fortunately, they were merely fainted and had sustained no injuries. Teacher Li, please attend to their treatment. Understood. Another middle-aged man in white hurried forward, taking charge of Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong. Had they been conscious, they would undoubtedly recognize this Teacher Li as the Soul Saint-level expert who had employed the Life Tree Martial Soul to restore their entire class just the day before. Soul rings blossomed, and circles of green light gently enveloped Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong, permeating their bodies. A miraculous scene unfolded as the surrounding withered plants astonishingly revitalized at an incredible pace and faintly. One could observe the vast vegetation along the sea god lake emanating a soft green glow, flowing toward Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong, gradually merging into their beings. Xiaotao is here. With a splash, a figure in white emerged from the water, having retrieved the red-clad individual who had previously plunged into the sea god lake. Soaked through, the red-clad figure revealed a graceful form, and it turned out to be a woman. The elder in white approached her, placing his right hand upon her shoulder, visibly channeling a dense white soul power into the red-clad woman's body at an astonishing rate. How peculiar. The elder's brow furrowed, as if grappling with an inexplicable matter. Teacher Li, how are the conditions of those two outer academy students? He turned to the teacher attending to Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong. There's no issue. They will awaken shortly, replied Teacher Li. The elder let out a sigh of relief, saying, fortunately, no grave mistake has occurred. It appears Xiaotao has retained some semblance of consciousness. Teacher Li, please escort these two students back, instructing them to forget what they have witnessed. If any information leaks out, they shall be expelled. Provide them with substantial compensation. We shall return. The last 4 words were directed towards the others. He lifted the woman clad in red, his form flickering, transforming into a beam of white light as he ventured deep into the depths of the sea god lake. At the moment when Hui Yuhao collapsed to the ground, his consciousness could no longer perceive the world outside, leaving him oblivious to the events that followed. You've awakened the elder brother so soon. How bothersome. The voice of the dream-eyed silkworm reverberated through the sea of consciousness. Hui Yuhao, in a daze, asked, Brother Tianming, was that you who intervened just now? Tianming Iceworm replied, of course it was me. Otherwise you would have already been turned into a roasted human. That individual possessed a remarkably potent fire attribute, seemingly carrying a trace of the divine beast Phoenix's bloodline. Otherwise, with just a flick of my finger, I could have obliterated her. But never mind, she appears to have lost her senses, though her flames are somewhat sinister. I have consumed the eternal ice essence for many years, so she is far from my match. Little Yuhao, your cultivation is progressing smoothly, and your physical constitution has significantly improved. Among the 10 seals I left within you, the first has already been partially unlocked. Is that true? Hui Yuhao exclaimed joyfully. Upon entering Shrek Academy, he increasingly recognized his own insignificance. After encountering so many formidable beings, his desire for strength intensified. However, due to his lack of innate talent, he could only strive silently. Thus, hearing praise from Tianming Iceworm filled him with happiness. Tianming Iceworm, feeling somewhat frustrated, continued, however, I utilized my original power just now. This is my primordial spirit, which, in a sense, is akin to the wisdom attached to your soul rings. It was necessary to protect your body first before unleashing my strength. Moreover, after the recent impact, your body cannot be infused with my power for at least a year. You must exercise extreme caution. Should you encounter another opponent against whom you cannot defend yourself, it would mean the end for both of us. Now, enough of this. I shall return to slumber. Focus on your training. Once you reach the second ring, you will no longer need to trouble me. Tianming Iceworm always seemed to depart in haste. Hui Yuhao had intended to inquire about controlling soul skills, but it had already succumbed to sleep, plunging the surroundings into darkness. Wang Dong awakened first. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself facing a middle-aged man in white. Before he could speak, Hui Yuhao beside him let out a muffled groan, slowly opening his eyes as well. Unlike Hui Yuhao's understanding of the situation, Wang Dong was engulfed in confusion and angrily demanded, what on earth is happening? What was that creature just now? The middle-aged man in white spoke calmly, you are both safe now. Please forget what you have just witnessed. Otherwise, you will be expelled from the academy. He tossed each of them a green object as compensation. Instinctively, they raised their hands to catch it. The man in white then soared into the air, heading towards the sea god lake. Now go to class. Remember, forget everything you have seen before. Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong exchanged glances, momentarily stunned. Hui Yuhao, what do you suppose is happening? Wang Dong inquired softly. Hui Yuhao shook his head, expressing uncertainty. It seemed we had encountered a madman. Wang Dong glanced down at the green object in his hand, momentarily taken aback, only to be immediately filled with joy. Wow, we've struck gold. It's actually a soul elevation pill. Hui Yuhao gazed in bewilderment at the verdant orb in his hand, a green elixir the size of a walnut, emanating a subtle, fragrant aroma. Its surface was a deep emerald hue, with a faint luminescence swirling within, crystalline and translucent, brimming with the essence of life. What is the ascension elixir? He inquired. Is it a type of potion like the Xianshui elixir? Wang Dong replied, indeed. Moreover, it belongs to the same tier of potions. Relatively speaking, the Xianshui elixir is more precious due to its ability to purify the marrow and refine the sinews. However, for soul masters who have surpassed the 30th level and have solidified their abilities, the ascension elixir is far superior to the Xianshui. Therefore, the value of the ascension elixir is comparable to that of the Xianshui. You should cherish it. It is said that the refinement of such an elixir is exceedingly challenging, and I am astonished that the teacher earlier offered us such a generous remuneration for our silence. I have resolved to disregard the events that transpired before. Hui Yuhao inquired. Could you please clarify? What exactly is the function of this ascension soul pill? Wang Dong chuckled mischievously and replied, I shall not disclose it. You must plead with me. With that, he turned and dashed towards the direction of the new student teaching building. Hu Yuhao was momentarily speechless as he carefully stored the ascension soul pill into the 24 bridges under the bright moon. Only then did he hasten after Wang Dong, shouting as he ran, if you won't tell me, I'll simply ask the senior brother. He must know. Now, if you divulge the information, I shall treat you to a splendid lunch. Wang Dong slowed his pace, waiting for him to catch up, saying, then I shall expect a fine meal. Hu Yuhao withdrew all of his assets and said, after all, I am an orphan without a home. This is all I possess. You may take it as you see fit. Wang Dong was taken aback for a moment. You are an orphan? Hu Yuhao nodded. Wang Dong continued. Your dormitory bed lacks even a mattress, not due to your dedication to rigorous training by hanging your head from the beam or pricking your thigh, but rather because you are reluctant to spend money on bedding? Hu Yuhao remarked, I believe it is more crucial to save money for meals. The food in the cafeteria is rather expensive. Wang Dong, seemingly lost in thought, came to an abrupt halt, prompting Hu Yuhao to instinctively stop as well. What are you doing? We need to hurry to class, he urged. Wang Dong pressed his lips together, gazing intently at Hu Yuhao, who felt a shiver run down his spine under that scrutiny. What is wrong with you? Did that guy earlier mess with your head? Wang Dong inhaled deeply through his nose, and then exhaled slowly. Hu Yuhao, I apologize. I was unaware that you were an orphan. I should not have bullied you. Hu Yuhao chuckled and said, have you not been able to bully me either? Wang Dong, somewhat irritated, slapped him on the shoulder and replied, could you refrain from interrupting me when I am feeling sentimental? Come on, let us head to class. From now on, I shall cover your meal expenses. Hu Yuhao shook his head and replied, there is no need for that. Teacher Xiaoya has devised a plan for me. From now on, I will sell grilled fish for a while after school each day, which will suffice for my living expenses. How about I treat you to grilled fish tonight? As they spoke, the two resumed their journey towards the teaching building. While walking, Wang Dong informed him about the effects of the ascension pill. The primary purpose of the ascension pill is to enhance soul power, crafted from several rare herbs and treasures as medicinal catalysts. Each soul master may only consume one throughout their lifetime, and its effect is akin to the increase in soul power required when a soul master advances from level 30 to level 31, an exceptional boon. However, consuming more than one would adversely affect one's future cultivation potential. Additionally, the ascension pill bears resemblance to the Xian Shui pill, as it primarily stimulates potential while providing abundant nutrients, thus possessing a milder nature. Any soul master above level 10 can safely consume it. If I were to take it, how much soul power could I gain? Hu Yuhao inquired cautiously. Wang Dong shook his head and responded, I do not know. I have yet to hear of anyone who would dare consume the ascension pill at such a low level. This item is a treasure at any level auction, and it is rarely sold. It is said that only a handful of plant-type soul masters can concoct it, with an annual yield of no more than 20 pills. We have truly stumbled upon extraordinary fortune this time. It seems the Academy is fair, that individual threatened our lives yet granted us such a valuable item. Unlike Wang Dong's exuberance, Hu Yuhao felt little joy, for he understood that had it not been for the presence of the heavenly dream-eye silkworm, he and Wang Dong would likely have been reduced to ashes, rendering any pill useless. When do you think would be the most opportune moment to take it? Hu Yuhao asked once more. Wang Dong replied, of course, it should be consumed tonight upon returning. Such a precious item should not be kept for long. Moreover, raising our cultivation level sooner will allow us to reach level 30 more quickly. If I can obtain a third soul ring today, it would certainly alleviate our predicament, and lifting you would be no challenge at all. Hu Yuhao pondered for a moment and resolved to consume the soul elevation pill upon returning tonight. The stronger his Xiantian Gong soul power, the more beneficial its nurturing effect on his meridians would be. Thus, it would be advantageous to enhance his soul power as much as possible. He wondered how much this singular soul elevation pill could elevate his soul power. Transitioning from level 30 to 31 should ideally grant him a boost of at least 2 or 3 levels in soul power. If that were the case, his cultivation would nearly reach level 15, aligning perfectly with the admission standards of Shrek Academy. This thought ignited a fervor within Hu Yuhao's heart. Although he did not harbor feelings of inferiority, he was acutely aware of the looming sense of urgency. Given his original aptitude, passing the first assessment 3 months after enrollment would likely prove challenging. However, the rapid progress he had made over the past 2 days had filled him with a glimmer of hope. No matter the circumstances, he was determined to remain In stark contrast to yesterday's lessons with Show E, today's classes were exceedingly easy for the students. Both the morning and afternoon sessions consisted entirely of theoretical courses. The morning was dedicated to the classification of martial souls, while the afternoon focused on recognizing the ages of soul beasts. Many students, due to their familial backgrounds, did not regard these subjects with much seriousness. However, Hui Yu Hao was different. He listened intently. What he lacked was not merely talent and cultivation, but also knowledge. As expected, Wang Dong treated him to a sumptuous lunch, and as soon as classes concluded in the afternoon, Tang Ye arrived. "Let us go, little Yu Hao. I have prepared something special for you again. Don't worry, today teacher Xiaoya will be by your side to protect you, ensuring no one dares to bully you." She then handed Hui Yu Hao a porcelain vial. Wang Dong observed with wide eyes. He had just seen this type of vial yesterday. It was identical to the one Bei Bei had used to administer a Xian Shui pill to Hui Yu Hao. "Is this the second Xian Shui pill?" he exclaimed. Unlike the soul elevation pill, the Xian Shui pill had no restrictions on consumption, yet the first one was always the most effective, with subsequent doses yielding diminishing returns. As the impurities within each person's body were finite, the increase in soul power would not be as substantial as that from the soul elevation pill. "Teacher Xiaoya, have you given thought to my proposal?" Wang Dong eagerly inquired of Tang Yu. She chuckled softly and replied, "I discussed it with Bei Bei. He mentioned that if you achieve first place in the first assessment for new students, he will consider you for membership in our Tang Sect." "All right, it's a deal." Wang Dong readily agreed, as the benefits of the Tang Sect were simply too alluring. Hui Yu Hao now possessed 2 Xian Shui pills. Although he believed his aptitude to be exceptional and felt the pills might not be of significant use to him, there could well be other enticing treasures within the Tang Sect. Moreover, his fundamental motivation for joining was not merely the benefits. Hui Yu Hao took the porcelain bottle and placed it amidst the charming scene of the 24 bridges on a moonlit night, offering no further inquiries. Following Tang Ye, he made his way outside the academy. Wang Dong hurried to catch up, saying, "I shall accompany you. After all, we are roommates. Allow me to look after you by purchasing a couple of grilled fish." With a chuckle, Hui Yu Hao said, "Allow me to treat you." Wang Dong shook his head and replied, "That won't do. Friends are friends, and business is business. I won't trouble you. I'll buy it myself." As he spoke, he produced a silver soul coin and firmly placed it in Hui Yu Hao's hand. Initially, he believed he was helping Hui Yu Hao. But as the three of them stepped out of the academy, Wang Dong realized that he was the one benefiting. Outside the academy, at least 30 individuals awaited Hui Yu Hao's emergence to savor grilled fish. Among them, the most conspicuous was Su Sanshur, who had lost to Bei Bei in the soul fighting competition the previous day. Upon seeing Su Sanshur, Hui Yu Hao paused for a moment, but Tang Ye immediately stepped forward. "Challenging? What's the matter? Are you dissatisfied? How about a match in the soul fighting arena today?" Su Sanshur retorted irritably. "You? Spare me. I don't fight women. I'm here to buy grilled fish, not to cause trouble. Can't you see I'm first in line?" At his words, Tang Ye's expression softened, and she remarked begrudgingly, "Buying for Jiang Nanan?" "Indeed," Su Sanshur nodded. Tang Ye teased, "Who would have thought you were so infatuated? But alas, she doesn't fancy you." Su Sanshur replied angrily, "Tang Ye, don't provoke me. Your Bei Bei tricked me terribly yesterday, and I haven't even settled the score with you." Tang Ye stuck out her tongue and turned to Hui Yu Hao, saying, "Let us get started, little Yu Hao. Since someone provided some good stuff yesterday, I'll sell him 2 today." Setting up the grill, Hui Yu Hao began selling his grilled fish outside Shrek Academy for the second time. Yet he chose not to serve Su Sanshur the first 2 fish. He harbored no fondness for the individual who had attacked him yesterday. And since Wang Dong had paid first, the initial 2 fish went to him. The 3rd and 4th fish were then given to Tang Ye. Only when Su Sanshur's expression darkened did he finally receive the 5th and 6th grilled fish. He tossed down the coins and turned to leave. "Delicious, absolutely delightful," Wang Dong exclaimed as he savored the fish, his eyes gleaming with joy. His enjoyment rivaled that of Tang Ye, and after consuming 2 fish, his face and hands were already greasy. Meanwhile, as Hui Yu Hao continued selling grilled fish, in a secret chamber on the island at the center of Shrek Academy's Sea God Lake, a woman gradually awakened from her stupor. Stirring slightly, the woman in red instinctively placed her right hand over her chest, murmuring, "So hot, so uncomfortable. I feel dreadful." Gradually, she opened her eyes, revealing faint pink irises that had lost their previous vibrancy, her gaze tinged with confusion. "Strange, why is it no longer hot?" Suddenly sitting up, she instinctively glanced down at herself. Her once damp clothing had dried completely. She leaped off the bed and swiftly removed the mask from her face, revealing a slightly pale, oval visage. She appeared to be around 20 years of age, her facial contours somewhat austere, yet they could not obscure her captivating beauty. Standing upright, she revealed a figure that was both voluptuous and breathtaking, reminiscent of a ripe peach. "You are awake," an aged voice resonated, followed by a long sigh. "Xiao Tao, you have narrowly escaped a grave mistake this time. It remains uncertain whether it is mere coincidence, but an external force imbued with ice attributes has surged into your body, quelling the malevolent fire within you. Do you recall what transpired after you emerged from the Sea God Lake?" Chapter 15. 3 months. The woman in red within the secret chamber was none other than the fire attribute six-ringed Soul Emperor who had nearly brought disaster upon Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong. If she truly appeared to be around 20, her innate talent could not merely be described as extraordinary. A 20-year-old Soul Emperor stands amongst the most remarkable in the history of the Dolua continent since the emergence of Soul Masters. Even comparable to the original Shrek Seven Monsters of Shrek Academy. The aged voice belonged to the white-clad elder who had brought her back to this place. Upon hearing his inquiry, the red-clad woman, referred to as Xiao Tao, shook her head in confusion. "I do not remember. I only recall a sea of red before a seemingly fatal threat emerged, prompting me to fight back, and then I found myself here, in this moment." The white-clad elder frowned slightly as he approached her, speaking in a grave tone. "How could you not inform me that you were unable to suppress the malevolent fire within you? Do you understand the calamity you nearly caused? 2 external academy students almost perished beneath your malevolent flames." Xiao Tao stared blankly. I did not realize it would be so severe. I thought I could control it." The white-clad elder sighed deeply. "The longer you repress it, the more intense the eruption will be. Xiao Tao, from this moment forward, you must cease your cultivation. Despite being the most prodigious talent Shrek Academy has seen in centuries, you must not jeopardize your well-being for the Academy. If the malevolent fire were to destroy your consciousness next time, I would regret it for a lifetime." Xiao Tao insisted stubbornly. "No, master, I must continue my cultivation. I promise it will not happen again. I can feel that the malevolent fire's aberrance and heat have been completely subdued. There will certainly be no problems in the short term. However, what force could possibly suppress my phoenix's malevolent fire?" The white-clad elder pondered. "That is an exceptionally potent ice attribute, the power of absolute cold. Its purity far surpasses your phoenix's malevolent fire, akin to the absolute icy breath of an ancient ice dragon. This is what has comprehensively quelled the influence of the phoenix's malevolent fire upon your body, even exceeding any methods we have previously employed." Xiao Tao questioned, "But it is impossible for an ancient ice dragon to exist. It certainly cannot appear in our academy. Could there be someone infiltrating the academy?" The white-clad elder shook his head. "I have already dispatched individuals to investigate. Initially, I suspected it might be guardians dispatched by the families of those 2 students. However, upon investigation, I found that possibility to be unfounded. The 2 students are named Wang Dong and Hui Yuhao. Hui Yuhao is a specially admitted student of Tang Sect. I inquired with Bei Bei, and he revealed that Hui was discovered alongside Tangya in the Star Doe forest and subsequently brought back. His innate talent is rather average, and he is an orphan. Thus it is unlikely that any formidable protectors would accompany him. Wang Dong, on the other hand, possesses significant connections. Yet his background is not rooted in the mastery of ice attribute martial spirits. As for the academy, I have conducted numerous investigations. There are many instructors and students with ice attribute martial spirits, yet I have never encountered one with such an extraordinary ice martial spirit. It is indeed perplexing." Xiao Tao remarked. "Teacher, let it be. There is no need for further investigation." The elderly man in white replied, "This concerns your future. How can I not be anxious? If we could locate a male possessor of an extraordinary ice attribute martial spirit to be your match, it would alleviate the negative effects of the evil fire phoenix martial spirit within you. Only then could you truly soar to great heights in the future. At present, you are completely constrained, with your cultivation speed diminished, and even your life at risk." Xiao Tao's cheeks flushed as she declared, "I do not wish to marry, especially not to someone I do not like for the sake of my martial spirit." The elderly man sighed. "The issue is that the evil fire cannot be suppressed." Xiao Tao huffed defiantly. "I will manage it. I simply refuse to marry." The elderly man retorted angrily, "Ma Xiao Tao, if you continue to be so willful, I will no longer acknowledge you as my disciple." Upon witnessing the elderly man's fury, Xiao Tao quickly subdued herself, saying plaintively, "But, teacher, The elderly man gently patted her head. "Silly girl, while feelings can be nurtured, life is but a singular journey. Moreover, you are exceptionally gifted. Regardless, I shall ensure you find a suitable companion. Nan, I have procured that roasted fish from the lad yesterday for you. Rest assured, I did not resort to any force. I stood in line to buy it, Su Sancher declared earnestly, blocking Jiang Nanan's path as she was about to head to the cafeteria. Jiang Nanan shook her head. No. Thank you. Su Sancher tentatively asked, do you think I was too forceful yesterday? I am not typically like that. It was merely because of you. Nan, I understand you harbor grievances from the past. Yet, our reunion at Shrek Academy is also a form of fate, is it not? I have genuinely developed feelings for you, and I assure you of my unwavering devotion. Jiang Nanan replied coldly, I recall telling you that after our last meeting, we would pursue our own paths. There is no possibility of any intersection between us. Su Sancher, you are a noble, so why trouble a mere girl like me? I cannot offer you anything. Please do not interfere in my life any further, or I shall report you to the academy, and kindly refrain from bullying other students in my name. With that, she turned to leave, only to be obstructed by Su Sancher, who shouted angrily, bullying other students? Do you not realize how badly I've been bullied by Bebe? That roasted fish yesterday was taken by his junior disciple, who seized the opportunity to swindle 2 of my Xian water pills. Tangy bestowed upon me a piercing jab akin to a dragon's whisker, leaving a considerable bruise upon my waist. What faults do I possess? You refuse to grant me even a single opportunity. Jiang Nanan retorted coldly, at such a tender age, you have ventured into such places. What merit do you have? With that, she turned on her heel and departed, this time launching herself into the air, her 3 golden soul rings shimmering. I could faintly discern her ears elongating and becoming pointed, while her figure appeared even more elongated, with a mere exertion of her long legs. She swiftly covered a distance of 10 meters, leaving without a backward glance, gazing at her retreating silhouette. Su Sancher lingered in a daze for a moment before viciously biting into the grilled fish in his hand. Su Sancher, you truly lack ambition. What is so remarkable? I can manage on my own. He then exclaimed in surprise. Ah, this grilled fish is surprisingly delightful. Ho Yu Hao, I never anticipated your grilling prowess to be so exceptional. How about this? I shall treat you to dinner each evening, and in return, you shall provide me with grilled fish. What do you say? Wang Dong remarked with excitement, savoring the rich, delectable aroma of the fish. Hui Yu Hao chuckled. Surely you can't indulge in grilled fish every night? Even the most delectable dishes become tiresome when consumed excessively. Wang Dong replied, it's no concern to me. I'll relish it while I can. It's settled then. Tomorrow evening, I shall feast on 4 fish, 2 simply won't suffice. Moreover, look at the multitude of people still waiting today. I believe you should consider increasing your supply. After all, it won't take long to prepare. Otherwise, before you know it, they'll all be consumed internally before you even have a chance to sell them. At this moment, after finishing their grilled fish, the 2 had returned to the dormitory area, having dined in the canteen before settling back into their room. The senior brother presented Hui Yu Hao with a mystic water pill. Wang Dong, should I consume this first, or would it be wiser to take the soul-enhancing pill? Hui Yu Hao inquired, pulling out both the mystic water pill and the soul-enhancing pill, seeking Wang Dong's counsel. Wang Dong, clearly more knowledgeable about elixirs, pondered for a moment before responding. If it were up to me, I would advise you to refrain from consuming either of them in haste. Why is that? Hui Yu Hao asked, a look of confusion crossing his face. Wang Dong explained, consider this. You just took a mystic water pill yesterday, and a significant amount of impurities have already been expelled from your body. The effects of the mystic water pill will linger in your system for a while, aiding your meditative practices as it is digested. If you were to take another pill at this juncture, while it may still yield positive effects, some of its potency would ultimately be wasted. Both the mystic water pill and the soul-enhancing pill can be considered treasures of heaven and earth. Such precious elixirs ought to be utilized to their fullest potential. I recommend you practice for around 10 days. Once your body has fully absorbed the effects of the first mystic water pill, you can then take the second, thereby further enhancing your constitution and elevating your soul power. Once the effects of both mystic water pills have been completely absorbed, you will notice significant improvements in your physique and meridians, with your body unimpeded. Consuming the soul-enhancing pill thereafter will undoubtedly yield maximum benefits. Having listened to Wang Dong's analysis, Hui Yu Hao felt a profound sense of understanding. Thank you. I would have been at a loss without your guidance. What about you? Will you take it today? Wang Dong nodded, stating, I am already at level 21. With my constitution and meridians in excellent condition, making it the perfect time for me to absorb the soul-enhancing pill. I shall take it now. One evening is sufficient for me to digest its power. By tomorrow, I should at least be at level 22, perhaps even level 23. Did senior sister Xiaya not mention that once I achieve first place in the upcoming annual assessment for new students, I would be invited to join the Tang Sect? Taking this soul-enhancing pill will significantly enhance my chances. All right, I shall begin now. You focus on your own cultivation. As he spoke, he delicately retrieved the walnut-sized soul ascension pill and brought it to his lips, gently biting into it. Instantly, an extraordinarily rich and refreshing aroma burst forth from the elixir. Wang Dong inhaled softly, and a vibrant green liquid was drawn into his stomach from the pill's rupture, leaving no part of the outer shell untouched as he chewed and swallowed it whole. At that moment, the dormitory was enveloped in a fragrance reminiscent of a blooming garden. And Hui Yuhao felt his mind clear, as if all 36,000 pores in his body had opened wide. An indescribable exhilaration coursed through him. He dared not to be negligent and quickly settled into a cross-legged position, seizing the opportunity to cultivate as his soul power was fully mobilized. After the cleansing effects of the Xian Shui pill, Hui Yuhao found that his current practice was nothing short of a delight. Soon, he entered a meditative state. The Xian Tian Gong flowed effortlessly within him, saturating his being while steadily enhancing his capabilities. A faint azure light began to emanate from Wang Dong, and the rich, fresh scent lingered in the room. While Hui Yuhao absorbed a portion of it, most was drawn in rhythmically with Wang Dong's own breathing. Under the stimulation of the soul ascension pill, his soul power was escalating at an astonishing rate. After the tumultuous first 2 days of school, Hui Yuhao's academic journey had stabilized and gradually became somewhat renowned. His fame did not stem from his strength, but rather from his extraordinary skill in grilling fish. Nearly every student and teacher who had tasted Hui Yuhao's grilled fish could not help but sing his praises. Hui Yuhao's grilled fish, initially limited to 20 servings per day, has now increased to 30. However, this still falls short of satisfying the demands of both students and instructors. Yet, he remains resolute in not increasing the supply further, as he wishes to dedicate more time to his cultivation. In pursuit of a single grilled fish, many students rush out to queue immediately after class. And due to the high demand, a limit of 1 fish per person has been instituted. Despite this, Hui Yuhao has steadfastly maintained his prices, earning him widespread acclaim from the students and leading to the formation of numerous friendships. Jiang Nan, the most beautiful girl in the outer academy, finally managed to savor a grilled fish, having queued for it herself. Interestingly, although Su Sancher could not win over Jiang Nan with his grilled fish, he found himself enamored with the flavor, becoming a devoted customer of Hui Yuhao. Time has flown by, and the initial 3 months of the new student studies have come to a close. Under the exceptionally stringent guidance of Zhou Yi, Class 1 of the new students has undergone a remarkable transformation. However, what astonished the Academy's higher-ups was that, after 3 months of rigorous training led by Zhou Yi, the class still boasts a remarkable 67 members, a stark contrast to the Academy's expectation of retaining only 1/3 of the students. If one were to identify the student who has undergone the most significant transformation during these 3 months, it would undoubtedly be Hui Yuhao. When he first enrolled, his soul power was merely at the 11th level, and he had only recently acquired a soul ring, placing him at the bottom tier of the academy in terms of ability. Yet, 3 months later, Hui Yuhao has undergone a complete metamorphosis, and since becoming the class leader, he has faced no competition for his position. This is not solely due to his remarkable strength, as no one can surpass him. Rather, it is his spirit that has earned him the heartfelt respect of all members of Class 1. This is a key reason why, despite Zhou Yi's harsh teaching methods, 2/3 of the students have persevered. Hui Yuhao exemplifies unparalleled diligence, a fact well known among all the instructors who have taught the first-year class. Regardless of the time, morning or afternoon, or the subject matter, there is always a pair of eyes intently fixed upon the teacher, listening with unwavering focus to their explanations. His innate talent may not be particularly remarkable, nor are his abilities exceptionally strong. Yet, he consistently stands out as the most earnest student. Zhou Yi, renowned for her rigorous standards throughout the academy, has found no fault in Hui Yuhao. Her grueling physical training sessions, a torment for students of his age, are met with his unwavering resolve. Not only does he endure every session to the end, but he also engages in additional practice each night. It was on one such night that Zhou Yi made a startling discovery. Having been out for an errand, she returned to the academy well past midnight. As she passed by the Shrek Square in front of the teaching building, she was astonished to observe a solitary figure moving slowly along the track, accompanied by the faint sound of clinking chains. Upon closer inspection, she recognized the familiar sight of Hui Yuhao, bare-chested and drenched in sweat. His iron attire was thoroughly soaked, and each step he took seemed heavy, leaving a trail of water droplets on the track. This figure, not particularly tall but steadfast and resolute, was indeed Hu Yuhao. That night, Zhou Yi was profoundly moved. He was practicing late into the night. She called out to Hu Yuhao, inquiring about his actions. He replied simply, "Teacher, my talents are lacking, so I must strive harder than others. After physical training, I meditate. It seems to enhance my soul power more rapidly." At first, Zhou Yi suspected that Hu Yuhao was aware of her absence that day, performing this act deliberately for her benefit. However, she soon dismissed this notion. For regardless of wind or rain, night after night, the silhouette of Hu Yuhao would quietly appear in the Shrek Square, running for no less than 2 hours. Moreover, his iron attire gradually shifted from one piece to two. Though Hu Yuhao kept his efforts a secret, his classmates became aware of his nocturnal training. Other students had attempted to accompany him during these midnight runs, yet none could sustain the endeavor beyond 3 days. The daytime was already filled with intense study. Continuing to train at night was not merely physical training, but rather a form of self-inflicted torment. Nevertheless, Hu Yuhao persevered through this hardship. His spirit, capable of achieving what others could not, earned him the recognition and admiration of all his classmates. Under Zhou Yi's stringent guidance, he remarkably sustained this regimen for 3 months, becoming one of the 67 students who remained in the first-year class. The phrase diligence can make up for lack of talent may be simple. Yet how many can truly embody its essence? Hu Yuhao has accomplished remarkable feats, and as a result, he has reaped significant rewards. Indeed, the acquisition of 2 Xian Shui Dan and 1 Xing Hun Dan has played a pivotal role in his substantial enhancement of cultivation over the past 3 months. However, his advancement transcends mere soul power. It encompasses a holistic transformation. In terms of knowledge and various skills, he has undergone a metamorphosis. Once slightly shorter than Wang Dong, he now stands nearly at the same height, with a physique that has become notably more robust. Though devoid of exaggerated musculature, his upper body reveals a well-proportioned form, each muscle seemingly brimming with latent explosive power. More importantly, Hu Yuhao's constitution has experienced a profound transformation during these 3 months. This change is both internal and external, and cannot simply be attributed to the effects of the 2 Xian Shui Dan. After achieving a unique understanding of the Xian Tian Gong, Hu Yuhao shared his insights with Tang Ye and Bei Bei. However, despite their attempts, they were unable to generate the nourishing energy for their meridians as he had. The reason why Hu Yuhao engages in intense physical training every night is that only when both his physical stamina and soul power are completely exhausted does the nourishing effect of the Xian Tian skill manifest. Each subtle infusion gradually expands his meridians, though this sensation has diminished over time. Remarkably, his cultivation speed has significantly accelerated. After consuming the second Xian Shui pill, Hu Yuhao's cultivation rate surged to 7 times its initial speed, further purging impurities from his body. Following 3 months of relentless training, his meridians have expanded and become more resilient, now achieving approximately 10 times his original cultivation speed. What an astonishing enhancement this is! After taking the second Xian Shui pill, Hu Yuhao's soul power rose by an entire rank, reaching the peak of level 13 from level 12. After a period of adjustment, he then ingested the ascension pill. As anticipated, the effects of the ascension pill on his soul power were even more remarkable. Hu Yuhao's soul power surged through 3 levels, breaking through a bottleneck and stabilizing at level 17. At this juncture, Hu Yuhao's cultivation has reached the average level of his peers in the class. What is even more commendable is that through his own efforts, his soul power has continued to rise, and today, after 3 months, he has reached the pinnacle of level 17, on the verge of breaking into level 18. This progress is partly due to the rapid breakthroughs facilitated by the pills, necessitating a stabilization of his foundation. It can be said that his talents have long since transcended the limitations he faced upon arriving at Shrek Academy. Today, the physical training session is suspended. Zhou Yi stands at the podium, her aged visage maintaining an indifferent demeanor, yet every student in her class sits upright, none daring to move. 3 months have passed since the semester began, and you are about to face your first assessment at Shrek Academy. Only by passing this assessment can you officially become a first-year student and truly be a part of Shrek Academy. If all goes well, you will be able to continue your training in the academy until at least the graduation examination of the first year. The assessment begins tomorrow, and today I will outline its key points for you. It is rare for Zhou Yi's voice to be so calm. Her gaze sweeps over the 67 students below, and she feels a deep sense of satisfaction. While the quality of this cohort may not surpass that of previous classes, their willpower has undoubtedly exceeded that of any class she has taught after 3 months of training. For Zoe, this is a delightful surprise with Hu Yuhao, the class leader, playing a crucial role in this development. Hu Yuhao, please stand. Hu Yuhao immediately rises and respectfully responds. After 3 months, his respect for Zoe is sincere, not merely a result of her authoritative nature. Zoe often employs unconventional teaching methods, occasionally putting her students through grueling challenges that make them feel as though they are enduring a fate worse than death. However, it must be said that her teaching abilities are exceptionally strong, and the efficacy of her unusual methods far exceeds their expectations. It is precisely for this reason that the first class of new students has undergone a remarkable transformation in spirit and demeanor. 3 months later, the 67 remaining students exude an aura of unwavering strength akin to that of solid rock. Hu Yuhao had observed the students from other classes, but did not witness the same aura manifesting among them. As Bebe had remarked, although Zoe was stern, those who could endure under her guidance would undoubtedly transform into exceptional students and perhaps, in the future, become formidable powerhouses. Zoe waved her hand at Hu Yuhao, who promptly approached the podium and accepted the stack of papers she offered him. Without needing further instruction, he swiftly distributed the papers to each student in the class. Zoe stated, after the new student assessment concludes, we will tailor our teaching to individual aptitudes. Please inscribe your future cultivation directions and submit them to me shortly. The cultivation directions she referred to included classifications such as offense, defense, control, and support for soul masters. During the initial 3 months of instruction, everyone would learn together. But as they embarked on their formal first-year studies, distinctions would need to be made, for the cultivation tendencies of different categories of soul masters exhibited significant variance. Hu Yuhao returned to his seat, being the last to inscribe his aspirations. Naturally, he pinned the ambition of becoming a control-type soul master, followed by his signature. Unbeknownst to him, Wang Dong cast a glance at his writing before commencing to articulate his own inclinations. Zoe remarked, "You are all my students. Although the new student assessment will result in a reallocation of classes, I hope this group of young rascals will not forget the lessons I have imparted. Please submit the papers in your hands after class. Now, allow me to elucidate the key points of the new student assessment." As she spoke, Zoe turned towards the blackboard, sketching a few simple lines, and inscribed the 2 characters for battle at the center. Indeed, the new student assessment revolves around combat, and every individual must partake. I understand that among you, the weapon soul masters, particularly those of the support and food types, might wonder why you too must engage in battle. I assure you, you are indeed required to step onto the battlefield alongside the soul masters. Although Shrek Academy cultivates well-rounded talents, the foremost emphasis remains on battlefield prowess. I mentioned on the very first day of school that with the advent of soul-guided devices, the classification of soul masters has become increasingly ambiguous. Even if you are a support or food-type weapon soul master, you can unleash formidable combat strength through these devices. However, from where will your combat instincts arise? Is it sufficient for a soul master to merely wield a soul-guided device and naively enter the battlefield, hoping to survive? Certainly not. Combat capability must be forged through actual combat. Hence, all of you must undergo a combat assessment. Rest assured, the Academy will not pit support-type weapon soul masters against powerful attack-type soul masters, as that would be unjust. Therefore, the new student assessment will be conducted in teams, albeit with a limited number of participants. This year, it has been determined that each team will consist of 3 members, a high standard for your age group to cultivate a degree of synergy. During team formation, there may be at most 1 attack-type soul master, while the remaining 2 members can be freely chosen. Initially, students from the same dormitory will form 1 team, and others may combine as they wish. Those unable to form teams independently will be assigned through a lottery. Shortly, I will provide you with a reasonable plan for team allocation. The new student assessment will take place at the grade level, and given the considerable number of students enrolled in recent years, nearly 300 teams will participate in this assessment, yet only half will remain, specifically, the top 150 teams. This ranking will be determined by the points accrued during your combat matches. The matches will be organized through a draw, with each group required to engage in at least 10 battles. Ultimately, the ranking will be based on the number of victories. The top 64 teams will advance to elimination rounds, where the leading 4 teams will be rewarded with various prizes. The champion team will receive an exceptionally rare reward. Every student listened intently, for the new student assessment was pivotal to their chances of remaining at the academy. Once eliminated, one can only return to select a lesser academy, and it is likely that they may never ascend to become a top-tier powerhouse in the Dolua continent. They have exerted themselves for 3 months, and none wish to face elimination at this crucial juncture. Zhou Yi remarked calmly. Our class currently comprises 67 students, allowing for 22 groups to be formed, with 1 surplus. I have categorized you based on the unique characteristics of your martial souls, and after thorough analysis, I have completed the group assignments. Should anyone find dissatisfaction, you may alter your group upon returning. However, when I submit the final roster tomorrow morning, if no objections are raised, we shall adhere strictly to my arrangement. The consequences of non-compliance are clear to you. Song Qinghan, Zhou Yi declared in a grave tone. A diminutive student promptly rose, having always been rather inconspicuous in class. Evidently surprised to be called upon first, Zhou Yi continued. Each head of a new student class may nominate 1 special candidate to bypass the assessment. The individual I have chosen is you. Through my observations, I believe you are more suited to continue your training in the Soul Guidance Department. Do you have any objections? You currently face 2 choices, either proceed to the Soul Guidance Department or pack your belongings and leave. Such assertiveness, indeed, was strikingly formidable. All students' gazes converged upon Song Qinghan. I am willing. Thank you, Teacher Zhou, he replied, displaying no resistance to her authoritative approach, nearly leaping with excitement. His purpose for joining Shrek Academy was to enter the Soul Guidance Department. Zhou Yi gestured for him to take his seat, and the grouping commenced. First group, Hui Yuhao. Wang Dong, Xiao Xiao. Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong rose simultaneously, initially intending to form a duo. However, upon hearing Zhou Yi explicitly assign them together, they exchanged glances, each reflecting a shared surprise. Accompanying them was a petite female student seated in the front row. This young lady, though not particularly tall, possessed a delicate demeanor, reminiscent of Song Qinghan, and did not stand out significantly among her peers, exhibiting abilities that hovered around the average mark. While her beauty was modest, she radiated a charming simplicity that was quite appealing. A hint of shyness colored her cheeks as she turned to glance backward, yet her gaze inadvertently bypassed Hui Yuhao, landing instead on the increasingly handsome Wang Dong, causing her to blush and bow her head in embarrassment. The second group consisted of Zi Hao, Ma Qingshuang, and Lang Lang. The third group, led by Zhou Yi, exuded a commanding presence. Nevertheless, upon the announcement of the groupings, each student experienced a palpable sense of relief. Hui Yuhao observed with a cold gaze, secretly admiring the situation. Despite Teacher Zhou's usual stern demeanor and strictness, she possessed an astute understanding of each student. The groupings she devised were evidently intentional. Chapter 16. Freshman Assessment. All right, that's settled. If anyone has objections, speak up quickly. You will have a day to reflect upon this. Other classes are also forming groups, but none are as swift as ours. Let them dawdle. Submit the papers you have in hand, and then you may leave for the day. Once you return, ensure you rest well. No one is permitted to engage in frivolous activities. Starting tomorrow, the freshman assessment will commence, and my ultimate expectation is that all 22 of your groups advance. Should anyone be eliminated, not only will you be required to leave, but I will also ensure you carry with you some indelible memories. As they beheld the sudden chill in Zhou Yi's eyes, each student felt a shiver run down their spine. Undoubtedly, the memories she left would likely manifest as nightmares. In an instant, the atmosphere among the freshmen intensified with a palpable sense of urgency. Even if it was solely to evade the torment of this formidable teacher, they were determined to strive for success in the assessment. Hui Yuhao, Wang Dong, Xiao Xiao remained for a moment. The other students submitted their papers detailing their future cultivation preferences and departed the classroom for their dormitories, leaving only the trio behind. Meanwhile, other classes were still fervently discussing the groupings for the freshman assessment. Hand it over to me. Wang Dong, why are you hiding? Zhou Yi demanded the papers from Hui Yuhao's group. Wang Dong immediately lowered his head and subtly stepped back, seeking refuge behind Hui Yuhao. Zhou Yi examined the 3 sheets of paper in her hand, her eyelid twitching slightly as she raised her gaze to Hui Yuhao, Wang Dong, and Xiao Xiao. Under her piercing stare, the 3 felt as if their very beings were being scrutinized. Ah, so you 3 are deliberately trying to challenge me, are you? She slammed one of the papers onto the desk with force. Bang! The trio trembled simultaneously. Control system, Zhou Yi stated coldly. She then picked up the second sheet and struck it down onto the desk with equal force. Control system. Her voice rose noticeably. And Hui Yuhao turned to Wang Dong in surprise, realizing that this second paper undoubtedly belonged to him. Bang! Zhou Yi's final strike nearly shattered the podium. What? This time, both Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong were astonished, directing their gazes towards the downcast Xiao Xiao, who was nervously fiddling with her clothing. In their minds, Xiao Xiao should have been a support-type soul master. How did she become classified as a control system? Zhou Yi's lips curled into a subtle twitch. You three little rascals are doing this intentionally, aren't you? The freshman assessment restricts each group to one attack type, yet prohibits all three from sharing the same inclination. Yet here you are, presenting me with a trio of control system candidates. You must be doing this on purpose. If it weren't for the competition starting tomorrow, I would have you run for 5 hours to clear your heads. Hui Yuhao, please enlighten me on your situation. Your spiritual martial soul, ideally suited for the support category, raises questions when you opt for a control type. What is the meaning behind this choice? Hui Yuhao hastily spoke, Teacher Zhou. I have always aspired to become a control system soul master. My mental perception allows me to survey the entire battlefield. In my future spirit, I will undoubtedly absorb attack-type soul rings. Hence, I do not wish to merely become an auxiliary type. The control system seems far more suited to my future development. Zhou Yi nodded slowly, acknowledging that makes some sense. The control system holds greater promise than the auxiliary system. Your choice is not misguided. Consider yourself passed. She then turned to Wang Dong. What are you hiding? Come out. While Hui Yuhao and Xiao Zhao's inclination towards the control system has some rationale, what about you? You, a strong attack-type soul master. Writing about control system, are you deliberately causing a stir? Wang Dong cautiously stepped out from behind Hui Yuhao, a sheepish grin on his face. Teacher Zhou, please don't be upset. I believe my abilities could also suit me as a control system soul master. After all, if I can control the battlefield with my attack power, wouldn't that be a form of control? Besides, I can both fly and launch ranged attacks. Controlling the field isn't impossible, right? Zhou Yi nearly chuckled in exasperation, casting him a meaningful glare. Don't think I'm unaware. You simply do not wish to part ways with Hui Yuhao. If I call you foolish, you are indeed the most skilled in the class and can be considered somewhat of a genius. Yet, when I say you are clever, sometimes you exhibit a level of stupidity that is astonishing. When have you ever seen a strong attack-type soul master and a control system soul master separated? While classes may be divided, strong attack and control types must remain together. You imbecile, make the necessary changes. As she spoke, she tossed the sheet of paper in her hand towards Wang Dong. Cough, cough. Although labeled a fool, Wang Dong wore a jubilant expression, swiftly changing his designation from control system to strong attack and respectfully submitting it to Zhou Yi. Humph. Zhou Yi snorted in annoyance, her gaze finally shifting to Xiao Xiao. And you, Xiao Xiao, if I'm not mistaken, your martial spirit is the rare and formidable soul calming cauldron, a top-tier martial spirit. Its primary function is auxiliary. Why would you claim to be a control type? Xiao Xiao glanced at Wang Dong and softly replied, Teacher Zhou. My soul calming cauldron is not quite like the ordinary ones. It integrates attack and auxiliary properties, capable of defense as well, making it a variant known as the 3 Lives Soul Calming Cauldron. Zhou Yi paused, surprised. Xiao Xiao, are you not aware that if your inclinations are too scattered, it could hinder your future development? I recommend that you focus on a single direction for growth. Even for a variant martial spirit, there must be a clear inclination when attaching soul rings. Xiao Xiao nodded, I understand. Which is why I primarily chose attack and defense for my 3 Lives Soul Calming Cauldron's capabilities. Zhou Yi frowned, but that still has nothing to do with control. It was evident that she exhibited considerable patience towards this girl named Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao murmured, however, I possess another martial spirit that can provide auxiliary and control functions. This revelation astonished not only Zhou Yi but also Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong, who widened their eyes in disbelief. Wang Dong was particularly taken aback. He had always considered himself an unparalleled force within the freshman class, only to discover the presence of another formidable individual hidden among them. Dual spirit martial souls? Both Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong exclaimed in unison. Xiao Xiao shyly lowered her head, while Zhou Yi's expression shifted dramatically. It was the first time in the freshman class that a situation had emerged beyond her control. After a moment's contemplation, she stated, very well. Let it be a control system. It will also facilitate the future collaboration among the 3 of you. Although the freshman assessment was merely your initial evaluation at Shrek Academy, it holds significant importance for your future cultivation journeys. Achieving a commendable rank in this assessment increases the likelihood of appearing in the Academy's training roster. Among our class, I hold the highest expectations for the 3 of you. Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao need no further endorsement. Both possess exceptional talents and strengths that surpass those of your peers. As for Hui Yuhao, while your cultivation may not be robust and your innate abilities are rather ordinary. You possess an indomitable will and a unique spiritual attribute martial soul that others cannot attain. The capabilities of the three of you exhibit a certain degree of complementarity. Even without considering Xiao Xiao's second martial soul, I am assigning you a task. Your sole objective in the freshman assessment is to secure the championship. Should you fail to achieve this, Xiao Xiao may be excused, but the two of you shall prepare to follow me in your training indefinitely. Hui Yuhao nodded and replied, Teacher Zhou, even if I were to attain the championship, I would still wish to follow you in my cultivation. Zhou was taken aback, thinking, You foolish boy. Do you not realize how stringent I can be? I am well aware of what they call me in private. There is no need for you to flatter me. Hui Yuhao shook his head earnestly and said, No, Teacher Zhou. I genuinely wish to continue learning from you, although you are somewhat strict. It is under your guidance that I can acquire more valuable knowledge. I have occasionally observed the students from other classes, and at least during these first 3 months, their progress has not matched that of our class. A faint smile finally graced Zhou Yi's aged face, though her smile was not particularly attractive. It was the first time Hui Yuhao sensed a gentle emotion emanating from her. Very well, you three may return to rest. Remember, achieving victory is imperative. Moreover, I can inform you in advance that Shrek Academy has a history of generous rewards. Among all assessments at the Academy, the rewards for the new student assessment champion and the external graduation assessment champion are the most substantial. As for the specifics, you will learn them once you secure the championship. Now, go and adjust your state. I have faith in your abilities. Yes. The three responded in unison as they exited the classroom. As soon as they stepped outside, Xiao Xiao, seemingly gathering her courage, said, Wang Dong, may I have a word with you? However, Wang Dong waved his hand dismissively, saying, No need. I still have to prepare for tomorrow's competition. Xiao Xiao, we will see the prowess of your twin martial souls once the assessment begins. With that, he grasped Hui Yuhao's shoulder and walked ahead. Noticing the disappointment in Xiao Xiao's eyes, Hui Yuhao smiled at her, and she returned a forced smile. They were still quite young, harboring vague feelings towards each other primarily influenced by appearances. Wang Dong's rejection left Xiao Xiao feeling somewhat disheartened, yet she did not dwell on it, silently resolving, What is so impressive? Once the assessment starts, you will see my capabilities. Humph. Her pride had always been concealed deep within her heart. Doesn't he realize that someone has feelings for him? He needn't reject so overly, Hui Yuhao teased Wang Dong. Over the past 3 months, the two had become quite familiar. And while the Academy's rigorous training primarily strengthened Hui Yuhao's physique, it also allowed his spirit to relax unprecedentedly. Here, every student was treated equally, devoid of the class distinctions he had felt in the Duke's residence. With his mind at ease, his demeanor transformed, becoming much more cheerful than the shy, reticent boy who had first arrived. Wang Dong smirked and said nonchalantly, There are plenty of girls who like me. Can I respond to each one? Besides, we are still young. Academics should take precedence over anything else. How could I entertain other thoughts? Hui Yuhao, your mindset is quite unhealthy. Indeed. I can't argue with you. You win this round. Hui Yuhao conceded. Wang Dong chuckled and said, Let's go. School has let out early today. Let us grab some grilled fish. Tomorrow we officially register, and I suspect the assessment will begin the day after. Our time to showcase our talents is at hand. Hui Yuhao replied with irritation, Aren't you tired of eating grilled fish every day? Moreover, the assessment is approaching. It's too late to prepare now. Wang Dong snorted and retorted, You stubborn fool, all you know is to practice and practice. Aren't you afraid of becoming foolish from all that training? Hui Yuhao chuckled softly and said, My talent may be lacking, but as the saying goes, a dull bird must fly early to enter the forest. You are aware that my soul power reaching the 17th level is largely due to the influence of medicinal substances. At last, I have a glimmer of hope to pass the assessment. Teacher Zhou has grouped me with you and Xiao Xiao, clearly out of consideration for my situation. If I do not strive harder, would that not be a disservice to Teacher Zhou's goodwill? Wang Dong curled his lips and replied, Your talent may not be remarkable, yet your martial soul is quite commendable. Rest assured, with this genius by your side, it is not merely a matter of dealing with a few newcomers. Even second-year students would find it challenging to best me. All you need to do is utilize your mental detection sharing, and then simply observe from the rear. With this genius taking the lead, the championship will surely be within our grasp. Hui Yuhao reminded, Our Shrek Academy is renowned as the foremost institution, teeming with hidden talents. Do not underestimate it. However, I must say that Xiao Xiao possesses commendable strength as well, so you two should coordinate effectively. He had 4 primary mental skills. Yet Wang Dong was only aware of the mental detection and sharing ability. In terms of direct combat prowess, although Hui Yuhao had established a solid foundation after practicing the Tang Sect's esoteric techniques, relying solely on these skills in the formidable soul of a soul master was insufficient for battle. As Wang Dong remarked during the assessment, Hui Yuhao's most significant contribution was indeed the mental detection and sharing. While Wang Dong could verbally contend with Hui Yuhao, he ultimately could not overpower his stubbornness. Once they returned to their dormitory, they each engaged in their meditative practices. Nonetheless, Hui Yuhao promised Wang Dong that he would prepare an abundance of grilled fish for him to relish that evening. With a soul power of level 17, he had begun to cultivate a stream of white energy within, flowing along the path of the Shantian skill, making his entire body feel transparent and warm, offering both comfort and notable progress. After 3 months of arduous training, Hui Yuhao had begun to sense that under the nourishment of 2 Xianshui pills and the profound effects of the Shantian skill he had discovered, his meridians had notably widened and exhibited remarkable elasticity and resilience. His physical condition was now on par with any peers of his age. However, having embarked on his journey later than others, it was unlikely for him to catch up to Wang Dong. They could only progress together. At this pace, Hui Yuhao was confident that he would break through to level 20 by the time of his first-year graduation, thereby acquiring his second soul ring. Brother Tianming had once stated that attaining a second soul ring would result in a significant enhancement in his strength, particularly as his ice martial soul would truly manifest its capabilities. Hui Yuhao eagerly anticipated that moment. When it arrived, he would be able to aid Wang Dong even more in their battles side by side. Meditation always seemed to pass swiftly, and soon it was evening. As customary, Hui Yuhao ventured to the cafeteria to purchase some prepared catfish, making his way toward the academy's entrance. Today, the flow of people at the academy's gates was noticeably diminished. Perhaps due to the impending assessment for new students, most were likely engrossed in their rigorous training within their dormitories. However, Hui Yuhao's business remained unaffected. By the time he arrived, a queue had already formed, and at the front stood Su Sancher. With a flick, Su Sancher tossed a silver coin to Hui Yuhao and declared, "No need for change, just give me a large one." Hui Yuhao chuckled softly and remarked, "Brother Su, your persistence is truly commendable." The initial discord between the two had long since dissipated, and their daily encounters had fostered a sense of familiarity. As their camaraderie deepened, Hui Yuhao discerned that although Su Sancher was not as gentle as Bei Bei and possessed a somewhat fiery temperament, his passionate nature was accompanied by a profound sense of warmth and loyalty. Su Sancher grinned and replied, "What can I say? I have developed a fondness for your culinary skills. Without indulging in this delightful dish each evening, I find it difficult to enjoy my dinner. I have tasted numerous grilled fish before, yet none have matched your mastery in controlling the heat. Even Jiang Nan has praised your grilling prowess. By the way, I heard that you were preparing for the new student assessments?" Hui Yuhao nodded and remarked, "Indeed." Su Sancher replied, "You must exert yourself. You absolutely cannot be eliminated. Otherwise, I shall have nowhere to savor grilled fish." Until now, he remained oblivious to the fact that behind Bei Bei's victory lay Hui Yuhao's influence, believing instead that Hui Yuhao was merely of average talent, with the sole distinction of his delectable grilled fish. In truth, Hui Yuhao's reputation for grilling fish at Shrek Academy far surpassed his prowess and strength. At that moment, a cool, crisp voice suddenly resonated through the air. Upon hearing it, Su Sancher shivered involuntarily. In Hui Yuhao's eyes, he discerned a hint of fear, yet more prominently, a sense of resignation. The other patrons behind Su Sancher fell silent. As if struck by an icy chill, a woman emerged from the academy's entrance, advancing gracefully, while the crowd instinctively parted to grant her passage. Not daring to meet her gaze, their heads bowed in deference. The effect of her presence clearly surpassed that of Jiang Nan's entrance. As Hui Yuhao lifted his gaze, he beheld a striking figure, a woman clad in red, her silhouette tall and proportionate. The most prominent feature drawing attention was her somewhat exaggerated curves. Yet her waist remained remarkably slender, only to expand dramatically at her hips. Her legs were straight and elegant, exuding a vibrant essence of youth. However, her visage was concealed beneath a crimson veil, obscuring her face, though her expressive brows hinted at her undeniable beauty. Her soft pink eyes possessed an enchanting allure, capable of captivating anyone who dared to meet her gaze. Fortunately, her cold demeanor tempered the mesmerizing intensity of her eyes. Su Sancher, clearly recognizing her, turned reluctantly yet avoided making eye contact, lowering his head slightly as he addressed her. Sister shout out. This revelation deepened Hui Yuhao's astonishment. For Su Sancher was known for his fiery temperament and rebellious spirit. As a fifth-year student, his standing in the outer academy surpassed even that of Bei Bei. His formidable talent commanded a certain respect from many sixth-year students, and even the teachers would not typically tolerate such an attitude from him. Who then? Was this woman in red? For reasons unknown, both Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong found her vaguely familiar upon seeing her. The woman in red cast a glance at Hui Yuhao's roasting stove, then gracefully approached Su Sancher, inquiring, "Little Su, have you come out to enjoy grilled fish?" Su Sancher nodded, replying, "Indeed. The grilled fish made by Yuhao is extraordinary, quite delectable." A flicker of curiosity danced in the woman's eyes as she turned to Hui Yuhao, saying, "Do prepare one for me as well." She was no ethereal being untouched by the world. She spent her days in diligent practice, and naturally, she was intrigued by novel experiences. Hui Yuhao instinctively replied, "I apologize, but I can only sell 30 fish daily, and the queue has already reached that number. Please come back earlier tomorrow." He had uttered these words countless times, yet this time, as soon as he finished speaking, nearly every person in line abruptly lifted their heads, gazing at him with expressions of sheer terror, including Su Sancher. To Hui Yuhao's astonishment, the individuals who had been waiting behind Su Sancher scattered in a frenzy, vacating the area entirely. The woman in red smiled and said, "Well, now that the queue has dissipated, I believe I shall be able to partake." Su Sancher cast a series of meaningful glances at Hui Yuhao. Hui Yuhao, not one to lack understanding, nodded and resumed his diligent task of grilling fish. However, Wang Dong was not pleased, indignantly exclaiming, "Who are you to disrupt our business?" The woman in red raised her right hand, revealing fingers as delicate as spring onions. On her right index finger, there rested a sizable ruby, its vibrant pigeon blood red hue stunningly exquisite, with a flash of brilliance. A golden soul coin appeared in her hand, which she extended towards Wang Dong, saying, "I will cover today's grilled fish." Wang Dong, without hesitation, accepted the golden soul coin and fell silent. Although the woman's commanding presence had frightened many away, she did not appear unreasonable. Yet, he sensed an unsettling feeling toward her, a hint of fear creeping into his heart. Hui Yuhao, ever the honest one, stated, "That is too much money. My grilled fish costs 5 copper soul coins each." The woman in red seemed disinclined to engage further, responding coolly, "Consider it a deposit. In the future, when I desire to eat, you shall not charge me." "Very well," Hui Yuhao nodded in agreement, continuing to focus intently on grilling the fish. Although the woman had initially sought Su Sancher, she now directed her full attention to Hui Yuhao's grilling technique. After a brief moment, she let out a soft exclamation. "Your control over the heat is impeccable. Do you possess a fire attribute martial soul?" As a master of fire herself, she could clearly discern Hui Yuhao's skillful adjustments to the fish's position, demonstrating an extraordinary command of the flames. Hui Yuhao shook his head. After a brief moment, the first batch of 4 grilled fish was ready. Since there was no one else around today, he handed 2 fish each to the woman in red and Su Sancher. In truth, he purchased more than 30 blue fish daily, with the surplus naturally intended for Tang Ye and Wang Dong. Upon seeing the woman in red, Su Sancher appeared noticeably unsettled, his enthusiasm for the grilled fish waning compared to his usual fervor. In stark contrast, the woman in red slowly lifted her veil, revealing her stunningly exquisite face, and began to eat with a deliberate grace. She consumed the fish meticulously, her movements elegant. Yet what astonished Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong was that after she finished eating, the fish bones mysteriously vanished from her hand, leaving no trace whatsoever. She had clearly eaten with her hands, yet not a hint of grease was left behind. What sort of ability is this? Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong exchanged glances, both recognizing the shock reflected in each other's eyes. The 2 grilled fish were soon devoured, and the woman in red nodded at Hui Yuhao, stating, "Your grilled fish is delicious, flavorful, and carries a sense of earnestness. Allow me to see your martial soul." Her words bore an undeniable authority, reminiscent of a previous incident when her internal flames had erupted, only to be suppressed by an unusual ice attribute, liberating her from the torment of her martial soul's overwhelming malevolence for the subsequent 3 months. However, as time passed, the icy aura gradually succumbed to her innate phoenix flames, and the backlash began to resurface. She sought Su Sancher because his Xianming turtle martial soul was currently the finest water attribute martial soul among the students. She could harness a portion of its power to help subdue the malevolent fire within her. This process was akin to tempering steel for Su Sancher, replete with benefits, yet undeniably painful. Thus, it was no surprise that Su Sanchi's face immediately clouded with distress upon seeing her. He had endured such torment more than once or twice. Hui Yuhao furrowed his brow, while Wang Dong beside him seethed with indignation, only to be halted by Hui Yuhao's raised hand. Gradually, he lifted his gaze towards the woman in red, a faint golden glow igniting within his eyes. As this soft golden light illuminated his gaze, a ripple of purple hue danced within his deep blue irises. Among the unparalleled skills of the Tang Sect, Hui Yuhao's most rapid advancement was in the realm of the purple extreme magic eyes. Each morning, as he absorbed the eastern purple qi, his spiritual pupils would naturally experience a sensation akin to siphoning. A day of his cultivation yielded results surpassing those of Bei Bei and Tang Ye's 10 days of practice, resulting in his swift progression with the purple extreme magic eyes. The long lashes of the woman in red lifted slightly, as she sensed the extraordinary mental detection shared by Hui Yuhao. With the enhancement of his cultivation, the power of Hui Yuhao's soul rings began to amplify as well. As the heavenly dream eye silkworm had indicated, the extent of Hui Yuhao's endurance corresponded directly to the potency of the first soul ring it manifested. Initially, this first soul ring, while containing 4 skills, possessed effects comparable to that of a soul ring around 400 years old. Now, however, this first soul ring boasted a formidable power akin to that of a soul ring approximately 600 years in age. The range of mental detection and interference had expanded to a diameter of 50 meters, becoming ever more intricate and nuanced. The first seal of the heavenly dream eye silkworm within Hui Yuhao's body had partly awakened, and with every breakthrough in his cultivation, the might of the first soul ring would naturally elevate correspondingly. This was a notion that other soul masters could scarcely imagine. As Hui Yuhao's cultivation advanced, the future of his first soul ring promised to become increasingly formidable. While the heavenly dream eye silkworm could not bestow Hui Yuhao with overwhelming power all at once, it had indeed granted him a future of extraordinary potential. The mental detection shared lasted only about 10 seconds before Hui Yuhao retracted it. After a brief moment of astonishment, the woman in red nodded at him and cast a deep glance at the soul-white soul ring rising from beneath his feet, remarking, "This is the most powerful 10-year soul ring I have ever encountered." Hui Yuhao responded naturally, "No matter how powerful, it still requires 10 years of soul rings." The woman in red chuckled softly and said, "My name is Ma Xiaodao. It is a pleasure to meet you. I shall return for your grilled fish when the opportunity arises. Xiao Su, let us depart." Su Sanchi, with a pained expression, replied, "Sister Xiaodao, could you perhaps be a bit gentler today?" Ma Xiaodao cast him a fleeting glance, prompting Su Sanchi to quickly amend his statement, "No problem at all. I have no objections." As he spoke, he hurried ahead, gesturing for Ma Xiaodao to follow. It was only after they entered the academy that Wang Dong murmured, "Her name is rather commonplace." Hui Yuhao inquired, "What can a name truly attest to? Do you not find her somewhat familiar?" Wang Dong suddenly felt a jolt of realization. Could she be the person they encountered that time, clad in red? Could it be that she is a disciple of the inner court? Hui Yuhao shrugged, indicating his uncertainty. As Ma Xiaodao and Su Sanchi departed, others quickly lined up once more. The foremost among them, a 4th-year student from the outer academy, had overheard their conversation and immediately lowered his voice, saying, "Fellow juniors, please keep your voices down. Inner academy disciples should not speak freely, especially regarding senior sister Xiaodao." Hui Yuhao exclaimed in astonishment, "Is it truly from the inner court?" The senior replied, "Of course it is. In our Shrek Academy, those dressed in red are all seniors from the inner court. I am uncertain of the exact number of individuals in the inner court, but it is indeed rare for them to emerge. There exists a ranking within the inner court, and the competition is quite fierce. This senior sister Xiaodao ranks among the top 10 there, and her prowess is certainly beyond our comparison. Senior Su Sanchi seems to share a close relationship with senior sister Xiaodao. Perhaps she might even recommend him for entry into the inner court in the future." Wang Dong inquired with curiosity, "Is a recommendation necessary to enter the inner court?" The senior affirmed, "Absolutely. However, I am not entirely clear on the specific procedures. It is said that every outer court student aspiring to enter the inner court must possess a recommendation from an inner court student." The grilled fish was selling remarkably well, and as it neared its conclusion, Bei Bei and Tang Yi arrived together. Hui Yuhao presented them with the prepared stock and invited them to enjoy the grilled fish. "Little junior brother, the new student assessment begins tomorrow. I have received reliable information that registration will occur in the morning, followed by the assessment in the afternoon. So you must be prepared," Bei Bei said, his demeanor as gentle as ever. Hui Yuhao nodded and said, "Senior brother, I will certainly strive to pass the assessment." Bei Bei smiled, while Tang Yi interjected, Little Yuhao, I cannot consume so many grilled fish without offering you something valuable in return. This will prove useful to you later. As she spoke, she handed Hui Yuhao a pouch resembling a treasure bag. When you return, categorize it among the 24 bridges under the moonlight, and be cautious when using it. Avoid targeting vital points. Additionally, after you complete the freshman assessment, you will begin elective courses in soul guide crafting, at which point the teacher will impart some advanced techniques to you. Thank you, Teacher Xiaoya, Hui Yuhao responded, accepting the treasure pouch, already having a notion of its contents. Wang Dong, with a curious expression, remarked, Teacher Xiaoya, isn't the use of soul guides prohibited during the freshman assessment? Tang Ye retorted, what soul guides? Are you not aware of what my Tang Sect is renowned for? Upon returning to their dormitory, Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong opened the treasure pouch and were taken aback. It was filled with an array of concealed weapons, throwing daggers, flying needles, bone-piercing spikes, and numerous others, each type comprising hundreds of pieces. This treasure pouch could undoubtedly be regarded as a veritable arsenal of concealed armaments. Clearly, Tang Ye had prepared these for Hui Yuhao due to the lack of offensive capabilities in his martial soul. Over the past 3 months, Hui Yuhao had made progress in the Tang Sect's unique skills and had begun to delve into the art of concealed weaponry. His intelligence and eagerness to learn had enabled him to master 2 or 3 techniques, making the accurate use of concealed weapons a feasible endeavor. For newcomers like them, possessing only 1 or 2 soul rings, these weapons posed a significant threat. After observing Hui Yuhao's collection of concealed weapons, Wang Dong could not help but smirk and said, Your teacher Xiaoya clearly underestimates me. With my presence, there's no need for you to resort to violence. Chapter 17, Initial Collaboration. Dual control of the field. Hui Yuhao expressed his bewilderment, remarking that pride leads to regression, and suggested a more modest demeanor. Wang Dong scoffed, questioning whether his martial soul could ever be considered low-key. Indeed, the presence of his bright goddess butterfly martial soul was always a breathtaking spectacle, making it rather challenging to maintain a low profile. The night passed in silence, spent in cultivation. The following morning, after having breakfast, the two made their way to the teaching building. Upon entering the classroom, they were immediately enveloped by a fervent atmosphere. Following the grouping orchestrated by Zhou the previous day, today, every 3 students had clustered together, engaged in hushed conversations. Xiao Xiao had arrived earlier than them, waiting expectantly. And upon seeing the 2 enter, she eagerly waved them over. Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong approached, and Xiao Xiao remarked, the assessment will officially commence this afternoon. Let us deliberate on our tactics. Wang Dong, with a carefree demeanor, replied, There's nothing to strategize. We'll simply fight our way through. Xiao Xiao gently shook her head, countering, It's not that simple. I've heard that each class has a select group of exceptionally skilled students who form elite teams, all vying for the championship. They are formidable opponents. We must work in harmony if we are to have any chance. Wang Dong seemed poised to retort. But Hui Yuhao interjected, Wang Dong, adjust your attitude. Otherwise, I shall request to switch teams with Teacher Zhou. Xiao Xiao, perhaps harboring some resentment from being rebuffed by Wang Dong the previous day, quickly echoed, Indeed, excessive confidence borders on arrogance. Wang Dong huffed, but fell silent thereafter. Hui Yuhao gently draped an arm across his shoulder and said, Enough of the anger. Let us collaborate harmoniously. Wouldn't it be more effortless to triumph over our opponents during the assessment? Let us each share the abilities in which we excel. Although we have been classmates for 3 months, our studies have been conducted together while our training has been solitary, leaving us largely unaware of one another's martial spirits. Hui Yuhao began, Allow me to speak first. My martial soul is of the spiritual attribute, adept in mental detection and sharing. I can provide you with intricate awareness of any movements within a 50-meter radius during combat, while also granting a certain advantage in anticipating the enemy's actions. Wang Dong interjected, I am a powerful attack-type soul master, capable of both ranged and close-quarters assaults, and I can even fly. Although he possesses a hint of arrogance, he undeniably has the merit to back it up. In terms of soul power cultivation, martial soul, and soul skills, he stands unrivaled among his peers. The mere fact that his second soul ring is of the 1,000-year caliber places him in a league of his own within the entire academy. Xiao Xiao nodded and remarked, My primary martial soul is the 3 Lives Town Soul Cauldron, which integrates both offense and defense, allowing for a degree of battlefield control. Its primary function is to strike the enemy and instill fear. Upon impact, it can induce a state of dizziness in the opponent, while simultaneously inflicting damage. My secondary martial soul is the Shao, specifically the 9 Phoenix's Arrival Shao, which focuses on auxiliary control. Currently, my secondary martial soul possesses only a century-old soul ring, capable of slowing down adversaries during battle. Wang Dong expressed his surprise. Isn't your auxiliary martial soul meant to enhance our allies? Xiao Xiao smiled with a hint of pride. Not quite. Sometimes, weakening the opponent proves to be more effective than bolstering our own. You will understand in due time. However, I shall refrain from utilizing my secondary martial soul hastily. It is prudent to conceal some of our strengths and proceed gradually. Hu Yuhao and Wang Dong both realized a pressing concern. Xiao Xiao was likely far more formidable than they had anticipated. Unbeknownst to them, when Hu Yuhao and Xiao Xiao established their dual control, an astonishing level of power would be unleashed. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of 3 knocks resonated. And in the next moment, the entire class fell into an eerie silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Zhou Yi stood at the entrance of the classroom, her right hand just having descended. It was she who had struck the classroom door. She strode slowly to the podium, maintaining her usual icy demeanor. I have submitted the competition teams. The contest officially commences this afternoon. During the 10 rounds of the league matches, you will not encounter each other, only students from other classes. My sole piece of advice is this. Whoever obstructs your progress in the assessments, make sure to deal with them decisively. All right, you may disperse now. Gather in the assessment area this afternoon. With that, the stern lady coolly turned and departed. Wang Dong leaned towards Hu Yuhao and whispered, "Do you not think that old lady Zhou is becoming increasingly charismatic?" Hu Yuhao glanced at him and remarked, "It is not merely handsomeness. It is an overwhelming aura of dominance." At that moment, Xiao Xiao approached with a playful smile and said, "Teacher Zhou, this is what one calls charisma. Let us find a suitable place to rehearse first. Otherwise, how shall we coordinate this afternoon?" Without waiting for Wang Dong to speak, Hu Yuhao nodded in agreement. "Wang Dong, if you wish to indulge in roasted fish in the future, I require you to comply with all the directives of your class leader during the freshman assessment. Do you concur?" Wang Dong, gazing into Hu Yuhao's resolute eyes, replied with a face full of indignation, "Hu Yuhao, you are taking advantage of my predicament." Hu Yuhao, with an air of calm confidence, stated, "You have the option to abstain from eating." Wang Dong hesitated for a moment, but ultimately acquiesced, saying, "Very well, I shall endure this. I will heed your words. However, from now on, the maintenance of cleanliness in our dormitory shall be your responsibility." Hu Yuhao gazed disdainfully and remarked, "Have you truly been responsible for cleaning these past 3 months?" Wang Dong, left momentarily speechless, retorted, "You certainly possess a sharp tongue." At this moment, Xiao Xiao appeared to be entirely aligned with Hu Yuhao, stifling a laugh as she chimed in, "Laziness is indeed a vice." Suddenly, Wang Dong blurted out a comment that turned Xiao Xiao's cheeks a bright crimson. "Xiao Xiao, your ability to move on is astonishingly swift." Xiao Xiao pointed an accusing finger at Wang Dong, her face flushed with indignation and a hint of grievance. All right. Didn't we agree to practice? Let us hasten outside the academy. There are plenty of trees outside that will shield us from any interruptions." Wang Dong stuck out his tongue at Xiao Xiao and swiftly turned to run. After Hu Yuhao offered a few words of consolation, Xiao Xiao finally managed to smile, and the two of them pursued Wang Dong, exiting the academy along the lakeside path. Finding a tranquil spot outside Shrek Academy was a simple task, as the area was crisscrossed with numerous roads, yet flanked by abundant vegetation. Some of the foliage was naturally occurring, while others had been intentionally planted. The trio discovered a relatively flat clearing within the woods, and Wang Dong inquired, "How shall we conduct our practice? Should we each demonstrate our soul skills?" Without hesitation, Xiao Xiao replied, "That would lack significance. Practice is most effective with a competitive element. You are a formidable assault-type soul master. You shall take one side, while I align with the class leader. Let us engage in a confrontation. You two wish to challenge me?" Wang Dong raised his right hand, shaking his index finger in disbelief. "You stand no chance whatsoever." Xiao Xiao retorted with a sharp smirk, "How can we ascertain that without giving it a try? However, being an assault-type soul master, you cannot initiate the battle at close quarters. We must maintain some distance. I propose a separation of 30 meters. Hu Yuhao listened intently to the banter between the two, increasingly recognizing Xiao Xiao's cleverness. His mental detection radius extended 50 meters. And by instructing Wang Dong to position himself 30 meters away, it meant that the moment Wang Dong took action, he would fall within Hu Yuhao's mental probing range. Without hesitation, Wang Dong agreed. Xiao Xiao continued, "You can fly, while we cannot. This is a practice session, so do not think of fleeing if you find yourself losing." Wang Dong casually replied, As long as I stay grounded within 5 meters, it's fine. All right, I'm coming over. Just signal me to start. As he spoke, he had already begun to move away. Xiao Xiao promptly turned to Hui Yuhao and said, Class leader, we will be flying kites shortly. You simply need to assist me with your mental detection. Let us ensure that arrogant fellow learns a lesson. Had it been before arriving at Shrek Academy, Hui Yuhao would have had no idea what flying a kite entailed. However, he now understood it to be a tactical maneuver of both offense and retreat. Hui Yuhao nodded and said, All right, I will cooperate with you. He was equally eager to witness the extent of Xiao Xiao and Wang Dong's abilities. It had been 3 months since he had seen Wang Dong truly unleash his martial soul in battle. However, he was well aware that while Wang Dong possessed a hint of pride, it stemmed from his confidence rather than arrogance. Such confidence was rooted in genuine strength. The distance between the two sides quickly widened as Wang Dong lazily leaned against a large tree, observing Hui Yuhao and Xiao Xiao, who were 30 meters away. He even increased the distance slightly. Raising his hand, he waved to Hui Yuhao and Xiao Xiao, signaling that he was prepared. Standing side by side, Xiao Xiao, petite in stature and often referred to as a pocket-sized beauty among her classmates, turned to Hui Yuhao and nodded. Class leader, assist me. All right, he replied. Xiao Xiao then turned to Wang Dong and called out, Begin. As she spoke, she swiftly released her martial soul. 2 rings of yellow light flared to life beneath her feet, instantly rising into the air. Remarkably, she was also a soul master of over level 20, causing Hui Yuhao to feel a twinge of sweat trickle down his brow. While the 2 soul rings ascended around her, Xiao Xiao's physical form remained unchanged, save for a swirling mass of black light that rapidly coalesced above her head. This luminous figure distinctly took the shape of a cauldron, approximately 1 meter in diameter. With 3 legs and 2 ears, it was none other than Xiao Xiao's primary martial soul, the 3-life soul-settling cauldron. As Hui Yuhao's mental detection sharing activated, a circle of white soul rings rose from beneath his feet. Xiao Xiao could not help but feel a sense of fragility and internally mused about the reason behind the squad leader's relentless training. Indeed, his innate talent seemed somewhat lacking. However, she was soon astonished by the extraordinary sights presented by the mental detection sharing. Within a 50-meter radius centered around their bodies, everything instantaneously transformed into a 3-dimensional pattern within her mind. Requiring no contemplation, a multitude of information rapidly flooded her consciousness. Even the tiniest blades of grass and trees within the vicinity appeared vividly clear. The panoramic 3-dimensional map served as an auxiliary brain, enhancing her cognitive capabilities. Xiao Xiao cast a shocked glance at Hui Yuhao, while Wang Dong had already made his move. Externally, Wang Dong appeared to disdain both Hui Yuhao and Xiao Xiao. Yet he was far from careless. He had experienced Hui Yuhao's mental detection sharing and was acutely aware of its formidable ability to anticipate adversaries. Suddenly, resplendent blue wings unfurled from his back, and he was enveloped in a mystical hue that shifted between blue and purple. Golden orbs of light ignited upon his massive wings, forming a V shape. 2 soul rings, 1 yellow and 1 purple, ascended, signifying the release of his bright goddess butterfly martial soul. In an instant, he surged forward at high speed. The soul power erupted from the golden orbs on his wings, propelling him to incredible velocity. This was not a soul skill, but rather an inherent ability of his bright goddess butterfly martial soul, demonstrating its remarkable power. Accelerating sharply, Wang Dong swiftly covered several meters, closing in on Hui Yuhao and Xiao Xiao. It was easy to predict that when a powerful assault-type battle soul master approached 2 control-type battle soul masters, especially when the latter had no close combat means, the outcome seemed all but inevitable. Just as Wang Dong entered a distance of 25 meters from Hui Yuhao and Xiao Xiao, the data of his actions rapidly materialized in Xiao Xiao's mind, encompassing his trajectory, physical changes, martial soul transformations, and even the flow of soul power within his meridians. Xiao Xiao appeared utterly composed. Hui Yuhao's mere white 10-year soul ring had already granted her immense surprise. As she observed Wang Dong's swift approach, she took action, pointing her right hand at Wang Dong. The shadow of a large cauldron, measuring 1 meter in diameter, surged forward. The cauldron did not collide directly with Wang Dong but struck the path he was destined to take. Similar to Wang Dong, she too relied on the inherent abilities of her weapon martial soul, refraining from immediately invoking a soul skill. Wang Dong found it exceedingly awkward that the trajectory of the black cauldron was precisely along his intended path. Undoubtedly, this exemplified the ingenious utility of Hui Yuhao's mental detection sharing. Otherwise, Xiao Xiao would have had to rely solely on her sight and fluctuations in soul power for judgment. making it impossible to position herself with such precision. Reluctantly, Wang Dong slightly retracted his left wing, subtly altering his body's orientation in midair to change his trajectory. Yet, what troubled him even more was that the imposing black cauldron suddenly shifted, remaining steadfastly before him. Anticipating the enemy's moves, Xiao Xiao instinctively turned her gaze towards the golden-eyed Hui Yuhao beside her. With the shared mental detection, she no longer needed to visually track Wang Dong. She could simply follow Hui Yuhao's mental guidance to execute her attacks. It was an exceedingly straightforward task. Wang Dong, however, was undeterred by fate, flapping his wings as he maneuvered through the air, accelerating several times. Yet, Hui Yuhao's mental detection was capable of sensing even the flow of his soul power, always allowing him to anticipate Wang Dong's moves. It was unrealistic for Wang Dong to evade Xiao Xiao's freely maneuvering three-life soul cauldron. His frustration was palpable as he exclaimed, "Hui Yuhao, do you have any humanity at all?" Accepting that evasion was futile, he decided to charge forward with unyielding determination. As he spoke, his first soul ring suddenly gleamed, and Hui Yuhao's eyes sparkled with golden light. Through mental detection, he could distinctly perceive the explosive surge of soul power within Wang Dong, fervently coursing into his forewings. His hind wings fully spread to maintain balance. It was evident that his forewings transformed into a deep azure hue, while golden patterns radiated outward, instantly forming a 3-inch wide golden edge at the tips, remarkably sharp. Xiao Xiao's expression shifted slightly. Through Hui Yuhao's mental sharing, she sensed the astonishing destructive power of Wang Dong's wings, now infused with soul skills. Wang Dong lifted both hands, gripping the inner sides of his forewings, and with a sudden motion, they unfurled on either side of his body, resembling two massive guillotines, enhanced by the golden edges. He swung his body fiercely, directing his right wing towards the three-life soul cauldron. Just as he had stated, if softness proved insufficient, he would resort to force. However, he underestimated the formidable synergy between Hui Yuhao and Xiao Xiao in controlling the battlefield. The three-life soul cauldron did not meet his attack head-on. Instead, it retreated swiftly by 2 meters, deftly dodging the strike of his right wing, then surged forward abruptly, colliding with the flat surface of his wing. With a resounding crash, Wang Dong was propelled several meters away, while Xiao Xiao's three-life soul cauldron remained suspended in the air. Wang Dong's vexation grew. He believed his strength to be superior to Xiao Xiao's, yet he found himself unable to exert his power against the combined efforts of Xiao Xiao and Hui Yuhao. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. This time, instead of advancing, he retreated, swiftly distancing himself from Hui Yuhao and Xiao Xiao by 25 meters, thus exiting the range of mental detection. "Heh, Hui Yuhao, let's see how you can detect my situation now. I possess long-range attacks," he declared as his second soul ring illuminated brilliantly. Hui Yuhao smiled faintly and said, "Have you forgotten that I can detect fixed directions? Currently, I can sense approximately 100 meters. If you believe your attack can exceed this distance and lock onto us, feel free to attempt it. Moreover, when your ranged attack enters my mental detection range, I will be able to assist Xiao Xiao in defending herself in time. Unless your strength has reached a level where you can break through Xiao Xiao's three-live soul-restraining cauldron. Furthermore, do not forget, Xiao Xiao has yet to utilize her second martial soul." Wang Dong was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, although his second soul skill was of a millennium grade and possessed considerable power, its effectiveness would significantly diminish beyond 100 meters. Moreover, Hui Yuhao certainly had ample time to support Xiao Xiao's defense. However, he could not afford to concede verbally. "My ranged attack is still area-based. Even if you detect it, it will be of no use." Xiao Xiao chuckled and replied, "Wang Dong, do not be so smug. Remember, I still have 2 soul skills at my disposal. Are you aware of the abilities of my 3 lives soul-restraining cauldron? Frankly speaking, in a one-on-one confrontation, you may not be my match. As for your so-called ranged attack, while it may possess considerable might, all I need is to create an opportunity for myself and the class president to evade. Just watch." As she spoke, she pointed her right hand toward the 3 lives soul-restraining cauldron. Instantly, the cauldron trembled slightly and then split into 3, spreading above her and Hui Yuhao's heads, forming a tripod-like stance. Simultaneously, Xiao Xiao's first soul ring illuminated. A resounding boom echoed through the air, distorting the atmosphere within a range of approximately 10 square meters above them due to the violent shockwave. The 3 cauldrons merged once more and quietly descended before Xiao Xiao. At that moment, both Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong's expressions altered. Such formidable martial souls, The separation of the three lives soul-restraining cauldron was instinctual, while the final tremor was the true attack. Through his mental detection, Hui Yuhao could distinctly sense the terrifying force of that shockwave. Wang Dong's face quickly returned to normal. Conceding, I will not continue. With the two of you working together, I truly stand no chance. However, Xiao Xiao, you will come to realize that in a one-on-one scenario, you are undoubtedly not my rival. Yet, in circumstances where cultivation levels are nearly equivalent, whoever has Hui Yuhao's mental detection assistance is practically guaranteed victory. His ability leaves no room for survival. Unless one possesses overwhelming strength to crush their opponent, they will always be at a disadvantage. Although Xiao Xiao is unwilling to accept Wang Dong's assertion that he could defeat her in a one-on-one duel, she wholeheartedly acknowledged his subsequent statement, nodding in agreement. Indeed, with the class president's mental detection, I can simply execute my skills during combat. Class president, your ability is truly formidable. The synergy we share is exceptional. I must apologize for previously underestimating your decade-old soul ring. Being a straightforward young lady, she spoke her mind candidly, garnering favor from both Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong. Hui Yuhao extended his right hand towards Xiao Xiao, who responded with a charming smile, placing her own right hand atop his. Wang Dong approached and rested his right hand on top of theirs. Hui Yuhao proclaimed, from this moment onward, we shall be partners in this team. We must secure victory in the freshman assessment. The trio shouted in unison, their bond instantly strengthened. Naturally, the most elated was Xiao Xiao, for she finally sensed the genuine acceptance from Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong. Thus, it is evident that within the realm of soul masters, demonstrating one's strength remains the most straightforward, direct, and effective means of communication. The assessment area of Shrek Academy is situated in the northern central part of the Martial Soul Department, adjacent to the combat arena. Compared to the combat arena, the assessment area is considerably more expansive. For the external students of Shrek Academy, this space serves as a paradise for showcasing their talents, yet it also becomes a nightmare for those of lesser cultivation. Each year, numerous students are eliminated due to their inability to pass the assessment, most of which takes place in this very area. The assessment area is elliptical rather than resembling a confined stadium like the combat arena. It is merely an open expanse, encircled by a low wall. The interior is divided into sections by partitions that can be rearranged at will to alter the sizes of the areas. Throughout the years, the freshman assessments have seen the greatest number of divisions in the assessment area, not only due to the high number of new students, but also because their destructive power and attack range are limited, thus necessitating less space for them to exhibit their abilities. The entire assessment area spans approximately 20,000 square meters, currently divided into 50 sections, each roughly 400 square meters, forming squares with sides of 20 meters. For freshmen typically possessing only first or second ring cultivation, this is more than adequate. After a morning of intense grouping, the afternoon assessments commenced, as it was the inaugural day of evaluations to allow the newcomers to acclimatize. Each group was permitted to undertake only one match before departing. The academy dispatched 50 instructors to oversee the assessment registration across the 50 sections. The competition pairings had already been determined through a draw at noon, ensuring that teams from the same class would not encounter each other in the forthcoming 10 rounds of the circular matches. Aside from Class 1, which comprises only 22 groups, other classes generally consist of more than 30 groups, unless students performed particularly poorly during the freshman period. Typically, the instructors of the freshman classes will not readily eliminate students prior to the assessments, allowing them the opportunity to face the evaluations. Ultimately, 310 groups of students, totaling 930 individuals, participated in the freshman assessments. Among these 310 groups, only 150 would remain, officially becoming first-year students to continue their studies, while the remainder would face elimination. Studying at Shrek Academy undoubtedly entails fierce and ruthless competition. However, it is precisely this atmosphere of intensity that compels students to strive harder and unlock their potential, thus perpetuating the Academy's legacy of triumph through the ages. A total of 50 sections facilitated the freshman assessments, with each section accommodating 6 or 7 participating teams. Not only today, but they will also compete in the same area with other teams assigned to this region tomorrow, until all have met, after which they will be regrouped to ultimately complete 10 matches for each team. Hui Yuhao and his companions found themselves assigned to the 33rd district. After sharing a modest lunch, they returned to their dormitory for a brief period of contemplation before proceeding together. The delineation of the areas was straightforward, with each zone marked by distinct signs, allowing them to swiftly locate their designated section. Other students from various classes, also participating in the competition, had already arrived. Some appeared anxious, while others were eager to showcase their abilities. All were merely 11 or 12 years old, unable to conceal their emotions when their gazes met. Hostility was unmistakably evident. After all, it was likely that only half of them would remain. Although there were 10 assessments, each one bore significant implications for their futures. Attention all newcomers, attention all newcomers. Please proceed immediately to the assessment area to prepare for the freshman evaluation. There are only 10 minutes left to enter. Latecomers will be disqualified from this round. The booming announcement resonated throughout the outer courtyard, its sound permeating every corner. The expressions of the new students grew serious. Their inaugural assessment was imminent, and to claim they were unperturbed would be disingenuous. Hui Yuhao unconsciously clenched his fists, occasionally brushing against the 24 bridges bright moonlight at his waist. The assessment prohibited the use of soul guidance devices, yet concealed weapons were merely ordinary arms and thus not included in this restriction. Generally speaking, soul masters seldom resort to weapons unless employing soul guidance devices. However, as a disciple of Tang Sect, Hui Yuhao was evidently an exception. Wang Dong rested his left hand on Hui Yuhao's shoulder, leaning slightly against him, and reassured, "Don't be tense, it's merely a trivial matter." This time, Xiao Xiao refrained from commenting on Wang Dong's pride and nodded in agreement with Hui Yuhao. Although Wang Dong did not showcase his full strength during their sparring session today, his final, resolute statement indicated that his cultivation was at least on par with her own. Furthermore, with the class leader's remarkable spiritual detection ability, it was indeed rare for anyone among their peers to pose a challenge to them. Hui Yuhao murmured, "We are the champions." Xiao Xiao and Wang Dong nodded in unison, their hands once again stacking atop one another. Despite their youth, they understood that while passing the assessment might not be particularly challenging, achieving ultimate victory hinged upon their unity. Thus, even Wang Dong set aside his pride. The significance of the freshman assessment was immense. The Academy's reminders through the Soul Guide device held little weight, as all the students had already arrived at their designated areas, prepared for the task ahead. A teacher, appearing to be around 40, entered Area 33. He bore an utterly unremarkable appearance, lacking any imposing presence, with a warm smile that conveyed kindness, a stark contrast to Zhou Yi. After counting the students, he nodded with a smile, "Excellent. We have 6 groups of students ready for the assessment. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Wang Yin, and I will be your assessment instructor for the next 2 days." "Hello, Teacher Wang." The students hurriedly bowed in respect. Wang Yin chuckled gently, "No need for such formalities. My teaching approach has always been to regard everyone as friends. From now until the conclusion of the assessment, you will all be my little friends. Therefore, I do not wish to see anyone harmed. While this assessment will determine your eligibility to remain at Shrek Academy, I must emphasize that it is still an assessment. Harming your opponents is unacceptable. If such an incident occurs, I will regrettably have to ask the offending individual to leave and report the matter to the Academy." His tone was gentle, and he spoke lightly, without detailing the consequences of harming an opponent. Yet, every student capable of entering Shrek Academy was astute enough to discern the underlying meaning in his words, nodding in understanding. Wang Yin smiled, "In that case, let us commence. The sooner we finish the competition, the sooner you can return to prepare. A sense of urgency is beneficial for you young individuals." As he spoke, he retrieved a folder, glanced at its contents, then looked up. For the first round and first match, Class 1, Hui Yuhao, Wang Dong, Xiao Xiao, Class 3, Ouyang Junyi, Qin Junfeng, Zhao Haochen. You may now enter the arena, each taking a corner. You may unleash your martial souls only after I declare the match to begin. Enter now. Among the 6 groups of students, it was unexpected for Hui Yuhao and his companions to be the first to compete. After exchanging glances, they swiftly entered the arena, positioning themselves in the northwest corner. Their arrangement was deliberate. Wang Dong stood at the forefront, followed by Xiao Xiao, while Hui Yuhao remained in the rear corner. Conversely, the 3 students from Class 3 chose the southeast corner. The trio from Class 3 were all boys, each possessing commendable appearances. The tallest among them, Ouyang Junyi, was also the most handsome, though he still paled in comparison to Wang Dong. Nevertheless, his physique appeared significantly more robust. Beside him, Qin Junfeng was not short but was notably slender. At the rear, Zhao Haochen, a rather plump boy with a round belly and a jovial expression, called out, "Come on, my big chicken drumsticks." Observing that both sides had taken their positions, Teacher Wang Yin nodded and announced, "The assessment begins." In an instant, both parties unleashed their martial souls. Although Hui Yuhao stood in the corner, he deliberately refrained from extending his spiritual perception behind him, instead enveloping the entire competition arena within his focus. Similarly, Xiao Xiao summoned her 3 live soul-settling cauldron, which rapidly materialized above her head. Wang Dong's actions were more direct. He darted forward, his dazzling blue-violet wings unfurling in midair, shimmering with golden patterns. The beauty of his wings astonished both his opponents and the supervising teacher Wang Yin, overshadowing the presence of Xiao Xiao and Hui Yuhao. The trio of their opponents had also prepared themselves, promptly releasing their martial souls. Zhao Haochen, standing at the back, shouted, "Quickly, my big chicken drumsticks." A circle of yellow soul rings rippled beneath him, and 2 beams of yellow light sparkled in his hands, swiftly manifesting 2 roasted chicken drumsticks, which he eagerly handed to the 2 in front of him. Ouyang Junyi and Qin Jufeng, while releasing their martial souls, quickly took the drumsticks and bit into them with gusto. Fu-type martial souls? This was Hui Yuhao's first encounter with such a manifestation. Albeit he was curious about the drumstick's effects. Zhao Haochen possessed only 1 soul ring, yet it was a century-old one, suggesting a commendable enhancement effect. However, the sight of Ouyang Junyi and Qin Jufeng devouring the drumsticks was rather peculiar, prompting a laugh from Xiao Xiao, who still held her 3 live soul-settling cauldron above her head, showing no inclination to engage. Simultaneously, Ouyang Junyi and Qin Jufeng initiated their attacks. One wielded a beast martial soul while the other brandished a weapon martial soul, both being agile attack-type soul masters. Ouyang Junyi's martial soul was the sword-billed hummingbird, and upon its release, a sharp spike emerged from the end of his right arm. Although his martial soul was avian, he had yet to develop wings due to his insufficient cultivation level. This alone illustrated the disparity in martial soul quality between him and Wang Dong, whose radiant goddess butterfly martial soul inherently possessed wings, representing the pinnacle of beast martial souls. Qin Jufeng's martial soul, a flexible sword, complemented the trio, all of whom were first-ring soul masters with yellow century-old soul rings. Among them, Ouyang Junyi was the strongest, boasting a soul power level of 19, while Qin Jufeng was at 18. Zhao Haochen, as a food-type soul master, progressed relatively slowly, with a cultivation level of only 17. After consuming the chicken drumsticks, the 2 agile attack-type soul masters lunged towards Wang Dong like arrows, their speed so remarkable that even Wang Dong was taken aback. However, he quickly realized that the enhancement from the drumsticks likely boosted their speed. Not only would Shou Yi's group be divided, but the teachers from other classes would also do the same. With Zhao Haochen assisting Ouyang Junyi and Qin Jufeng, they would undoubtedly maximize their speed advantage, achieving victory solely through swiftness. Unfortunately for Hui Yuhao and his companions, their greatest adversaries were not those who relied on speed, for Hui Yuhao's spiritual detection rendered them vulnerable. A faint golden glow illuminated Hui Yuhao's eyes, and the entire competition arena vividly materialized in Wang Dong's mind. Though Ouyang Junyi and Qin Jufeng moved swiftly, their flight trajectories, the dynamics of their soul power, the directions and flaws of their soul skills became distinctly apparent to Wang Dong. At last, he experienced the exhilaration of the seamless cooperation between Xiao Xiao and Hui Yuhao from earlier that morning. The attacks from Ouyang Junyi and Qin Jufeng were highly purposeful, and Wang Dong's emergence was precisely in line with their intentions. With a sudden burst of speed, they were absolutely confident that Hui Yuhao and Xiao Xiao would be unable to intervene in time. Their plan was to first overpower Wang Dong, and then deal with Hui Yuhao and Xiao Xiao, effectively dismantling their opponents one by one. Ouyang Junyi, in addition to the spike in his right hand, was enveloped in a layer of feathers on his entire right arm, rendering his body exceptionally light. As a fellow agility-type soul master, he aimed to outpace Qin Jufeng. His yellow soul ring shimmered, and the spike in his hand transformed into dozens of light shadows that surged toward Wang Dong. Although Qin Jufeng was slightly slower, he was evidently not inexperienced in coordinating with Ouyang Junyi. Even before he arrived, his short sword was already in motion, the brilliance of his first soul ring igniting as a sword beam shot forth, cleaving directly at Wang Dong. The golden patterns had already spread across Wang Dong's wings by the time they launched their attacks, and he too activated his first soul ring. His arms aligned with his front wings, and the dual blades that Hui Yuhao and Xiao Xiao had previously witnessed re-emerged, suspended in midair. Wang Dong's position was slightly elevated compared to Ouyang Junyi and Qin Jufeng. A hint of arrogance graced his features as he looked down upon them. In response to their assault, Wang Dong swept his left wing forward to meet Ouyang Junyi's sword hummingbird spirit. while his right wing executed a direct slash toward Qin Juanfeng's sword beam, positioning himself with impeccable precision, with a series of piercing sounds. Ouyang Juni was astonished to see that his sword Hummingbird Spirit's first soul skill, Hummingbird Flash, merely generated ripples of golden light upon striking the front wing of the radiant goddess butterfly, failing to penetrate the strength of those wings. In the next moment, the immense front wing swept toward him. Drawing from his combat experience, Ouyang Juni immediately crouched, attempting to slip beneath the wing, but unexpectedly, Wang Dong's wing blade descended sharply, as if it had anticipated his move. With a resounding thud, Ouyang Juni was sent crashing to the ground, landing unceremoniously, the overwhelming force nearly causing him to vomit blood. On the other side, Qin Jufeng fared even worse. The sword beam emitted by his soft sword collided directly with the sharpness of the wing blade, and he felt a flash of golden light before his sword beam disintegrated. Soon after, his soft sword emitted a violent hum before shattering dramatically. He merely perceived a fleeting flash of golden blue light before his body was swept away, hurtling back at a velocity swifter than his initial approach, colliding directly with Zhao Haochen, who was engrossed in gnawing on a chicken leg. The two of them instantly transformed into a rolling tumble. Wang Dong unfurled his wings in midair, the iridescent blue and purple luminescence of the wings of the goddess of light shimmering in alternating patterns, while the golden streaks of light gradually receded. Simultaneously, he descended gracefully to the ground, the pride on his face unwavering. On the sidelines, teacher Wang Yin watched with wide-eyed amazement, while several other three-member teams observed the contest, their expressions grave after witnessing the match. The atmosphere in the 33rd district fell into an eerie silence. Such formidable power! What a terrifyingly potent assault-type soul master! Although assault-type inherently counters agility-type to a certain extent, how could the disparity be so vast among newcomers? Wang Dong single-handedly vanquished two agility-type soul masters in a single strike, even with the support of a food-type soul master on the opposing side. It is true that the advantage of a two-ring soul master over a one-ring is substantial. Yet facing three opponents alone speaks volumes of the overwhelming prowess of this soul master of the goddess of light. Moreover, there was another two-ring individual on the opposing team, boasting two soul masters above level 20. As for Hui Yuhao, he was overlooked by all, save for teacher Wang Yin, who faintly perceived the glimmer of pale golden light in his eyes. In truth, while Ouyang Juni's team exhibited a significant disparity in strength compared to Hui Yuhao's, it was clear that Wang Dong could not have achieved such a swift victory alone. However, one must not forget that he had Hui Yuhao, whose spiritual detection shared the equivalent of 600 years of soul rings as support. The spiritual detection sharing is not merely one skill but two. The assistance from two 600-year soul ring skills far surpassing that of the opponents. Additionally, with the same 100-year soul rings, Wang Dong had already attained level 24 in soul power, far exceeding his adversaries, and with the acquisition of his second soul ring, the offensive potency of his first soul ring had also intensified. Coupled with the comprehensive suppression of his martial soul, this culminated in a resounding victory. As Wang Dong retracted his wings and turned to face Xiao Xiao and Hui Yuhao, the trio celebrated with a triumphant clap. Xiao Xiao chuckled softly, saying, "Class leader, you are truly impressive. Wang Dong, how about letting me have a go next time?" She felt confident that had she been in his position, she too could have overwhelmed her opponent. The more she experienced the wonders of Hui Yuhao's spiritual detection sharing, the more entranced she became. Hence, her praise was directed towards Hui Yuhao rather than Wang Dong. Wang Dong chuckled, replying, "Oh no, you should conserve your strength. The first 10 assessments were merely an appetizer for us. I can take the spotlight alone. We must not allow others to discern our true capabilities." Hui Yuhao chuckled. "Wang Dong has a point. Xiao Xiao, you are indeed our trump card." Upon hearing this, Xiao Xiao smiled and nodded in agreement. The first class of Hui Yuhao's team had secured a victory. After Wang Yin announced the result, he meticulously recorded it on the document in his hand. Meanwhile, Ouyang Juni and the other two had already risen to their feet, with Wang Dong showing them leniency. They were not genuinely injured. Yet their faces were etched with shame and indignation. Having been so effortlessly defeated, they were eager to leave, fleeing the scene in haste. Once Wang Yin had registered the competition results, he cast another glance at Hui Yuhao and his companions, pondering to himself that this group was likely the ace of the first class. Indeed, the students taught by teacher Zhou Yi were exceptional. However, he remained perplexed about Hui Yuhao's circumstances. Unlike the other students, he was acutely aware of the intricacies involved in team registrations, The new first-class team was named after Hui Yuhao, indicating that he was the leader of this group. Yet, when it came to cultivation, both Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao vastly surpassed him. To put it bluntly, with Hui Yuhao's first soul ring being merely 10 years old and not having reached the 20th level of cultivation, he had not even qualified to enter Shrek Academy as a new student. Nevertheless, he was the captain of this team, which implied that this seemingly 10-year soul ring student was the core of the group. Why was that? Wang Yan, a representative of the theoretical faction at Shrek Academy, was known for his gentle demeanor. His theoretical foundation was solid, and his teaching abilities were exceptional, despite being only in his 40s. He ranked among the foremost senior teachers in the Outer Academy. At Shrek Academy, advancing a teacher's rank was often more challenging and clearly defined than for students. Zhou Yi was merely a mid-level teacher, which was certainly related to her rather intimidating teaching style. Wang Yan, having attained the status of a senior teacher qualified to instruct inner academy students, showcased his formidable prowess in theory. Yet, he still could not comprehend the situation of Hui Yuhao and his team, nor could he discern what kind of soul master Hui Yuhao truly was. After the assessment of Hui Yuhao and his companions concluded, they did not depart but remained on the sidelines to observe the other two matches. It was only after all three matches had ended that they took their leave of Wang Yan. Wang Yan did not call out to Hui Yuhao for inquiries. He believed that Hui Yuhao's abilities would manifest in the forthcoming matches. The first round of the new students' assessments swiftly came to a close, primarily designed to acclimatize the newcomers to this combative evaluation format. However, the intensity of the assessments would significantly escalate the following day, comprising 2 rounds in both the morning and afternoon, totaling 4 rounds. The third day promised to be even more formidable, with each team required to undergo 5 rounds of evaluation. The entire new student assessment spanned a mere 3 days, aimed not only at honing the trainees' practical combat abilities, but also their endurance in protracted engagements. As the second day of assessments commenced, the students of Class 1 began to genuinely express their gratitude toward their instructor, Zhou Yi. 4 matches in a single day not only drained their soul power, but also severely taxed their physical stamina. However, after Zhou Yi's rigorous training regimen, Class 1 exhibited a markedly superior adaptability to this competitive format compared to other classes. Following the first day of matches and observations, Hui Yuhao and his companions were entirely convinced that within their group, there were indeed no opponents capable of posing a threat to them, apart from themselves. There was only one other newcomer above the 20th level. In this intensive competition format, the other groups of newcomers were not oblivious, in pursuit of better outcomes. They deliberately eased their efforts when facing Hui Yuhao and his team. Consequently, unlike the exhaustion experienced by other teams, Hui Yuhao and his companions effortlessly triumphed in all 4 matches on the second day, achieving a remarkable record of 5 victories out of 5. With this solid foundation, it could be said that they had essentially passed the new student assessment, and these 5 victories instilled them with considerable confidence. As the evaluation instructor for Area 33, Wang Yan felt somewhat frustrated. After 5 matches, the combat style of Hui Yuhao's team remained strikingly consistent. Wang Dong would engage, while Hui Yuhao and Xiao Xiao observed, leading to a swift conclusion of the battles. The fact that he still could not discern Hui Yuhao's capabilities left him, a teacher grounded in theory, feeling quite vexed. Hui Yuhao, you 3, come here. After the second day's matches, Wang Yan summoned Hui Yuhao and his companions before him. Teacher Wang, Hui Yuhao stepped forward, flanked by Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao. Indeed, Wang Yan thought to himself, Hui Yuhao is undoubtedly the core of their team. You 3 have achieved an impressive record of 5 consecutive victories in the first 5 matches. Continue to strive in the upcoming contests and aim to secure a place among the top 64 for the ranking matches. However, the 5 matches tomorrow will not be as effortless as today's. After today's contests, there will be a redraw, and teams that suffered 5 defeats will be eliminated outright. During the draw, consideration will be given not only to avoid matchups within the same class but also to previous performances. Tomorrow, your matches will certainly still take place in Area 33, but you may very well face 1 or 2 formidable challengers. Hui Yuhao nodded and said, Thank you, Teacher Wang. We will strive to do our best. Wang Yan smiled faintly and replied, That's good. Make sure to rest early. He still refrained from inquiring about Hui Yuhao's martial spirit, holding on to his pride, believing that when faced with formidable opponents, Hui Yuhao and his team could not conceal the truth. What a thrill! Winning felt as effortless as slicing through vegetables. As they walked back to the dormitory, Wang Dong exclaimed with excitement, having thoroughly enjoyed the day's events. Xiao Xiao remarked, "Tomorrow, it should be my turn to take the stage. Wang Dong, I believe this. Thus far, you have only employed your first soul skill. If we encounter a particularly strong opponent tomorrow, you may need to utilize your second soul skill, which is derived from a 1,000-year soul ring and can be considered our team's most potent offensive capability. It would be wise to keep it concealed for now, revealing it only during the rank matches. If we face a formidable adversary tomorrow, I will assist you, and we should aim to rely on our first soul skills. Even if the opponent proves to be strong, I will use my second soul skill, allowing us to keep yours hidden. This way, we will possess 2 trump cards. What do you think?" Wang Dong chuckled, saying, "Xiao Xiao, you've said so much, but it's clear you're just itching for action. Very well. Let us proceed as you suggest. I have had my fill of excitement, so I must ensure you enjoy yourself as well." Fortunately, their conversation was devoid of any adult presence. Otherwise, Wang Dong's words might have led to misunderstandings. "Hee, Hu Yuho chuckled. Let us go. I'll treat you to grilled fish. I ordered extra yesterday." Just as the 3 were about to exit the assessment area, they encountered 2 individuals. Upon seeing them, both Hu Yuho and Wang Dong were momentarily taken aback. The newcomers were none other than the inner courtyard disciple Ma Xiaodao, clad in red, and Su Sanshi, who had been taken away by her a few days prior. Compared to his usual spirited self, Su Sanshi now appeared pallid, as if drained of vitality. He looked utterly dispirited, his clothing wrinkled and disheveled, embodying a profound sense of desolation. Ma Xiaodao, still strikingly beautiful, bore an unusual flush on her cheeks, and the hue of her eyes had deepened slightly. "Now that I've been found, Sister Xiaodao, may I leave?" Su Sanshi said with a bitter smile. After enduring several days of intense suffering, he had finally managed to pull through. However, both his mental and physical states were severely depleted. All he longed for now was to return to his dormitory and sleep deeply. Ma Xiaodao nodded and replied, "All right, you may go." Su Sanshi cast a glance at Hu Yuho and Wang Dong, conveying a silent message of good luck before turning to leave. His lack of camaraderie elicited a sense of unease in both Hu Yuho and Wang Dong. What could Ma Xiaodao want with them? Ma Xiaodao said coolly, "You two follow me. Junior sister, you should head back first," she added. Just as Xiao Xiao was about to protest, Hu Yuho immediately shook his head, signaling her to leave and assuring her that they would be fine. It was apparent that Ma Xiaodao had ulterior motives, and he preferred not to involve Xiao Xiao in this matter. Besides, they were within the academy, and both Hu Yuho and Wang Dong believed Ma Xiaodao wouldn't cause them harm. Reluctantly, Xiao Xiao departed, while Hu Yuho and Wang Dong followed Ma Xiaodao along the lakeside path. After walking for a while, they arrived at the very lakeshore where they had been ambushed previously. Ma Xiaodao halted before the sea god lake, and Hu Yuho and Wang Dong maintained a noticeable distance from her. Wang Dong wore a wary expression, and Hu Yuho felt a flutter of anxiety in his heart. "Senior Ma, what brings you to summon us?" Hu Yuho inquired cautiously. Ma Xiaodao turned her back to them and said, "I know you must recognize me. Yes, I am the student who nearly harmed you when I fled the inner courtyard. I have my reasons. Here, I would like to apologize to both of you." Wang Dong scoffed, thinking to himself, is this what an apology looks like? There is absolutely no sincerity. After exchanging glances, Hu Yuhao and Wang Dong spoke. "Sister Ma, the past is behind us, and the academy has offered us compensation." Ma Xiaodao abruptly turned around, her pink eyes deepening in hue, an unspoken pressure suddenly enveloping Hu Yuhao and Wang Dong. "However, for me, this matter has not yet been resolved," Ma Xiaodao said in a somber tone. "On that day, there should have been an ice element soul master who intervened on my behalf, which is why you were not harmed. This individual holds great significance for me. Reveal everything you know, or state who among you is their protector. I must find him." Wang Dong, somewhat bewildered, replied, "Sister Ma, I do not comprehend what you mean. When you lunged towards us that day, the intense heat emanating from you caused us to lose consciousness, and we have no recollection of what transpired afterward. As for any ice element soul master, we are utterly in the dark." Hu Yuhao nodded repeatedly, for he could not possibly divulge the secret of the heavenly dream ice worm. Ma Xiaodao observed the expressions of the two, sensing no deceit, and a flicker of hesitation crossed her eyes. The reason she sought out Hu Yuhao and Wang Dong was that, after returning that day, she suddenly recalled why these 2 students appeared familiar. She had seen their profiles in the inner courtyard. Over the past 3 months, she had made considerable progress in her cultivation, aided by the chilling energy left within her by the heavenly dream ice worm, which had subdued her malevolent fire. However, with the disappearance of that chill, she had no choice but to seek out Su Sanshi once more. Yet, she discovered that while Su Sanchi's Xianming turtle martial soul was indeed a top-tier beast martial soul, it possessed a water attribute rather than an ice attribute, which rendered it increasingly ineffective in assisting her. Without the ability to suppress the malevolent fire, she was compelled to halt her cultivation, and the threat of an explosive outburst of that fire loomed, threatening to rob her of her senses. After much contemplation, she resolved to approach Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong if she could locate the individual who had once used ice attributes to halt her plight. Her troubles would soon be resolved. Are you truly unaware? Ma Xiaodao inquired with a grave tone. Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong shook their heads in unison. Ma Xiaodao's expression suddenly shifted, and with a chilling tone, she declared, "Then do not hold me accountable for my actions. Unbeknownst to you, if that is the case, I shall compel him to reveal himself." As she spoke, a fierce wave of heat erupted forth, and crimson flames burst from Ma Xiaodao's being as if a volcano had unleashed its fury. When Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong were summoned by Ma Xiaodao, an unsettling feeling had already taken root within them. Consequently, both remained on high alert, especially after their previous misfortunes. As soon as Ma Xiaodao made her move, they instinctively reacted. They could not afford to remain passive. The wings of the goddess of light, Dai, erupted from behind Wang Dong, unfurling to reveal intricate patterns of golden light. In that instant, the blade-like wings were unleashed with precision. The spiritual detection and soul impact of Hui Yuhao were unleashed simultaneously. Despite the mere passage of 3 months, both Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong had made considerable advancements in their cultivation, and their cooperation had grown remarkably harmonious. In a sudden burst of energy, Wang Dong, grasping Hui Yuhao from behind, soared into the air, swiftly retreating. Ma Xiaodao, evidently complacent, had underestimated them. With her one-ring and two-ring capabilities, it was implausible for her to take them seriously. As soon as her martial soul was released, the resplendent crimson feathers enveloped her body, and Wang Dong had already lifted Hui Yuhao into the air, drifting backward. In the next moment, Ma Xiaodao caught sight of Hui Yuhao's eyes, shimmering with a violet light. At that instant, she felt as though his gaze pierced her like 2 sharp needles, prompting her to instinctively shut her eyes, her mind momentarily engulfed in dizziness. Following the advancement of his purple extreme demon eye, the potency of Hui Yuhao's soul impact had intensified, affecting even Ma Xiaodao, who possessed 6 rings. Rather than rendering her immune, though it was but a fleeting moment, Wang Dong had already led Hui Yuhao out of the forest, returning to the lakeside path. Upon reaching the academic building, Hui Yuhao shouted vigorously, simultaneously extending both hands towards Ma Xiaodao. Blades of icy light flashed forth, hurtling toward her. These were the concealed weapons bestowed upon him by Tang Ye. The simplest yet swiftest flicking technique produced a piercing sound as the projectiles cut through the air. Concurrently, the golden patterns on Wang Dong's wings expelled a fierce gust of wind, propelling him rapidly away. Ma Xiaodao, unwilling to allow the two to escape, disregarded Hui Yuhao's concealed weapons. With a swift motion, she pursued them, her massive fiery wings unfurling behind her. Every metallic projectile that approached her was instantaneously melted, transforming into droplets of liquid that fell to the ground. The terrifying heat enveloped Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong like a colossal hand from behind. Hui Yuhao's spiritual detection was a formidable skill that could almost alter the outcome of battles among peers. However, it appeared rather insubstantial when faced with an opponent of Ma Xiaodao's caliber. What use was accurate judgment when it could not provide any defense? Wang Dong was exerting himself to the utmost in flight, yet the searing heat behind them swiftly engulfed their bodies in an instant. From an aerial perspective, one could observe Ma Xiaodao swiftly closing the distance to catch up with Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong. Her immense fiery wings expanded dramatically and then converged violently, enveloping both Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong, causing them to vanish entirely. With one hand grasping each of their collars, Ma Xiaodao's terrifying soul power rendered the two utterly defenseless. Wang Dong and Hui Yuhao were astonished to find themselves surrounded by a sea of crimson, completely severed from the outside world. They were even unable to utter a word. Ma Xiaodao's expression was grim as she quietly awaited their response. A full half-minute passed before her brow furrowed in contemplation. Was the previous encounter merely a coincidence? Her sole purpose in confronting Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong was to compel the Ice Attribute Soul Master who had once subdued her to appear. Yet, contrary to her expectations, from an outside perspective, she had completely consumed both Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong, yet that Soul Master remained absent. As the flames receded, the surrounding redness dissipated, and Ma Xiaodao returned to her normal state. She released her grip, pushing Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong away. Both stumbled and fell to the ground. Ma Xiaodao said coolly, "Since this does not concern you, let it be. I understand your discontent. If you are dissatisfied, then dedicate yourselves to training. Should you one day gain entry to the Inner Academy, I shall grant you the opportunity to challenge me. With that, she disregarded the indignant expressions of Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong and floated away with an air of disdain. That lunatic! Wang Dong exclaimed in fury. Hui Yuhao rose from the ground and then helped Wang Dong up. All right, you might as well return to your cultivation, he scolded her with some force. She wasn't entirely wrong. After all, who could deny that their strength paled in comparison to hers? Let us head back. Hui Yuhao had witnessed the entire scene when Ma Xiaodao was repelled by the heavenly dream eye silkworm's single gesture, which led him to vaguely surmise Ma Xiaodao's intentions. In her lucid state, Ma Xiaodao had little chance of attacking them within the academy. Her goal was merely to provoke the heavenly dream eye silkworm. However, Hui Yuhao had already discerned her purpose. Even if he had not, the heavenly dream eye silkworm could not emerge. It was enjoying a deep slumber and had previously stated it would not be able to manifest and assist Hui Yuhao within a year. The following morning, when Xiao Xiao spotted Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong, a hint of surprise crossed her delicate face. What happened to you two? You both look so glum. That senior sister from the Inner Academy didn't give you any trouble, did she? Wang Dong quickly interjected, of course not. She just came to ask us a few questions. Come on, let us head to the assessment. He certainly did not wish to reveal such an embarrassing incident. Due to their outstanding performance in the previous 5 rounds, they remained in Area 33. After a redraw for grouping, they faced a new set of 5 freshmen for the continued assessment. These newcomers would not be the top contenders from other areas, ensuring that their upcoming 5 rounds of matches would not present them with the most formidable opponents. However, compared to the earlier rounds, the challenges might not be so easily overcome. Teacher Wang Yin cast a meaningful glance at Hui Yuhao and his companions before announcing, "All right, everyone is here." Given that Hui Yuhao's team achieved the best results in the previous 5 rounds, they will serve as the seed team for this area. According to the competition order, they will be the first to compete. In the first match of the 6th round in Area 33, Hui Yuhao's team from Class 1 would face the team led by Huang Chutian from Class 7. As both teams entered the arena, Hui Yuhao and his friends were taken aback to discover that among the opposing team, there were 2 identical female students. The girls sported long blue hair, their delicate faces flushed with youthful charm, appearing slightly younger than the trio. Twins. At the forefront of the opposing team stood a tall and robust male student. Clearly Huang Chutian, the leader of their small team. I am Huang Chutian. To my left is Lan Susu, and to my right is Lan Luoluo. Please enlighten us. Hui Yuhao replied, I am Hui Yuhao, and these are Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao. Please guide us. Both teams took their positions. Hui Yuhao's side maintained their original formation, Wang Dong in front, Xiao Xiao in the center, and Hui Yuhao in the back corner. On the opposing side, Huang Chutian stood at the forefront, flanked by Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo behind him. Each team could have at most one assault-type battle soul master. And it was evident that these twin girls were unlikely to fit that category. They were more likely to be support-type or, like Hui Yuhao's team, control-type. Assessment begins, Teacher Wang Yin declared sternly. Both teams swiftly unleashed their battle souls, and with a roar, Huang Chutian pounded his fist against his chest with great force. He was undoubtedly less than 12 years old, yet stood over 1.5 meters tall. Upon releasing his martial spirit, his stature instantly surged to approximately 1.8 meters, with robust muscles bursting through his school uniform, exposing skin that transformed into a dark iron hue. His eyes shifted from their original black to a striking yellow, and prominent canine teeth protruded slightly from his thickened lips. His limbs were extraordinarily muscular, each muscle resembling iron in its formidable strength. 2 yellow spirit rings simultaneously emerged from beneath his feet, revealing him to be a formidable assault-type soul master of over level 20. Behind Huang Chutian, the twin girls simultaneously unleashed their martial spirits, which astonishingly were their own hair. Lan Luoluo and Lan Susu each manifested 2 yellow spirit rings beneath their feet as well. With a swift toss of their heads, their long blue hair surged into the air, rapidly unfurling into strands that extended over 10 meters, floating gracefully without descending. Chapter 19. The Martial Spirit Fusion Technique. Heavenly Net and Earthly Web. This was a team composed entirely of students above level 20. How had they not secured first place in their original region? This was the first newly formed team comprised entirely of 2 ring soul masters that Hui Yuhao and his companions had encountered. Indeed, the trio of Huang Chutian was formidable. However, they faced adversaries that countered their abilities perfectly, resulting in a record of 4 victories and 1 defeat. placing them second in their region. Meanwhile, Wang Dong soared into the air at the first opportunity, his wings unfurling. The resplendent light of the goddess butterfly captivated Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo. Their gazes filled with starlight as they beheld him. Huang Chutian let out a low growl and charged towards Wang Dong, his footsteps resonating with a thunderous sound against the ground. As he approached within 3 meters of Wang Dong, he leaped, fists aimed directly at him. Wang Dong folded his wings behind him, bracing for the impact. With a resounding crash, he was forcefully knocked from the air, landing and staggering back several steps before regaining his balance. Huang Chutian, upon landing, immediately leaped again, pursuing Wang Dong. At that moment, a dark, massive cauldron silently appeared at the apex of Huang Chutian's ascent, as if he had inadvertently collided with it. Huang Chutian paused momentarily, realizing there was no leverage in the air to redirect his jump, and reluctantly aimed his fist toward the black cauldron instead. Strangely, as he altered his trajectory, the cauldron retreated 30 centimeters, perfectly evading his fist before surging forward again. Huang Chutian, undeterred, thrust his head forward, bravely attempting to collide with the 3-life soul-calming cauldron. The impact sent him hurtling backward, while the cauldron descended, landing directly in front of Wang Dong. At this juncture, Xiao Xiao finally made her move in the freshman assessment. Wang Yin, who was overseeing the competition, was instantly captivated. He could undoubtedly discern the extraordinary nature of Xiao Xiao's martial spirit. What piqued his interest even more was her impeccable timing. Wang Dong turned to Xiao Xiao with a smile, saying, "I merely wish to test his strength. This fellow's martial spirit must be that of the mighty iron-boned ape, which explains his tremendous power. Watch closely." As he spoke, he leapt into the air once more, his toes lightly tapping on the Sanxing Town soul cauldron before him, causing his first soul ring to illuminate. "Huang Chutian, let us see if your iron skin can withstand my winged guillotine." With wings unfurled, he charged towards his opponent. Simultaneously, on the other side, Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo withdrew their gaze from him, turning to face each other instead, their 4 hands intertwining. An even more potent surge of soul energy erupted from them. The long strands of blue hair that had previously cascaded down suddenly soared, forming a vast net in midair, aimed directly at Wang Dong. Utilizing a net to ensnare a butterfly was undoubtedly the most effective strategy. This hair net represented the identical first soul technique of the twin sisters, with their synchronized abilities and mental connection as the blue net descended upon Wang Dong. It appeared devoid of any flaws or vulnerabilities in the perception of Hui Yuhao's spiritual detection. Huang Chutian quickly retreated, stepping into the midst of the hairnet, yet miraculously, the blue strands seemed to possess a will of their own, gracefully parting to avoid his body. Hui Yuhao's greatest fears had indeed materialized. His opponent was a formidable combination of one powerful attacker and 2 controllers. Moreover, the 2 control-type soul masters on the opposing side were twins, their synergy heightened by their inherent connection. At this moment, Wang Dong's powerful winged scythe revealed its formidable might. Although the net cast by his adversary was intended to counter his butterfly martial spirit, the dual scythes, wielded with precision, unleashed a tremendous destructive force. 2 colossal blue-golden blades danced in a sweeping motion, cleaving a gap in the net, and, guided by Hui Yuhao's shared mental detection, plunged directly toward Huang Chutian. Huang Chutian and the Blue Sisters were taken aback. They had not anticipated the sheer ferocity of Wang Dong's divine butterfly. They were equally perplexed as to how, despite the visual obstruction of the net, Wang Dong could accurately locate Huang Chutian's position. With a thunderous roar, Huang Chutian activated his first soul ring, and his fists abruptly swelled to twice their size, gleaming with a brilliant metallic sheen as he charged toward Wang Dong's sides. Simultaneously, the Blue Sisters unleashed their net from behind in an attempt to ensnare him. When the winged scythe met the iron fists, a resounding clash echoed like metal striking metal, and it was Huang Chutian who was forced to retreat, stumbling back 5 or 6 steps. His fists were bloodied, each bearing a gash from the sides. Shock coursed through him. His powerful Hercules ape martial spirit, known for its impenetrable skin and immense strength, could not withstand Wang Dong's blades. It was not a matter of strength, but rather the terrifying sharpness contained within those scythes. Had he not retreated, his fist would have suffered grievous injury. With Huang Chutian pushed back, Wang Dong's momentum surged. Both wings flapped simultaneously, twisting and spinning like a top, shredding the approaching net into tatters. Yet it could not hinder his advance. Under Hui Yuhao's mental guidance, Xiao Xiao sensed Wang Dong's predicament and thus refrained from further actions after her initial strike with the 3-life soul-settling cauldron. Huang Chutian, filled with fury, raised his hands high above his head, and his second soul ring began to glow. A dense yellow aura enveloped him, causing his arms to swell with formidable muscle. Harboring explosive power, the yellow light coalesced around his fist before he unleashed a powerful battle cry. With a mighty swing, he hurled a solid yellow energy sphere toward Wang Dong, hurtling through the air with relentless speed. The luminous orb surprisingly possesses a locking effect as Wang Dong, despite executing 3 consecutive evasive maneuvers, finds himself unable to escape its grasp, just as he prepares to withstand the impending blow with his winged blade. A subtle smile unexpectedly graces his face. He abandons the notion of a steadfast defense against the approaching power hammer, opting instead to tumble downward, simultaneously shredding the hairnet as he makes a beeline for Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo. The Sanxingzhen Hunding quietly materializes behind Wang Dong, colliding fiercely with the power hammer. In the fleeting moment before their clash, a layer of black radiance emanates from the Sanxingzhen Hunding, resonating through the air with a deafening roar. Upon impact, the power hammer is significantly weakened by the black halo before striking the Sanxingzhen Hunding. Although the hammer's explosive force propels the artifact backward, Huang Chutian's strike is ultimately mitigated. Meanwhile, the Lan sisters find themselves facing the full brunt of Wang Dong's assault. Clearly underestimating their adversaries, Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo, despite Huang Chutian and Wang Dong being at a disadvantage, have failed to realize that they are not alone in this battle. As Wang Dong lunges towards them, it is too late for the sisters to employ their second soul skill, which requires a specific distance to unleash its maximum potential. Exchanging resolute glances, determination ignites in their eyes. The soul rings adorning their bodies mysteriously vanish, and as they release each other's hands, they embrace in the midst of combat. Wang Dong is momentarily taken aback. What are they up to? The next instant, the sisters provide him with an answer as an immense wave of soul power, far surpassing their previous display, erupts forth. At the moment of their embrace, a deep blue halo simultaneously radiates from their forms, enveloping them in a shroud that obscures their figures. Concurrently, their long hair rises, transforming into a translucent blue, each strand remaining delicate yet, as it descends upon Wang Dong, it conveys an entirely different sensation. The winged blade strikes the hair net directly, yet it does not shatter as it did before. Wang Dong feels as though he has collided with an elastic and resilient web, tightening around him regardless of his struggles. Just as this vast net envelopes him, Hui Yuhao's mental detection share inexplicably vanishes. Hui Yuhao did not cease the release of his abilities. The answer is, of course, in the negative. This is due to the overwhelming soul skill faced by Wang Dong, which was so formidable that the immense fluctuations of soul power effectively obscured Hui Yuhao's mental perception. After all, he was merely a first-ring soul master. In an instant, Wang Dong was ensnared like a zongzi, surrounded by shimmering blue strands. These cascading blue filaments did not relent, but swiftly advanced towards Xiao Xiao and Hui Yuhao. Martial soul fusion skill? Xiao Xiao exclaimed. And the Sanxingzhen Hunding sprang into action with full force, splitting into 3 and simultaneously striking at the vast net. A martial soul fusion skill is a technique executed by soul masters whose martial souls are extraordinarily compatible. The power of such a fusion skill far surpasses that of any soul skill of the same rank, existing on a fundamentally different level. Moreover, only a select few soul masters are capable of achieving this, making it a rare phenomenon. Among Huang Chutian's team, he undoubtedly possessed the strongest individual strength. Yet the true ace lay in the fusion skill of the Lan sisters. Throughout the previous assessments, they had remained patient, refraining from using their fusion skill even after losing a match. However, today marked the first of the final 5 rounds, and they could no longer afford to lose. Just as Hui Yuhao's team was a seed team of Class 1, Huang Chutian and the Lan sisters served as the seed team of the newly formed Class 7, tasked with breaking into the top 3. Thus, after a brief moment of contemplation, Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo embraced each other and unleashed their martial soul fusion skill. The Celestial Net. It was said that even a second-ring Great Soul Master, or even a third-ring Soul Venerable, would find it impossible to escape from the Celestial Net alone. The 3 black cauldrons were instantly engulfed by the Celestial Net, and with a fierce cry from Xiao Xiao, 3 resounding booms echoed within the net. Remarkably, the Celestial Net was slightly disrupted, as it was the same technique that had previously thwarted Huang Chutian's abilities. And it was the first soul skill of Xiao Xiao's Sanxingzhen Hunding, the Shock of the Cauldron. Unlike its earlier singular execution, This time the shock of the cauldron was unleashed in unison by all three cauldrons, maximizing its power. The secret of Xiao Xiao's Sanshengzhen Hunding lies in its unparalleled defense when united, and its formidable offense and soul skill potency when separated. However, the celestial net was a martial soul fusion skill. Although the shock of the cauldron, launched with all her might, was powerful, it still paled in comparison to the celestial net. After a brief disarray, the celestial net surged forward once more, looming ominously before Xiao Xiao. In that critical moment, Hui Yuhao suddenly shouted, "Wang Dong!" The celestial net, which had almost reached Xiao Xiao, seemed to be momentarily halted by Hui Yuhao's voice, and deep within the net, a brilliant blue-golden light flared to life. Hui Yuhao's mental detection sharing remained perpetually active. Although the circumstances within the heavenly web were obscured, Xiao Xiao continued to perceive the amplification brought about by this mental communion. Just as Hui Yuhao let out a resounding shout, she was suddenly struck with astonishment, realizing that the originally expansive mental detection sharing had abruptly converged towards the center, transforming instantaneously into a narrow beam of detection that pierced directly into the core of the heavenly web. Moreover, Hui Yuhao's soul power fluctuations seemed to be rising rapidly, intertwined with an enigmatic force that she could not comprehend. In the next moment, Xiao Xiao felt as though something had swept past the side of her head, leaving her with an overwhelming dizziness. Shortly thereafter, the vast and imposing heavenly web began to collapse, receding like the tide. With a thud, Wang Dong fell to the ground, gasping for breath, clearly having undergone severe exhaustion. The Lan sisters, however, were in an even more dire state, having both succumbed to unconsciousness. Hui Yuhao's complexion appeared exceedingly pale, to the extent that even the shared mental detection could no longer be sustained. Although he did not gasp for breath like Wang Dong, his chest rose and fell with increasing intensity. On the sidelines, Wang Yan's eyes widened in disbelief as he witnessed the unfolding scene. When the Lan sisters unleashed their martial soul fusion technique, the celestial web, his gaze had already been filled with astonishment. He had initially believed that Hui Yuhao and his team were destined to lose, yet he never anticipated such a dramatic turn of events. Just as the celestial web seemed poised to secure victory, Hui Yuhao's team remarkably reversed the situation. What frustrated Wang Yan the most was his inability to discern how Hui Yuhao's team had executed their strategy. Particularly perplexing was Hui Yuhao himself. From Hui Yuhao's pallid complexion and his earlier shout, it was evident that he had indeed made a decisive move. It was highly probable that the dismantling of the celestial web was the result of his full exertion. However, how exactly had he executed this maneuver? And how had he breached the martial soul fusion technique? Wang Yan could not fathom it. The battle was far from over. Despite Huang Chutian's astonishment at witnessing the Lan sisters' collapse and the celestial web failing to subdue their foes, he quickly regained his composure. With a low growl, he lunged toward the nearest target, Wang Dong. In his view, it must have been Wang Dong who had disrupted the martial soul fusion technique. Hui Yuhao, possessing merely a 10-year soul ring, would attract no attention in any circumstance. At this moment, Wang Dong was nearing the limits of his strength. As Huang Chutian charged towards him, he barely managed to flap his wings and retreat swiftly, simultaneously calling out, "Xiao Xiao, it's your time to shine now." "Leave it to me," Xiao Xiao replied with a hum. The three-life soul calming cauldron reformed after the dispersal of the celestial web. Although she lacked Hui Yuhao's mental detection support, the large target that was Huang Chutian was easily within her sight. The cauldron positioned itself horizontally, blocking Huang Chutian's path. Meanwhile, Hui Yuhao had seated himself on the ground in a meditative posture, striving to restore his mental strength. The previous exertion had indeed drained him considerably. Fortunately, he was no longer the novice he had once been, possessing only the 11th or 12th rank. His purple extreme demon eyes had undergone a qualitative leap, preventing him from exhausting all his mental energy. Nevertheless, the instantaneous output had left him feeling dizzy, rendering him unable to maintain both mental detection and mental sharing simultaneously. He needed to recuperate. Could Hui Yuhao, with his limited abilities, truly dismantle a martial soul fusion technique? That was, of course, inconceivable. He was merely at the first ring. Although the million-year soul ring was formidable, he was still far from harnessing the true power of the million-year Dream Eye Silkworm soul ring. The breach of the celestial web was a culmination of various factors, with Hui Yuhao playing a crucial role in the process. He shouted, "Wang Dong," and Wang Dong instantly understood, activating his second soul skill as the celestial web constricted around them. Yet, this second soul skill could still not break the martial soul fusion technique. However, one must not overlook that Wang Dong's second soul skill is derived from a millennium soul ring, wielding an equally formidable power. While it may not be capable of breaching the heavenly locking net, it nonetheless caused a rapid depletion of soul power in the twin sisters. Subsequently, Hui Yuhao's assault commenced. His mental probing was obstructed by the heavenly locking net, yet he concentrated his mental detection in a singular direction. A potent wave of spiritual energy pierced through the encirclement, successfully completing the probe, albeit in a unidirectional manner. Upon locating the Lan sisters, he unleashed a soul shock, amplified by the purple extreme demon eye, with all his might. This was the decisive strike that caused Xiao Xiao to experience a momentary dizziness in her mind. Ultimately, Hui Yuhao's all-out effort proved successful. The weapon spirit fusion technique of the Lan sisters was indeed powerful, yet it was not without its flaws. The most significant drawback was that, given their current cultivation levels, executing the fusion technique was exceedingly taxing and could not be sustained for long. Under the comprehensive depletion inflicted by Wang Dong, Hui Yuhao's soul shock collided fiercely with their bodies, overwhelming spiritual waves shattering their skill, and the formidable backlash from the weapon spirit fusion technique rendered them unconscious. Nonetheless, the Lan sisters, through their combined strength, had nearly incapacitated both Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong, illuminating the might of the weapon spirit fusion technique. Hui Yuhao appeared diminutive, yet he bore a million-year soul ring. Huang Chutian unleashed his fists with full force, striking the three-life soul calming cauldron with his first soul skill, the mighty Vajra fist. The clash between the black aura and his metallic fists sent the cauldron reeling 3 meters away, yet Huang Chutian remained steadfast, his body trembling violently. Xiao Xiao's cauldron shock produced a potent dizziness effect, capable not only of injuring foes through its tremor but also rendering all adversaries within a meter of the three-life soul-calming cauldron unconscious. As Huang Chutian succumbed to dizziness, Xiao Xiao let out a cold snort, swiftly gesturing with her hands, causing the three-life soul-calming cauldron to split into 3. Encircling Huang Chutian in the center. The dizziness was but temporary. Huang Chutian quickly regained his senses. This time, rather than immediately retaliating, he paused to assess the situation before him. His allies, the Lan sisters, were unconscious and devoid of combat capability, while the opposing Wang Dong and Hui Yuhao also appeared incapacitated, though they remained conscious, potentially capable of re-entering the fray at any moment. Only by achieving a swift resolution could there remain a glimmer of hope for victory in the assessment. With this thought in mind, Huang Chutian let out a mighty roar, his feet stomping down as his body propelled upward, fist clasped above his head. The radiance of his second soul ring illuminating the air as he activated the power hammer once more. Xiao Xiao, drawing her hands inward, commanded the 3 cauldrons to rise simultaneously, colliding inward. The might of the power hammer was extraordinary. She could not allow her opponent to unleash the attack. Yet, Huang Chutian, with a cunning smile, executed a sudden flip in midair, changing to an inverted position just before the cauldrons converged. With all his strength, he launched his clasped fists, sending forth a brilliant yellow light directly towards Xiao Xiao. The assault was imperative to counter. Huang Chutian was skeptical that Xiao Xiao would willingly engage in a mutually destructive confrontation. As long as she could control the 3 live soul-calming cauldron to assist her, he believed he had a chance to close the distance, thus creating an opportunity for victory. Indeed, Huang Chutian's calculations were astute. To resist his force hammer, Xiao Xiao needed to unify the 3 cauldrons. Should that occur, he would have ample time to approach. Regardless of whom he targeted among the trio, they would find it exceedingly difficult to fend him off. However, just as Huang Chutian was about to strike, he suddenly felt as though his vision had blurred. The force hammer was released, but inexplicably veered off course. The yellow orb hurtled away at an angle, accompanied by a thunderous explosion that shattered the partition used to demarcate the assessment area, leaving the nearby students in another zone astounded as they turned to witness the commotion. At that moment, the outcome between the teams of Hui Yuhao and Huang Chutian had already been determined. Xiao Xiao was prepared to counterattack with the unified cauldron. But just as the massive cauldron soared back a few meters, it abruptly swung around and collided forcefully with Huang Chutian. In that instant, Xiao Xiao's second soul ring shimmered, and under the enveloping black aura, Huang Chutian was sent flying out of the arena, only to be caught by Wang Yin, preventing him from being propelled even further. The black light swirled around him for over 3 seconds before Huang Chutian regained his ability to move. This was Xiao Xiao's second soul skill, the cauldron's rebound. Targeting a single adversary, it not only generates significant impact damage but also sends the opponent flying while inducing dizziness, effectively serving as a control skill. With these 2 skills, Xiao Xiao rightfully claimed her title as a control-type battle soul master. Of course, Xiao Xiao could not have anticipated that her opponent's attack would veer off course. She shifted from defense to offense because she had received renewed support from Hui Yuhao. Little did she know that in that split second, Hui Yuhao had unleashed 3 skills simultaneously, depleting his soul power entirely. Among these 3 skills, the first to be utilized in battle was the mental disruption, a wide area, all-encompassing technique. Compared to soul impact, the potency of mental disruption seemed significantly weaker. Yet it was crucial to remember that it was an area skill and acted with remarkable subtlety, often affecting the opponent without their awareness. Otherwise, how could Huang Chutian's clearly targeted force hammer have gone awry? Wang Yin declared, Hui Yuhao's team wins, as he spoke. He gently set the somewhat bewildered Huang Chutian down and walked with him to the side of the Lan sisters, using his soul power to aid in their revival. Upon regaining consciousness, the Lan sisters were besieged by excruciating headaches, as if thousands of needles were piercing their skulls. Hui Yuhao's soul impact has grown increasingly formidable, even affecting Ma Xiaodao, who possesses a 6th ring cultivation level, not to mention the others. Furthermore, the backlash from the martial soul fusion technique exacerbates the situation. It can be said that Huang Chutian's team has suffered significant losses in this battle. At the very least, Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo will undoubtedly be unable to restore their fighting capacity today. Moreover, they still face the daunting prospect of 4 additional matches ahead. The situation for Hui Yuhao and his companions is somewhat more favorable compared to their opponents. After all, they have secured a victory. And both Wang Dong and Hui Yuhao have only expended their soul power without sustaining any injuries. They are afforded at least 2 matches worth of respite. However, in the forthcoming assessments, Xiao Xiao is poised to unequivocally assume the role of a key player. Wang Dong, supporting the weakened Hui Yuhao, made his way to the sidelines, while Xiao Xiao followed closely behind, expressing her curiosity. Class leader, how did that strike go awry just now? Hui Yuhao smiled wryly and said, Let us not dwell on that for now. We must swiftly meditate to restore our soul power. We have already expended so much in this first match, and there are still 4 more to come. We can only pray that our opponents have suffered similar fatigue. With that, he promptly seated himself in a meditative position. Both Xiao Xiao and Wang Dong were filled with curiosity. However, unlike Xiao Xiao, Wang Dong pondered why the Blue Sisters' martial soul fusion technique had been so effortlessly neutralized. If their fusion technique could only sustain itself for such a brief period, was there any point in employing it at all? The answer was evidently negative. Yet, they had utilized it, only to see it dissipate swiftly under the release of his millennium soul skill, even causing them to faint simultaneously. What could account for this? Reflecting on Hui Yuhao's sudden exclamation, he could not shake the feeling that something was amiss, though he could not pinpoint precisely what it was. A total of 6 teams participated in the assessment. After Hui Yuhao's team concluded their match, the second round commenced immediately. The freshman assessment had now re-entered its latter stages, marking the crucial moment for score acquisition. Each victory increased the likelihood of remaining in the competition. Thus, all teams were now exerting themselves to the fullest. The earlier clash between Hui Yuhao's team and Huang Chutian's team had left the other 4 teams astounded, as they all recognized their own lack of such prowess and thus aimed to score as much as possible against the remaining teams. The first match, characterized by its near mutual destruction, had rendered the assessment increasingly intricate. Before long, all 3 matches of the first round concluded, just as Hui Yuhao had hoped. The other 4 teams had also suffered considerable depletion. After all, their exhaustion was not solely from today. The 4 consecutive matches from yesterday had taken quite a toll as well. They were still far from regaining their optimal state. As a seed team, Hui Yuhao's group was the first to compete once the second round began. This time, their opponents were 3 students from the 4th class of freshmen. After the introductions, both sides took their positions. Hui Yuhao's team exhibited a noticeable shift in formation. Xiao Xiao stood at the forefront, followed closely by Hui Yuhao, while Wang Dong, a formidable assault-type soul master, took his place at the rear. Before Wang Yin could signal the start of the match, Wang Dong had already plopped down onto the ground, unexpectedly meditating on the battlefield. This was a task entrusted to him by Hui Yuhao, to restore his previously expended soul power by any means necessary. Only when Wang Dong returned to his peak state could they hope for a flawless victory in the round-robin tournament. Xiao Xiao, give it your all, Hui Yuhao whispered. Rest assured, class leader. We will certainly succeed, she replied. As Wang Yin announced the commencement of the assessment, both sides unleashed their martial souls simultaneously. Through their previous observations, Huiyuhao and his companions discerned that their adversaries consisted of 3 agility-oriented soul masters, each specializing in speed. As soon as the command from Wang Yin resonated, the trio of agile soul masters unleashed their martial spirits and surged forth, dividing into 3 paths as they charged toward Xiao Xiao. Wang Dong, seated in meditation, observed this with keen awareness. As the most formidable assault-type soul master, he seemed to lack any combat capability at that moment. Such an opportunity was too precious for them to squander. Although they had previously expended considerable energy, they were determined to give their all from the outset. Standing at the sidelines, Wang Yan's gaze remained fixated on Huiyuhao, unwavering. He was convinced that without Huiyuhao's assistance, Xiao Xiao alone would stand no chance against the trio of opponents. These were indeed 3 agility-oriented soul masters. He must find a way to discern how Huiyuhao would engage and how his soul skills would be unleashed. Huiyuhao's eyes sparkled. The faint golden glow, though subtle, was unmistakably perceived by Wang Yin. For soul masters, it is commonplace for their eyes to change color when releasing their martial souls. Wang Yin also noticed the seemingly delicate white soul rings encircling Huiyuhao's feet, yet he remained unable to discern what Huiyuhao's martial soul was. At that moment, the 3 agile attack-type soul masters had already sprung into action. They approached from 3 different directions, each with varying speeds, creating a slight disparity. 2 advanced towards the front where Xiao Xiao stood, while 1 circled from the side, intending to launch a surprise attack on Huiyuhao from behind, their coordination remarkably seamless. Xiao Xiao's gaze remained fixed ahead, seemingly oblivious to their presence, as she raised her hands above her head, performing a gesture of support to the heavens. The 3-life soul-settling cauldron soared into the air, dividing into 3 as it simultaneously confronted the 3 opponents from different directions. A breathtaking spectacle unfolded. As without the need for direct eye contact, Xiao Xiao's divided cauldron effectively blocked the inevitable paths of the 3 agile attack-type soul masters. All 3 were at the pinnacle of the first ring, with soul power around level 19. Their full-force assault granted them remarkable speed, leaving them no time to alter their course, resulting in a forceful collision with the 3 great cauldrons. They lacked the formidable strength of Huang Chutian, who possessed the great strength divine ape martial soul. Upon colliding with the 3-life soul-settling cauldron, they were immediately dazed. Even more astonishing events were yet to unfold. 3 updates. I beseech for recommendation votes. Currently, the difference in recommendation votes is minimal. Brothers and sisters of the Tang Sect, let us surge forward. I believe we are the most cohesive and powerful collective. I implore you for recommendation votes and support. Tomorrow, we shall continue with 3 updates. Chapter 20, The Secret of the True Body Martial Soul. Due to the sudden and swift arrival of the 3-life soul-settling cauldron, the 3 agile attack-type soul masters had no time to activate their soul skills. To all spectators, it seemed remarkable that Xiao Xiao could multitask so effectively, making it improbable that she could control the divided martial soul to execute soul skills at the right moment, especially given the staggered speed of her opponents. Yet, Xiao Xiao astonished them all with a breathtaking display. 3 resounding booms echoed as the 3 cauldrons activated at different positions, coinciding perfectly with the moments of impact against the agile attack-type soul masters. As their bodies were propelled back, they were successively rendered unconscious. Lacking the robust physique of a strength-type soul master, their duration of disorientation was considerably longer than that of Huang Chutian. The 3-life soul-settling cauldrons surged forward once more, colliding with their bodies. Bang, bang, bang. 3 fronts met the enemy, 3 fronts triumphed. The 3 figures were simultaneously sent flying from the arena. 3 shadows of darkness rose anew, converging above Xiao Xiao's head, vanishing quietly as her martial soul was retracted. The arena fell into a profound silence, as this victory, led by Xiao Xiao, was even more astonishing than the last. The entire battle unfolding in less than half a minute. With sheer determination, she boldly confronted 3 agile opponents, preventing them from crossing even half the field. The battle unfolded from 3 directions, culminating in a comprehensive victory across the board. Wang Yin had witnessed all of Huiyuhao's team's previous assessments, and in his estimation, the strongest among the trio was undoubtedly Wang Dong, while the most enigmatic and composed was Huiyuhao. Although Xiao Xiao's martial soul appeared promising, it leaned more towards a hybrid of support and control, causing her to rank lower in his regard. Yet, in that very moment, Xiao Xiao showcased her prowess, demonstrating to Wang Yin that she held a pivotal position within this trio. He could hardly fathom that a mere 11-year-old girl could remain so calm on the battlefield, accurately discerning the entirety of her adversary's attack vectors and delivering decisive blows. Even a control-type soul master at the fourth ring might struggle to execute such fluid maneuvers and thwarting, controlling, and repelling foes. How did this young girl manage it? The other teams, initially believing they could exploit the exhaustion Hui Yuhao's team had suffered in the first match, swiftly abandoned that notion. Among these three, two possessed the strength to single-handedly challenge an entire team. They were formidable indeed. However, the Huang Chutian team, which boasted overall strength comparable to Hui Yuhao's, was less fortunate. Although the Lan sisters had awakened from their stupor, they were plagued by excruciating headaches and had depleted their soul power, rendering them unable to participate. Consequently, Huang Chutian was left to compete alone. He had already expended a significant amount of soul power and suffered injuries from Wang Dong's winged guillotine. Facing a 1-against-3 scenario, all the opponent's focus was directed solely at him. While Xiao Xiao had also faced a similar situation, the presence of Hui Yuhao behind her naturally distracted the adversary's attention. Thus, Huang Chutian faced a grim fate. After a valiant struggle in the second match, he was ultimately defeated, leading his team to a second loss. For Hui Yuhao and his companions, the remaining matches entered a beneficial cycle. No one wished to confront them head-on, opting instead to conserve their strength for battles against others. In the subsequent 3 matches, their victories were remarkably effortless, particularly in the fourth match, with Wang Dong's soul power fully restored. The mere presence of him and Xiao Xiao standing before Hui Yuhao prompted their opponents to concede symbolically. In the end, representing the new student class, Hui Yuhao's team achieved an impeccable record of 10 victories in the round-robin phase, securing the best performance in the region. Despite their earlier setbacks, the Huang Chutian team, with their formidable foundation, saw the Lan sisters regain some strength and return to the arena. Huang Chutian also showcased his impressive prowess. Against opponents who had already exhausted considerable energy in their previous matches, they ultimately secured victory in 3 consecutive battles, achieving 7 wins out of 10 and comfortably advancing into the top 64. With the round-robin phase completed, Wang Yin could no longer contain his excitement. Hui Yuhao, the 3 of you, please stay. The other teams may return to rest, but I wish to speak with you. Teacher Wang. Hui Yuhao approached Wang Yin, who nodded at him with a smile and remarked, "Congratulations on achieving an impeccable victory in the freshman assessment tournament. It is likely that no more than 10 teams can boast such a remarkable performance. You are indeed formidable. However, I have always been curious, Hui Yuhao, as the captain. What exactly is your martial soul? Although I cannot discern your contributions during the battles, I firmly believe that you are the very essence of this team. Am I mistaken?" Hui Yuhao paused for a moment, somewhat bashfully responding, "Teacher Wang, you flatter me. Our remarkable achievements are largely attributed to the formidable abilities of Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao. I am merely a supporting figure. As you can see, I possess only a single 10-year spirit ring." Wang Yin smiled slightly and replied, "There is no need for you to be so modest. If you lack sufficient strength, I find it hard to believe that such talented individuals as Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao would allow you to assume the role of captain. Moreover, I have looked into your performance over the past 3 months at the academy. Do you know how the members of your class refer to you?" Hui Yuhao was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head. Wang Yin remarked, "They all refer to you as Iron Rain Hao, for you possess an indomitable will. Although your innate talent is the weakest, your diligence is unparalleled, and you have become a paragon for the new class. However, I have yet to inquire about your martial soul, as I wish to witness it and your soul skills with my own eyes to validate my own abilities. Yet, the reality compels me to concede my defeat. Throughout our encounters, I have been unable to discern the nature of your martial soul, nor have I been able to grasp the essence of the soul skills you employ. Each match reveals the brilliance of your white 10-year soul ring. Yet I remain perplexed regarding the purpose of your soul skills. Could you enlighten me?" Hui Yuhao remarked, "Teacher Wang, my martial soul is the spirit eye, which belongs to the category of spiritual attribute martial souls. As for my soul skills, I would prefer to keep them under wraps for now, considering that we still have assessments to participate in." The nature of his martial soul was not an overly guarded secret within the academy. Many were already aware of it. If this esteemed teacher Wang truly wished to inquire, he would undoubtedly uncover the truth. So why be so reticent? However, when it came to his soul skills, he chose not to disclose them. "Spirit eye? Your martial soul is an eye?" Teacher Wang's reaction was far more pronounced than Hui Yuhao had anticipated. After listening to Hui Yuhao's explanation, he was nearly overwhelmed with excitement, his eyes alight with fervor as he gazed at Hui Yuhao. Hui Yuhao was taken aback. "Teacher Wang, what is the matter with you?" Wang Yin firmly grasped his shoulders and asked, "First, answer me. Is your martial soul related to your eyes?" Hui Yuhao nodded and replied, "Indeed." Wang Yin took a deep breath, His expression tense as he pressed further. Are you affiliated with the Body Sect? Hui Yuhao shook his head in confusion. The Body Sect? Teacher Wang. I have never heard of it. A wave of ecstasy blossomed in Wang Yan's eyes as he released Hui Yuhao's hands. This is wonderful. I never anticipated that Shrek Academy would stumble upon such a tremendous fortune. No wonder your single-decade spirit ring has such immense power. It turns out you possess a body martial soul. What a pity. If only you had arrived at the academy sooner. I would have made it my mission to secure for you a first spirit ring of extreme age. Observing Wang Yan's somewhat eccentric demeanor, Hui Yuhao could not help but glance towards Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao. Previously, he and Wang Dong had encountered the unreasonable evil fire phoenix, Ma Xiaotao. Just a couple of days ago, this teacher Wang had seemed perfectly normal. What had caused this sudden transformation? This reminded Hui Yuhao of what his esteemed teacher, Xiaoya, and his senior brother had mentioned. While the number of monstrous students at Shrek Academy had dwindled, the quantity of extraordinary teachers remained significant. Wang Yan took a deep breath, striving to calm the shock and joy within him. All right, Hui Yuhao, you should return to rest for now. I will seek you out again shortly. With that, he turned and hurried away. Watching his retreating figure, Xiao Xiao could not help but murmur, could it be that this teacher Wang is unwell? Hui Yuhao frowned and said, Please do not speak in such a manner, teacher. Wang Dong approached Hui Yuhao and remarked, He must have lost his composure due to your innate martial soul. I recall hearing at home that individuals possessing an innate martial soul are exceedingly rare, yet I have never heard of any sect dedicated to such souls. Hui Yuhao shook his head and smiled, saying, Never mind, I believe teacher Wang will seek me out again in the future, having achieved a remarkable victory. Don't you think we should celebrate? Allow me to treat you all to a delightful meal at the cafeteria. Xiao Xiao, brimming with anticipation, interjected, Let us skip the cafeteria. Class leader, I have yet to savor your grilled fish. Today, you must indulge this modest wish of mine, no matter what. Hui Yuhao chuckled, No problem. There's still plenty of time. Let us return to the dormitory for a brief respite. We shall meet at the entrance later this evening. Tomorrow should be relatively uneventful. They will surely allow us some time to recuperate before the elimination rounds commence. The three of them made their way back to the dormitory, with Xiao Xiao ascending the stairs. The girls' dormitory was, for the male students, an unequivocal forbidden zone. Hui Yuhao returned to the dormitory with Wang Dong. To his surprise, Wang Dong appeared to be troubled by something. What is the matter, Wang Dong? What are you pondering? Hui Yuhao inquired, observing him seated on the bed. Wang Dong pondered for a moment before replying, Yuhao, I have been reflecting on the course of our first match today. No matter how I think about it, something feels amiss. My Millennium Soul Ring skill, although immensely powerful, faced an opponent utilizing a martial soul fusion technique. At that moment, I sensed you consolidating the shared mental detection, penetrating the essence of their soul skills, yet it was not shared with me. Shortly thereafter, their soul skills disintegrated. What exactly did you do? As he spoke, he lifted his gaze, his eyes burning with intensity as they locked onto Hui Yuhao. A surge of apprehension coursed through Hui Yuhao's heart. He understood that evading Wang Dong would prove to be quite a challenge. Unlike teacher Wang Yan, Wang Dong shared the same dormitory with him and had trained alongside him for an extended period. He possessed an intimate understanding of Hui Yuhao's character. While fabricating a falsehood might allow him to momentarily escape scrutiny, it would inevitably leave Wang Dong harboring doubts. Thus, Hui Yuhao refrained from responding immediately, instead succumbing to a state of contemplation and hesitation. To speak the truth was utterly inconceivable. The mere existence of the million-year soul beast, the dream-ice silkworm, was overwhelmingly astonishing. It would undoubtedly wield an unimaginable impact on anyone. Disclosing the reality to Wang Dong might only bring him harm. Yet, what alternative was there to silence? Suddenly, the phrase innate martial soul flickered through Hui Yuhao's mind, igniting a spark of inspiration within him. He lifted his gaze once more, now imbued with a sense of gravity. Wang Dong had never witnessed Hui Yuhao in such a demeanor, and his eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, Could it be that you truly possess some hidden trump card? Hui Yuhao locked eyes with him, momentarily entranced by the sheer beauty of Wang Dong's gaze. Her long eyelashes arched gracefully, framing a pair of lustrous, dark eyes that revealed only the slightest hint of white at the edges. The curious glimmer in her eyes made them appear almost as if they were capable of conversing. Hui Yuhao inwardly sighed, realizing why those girls were so captivated by him. He truly possessed an admirable appearance. It may not be deemed a trump card, but rather a secret of his innate spirit. I only recently stumbled upon this revelation. Hui Yuhao remarked in a hushed tone. Wang Dong, taken aback, exclaimed, "The secret of your innate spirit?" Hui Yuhao nodded and remarked, "As you mentioned earlier upon your return, our innate martial souls are indeed quite rare. This notion holds true, and furthermore, our innate martial souls possess certain peculiar qualities. Since I began cultivating the Tang Sect's purple extreme demon eye, I have observed a peculiar transformation in my spiritual vision. When I employ my first soul skill, the mental detection, to focus on a specific direction, I can concentrate my mental energy into a singular point and unleash it, thereby creating a form of mental impact. I have experimented with some small creatures within the academy, and it proved to be effective. Today, under duress during battle, I decided to test it. I was surprised by the remarkable results. Perhaps, the fusion technique employed by Lan Susu and Lan Luolua was already a strenuous endeavor, compounded by the restraint of your millennium soul skill, which was ultimately overwhelmed by my mental impact spurred by the purple extreme demon eye, leading to their collapse. However, their unconsciousness should not concern me. Have you forgotten what our teacher mentioned during class? The consumption of a martial soul fusion technique is immense, and it typically results in a certain backlash. The more formidable the fusion technique, the more severe the backlash. Even the slightest backlash renders one exceedingly weakened. Given that they executed the martial soul fusion technique today, I surmise they will be unable to utilize it again for some time. Wang Dong's eyes widened in astonishment. Are you implying that your martial soul, under the influence of the purple extreme demon eye, is capable of directly launching a mental attack akin to a soul skill? Hui Yuhao raised his index finger before his lips, whispering, "Keep it down, lest others discover it. This is my greatest secret, which I have confided in you." In a certain sense, Hui Yuhao could not be deemed a liar. However, the truth was not entirely revealed. The existence of a million-year soul beast was simply too astonishing. Having found a suitable origin for his soul shock skill, Hui Yuhao felt a sense of relief. He understood that as he continued his studies at Shrek Academy, he would face a myriad of assessments. To confront these challenges, it was impossible for him to conceal the soul shock ability. Therefore, it was only a matter of time before he needed to provide an explanation. His recent assertion to Wang Dong seemed perfectly fitting in this regard. Wang Dong gazed at Hui Yuhao in astonishment, realizing that his primary martial soul was indeed formidable, capable of spontaneously evolving skills. Hui Yuhao scratched his head and remarked, "There is nothing particularly unusual about it. Your bright goddess butterfly possesses the innate ability to fly, does it not? Furthermore, its flight altitude can increase with your cultivation. Such an inherent capability should be considered a fundamental aspect of a martial soul." Wang Dong pondered for a moment before replying, "No, it is not quite the same. Indeed, the flight ability of my bright goddess butterfly is a manifestation of its martial soul instinct. However, your mental impact is different. It evolved only after coming into contact with the purple extreme demon eye. In other words, your spiritual eye, as a primary martial soul and a mutated one, possesses a certain inherent capacity for evolution that my bright goddess butterfly simply cannot match. Who knows, it may even develop new abilities in the future." Hui Yuhao chuckled softly and remarked, "It cannot precisely be classified as a skill. A more accurate description would be that my spiritual eye continually enhances my mental power. When I project my mental energy through the assistance of the purple extreme magic eye, it manifests in a certain application." Wang Dong nodded in understanding and replied, "Now that you mention it, I see the parallel. It's akin to how I refine or compress my soul power for offensive and defensive maneuvers. However, your mental power is formless and intangible, making it even more challenging to detect. I hadn't anticipated such a remarkable utility." With his doubts alleviated, a glimmer of relief shone in Wang Dong's striking eyes. Yet, his spirits soon soared once more. "Yuhao, that twin martial soul fusion technique is truly formidable. If we were both at the third ring, we would undoubtedly face certain defeat today. Although the martial soul fusion technique lacks longevity, its power is immense and explosive. It can be regarded as one of the most elite skills among soul masters, as their soul power continues to grow stronger, enabling them to sustain the fusion technique for longer durations. It will become exceedingly difficult for anyone of the same rank to compete. If only we could possess such a skill ourselves." Hui Yuhao chuckled softly. "Stop dreaming. Such good fortune is rare. I recall my teacher mentioning that for a martial soul fusion skill to manifest, there must be a profound compatibility between both parties' martial souls. It is, quite frankly, a 1 in 1,000 chance. If the martial souls of two individuals are indeed highly compatible, they will sense each other upon meeting. We have lived together for 3 months. Have you ever felt any sense of compatibility with me?" "I certainly have not." To his surprise, Wang Dong lowered her head as she listened to his words, seemingly deep in thought. and her face was slightly flushed. "What's wrong?" Hui Yuhao inquired, puzzled. Wang Dong appeared to have made a resolute decision, raising her head with a glint of something peculiar in her eyes as she gazed at Hui Yuhao. "Since you have shared the secrets of your primary martial soul with me, it would be ungracious of me to keep mine hidden," she said earnestly. "In truth, I have always concealed my abilities as well as my aura." "Ah?" This time, it was Hui Yuhao who was astonished. Wang Dong's prowess was evident. The might of her bright goddess butterfly martial soul had been thoroughly showcased during the freshman assessment. In 10 battles, she had used her second soul skill only once, and no one had witnessed its true form. Now she claimed to possess even greater hidden strength. How could this not astonish Hui Yuhao? Wang Dong continued. "Though you cannot perceive my aura, the moment I first experienced your mental probing and the shared assistance, I felt an undeniable closeness to your essence. The reason my aura remains concealed is due to another force within me that restrains it. Only when our bodies are in close contact can you truly sense my presence. Would you like to give it a try? Close contact? How do we do that?" Hui Yuhao asked, looking rather foolish. Wang Dong was momentarily speechless. "You silly fool. Can't you just give me a hug?" Hui Yuhao chuckled lightly and remarked, "Is that so? You could have simply stated it." As he spoke, he casually opened his arms and moved to embrace Wang Dong. However, Wang Dong appeared somewhat dazed. As Hui Yuhao drew nearer, he felt nothing of Hui Yuhao's nonchalance. Instead, his body instinctively tensed, rendering him in a peculiar state of rigidity. Hui Yuhao naturally embraced Wang Dong, perceiving a hug among friends as quite ordinary. However, as he truly held Wang Dong close, the sensation transformed unexpectedly. He suddenly recalled that this was indeed their first intimate contact, and memories of the time he had once seen Wang Dong's silhouette flooded back. Initially, he had assumed that, like himself, Wang Dong, being a soul master, would possess a robust physique through rigorous training. Yet, upon embracing him, the reality was starkly different. While Wang Dong's body exhibited a certain elasticity, it was surprisingly soft, evoking an almost boneless delicacy. Furthermore, a subtle fragrance enveloped him. Their heights were nearly equal, and as Hui Yuhao held Wang Dong, his face nestled against Wang Dong's neck. The smooth and supple sensation against his chin sent a gentle shiver through his spirit. Hui Yuhao felt an urge to exclaim, yet sensed a certain dissonance in doing so. Given his tender age, his understanding of certain matters remained rather superficial. He did not dwell on it too much, merely finding that holding Wang Dong was far more comfortable than he had anticipated. "How does it feel?" Wang Dong inquired, almost hesitantly. He did not reciprocate the embrace. Instead, he allowed Hui Yuhao to hold him. His sensations were markedly different. Hui Yuhao's physique was robust, exuding a potent masculinity, subtly tinged with the faint scent of youthful perspiration. This experience caused Wang Dong's exquisite visage to flush a deep crimson. "It feels quite pleasant, very comfortable," Hui Yuhao replied almost instinctively, echoing his inner thoughts. Wang Dong paused, his expression swiftly morphing into one of indignation. "Fool, is it my embrace you find comfortable? I meant for you to perceive the aura of my martial soul. I forgot. Let me hold you a moment longer. I shall try again." Hui Yuhao felt a rush of embarrassment, yet instinctively tightened his hold. Wang Dong, taken aback by his increased grip, involuntarily emitted a soft sound of protest, wishing to push him away. However, he ultimately restrained himself, his hands awkwardly clutching the sides of Hui Yuhao's garment at the waist, his lips pressed tightly together, presenting a countenance as if he had endured a great grievance. Hui Yuhao gradually gathered his soul power, attentively sensing the aura emanating from Wang Dong. However, as he embraced Wang Dong, his initial impression was that the fragrance was somewhat overwhelming. Wang Dong's body seemed to be tense yet remained remarkably supple. Gradually, Hui Yuhao began to perceive the fluctuations of Wang Dong's aura. It was a rich essence of light, warm and invigorating, gently stimulating the soul power within him to flow with a soothing rhythm. What astonished him even more was that amidst this radiant aura, there emerged a profound essence of life. Following this, there was an aura of substantial steadiness. The essence belonging to Wang Dong underwent 3 distinct transformations, each deepening Hui Yuhao's sense of familiarity. When he sensed the final shift in Wang Dong's internal aura, he discovered that his own soul power had begun to autonomously follow the trajectory of the Xiantian skills operation. This was truly remarkable. Hui Yuhao gradually widened his eyes, and Wang Dong, equally astonished, felt a gentle golden aura emanate from him as Hui Yuhao embraced him tightly. This faint golden hue transformed gradually into a blue-gold shade, eventually shifting into a dark golden tone. These color transitions mirrored the peculiar fluctuations Hui Yuhao sensed in the aura. Wang Dong, being more experienced than Hui Yuhao, observed him closely while Hui Yuhao merely absorbed the essence of his presence. He noticed that a radiant glow began to manifest from Hui Yuhao, initially presenting as a soft white aura, gentle, substantial, and imbued with a sense of vastness akin to the ocean. When their auras intertwined, Wang Dong felt an indescribable comfort, as if Hui Yuhao's essence embraced him with profound virtue. Soon after, Hui Yuhao's aura began to transform as well, the soft and substantial essence gradually adopting a cooler tone, a subtle chill emerging that was imbued with an eternal vitality, seamlessly merging with Wang Dong's life force. Although one emanated from the essence of nature and the other from the ancient frost's endless vitality, the shared resonance of their prolonged life forces allowed their energies to intertwine once more. Ultimately, as the aura surrounding Wang Dong shifted to a dark golden flow, Hui Yuhao's essence transitioned from the icy blue to a delicate shade of gray. This gray was faint yet astonishingly profound, surpassing even the dark golden aura enveloping Wang Dong. Indeed, Hui Yuhao's essence had undergone 3 transformations in succession, each perfectly harmonizing with Wang Dong's energy. Wang Dong gradually lifted his hands, clutching Hui Yuhao's clothing, and embraced him as well. In that moment, their minds became devoid of distractions, completely immersed in the exquisite sensation of their intertwined auras. The 3 distinct essences continued to fluctuate, and their soul power began to circulate, accelerating as time progressed, with the speed of their energy exchanges intensifying. Subtle hues of varying colors danced around their bodies, barely perceptible, yet they could distinctly sense each other's essences. At that moment, they were oblivious to the significance of this state, yet both felt a profound tranquility as they held each other, silently savoring the extraordinary and increasingly delightful sensations. Gradually, both Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong sensed that the boundaries of their bodies seemed to dissolve into one another, an ineffably beautiful experience. Their souls appeared to be ascending in unison. Just then, a refreshing presence emerged in Hui Yuhao's spiritual sea, accompanied by a voice he was intimately familiar with. Such good fortune? Could it be? The sudden sound startled Hui Yuhao, jolting him from that extraordinary sensation. Instinctively, he was about to release his grip. The voice hastily urged, "Hold on tight, you fool." Hui Yuhao tightened his arms instinctively, harboring an unwavering trust in the voice he recognized so well. It belonged to none other than the heavenly dream ice silkworm. Indeed, after months of slumber, the heavenly dream ice silkworm had awakened due to the embrace shared between Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong. However, it soon fell silent once more, only to resonate in Hui Yuhao's mind again after a brief pause. "From this moment forth, you shall heed my words. I never expected you to discover someone whose essence aligns so perfectly with yours in this world. It truly defies comprehension, almost a feat deemed impossible. Yet, you have achieved it. This presents a remarkable opportunity for you. Seize it, for it shall illuminate your future with boundless brilliance." Hui Yuhao subconsciously pondered, "Brother Tianming, what is going on between me and Wang Dong? What does it mean to have a breath that perfectly resonates with mine?" The Tianming iceworm replied, "To put it simply, your current relationship resembles that of a married couple among humans. One embodies the yin and the other the yang, though fundamentally distinct. These 2 energies represent the essence of yin and yang, and when they unite, they form a harmonious whole, inevitably unleashing tremendous power. It appears that human soul masters refer to this phenomenon as martial soul fusion. In essence, your martial soul aligns perfectly with that of the little one you are embracing. Moreover, martial soul fusion can occur in varying degrees. Typically, a compatibility of over 50% is required for fusion to be feasible. Yet, your fusion exhibits a perfect 100% compatibility, which is astonishingly complemented by the fact that you are experiencing a triple martial soul fusion. This is not merely a miracle. It is extraordinary. Triple martial soul fusion? Hui Yuhao exclaimed in disbelief. How is that possible? Wang Dong possesses only one martial soul, known as the goddess of light butterfly. I have merely 2 martial souls, and the nature of my second remains uncertain. The Tianming iceworm retorted with irritation. Would someone disclose the entirety of their martial souls? If I were in their position, I would remain silent as well. As for you, indeed, you initially possessed one martial soul, to which I granted you an ice martial soul, thus 2. However, do you recall that gray orb? That enigmatic entity, despite its current feebleness, has proven resistant to my attempts at consumption, and it has emerged as a peculiar martial soul. I cannot fathom its true nature. It seems unable to acquire a soul ring, yet its intrinsic spiritual power is so formidable that it instills fear even in me. The essence of this being eludes my understanding, and if it were to eventually become your martial soul, I can scarcely imagine the implications. Remarkably, this entity, which cannot even be accurately termed a martial soul, has fused with the little one you are holding. Is it any wonder that I am left so astounded? Hui Yuhao exclaimed in astonishment. So, does that mean Wang Dong also possesses the triple spirit soul? Chapter 21. The fusion of triple spirit souls. The Dream Eye Silkworm replied nonchalantly, Fool, of course. Have you not considered that even a twin spirit soul would not allow one to bear the immense pressure of a 1,000-year spirit ring at the mere level of 20? It is precisely because he possesses 3 spirit souls, each enhancing his constitution, that he is capable of wielding a 1,000-year spirit ring at such a tender age. The being you are holding, in terms of your human description, is akin to an extraordinarily rare genius, one that emerges only once in 10,000 years. Hui Yuhao was utterly astonished to discover that Wang Dong possessed 3 life spirits. It was no wonder he had previously claimed that, in a one-on-one confrontation, Xiao Xiao would not stand a chance against him. His unwavering confidence was remarkable. Despite being merely a two-ring spirit master, he had never shown admiration for anyone. Little did he know, his talent was of such an extraordinary caliber. Foolish boy, what is there to be surprised about? In a certain sense, you too possess 3 life spirits. Moreover, let us not forget that your first spirit ring is an unprecedented million-year spirit ring. I can assure you, there is no other million-year spirit beast to be found across the entire Dolua continent. Hence, while he is indeed a peerless genius, you are truly one of a kind. Have a little faith in yourself. Just as you possess this unparalleled wisdom spirit ring, you must take the initiative when merging your spirits. Relax your body. Leave everything to me. As he spoke, a refreshing aura swiftly emanated from Hui Yuhao's head, enveloping his entire being. Within that coolness, his perception of the surroundings heightened significantly. It was as if he had unleashed a mental probe, rendering everything in the room three-dimensional, accompanied by a spectrum of color shifts. Hui Yuhao finally discerned the changes in Wang Dong's colors. Gold, blue gold, and dark gold flickered in alternation. In contrast, his own colors were white, ice blue, and gray, constantly shifting. As the heavenly Dream Eye Silkworm had indicated, the compatibility of their spirits was remarkably high. Whenever Hui Yuhao's aura shifted to white, Wang Dong's transformed to gold. Then ice blue matched with blue gold, and gray with dark gold. The 3 pairs of colors harmoniously complemented one another. However, when the heavenly Dream Eye Silkworm began to act, Hui Yuhao's eyes subtly shifted to a pale ice blue, unlike the previous instance when it had assisted him against Ma Xiaodao's terrifying phoenix flames. This time, the heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm merely infused a trace of power into Hui Yuhao's mental sea, without directly controlling his body, but rather guiding the changes in his aura. Gradually, it became evident that Hui Yuhao's aura had quietly intensified. In this entirely involuntary spirit fusion process, a shift in one party's aura inevitably prompted a corresponding change in the other. Consequently, Wang Dong's aura also strengthened slightly. At that moment, a powerful wave of mental energy surged from Hui Yuhao, causing both him and Wang Dong to tremble, nearly fainting simultaneously. Their bodies collapsed onto Wang Dong's bed, adorned with a fur blanket. The mischievous chuckle of the heavenly Dream Eye Silkworm echoed. Now, let us see what happens next. In spirit fusion, there must be a distinction between primary and secondary. One should always seek to gain an advantage. Oh, this little fellow named Wang Dong, since that's the case, I shall take a little less advantage. Threads of ice blue began to emanate from the tips of Hui Yuhao's fingers, swiftly enveloping both his and Wang Dong's bodies. Upon closer examination, one might discern that these silk threads are entirely composed of soul power, and certainly not that of Hui Yuhao. Given his current cultivation level, he remains far from the ability to materialize soul power. Gradually, Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong, entwined in each other's embrace, morphed into a colossal cocoon. The heavenly Dream Eye Silkworm, akin to a silkworm, possesses the innate ability to spin a cocoon, a talent that is both natural and expected. The essence of Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong was swiftly concentrated within that azure cocoon, continually intertwining and transforming within their beings. The triumphant voice of the heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm resonated, proclaiming, "Success. Let them continue. A perfect fusion, 100%. 3 martial souls combined. I refuse to believe we cannot coax that timid gray turtle out of its shell. Come forth and engage in 300 rounds of battle with me." Humph. Within the dormitory, silence returned, save for the shimmering azure cocoon that radiated an enchanting glow. Outside the cocoon, no trace of soul power fluctuations could be sensed, while the two within slumbered deeply. As time trickled by, this day marked the sole occasion when Hui Yuhao refrained from selling grilled fish. Xiao Xiao waited for quite some time for their return, but, much like male students were prohibited from entering female dormitories, female students were equally barred from male dorms. Reluctantly, she eventually retreated to her own quarters to rest. Tangya, however, took Bei to the entrance of Shrek Academy, eager to savor Hui Yuhao's grilled fish. Although he did not arrive, they thought little of it, for they were aware of the rigorous assessment system for new students. Each year, the format varies, and this year was particularly formidable. They even inquired about Hui Yuhao and his companions' performances during the assessments. Given his absence from the stall, they naturally assumed he was fatigued from the trials and did not dwell on it, returning to their dormitories after a brief wait. Disappointment over missing the grilled fish was not theirs alone. Jiang Nanan had also arrived early to queue, only to leave empty-handed. Yet, unbeknownst to them, this day held immense significance for Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong. After 3 months as classmates, their relationship underwent a substantial transformation on this very day. At Sea God Lake, on the island at its heart, stood teacher Wang Yan, who had recently overseen the new student assessments. His demeanor was notably respectful as he stood before a disheveled elder seated not far from him. The elder's appearance was indeed quite dismal. His once pristine white robe had faded to a dingy brown, with several tears evident. His unkempt hair framed a face that bore the marks of time. Barefoot, his feet were submerged in the cool waters of Sea God Lake. In his right hand, he held a large gourd, deep crimson in hue, the material unknown, from which he occasionally took a hearty sip, releasing a rich aroma of alcohol. In his other hand, he clutched a roasted chicken, disregarding the grease as he indulged in a feast of meat and drink. This was Elder Xian, and despite the students being young and new, they were indeed worthy of attention. The disheveled elder, known as Xian Lao, turned his head to glance at Wang Yan after swallowing a morsel of chicken. Surprisingly, while he appeared quite aged in other aspects, his eyes were exceptionally bright, albeit a striking crimson, evoking an unsettling sensation. However, his gaze seemed somewhat scattered, tinged with a hint of confusion, as if he had not truly absorbed Wang Yan's words. The innate martial soul possesses some intrigue, Xian Lao muttered, his voice hoarse and aged. Wang Yan inquired, Elder Xian, does a hair martial soul qualify as an innate martial soul? Xian Lao replied while partaking in his meal. It's somewhat related. Wang Yan continued, in that case, the sisters Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo should capture your attention. These young ladies can perform martial soul fusion techniques. And if they are connected to innate martial souls, their potential for future development should be considerable. Xian Lao shook his head. Hair? No, that won't do. You claim to study theory, yet your understanding of innate martial souls is so lacking. Wang Yan chuckled ruefully, there simply aren't any subjects to study. The information regarding innate martial souls is exceedingly scarce. The innate sect has always remained reclusive. Xian Lao chuckled, rising to his feet, his damp soles pressing against the grass with an air of casual comfort. Allow me to impart a lesson, to discern the strength of an innate martial soul. One must consider the significance of this martial soul to the body. The more vital this aspect of the body is to the human form, the stronger the innate martial soul. Thus, what truly captivates me is that boy with the spiritual eyes. Hair can regrow, but what of the eyes? Moreover, his attribute is mental. This implies that his martial soul is essentially his eyes and mind. You are fortunate to have encountered such a premier innate martial soul within your lifetime. However, I believe his innate martial soul has not been fully awakened. Otherwise, how could he have fallen to the level of utilizing a decade-old soul ring? Inform Xiao Ning that I shall observe the new student assessment ranking competition. Have him reserve a spot for me. Understood. As night gradually descended, the icy blue glow in the dormitory of Wang Dong and Hui Yuhao continued to shimmer quietly. As evening transitioned into deep night, time slipped away unnoticed, and the auras surrounding Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong began to undergo subtle yet extraordinary transformations. Their respective auras entwined and fused further, with even their soul power beginning to flow into each other, creating a peculiar cycle that followed distinct paths as the colors of their auras changed. Typically, it would take at least 3 days and nights for others to enter a state of martial soul fusion. However, aided by the heavenly Dream Eye Silkworm, they were guided through the operational trajectories of their soul powers, significantly expediting the process. The night passed in silence, and as dawn approached, the icy blue cocoon gradually faded, revealing the situation within. Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong remained locked in a tight embrace, the shifting colors of their auras having faded away. Their faces were mere inches apart, the rhythm of their breaths audible as they both slumbered deeply. This marked the first occasion since Hui Yuhao's arrival at Shrek Academy that he had not risen early to cultivate, nor had he partaken in breakfast. Soon, the dormitory outside began to buzz with activity as other students emerged from their quarters, preoccupied with their morning routines. The commotion gradually penetrated the slumbering tranquility of the two. Wang Dong was the first to stir. With a soft, languid murmur, his voice carried a hint of delicate softness. As he slowly opened his eyes, he was met by the close visage of Hui Yuhao. Initially taken aback, he shifted slightly, only to realize that he was enveloped tightly in Hui Yuhao's arms. Their bodies pressed together, warmth radiating from Hui Yuhao's form. Wang Dong felt as though he had been asleep for an eternity, an experience unlike any he had known before. Amidst a mix of unusual emotions, a sense of panic began to rise within him. Hui Yuhao, wake up, he whispered gently, attempting to wriggle free from Hui Yuhao's grip around his waist. However, the prolonged position had rendered their bodies somewhat stiff. Even the effort to retract his own arms felt achingly heavy. Hui Yuhao finally emerged from his dreams, his gaze instantly landing on Wang Dong before him. The proximity was overwhelming, and only when Wang Dong deliberately leaned back did their noses cease to touch. Yet, with a mere blink from Wang Dong, Hui Yuhao felt as if her long eyelashes brushed against his face. Why are you so close? Hui Yuhao instinctively remarked, his words exhaling warmth onto Wang Dong's face. You. Wang Dong, filled with indignation, suddenly pulled his arms back, grasping Hui Yuhao's shoulders and tugging him backward. In the same motion, he lifted his soft, slender legs, inserting them between himself and Hui Yuhao to create some distance. As Hui Yuhao awakened, he instinctively released his embrace around Wang Dong, and with his long legs separating them, he finally emerged fully from the realm of dreams. However, in the next moment, Wang Dong jolted him into greater awareness. In their dormitory, both Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong occupied single beds. Wang Dong, with a sudden force, propelled his long legs, causing Hui Yuhao to tumble unceremoniously to the floor with a thud. Ouch, Wang Dong, what are you doing? Hui Yuhao exclaimed. Caught off guard and feeling the sting of impact, his face contorted with indignation. Wang Dong, slightly breathless, sat up in bed, adjusting his disheveled clothing, and retorted. What do you mean? What am I doing? Why were you sleeping in my bed last night? It was only then that Hui Yuhao realized he had been unceremoniously kicked off Wang Dong's bed. Struck momentarily speechless, he thought to himself, oh dear, Tian Shou. You have truly led me into peril. Are you not aware of his fastidiousness? How could I have possibly fallen asleep? Though these thoughts swirled in his mind, he protested aloud, this cannot entirely be my fault. After all, you had also fallen asleep. Wang Dong huffed in annoyance, ready to retort further when suddenly a piercing ring-on shattered the air, startling both of them. Class has begun. Oh no, we're late. Let us go. Hui Yuhao leaped to his feet and, grabbing Wang Dong, dashed out. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Wang Dong set aside his irritation and followed suit. Both of them had skipped breakfast and even neglected their morning routines, sprinting towards the classroom with utmost urgency. They were well aware of Zhou Yi's temperament. Arriving late to class was akin to courting disaster. Their appearance was rather disheveled. Wang Dong fared slightly better, having adjusted his clothes after kicking Hui Yuhao to the floor, while Hui Yuhao looked far more disarrayed, with half of his shirt tucked into his trousers and the other half flapping loose. His hair in disarray and 2 buttons of his shirt undone, revealing a glimpse of his bronzed chest. Nonetheless, neither of them could afford to dwell on their disheveled states. Their singular focus was to reach the classroom as swiftly as possible, hoping to avoid igniting Zhou Yi's wrath. They were already late. In a mere minute, they arrived at the entrance of Class 1 for freshmen. Reporting in, Hui Yuhao called out with vigor. Reporting in, Wang Dong's voice was considerably softer, almost lacking in strength. He cast a furtive glance at Hui Yuhao, his expression betraying a mixture of emotions. With a swift motion, he pinched Hui Yuhao's waist sharply. Hui Yuhao's expression suddenly changed, but as he stood at the classroom door, he noticed Zhou Yi approaching them. The scream that had nearly escaped his lips was forcefully swallowed back. The other students had already gathered, and upon seeing Hui Yuhao's disheveled appearance, a flicker of amusement danced in Zhou Yi's eyes. However, due to the torment of his back pain, Hui Yuhao, who usually possessed keen observational skills, failed to notice it. You two, what is going on? Come in here first, Zhou Yi beckoned to them. Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong hurriedly entered the classroom, with Wang Dong kindly closing the door behind them. Xiao Xiao had already arrived and, upon seeing the disheveled appearance of the two, could not help but widen her eyes in astonishment. She moved her lips towards them, yet no sound emerged. Her expression seemed to inquire, "Goodness, what on earth did you two do last night?" All eyes in the class were fixated on the pair, particularly on the disheveled class leader. Joey, with her usual icy tone, inquired, "My esteemed class leader, pray tell, what is going on with you two?" I apologize, Teacher Zhou, we overslept," Hui Yuhao replied, his face brimming with embarrassment. At this point, he could only concede to their mistake, accepting whatever punishment Zhou Yi deemed necessary. Who overslept? How is it even possible to sleep through? Zhou Yi quipped, breaking into a rare jest. Hui Yuhao was momentarily stunned, while Wang Dong beside him instantly flushed crimson. The reason was that he had been accurately called out. The class maintained a brief silence, which was soon shattered by a chorus of laughter that erupted after merely 3 seconds. Wang Dong hung his head, wishing desperately to find a crevice in the floor to hide in. The embarrassment was simply unbearable. It was only then that he noticed Hui Yuhao's disheveled appearance, and he felt an overwhelming urge to slap him for causing him such disgrace. This scoundrel had utterly humiliated him. Surprisingly, Zhou Yi also laughed, though her aged face appeared more grotesque in mirth than in sorrow. Yet, Hui Yuhao was certain that she was indeed laughing. Zhou Yi raised her hand, and her authority as a formidable teacher was unmistakable. The laughter promptly subsided. However, the amusement in the eyes of the new students was something even Teacher Zhou could not quell. "All right, return to your seats," Zhou Yi waved her hand, surprisingly exhibiting an unprecedented level of magnanimity towards the two. "What?" Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong instinctively lifted their heads, both believing they had misheard. Zhou Yi glared. "What? Did you sleep in too late to comprehend human speech?" Hui Yuhao finally comprehended the situation. He tugged at Wang Dong's sleeve, and the two of them returned to their seats, heads lowered in embarrassment under the teasing gazes of their peers. Fortunately, they were in a class of new students, all around 11 or 12 years old. The incident of who fell asleep on whom was merely amusing to them, devoid of any deeper implications. Had they been in a senior class of the outer academy, where a few overly enthusiastic girls might have spun their boy-on-boy slumber into a grand spectacle, the atmosphere would have undoubtedly been even more animated. Upon returning to the podium, Zhou Yi spoke in a measured tone. "After 3 days, the new student assessment has concluded. The final results were compiled last night." At her words, all the students in class 1 immediately perked up. Not every group possessed the same level of confidence in passing the assessment as Hui Yuhao and his companions. Today, Zhou Yi's weathered face bore a smile, a rare occurrence that suggested genuine satisfaction. "I must commend your efforts. You have brought honor to me. All the students in our class, all 22 groups, have successfully passed the new student assessment. I am filled with pride." The entire first class erupted in jubilation, cheers echoing throughout every corner of the room. This time, Zhou Yi did not quell their enthusiasm. Instead, she watched with a warm smile as the children celebrated. They truly deserved this moment of triumph. Last night, all the assessment instructors and the homeroom teachers from the 10 new student classes convened to finalize the results. Almost all the instructors noted that the students from Class 1 exhibited greater resilience compared to their peers from other classes. Throughout the intense competitive assessments, they demonstrated remarkable willpower and combativeness, frequently turning the tides in their favor. Notably, the students from Class 1 achieved victory in nearly all evenly matched contests. This marked the first time Zhou Yi received public acknowledgement from the academy since becoming a teacher at Shrek Academy. Initially, Class 1 had the fewest students, but after the round-robin matches, half of the new students were eliminated. Now, Class 1 emerged as the largest cohort among the 10 new classes. Regardless of Zhou Yi's usual stern demeanor, her spirits were high today, which was a significant reason why Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong were spared despite their tardiness. "All right, quiet down," Zhou Yi signaled after allowing the celebration to continue for a considerable while. "Passing the assessment ensures your place in the academy, at least until the end of the first year, but that is merely the beginning. Should your efforts wane in the future, I fear I may no longer see your faces in the second year. Moreover, passing the new student assessment is not an extraordinary achievement. Among your 22 groups, 14 have yet to complete their assessments. Since you have ranked among the top 64, you must now proceed to the subsequent elimination rounds. It is in these rounds that your true excellence will be demonstrated." Upon hearing Zhou Yi's words, Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong raised their heads in unison, their expressions illuminated by surprise. In the first-year class, there were a total of 22 participating teams, all of whom successfully passed the assessment. Remarkably, 14 of these teams advanced to the top 64, which means that our class alone occupies 1/5 of this prestigious ranking, approximately twice the representation of other classes. Such accomplishments are indeed a source of pride. Joey continued. In this cycle of the new student assessment, 6 teams achieved an impeccable record of victories, with only one hailing from our class. Initially, I intended to bestow some class rewards upon them. However, they arrived late to class today. Therefore, their merits and faults are balanced, resulting in neither reward nor punishment. Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong once again became the center of attention in their class, both feeling a profound sense of melancholy. They exchanged a glance, and in that fleeting moment, both were taken aback. As their eyes met, they distinctly sensed a subtle tremor in their soul power, accompanied by an indescribable warmth that blossomed within them, evoking a yearning to embrace each other once more. At that moment, they simultaneously recalled the events of the previous night, their embrace and the subsequent sharing of Wang Dong's bed. Wang Dong whispered, "Could it be that we have succeeded?" In the depths of Wei Yuhao's heart, his answer was far more assured, especially considering his previous communication with the Dream-Eye Silkworm. Naturally, he could not display overt confidence, yet his eyes betrayed an unmistakable glimmer of eagerness. Perhaps it was so. Shall we test it after class? Indeed. The two exchanged nods almost simultaneously, a profound sense of unspoken understanding blossoming between them. Even without the sharing of mental probes, they seemed to instinctively sense each other's next moves, akin to the telepathic bond between twins. This sensation was both enchanting and uniquely peculiar. A sudden, thunderous noise jolted Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong from their reverie of mutual understanding. They simultaneously looked up to find Joey, her expression laced with anger. "Ah, caught daydreaming in class. You two, step outside and run laps. Put on your iron suits, and do not cease until the class bell rings," she commanded sharply. "How dare you become complacent after achieving a modicum of success?" In their hearts, both Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong cried out in protest. Yet they understood that once Joey had made a decision, it was immutable, with no other choice. They exited the classroom with begrudging expressions and headed to their dormitory to fetch their iron suits. Observing their dejected demeanor, Joey huffed and declared, "Remember this, regardless of the heights of achievement you reach, always maintain a heart of humility and caution. Arrogance not only leads to stagnation but can also prove fatal." The elimination rounds are fast approaching, and I will now outline the key points you must pay attention to. Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong are destined to remain oblivious to Zhou Yi's narrative. Fortunately, there is still Xiao Xiao present, although Zhou Yi remains silent. Her intent is to have Xiao Xiao convey her message to them. It's all your fault. As soon as they exited the teaching building, Wang Dong erupted in fury, directing an angry shout at Hui Yuhao. Hui Yuhao, with an expression of bewilderment, exclaimed, "How can this be my fault? It was you who insisted that I embrace you yesterday. What did you say?" Wang Dong glared icily at Hui Yuhao, his teeth clenched in anger. We are a team. We must unite," Hui Yuhao stated solemnly, gazing at Wang Dong's tightly clenched fists. "Unite my foot. You caused me to face punishment. What do you propose we do about it?" Wang Dong retorted, his face a mask of fury. "And let's not forget, you slept in my bed last night. What do you have to say about that?" Hui Yuhao gently patted his shoulder and embraced him around the neck, saying, "All right, we are all brothers. Is it worth dwelling on such trivial matters? Let us hasten to complete Teacher Zhou's task to prevent her from becoming further upset." As Hui Yuhao embraced Wang Dong, the latter was momentarily taken aback, while Hui Yuhao's own voice dwindled to a whisper. Upon uttering those words, both of their movements came to an abrupt halt, instinctively. Hui Yuhao glanced at his hand, mirrored by Wang Dong's gaze. "How could this be?" they exclaimed in unison. Indeed, a most extraordinary phenomenon had unfolded between them. When Hui Yuhao's hand encircled Wang Dong's neck, it felt as though their bodies had established a profound connection. Hui Yuhao's soul power seamlessly coursed into Wang Dong's being, while Wang Dong's soul power gradually flowed back, as if they had merged into a singular entity. Although this exchange transpired solely between Wang Dong's neck and Hui Yuhao's arm, the sensation was undeniably vivid. "No, let us attempt it once more." Hui Yuhao withdrew his arm that had been embracing Wang Dong and grasped both of her hands with his own. Wang Dong's hands were surprisingly soft, smooth, and fair, providing a comforting grip. However, at that moment, Hui Yuhao was too engrossed in the unfolding experience to savor it. The instant their hands intertwined, the soul force of his Xian Tian Gong surged forth from his right hand, swiftly flowing into Wang Dong's left hand. Subsequently, his left hand seemed to possess a certain allure, drawing Wang Dong's soul power into his own being. The exchange of soul power between them commenced at an astonishing pace, at least more than double the speed of Hui Yuhao's prior cultivation. Wang Dong, a prodigy among prodigies, immediately sensed something amiss and decided to test it by directing her soul power inward. As she spoke, she withdrew her left hand from Hui Yuhao's grasp. This action meant that only her soul power was being funneled into Hui Yuhao. Instantly, he felt his soul power surging at an incredible rate. An unprecedented sensation of strength permeating his entire being. His meridians, having been enhanced by the Xian Shui Dan and nourished by Xian Tian Gong, were already capable of withstanding the pinnacle of endurance for his age. Thus, despite the substantial influx of soul power, he did not feel overwhelmed. Unbeknownst to them, an unspoken rapport had formed between the two. Hui Yuhao immediately employed his mental detection sharing, enveloping Wang Dong within its reach. Wang Dong closed her eyes, allowing herself to fully embrace this extraordinary sensation. Suddenly, she realized that the scope of Hui Yuhao's mental detection sharing was expanding at a remarkable rate. Originally, his mental detection sharing extended beyond a diameter of 60 meters, with linear detection capabilities reaching approximately 100 meters. Yet now, with Wang Dong's soul power bolstering the effort, it astonishingly expanded to over 100 meters in diameter in a remarkably short span of time. The two stared at each other in astonishment, and Hui Yuhao's voice quivered as he asked, "Wang Dong, have you ever heard of soul masters able to temporarily infuse each other's soul power for the execution of a martial soul fusion skill?" Wang Dong shook her head in bewilderment, murmuring, "How could this be? Could it be that our experiment yesterday was truly successful?" Hui Yuhao eagerly suggested, "Shall we find a place to give it a try?" At that moment, a furious roar erupted from the window of a nearby classroom. "Aren't you two going to hurry up and put on your iron suits and start running instead of holding hands and courting over there?" Chapter 22. The power of winter's embrace. Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong were taken aback, hastily releasing their grip and darting towards their dormitory. However, their hearts raced not from the exclamation of dating uttered by Zhou Yi, but rather due to the peculiar transformation of their martial souls. Upon rushing back to their dormitory, they exchanged glances, each noticing a hint of the extraordinary reflected in the other's eyes. Indeed, the events that had just transpired were remarkably strange. Whether it was Hui Yuhao, who had absorbed a wealth of knowledge about soul masters during his months at Shrek Academy, or the erudite Wang Dong, both were encountering such phenomena for the very first time, clearly transcending the realm of ordinary soul masters. Hui Yuhao could not help but exclaim, "It seems that our slumber last night was not in vain." Ugh! Wang Dong shot him a glare but swiftly raised her slender, delicate hands once more to make another attempt. Hui Yuhao was eager to verify the authenticity of the prior occurrence and promptly raised his hands to clasp those of Wang Dong. The four hands intertwined, and instantly, the flow of soul power resumed. Their soul energies were distinctly different. Hui Yuhao's Xian Tian Gong emanated a serene and gentle aura, while Wang Dong's soul power exuded a more dominant presence, imbued with a sharp and noble essence. If one were to liken Hui Yuhao's soul energy to that of a gentle and robust youth, then Wang Dong's would resemble that of a noble girl, elevated and imperious. Despite the stark contrast in their ethereal qualities, a harmonious circulation emerged, flowing seamlessly between their bodies. Remarkably, as this exchange transpired, the two forms of soul power began to subtly merge, intertwining without conflict, as if they were always meant to be one. Hui Yuhao was somewhat at ease, for his Xian Tian Gong soul power was inherently gentle. In contrast, Wang Dong was overwhelmed, acutely aware of the sheer dominance and ferocity of his own soul power, which possessed an intense exclusivity. The scene before him far exceeded the bounds of his comprehension. After a brief period of synchronization, both experienced a refreshing clarity. It was evident that their training, while holding hands, would yield a far swifter pace than solitary practice. Moreover, they both sensed profoundly that this was merely the inception of something greater. The seamless amalgamation of their soul powers hinted at possibilities that transcended mere joint training. "Let us go for a run first, and we can delve deeper into this later this evening," Hui Yuhao suggested, releasing Wang Dong's hand, donning his iron attire, and turning to exit. Wang Dong, upon hearing his words, paused momentarily, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Hui Yuhao's invitation, coupled with the inexplicable embrace they had shared the previous night, left him with an oddly peculiar feeling. Clenching his fist behind Hui Yuhao, he eventually grabbed his iron clothing and followed suit. Having run in their iron garb for 3 months, they were now quite accustomed to it. Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong continued their run until the final bell rang, ceasing only when Xiao Xiao arrived at the playground in search of them. She informed them that teacher Zhou had already departed. Hui Yuhao was drenched in sweat, while Wang Dong, whose cultivation was significantly higher, remained utterly composed. Not even breaking a sweat under deliberate control. What did Teacher Zhou say? Hui Yuhao inquired, panting as he turned to Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao shrugged and replied, well, it wasn't much. He merely encouraged everyone, instilling in us a fierce spirit of slay those who obstruct us, whether they be men or gods. Then he analyzed our opponent's circumstances. It seems that our path to victory is fraught with challenges. Clearly, the round-robin matches were merely a rehearsal, and our Shrek Academy has never been short of prodigies. Noticing the hint of concern in her expression, Wang Dong casually remarked, what's wrong? Has even our prodigy with twin martial souls lost confidence? Xiao Xiao pouted and said, of course I have confidence. However, I must admit, there are indeed some individuals whose talents surpass our own. Teacher Zhou mentioned that among the teams that achieved victories in all 5 rounds, 3 of them boasted 3-ringed soul elders. In the face of such opponents, how much confidence can you truly have? Soul elders? Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong exclaimed in unison, their faces reflecting disbelief. Xiao Xiao sighed, precisely. Would you think I would feel this way if I had no reason for concern? Hui Yuhao inquired, what did Teacher Zhou say? Xiao Xiao replied, when Teacher Zhou mentioned those 3 groups, she appeared somewhat discontented, as if she had only recently learned of this news. The 3 classes had never disclosed the existence of their soul respect students. Like you, they are all specially recruited students. Upon hearing this, Wang Dong chuckled and said to Hui Yuhao, see, they are all specially recruited students, yet the disparity is so pronounced. Hui Yuhao found himself at a loss for words, remarking, what purpose does this serve? Our primary focus must be on strategizing to overcome our adversaries. Xiao Xiao replied, we can only do our utmost and leave the rest to fate. Those 3 individuals are the leaders of their respective teams and are evidently formidable opponents. Consider this. To have transcended the 3 realms before the age of 12, their martial souls must possess an extraordinary strength. Furthermore, it is certain that they are backed by families that provide unwavering support. Their soul rings are bound to be of the highest caliber, even if they are not as monstrous as Wang Dong, whose second soul ring is of the millennium level. They are likely not far behind. I fear that even Teacher Zhou does not hold much hope for us. We may have to set our sights on 4th place. Wang Dong scoffed and said, what are the 3 rings? Soul sages are not invincible. We possess our own advantages, your twin martial souls, and my untapped combat potential. Along with Yuhao's primary martial soul and his spiritual martial soul, the 3 of us united may not necessarily be inferior to others. Xiao Xiao responded, do you think I do not aspire to be first? The top 3 standings come with substantial rewards, while 4th place yields nothing of value. Yet, our collective strength is indeed lacking compared to them. Consider that a Soul Sage level student's teammates are likely to be at least as powerful as we are. All being great Soul Masters. We do have our own advantages, but unless the class leader breaks through to level 20 and acquires a potent spiritual attribute soul skill, we might have a glimmer of hope. Hui Yuhao glanced at Xiao Xiao and then at Wang Dong, speaking with earnestness, do not rush to despair. Indeed, our overall strength may not match that of our opponents. However, if we succumb to doubt now, we will lose every opportunity. Xiao Xiao, consider the daunting challenge we faced against the martial soul fusion technique of the Lan sisters, Lan Su Su and Lan Luo Luo. Despite the formidable nature of their combined abilities, which rivaled even the might of soul abilities at the soul sovereign level, we ultimately triumphed in the competition. They possess their advantages, but we too have our own, particularly the hidden strengths that remain untapped. Our singular goal is the championship. Xiao Zhao's confidence seemed to be rekindled by Hui Yuhao's words. She nodded slightly and declared, let us strive together, embracing whatever outcome awaits us. Hui Yuhao extended his right hand, but Wang Dong swiftly placed his palm atop Hui's before Xiao Xiao could intervene, leaving her with no choice but to rest her hand upon Wang Dong's. We are champions, without a doubt. Hui Yuhao remarked, Xiao Xiao, I fear that the grilled fish IOU will have to be delayed for a few more days. The upcoming elimination rounds are of utmost importance to us. Regardless of the circumstances, we must focus our efforts on enhancing our cultivation during these few days. Even the slightest improvement could significantly increase our chances of victory. Once the elimination rounds conclude, I shall provide you with an abundance of grilled fish. For now, I shall refrain from selling and concentrate on my training. Xiao Xiao chuckled. Debts come with interest, you know. Class leader, it seems I have become quite dependent on you. From now on, I shall not be paying for your grilled fish. Hui Yuhao chuckled softly and said, no problem, I can certainly afford to treat you to grilled fish. Xiao Xiao replied. Teacher Shou instructed that we must gather in the assessment area before the class bell rings tomorrow. She also asked me to remind both of you not to be late. Our foremost prayer should be for good fortune. However, Teacher Zhou mentioned that our team, having achieved a flawless victory in the round-robin matches, will receive preferential treatment in the first 2 rounds of the elimination phase, ensuring that we will not face each other. This is the sole benefit of our commendable performance in the round-robin matches, as long as we perform to our capabilities. Securing a place in the top 16 should pose no significant challenge. Beyond that point, it will depend on our own efforts. Hui Yuhao remarked, "This is indeed good news." "Very well, I shall take my leave for now. I need to wash off this sweat before dining." Xiao Xiao replied, "In that case, I shall not wait for the 2 of you any longer. I will head to the cafeteria first. Until tomorrow." With that, she waved goodbye to Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong, then turned and departed. Hui Yuhao turned to Wang Dong, his brow slightly furrowed, and remarked, "It seems that achieving a commendable performance in the elimination round will not be an easy task. Let us return to our dormitory first. I shall take a shower and change my attire, and afterward, we can thoroughly delve into the matter of soul fusion." Wang Dong nodded, yet he appeared somewhat subdued, even lost and dazed, leaving one to wonder what thoughts occupied his mind. Upon returning to the dormitory, Hui Yuhao took a clean set of clothes and a towel to take his shower, while Wang Dong sat alone on the bed awaiting his return. With a soft thud, the door closed. Instinctively, Wang Dong lifted his gaze toward the dormitory door, his earlier confusion gradually morphing into a complex array of emotions. Due to the delay that morning, he had not yet had the opportunity to confront Hui Yuhao regarding the previous night, when they had shared a bed. Hui Yuhao seemed unaffected by the incident, while Wang Dong's feelings were starkly different. "I actually spent the entire night beside him, and it appears we completed a soul fusion, one that transcends the ordinary." Wang Dong was at a loss regarding his current emotions, feeling a tumultuous confusion that left him uncertain of how to proceed. Time has a peculiar way of slipping away during moments of distraction, and before long, Hui Yuhao returned, refreshed and exuding a subtle fragrance from his shower. As Wang Dong raised his head, he caught sight of Hui Yuhao's unusually bright, spirited eyes. Hui Yuhao remained oblivious to Wang Dong's change in mindset. He waved his hand and said, "Come on, let us hasten to dine. Upon our return, we shall delve into the study of martial soul fusion. Perhaps this skill will ultimately be our key to achieving excellent results." At that moment, his entire focus was fixed on the freshman assessment elimination round. Wang Dong, experiencing a slight sense of confusion, seemed to have found his purpose. He nodded and replied, "Very well. What has transpired cannot be changed. It is more prudent to strive for a commendable rank in this assessment." When Xiao Xiao mentioned the emergence of several Soul Master level freshmen, it ignited Wang Dong's fighting spirit. He firmly believed that his potential was no less than that of those Soul Master level newcomers. It was merely his habitual laziness and reluctance to cultivate since childhood that had hindered his progress to that level. Rank did not signify everything. Defeating them would validate his excellence. Having come to this realization, he felt liberated from his previous turmoil and accompanied Hui Yuhao to the cafeteria for a hearty meal. However, having arrived later, they found the cafeteria nearly deserted by the time they finished dining. Upon returning to the dormitory, Hui Yuhao securely locked the door to prevent any disturbances during their training, and he hung a "Do Not Disturb" sign on the door. This sign was present in every dormitory. Once displayed, even instructors would refrain from knocking, for it indicated that the occupants were engaged in cultivation. Nevertheless, Hui Yuhao's ordinarily normal actions struck Wang Dong as slightly awkward at that moment, yet he quickly regained his composure. When Hui Yuhao turned back, Wang Dong's expression returned to its usual state. "How shall we commence?" Wang Dong inquired of Hui Yuhao. Hui Yuhao remarked, "Let us first endeavor to cultivate together for a period. This will enhance the fusion of our soul power and foster greater familiarity between us. Subsequently, we can attempt to amplify each of our soul skills through the combined soul power. Later this evening, we shall venture outside the academy to experiment with our martial soul fusion technique." Wang Dong scoffed slightly and replied, "You certainly possess a methodical approach." Hui Yuhao chuckled. "Of course, do not forget, I am the class monitor. Being organized is only natural, isn't it? Come on." As he spoke, he was about to sit on Wang Dong's bed, but Wang Dong abruptly pushed him away. Hui Yuhao, perplexed, remarked, "Cultivation? How can we practice if we do not sit cross-legged?" However, Wang Dong rose from his seat, pointed at Hui Yuhao's bed, and said, "Go to your bed to cultivate." Hui Yuhao felt a wave of speechlessness. "If you are not afraid of discomfort, then I have no objections. Wang Dong clearly noticed that Hui Yuhao's expression was slightly displeased. Indeed, Hui Yuhao was somewhat unhappy. In his view, they had been friends for quite some time, yet Wang Dong still chose to be petty and nitpicking, which struck him as rather small-minded. Nevertheless, Wang Dong remained steadfast in his stance, and the two took a seat on Hui Yuhao's bed. Once seated, Wang Dong felt a tinge of melancholy. The stark, rigid bed was in no way comparable to the comfort of his own bed adorned with a fur blanket. However, he could only endure it, for they had inadvertently spent the night on his bed, and it would be unreasonable to let Hui Yuhao sleep on his own bed again. Hui Yuhao exhibited a commendable magnanimity. After a fleeting moment of discontent, his emotions swiftly returned to a state of equilibrium. He contemplated that every individual possesses their own habits, and it is essential to extend mutual respect. With this thought, the remnants of his resentment dissipated. Wang Dong caught Hui Yuhao's gaze and, for reasons unbeknownst to her, felt a slight flutter of anxiety mingled with guilt. She hastily raised her hands and said, "Let us commence. As you suggested, we shall practice until dinner and assess the outcomes." Hui Yuhao lifted his palms to meet the other's, and the moment their bodies made contact, their soul power instantaneously began to intertwine and merge. The two distinct soul energies circulated within them just once before completing the entire fusion process. Consequently, the essence flowing within them became a harmonious blend of their differing attributes. Earlier that morning, upon discovering this remarkable phenomenon, they had not had the opportunity to thoroughly explore it due to the brevity of time. Now, as they settled into a state of calm meditation, they gradually began to experience a range of sensations. Indeed, just as they had perceived before, their combined training allowed for an extraordinary acceleration in the enhancement of their soul power. To put it succinctly, their individual rates of improvement were equivalent to the sum of their usual training results. Thus, if Hui Yuhao were to cultivate alone for an hour, he would enhance his soul power by 1 unit, while Wang Dong would achieve an increment of 1-2 units in the same duration. However, during their joint practice, their soul powers blended and surged forth. Not only did this amplify the pace of their soul power circulation, but after 1 hour, each of their enhancements totaled an impressive 2 units. Consequently, Hui Yuhao's training speed effectively more than doubled, while Wang Dong experienced an almost equivalent increase. Undoubtedly, Hui Yuhao reaped the greater benefits, as Wang Dong's cultivation base surpassed his own. Yet, as their respective levels drew closer in the future, the advantages gained from their collaborative efforts would become increasingly equitable. For a soul master, achieving a doubling in cultivation speed is nothing short of astounding. Hui Yuhao had originally aimed to reach level 20 by the time of his first-year graduation, but at this current rate of progress, it seemed plausible that he might attain this milestone within the next 3 to 4 months. Similarly, if Wang Dong sustained this pace until the end of the year, surpassing level 30 would not be an impossible feat after nearly 3 hours of cultivation. As dusk began to envelop the outside world, they emerged from their meditative state. With their soul powers retracted into their bodies, the previously intertwined energies distinctly separated once more. Both of them keenly felt that their cultivation had progressed at a significantly accelerated rate compared to their usual training. Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong simultaneously opened their eyes, exchanging glances that revealed a shared surprise. Regardless of the origin of this soul fusion phenomenon, it was undoubtedly a fortuitous development for both of them, particularly for Hui Yuhao, whose enhancement was significantly greater than that of Wang Dong. He was, in essence, at an advantageous position. Eagerly, they resumed their exploration of the amplification of their soul skills, during which they uncovered another secret of the soul fusion. Every skill they possessed could be enhanced through the fused soul, and the amplification was remarkably potent, far beyond the simplistic notion of 1 + 1 = 2. When they unleashed a skill in unison, not only did its power surge by over 100%, but the consumption of soul power was also halved. This indicated that after merging their soul powers within them, the expenditure when employing soul skills diminished. It was as if their post-fusion soul power had transformed into a highly advanced, entirely new form of energy. Thus, their state could not merely be described as soul fusion. A more accurate term would be soul power amalgamation. However, Wang Dong found it somewhat exasperating that, following the fusion, it was not the more powerful Hui Yuhao who took the lead. Once their bodies made contact and their soul powers intertwined, it was Hui Yuhao who assumed dominance. With merely a thought, as long as he remained in contact with Wang Dong, he could activate soul skills with the fused power, unleashing tremendous might, irrespective of Wang Dong's cooperation. Conversely, if Wang Dong wished to harness this merged soul power, he required Hui Yuhao's consent and collaboration. The distinction of roles was starkly evident. Why was it this way? It seemed profoundly unfair, Wang Dong exclaimed, his expression one of indignation. Hui Yuhao sighed helplessly. I truly do not know. Rest assured, whenever you are in need, I shall wholeheartedly cooperate. Although he professed ignorance, a vague suspicion stirred within him. This predicament was likely connected to the heavenly dream ice silkworm. After all, why would a weaker individual like himself possess the initiative following the fusion of soul power? Wang Dong, do not be disheartened. The new soul power we have generated through our fusion deserves a name. Let us honor you by naming it after you. Wang Dong chuckled softly and replied, let us not. Wang Dong power. That sounds dreadful. Instead, how about we each take a character from our names? We could call it Hao Dong power. Hui Yuhao scratched his head and remarked, it seems to sound a bit more pleasant. Wang Dong rose from his seat, patted his rear, and retorted, this wretched bed is far too hard. Let us switch to my side for our evening training. You've already gained such an advantage from the Hao Dong power. You're treating for dinner tonight. As he spoke, he tilted his head back slightly, resting his hands behind it as he strolled outside. Observing his nonchalant demeanor, Hui Yuhao couldn't help but chuckle. This fellow was all bravado and arrogance, yet his heart was remarkably kind. Fine, you may treat. After all, my money comes from selling grilled fish, so if it runs out, I'll just feast on yours, he replied as he hurried to catch up. With the shared Hao Dong power, both Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong distinctly felt a transformation in their relationship. In Hui Yuhao's heart, he and Wang Dong were no longer merely friends or classmates, but rather brothers. He was confident that Wang Dong shared this sentiment. As for whether that was indeed the case, only Wang Dong could truly know. While they dined, Hui Yuhao was engulfed by a sense of confusion, stemming from his understanding of the heavenly dream ice silkworm. The ice silkworm had once stated that once his body's endurance reached a certain threshold, it would grant him greater source power, enhancing not only the quality of his soul rings, but also maximizing the potency of his soul skills. However, after partnering with Wang Dong to generate the Hao Dong power, he noticed a significant amplification in the power of each of his soul skills. Despite feeling the encroachment of his physical limits, he still managed to withstand it. If that were the case, why had the heavenly dream ice silkworm not elevated his soul skills to this level? Fool. Just as Hui Yuhao pondered this dilemma, the voice of the heavenly dream ice silkworm resonated within his mind. Brother Dream, you're not asleep? Hui Yuhao exclaimed in surprise within his thoughts. The heavenly dream ice silkworm snorted and replied, of course not. Do you think I'm so fond of sleeping? Hui Yuhao silently pondered. Can one truly achieve a lifetime of rest through mere sleep? The dream ice silkworm replied. The concern you harbor is quite elementary. Indeed, I have not elevated your soul ring to the utmost limits of your physical capacity, for I cannot allow you to become akin to an overinflated balloon. There exists a fish known as the tiger pufferfish, adorned with spines all over its body. When threatened, it can instantaneously inflate, expanding its form and unfurling its spines, rendering it impervious to predators. In such moments, its defensive capabilities reach their zenith. However, what if a needle were to pierce it at that moment? What would ensue? The same principle applies to you. Should I enhance your soul ring to the pinnacle of what you can withstand? Any subsequent impact or unforeseen event during cultivation could result in your demise, akin to a balloon bursting. Thus, when I speak of your limits, I refer to a threshold that you can endure fully without adverse effects. Moreover, when you merge your soul power with that of Wang Dong, the very essence of this fusion will instantaneously augment your physical constitution. This is the paramount advantage of the complete integration of your soul powers that I facilitated last night, achieving 100% synergy. In essence, as your soul powers intertwine, your physical resilience will strengthen, enabling you to harness greater soul power and enhance the potency of your soul techniques. This is the essence of martial soul fusion. Unlike the typical soul masters, your bodies will continuously benefit from the improvements brought about by the merging of soul powers. If you persist in cultivating together, your physical forms will one day become the finest among humanity in this realm, with your cultivation speed accelerating to unprecedented heights. Naturally, this process of enhancing your constitution will require considerable time. However, should you truly achieve complete fusion in the future, the results will be even more remarkable. Hui Yuhao inquired with a hint of confusion, what does true fusion mean? Tianming Iceworm seemed momentarily taken aback and replied, I am uncertain as well. I have never attempted it myself. Well, you should continue your efforts with him. Whether it is soul power fusion or martial soul fusion, the benefits it will bestow upon you are immense. In time, you will gradually comprehend its significance. After uttering these words, Tianming Ice Worm abruptly fell silent and vanished without a trace. Hey, you're about to get your meal lodged in your nostrils, Wang Dong remarked. Observing Hui Yuhao lost in thought for an extended period as he waved his hand in front of him. Hui Yuhao quickly touched his nose, only to find Wang Dong wearing a mischievous grin. What are you thinking about? You seem so engrossed, Wang Dong chuckled, clearly entertained by Hui Yuhao's dazed expression. Hui Yuhao mused, of course, I have been contemplating our combined strength with Wang Dong. I pondered the reasons behind the manifestation of soul power fusion. After much reflection, it seems there is but one explanation. Our exceptionally high compatibility during last night's martial soul fusion must have led to this phenomenon. Wang Dong's eyes lit up. Indeed, your reasoning is sound. If it were not for this, how could we have experienced something so unique? Hurry and eat. Once we finish, let us venture forth and see if we can unleash our martial soul fusion technique. But tell me, do you know how to properly execute the martial soul fusion technique? Hui Yuhao, somewhat at a loss for words, remarked, how could I possibly know? Isn't it a natural progression? The two exchanged glances, unable to suppress a faint, resigned smile. Indeed, while the topic of martial soul fusion techniques had been touched upon in class, it remained a rather esoteric skill. The instructor merely skimmed over it, neglecting to elaborate on its execution. After all, the number of individuals capable of genuinely utilizing such techniques is exceedingly rare. Wang Dong suggested, let us try it tonight. If it doesn't work, we can consult Teacher Shoei tomorrow to see if there are any methods for execution. All right, Hui Yuhao agreed. While inwardly calling upon the celestial dream-eyed silkworm, he was confident that the ancient being, with its million-year lifespan, would possess the knowledge needed to navigate this situation. You fool, must you bother me over such trivial matters? Just do as you did last night. The celestial dream ice silkworm grumbled, evidently disturbed from its slumber by Hui Yuhao's incessant calling. It muttered a few words before lapsing into silence again. Do as we did last night? Hui Yuhao paused momentarily, then quickly comprehended the implication, embracing. After a hasty dinner, Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong, filled with excitement and curiosity, swiftly exited the academy. Today, Hui Yuhao had not set up his grilled fish stall, and upon leaving the academy gates, he was met with complaints from several regular customers. He could only apologize profusely, citing the need to prepare for the freshman assessment rankings as an excuse. Let us race, Wang Dong called out, his toes barely grazing the ground before he surged forward like an arrow. Had this been 3 months prior, Hui Yuhao would have scarcely glimpsed his figure. However, the rigorous training over the past 3 months had borne fruit. Hui Yuhao propelled himself forward with vigor, his speed escalating. Though he lacked the gracefulness of Wang Dong, he was certainly not slow. Each footfall left a distinct imprint in the soil as he rapidly pursued Wang Dong. The explosive strength of his muscles surged forth, while his soul power circulated within, replenishing his stamina. The cool evening air invigorated them, and they reveled in the exhilarating sensation of gliding through the wind. Without the constraints of heavy attire, they pushed their speeds to the utmost. Ultimately, Wang Dong, with a superior foundation, quickly widened the gap between them. It was not until the distance exceeded 300 meters that he slowed his pace to wait for Hui Yuhao. Well, as a control-type battle soul master who is not particularly adept at direct combat, your speed is commendable, Wang Dong remarked, observing Hui Yuhao catching up with a tone that belied his years. A smile graced Hui Yuhao's lips as he remarked, we are nearly there. Let us venture into the forest. Indeed, Wang Dong nodded in agreement. The two glanced around to ensure the coast was clear and simultaneously dashed into the woods adjacent to the main road. They continued deeper for several hundred meters before coming to a halt. This shall suffice. How shall we proceed? Wang Dong inquired of Hui Yuhao. Hui Yuhao remarked, let us first test the restorative capabilities of the Haodong power. As he spoke, he raised both hands towards Wang Dong. Wang Dong lifted his hand to meet his. And after an afternoon of cultivation, they had become quite adept at channeling the Haodong power. As they had anticipated, the fusion of their soul power resulted in an enhanced Haodong power, which indeed offered a degree of augmentation in the recovery of physical and soul energy. However, the extent of this enhancement was not as significant as during their training sessions. The effect is rather mediocre, he noted, yet it still proves somewhat beneficial. Moments later, Wang Dong's exhausted stamina was the first to be replenished, and he conveyed this to Hui Yuhao. Hui Yuhao nodded, opened his arms, and said, come here. Wang Dong was taken aback, gazing at Hui Yuhao, and immediately grew vigilant. What are you intending to do? Hui Yuhao casually remarked, come here for a hug. Wang Dong's expression shifted dramatically, his face alternating between shades of green and white. Hui Yuhao, I never anticipated you to be this kind of person. Do you believe I could render you incapable of taking care of yourself? Hu Yuhao, caught between laughter and tears, remarked, "Where did your thoughts wander off to? You foolish one. Have you forgotten how we arrived at the phenomenon of martial soul fusion? Our soul power is now capable of merging. Thus, the simplest method to initiate martial soul fusion is to replicate the circumstances of yesterday." It was then that Wang Dong comprehended the situation, her face flushing crimson with embarrassment. Although the sky had grown quite dark, Hu Yuhao's luminous eyes could discern everything clearly, even in the depths of night. "You don't explain clearly, and yet you insist on embracing me. Are you deliberately trying to make me uncomfortable?" Wang Dong masked her awkwardness and embarrassment with indignation. Hu Yuhao sighed helplessly and remarked, "Who would have known your thoughts were so unhealthy? What can two men do together? Let us hasten our pace. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can return and resume our training." Wang Dong hesitated and replied, "In this desolate wilderness, we won't end up falling asleep like we did last night." "Will we?" Hu Yuhao, rendered speechless, remarked, "That is not the case. Today's circumstances are entirely different. Why do you fuss like a woman?" As he spoke, he swiftly stepped forward and enveloped Wang Dong in an embrace. Wang Dong's body tensed, and in that fleeting moment of being held, his mind went momentarily blank. After exerting himself in a full sprint earlier, Hu Yuhao was slightly perspiring, and a faint, refreshing scent wafted towards Wang Dong. Wang Dong's form was supple, and being held felt as comfortable as it had the previous night. However, Hu Yuhao was not in a frame of mind to relish the moment. As he embraced Wang Dong, he immediately summoned his soul power and activated his spiritual and martial soul. In the next instant, Wang Dong also regained his composure. The comprehensive physical contact allowed their soul power to rapidly transform into Haodong energy. Hu Yuhao's eyes shone exceptionally bright in the evening light, flickering with a soft golden hue. After a brief moment of daze, Wang Dong hastily activated his martial soul. In that instant, both experienced a peculiar sensation. The release of their martial souls during the embrace felt utterly distinct from their previous collaborative efforts to harness Haodong energy for soul techniques. Just as Wang Dong's ice-blue wings unfurled behind him, both found themselves momentarily entranced. Chapter 23, The Withering and Brilliance, The Golden Path. On one side stood Hu Yuhao, whose eyes radiated a gentle golden light. On the other, Wang Dong, with his magnificent wings unfurled, unleashing the radiant martial soul of the goddess of light butterfly. As they embraced and simultaneously released their martial souls, a luminous aura enveloped the surrounding area within a 10-meter radius. A unique brilliance emanated from them, a mesmerizing blend of blue, purple, and gold. The rich essence of light served as the core, intermingled with a multitude of extraordinary soul power fluctuations. Behind Wang Dong, a colossal silhouette materialized, revealing a complete and resplendent goddess of light butterfly. Behind Hu Yuhao, a colossal vertical eye phantom emerged. This vertical eye exhibited a delicate golden hue throughout, yet its pupil emanated a subtle violet essence. After a brief moment of blankness, both Hu Yuhao and Wang Dong regained their senses, only to be immediately enveloped by an overwhelming brilliance. In the air, two colossal figures of light gradually approached one another, transforming as they drew nearer. Hu Yuhao's ethereal gaze deepened, his entire being radiating a profound blue-violet hue, while the golden light receded entirely. Conversely, Wang Dong's radiant goddess butterfly ignited with fervent flames of azure and gold as it neared the ethereal gaze. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the two powerful soul manifestations converged above the heads of Hu Yuhao and Wang Dong. In an instant, both were struck by a tremendous shock, and the combined power of their fusion surged forth like a geyser, nearly depleting all their strength. The burning, radiant goddess butterfly unfurled its resplendent wings, gently embracing the ethereal gaze. In that moment, the silhouette of the butterfly vanished, while the blue-violet gaze emanated an intense brilliance. The dazzling blue-golden flames burst forth from the ethereal image, gracefully descending and enveloping Hu Yuhao and Wang Dong in a protective embrace. The immense ethereal gaze appeared unfathomably deep, as if it contained infinite worlds within. In the next heartbeat, a terrifying beam of blue, purple, and gold light shot forth. This iridescent radiance surged straight ahead, annihilating all vegetation in its path. That fleeting moment of brilliance seemed to transcend time itself. Where the tricolored light passed, an enchanting distortion and splendor lingered in the air. However, Hu Yuhao and Wang Dong were oblivious to this spectacle. At the moment the light erupted, the combined power within them was instantaneously drained, and a wave of debilitating weakness caused them to collapse, unconscious. Soul fusion techniques are inherently powerful, and this was their first attempt. involving the intricate process of merging two soul manifestations. The consumption of soul power and mental energy was immense, and having never adapted to such an experience, it was no surprise they lost consciousness. Still locked in their embrace, they fell straight to the ground. As the night passed in silence, dawn gradually broke. When Wang Dong awoke, unsure from slumber or unconsciousness, he felt an overwhelming desire to perish. Last night, at least they had been in bed, but today... As he glanced around, he realized they were still tightly entwined, covered in dirt, grass, and dew. They had spent the night outdoors. Was this what they called a fateful encounter under the dew? Hui Yuhao, get up. Wang Dong struggled to rise from Hui Yuhao's embrace, his expression bordering on hysteria. Hui Yuhao slowly opened his eyes, only to be startled by the bright daylight that greeted him. In a swift motion, he turned over and sat upright. However, the next moment, he found himself confronted by Wang Dong, who towered over him with an intense gaze, as if on the brink of an explosive outburst. Wang Dong glared at him through gritted teeth, accusingly recalling, "Didn't you say yesterday that you would no longer hold me while sleeping? Did I ever say that?" Hui Yuhao replied, bewildered. "I'm going to settle this with you," Wang Dong exclaimed, suddenly lunging forward and straddling Hui Yuhao, ready to unleash a flurry of blows upon him. Hui Yuhao hastily grasped his companion's hands, his gaze vacantly directed to the side. "What are you looking at?" When Wang Dong instinctively followed Hui Yuhao's line of sight, a mere glance rendered him equally speechless. The two stood, wide-eyed, as they beheld a peculiar trench at a 45-degree angle from them. This trench, approximately 1.5 meters wide and a foot deep, stretched straight ahead for over 50 meters before fading into silence. Had it merely been an ordinary trench, Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong would not have been so astonished. After all, the martial soul fusion technique they had executed together had drained their entire soul power, leaving them unconscious for an entire night. Such formidable power was to be expected. Yet, the most terrifying aspect lay within the trench itself, where the earth, which should have been a rich brown, instead gleamed with a uniform pale golden hue, an exact match for the color of Hui Yuhao's spiritual and martial soul. Not only was the soil transformed, but several grand trees along the trench's path bore witness to the same phenomenon. One tree, grazed at its edge, displayed a semicircular indentation on its trunk, the cut surface also shimmering in that same pale gold. On both sides of the trench, even the vegetation that had merely been brushed against was marked by this radiant tint. In that moment, illuminated by the morning sun, the pale golden layer shimmered brilliantly, resembling a golden pathway laid before Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong. How could they not be astonished? "Is this the work of your goddess of light, the butterfly?" Hui Yuhao asked, bewildered. Wang Dong, still perched atop him, instinctively shook his head and replied, "No, absolutely not. While my martial soul possesses a golden hue, it is either bright gold or blue gold, certainly not this pale gold. This looks exactly like the color of your spiritual eye." Hui Yuhao patted his thigh and urged, "Quickly, let us go down and take a look." Wang Dong, captivated by the allure of the golden path, was oblivious to the fact that Hui Yuhao's hand was dangerously close to his backside. With a swift turn, he sprang to his feet, followed closely by Hui Yuhao. The two hastened to crouch before the shimmering golden trail. Just as Wang Dong reached out to touch it, Hui Yuhao seized his hand, saying, "This resembles the color of my spiritual eye. Allow me to do it." With that, he plunged his other hand into the trench, making contact with the golden surface. The moment he touched it, he recoiled as if struck by an electric shock, his face a portrait of astonishment. For in that fleeting instant, it felt as though his mind had been thrown into disarray. His mental sea surged violently, the sensation akin to a soul-shattering impact. "Is this merely a remnant of our martial soul fusion technique? You should give it a try," Hui Yuhao urged, glancing at Wang Dong, eager with curiosity. Wang Dong hastily extended his hand to touch the golden trench. His reaction was far more intense than Hui Yuhao's. He stood momentarily stunned, lost in thought for a significant period before regaining his composure. The two exchanged glances, recognizing the astonishment mirrored in each other's eyes. "This is astonishing. This is merely a remnant of our martial soul fusion technique, yet it feels as though I were struck by the full force of your spiritual eye. If we were to withstand a direct hit from our combined power, what magnitude would it possess?" Wang Dong's voice trembled with excitement. No soul master would ever wish to be devoid of formidable soul skills. Hui Yuhao remarked, "Behold, our soul skill boasts an attack range of 50 meters, delivering a linear assault. As of now, it remains uncertain whether it can accurately lock onto our opponent. The power it wields is indeed formidable, likely embodying both destructive and mental attributes. It appears to have amplified our attack potency by several magnitudes. Should this strike land directly, its impact would be tremendous. Wang Dong nodded with excitement, adding, moreover, the potency of our martial soul fusion technique will undoubtedly escalate as our cultivation advances. This martial soul fusion technique is truly overwhelming. If we were to encounter the net of the Lan sisters again, we would surely be able to dismantle it in an instant. Hu Yuhao was equally exhilarated. Yet he maintained a degree of composure greater than that of Wang Dong. Wang Dong, do you believe our martial soul fusion technique will be applicable in the assessment? With such formidable power, I find it hard to believe that even a soul master could withstand it. Wang Dong's expression stiffened as he replied, that is indeed a concern. The overwhelming might is rather troubling. Moreover, we possess only this one strike, and it would be futile to intimidate anyone. Once unleashed, we would likely be rendered incapacitated ourselves. Hu Yuhao remarked, our initial attempt was marred by inexperience. I believe that in our subsequent endeavors, we shall not expend such vast amounts of energy. However, it is evident that our skills possess only a singular force. It is indeed a boon to wield such formidable abilities. With further practice, we shall surely become accustomed to them and improve significantly. Wang Dong added, should that Ma Xiaodao dare to bully us again, we ought to retaliate, given her cultivation level. She is unlikely to suffer fatal harm. It would serve her well to recognize our prowess. Hu Yuhao remarked, our formidable martial soul fusion technique ought to have a name. Due to my misjudgment, you had to spend a night in the wilderness, so I shall leave the honor of naming it to you. Without hesitation, Wang Dong replied. Very well, you are quite perceptive. But what shall we call it? How about Death's Gaze? What do you think? Before Hu Yuhao could respond, Wang Dong swiftly dismissed the idea himself. No, that won't do. This is a martial soul fusion technique initiated by both of us. It must encompass the characteristics of my martial soul as well. Let us name it the Gaze of the Goddess of Light. Is that not splendid? Hu Yuhao gazed at him with a look of utter disbelief. Is your radiant goddess butterfly truly a goddess of light? It clearly signifies a butterfly that brings forth illumination. As beautiful as a deity. Setting aside the existence of such a goddess, even if she were to exist, it has nothing to do with you. Wang Dong, with a furrowed brow, retorted, can you not utter something more pleasant? Would calling it the gaze of the butterfly not sound even more unappealing? Suddenly, his eyes sparkled with inspiration. Aha! Why must our martial soul fusion technique include our martial souls? That would be far too ordinary. With such a resplendent golden hue, and the momentary brilliance our fusion technique emits, why not name it? Fading in radiance. The Golden Path. What do you think? Hu Yuhao's eyes widened slightly. The name was indeed splendid, but might it be a tad too lengthy? Wang Dong responded with pride. A longer name only serves to emphasize our prowess. We shall simply refer to it as the Golden Path. After all, others will remain oblivious to its true meaning. Let us summon Teacher Zhou to assist us in evaluating the splendor amidst the decay of the Golden Path's might and efficacy. This way, we can have a clearer understanding. Upon hearing Wang Dong mention Teacher Zhou, Hu Yuhao shivered involuntarily and turned to glance at the sun, which was gradually rising. Wang Dong, reminded by his action, recalled something as well. The two exchanged a look and simultaneously let out a cry, immediately bolting away. They were already running late, and worse yet, it was during the elimination round. In their desperate bid to return to Shrek Academy as swiftly as possible, they clasped hands and sprinted at full speed. Utilizing the power of Haodong, which not only minimized their energy expenditure, but also maximized their speed. Fortunately, they had not strayed too far, and before long, they returned. Albeit still late. Outside the assessment area stood a line of nearly 30 faculty members, including the stern-eyed Elder Zhou, who was scanning the nearly 200 students below but could not locate the individual she sought. Xiao Xiao had arrived long ago, anxiously awaiting the roll call, which had already commenced with their class, yet Hu Yuhao and Wang Dong were still absent. Should they fail to arrive by the end of the roll call, they would face disqualification. The thought of missing this opportunity was regrettable enough, but they could scarcely bear the wrath of Elder Zhou. Their entire team might suffer the consequences. What on earth were those two doing? They were late yesterday, and now they were late again. The first-year class had the largest number of competitors. Thus the roll call took longer. When their group was finally called, aside from Xiao Xiao's response, Hu Yuhao and Wang Dong's names went unanswered. Shocking not only the new students but also leaving the teachers astounded. Although such an occurrence was not unprecedented in the history of Shrek Academy, it was exceedingly rare. Even though they had passed the freshman assessment, failing to appear in the elimination round would undoubtedly be regarded as a slight against the academy, leaving a poor impression on all the instructors. The teacher conducting the roll call paused momentarily before continuing with the other classes. reaching up to the sixth class of new students when Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong finally arrived. The two rushed in, having spent the night outdoors, and had not even had time to wash up that morning. They were in quite a disheveled state, their clothes were in disarray, and they bore the marks of mud and dew. However, given the circumstances, they had no choice but to press on. After all, they could not truly forfeit. Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong hurriedly rushed to the space between the teacher and the students, simultaneously shouting aloud. The teacher taking attendance immediately halted, a man in his 50s. Tall and robust, with a dark complexion and a stern expression, inquired, "Which class are you two from? What is the matter?" Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong both recognized the instructor, whose name was Du Weiluan. He served as the head of the martial soul department at the Outer Academy and held significant authority within the institution. Hui Yuhao exclaimed loudly, "Report to teacher Du. I, Hui Yuhao, along with Wang Dong from class 1, am late due to excessive training." Du Weiluan's expression darkened. "You dare to be late for the assessment? Have you lost all sense of time?" he reprimanded. "As punishment, both of you will clean the floors of all the corridors in the new student teaching building after today's competition. Now, return to your places." "Yes." Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong hurriedly responded, feeling a sense of relief in their hearts. As long as they were not penalized by losing their qualification for the assessment, it was acceptable. They quickly jogged back to the ranks of Class 1, standing alongside Xiao Xiao. Du Weiluan cast a glance at Shou Yi, who stood a short distance away, before resuming his reading of the roster. Given his temperament, had it been any other students, they likely would have faced disqualification from the assessment. After all, they had already passed the new student evaluation. However, the uniqueness of Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong lay in their outstanding performance in the round-robin competition, achieving a perfect record, which prompted the stern director to exercise leniency. At Shrek Academy, while it is not solely about grades, possessing strength and excellent results certainly grants one certain privileges, a reality that exists in every institution. What on earth were you two doing? Just wait for old lady Show to deal with you after today's competition. Look at her glare. It's as sharp as a knife. If looks could kill, you both would be facing a gruesome end, Xiao Xiao said with irritation. Wang Dong, wearing a gloomy expression, replied, "Stop your incessant chatter. It's all Hui Yuhao's fault. If he hadn't insisted on dragging me out for a sparring session, we wouldn't have lost track of time and been late, would we?" On their way back, Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong had already conspired to keep their mastery of the martial soul fusion technique under wraps for the time being. As they had no intention of showcasing it during the upcoming freshman assessment, they unanimously agreed to share this delightful news solely with teacher Zhou, hoping to quell her thunderous wrath and enlisting her guidance in their training. Once they had perfected their technique, they would reveal it in future evaluations. Soon, Du Weilin, the director of the martial soul department at the Outer Academy, had completed the roll call, and it was time for the drawing of lots. Given that this was merely a freshman assessment, there were no elaborate rituals involved. Hui Yuhao drew the lot on behalf of their team. The 64 participating teams in the elimination round were divided into 32 matches, engaging in direct confrontations. The students had enjoyed a day of respite yesterday, and the assessment area had undergone necessary improvements, primarily adjusting the positions of the dividers. The area was restructured into 16 zones, each significantly expanded to provide the participants with ample space to maneuver. The rules during the elimination rounds were straightforward. One match would take place each morning and another each afternoon. The teams that were eliminated would return to their classes, while the victorious teams would remain to continue competing. Over 3 days, the final top 3 would be determined. Once the lots were drawn, the matches from 64 to 32 commenced immediately, with all 32 contests occurring simultaneously. This arrangement aimed to minimize the duration of the assessment, thereby granting the victorious students sufficient time to rest before the afternoon matches. Hui Yuhao and his companions were assigned to District 15 this time, and the invigilator was a new face, a kind-looking woman in her 30s. During the draw, only numbers were called, leaving them unaware of the opponents they would face. However, upon arriving at the arena, a sense of resignation washed over them. In the first round, they were pitted against members of their own class, transforming this elimination match into a bout of internecine conflict. They recognized the 3 opponents, one of whom had previously attempted to challenge Wang Dong, according to Wang Dong himself. After being soundly defeated in private, that individual had learned to behave. Zhou Yi's judgment was astute. Having designated Hui Yuhao and his 2 companions as the seed team for their class, their strength was unmatched by any other team. The competition was brief. Despite the resilience of their adversaries, with Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao launching their attacks simultaneously, Aided by Hui Yuhao's shared mental detection, the battle concluded in under 10 minutes, securing their place among the top 32. However, as Hui Yuhao and his companions exited the assessment area, the elation of victory evaporated in an instant. Waiting for them at the entrance was an ominous-looking elder Zhou, her expression dark. "Xiao Xiao, you return to rest. You too follow me." Zhou commanded coldly before turning on her heel to depart. Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong simultaneously sensed a chill creeping down their spines. Fortunately, both had prepared for this moment. Exchanging a knowing glance, they followed Zhou. Meanwhile, Xiao Xiao could only offer them a look of resigned hope. To their surprise, Zhou led them directly to her office. As the homeroom teacher for class 1 of the new students, her office was situated in the northern part of the dormitory area, behind the black and purple high school teaching buildings, within the faculty office area. Located on the ground floor, she was the sole occupant of this workspace. As they stepped into the office alongside Zhou, Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong were taken aback. The seemingly stern and austere teacher Zhou had decorated her office with remarkable elegance. The walls were painted a soft blush pink, while the desk was crafted from a unique light redwood. A vibrant crimson sofa and various other tasteful furnishings adorned the space, which also featured a small door that appeared to lead to a cozy lounge area. It must be acknowledged that Shrek Academy provides its teachers with exceptional amenities. Even a homeroom teacher for a new student class enjoys the privilege of an independent office. Hui Yuhao was the last to enter, cautiously closing the door behind him. Zhou was already seated on the grand crimson sofa designated for guests, her arms crossed defiantly over her chest. With a cold demeanor, she demanded, "Now, enlighten me. What exactly is going on between the two of you? Is this a joke? 2 consecutive days of tardiness. And you seem to think that having passed the freshman assessment has granted you some form of immunity from my authority? Let me make this abundantly clear. Should I choose to do so, expelling you from the academy is but a mere word away. This world is never short of prodigies. I have seen many talented individuals dismissed under my watch, and the sole reason remains constant. Their temperament is ill-suited for the path of a true powerhouse. Now, provide me with a compelling reason not to discipline the both of you." Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong exchanged a glance. Wang Dong nudged him gently, signaling him to elucidate. Hui Yuhao, steeling himself, said, "I apologize, Teacher Zhou, it was our mistake." Over the past 3 months, they had become somewhat familiar with Zhou Yi's temperament. Arguing would yield no benefit, only serve to further provoke this formidable figure. The more respectful their demeanor, the lesser the punishment they might receive. Is a mere apology sufficient? Do you believe that tardiness is trivial? Allow me to enlighten you. Lateness signifies negligence, and at your age, it is a grave matter. With that singular reason, I could easily expel both of you. Now speak. I require a reasonable explanation." Hui Yuhao respectfully said, "Teacher Zhou, please do not be upset. You may recall that 2 days ago, our team encountered the Huang Chutian team, which included a pair of twin sisters named Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo." Zhou acknowledged. Hui Yuhao continued, "During that match, we nearly faced defeat. The sisters, Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo, were capable of executing a martial soul fusion technique. Ultimately, through the concerted efforts of the 3 of us, we managed to withstand their formidable abilities, securing victory and concluding the round-robin tournament with an impeccable record. Upon returning, both Wang Dong and I were envious of the potency of their martial soul fusion technique. Thus, we resolved to experiment, to ascertain whether our martial souls could merge. As the Academy did not offer specialized guidance on the cultivation of martial soul fusion techniques, we had to venture into this endeavor on our own. To our surprise, during our initial attempt, it seemed our martial souls successfully fused, and in the process, we both collapsed onto Wang Dong's bed. When we regained consciousness, we realized we had already missed our class, which explains our tardiness yesterday. As Hui Yuhao was explaining, he distinctly felt Wang Dong behind him gently pinching the soft flesh at his waist with 2 fingers, before twisting it a full 180 degrees. The pain coursed through his body, yet he dared not reveal it, causing his expression to become somewhat rigid. Martial soul fusion? Zhou was taken aback. She had not anticipated that Hui Yuhao would offer such an explanation. She instinctively inquired, "Did you succeed?" Hui Yuhao scratched his head and remarked, "Yesterday, we were uncertain of our success, so when you instructed us to run laps, we decided to give it a try, and it appeared to be promising. Later that evening, we ventured outside the academy to experiment with our martial soul fusion technique. To our astonishment, it actually worked. Moreover, the power of the attack seemed remarkably formidable. However, this was our first attempt at executing the martial soul fusion technique, which ultimately led to a depletion of our soul energy. After utilizing that skill, we both collapsed in the wilderness, and upon regaining consciousness, we realized we were late again today. Teacher Zhou, we genuinely overslept due to our earnest dedication to training. This was merely an unforeseen circumstance, and we assure you it will not happen again. At this point, Hui Yuhao subtly lifted his gaze and covertly glanced at Zhou, only to find her staring at him, utterly astonished. You mean to say that the two of you attempted the martial soul fusion technique and actually succeeded? Zhou Yi's voice had noticeably elevated in pitch as she rose from the sofa, her expression a mixture of shock and exhilaration. Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong nodded in unison. Zhou Yi exclaimed with excitement. Quick, let me see what your martial soul fusion technique is. Hui Yuhao remarked. Teacher Zhou, we have a competition this afternoon. The use of this skill will deplete our soul power. Zhou Yi retorted with irritation. The initial application consumes the most energy. Subsequent uses will not be as taxing. If the martial soul fusion technique causes unconsciousness each time, would that not be akin to a suicidal skill? Hurry up. I will assist you in replenishing your soul power. It will not delay your competition this afternoon. Come, perform it directly on me. With Zhou Yi's insistence, Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong had no choice but to comply. The two faced each other, and Hui Yuhao naturally opened his arms to embrace Wang Dong. Although Wang Dong's movements remained somewhat stiff, he did not resist, closing his eyes and extending his arms to embrace Hui Yuhao. As their bodies made contact, they simultaneously released their respective martial souls. The soul power instantaneously merged, transforming into the mighty force of Hao Dong circulating within them, and they experienced a sensation of their bodies becoming one. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. In Teacher Zhou's office, the sound of a pin drop could be heard, apart from the fluctuations of soul power generated by Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong's martial souls. There was an eerie silence. Zhou Yi widened her eyes, prepared for defense, yet Hui Yuhao merely remained in an embrace with Wang Dong, with no further activity. The muscles at the corner of her eye began to twitch. Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong sensed something amiss. According to the events of the previous night, their soul power should have been swiftly depleted by now. They anticipated a dazzling explosion of decay emanating from a certain direction, heralding the formidable might of the Golden Road. Yet, nothing transpired. Are you two jesting? Zhou Yi's cold voice seemed to be forced through clenched teeth. The words sent a shiver down Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong's spines, prompting them to instinctively release their embrace, their faces etched with astonishment. The presence of murderous intent emanating from Teacher Zhou was unmistakable. It was the same sensation they felt upon gazing at her again. This elderly woman was evidently on the brink of an explosive outburst. Hui Yuhao hastily remarked, Teacher Zhou, we successfully executed our skills in that manner last night. We, too, are uncertain about what transpired. Zhou Yi, her voice laced with coldness, retorted. Are you two embracing in my office to flaunt your camaraderie? If I do not discipline you properly today, then. Before Zhou Yi could finish her stern warning, Hui Yuhao swiftly took action, grasping Wang Dong's hand and simultaneously deploying his spiritual detection, sharing it with Zhou Yi. As Zhou Yi prepared to unleash her fury, everything around her suddenly crystallized in clarity, her thoughts rapidly expanded outward, and in an instant, she vividly perceived everything within 100-meter diameter in three-dimensional form in her mind. How has the range expanded so dramatically? Zhou Yi distinctly recalled that during Hui Yuhao's last demonstration of shared spiritual detection, the coverage was only about 30 meters in diameter. Yet now, it had extended to 100 meters, a staggering increase. Noticing Zhou Yi's momentary astonishment, Hui Yuhao quickly explained, Teacher Zhou, do you remember? I once mentioned that my spiritual detection would evolve with the enhancement of my cultivation. After more than 3 months of your meticulous guidance, my spiritual detection has now reached an approximate diameter of 50 meters. Furthermore, I have devised a method to concentrate my spirit in one direction for detection, thereby increasing the range. The 100-meter detection you are experiencing is not solely my achievement. It is a result of the fusion of our martial spirits with Wang Dong. Our soul powers have merged, and it is with his assistance that my soul skill has seen such a remarkable enhancement, effectively doubling the detection range. My soul power can also amplify his soul skills in return. Could this not be evidence of our successful martial spirit fusion? We truly experimented with the martial spirit fusion technique last night. If you doubt us, we can take you to the location of our successful experiment, where traces remain. As Hui Yuhao spoke, Zhou Yi gradually regained her composure, realizing her earlier impulsiveness. Over the past 3 months, she had observed Hui Yuhao's performance at the academy. In her memory, no other student had matched his diligence. Moreover, Hui Yuhao exhibited a maturity beyond his years, a quality that made it implausible for him to concoct such an easily debunked deception. Indeed, as the saying goes, every discipline has its specialization. Though Zhou Yi was a teacher at Shrek Academy, her understanding of the martial spirit fusion technique was somewhat limited, given its rarity. After listening to Hui Yuhao's explanation, she had come to believe their words, and her anger dissipated swiftly. Waving her hand dismissively, Zhou Yi stated, "All right, retract your skills. I believe you. However, it is certainly incorrect for your martial spirit fusion technique to be so inconsistent. Wait here in my office. I will seek out a teacher familiar with the martial spirit fusion technique to help clarify things for you." Old Lady Zhou has always been decisive and authoritative. As soon as she finished speaking, she was already outside the door, departing swiftly. Once she left, both Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong let out a sigh of relief. Collapsing onto the sofa, Hui Yuhao raised his left hand to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. Wang Dong also intended to lift his left hand to dry his perspiration, only to realize that Hui Yuhao was still holding onto it. Releasing his grip, Wang Dong irritably withdrew his hand and shot him a glare. "It's all your fault. If it weren't for your insistence on testing your skills, could we have been caught by Old Lady Zhou? Now there are no secrets left, are there?" Hui Yuhao reclined on the sofa, chuckling softly. "I suppose I must accept the blame. However, this is not entirely a misfortune. With our teacher guiding us in our cultivation, we can certainly avoid many detours. When will you ever learn to temper your habit of complaining?" "Only I can endure it." Wang Dong let out a scoff, replying, "That's only because it's you. If it were anyone else, I wouldn't even bother to complain." Nevertheless, witnessing the astonished expression on Old Lady Zhou's face today was worth it. "Do you think that after we complete the elimination rounds, she will still choose to instruct us?" Hui Yuhao remarked, "It is difficult to say. Teacher Zhou's instruction is quite comprehensive, yet it appears to have its particular emphasis. However, given our youth and the frailty of our cultivation, we have yet to reach the stage where Teacher Zhou can truly showcase his expertise in guiding us. Nevertheless, we shall ascertain this once the elimination rounds conclude and reassignments are made. I still hope to be under Teacher Zhou's tutelage. A stricter instructor is not necessarily a detriment to us. At the very least, it will continually spur us on to diligently cultivate and learn." Chapter 24. The Bet. Wang Dong chuckled, "Are you a masochist? By the way, let us practice here for a while. When Old Lady Zhou returns and sees that we have not neglected our training while waiting for her, she will surely appreciate our efforts, which will undoubtedly elevate her spirits." Hui Yuhao lightly tapped his hand atop the other's head and remarked, "You truly excel in cunning and deceit." "Nonsense, it is you who is devious," came the retort. "We have a competition this afternoon. We have already expended considerable energy. It is prudent to recover as soon as possible. Shall we proceed? Hurry now." As he spoke, he had already shed his shoes and settled cross-legged on the sofa, extending his hands toward Hui Yuhao. Hui Yuhao consistently dedicated his free time to cultivation, naturally not declining the opportunity to connect with Wang Dong, mirroring his actions as they joined palms. Both simultaneously channeled their soul power, and as their energies intertwined and merged, the sensations they experienced differed markedly from their earlier practice the previous afternoon. Their soul powers appeared to grow increasingly intimate, and the initial rate of fusion was evidently swifter than the day before. Almost upon contact, the power of Haodong manifested, guided by their conscious intentions. They set their energies into motion along the pathways they had practiced, achieving an enhancement in their cultivation speed of at least 10% compared to yesterday. Having closed their eyes at the onset of their practice, they remained unaware that a faint triad of blue, purple, and gold luminescence began to emanate from their joined palms, swirling around their arms and bodies, gradually enveloping them in this ethereal hue. Initially, their sole intention was to replenish their soul power, yet as their cultivation commenced, they swiftly entered a meditative state, becoming oblivious to their surroundings, lost in the depths of their practice. Not long after they began, Zhou Yi returned, accompanied by another individual. Had Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong been alert, they would have been astonished to see that the person Zhou Yi brought back was none other than their proctor from the tournament phase, Wang Yan. Upon observing Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong in their state of cultivation, Zhou Yi was momentarily taken aback, while Wang Yan appeared utterly astonished. In an unspoken agreement, they simultaneously gestured for silence. A flicker of inquiry crossed Zhou Yi's eyes as Wang Yan shook his head and quietly crouched a short distance before Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong, closely observing their condition and earnestly sensing the fluctuations of soul power during their practice. The more he felt, the greater the astonishment grew upon Wang Yan's face, prompting him to rub his hands together instinctively. Zhou Yi had known Wang Yan for quite some time and recognized that this gesture signified tension and excitement. As a fellow educator, she too sensed the peculiar state of Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong, something she had never encountered before. The two soul masters were unexpectedly cultivating in tandem, their soul powers not only harmonizing but also merging seamlessly. The velocity of the swirling blue, purple, and gold luminescence was a testament to the remarkable speed of their cultivation. Even soul masters of the three-ring soul respect level would scarcely achieve such rapid progress. Hu Yuhao and Wang Dong had diligently completed 36 cycles of cultivation before finally pausing. Not only had they fully restored the soul power expended during the morning competition, but they had also made slight progress in their cultivation. With a long exhale, they gradually withdrew their soul power, and the tricolored radiance surrounding them slowly dissipated. Upon opening their eyes, both felt a refreshing clarity, reveling in the exhilarating pace of their cultivation. However, they were soon startled. "Teacher Zhou, Teacher Wang?" Hu Yuhao exclaimed, astonished to see Shou Yi and Wang Yin seated nearby, intently observing them. Wang Dong was equally taken aback, as it dawned on them that they were in Zhou Yi's office. Hu Yuhao, feeling somewhat awkward, said, "Teacher Zhou, we aim to restore our soul power as soon as possible to prepare for the afternoon competition." Zhou Yi waved her hand dismissively and replied, "No need for explanations. It is commendable that you are diligent. This is Teacher Wang Yin, an esteemed educator from the theoretical department of our academy, whose title surpasses mine. He has conducted extensive research on the martial soul fusion technique." Wang Yin smiled slightly and remarked, "I believe no introduction is necessary. We have met before. I was the supervising teacher during your round-robin matches." At that moment, his expression had regained its composure, though the tranquility of his heart remained known only to himself. Teacher Wang, Hu Yuhao and Wang Dong both respectfully bowed to Wang Yin. Wang Yin nodded and said, "I have meticulously observed your training. Initially, I was skeptical of Zhou Yi's words, but it seems my understanding was lacking. I can now unequivocally affirm to Zhou Yi that you have achieved martial soul fusion and possess the corresponding fusion technique." Zhou Yi gazed at him in surprise but refrained from interjecting. Wang Yin continued, "The compatibility of your soul powers is remarkable. They have fused seamlessly without any conflict, aiding your training process. Such an occurrence has never been documented in the annals of Shrek Academy over the millennia. The only explanation is that your martial souls are in perfect harmony, achieving a 100% compatibility. Only in such legendary circumstances could your soul powers merge so intimately, sharing each other's training pace. Congratulations. I can even foresee now that in the future, you will undoubtedly become a source of pride for Shrek Academy." Hu Yuhao listened to Wang Yin's words with a quiet admiration. He had heard of the concept of a perfect fusion of martial souls from the heavenly dream-eye silkworm. Yet Wang Yin's insights, derived merely from observing their cultivation, demonstrated his profound understanding. He truly embodied the essence of theoretical excellence within the academy. Wang Dong, puzzled, inquired, "Teacher Wang, if that is the case, why did our martial soul fusion technique fail today? Just moments ago, Hu Yuhao and I attempted it, but we were unable to perform it again." Wang Yin chuckled softly and replied, "Do you believe that the martial soul fusion technique is akin to an ordinary soul skill? It is not as simple as you think. It requires both of your martial souls to be in optimal condition, as well as your spirit and energy to be at their peak. This is the first time I have encountered a perfectly fused martial soul technique. However, based on my experience, after successfully executing the martial soul fusion for the first time, there exists a certain buffer period during which you cannot perform the fusion technique again. Typically, this buffer period lasts for 7 days, but as your cultivation progresses, this duration will gradually decrease until you can fully utilize the martial soul fusion technique." Hu Yuhao inquired, "Teacher Wang, when will we be able to freely utilize our martial soul fusion technique?" Wang Yin replied, "That is still quite distant. It will be at least until both of you reach the 70th level and possess your true martial souls before you can wield the fusion technique at will. This applies to any soul master. However, you are likely to achieve a perfect compatibility in your martial soul fusion. So I suggest that you begin practicing the technique daily from now on until you can successfully execute it again. This way, you will determine the cooldown period after each application of the fusion technique. Once you have established this time frame, do come to find me. I am eager to witness the marvel of your martial soul fusion technique." With Wang Yan's explanation, Hu Yuhao and Wang Dong gained a clearer understanding of the martial soul fusion technique. Nearby, Zhou Yi asked, "Teacher Wang, since they have a perfect compatibility in their martial soul fusion, what other benefits are there besides assisting each other in cultivation?" Wang Yin chuckled and said, "Zhou, one can never be satisfied. You have already stumbled upon 2 treasures. Just the mutual assistance and cultivation alone can double their training speed. You may not see the effects immediately, but mark my words, in 3 years, among their peers, no one will be able to compare with their soul power cultivation. However, your question is valid. There is another distinction between perfect compatibility and ordinary martial soul fusion techniques, and that is the potency. You should have anticipated this. According to the rules of martial soul fusion, the higher the compatibility, the greater the power of the technique. Yet, we have never witnessed such a perfect compatibility, which is why I wish to personally experience the extent of their martial soul fusion's might and its effects. Shoei nodded. Thank you for your insight. Teacher Wang. Shall we report this matter together? Wang Yin shook his head with a smile. No need for that. You should report it yourself. You have long been due for a promotion to senior teacher. Besides, these 2 young talents were discovered by you, and I cannot steal your thunder. Zhou Yi smiled faintly and nodded in acknowledgement. Wang Yin rose, saying, You 2 must strive hard. You've made it to the top 32 in the elimination rounds. And once you reach the quarterfinals, your efforts must intensify. The higher-ups of the academy will be observing your matches. And the rewards for the champions are quite substantial in our eyes. We cannot afford to miss out. I trust we will have further discussions in the future. And should you have any questions, feel free to seek me out. My office is on the 4th floor. Zhou, I shall take my leave now. Zhou accompanied Wang Yin to the office door, and just before departing, Wang Yin cast a lingering glance at Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong before taking his leave. Zhou did not return inside but instead beckoned to Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong. Come, it's time for lunch. Today, I shall treat you to something special. Although she did not verbalize it, her gesture of treating them signified an apology for her earlier misjudgment of Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong. Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong both felt a sense of incredulity, yet they quickly regained their composure, exuberantly rushing out of the office to join Zhou for a meal in the cafeteria. Zhou, true to her generous nature, treated them to the finest delicacies available in the innermost section of the cafeteria. It was indeed a first for Wang Dong to indulge in such exquisite fare, let alone Hui Yuhao. The cafeteria's top-tier dishes were notoriously expensive, with prices fluctuating daily, always calculated in gold soul coins. On this occasion, Zhou ordered 2 servings of each of the 2 premium dishes, which astonishingly amounted to nearly 60 gold soul coins. Teacher Zhou, you are being too extravagant, Hui Yuhao said, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He had been selling grilled fish for quite some time and had yet to amass 60 gold soul coins. Zhou smiled gently and replied, Hurry and enjoy it while it's hot. Do not think that the academy offers these premium dishes for profit. In fact, among all the meals served in the cafeteria, only these top-tier dishes are subsidized by the academy. Why is that? Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong inquired almost in unison. Zhou replied with a serene smile. It is, of course, for the well-being of the students. Do you recognize what these 2 dishes are? She gestured towards the plates in front of them. Both dishes emanated a rich aroma. One appeared to be a stew, while the other was a clear broth. The stew, primarily composed of lean meat and tendons, featured a thick, flavorful broth that was both rich and velvety, with the meat being tender to the point of falling apart. Even the tendons had transformed into a soft gelatinous texture. Merely laying eyes on it was enough to whet one's appetite. The clear broth, a delicate golden hue, contained nothing but liquid, yet its fragrance was so potent that it even surpassed that of the stew, with a subtle hint of herbs. Undoubtedly, Hui Yuhao could not name either dish, while Wang Dong hesitated before speaking. Teacher Zhou, this stew seems to be made from the meat of the armored dragon crocodile, but I cannot discern the broth. Zhou nodded appreciatively, as expected of a scion from a noble family. You are correct. This stew is indeed made from the armored dragon crocodile. This amphibious soul beast possesses immense strength. Consuming its meat is a significant boon for us soul masters, enhancing our physical constitution and strengthening our meridians. It is a rare treasure. However, the meat of the armored dragon crocodile is as tough as iron, and only with exceptional culinary skills can it be rendered tender and delectable. Therefore, what I wish to convey is that our Shrek Academy boasts not only the finest faculty, but also the most skilled chefs in the continent. An adult armored dragon crocodile is at least 1,000-year soul beast. Do you still consider this dish to be expensive? As for the broth, it is derived from a flying soul beast, slow-cooked for an extended period. It has the effect of nourishing the internal organs, stabilizing the internal aura of soul masters, thereby benefiting their cultivation. I previously mentioned that among this cohort of new students, 3 have already attained the rank of Soul Master at level 30. While their talents are undoubtedly exceptional and they are diligent, they are also heirs of prominent families, having received the finest support in terms of both food and elixirs since childhood, which is why they have achieved such cultivation. Before Wang Dong arrived at the academy, He may have enjoyed similar treatment. As for why your cultivation has not reached the third ring, I suspect it is likely due to your own laziness or perhaps certain unique circumstances pertaining to you. Moreover, if memory serves me correctly, your birthday has just recently passed, marking you barely 11 years of age. Wang Dong nodded, asserting, Teacher Zhou, I assure you that I will attain the third ring before I turn 12. Zhou Yi interjected. All right, you all should eat quickly. After your meal, rest for a while. The afternoon competition is about to commence. I will report on your possession of martial soul fusion techniques. Should you be approved as core disciples of the Outer Academy, your meals will henceforth be provided free of charge by the institution, featuring exquisite dishes. You can imagine the benefits this will bestow upon your cultivation. However, possessing martial soul fusion techniques does not guarantee your status as core disciples. Our Shrek Academy is never short of prodigies. The final rankings in the elimination rounds will significantly influence your chances of entering that core circle. To be frank, I too graduated from the Outer Academy. Yet I was unable to attain core status, nor did I qualify for the Inner Academy. Becoming a core disciple is a crucial step towards your eventual admission into the Inner Academy. Among the core disciples, nearly half have successfully passed the Inner Academy's evaluations. Being a core disciple also signifies that you will receive preferential treatment from the Academy's faculty. Do you understand? Yes. Both Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong responded in unison, promptly indulging in their meal. Zhou Yi's praise for the chef was immediately echoed by Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong. Hui Yuhao, having little experience with fine ingredients, found the meal delightful, while Wang Dong, who had previously savored such delicacies, recognized that the flavors prepared by his family paled in comparison to the superior dishes crafted by the Academy's dining hall. Upon finishing their sumptuous meal, both Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong felt a gentle warmth radiating throughout their bodies, particularly within their stomachs, as a wave of comforting warmth enveloped their limbs, rendering them indescribably at ease. Indeed, one gets what one pays for. Zhou Yi accompanied them to the dormitory entrance, and before departing, she placed a gentle hand on Hui Yuhao's shoulder, softly stating, if one is not born a noble, one must wield one's own strength to become one. With that, she turned and walked away. Since the meal, her previously frigid demeanor seemed entirely transformed. At the dormitory entrance, an elderly figure, seemingly the dormitory manager yet perpetually indifferent to his duties, reclined in a chair, appearing to have heard Zhou Yi's parting words. He mumbled something indistinctly, though no one could discern it. After habitually greeting the elder, Hui Yuhao returned to the dormitory with Wang Dong. Having just enjoyed a sumptuous meal, he felt compelled to engage in further cultivation. Wastefulness was a disgrace. The afternoon competition, however, would undoubtedly prove to be far more challenging than the morning-s. The freshman assessment elimination round, in which 32 contenders would be narrowed down to 16, commenced promptly as the class bell rang in the afternoon. Compared to the morning session, the number of participants in the elimination round had been halved. Following another draw, the contestants hurried to their designated arenas to compete. As it was the same day as competition, the venue remained unchanged, still divided as in the morning, but only the arenas numbered 1 to 16 were in use. To the north of the assessment area stood a towering platform, elevated some 20 meters off the ground and supported by 6 metallic pillars. From below, it was impossible to discern how many individuals could be accommodated atop it, but vague silhouettes suggested that some were there to observe the matches. From such a height, one could easily survey the entire assessment area and witness the unfolding contest within each arena. Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong arrived at the assessment area punctually, much to Xiao Xiao's relief. This time, their examination zone had been designated as Area 8. Upon their arrival, they discovered that another team, also assigned to Area 8, had already gathered. To their astonishment, the opposing team comprised entirely of young women, all strikingly beautiful. On the observation platform, Zhou Yi stood silently, surveying the impending competition below. In the round-robin matches, Class 1 emerged as the most successful, yet as they transitioned into the elimination phase, several individual competitors began to reveal their potential and prowess. During the match that would determine the final 32 from 64, only 5 teams remained from Class 1, although they still held an advantage over other freshman classes. It was no longer as pronounced. The forthcoming matches to narrow the field from 32 to 16 would be crucial. Teacher Zhou, are you searching for your seed teams? A woman in her 30s approached Zhou Yi, chuckling softly. I just glanced at the draw, and what a coincidence. The seed team you selected is matched against our class's seed team in Area 8. Who do you suppose will emerge victorious? Zhou Yi's expression hardened. Mu Jin, do you truly believe your students are guaranteed to win? Despite her mature years, Mu Jin exuded a youthful radiance, shaking her head with a smile. Not at all. Nothing is absolute. However, I haven't heard of any particularly exceptional talents in your class this time, at least none above level 30. Quite unfortunate. Zhou Yi's gaze turned frosty. Are you here to provoke me? Mu Jin's smile vanished instantly. And what if I am? Your class is renowned for its strong performance. I am eager to see how many of your students can make it into the top 8. When the draw concluded, I was delighted to find that my seed student is matched against yours. This is the first time I felt such joy since you expelled my brother despite my earnest pleas. I hear you're aiming for a higher professional title this time. It seems that aspiration may come to naught. Zhou Yi, undeterred by Mu Jin's taunts, fixed her gaze on the competition area below, focusing on the trio in Area 8. And calmly proposed, shall we wager? Mu Jin's intention was to provoke and humiliate Zhou Yi, and she eagerly replied, a wager? What will you stake against me? Finally acknowledging her, Zhou Yi turned to face her, stating solemnly, a soul bone. Do you dare? At the mention of soul bones, Mu Jin's pupils constricted. For soul masters, soul rings were already considered exceedingly precious, as each soul master must acquire them to transcend their limitations. However, soul bones held a value 100-fold greater. Each soul master could integrate 6 soul bones, comprising one for the head, torso, and 4 limbs. Each soul ring could bestow a skill upon the soul master, with a 100,000-year soul ring granting 2 skills. In essence, a typical soul master, upon reaching the distinguished level of a 9-ring title de law, should possess 9 skills. The soul bone system serves as an additional framework, with each soul bone bestowing a unique skill upon the soul master and significantly enhancing the physical attributes of the corresponding body part. While soul rings are a guaranteed product of every soul beast, soul bones are not so readily available. Only soul beasts of 100,000 years possess the intrinsic ability to yield soul bones. For soul beasts below this tier, the probability of producing a soul bone is a mere 1 in 10,000. The emergence of any soul bone inevitably incites fierce competition among soul masters. A saying within the soul master community suggests that to become an exceptional soul master, one must diligently enhance their soul power and acquire soul rings of increasingly higher ages. However, to ascend to the ranks of elite soul masters, the true powerhouses of the Dola continent, one must possess their own soul bones. The greater the number of soul bones, the more formidable the strength. In fact, in a certain sense, soul bones also possess the effects of medicinal elixirs. Merging with any soul bone will augment the soul master's soul power. At this juncture, Zhou Yi proposed a wager involving soul bones, seemingly prepared to risk everything to compete with Mu Jin. How could Mu Jin not be taken aback? Most importantly, she was utterly perplexed by the source of Zhou Yi's confidence. A smirk of disdain played at the corners of Zhou Yi's mouth as she warned, if you're frightened, keep your distance. Do not let me catch a whiff of your nauseating perfume. A glint of determination flashed in Mu Jin's eyes. Very well, I accept your challenge. Do you think mere threats will intimidate me? If I lose, I shall give you a soul bone. If you lose, you must defend. You craft a close combat soul device for me. Zhou Yi replied coldly, the wager is between you and me, not him. Should I lose, I will still provide you with a soul bone. Mu Jin scoffed, I do not desire your soul bone. I insist on having Fan Yu create the close combat soul device for me. Very well, I will speak on her behalf, a deep voice interjected. And a tall figure appeared beside Zhou Yi, none other than Fan Yu, the instructor from the Soul Guidance Department whom Zhou Yi had previously brought to meet Hui Yuhao. Upon Fan Yu's arrival, Mu Jin's expression shifted dramatically. The earlier bravado and provocations evaporated, leaving her pale as she took a hesitant step back, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she gazed at Fan Yu. You conspire with her to bully me, she accused. Fan Yu maintained a calm demeanor, though his brow furrowed slightly. You initiated this unreasonable disturbance. If you wish to wager, then let us proceed. If not, cease your provocations towards Zhou Yi. As for our relationship with you, we are merely colleagues, nothing more. Wager? Why not? Mu Jin retorted, turning sharply, her hands gripping the railing of the platform tightly as her misty eyes shifted toward the competition arena in the assessment zone. Hui Yuhao and his companions were completely unaware of the unfolding scene on the observation platform, as their focus was solely on their opponents. The 3 young ladies across from them were all quite enchanting, each adorned in the same fresh school uniforms. The girl at the forefront stood slightly taller than both Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong, with a striking head of golden short hair that exuded a sense of neatness. Her cerulean eyes, accentuated by long lashes, were adorned with charming freckles on her cheeks. Behind her, to the left, stood a girl with fiery red short hair and rare crimson eyes. At first glance, her gaze might seem intimidating, but upon closer inspection, one would find her features exquisitely delicate, her skin as pale as jade. Yet, her icy demeanor was formidable, rivaling that of the venerable elder Mrs. Zhou. To the right, the contrasting figure of a girl with flowing light green hair cascaded down her back, her dark green eyes radiating warmth. There was an inherent fragility about her that instinctively evoked a sense of compassion. The supervising teacher announced, "Both sides, please introduce yourselves." The 6 participants stepped simultaneously into the expansive arena, positioning themselves on either side. Hui Yuhao's trio maintained their original formation, with Wang Dong at the forefront, Xiao Xiao in the center, and Hui Yuhao bringing up the rear. Conversely, the trio of girls on the opposite side rearranged themselves. The golden-haired girl who had initially stood at the front retreated, allowing the other 2 to step forward in her stead. The red-haired girl declared proudly, "New student class 9. Wu Feng, level 25 Assault System Soul Master." The girl with the light green hair cast a reproachful glance at her, seemingly chiding her for her arrogance and revealing her soul power level, yet she did not alter her introduction style. In a gentle voice that starkly contrasted with Wu Feng's haughty tone, she introduced herself, "New student class 9, Namin Yuner, level 24 Agility System Soul Master." From behind the 2 emerged a calm voice, "New student class 9, Ning Tian, level 31 Support System Tool Soul Master." At this revelation, Hui Yuhao and his companions were taken aback simultaneously. A level 31 Soul Master? They had not anticipated encountering one of the 3-ringed Soul Masters so soon, especially one who was a support-type Tool Soul Master. It is well known that Tool Soul Masters typically cultivate at a slower pace than Assault Soul Masters. Yet this individual had reached level 31 by the tender age of 12, possessing 3 soul rings. This was no mere talent. While they were shocked, Hui Yuhao and his companions did not forget to introduce themselves in turn, beginning with their own Assault Soul Masters. New student class 1, Wang Dong, level 24 Assault System Soul Master. New student class 1, Xiao Xiao, level 22 Control System Soul Master. At last, Hui Yuhao spoke, introducing himself as a Control System Battle Soul Master from the freshman class, grade 17. Upon hearing the number 17, Wu Feng opposite him visibly curled his lip, revealing an air of disdain. Wang Dong narrowed his eyes, fixating intently on Wu Feng. For reasons unbeknownst to him, the contemptuous gaze from Wu Feng ignited a fierce flame within Wang Dong's heart. Wu Feng, sensing the intensity of his stare, met his gaze with a cold snort. Even before the competition had commenced, an atmosphere charged with tension had already begun to permeate the air. Hui Yuhao lightly tapped Wang Dong on the shoulder, prompting Wang Dong to turn and meet his gaze. Though no words were exchanged, an unspoken understanding passed between them. At that moment, the supervising teacher announced the commencement of the competition with a resounding voice. With a quick push from his toes, Wang Dong surged forward, and as he propelled himself, his magnificent blue and golden wings unfurled spectacularly. Regardless of the confidence exuded by Wu Feng, Namin Yuner, and Ning Tian, they could not help but momentarily squint in awe at the dazzling wings of the radiant goddess butterfly, silently marveling at their beauty. Wu Feng likewise let out a spirited cry, her lithe form vaulting into the air, a wave of intense heat emanating from her being, accompanied by a subtle dragon's roar. In an instant, her figure elongated, and while airborne, she appeared to embody the essence of a mature 16 or 17-year-old maiden. The fitted school uniform could no longer contain her, tearing to reveal a snug, elastic leather outfit beneath, accentuating her shapely thighs. Clearly well prepared, her attire clung tightly, extending upward. A delicate rosy sheen danced across her skin, and intricate dragon scales began to emerge from the left side of her face, cascading down her neck and enveloping her left arm and hand. Comparatively, while Beibei's blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex spirit exuded a commanding presence, Wu Feng's dragon spirit, although softer in nature, still radiated formidable power. The fire attribute of the red dragon unleashed the potent aura of a top-tier spirit. As 2 yellow soul rings materialized beneath her feet, Wu Feng's silhouette appeared both elegant and striking, yet imbued with an explosive force. In a flash, she advanced towards Wang Dong, her left arm sweeping forward to strike at him. Faced with her formidable might, Wang Dong refrained from immediately deploying his soul technique. Instead, he executed a half-turn in midair, unleashing a swift kick with his right leg that collided with Wu Feng's left arm. The impact produced a muffled thud, causing Wang Dong to sway midair and drift back 5 meters, while Wu Feng descended towards the ground. This initial clash evidently favored Wu Feng. Although both were attack-oriented soul masters, their emphases differed. in a contest of physical strength. The radiant goddess Butterfly and the red dragon were unlikely to emerge victorious against one another. At that moment, Namin Yuner from Ning Tian's team also made her move. As she initiated her attack, her body floated as if unencumbered by gravity, yet her speed surpassed that of the engaged Wang Dong and Wu Feng. In a mere flash, she traversed several dozen meters, arriving before Xiao Xiao. Upon closer inspection, it became apparent that a pair of emerald green wings had sprouted from Namin Yuner's back. Modest in size and far less flamboyant than Wang Dong's wings, yet they endowed her with astonishing velocity. Simultaneously, her hands transformed into a jade-like hue, sculpted to perfection, as she aimed to strike towards Xiao Xiao's face. Meanwhile, from a distance, Ning Tian extended her right hand, issuing a clarion call. As the seven treasures began to emanate with brilliance, the body spun gracefully in place, and a magnificent array of colorful light was instantaneously released from within her. At the center of this radiant spectacle, a resplendent seven-colored pagoda, measuring over a foot in height, materialized in the palm of Ning Tian's right hand. This pagoda shimmered with vibrant hues, seemingly adorned with countless gemstones, capturing the attention of all spectators on the viewing platform the moment it appeared. 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings rose from Ning Tian's palm, moving rhythmically around the seven-tiered pagoda in an orderly fashion. On the viewing platform, Mu Jin turned to glance at Zhou Yi and Fan Yu, just in time to catch the astonishment reflected in their eyes. Zhou Yi exclaimed in disbelief. The 9-treasure glazed tile school, the 7-treasure glazed pagoda. Chapter 25, 7-treasure glazed pagoda versus Spirit Eye. If Wang Dong's light goddess butterfly martial soul represents the epitome of beauty among beast martial souls, then the pagoda that appeared in Ning Tian's hand signifies the pinnacle of elegance among tool martial souls. As the pagoda emerged, Ning Tian's clear voice resonated. The 7 treasures are renowned, the first being speed. The first soul ring atop the pagoda illuminated, and the rich yellow light accentuated its splendor. 2 dazzling beams of light shot forth from the pagoda, landing upon Wu Feng and Namin Yuner. At the very outset of the competition, Hui Yuhao activated his mental detection sharing, only to be astonished to find that he was unable to perceive the flow of Ning Tian's soul power. Nor could he ascertain when she would unleash her soul skills. This was due to a peculiar wave emanating subtly from the resplendent pagoda in Ning Tian's hand, which invisibly enveloped her aura. It was capable of effectively shielding her from Hui Yuhao's mental detection. What kind of weapon soul was this, exhibiting such formidable strength? What further astonished Hui Yuhao and his companions was yet to come. 2 beams of colorful light illuminated Wu Feng and Namin Yuner, instantly altering the dynamics of the battle. Namin Yuner's palms, initially aimed at Xiao Xiao, surged with unprecedented speed, leaving a series of afterimages in the air. Had it not been for Hui Yuhao's mental detection sharing, Xiao Xiao would have undoubtedly suffered a severe setback from the strike. The moment Namin Yuner was bathed in that radiant light, Hui Yuhao's mental detection alerted Xiao Xiao. Simultaneously, he seized the collar of her garment from behind and yanked her back, allowing her to narrowly evade Namin Yuner's dual palms. At the same time, Xiao Xiao's 3-life soul-settling cauldron weapon soul was activated, emitting a flash of black light as the cauldron descended from the heavens, crashing to the ground with a thunderous roar. Xiao Xiao's first soul ring then illuminated, unleashing the cauldron's tremor. Since the commencement of the round-robin tournament, it could be asserted that Namin Yuner was the swiftest opponent they had encountered, especially under the enhancement of Ning Tian's pagoda's brilliance. Her speed had transcended the confines of the second ring. Even a third-ring soul master specializing in agility would likely struggle to match her pace. Faced with such an adversary, the significance of Hui Yuhao's mental detection sharing became even more pronounced. With her initial strike thwarted, Namin Yuner surged forward once more, confident that she could conclude the battle in a remarkably brief span of time, owing to her complete domination and speed. However, in that fleeting moment of advance, an instinctual warning arose within her. Demonstrating her exceptional prowess, she halted her forward momentum abruptly. Her first soul ring glowed, and an emerald light radiated from her hands, revealing a thin, green aura extending from her palms to her arms, reminiscent of Wang Dong's winged guillotine, albeit somewhat less potent. As her body came to a standstill, the 3-life, soul-settling cauldron thunderously descended, separating her from Xiao Xiao. Namin Yuner intended to slip past and continue her assault, yet Xiao Xiao's cauldron tremor was unleashed. Amidst the resounding roar, a powerful shockwave enveloped her, plunging Namin Yuner into a brief daze. It can be said that the combination of Xiao Xiao's cauldron tremor and Hui Yuhao's mental detection constituted a formidable control weapon. Even with Nanmin Yunar's astonishing speed, she found herself at a disadvantage. The three life soul-settling cauldrons surged forward, hurtling towards Nanmin Yunar's form. Simultaneously, from afar, Ning Tian's voice resonated once more. The 7 treasures are renowned. The second is resolution. Once again, a radiant beam of light descended upon Yunar at the southern gate, abruptly dispelling the lingering state of dizziness that had enveloped her. She swiftly retreated, evading the strike of the 3 lives town soul cauldron. Hui Yuhao cast a glance at Ning Tian in the distance, his heart filled with astonishment at the formidable auxiliary martial soul and her remarkable discernment. Despite lacking her own mental probing ability, she was able to instantly assess the shifting dynamics of the battlefield and unhesitatingly extend her assistance to her comrades. Her initial 2 soul skills revealed much. The first was evidently designed to significantly enhance her ally's speed, while the second possessed the capacity to dispel negative effects and seals, thereby restoring her companions to their optimal fighting condition. In terms of both combat experience and martial soul prowess, she truly embodied the strength worthy of a soul sage. Hui Yuhao was taken aback, but Nanmin Yunar and Ning Tian were even more astonished. Of course, their surprise had little to do with Hui Yuhao in their eyes. It was the formidable Xiao Xiao who commanded their admiration. She swiftly retreated and unleashed her soul skills, and the positioning and timing of the 3 life soul-restraining cauldron could only be described as perfect. It not only countered Nanmin Yunar's soul skill, which was destined to secure victory, but also nearly turned the tide, forcing Ning Tian to resort to her second soul skill. This incident inevitably led the 2 women to regard Xiao Xiao with newfound respect. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the battlefield, the clash between Wang Dong and Wu Feng was unfolding with fervor. Both were wielders of top-tier beast martial souls. Wu Feng, augmented by Ning Tian, exhibited a remarkable increase in movement and attack speed, simultaneously unleashing her first soul skill, Dragon's Fire. A dense plume of crimson flames erupted from her body, encircling her within a foot's radius. Each strike she delivered was imbued with the searing heat of this dragon's fire, creating significant trouble for Wang Dong. However, Wang Dong's combat prowess was in no way inferior to his opponents. His second soul ring was of the millennium grade, providing him with enhancements that surpassed Wu Feng's. The rarity of the radiant goddess butterfly martial soul even exceeded that of the red dragon, while his opponent's speed had indeed increased. One must not forget that Wang Dong had the advantage of Hui Yuhao's mental detection support. With a pair of wing blades unfurled, he not only held his ground but, through his ability to anticipate his opponent's moves, gained a slight upper hand. Ever since he had fused his martial soul with Hui Yuhao's, an unspoken synergy had developed between them. Even Hui Yuhao's mental detection shared its effects with Wang Dong more effectively than with Xiao Xiao. Often, just as a hint of judgment surfaced from the mental detection, Wang Dong's wing blades would strike. Wu Feng found herself constrained. Although she felt stronger than her opponent, she could not seize the advantage, too wary to confront Wang Dong's blades head-on. Those blades were like a parasite in her gut, preemptively anticipating her every move, making her attacks futile and causing her to emit shrill cries of distress. Fortunately, her current speed surpassed Wang Dong's, allowing her to change tactics much more rapidly. While Wang Dong could anticipate his opponent's moves, his primary focus remained self-preservation. Otherwise, even with the ability to discern the direction of an attack, if his speed could not keep up for defense, he would suffer the consequences. The moment both sides revealed their martial souls, everyone had expected the outcome to be decided. And even Zhou Yi on the observation platform had lost confidence. Yet, no one anticipated that Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao would not be at a disadvantage against 2 formidable opponents. Mujin incredulously muttered to herself, "How is this possible? What are they doing?" With the speed enhancement of the Soul Sovereign Level 7 Treasure Glazed Tile, their speeds should increase by 40%. This should at least be equivalent to the Soul Sovereign level. How can they not defeat their opponents? Zhou Yi turned to exchange glances with Fan Yu, who mirrored her curiosity, and she nodded in response. Fan Yu suddenly comprehended the situation, his eyes gleaming with realization as his gaze instinctively fell once more upon the inconspicuous figure of Hui Yuhao, who possessed a single shimmering white tenure soul ring among the 6 individuals on the battlefield. Is it him? Indeed, it is Hui Yuhao. Ning Tian is undoubtedly a top-tier support soul master among his peers, and Hui Yuhao's spiritual eye is equally a remarkable control-type battle soul master. Although he currently relies solely on this one martial soul, one must not forget that he is contending against opponents of the 2nd and 3rd ranks. Yet, he has managed to counteract the advantages conferred by the 7 treasures glazed pagoda through the shared assistance of his spiritual detection. This exemplifies the formidable power of a million-year soul ring. With the comprehensive support of both spiritual detection and sharing, he commands the entire battlefield. While Ning Tian merely enhances two individuals, the battle currently stands in a stalemate. Although Xiao Xiao has thwarted the attacks of Namin Yuner, she dares not act recklessly. For her opponent's speed is exceedingly swift. At this moment, she has released all three of her three-life soul-settling cauldrons, enabling her to protect both herself and Hui Yuhao under his guidance of spiritual detection. In truth, she remains in a passive position. Similarly, Wang Dong finds himself in a comparable predicament. Without an explosive counterattack, he can only maintain the status quo, as the opponent's speed presents a daunting challenge, leaving little room for error. A flicker of doubt crossed Ning Tian's eyes as she unconsciously glanced towards Hui Yuhao, who stood behind Xiao Xiao. The petite figure of Xiao Xiao could not entirely obscure Hui Yuhao's presence, and he was also gazing in her direction. Their eyes met. Ning Tian narrowed her eyes with a touch of haughtiness, while Hui Yuhao responded with a gentle nod and a smile. Is it him? A stir of intrigue arose within Ning Tian as she caught sight of the luminous white soul ring adorning Hui Yuhao. At the onset of the battle, she, along with Wu Feng and Namin Yuner, had entirely overlooked Hui Yuhao's presence. It is no wonder they did, after all. A level 17 Great Soul Master with only a single 10-year soul ring could hardly attract the attention of those who considered themselves the elite. However, as the competition progressed, the observant Ning Tian began to sense something amiss. She was the first among them to entertain doubts regarding Hui Yuhao since the new student assessment. How could someone with merely a 10-year soul ring become a member of Shrek Academy? Moreover, the persistent brilliance of his soul ring indicated that he was actively utilizing a soul skill. This prompted Ning Tian to recall Hui Yuhao's earlier introduction, wherein he had proclaimed himself a control-type battle soul master. What could his martial soul be? What soul skill is he currently unleashing? With a flash of insight, Ning Tian called out, Yuner, target the one-ringed individual at the back. Just as Hui Yuhao serves as the brain of their team, Ning Tian occupies a similar role within their trio. Upon hearing Ning Tian's command, Nanmin Yuner surged forward, yet her attack was not directed towards Hui Yuhao, nor even towards Xiao Xiao. With a swift reversal of her form, Nanmin Yuner surged toward Wang Dong, who stood not far behind. Her speed was astonishingly rapid, rendering Wang Dong, despite his ability to sense her ambush through mental detection, utterly flustered in his response. Meanwhile, Xiao Xiao's attempt to assist came far too late. In this instance, their adversaries exploited their speed advantage, effectively sandwiching Wang Dong between them. Namin Yuner and Wu Feng exhibited remarkable synergy as Yuner initiated her assault. A brilliant red light suddenly emanated from Wu Feng, whose second soul ring gleamed brightly. The dragon flames that enveloped her transformed into a deep crimson, and her once half-scaled armor thickened significantly. As the glow in her eyes intensified, her left hand morphed entirely into the form of a dragon's claw. This was Wu Feng's second soul skill, Dragon's Fury. In this state, her offensive and defensive capabilities surged dramatically, simultaneously amplifying all her other soul skills. The heat of the dragon flames escalated almost instantaneously, causing the surrounding air to distort violently. Namin Yuner also activated her second soul skill. Her century-old yellow soul ring shone brilliantly as she charged toward Wang Dong, her hands clasped above her head. A jade-green light coalesced into a crescent-shaped blade, hurtling toward Wang Dong with lethal intent. Her martial soul, the jade-green bird, had previously manifested its first soul skill known as Jade Blade, transforming her arms into blades. This second soul skill, combining with the first, was named Jade Slash. As an agile attack-type soul master, her strike's potency was indeed formidable. The jade-hued blade traced a graceful arc through the air, aimed directly at Wang Dong, and crucially, this attack possessed a locking effect, rendering it unavoidable. The two powerful soul masters unleashed their second soul skills simultaneously, bolstered by the enhancement of the 7 treasures, Glazed Tile Pagoda. Intent on defeating Wang Dong in one fell swoop, once he was neutralized, the remaining Xiao Xiao and Hui Yuhao would naturally stand no chance against them. This was the essence of speed. Even with foreknowledge of the opponent's actions, one could still be suppressed. However, Hui Yuhao and his companions were not ones to sit idly by, while others may have been caught off guard. They possessed the advantage of having predicted their adversary's next moves from the moment Namin Yuner launched her attack, based on her trajectory and the fluctuations of her and Wu Feng's soul power. Indeed, they could not match the speed of their opponents, yet in this critical moment, the three of them devised their own distinct responses. Xiao Xiao's gaze sharpened, her hands rising before her, as an ethereal transformation overtook her demeanor, a touch of grace illuminating her features. Suddenly, her two yellow soul rings coalesced into one, and the Sanxing Hunding floated above her head, while she grasped a long jade-green flute. This exquisite flute was adorned with vividly crafted phoenix engravings, and in contrast to the steadiness of the Sanxing Hunding, Xiao Xiao held it with an air of otherworldly elegance. One soul ring began to glow softly, accompanied by a haunting melody that, while not melodious, possessed a certain sticky texture. A layer of emerald light emanated outward from Xiao Xiao's form. Despite the rapid pace of Wu Feng and Nanmen Yuner, they could not outpace the sound, and their assault on Wang Dong was abruptly halted, their speed noticeably decelerating. The audience, nearly in unison, expressed their astonishment at the revelation of her dual martial spirits. Indeed, Xiao Xiao was currently invoking her second martial spirit, the Nine Phoenix Flute. Although this flute possessed but a single soul ring, in that fleeting moment, Xiao Xiao manifested the potency of a control-type soul master. It must be acknowledged that in terms of martial spirit quality, her Nine Phoenix Flute fell short compared to Ning Tian's 7 Treasure Glazed Tower. This first soul skill merely reduced her opponent's speed by 20%. Nevertheless, both Wu Feng and Nanmen Yuner, accustomed to rapid maneuvers, felt a significant impact, momentarily stalling their joint attack on Wang Dong. Naturally, Wang Dong would not allow his adversaries to strike unimpeded, the instant his mental perception sensed danger. His second soul ring illuminated, a purple millennium soul ring. The resplendent purple ring instantly overshadowed the luminous auras of Wu Feng and Nanmen Yuner. The wings, transformed from his bright goddess butterfly martial spirit, radiated with brilliance. Upon the azure wings, golden patterns erupted like a multitude of miniature suns, casting forth an intense glow. These patterns converged upon the front wing, which abruptly twisted to face behind, while the right front wing aimed at Wu Feng. Both wings burst forth in a simultaneous display of golden luminescence. In that moment, Wang Dong's entire being was enveloped in gold, instantly becoming the most resplendent presence among the 16 arenas of the competition. Even the instructors in the viewing platform, who had initially disregarded their match, shifted their gazes, captivated by the dazzling wings launching formidable attacks both forward and backward. Wang Dong unleashed the second soul skill of the bright goddess butterfly, divine light of the butterfly. Even Hui Yuhao beheld the might of this soul skill for the first time. As Wu Feng cast Dragon's Fury, he was almost instantaneously engulfed by the golden light. While the jade slash barely penetrated half of it before faltering, the golden radiance crashing into Nanmen Yuner as well. Both Wu Feng and Nanmen Yuner merely felt a warmth enveloping them before being violently hurled away. Meanwhile, Wang Dong executed a graceful spin in midair, landing with striking elegance. Such was the might of a millennium soul ring. However, unnoticed by all, a clandestine duel transpired between Hui Yuhao and Ning Tian. At the moment Wang Dong activated his soul skill, Ning Tian began to chant a spell for the third time, the 7 treasures are renowned. But her incantation halted at that juncture. Not only that, but the 2 significant enhancements that were previously conferred upon Wu Feng and Nanmen Yuner have simultaneously vanished. Consequently, the deceleration effect of the 9 Phoenix's flute, which was originally countered by her second soul skill, took effect. It was precisely due to her speed that Nanmen Yuner could not evade the illumination of the butterfly god's light, and she was rendered unconscious by the seemingly warm and gentle golden radiance. Ning Tian, of course, would not falter. The root cause of all this turmoil stemmed from Hui Yuhao's soul eye, radiating with a resplendent purple gold light. Soul impact. It was indeed the soul impact that interrupted Ning Tian's augmentation of her 2 companions, as well as the formidable soul skill of the same millennium caliber that she was poised to unleash. The disparity in cultivation between Hui Yuhao and Ning Tian was considerable. However, this soul shock, when combined with the purple extreme demon eye, could induce a momentary daze even in someone of Ma Xiaodao's caliber. When Ning Tian endured this strike, it felt as though her mind had been pricked by a needle, plunging her into a momentary void. As she valiantly suppressed the excruciating pain in her head, and her consciousness swiftly returned, she observed that Wu Feng and Nanmen Yuner had already been sent flying by Wang Dong's butterfly divine light. Wu Feng fared somewhat better. She simultaneously unleashed Dragon's Fire and Dragon's Fury, exhibiting formidable offensive and defensive capabilities. After withstanding the blow, she rolled on the ground but managed to regain her footing. In stark contrast, Nanmen Yuner fell unconscious upon landing, completely devoid of combat ability. Ning Tian, what are you doing? Wu Feng exclaimed with a furrowed brow, casting a perplexed glance at Ning Tian, who was clutching her forehead, having just recovered from the soul shock. A flicker of confusion crossed her eyes. As the core of her team, she quickly realized that she had likely fallen victim to her opponent's skill, her gaze immediately locking onto Hui Hao, whose eyes shimmered with a faint golden light. Wu Feng, give it your all. As she spoke, Ning Tian hastily began to chant her soul incantation. The 7 treasures are renowned. The first is speed. The 7 treasures are renowned. The second is release. The 7 treasures are renowned. The third is power. The 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings atop her treasure pagoda gleamed simultaneously, activating all 3 rings. This caused her treasure pagoda to radiate with an extraordinary brilliance, its size seemingly increasing slightly. 3 beams of light simultaneously shot forth to envelop Wu Feng, while another 3 rebounded, landing back on herself. Her second soul skill nullified all negative effects on auxiliary soul masters, and this time she directed it towards herself, firmly believing that Hui Yuhao could not interrupt her. With the activation of her Millennium Soul Ring skill, Wu Feng's speed surged by 40%, and her strength similarly increased by 40%. Coupled with the resistance to negative effects from her second soul skill, she was now comparable to a formidable attack type soul master above level 30. Despite the loss of Nanmen Yun'er's combat prowess, they still held great confidence in securing victory in this match. Wang Dong, return, Hui Yuhao commanded. Unlike Ning Tian's show of bravado, Wang Dong swiftly returned to Hui Yuhao's side with a powerful flap of his wings. The ethereal San Sheng Zhen Han Ding floated to the forefront, its 2 soul rings alternating in a dazzling display, as both of their martial souls were unleashed simultaneously. Hui Yuhao placed one hand on Wang Dong's shoulder, and Wang Dong's wings gently folded, perfectly concealing Hui Yuhao's figure. From any angle other than Wang Dong, no one could discern what Hui Yuhao was doing. With his hand resting on Wang Dong, the power of Hao Dong fused together, making this contest exceedingly arduous. Tomorrow, they might face formidable opponents. And Hui Yuhao was resolved to no longer squander time. He intended to decisively conclude this battle. Wang Dong clearly observed a surge of purple-golden radiance emanating from Hui Yuhao's eyes, a peculiar light that momentarily erupted into 3 inches of flame, though it flickered fleetingly. Wang Dong still felt a terrifying wave of spiritual energy surge forth within Hui Yuhao's mental probe. This mutual fusion of their martial souls endowed them with formidable immunity to one another's powers. Had it been anyone else, even without being directly struck by Hui Yuhao's attack, they would likely have succumbed to dizziness. If Ning Tian had previously felt a sharp prick in her brain, this time she felt as though she had been violently struck by a massive hammer. Her vision blurred, her body weakened, and she collapsed to the ground, blood seeping from her nose and mouth like a small serpent. Her second soul skill could only dispel auxiliary abilities, while Hui Yuhao's soul impact was a genuine spiritual attack. How could her second soul skill counter such a force? Moreover, this strike was a collaborative effort between Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong. No matter how powerful the 7 treasures glazed tile martial soul was, it lacked the capacity to defend against spiritual assaults. In a certain sense, Ning Tian's enhancement abilities were perfectly countered by Hui Yuhao. At that moment, Wu Feng, who had just surged toward Hui Yuhao and the others, suddenly faltered, her recently amplified speed and strength dissipating entirely. She turned in disbelief to glance at Ning Tian, just in time to witness her collapse. No longer able to contend with the enemy, she rushed back to Ning Tian's side and cradled her in her arms. Ning Tian, what has happened to you? Seeing the blood flowing from Ning Tian's mouth and nose, Wu Feng was instantly flustered. Xiao Xiao suddenly turned to face Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong, exclaiming in astonishment, "Did you two do this?" Wang Dong smiled triumphantly, while Hui Yuhao shrugged and replied, "Your choice of words is rather inappropriate." The supervising teacher stood momentarily stunned, but it was only upon Hui Yuhao's prompt that he declared their victory in the contest. Despite Wu Feng's lingering defiance, without Ning Tian's support and Nanmen Yun'er's speed, she stood no chance against Wang Dong and the dual martial souls of Xiao Xiao. Moreover, her urgency to tend to Ning Tian left little room for further contemplation. On the observation platform, Mu Jin was utterly bewildered, scarcely believing her own eyes. 2 great spirit masters, accompanied by a soul master possessing merely a decade of soul rings, managed to triumph over a formidable soul master renowned for wielding the world's premier spirit, the 7 treasures, glazed tile. It is hard to believe, and anyone who hears of such a disparity in strength would likely share the same incredulity. Yet, the truth is undeniable. Ning Tian and her companions were indeed defeated. A glimmer of amusement danced in Fan Yu's eyes as he turned to Zhou Yi and remarked, "What a splendid match. Your student has truly astonished me. Particularly that Hui Yuhao. I never anticipated he possessed such remarkable abilities." Zhou Yi's gaze was filled with satisfaction as she replied, "Let us depart." As she spoke, she led the way towards the steps of the platform, casting a cold glance at Mu Jin as she passed without uttering a word. With a graceful leap, she descended from the 20-meter-high stage. Fan Yu, too, did not spare Mu Jin a glance, following suit as he floated down to join Zhou Yi. "What transpired between you two just now? How did Ning Tian lose consciousness?" Xiao Xiao inquired, unable to suppress her curiosity as they exited the assessment area. Hui Yuhao chuckled softly, saying, "It was a shock initiated by my mental prowess. She was caught off guard and thus was rendered unconscious by my mental force." "Oh? Is it truly possible to do so? No wonder her soul skills were interrupted earlier. It was also your doing, wasn't it?" Xiao Xiao exclaimed, her face a portrait of astonishment. Hui Yuhao nodded and remarked, "Perhaps this is the advantage of having a true martial soul. Moreover, this is also influenced by our Tang Sect's profound skill, the purple extreme magic eye. It is through the activation of my spiritual power with the purple extreme magic eye that I can achieve such remarkable offensive results. As for the enhancement of spiritual shock after I summon Wang Dong back, that is due to the fact that we have recently mastered the martial soul fusion technique. We are teammates, and Xiao Xiao has exerted herself diligently in the previous matches. Furthermore, the power of Hao Dong from Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong will undoubtedly be utilized again in the upcoming competitions. Such matters cannot remain concealed. It is better to disclose this now, lest Xiao Xiao harbor any misgivings." Xiao Xiao stared at them blankly, pointed at Hui Yuhao, then at Wang Dong, and exclaimed something that left both of them in a state of bemusement. "I am increasingly suspicious of the two of you." Hui Yuhao scratched his head and inquired, "What is it?" Xiao Xiao then took hold of one hand of both Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong, placing their hands together. With a disdainful glance at Hui Yuhao, she remarked, "You don't even know this? It's the transcendent bond of friendship that exists between men." As Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong simultaneously unleashed their fury, Xiao Xiao, amidst a cascade of melodious laughter, turned and fled, not forgetting to unleash her 9-phoenix flute, playing a melody to slow the two pursuers down. In stark contrast to their jubilant revelry, Ning Tian slowly regained consciousness in the infirmary, aided by the expertise of a high-ranking soul master. Upon awakening, she instinctively curled up, clutching her head as waves of excruciating pain flooded her mind, causing beads of cold sweat to form on her forehead. Ning Tian, Wu Feng said with concern, cradling her gently, while Nanmen Yuner stood nearby, her expression one of confusion. Their teacher, Mu Jin, bore a grave countenance as she inquired of the healer who had just treated Ning Tian, "What is the cause of her condition? What led to her fainting?" The healer pondered for a moment before responding, "It's difficult to say for certain. It seems as if her head suffered a severe impact, resulting in a concussion. As you are aware, the brain is the most intricate organ in the body, and to this day, no one has fully deciphered its complexities. I can only make a judgment based on the observable symptoms. However, her soul power possesses a remarkable capacity for self-regulation. The situation is not dire, and she should recover shortly." "Thank you." Mu Jin expressed her gratitude to the healer before approaching the bedside. After a brief period of disorientation, Ning Tian's headache gradually subsided, and her breathing became more stable. In a hushed tone, Nanmen Yuner asked Mu Jin, "Teacher Mu, what exactly happened? How did we lose the match?" To this point, she remained perplexed about the reasons behind their defeat. Mu Jin's expression darkened, and silence enveloped her. Yuner's inquiry mirrored the confusion that lingered in her own heart. She too was uncertain as to where they had faltered in the battle, although she had a clear view of the match from the observation platform. The finer details eluded her, particularly during the moment when Wang Dong shielded Hui Yuhao, who unleashed a soul shock with the power of Hao Dong. The answer would only reveal itself once Ning Tian regained full consciousness. After a quarter of an hour had passed, Ning Tian finally stirred from her stupor. Upon opening her eyes, she instinctively furrowed her brow. While the pain in her head had lessened significantly, her thoughts were gradually returning. Wu Feng assisted her in sitting up and offered her some water, which brought a hint of color back to her pallid complexion. Noticing Mu Jin standing by the window, a trace of embarrassment crossed her delicate features as she murmured, "Teacher Mu, we lost." Mu Jin nodded gently, reassuring her, "It's all right. Losing a match is inconsequential as long as you're unharmed." Mu Jin's words warmed Ning Tian's heart. "Teacher, from your vantage point, could you discern where we faltered?" Jin appeared momentarily taken aback. You were unaware? Ning Tian, supporting her forehead, steadied herself. At that moment, I had just finished assisting Wu Feng. And to play it safe, I had also cast 3 major supportive skills upon myself. However, in the next moment, it seemed as though a radiant purple and gold light expanded before my eyes, and then it felt as if a colossal hammer struck my head, plunging me into oblivion. Wu Feng exclaimed in anger. Those rascals were ruthless. Teacher Mu, this cannot be left unaddressed. Mu Jin cast a cold glance at her, retorting, what do you propose we do? This is an assessment, not a sect competition. Wu Feng lowered her head in silence, yet her fists clenched tightly. Her eyes reflecting not only fury but also a profound hatred. Mu Jin turned to Ning Tian and inquired, think carefully, was there anything unusual before you lost consciousness? After pondering for a moment, Ning Tian replied, though I cannot fathom their methods, the issue likely lies with that soul master in the ring. Throughout the encounter, his soul ring remained aglow, indicating he was employing a soul skill that we could not perceive but which influenced the battle. I vaguely noticed a golden glimmer in his eyes. This team comprises a formidable offensive soul master and a dual-wielding control soul master. What could a newcomer with merely a 10-year soul ring contribute in such company? He must possess some special ability. At a crucial moment earlier, he interrupted my support, and I felt as if my head had been pricked by a needle. The second time, his attack was significantly more powerful. Mu Jin's heart stirred, indeed. The newcomer with only 1 soul ring had not engaged much during the fight, as it was primarily the radiant goddess butterfly soul master and the dual-wielding soul master who battled. So what role did he play? No wonder he was so confident. This newcomer with merely a 10-year soul ring surely harbored some secret. Calming her inner resentment, Mu Jin stated, a loss is a loss. But we must learn from our experiences. You have passed the newcomer assessment. Future competition with them is inevitable. Ning Tian, you should rest well. Thank you, Teacher Mu. Chapter 26. The nation's heirloom, the trimmer of the cauldron. Mu Jin departed, and Nim En Yuner bid her farewell, leaving only Wu Feng to accompany Ning Tian. Despite the trio being a team, the bond between Ning Tian and Wu Feng was particularly close, while Nim En Yuner was merely a classmate. Young master, we cannot let this go unpunished. That scoundrel dared to harm you. Shall we invoke the power of the family? Wu Feng said resentfully. A flicker of unwillingness crossed Ning Tian's eyes. Feng Mei, do not let anger cloud your judgment. This is Shrek Academy. How can we easily resort to our family's influence? Moreover, we lost based on our own abilities. There is no justification for blaming others. To erase this humiliation, we must rely on our own efforts. And I have told you before, within the academy, do not address me as young master. We are sisters. Understood. Wu Feng obediently replied with a soft affirmation, gently nodding her head. After pondering for a moment, Ning Tian remarked, tomorrow, we shall devise a way to observe their competition. With careful scrutiny, we are bound to discern some clues. Their ability to surpass us is not a mere stroke of luck, but rather a testament to their prowess. The student with merely a decade's worth of soul rings seems to be named Hui Yuhao. He is certainly the one we should focus on. Perhaps they will emerge as our most formidable rivals during our tenure at the Outer Academy. Fortunately, the freshman elimination matches are conducted separately, with fewer spectators, allowing Hui Yuhao and his companions to remain relatively unnoticed. By successfully advancing to the top 16 and defeating one of the most competitive teams, Hui Yuhao and his friends not only validated their capabilities but also bolstered their confidence. Soul Emperors are not to be feared, after all. Did they not just triumph over a team led by a Soul Emperor? The fact that a team as formidable as Ning Tian's was bested by them speaks volumes of their excitement. The promise made to Xiao Xiao for grilled fish was fulfilled today. Hui Yuhao hurriedly ventured out to sell 20 fish before taking the remaining ones to the wilderness for a picnic with Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao. It was not until dusk that the 3 quietly returned to their dormitory. After Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong had each freshened up, Hui Yuhao, aware of Wang Dong's obsession with cleanliness, intentionally donned a fresh set of attire. He inquired, will we be on your bed tonight, or mine? Wang Dong's expression stiffened, and with a hint of irritation, she retorted, would it kill you to add the word practice? Please refrain from speaking so ambiguously. Hui Yuhao, feeling quite helpless, remarked, do not heed Xiao Zhao's nonsensical words. I shall not harbor any affection for you, for I have a greater admiration for beautiful young ladies. Wang Dong scoffed and replied, as we lay in our respective beds, I must say, your rickety bed is far too rigid. Hui Yuhao furrowed his brow and said, stop fooling around. Let us get on with it. If we practice together, we can nearly double our training speed. Don't you wish to catch up to that Ning Tian in terms of soul power level? Wang Dong replied with a mischievous smile. Who is fooling around with you? Who says we can't practice together while lying in our own beds? Just pull your bed over here, keeping a distance of 50 centimeters from mine. And we can sit on the edges of our beds, extending our hands towards each other. We will designate the space in between as our boundary. Hu Yuhao rolled his eyes and remarked, Are you not exhausted? Is this not akin to burying one's head in the sand? Wang Dong glared at him with her strikingly beautiful eyes and replied, Are you coming or not? If not, I shall retire for the night. I am not particularly diligent myself. Were it not for you, who would have the inclination to cultivate at such a late hour? Reluctantly conceding, Hu Yuhao moved his bed beside Wang Dong's and settled down cross-legged. Wang Dong similarly raised her hands, pressing her palms together, channeling the power of Haodong, which swiftly circulated within their bodies. Today, having defeated Ning Tian, marked their inaugural attempt to harness the Haodong power in the application of soul skills. They succeeded. And both Hu Yuhao and Wang Dong could faintly sense that, with the fusion of their Haodong power, nearly all their soul skills now possessed the potential to transform into a martial soul fusion skill. By concentrating their soul power to activate a single skill, while its might could not rival that of a true martial soul fusion skill, it certainly exceeded the potency of their individual skills. This synergy was the reason they could triumph over their adversary. This battle also marked the first time Hu Yuhao experienced a sense of formidable strength. However, their cultivation was still relatively weak. Their combined soul power only barely reached the threshold of a three-ringed soul ancestor. Hu Yuhao's own soul power remained insufficiently robust. Had it not been for the unique nature of his soul impact, a special mental type attack, they might not have secured such a swift victory. After just one day of competition, a majority of the newcomers had been eliminated, leaving only the top 16 teams to continue the next day. Comprising a total of 48 new students, it could be said that they were the C-Army de la C-Army of their cohort, and indeed part of the finest soul masters among their peers across the continent. During the drawing ceremony for the top 16, Hu Yuhao and his companions encountered familiar faces. As the Huang Chutian team, who had previously bested them in the group stage, also made it to the top 16. Hu Yuhao quietly inquired in Wang Dong's ear. What do you think? How long must the Lan sisters rest before they can employ their martial soul fusion technique again? Wang Dong replied, I reckon not for long. Although they are twins, their martial soul fusion technique does not appear to be particularly formidable, likely due to a lack of compatibility. Their explosive power is insufficient. While their limiting ability is decent, yet they cannot sustain the soul power required for prolonged use. If we encounter them again, you need not intervene. Simply assist me in unleashing a butterfly godlight, and I shall have the confidence to disrupt their martial soul fusion technique. As they conversed, they continued to observe their other opponents. At this stage of the elimination rounds, it seemed that Hu Yuhao was the only soul master of the first ring present. The audience on the viewing platform today was significantly larger than the previous day, with spectators already filling the area even before the competition began. Strangely, however, a space of approximately 3 square meters remained vacant in the center of the platform. Seated there was a disheveled old man, his clothing tattered in several places. With unkempt hair, barefoot, he had his feet dangling over the edge of the platform, holding a large purple-red gourd as he drank. Nearby, a few roasted chicken legs lay on oil paper, and he himself savored one, alternating between sips of wine and bites of meat, thoroughly enjoying his feast. Those who could ascend to the viewing platform were all teachers from Shrek Academy, yet none dared approach the old man, nor did anyone question his presence. Elder Xian, you have arrived, Wang Yin respectfully greeted as he approached the unkempt elder. The elder merely grunted in response, continuing his indulgence. Wang Yin gestured toward the audience below and remarked, the 3 young men I mentioned are right over there. Before he could finish, Elder Xian impatiently waved his chicken leg, saying, I can see for myself. Understood. Wang Yin dared not say more and retreated to the side. With the drawing of lots concluded, the new student assessment elimination round commenced, transitioning from 16 to 8 competitors. The competition area expanded once more, with 8 spacious arenas commencing simultaneously. Hu Yuhao and his companions found their new opponents somewhat peculiar. Unlike the 3 females they faced in the second match yesterday, this time they confronted 3 males. As the trio entered the arena, they aligned horizontally. At the center stood a stout young man, whose physique belied his supposed age of no more than 12. According to Shrek Academy's admission guidelines, standing at least 7 meters tall, he towered over Hu Yuhao and his companions, and his waistline was likely near 7 meters as well. He resembled a small mountain of flesh. In stark contrast, the two individuals flanking him were notably slender, significantly shorter, and appeared somewhat gaunt. They bore a resemblance to each other, suggestive of brotherhood, yet they were not twins. Their arms were particularly long and from a distance. The two lean figures might easily be overlooked. Both parties, please state your names. Prepare for the match, the supervising teacher intoned solemnly. The stout young man thumped his chest with a resounding slap, causing his ample flesh to jiggle. I am Xie Huanyu, of the new student Class 2. Class 2 of new students, Luo Tianlong. Class 2 of new students, Luo Tianba. The names of those two slender students are indeed quite imposing. As the proctor announced the commencement of the match, the competition, a knockout round from 16 to 8, officially began. Even before the clash between the two sides unfolded, the facial muscles of Hui Yuhao and his companions began to twitch. The reason was quite simple. They had once again encountered the formidable figure of Xie Huanyu. Xiao Xiao could not help but exclaim, "Is our luck truly this unfortunate? Or is the academy deliberately toying with us?" The new student from Class 2, Xie Huanyu, was astonishingly adorned with 3 soul rings, an exceptional configuration of 2 yellow and 1 purple. Furthermore, as they pulsated upon his ample frame, they appeared even more pronounced. As the soul rings were activated, his physique unexpectedly expanded, growing from a height of 1.7 meters to over 1.9 meters, his skin darkening instantaneously. With a powerful thump against his own chest, he emitted a series of deep, resounding sounds and charged towards Hui Yuhao and his companions. However, Luo Tianlong and Luo Tianba did not immediately unleash their martial souls. Instead, they swiftly maneuvered to conceal themselves behind Xie Huanyu's massive form. This was their habitual combat tactic, which had previously afforded them a significant advantage, but this time they faced the peculiar Hui Yuhao. What is there to hide? Can one truly evade mental detection? As a faint golden light ignited in Hui Yuhao's eyes, a 3-dimensional image promptly materialized in the minds of Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao. This time, Xiao Xiao opted not to deploy her 3-lifetime soul-settling cauldron directly. Instead, she summoned the 9 Phoenix's flute, for her dual martial souls had already been revealed. And it was prudent to choose the more advantageous option. A melody of collective deceleration resonated, instantly slowing Xie Huanyu's speed, along with that of the 2 individuals concealed behind him. Wang Dong, however, did not rush forward. He summoned the martial soul of the goddess of light, unfurling his dazzlingly large wings to shield Hui Yuhao and Xiao Xiao behind him. In that moment, both he and Xie Huanyu could only see each other. Seemingly indifferent to the reduction in his velocity, Xie Huanyu forcefully stomped his left foot on the ground, yet the previous booming sounds did not reverberate again. At that instant, his first soul ring illuminated. Through Hui Yuhao's mental perception, it became apparent that he was preparing to leap. However, how high could such a massive form truly ascend? As doubts clouded the minds of Hui Yuhao and his companions, they swiftly recognized their misjudgment. Xie Huanyu's body soared into the air like an artillery shell, achieving a remarkable height of 10 meters with that single leap. Then the body curled up like a massive ball of flesh, plummeting towards the trio below, Hui Yuhao, Xiao Xiao, and Wang Dong. At the same moment, the 2 brothers, Luo Tianlong and Luo Tianba, launched their assault. Although their speed was curtailed by the group deceleration, they still moved with remarkable swiftness. Each bore 2 yellow soul rings, their forearms transforming into a lustrous silver, sprouting enormous mantis blades that were not only swift but also appeared remarkably agile. Wang Dong, with the tips of his toes touching the ground, surged forth, choosing to confront the Luo brothers rather than utilizing his flight abilities against the airborne Xie Huanyu. He unleashed the winged guillotine simultaneously, intending to overpower with brute force. The Luo brothers, under the pressure exerted by Xiao Xiao, could no longer dominate him completely. He was confident that he could contend against the 2 of them. Meanwhile, the descending Xie Huanyu was met by Xiao Xiao's 3-life soul-settling cauldron. In the air, the cauldron split into 3, seeking not glory but merely to avoid failure, activating the second soul skill, the cauldron's oscillation. Xiao Xiao showed no signs of underestimating her opponent, as he was a genuine soul master. Thus, she deployed her most potent soul skill right from the outset. Surprisingly, Xie Huanyu did not evade or counter with his own soul skill. Instead, he allowed the 3 cauldrons to collide with him. In that instant of impact, Xie Huanyu's body spun in midair, and his first soul ring finally illuminated, releasing his inaugural soul skill. His already massive form swelled once more, transforming like an inflated balloon, becoming even rounder. As the 3-life soul-settling cauldron struck him, the power of the cauldron's oscillation was momentarily unleashed. Yet the enormous balloon suddenly contracted, effectively dissipating the force of the attack. It then plummeted directly downward, aiming to crash upon Xiao Xiao. Such strength. In that moment, both Hui Yuhao and Xiao Xiao felt a palpable sense of inevitability in their inability to withstand this onslaught. The martial soul of Xie Huanyu was exceedingly peculiar. Presumably a unique beast martial soul, though its exact nature remained elusive. On Wang Dong's front, however, he did not falter. Though his opponents were formidable, he relied on the shared mental perception from Hui Yuhao and the resilience and sharpness of the winged guillotine, holding his own against two adversaries. The Luo brothers, while swift, were also cunning, avoiding direct confrontation with Wang Dong, resulting in a stalemate. With a resounding thud, Xie Huanyu's colossal form descended like an enormous ball, ultimately being propelled away by the three-life soul-settling cauldron, as he simultaneously endured Hui Yuhao's soul impact and Xiao Xiao's cauldron's oscillation. Under the influence of the soul impact, he could no longer execute his adept unloading technique and was finally forced back. Regrettably, the attack power of Xiao Xiao's three-life soul-settling cauldron was evidently insufficient to pose a genuine threat to him. His immense body landed distantly, only to rebound and ascend once more into the air. Hui Yuhao was utterly astonished, for he distinctly perceived that when his soul shock sought to penetrate the mind of the enigmatic Xie Huanyue, it seemed to be impeded by his thick skin, as if his spiritual energy had undergone a filtration before finally entering Xie Huanyue's consciousness. This only resulted in a momentary dizziness for him, surprisingly akin to the effect it had on Ma Xiaodao. What kind of martial soul could this be? It proved to be remarkably troublesome. The pressure on Hui Yuhao and his companions surged dramatically, and Wang Dong, sensing this through his mental perception, felt a chilling glimmer in his eyes. In an instant, his wings flared behind him, forcing the Luo brothers back. Immediately, his second soul ring illuminated. The dazzling light of the butterfly god once again graced the battlefield. And with the precise foresight granted by his mental detection, Wang Dong's attack would not miss, regardless of the locking effect of the skill itself. The Luo brothers were not ones to stand idly by, yet lacking Hui Yuhao's shared mental perception for team combat, their reactions were considerably slower. By the time they initiated their second soul skills, Wang Dong's technique had already been executed. The brothers conjured dozens of blade lights from their Mantis blades in an attempt to obstruct the illumination of the butterfly god, but their efforts proved futile. In terms of soul power level, martial soul rank, and the age of their soul rings, they were inferior to Wang Dong. Amidst the flashing golden light, the thousand-year soul ring technique, Butterfly God Light, unleashed its formidable power, sending the Luo brothers hurtling backward. However, at the precise moment their soul skills were thwarted, the supervising teacher, akin to a specter, entered the field and swiftly extricated the two from the golden radiance, then exited the competition arena in a flash. Clearly, he judged that the Luo brothers would be severely injured by Wang Dong's assault, prompting his intervention, though this also signified that they could no longer participate in the contest. Wang Dong's astute judgment, formidable offensive capabilities, and decisive actions garnered unanimous recognition from the teachers observing from the high platform. Meanwhile, as Wang Dong emerged victorious, Hui Yuhao and Xiao Xiao were enduring the full force of Xie Huanyu's assault. From an overall strength perspective, Xie Huanyu's team was even slightly weaker than Ning Tian's. The disparity in power between the Luo brothers, Wu Feng, and Nim Inyan was insurmountable, with their martial souls vastly differing. Nonetheless, Xie Huanyu, as a newly ascended soul master, was rated even higher than Ning Tian in the private assessments of the teachers, highlighting his formidable prowess. Once again descending from the sky, Xie Huanyu activated his second soul ring. Hui Yuhao employed the same tactic, launching another soul impact towards him, while Xiao Xiao simultaneously deployed her three live soul calming cauldron. Their current objective was to buy time until Wang Dong's return, combining their strengths for a final showdown with Xie Huanyu. However, while Hui Yuhao's mental perception could gauge the enemy's movements, it could not discern the nature of their soul skills. As Xie Huanyu hovered in the air, his second soul ring suddenly glowed, and his originally short and stout right arm extended dramatically. As Hui Yuhao's soul impact took effect, Xie Huanyu's arm struck precisely against the three live soul calming cauldrons. Despite Xiao Xiao activating the cauldron shock at the first moment, Xie Huanyu's arm directly negated her skill with sheer brute force, forcefully scattering the three cauldrons. His rotund body descended from above, the arm extending from the soul resonance cauldron of Sansheng swept forth once more, directly targeting Xiao Xiao as she launched her attack. His momentary susceptibility to the soul impact was fleeting, and his mastery in the application of soul techniques was nothing short of exquisite. He had truly predicted the timing of Hui Yuhao's soul strike, executing his skill at the precise moment when it mattered most, thereby seizing a comprehensive advantage. Although Xiao Xiao possessed dual martial souls, her proficiency in close combat was remarkably inadequate. She was not a powerhouse or a swift attacker, but rather identified herself as a control-type soul master, with limited combat experience. As she beheld the enormous figure descending upon her, she found herself momentarily stunned. In a sudden burst of momentum, Hui Yuhao charged from behind, wrapping his arms around Xiao Xiao's waist. With a deft movement, he evaded the impending strike from the formidable Xie Huanyue, who seemed to embody the very essence of malevolence. In a seamless roll, Hui Yuhao and Xiao Xiao escaped the oppressive weight of Xie Huanyue's presence. As the immense form of Xie Huanyue descended to the ground, it did so without a resounding thud. Instead of rebounding, he rolled forward, pursuing the duo with relentless intent. This moment coincided with Wang Dong's magnificent display of power as he vanquished the Luo brothers. Sensing the mounting pressure, Xie Huanyue realized that he must first subdue Hui Yuhao and Xiao Xiao, for facing 3 opponents alone offered him little assurance of victory. The third soul ring on his corpulent body finally ignited, casting a vibrant purple glow that enveloped him, making Xie Huanyue resemble an enormous violet sphere. With a deep roar, a fierce purple aura erupted from him, swiftly closing the distance to Hui Yuhao and Xiao Xiao. In that critical moment, Hui Yuhao displayed his true valor. Rising from his role, he exerted all his strength, propelling Xiao Xiao into the air, to a place beyond Xie Huanyue's reach. Almost simultaneously, both Hui Yuhao and Xiao Xiao gasped in astonishment, but the overwhelming purple light had already collided with Hui Yuhao. His entire being trembled as waves of purple energy rippled upward from his feet, rendering him motionless and severing his mental connection. In a flash, taking advantage of Xie Huanyue's massive form not yet crashing down, the supervising teacher swiftly extracted Hui Yuhao from the competition arena to prevent him from being crushed beneath the weight. Xie Huanyue cursed his misfortune inwardly. What was the point of defeating a soul master with merely a decade of soul rings? The formidable dual-spirited master had slipped away. It seemed this battle was far from over. Nonetheless, he remained confident. Among his team, the Luo brothers were merely his subordinates. His true combat strength lay within himself. He believed that with his third-ring prowess, he could contend against 2 second-ring soul masters with over a 70% chance of victory. However, upon raising his gaze to the sky, he found himself momentarily stunned. Xiao Xiao, having been launched into the air by Hui Yuhao, was gracefully caught by the arriving Wang Dong, who unfurled his wings to keep them both suspended aloft. At that moment, both of their eyes glimmered with a hint of crimson as they felt the oppressive force emanating from Xie Huanyue. Wang Dong, let me down. Xiao Xiao's voice was icy, a stark contrast to her usual gentle demeanor, now ignited by genuine fury. Hui Yuhao had endured that blow for her sake, and in that instant, uncertainty loomed over whether the supervising teacher could intervene in time. If not, Hui Yuhao would be gravely injured, if not worse, stirring deep emotions within Xiao Xiao. Moreover, she believed her own misstep had allowed Xie Huanyue to close in, awakening her inner resolve completely. Wang Dong retracted his wings, gently lowering Xiao Xiao to the ground. His wrath lingered fiercely above Xiao Xiao, his gaze fixed intently upon the diabolical Xie Huanyu. Within his heart resided but a singular thought. This scoundrel had harmed Yu Hao, and he must be vanquished. Xie Huanyu, however, did not rush into action. Instead, his imposing form gradually advanced towards Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao. The first soul ring upon him shimmered perpetually, maintaining the bulk of his physique, an inherent trait of his martial spirit. As a pinnacle defensive beast martial spirit, his training ambitions extended beyond mere defense. He aspired to become a comprehensive defensive controller, a dual-system battle soul master. In truth, his training had proven remarkably successful thus far. Even prior to the new student assessment, he, along with Ning Tian and another freshman who had attained the soul master level, had already become core disciples of the Outer Academy. Xiao Xiao, I require 15 seconds. Wang Dong intoned gravely. Upon uttering this, he closed his eyes, and 2 soul rings, one golden and one purple, ignited simultaneously. Radiant blue wings unfurled from his back, emanating circles of golden light, as he lifted his arms to align with his front wings. Xiao Xiao nodded firmly without uttering a word, instead striding boldly towards Xie Huanyu. The sound of the 9 Phoenix ritual flute surged with fervor as emerald-hued halos rapidly spread from the jade flute she played. The 3 live soul suppression cauldrons suddenly converged around her, 3 massive cauldrons forming a protective triangle around her. Xie Huanyu grunted, abruptly crouching down before instantly propelling himself upwards, charging directly at Xiao Xiao. His body itself was the most formidable weapon, although his speed had been diminished. His confidence remained unshaken. His second soul ring also ignited, and his extendable arm lay in wait, poised to strike the 3 live soul suppression cauldron away from Xiao Xiao. Yet, just as he approached within 5 meters of her, the 3 great cauldrons surrounding Xiao Xiao emitted a brilliant black light, colliding with one another rather than targeting Xie Huanyu. Simultaneously, the 2 soul rings attached to Xiao Xiao's 3 live soul suppression cauldron illuminated. Almost all soul masters can synergize their soul skills, but the degree of synergy depends on the strength of the soul master's martial spirit and the compatibility of the skills produced by the attached soul rings. Confronting a formidable adversary, Xiao Xiao finally unleashed her most potent technique, the nation's treasured artifact, the tremor of the cauldron. The 3 cauldrons merged, unleashing a thunderous roar, giving rise to a colossal cauldron, twice the size of any previous one. Strange runes faintly materialized upon this gigantic cauldron, exuding an indescribable majesty that erupted with the resounding boom. Xie Huanyu's outstretched arm was forcibly repelled as his hefty form collided with this national treasure cauldron, rendering him immobile, suspended in midair. Waves of dark halos relentlessly assailed his body, and Xie Huanyu felt his soul power rapidly depleting. In shock, he hastily summoned his soul power, striving to unleash the might of his formidable Millennium Soul Ring technique. However, he was astonished to discover that he was unable to do so. His body felt as though it were bound. The soul technique he was attempting to execute could not be retracted, while the uncast soul technique remained inaccessible, and the soul power within him was rapidly dissipating. The immense cauldron stood resolutely like a towering mountain, unaffected by his assault in the slightest. The 9 phoenixes flute in Xiao Xiao's hand vanished the moment the colossal cauldron appeared, and it became evident that a circle of dark radiance was rising around her, her complexion growing increasingly pale. The 2 soul techniques had merged in such a unique manner, consuming energy at a rate nearly akin to that of a martial soul fusion skill. Coupled with the soul power expended in the preceding battle, Xiao Xiao could hardly endure much longer. Yet, at that moment, the only thought resonating within her heart was Wang Dong's words, 15 seconds, no matter what. She must endure for those 15 seconds. At the moment when Hui Yuhao resolutely cast her aside, her innocent heart was already brimming with emotion. In that fleeting instant, she had completely integrated into this team. Though she was a girl, her heart surged with fervor, for the glory of the team and for her comrades. She was willing to make sacrifices. 15 seconds, typically a mere blink of an eye, felt interminable at that moment. The formidable Xie Huanyu, possessing a soul power of 32 levels, began to feel a sense of panic as he beheld Xiao Xiao's unwavering and resolute gaze, clearly a look of mutual destruction. Had she lost her mind? This was merely a freshman assessment competition, though he was unclear about how Xiao Xiao had immobilized him. He was well aware that even a twin martial soul could not defy the rules governing martial souls. The stronger the ability, the greater the cost. 1 second, another second, and yet another. The supervising teacher on the sidelines grew anxious, uncertain whether to halt the match. But if he stopped it, how would he determine the victor? Just as Hui Yuhao, recovering from the intense dizziness brought on by the purple light, clenched his fists, he realized with his spiritual eyes that Xiao Xiao was clearly overextending herself. Xiao Xiao, give up, Hui Yuhao shouted, unwilling to see his partner harmed even at the cost of losing the match. Xiao Xiao's response was a firm tightening of her lips. Yet the dark aura surrounding her seemed to intensify. In that moment, Hui Yuhao was profoundly shaken by the determination reflected in Xiao Xiao's eyes. Not only he, but even the elder, who had been munching on a chicken leg, ceased chewing and nodded slowly at Xiao Xiao. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As the final second struck, a golden beam of light erupted from behind Xiao Xiao. Wang Dong's wings of the goddess of light transformed into a resplendent gold, and as the golden light ascended, he rose like a phoenix reborn from the flames. As the golden beam arched upwards, it morphed into a terrifyingly massive crescent-shaped blade of light. In that instant, the very air seemed to tear apart, overwhelmed by an indescribable surge of formidable soul power. Gazing at the colossal blade of light, Xie Huanyu was struck with terror, realizing that no matter how strong his defenses, he could not withstand such a blow. The supervising teacher could hesitate no longer. He dashed into the arena, only to discover, to his astonishment, that he could not pull Xie Huanyu away from the shockwaves emanating from Xiao Xiao's strike. The enormous golden blade was hurtling toward them, and even with his rank as a soul emperor, he felt a suffocating pressure. Could it be that such power could emanate from a student of the great soul master level? It was too late for the teacher to summon his martial soul. In a moment of desperation, he found himself compelled to use his own body as a shield. Just then, an overwhelming force emanated from the sky, causing the golden blade of light to veer away at the last instant before striking the proctor who had stepped forward to obstruct it. In midair, a large, fiery red hand materialized seemingly out of nowhere, seizing the golden blade and squeezing it a few times before it shattered into pieces with a soft pop. Master Xin took a bite of his chicken leg and murmured, "Today's Orleans-flavored chicken leg is a tad salty." As he spoke, he rose slowly and descended from the high platform. The national treasure, the ding, vanished quietly, and Xiao Xiao collapsed, unconscious. The resplendence of the goddess of light, Dai, faded away, yet Wang Dong valiantly held on without succumbing, gazing intently at the somewhat dazed proctor and declaring, "We have won." Having barely uttered those 4 words, he could no longer maintain his strength and fell to the ground, unconscious. Wang Dong, Xiao Xiao, and Hui Yuhao sprinted into the arena, embracing their 2 companions. Xie Huanyu's body had returned to its normal size, though his school uniform was completely soaked in cold sweat. In that fleeting moment, he truly believed that Xiao Xiao and Wang Dong were intent on ending his life, and he felt utterly powerless. His body trembled, and he realized that Xiao Xiao's gaze was indelibly etched into his heart. On the observation platform, the teachers remained silent, having entirely disregarded the other matches that had either concluded or were still in progress. The strength of each member from the Hui Yuhao team and the Xie Huanyue team is not particularly remarkable, as anyone capable of becoming a teacher at Shrek Academy must possess at least the prowess of a 6-ringed soul emperor. What astonished them, however, was the unwavering conviction demonstrated by Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao. Wang Dong appeared somewhat fatigued, while Xiao Xiao was evidently on the verge of exhaustion, a state that could not be remedied in the short term. In the 27th chapter, titled Foe, Brother, the instructors at Shrek Academy had encountered numerous prodigies. Yet few new students exhibited the same relentless pursuit of victory and steadfast belief as Xiao Xiao and Wang Dong. The director of the Outer Academy's Soul Martial Division, Du Weilin, approached the somewhat dazed Zhou Yi and remarked, "Congratulations, Teacher Zhou, on mentoring 2 exceptional students. Please submit their names. I believe they are deserving of being core disciples in the Outer Academy." Zhou Yi, regaining her composure, quickly interjected, "Director Du, we must not overlook Hui Yuhao. He is the core and leader of the team." Du Weilin paused, shook his head, and replied, "He is but a first ring, too weak. He must be a rare mental attribute soul master. But have you considered how few soul beasts possess that attribute?" After stating this, he departed from the elevated platform. As the director of the Soul Martial Division, Du Weilin was not only powerful but also possessed a discerning eye. He could clearly see Hui Yuhao's influence during the competition, as it was his presence that ignited Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao's almost frenzied fighting spirit. However, as the director, he bore significant responsibilities and could not simply choose a core disciple based on temperament and command abilities alone. Upon hearing Du Weilin's words, Zhou Yi was taken aback. Indeed, she had overlooked this crucial point. Although Hui Yuhao's first soul ring and its abilities were formidable, he was ultimately a mental attribute soul master. Such soul beasts were exceedingly rare, and powerful ones even more so. Under these circumstances, the likelihood of Hui Yuhao becoming a formidable soul master in the future was inevitably diminished. Fear not. The Soul Martial Division may not recognize him, but the Soul Guidance Division will. Fan Yu patted her shoulder, his eyes gleaming with determination. While strong mental attribute soul beasts are hard to come by, there are still some ordinary ones available, provided his soul power is sufficient, even with just the abilities of his first soul ring. He could excel as a student in the Soul Guidance Division. I will claim this core disciple for myself. Zhou Yi appeared uncharacteristically warm before Fan Yu, saying, "No, not just yet. If you are truly committed, allow this child 3 more years. Yuhao is a specially recruited student recommended by Tang Sect. He likely hails from humble beginnings as a self-taught soul master, which explains his single 10-year soul ring. In class, he is always the most attentive listener. Though he may have started late, he is the most diligent and earnest student I have encountered. His foundation is lacking, and I wish to keep him by my side for further instruction. 3 years should suffice to enrich his foundational knowledge. With his current dedication, he should attain at least a 3-ringed level by then. Once he surpasses that threshold, his future will undoubtedly be bright, and he can then join your Soul Guidance Division as a core disciple." Fan Yu smiled faintly and said, "It is evident that you hold great affection for this child. Since you have already made arrangements for him, I shall defer to your judgment. After the new student assessment, bring him to me. Let him also study the soul guidance system so that I may observe whether he possesses any innate talent in this regard. Joey nodded and replied, I shall check on Xiao Xiao and Wang Dong's condition. Fan Yu, do you believe that the martial soul department will come to regret not accepting Yu Hao as a core disciple in the future? Fan Yu responded, let us wait and see. Wang Dong's situation was relatively stable. He was merely exhausted. More importantly, he had his partner, Hui Yuhao, who could fuse their martial souls. As Hui Yuhao embraced him, his soul power naturally flowed into Wang Dong, swiftly restoring a measure of his strength. Through the fusion of their powers, within 10 minutes, Wang Dong awakened from his state of unconsciousness. However, Xiao Xiao's condition was dire. The execution of her national treasure, the tripod, required not only sufficient soul power, but also exceptional control. In a normal state, when Xiao Xiao utilized the tripod, she could unleash a single powerful strike capable of sending an opponent flying and inducing a forced state of dizziness, far surpassing the power of her two soul skills used separately. Yet, she did not choose to do so. Instead, she directly attached the tripod to the formidable Xie Huanyu, aiming to prolong the encounter. The defensive capabilities of Xie Huanyu were formidable, and Xiao Xiao feared that if she sent him flying, he might return with great speed. Thus, Xiao Xiao exhausted not only her soul power, but also her energy. And as soon as the match concluded, she fell into a deep coma. Fortunately, at Shrek Academy, there was no shortage of healing potions. After consuming the medicine, Xiao Xiao succumbed to a profound slumber. However, according to the teacher attending to her, she would require at least a full day and night of rest. And she must not be disturbed at all. Only with the aid of the medicine could she avoid any lingering effects. This meant, conservatively estimating, that she would be unable to participate in the afternoon and morning matches to come. Joey personally escorted Xiao Xiao back to her dormitory for rest, while Hui Yuhao carried the weakened Wang Dong back to their own quarters. Wang Dong, shall we forfeit the afternoon match? Hui Yuhao suggested, observing Wang Dong's pale complexion with a sigh. No, Wang Dong replied firmly. He understood Hui Yuhao's concern for his well-being, but his fighting spirit was at an unprecedented high. From childhood to now, he had never approached anything with such seriousness. Yuhao, I know your worries for me, but we must continue with the competition. If we give up now, how can we face Xiao Xiao? She is unconscious, and we are still here. We have the power of Haodong. We will surely recover before the afternoon match. We must fight for Xiao Xiao until she returns. Seeing the determination in Wang Dong's eyes, Hui Yuhao felt a surge of emotion. In adversity, true feelings emerged. The matches of the past 2 days had rapidly deepened the bond between him, Wang Dong, and Xiao Xiao. This was no longer merely camaraderie. It had transformed into the profound bond of comrades who would stand together through life and death. Although this is not a battlefield, they have treated the competition as if it were a war. What are you waiting for? Hurry up. As he spoke, Wang Dong raised his hands towards Hui Yuhao. Hui Yuhao took a deep breath, raised his palms to meet another's, and resolutely declared, I shall fight for Xiao Xiao. On the island of Sea God, by the lakeside, Wang Yin stood beside Xian Lao and inquired softly, How do you feel, Xian Lao? Xian Lao had already consumed his chicken legs, and the food around him had been replaced with chicken wings, as if he could never be satiated. Those two little fellows are quite impressive. However, regarding the innate spirit of the martial soul you mentioned, it falls short. He should possess a skill akin to mental probing. Yet his first soul ring is merely of 10-year caliber. This is an irreparable flaw, Xian Lao remarked, taking a swig of wine. But Xian Lao, he possesses an innate martial soul. Wang Yin protested. Xian Lao shook his head, stating, You must understand the most crucial aspect of an innate martial soul, potential and the ability for martial soul mutations. Today's competition has made it abundantly clear, under such pressure. His martial soul exhibited no mutations, meaning he lacks the essence of an innate martial soul. He is older, his soul power is insufficient, and his first soul ring is only 10 years. Even if he possesses commendable potential, it is not what I seek. Do you comprehend? Wang Yin, still reluctant, replied, Yet, Xian Lao, I learned just yesterday that Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong successfully executed a martial soul fusion technique. Although I am unaware of the nature of their fusion skill, does it not suffice to demonstrate his talent? Xian Lao dismissed this notion, saying, Martial soul fusion techniques do not encompass everything. Enough, my decision is made. The other two little fellows may serve as alternatives, but as for Hui Yuhao, let it be. With that he rose. clutching a chicken wing in one hand and a large wine gourd in the other, wobbling as he walked, his steps appearing precarious, as if he might topple at any moment. Watching Xian Lao's retreating figure, Wang Yin couldn't help but sigh. He was well aware of Hui Yuhao's shortcomings. Yet he still sensed an extraordinary quality in this young man. On the surface, Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao seemed significantly superior. Yet he was able to lead them in competition, becoming the true core of the team. Why was this so? Had my judgment truly erred? No, I will not concede. Regardless of the circumstances, I shall devote myself to nurturing Hui Yuhao. When he achieves something noteworthy, I shall approach Xian Lao again. The new student assessment elimination round had reached its conclusion, with the top 8 teams having emerged following the morning's fierce competition. Undoubtedly, they represented the finest teams. However, it was unexpected that 2 teams led by Soul Master level students were eliminated, and more surprisingly, they were both ousted by the same team. Only the final 8 teams remained in the elimination round. When Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong arrived at the competition venue in the afternoon, they immediately garnered the intense attention of the other 7 teams. It is abundantly clear that no one desires to encounter this formidable team, which has already triumphed over 2 major contenders, even if they are down to merely 2 members. The power of Winter's might is indeed remarkable. Under the guidance of Hui Yuhao, Wang Dong's soul power has been completely restored after more than 2 hours of diligent training. Moreover, due to his exhaustive efforts earlier in the day and his recent dedicated practice, his soul power has impressively surged to the 25th level. While awaiting the draw, Hui Yuhao quietly inquired of Wang Dong, "By the way, what skill did you utilize in those final moments this morning?" Wang Dong responded, "I merged the winged guillotine with the light of the butterfly god. It is my most potent offensive technique. That sinister phantom moon's martial soul, if I am not mistaken, is an exceedingly rare beast martial soul known as the Pippi elephant. This martial soul inherently possesses formidable defensive capabilities. Its first soul skill is likely the elephant body, followed by the elongated arm skill, which I presume is the elephant trunk, and the final skill, which boasts powerful area control, is probably akin to elephant fury. To breach its resilient defenses, ordinary attacks are futile. There are only 2 methods. One is extreme attribute attacks, such as searing flames or frigid ice, and the other is unparalleled sharpness. I employed the light of the butterfly god to activate the winged guillotine, aiming to pierce through its defenses with sheer sharpness. At that moment, the adversary was immobilized by Xiao Xiao, granting me ample time to charge my attack. I was confident it could shatter his martial soul." Listening to Wang Dong's elucidation, Hui Yuhao could not help but secretly admire him. Despite having diligently studied for 3 months, he still felt a considerable gap in knowledge compared to Wang Dong. This realization further solidified Hui Yuhao's determination to train harder. As Hui Yuhao's team approached to draw lots, the voice of director Du Weilin jolted him from his contemplation. He hastily stepped forward and retrieved a slip from the drawing tube held by Du Weilin. The director scrutinized Hui Yuhao closely, contemplating that this student indeed possesses remarkable qualities. A spirit-type martial soul is exceedingly rare. Regrettably, he is yet to reach the 20th level, significantly diminishing his prospects of acquiring powerful soul rings in the future. Otherwise, he would surely qualify as a core disciple. Let us observe. If he can consistently pass the Academy's assessments, it will become evident in 4 or 5 years whether he merits the status of a core disciple within the martial soul department. Number 3, Du Weilin announced loudly, taking the slip drawn by Hui Yuhao. Instantly, one of the teams that had already completed their drawing paled, as the target drawn by Hui Yuhao was indeed them. Hui Yuhao returned to Wang Dong's side and remarked, "If there exists a 1/7 chance that we might draw the final team possessing a soul sage, I believe we should contemplate paying our respects to the divine." Wang Dong, wearing an expression of helplessness, responded, "What deity should we worship?" Hui Yuhao chuckled softly, "Of course. It is the sea god. That ancestor is truly the emblem of our Shrek Academy, is he not?" Wang Dong placed his right hand on his shoulder and replied, "Hey, there is nothing to laugh about. The probability of drawing 3 out of 32 is less than 1 in 10, yet we succeeded. The odds of drawing 2 out of 16 were less than 1 in 8, and we prevailed again. Now, with a 1 in 7 chance, the odds are even more favorable. What do you think our chances of success will be?" Upon hearing his analysis, Hui Yuhao's expression turned sour. "Surely, we can't be that unfortunate." It was evident that while luck does exist, it rarely manifests as an unending streak of fortune or misfortune. Among the opponents they would face this time, there were no soul emperors present. The 2 sides stood off against each other in the assessment area, exchanging names. Their adversaries hailed from the new students of Class 9, all three being formidable soul masters above level 20. Comparatively, they constituted a strong team. Yet there remained a disparity when juxtaposed with the teams Hui Yuhao and his companions had previously vanquished. Two agile attackers and one powerful assailant made for a rather uninspiring configuration. What are we going to do? Wang Dong whispered in Hui Yuhao's ear. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Hui Yuhao's eyes. Let us do this. Very well. The rapport between the two was growing increasingly profound. After a brief exchange, the competition commenced. Both sides unleashed their martial spirits. This time, Wang Dong, a formidable assault-type soul master, did not charge headlong into the fray. Instead, he unfurled his azure wings and ascended into the air, while his violet second soul ring shimmered to life. Hui Yuhao grasped Wang Dong's ankle from below, his own pale golden gaze entirely overshadowed by the radiant brilliance emanating from Wang Dong. The golden patterns on the wings of the goddess of light, the butterfly, ignited in their entirety, and under the infusion of the winter's might, the golden hues were tinged with a vibrant orange-red. Observing at such proximity, without any external interference, Hui Yuhao clearly discerned that Wang Dong's second soul skill, the light of the butterfly god, unleashed not beams of light, but clusters of light orbs. Each small segment of the golden patterns released a singular orb, amounting to several dozen in total, and in the next moment, the orange-red radiance illuminated the entire arena. The opponents, caught completely off guard by Wang Dong's fierce onset, were further astonished by the sheer might of the butterfly god's light. With the support of winter's might, the butterfly god's light was equivalent to a millennium soul skill unleashed by a three-ringed soul venerable. All three adversaries could only muster their utmost efforts to wield their soul skills in defense. Following a dazzling display, two agile assault-type soul masters were forcefully ejected from the arena. Though the power-type soul master managed to endure, he was left severely drained and injured by the overwhelming light energy. Consequently, as Wang Dong gracefully descended with his resplendent wings unfurled, he boldly proclaimed, "Will you leave on your own, or shall I assist you?" And then, there was no further dialogue. Upon entering the elimination phase, this match concluded with remarkable swiftness, swiftly elevating Wang Dong's popularity, leading many to herald him as the foremost assault-type soul master among the newcomers. After the competition, Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong promptly departed the arena, returning to their dormitory. In truth, only they understood that while Wang Dong's soul power had been restored, the earlier overexertion had left him somewhat injured, rendering prolonged combat unfavorable. Thus, they had opted for such a high explosiveness strategy to secure victory. Had they encountered an opponent with defensive prowess akin to Xie Huanyue, even a mere two-ringed foe, their chances of triumph would have significantly diminished. Following this match, Hui Yuhao, Wang Dong, and Xiao Xiao had officially entered the top four of the newcomers' elimination rounds. This meant that with just one more victory, they would undoubtedly receive rewards. With two more, they would claim the title of champions among the newcomers. Zhou Yi had informed them that the caliber of this year's newcomers far surpassed that of previous years, and should they emerge victorious, it would undoubtedly attest to their potential. Upon returning to their dormitory, Hui Yuhao refrained from selling grilled fish, choosing instead to commence training in winter's might with Wang Dong. With Xiao Zhao's absence, the forthcoming matches would undoubtedly be more challenging. The same tactics could not be employed a second time. The explosive victory achieved that afternoon held an element of surprise. If their opponents prepared adequately, replicating such success would prove exceedingly difficult. However, this was also their most crucial means of overcoming adversities before Xiao Zhao's return. In the early morning, as the first rays of light illuminated the distant eastern horizon, Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong simultaneously opened their eyes. With a swift motion, Hui Yuhao rose from his bed and pushed open the window facing east. A hint of purple subtly emerged in the pale dawn sky, and at that moment, Hui Yuhao's eyes quietly transformed into a shade of violet. Wang Dong tidied his attire before heading to freshen up. Everything unfolded with such naturalness. Breathing in the fresh air wafting through the window, a faint smile graced Hui Yuhao's face. "Mother, can you see? Your son has become a true soul master. In the freshman assessment at the continent's foremost soul master academy, I have secured a position among the top 4. Rest assured, I shall return. You have endured so much hardship. I vow to give you a grand farewell, making those who looked down upon you and bullied you pay dearly." As these thoughts crossed his mind, a flicker of hostility involuntarily glimmered in Hui Yuhao's eyes. Beyond the violet hue, a fleeting shade of crimson momentarily flashed. His relentless dedication to training and his fervent desire to become a formidable powerhouse were not driven by a mere ambition for greatness. Rather, they stemmed from a quest for vengeance, a desire to avenge his mother. The torment he endured in his youth was etched indelibly in his memory. Even though he had experienced warmth and camaraderie since arriving at Shrek Academy, the anguish of those 11 years remained vivid in his mind. Indeed, there would come a day when he would return to that place, the site of his childhood's dark memories, where his mother's remains lay. In the depths of Hui Yuhao's heart lies an ambition that no one could ever fathom. Within him, the seed of vengeance has long taken root and begun to flourish. After a considerable time had passed, Wang Dong entered the room, and, observing Hui Yuhao still standing by the window, inquired with a hint of perplexity, "Yuhao, are you all right?" Typically, by this hour of his return, Hui Yuhao would have already stepped out to freshen up, yet today he remained by the window. Hui Yuhao hastily wiped away the moisture from his eyes and turned around, forcing a smile as he said, "I am fine, just thinking of my mother." To Tangya, Bei Bei, and Wang Dong, Hui Yuhao merely mentioned that he was an orphan, having lost both parents. Wang Dong's gaze immediately softened as he approached Hui Yuhao, saying, "Do not be saddened. The past is behind us. I believe your mother would wish for your happiness, wouldn't she? At Shrek Academy, you have embarked on a brand new beginning. Let go of those unhappy memories. Go wash up, and we shall have breakfast before practicing for a while longer." It is truly in moments of need that one realizes the scarcity of knowledge. If only I had exerted myself more in the past, I would not be in such a rush now. With a faint smile, Hui Yuhao took his toiletries and exited the dormitory. Is it truly possible to entirely forget hatred? If one could indeed erase such animosity, what force could possibly sustain an 11-year-old child as he traverses mountains and rivers towards the Stardoe forest? What could uphold a student of seemingly minimal talent to reach this point? Hatred can, at times, serve as a source of motivation, yet it can also blind one's vision. After completing his morning routine, Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong swiftly had breakfast before engaging in a brief period of cultivation, continuing until the first light of day illuminated their surroundings, prompting them to depart the dormitory for the assessment area. Today would determine the champion of this year's elimination round for new students. Having reached the top 4, they were resolute in their determination not to retreat. In comparison to yesterday, the audience was notably larger today, comprising primarily teachers, as the students were still required to attend classes. However, the disheveled elder who had appeared on the platform the previous day was conspicuously absent. The 12 new students, now in the top 4, stood together, and the draw for positions was no longer overseen by the external college's sole master department head, Du Weilan. Instead, a venerable elder clad in white had taken his place. Hui Yuhao was taken aback upon recognizing this elder, as he had encountered him before during his initial meeting with the frenzied Ma Xiaodao. This elder had been the one in charge among the teachers who had arrived from Sea God Island. His appearance at this crucial juncture of the new student assessment indicated his esteemed status within the academy. The once authoritative Du Weilan now stood respectfully beside him. "Greetings, young ones. I am Yin Xiaoxia, the 261st Dean of Shrek Academy," the elder in white announced with a warm smile. His demeanor was exceedingly gentle, embodying the essence of an ordinary old man. Although Hui Yuhao had surmised his identity, hearing it spoken aloud caused him to, like his fellow students, instinctively straighten his posture. The Dean of Shrek Academy, what a prestigious identity that was. As the head of the continent's foremost institution, he held a status equivalent to that of any reigning emperor. Moreover, the Dean of Shrek Academy must undoubtedly be a formidable title Dolua, a true pinnacle of existence on the Dolua continent. The presence of the Dean was an unexpected honor for any new student. I understand your curiosity regarding my presence here. Indeed, it is typical for a Vice Dean to appear at this stage of the new student assessment to signify the Academy's regard for you. However, I must express that your cohort's performance has greatly impressed me. You are among the most gifted new students in nearly a century. I am genuinely intrigued by you all, which is why I am here. I intend to observe the entirety of your competitions today, and I hope you can surprise me. Now, let us commence the draw. The task of conducting the draw could not possibly fall to the Dean. Thus, Du Weilan swiftly assumed the responsibility. However, Dean Yin insisted on personally holding the draw box for the new students. This gesture instantly ignited a fervor within each newcomer. After all, he is the legendary figure of unparalleled power, the Dean of Shrek Academy. His act of personally presenting the draw box left not only the new students in awe, but even a cadre of Seoul Doyuos at the 8th ring would feel an overwhelming sense of honor. In an instant, the emotions of the new students surged uncontrollably. Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong were no exceptions. In class, one of the newcomers, Hui Yuhao's team stepped forward to draw lots. Remarkably, it was Hui Yuhao's group that took the lead in this drawing. Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong exchanged glances. "You go ahead," Hui Yuhao nudged his friend. Wang Dong shook his head and said, "No, you are the leader. Go on." As he spoke, he gently pushed Hui Yuhao forward, making him the first student to draw lots in front of the dean. Hui Yuhao approached with a sense of trepidation. As he reached out to draw a lot, his emotions became somewhat uncontrollable, and even his hand trembled. Dean Yin smiled gently and said, "Young man, do not be anxious. I wish you and your team great success." After drawing a lot, Hui Yuhao took a step back and respectfully bowed at a 90-degree angle to Yin Xiaojia before handing the lot to Du Weilin and returning. Upon rejoining Wang Dong, he discovered that his heartbeat had at least doubled. In the freshman class, Hui Yuhao's team drew the number 2. The number 2 signified that they would compete in the semifinals at the second venue. Within the box were only 4 numbers, 2 1s and 2 2s. The freshman class 5 team, led by Dai Huabin, proceeded to draw lots. A tall youth stepped forward confidently. Hui Yuhao, known for his keen memory, noticed that he did not recognize this boy from the previous round of drawings, evidently due to the presence of Dean Yin Xiaojia today. The freshman class 5 team had changed their lot drawer. The youth stepped onto the stage, bowed to Yin Xiaojia and Du Weilin, then drew a lot. Mimicking Hui Yuhao's earlier gesture, he bowed once more before handing the lot to Du Weilin and turning around. He possessed a strikingly handsome yet cold visage, with golden hair parted down the middle and cascading down either side. A closer look revealed that within his deep blue eyes, he had an unusual dual pupil. His stature was also notably taller than his peers. When Hui Yuhao beheld the youth's appearance, he was suddenly seized by an uncontrollable tremor, his eyes filled with disbelief, and his body shook involuntarily as he grasped Wang Dong's arm tightly. Wang Dong, startled by Hui Yuhao's sudden action, turned to him only to find his face pale, with an unmistakable depth of hatred reflected in his gaze. Hui Yuhao's grip was so firm that it caused Wang Dong discomfort. "Mother, I will help you hang the clothes." A delicate boy, around 7 or 8 years old, struggled to carry a large wooden basin, staggering as he exited the courtyard to hang the clothes. Inside the courtyard, a middle-aged woman regarded the boy's retreating figure with a look of contentment, murmuring to herself, "My Yuhao has truly grown up, becoming increasingly sensible." Little Yuhao, having finally managed to step out of the courtyard, needed to cross a small path, only a few steps away from the area designated for hanging the clothes. At that moment, a sudden force collided with his body from the side, causing both him and the basin to crash violently to the ground, scattering the freshly washed clothes everywhere. "Idiot, can't you see? Didn't notice the young master has returned? Get out of the way." A haughty voice rang out. Little Yuhao, enduring the pain from the fall, turned to see 8 robust guards standing on either side of the path. The one who had knocked him down was among them. A young man in a lavish white embroidered robe approached swiftly, exuding an air of superiority. His features were exceptionally handsome, his dual pupils captivating, and he radiated an aristocratic aura that was hard to ignore. With a cold gaze, he did not even spare a glance at the fallen Hui Yuhao until his foot landed on a piece of clothing that had become soiled with dirt. The young noble paused, casting a frigid glance at Hui Yuhao. "Hit him." Upon uttering these words, he hastily departed, as if fearful of tarnishing his own vision. Among the 8 guards, 2 immediately lunged towards Xiao Yuhao, ruthlessly striking him with fists and kicks. At that tender age of merely 8, he possessed neither the strength nor the means to defend himself. Hearing the commotion outside, his mother rushed from the courtyard, shielding her son with her body and pleading desperately. Yet, ultimately, both mother and child were left in a state of near unconsciousness, only ceasing their assault when the guards had their fill. Given his youth, Xiao Yuhao had a stronger capacity for recovery, while his mother, worn down by years of toil, was left with grievous injuries that ultimately led to her demise 2 years later. Though more than 3 years have passed, and he has matured significantly, he can never forget those cold, indifferent eyes and the frigid voice that belonged to one of the culprits responsible for his mother's death, Dai Huabin. Dai Huabin's countenance remained as stern as ever. Even in the presence of Dean Yin Xiaojia, he did not lower his proud head. In stark contrast to the other students, he maintained an unsettling calm, though his tightly clenched fists betrayed his inner turmoil. Clearly, he no longer recognized Xiao Yuhao. Indeed, he had never once acknowledged his half-brother when he had brought calamity upon Xiao Yuhao and his mother. Team Dai Huabin, Position 1, announced Du Weilin. Only after the declaration did Dai Huabin return to his own team. It was only when Dai Huabin's figure vanished from sight that Xiao Yuhao's emotions began to stabilize slightly. Now, he required Wang Dong's support to stand firm. Wang Dong was filled with astonishment. This was the first time he had witnessed such an emotional upheaval in Xiao Yuhao. And he was utterly perplexed by what had transpired. One thing was certain, however, it was undoubtedly connected to Dai Huabin. Yuhao, please calm yourself. What is happening to you? Wang Dong whispered in an attempt to console him. The drawing of lots continued. And no one noticed the change in Xiao Yuhao's expression until the process was completed. Only then could he regain his composure. Although Wang Dong could still sense the tremors coursing through him, tremors born of overwhelming emotion. Can you still compete? Wang Dong asked with concern. There was no time to inquire further. The semifinals were about to commence. Hui Yuhao took a deep breath, striving to quell the turmoil within him. He nodded gently and said, I can do it. Just moments ago, Dai Huabin had drawn which position? Wang Dong furrowed his brow. Astonished that such a loud noise had escaped his notice, his emotional fluctuations were indeed too intense. He drew the first lot. If both we and they conquer our opponents, we will meet in the finals. Just now, I believe I heard someone mention that he is the last remaining soul ancestor of the third ring among the new students. A third ring soul ancestor? A cold glint flashed in Hui Yuhao's eyes. Indeed, a third ring soul ancestor. With such abundant support and resources, how could he not be exceptional? Let us proceed to the competition. It seemed as though he had regained his composure. The tremors of his body and the violent fluctuations of his emotions completely vanished in that instant. Wang Dong felt as if everything that had occurred earlier was merely an illusion of his own making. Yet, in truth, it could not have been an illusion. Christmas. Do you remember? It is Christmas, the 9th Christmas since the 3rd began creating. Do you recall the fervor of the first Christmas, the uniqueness of the second, and those works that accompanied you, belonging to our Tang Sect? How swiftly time passes. In 2 months, I will have been creating for 9 full years. Throughout these 9 years, it has been your companionship that has sustained me. Each spring, summer, autumn, and winter, with every seasonal transition. It has been your presence that has allowed me to persist. Is writing arduous? Indeed, it is immensely challenging, a true labor of love. The continuous updates are the hardest of all. Over these 9 years, there has been no one else who has maintained such consistency as I have. Yes, I am a person capable of perseverance, but it is you who have bestowed upon me this determination. Christmas, a Western holiday. Yet, I must still extend my warmest wishes to everyone. Merry Christmas, especially to the gentlemen. This holiday is significant. Remember to hold onto your roots. 9 years have passed. I wonder how you all perceive my efforts. I noticed this year there is another annual author selection, prominently positioned at the top of our page. If you still recall the joy I have brought you, and if you acknowledge the dedication I have shown over these 9 years, might you consider casting your free annual author evaluation vote for me? I would greatly appreciate your recognition. Lastly, I wish everyone a Merry Christmas once more. Chapter 28. Harmonious Cooperation. Wedong's victory indeed. Wei Yuhao buried that hatred deep within his heart, in the depths of his being. That hatred had transformed into a driving force. He was determined to exact revenge for his mother at any cost. However, he was at Shrek Academy, and he needed to grow ever stronger here. The revenge he sought was not merely one of bloodshed. It was also to bring solace to his mother's spirit in the afterlife. He understood his mother's greatest wish, and he must fulfill that wish, one she had never dared to hope for while alive. Thus, he could not recklessly pursue vengeance without regard for everything else. Regardless of whether he can triumph over Dai Huabin, he cannot forsake his greatest dream for the sake of one individual. Should he expose himself now, it would likely preclude his continued studies at Shrek Academy. Thus, he must endure, burying his animosity and seeking revenge in his own manner. In the semifinals, Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong face adversaries from the freshman class 10, 3 formidable soul masters possessing peculiar martial souls. Having distinguished themselves among a multitude of newcomers to reach this stage, their prowess is undeniably formidable, even in the absence of a third-ring soul venerable. All 3 members of Class 10 are male, exuding an aura of youthful vigor. From Class 10, there is Zhou Xiqing, a master of offensive battle spirits, Long Xiangyue, a master of agile attack spirits, and Xiao Jinxian, a master of control spirits. Their resonant voices reflect their confidence, showing no signs of trepidation in the presence of Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong. From Class 1, we have Hui Yuhao, a control system soul master, and Wang Dong, a master of offensive battle spirits. Due to Wang Dong's spectacular performance in prior matches, their proctor for this semi-final has been replaced by an esteemed elder in his 60s. a figure whose formidable presence commands authority. Clearly, this powerful instructor has been dispatched to ensure that no errors occur during the competition. As the competition commences, heralded by the proctor's announcement, the semifinals officially begin, while in Zone 1, where Dai Huabin is located, fierce contests are also unfolding. With only 2 participants remaining, Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong remain inseparable. They are acutely aware that without utilizing the power of Haodong, their chances of victory in a 2-against-3 scenario are negligible. In this instance, Hui Yuhao takes the lead, with Wang Dong following closely behind. The duo simultaneously unleashes their martial souls. Wang Dong's wings converge forward, forming a protective canopy over Hui Yuhao. Their opponents, the trio led by Zhou Siqing, have evidently studied their combat style, particularly Wang Dong's explosive performance from the previous afternoon, which they regard with utmost seriousness. Consequently, as the match commences, the 3 adversaries exert their full capabilities. Long Xiangyue, the agile attack soul master, refrains from charging forward. Instead, he swiftly dodges behind Zhou Siqing, the offensive soul master. Similarly, Chao Jinxian, the control soul master, aligns himself accordingly. The 3 maintain a straight line, and their extraordinary martial souls manifest simultaneously. Zhou Siqing, as an offensive soul master, manifests a surge of white light in his hands, revealing a book. 200-year soul rings upon his body shimmer concurrently as the pages of the book open, releasing 2 beams of light that coalesce before him. This is Zhou Siqing's unique martial soul, the classical tome. Typically, book-type martial souls are deemed ineffective, with few capable of cultivation. However, Zhou Siqing is an exception. His tome grants him innate 7th-level soul power, allowing him to directly absorb the soul rings of soul beasts he vanquishes, transforming them into his own abilities when he reaches a plateau in soul power. The most distinguishing feature lies in the absence of attribute limitations. Any spirit beast's abilities can be absorbed and subsequently utilized. This implies that in one fleeting moment, he might employ an ice-based soul skill, only to transition seamlessly into a fire-based one the next. It is indeed a remarkably peculiar martial soul. At this moment, the 2 soul skills he unleashed manifested as a bear radiating with a golden glow and a fierce tiger engulfed in flames. After acquiring the sacred martial soul, Zhou Siqing set for himself the ambitious objective of becoming a formidable assault-type soul master. Consequently, while he had the option to select any spirit beast for soul ring augmentation, his aspirations for a powerful offensive naturally guided him to prioritize assault-type soul skills. The bear and tiger swiftly positioned themselves before the trio, roaring menacingly at Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong. Behind him stood not the agile assault-type soul master Long Xiangyue, but rather the control-type soul master Chao Jinxian. At this moment, Chao Jinxuan's gaze was fixed, emanating a layer of distorted aura. Even from a close distance, he appeared somewhat nebulous. Above his head, a meticulously crafted clock began to rise silently. The entire clock bore the shape of a city gate, rounded at the top and tapering below, with its white body standing approximately half a meter tall. The circular dial within was adorned with a pendulum engraved with golden patterns, gently swaying. Upon the emergence of this clock, Chao Jinxuan's 2-century-old soul rings seemed to integrate as part of his being, synchronizing in rhythm with the clock's movement. Zhou Siqing's sacred martial soul was already a rarity, but Chao Jinxuan's clock-shaped martial soul was even more uncommon, named the time-flowing clock. Its rarity among weapon martial souls rivaled that of Wang Dong's light goddess butterfly among beast martial souls. The 3 initiated their actions simultaneously and naturally. Long Xiangyue was not to be overlooked. He maintained a considerable distance from Chao Jinxian ahead, yet still moved in a straight line. As an agile attack-type soul master, he too possessed a weapon martial soul. Upon releasing his martial soul, a massive boomerang appeared in his hand, its length exceeding a foot on one side, creating a somewhat unbalanced appearance in the hands of the less than 12-year-old Long Xianyue. After the boomerang materialized, he paused momentarily before pivoting his body backward, then abruptly spinning back to launch the boomerang. In that instant of release, both of his soul rings ignited brilliantly. However, just as he unleashed his attack, his expression shifted dramatically, for the previously clear assessment suddenly became obscured. The formation established by the opposing trio was undoubtedly tailored to counter Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong. How could they possibly remain passive? Among the 5 participants in the arena, it was Hui Yuhao who was the first to unleash his soul skill. Observing his opponents align themselves in formation, he realized that the strategies employed in the previous match could not be replicated. Regardless of the adversary he faces, he invariably releases his mental detection at the very first opportunity, a soul technique imperceptible to his opponents, yet it bestows immense assistance to him and Wang Dong. Consequently, the moment the agile attack-type Soul Master, Long Xiangyue, launched his boomerang, he fell victim to Hui Yuhao's skill, which is the mental interference from the four primary abilities of Hui Yuhao's first Soul Ring. In comparison to Soul Shock, the potency of mental interference is considerably weaker. Even to the extent of being nearly imperceptible, not even Wang Dong could discern that Hui Yuhao had employed such a technique. To conceal the intricacies of his newly unveiled skill, Hui Yuhao refrained from allowing Wang Dong to channel the Haodong power, opting instead for a direct application of mental interference. That fleeting moment of disruption rendered the consciousness of the three opponents momentarily hazy. At that juncture, Wang Dong's wings of the radiant goddess butterfly had only just converged, enveloping Hui Yuhao within their protective embrace. The boomerang soared through the air, tracing a graceful arc as it hurtled towards Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong. Yet, the two remained utterly still, watching as the boomerang radiated with brilliance, enhanced by two soul techniques. It was evidently not an easy feat to withstand. However, they appeared to disregard it entirely. If Wang Dong had showcased his prowess in the previous match, it was now Hui Yuhao's turn to assume the role of the primary attacker. In the very next moment after Long Xiangyue released the boomerang, Hui Yuhao, concealed beneath the wings of the radiant goddess butterfly, emitted a fierce purple-golden light from his eyes once more. Zhou Siqing heard a muffled grunt behind him, followed by the sudden disappearance of the time-elapsed clock, which had barely taken off, without even managing to unleash a single soul technique before vanishing into thin air. Chao Jinxian collapsed softly to the ground, succumbing to unconsciousness under Long Xianyue's astonished gaze. However, having learned from his previous experience, Hui Yuhao carefully moderated the enhancement of Haodong power on the soul shock, rendering Chao Jinxian unconscious without inflicting any harm upon him. Chao Jinxuan's martial soul appeared exceptionally unique, and as a control-type soul master, he was perceived by Hui Yuhao as the most formidable among the trio of opponents. Thus, he was resolved to eliminate him at the outset using Haodong power. After all, not every soul master possesses the extraordinary defensive capabilities akin to Pai Pai Elephant. Chao Jinxian was no exception, and in a state of unpreparedness, he was swiftly rendered unconscious. The boomerang accurately struck within a foot of Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong. The sharp aura startled Wang Dong. Although he was unaware of the soul techniques appended by Long Xiangyue, he was alarmed to discover that a direct collision would indeed be exceedingly difficult to withstand unscathed. Zhou Siqing merely glanced back in astonishment, his mouth agape. Despite standing in front, Chao Jinxian was still incapacitated. How had the opponents achieved this? He had no inkling of the existence of mental detection, a formidable weapon that rendered all adversaries within its range, regardless of their attempts to evade, completely visible. Nevertheless, as the team leader, Zhou Siqing remained remarkably composed. After a brief moment of shock, he understood that it was time to abandon caution. The Earth Bear and the Flame Tiger he summoned roared simultaneously and charged towards Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong. The boomerang that had been lodged beside Hui Yuhao vanished into thin air, only to reappear in Long Xianyue's hand. Once more, the boomerang was hurled forth. This time, Long Xiangyue, with a heightened sense of awareness, focused intently, channeling his soul power throughout his body before launching the boomerang anew. Hui Yuhao, possessing merely the first ring, was reluctant to reveal his soul skill of mental interference. Without the aid of Haodong's power, it was exceedingly challenging to disrupt a prepared soul master. This time, the boomerang had him completely targeted. This was a plan meticulously devised by Zhou Siqing, who, through an understanding of Hui Yuhao's team, had surmised the significance of this first-ring soul master. Thus, they urged Long Xiangyue to exert his utmost to eliminate Hui Yuhao first. Should the referee perceive that Hui Yuhao could not withstand the assault, he would be deemed out of the competition. At that point, they would unite to confront Wang Dong, ensuring their victory was nearly guaranteed. However, Hui Yuhao paid no heed to the boomerang. Instead, a purple-golden flame erupted from his eyes once more, amplified by Haodong's power. His target this time was Zhou Siqing. With Chao Jinxuan sudden fainting, how could Zhou Siqing afford to be careless? He shared the same intention as Long Xiangyue, channeling his soul power throughout his body, particularly safeguarding his mind against Hui Yuhao's mental attribute soul skill. Alas, he was confronted with a skill unleashed collaboratively by Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong, a soul shock equivalent to that of a soul sage. Such an assault was not easily defensible. In that moment, as the violet golden light erupted from Hui Yuhao's eyes, Zhou Siqing's head jerked backward, as if struck with tremendous force, causing him to topple. Through mental probing, Hu Yuhao sensed Zhou's wariness, prompting him to unleash a soul shock with all his might. Despite being acutely aware of his opponent's intentions, Zhou could not mount an effective defense. However, the innate defensive capabilities of a powerful assault-type soul master proved formidable. Although he was knocked down, he did not succumb to unconsciousness. Yet, the two soul techniques he had activated with his treasured tome lost their control. Halting in their advance toward Hu Yuhao and Wang Dong. "Teacher, save me!" Hu Yuhao cried out in desperation the moment he initiated the soul shock a second time. The boomerang had already traversed halfway, poised to reach Hu Yuhao. At that juncture, Wang Dong ceased to shield him and instead spread his wings wide. A brilliant golden light radiated from his azure wings, manifesting his second soul skill, the light of the butterfly deity. Meanwhile, the formidable power of Haodong, which had been infused within Hu Yuhao, recoiled and surged rapidly into Wang Dong. Upon hearing Hu Yuhao's plea for help, the supervising teacher could not remain passive. A student's cry for assistance during a competition signified their concession and a halt to offensive actions. In an instant, the black-clad figure of the teacher appeared, grasping the boomerang in hand without the need to manifest soul power or skills, causing the light upon the boomerang to extinguish. At that moment, Wang Dong's light of the butterfly deity unleashed its full fury. Indeed, after calling for help, Hu Yuhao refrained from employing any offensive or defensive capabilities, even allowing his martial soul to dissipate, causing the solitary white soul ring encircling him to vanish. No one could accuse him of violating the rules. Yet, the magnificent power of Haodong, born from the fusion between him and Wang Dong, was entirely bestowed upon Wang Dong. Subsequently, the orange-red golden light wreaked havoc throughout the arena once more. The referee, who had just caught the boomerang, was compelled to act again. He released a massive umbrella, which expanded instantaneously, successfully shielding against the relentless barrage of Wang Dong's light of the butterfly deity for 3 seconds. The fallen Zhou Xiqing and the one who had thrown the boomerang, Long Xiang Yue, were utterly incapable of withstanding such an onslaught. The team of Hu Yuhao has triumphed once again, advancing to the finals. Chapter 29, The Two Deans. While the competition on the other side is still in full swing, the semifinals here have already concluded. The duration of the match was shorter than anyone had anticipated. Hu Yuhao and Wang Dong triumphed once more, achieving consecutive victories despite being one player short, advancing from the top 8 to the final 2. Though the duration of this match was brief, the absence of a teammate rendered their victory precarious. Had it not been for the pivotal influence of the Haodong power, they would have stood no chance whatsoever. In a life-and-death struggle, the outcome would have been exceedingly uncertain. Hu Yuhao, utilizing the rules and under the protection of his teacher, narrowly escaped the harm of the boomerang. However, in the absence of the referee, Wang Dong would have been compelled to shield him from the blow. In such a scenario, Hu Yuhao would undoubtedly be unable to unleash his soul shock against Zhou Xiqing. Should Zhou Xiqing's 2 summoned soul beasts join the fray, the situation would become exceedingly precarious. The tactical shift, coupled with the deployment of Hu Yuhao's 4 formidable soul skills, ultimately allowed them to secure a tenuous victory in this battle. Yet their strength had been largely exposed. Soul shock had already been showcased multiple times, ensuring that all future adversaries would exercise utmost caution against them. The new student assessment primarily evaluates the student's mastery of their martial souls. However, for contemporary soul masters, genuine combat invariably necessitates the integration of soul-guiding devices, many of which possess formidable defensive capabilities. Often, the advantages conferred by one's martial soul may inadvertently transform into disadvantages. Nonetheless, a victory is a victory. By overcoming Zhou Xiqing and his companions, Hu Yuhao's team had officially ascended to the top 2, securing a position to vie for the championship and guaranteeing them a reward. Without delay, the duo departed the assessment area and returned to their dormitory post-haste. Their final adversaries would likely be the freshman team led by Dai Huabin. It remained uncertain whether Xiao Xiao would recover, yet a fervent fire had ignited within Hu Yuhao's heart. He was resolute in his desire to triumph in this battle. "Yuhao, what is the matter with you today? Do you know that Dai Huabin?" Wang Dong could not contain his curiosity upon their return to the dormitory. Hu Yuhao's peculiar behavior upon encountering Dai Huabin had been strikingly uncharacteristic. Usually composed and collected, he had nearly lost control, prompting Wang Dong's bewilderment. Hu Yuhao inhaled deeply. Upon hearing the name Dai Huabin, his body trembled uncontrollably once more. Bowing his head, he buried his hands in his hair and, in a hoarse voice, slowly articulated, "Dai Huabin is the son of the Duke of the White Tiger. You must be familiar with the Duke of the White Tiger." Wang Dong nodded in acknowledgement, responding. Of course, the Duke of the White Tiger is a hereditary duke of the Star Luo Empire, holding a position of great esteem. Originally, the Duke of the White Tiger's lineage was part of the imperial family of the Star Luo Empire. During a cataclysmic battle several millennia ago, the empire faced near annihilation. It was the combined efforts of several major sects that ultimately salvaged the empire and preserved its integrity. At that time, the Duke of the White Tiger's clan had suffered significant losses, their authority considerably diminished, rendering them unable to command respect. Consequently, the Duke of the White Tiger abdicated in favor of the Grand Marshal who quelled the rebellion, who is now the reigning royal family of the Star Luo Empire. Nevertheless, as a former member of the imperial lineage, the Duke was granted the title of Hereditary Duke, ensuring his family's perpetual wealth and nobility. The blood of the former royalty still courses through the veins of the Duke of the White Tiger's descendants, and their inherited White Tiger martial soul is an exceptionally powerful beast martial soul. The leader of the original Shrek Seven Monsters, the evil Eye White Tiger, Dai Mubai, hails from the lineage of the Duke of the White Tiger. It is astonishing that this Dai Huabin is indeed a descendant of the Duke of the White Tiger. Wang Dong paused, his gaze fixed intently on Hui Yuhao, and inquired, "Then, what is your connection to Dai Huabin?" Hui Yuhao said, "My mother is a servant in their household. I lost my father at a young age. She works in the Duke of White Tiger's residence to support me." He refrained from revealing that he is, in fact, the son of the Duke of White Tiger, for in his heart, he had never truly acknowledged a father he had scarcely seen, harboring a deep resentment for the man who had ruined his mother's life. He would rather claim to be fatherless than admit to his true identity. Aside from concealing his lineage, he recounted only his genuine experiences. When he spoke of his mother, who was gravely injured while protecting him and ultimately succumbed to her illness, Hui Yuhao was rendered speechless with grief. "How dare you?" Wang Dong suddenly slammed his hand on the bed, springing to his feet. "What are you doing?" Hui Yuhao quickly grasped his arm. Wang Dong retorted, "Of course. I am going to avenge you. Let us go. We shall set out at once." Initially, he had thought Hui Yuhao's struggles stemmed merely from his humble beginnings. But now he realized the extent of the hardships he had endured. No wonder, at not even 12 years of age, he often remained silent, displaying a maturity far beyond his peers, dedicating himself to his training with relentless fervor. Hui Yuhao rose to his feet, placing a firm hand on Wang Dong's shoulder, guiding him back down onto the bed. His eyes sparkled with intensity as he declared, "No, not yet. Now is not the time to confront him. We are within the confines of Shrek Academy. Regardless of our capabilities to deal with him here, acting out of personal vengeance is something the Academy will not tolerate. He is merely one of the culprits responsible for my mother's demise. My desire for retribution extends far beyond him alone. My true adversary is the entire Duke of the White Tiger's estate. Therefore, I must grow stronger, sufficiently powerful to stand against the Duke's dominion before I can exact my revenge." Wang Dong gazed at Hui Yuhao, astonished. He did not perceive Hui Yuhao's restraint as an act of cowardice, rather, he sensed an overwhelming chill emanating from Hui Yuhao's very essence. The overwhelming hatred that erupted from Hui Yuhao seemed impossible to cleanse. As if no river or lake could wash it away, the depth of his animosity was profound. In that moment, he resembled a lion poised to devour its prey, starkly contrasting with his previous demeanor of gentleness and diligence. It is remarkable that an 11-year-old child could harbor such deeply concealed and vividly remembered resentment, revealing the profound experiences he must have endured throughout his 11 years of life. Such emotions cannot accumulate in a mere day. How do you intend to seek your vengeance? Wang Dong inquired softly as the fury in his eyes gradually cooled, wiping away his tears. Hui Yuhao shook his head, reflecting, to the Duke of the White Tiger's estate. "I am but an insignificant ant, easily crushed beneath their feet. My only objective is to grow stronger, to become formidable. The Duke's lineage will persist. Whether it be 10 years, 20 years, or even 30 or 50 years from now, I shall one day confront them. I intend to sever the hereditary legacy of the Duke of the White Tiger." In that fleeting moment, a fierce light ignited in Hui Yuhao's eyes, his pupils transforming to a vivid red, fueled by an indelible hatred. Simultaneously, within the depths of his spiritual sea, a gray orb quivered slightly, causing Hui Yuhao to experience a momentary dizziness. His body swayed, and it was only with Wang Dong's support that he managed to regain his balance. Wang Dong presumed this was merely a reaction to overwhelming emotions, unaware that a profound enmity lay buried deep within Hui Yuhao's heart. Hui Yuhao grasped Wang Dong's shoulders with both hands, his gaze piercing and intense, the crimson hue in his eyes seemingly deepening. "Wang Dong, I consider you a brother. Please keep this a secret for me. Despite Wang Dong's superior cultivation level, he felt an unexpected surge of fear at that moment. Yet, following that fleeting fear, an overwhelming sense of sympathy and compassion washed over him. They were of the same age. For the past 11 years, how had his life unfolded? And what kind of life had Hui Yuhao led? Hui Yuhao slowly closed his eyes, endeavoring to take deep breaths to soothe his tumultuous emotions. This hatred had been buried within him for far too long. It was only upon entering Shrek Academy and successfully passing the freshman assessment that he first felt a glimmer of hope, a hope for avenging his mother. Encountering Dai Huabin today had ignited the flames of his inner resentment. Yet, he could neither unleash nor dare to express it. He must continue to endure, to wait for that fragile hope to flourish into a promising future. A profound sigh suddenly echoed, sending a chill down Hui Yuhao's spine, causing the tension in his previously relaxed demeanor to return instantaneously. His spiritual eyes manifested the martial soul, conducting a comprehensive mental scan as he called out sharply, "Who goes there?" The dormitory was eerily quiet, and within the confines of Hui Yuhao's mental probing, no anomalies surfaced. Wang Dong gazed at him in astonishment, puzzled by his sudden tension. "Yuhao, what is troubling you?" Wang Dong inquired with a hint of confusion. Hui Yuhao was taken aback and asked, "Did you not hear?" Wang Dong, with a look of astonishment, replied, "Hear what?" Hui Yuhao felt a jolt in his heart. Just now, someone let out a profound sigh. "And I heard it distinctly. How could you not have heard it?" Wang Dong, bewildered, shook his head and replied, "I didn't hear anything at all. Could it be that you were imagining it?" Hui Yuhao endeavored to expand the range of his spiritual perception, yet he still encountered no anomalies. Following that sigh, no further unusual sounds emerged. Could it truly be a figment of my imagination? Doubts arose within Hui Yuhao's mind, but he swiftly dismissed them. As a spiritual-type soul master, his perception was significantly more acute than that of ordinary individuals. Aside from his exceptional visual acuity, his other senses were also remarkably heightened. Even amidst emotional turmoil, he would not succumb to auditory hallucinations. Moreover, that sigh had been so distinct, as if it resonated right beside him. Brother Tianming, Hui Yuhao silently called out. "What is it?" came the languid response of the Tianming ice silkworm, which predominantly slumbered but had recently remained somewhat awake due to the intriguing fusion of martial souls between Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong. "Did you hear that sigh a moment ago?" Hui Yuhao inquired. "A sigh? Have you lost your mind in a fit of hatred?" "There was no sigh. Don't disturb my sleep with trivial matters. Furthermore, you ought to maintain a calm demeanor. With your current level of power, if you cannot even control your emotions, you might not even know how you perish. Your demise is inconsequential, but what if it implicates me?" The Tianming ice silkworm retorted irritably. At that moment, Hui Yuhao was genuinely astonished. Even the Tianming ice silkworm had not perceived that sigh. Could it be that the sound truly did not exist? No. He could not accept such a notion. He trusted his own judgment. Yet, from whence did that sigh originate? With the prowess of the Tianming ice silkworm, was it conceivable that someone could elude its perception? It seemed improbable. After all, the Tianming ice silkworm was a million-year-old soul beast. Even if its combat strength was somewhat lacking, within the realm of the mind, it was nearly invincible. As Hui Yuhao pondered, the voice of the Tianming ice silkworm echoed once more. "By the way, Hui Yuhao, I must advise you. Use your soul impact sparingly. The more you expose it, the more others will guard against you. Although your soul impact has been significantly enhanced through that purple extreme demon eye, should you encounter someone whose cultivation level far exceeds yours and who is deliberately on guard, it could lead to a backlash. That would be exceedingly perilous." Hui Yuhao was taken aback and hastily inquired, "Brother Tianming, generally speaking, how much higher must a soul master's cultivation be than mine for my soul impact to rebound?" Tianming Binkin replied, "If handled with caution and the soul power is applied correctly, even a soul master with just one level above yours could potentially trigger a backlash. Otherwise, do you think I endured such hardships in the Stardow Forest? If my soul impact were truly invincible, would I have suffered so many grievances over the years? The reason your soul impact was so astonishing in the previous battle was primarily due to its element of surprise. Additionally, the amplification from the purple extreme magic eyes played a significant role. Ultimately, it was the fusion of your soul power with Wang Dong's that propelled it. These factors caught your opponents off guard. However, if in the future everyone begins to defend specifically against your soul impact, you must exercise caution. On the other hand, you may freely utilize mental interference. Although this skill is considerably weaker than soul impact, its greatest advantage lies in the absence of any backlash. Remember, When you and Wang Dong collaborate to unleash soul impact, it cannot genuinely shatter the defenses of an opponent with 3 soul rings. Thus, strive to use it sparingly in the future. Hui Yuhao chuckled wryly. It's not that I wish to utilize more, Brother Tianming. Among the 4 soul skills you bestowed upon me, aside from soul shock, I possess no other offensive capabilities. Ah, indeed, that poses a dilemma. Nevertheless, bear with it for now. You are still quite young, so why the urgency? Strive to reach level 20 swiftly, and I shall ensure you possess ample combat strength. At the very least, you shall not find yourself at a disadvantage among your peers. With that, he declared, now, I shall retire. The words of the Tianming Ice Silkworm served as a timely reminder for Hui Yuhao, simultaneously alleviating his yearning for that lingering sigh. At this moment, Hui Yuhao reflected that the Tianming Ice Silkworm had mentioned level 20 more than once, indicating that it regarded this milestone as exceedingly significant for him. Should he manage to transcend level 20, his strength would likely undergo a remarkable transformation, allowing him to stand independently without relying on his companion's powers. With this thought, Hui Yuhao's mood gradually settled, and he began to train alongside Wang Dong, restoring his soul power. The forthcoming battle in the afternoon would undoubtedly be arduous, not merely due to the fierce competition for the championship, but also as an emotional trial for him. However, this confrontation was inescapable. Sooner or later, he would face it. Thus, he resolved to treat this final match as a crucible for his spirit. The dormitory fell silent. Due to their martial soul fusion, Wang Dong could sense the subtle shifts in Hui Yuhao's emotions. And he was both astonished and filled with admiration at how swiftly Hui Yuhao had attained calmness. In terms of appearance, Hui Yuhao fell short of Wang Dong by several degrees, yet at this moment, in Wang Dong's eyes, the mere 11-year-old Hui Yuhao exuded the fortitude of a man. The two continued their training until lunchtime, having fully restored their soul power. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, they were greeted by an unexpected delight. You two young gentlemen. I've heard about your successful advance to the finals. Well done. How could I miss such an event? I have returned. Xiao Xiao beamed as she leaned against the entrance of the cafeteria, her gaze fixed on the approaching Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong. Hui Yuhao and his companion were instantly filled with joy as they hastened towards her. Hui Yuhao eagerly inquired, Xiao Xiao, has your health been restored? Xiao Xiao responded with a playful smile, of course. I possess twin martial souls, and my potential is boundless. Such minor setbacks hardly require prolonged recovery. Look. I am perfectly fine now. Come, let me treat you to a meal. Today at noon, we shall indulge in the finest cuisine, nourishing ourselves well so we can later confront those fellows who are utterly incapable of self-sufficiency. Hee. Hui Yuhao smiled faintly, extending his right hand, while Wang Dong, ever the quick one, placed his palm upon it first, with Xiao Zhao's hand resting atop theirs. The three exchanged glances, their faces adorned with confident smiles. We are the champions. At that moment, as it was still early for the meal, few students had arrived. Just as they proclaimed their victory, a somewhat sharp female voice pierced the air. How shameless. Aren't you afraid the wind will cause your tongue to slip? The champions are from our freshman class 5. As Hui Yuhao and his companions turned to glance back, they were met by the sight of 3 new students approaching. At the center stood none other than Hui Yuhao's adversary, Dai Huabin, the opponent they would face in the finals later that afternoon. The one speaking was a young girl with lustrous black hair positioned to his left. Her eyes were strikingly unusual. One was a pale blue, while the other was a soft yellow. When her gaze settled upon them, her pupils faintly elongated, adding to her peculiar allure. Dai Huabin maintained a stern expression, saying nothing as he cast a brief glance at Hui Yuhao and his friends before striding confidently into the dining hall. The black-haired girl scoffed dismissively at them, while the girl with flowing pink hair offered a charming smile, her expression enchanting enough to seem as though it could penetrate to one's very soul. It was evident that these 2 young women were Dai Huabin's teammates for the afternoon. Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao were on the verge of retaliating when Hui Yuhao intervened, placing a hand on each of them. Clearly, Dai Huabin had not recognized him. After a morning of internal struggle, seeing him again in the afternoon, Hui Yuhao had at least managed to maintain an outward calm. Engaging in a war of words was futile. They would settle matters in the competition later. With a gentle remark, Hui Yuhao guided his friends to their meal. Under ordinary circumstances, Hui Yuhao would never indulge in the priciest delicacies, even if someone else were footing the bill, for they were simply too extravagant. However, today was different. Xiao Xiao had exhausted herself in the earlier match and was in dire need of nourishment. Ultimately, it was Wang Dong who chose to cover the bill. Rather than Xiao Xiao, Hui Yuhao would have offered to pay, but upon seeing the final total, he quickly abandoned the idea. The money he had saved from months of selling grilled fish was insufficient even for his tuition for the next semester, which was rumored to be significantly higher. Dai Huabin and his companions were undoubtedly feasting on the finest cuisine as well, and though the distance between the two groups was not great, a palpable tension began to permeate the air. Yet, neither side initiated any provocations. After all, the afternoon competition was the priority. After their lunch, Hui Yuhao and his friends found a quiet spot by the sea god lake to strategize for the upcoming battle. Facing formidable foes, it was impossible to deny the anxiety creeping in. Though they were all newcomers and their strength was not particularly remarkable within Shrek Academy. This championship match was of utmost importance, where even the smallest detail could dictate the outcome. It's almost time. Let us head to the assessment area, Xiao Xiao suggested. Agreed, Hui Yuhao nodded in response. At that moment, Wang Dong suddenly interjected, Yuhao, give me a hug. Xiao Xiao's eyes widened in surprise. But she quickly regained her composure upon seeing the fierce determination reflected in Wang Dong's eyes. Hui Yuhao and his companion shared an unspoken understanding. A slight tremor coursed through his body, and he instantly grasped the implication behind it. Wang Dong, with a calm smile and a glimmer of cold light in his eyes, spoke in a voice that was remarkably gentle. How can one know without trying? Hui Yuhao took a deep breath, choosing not to speak further as he opened his arms for an embrace. The assessment area was notably quiet. Although it was the final round of the new student elimination tournament, there were no spectators among the students. The assessment system of Shrek Academy is designed to preserve the confidentiality of each student's abilities, thus preventing other students from witnessing the evaluations. All students not participating in the assessments continued with their classes, resulting in an unusually sparse turnout for the finals this afternoon. However, a lack of students did not imply a dearth of spectators. Nearly all the available teachers from the external academy gathered in the assessment area to observe. The esteemed president of Shrek Academy, Yin Xiaozhe, also made an appearance, ascending the platform accompanied by Du Weiluan and a group of instructors. Although this was merely an annual event held 3 months into the academic year, virtually all internal students of Shrek Academy had previously distinguished themselves during the new student assessments and were subsequently groomed for further development by the academy. The reason for Yin Xiaozhe's personal attendance was the exceptional strength of this year's new students. Typically, even among Shrek Academy students, reaching the third ring usually occurs around the third year. Furthermore, possessing a third ring is a requisite for advancing from the third to fourth year. Remarkably, this cohort of new students already boasts 3 who have achieved the third ring, a level of prowess indicative of future entrance into the inner academy. Yin Xiaozhe was keen to discover who would ultimately emerge as the champion among this year's new students. Relatively speaking, he was particularly focused on Hui Yuhao's team. Having already received detailed reports from Du Weiluan, this team, bolstered by 2 great soul masters and 1 soul master, had astonishingly 1 consecutive victories, defeating teams led by the Soul Ancestor Ning Tian and the Soul Ancestor Xie Huanyue. The performances of Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao were nothing short of spectacular. Wang Dong's bright goddess butterfly martial soul is unique even within Shrek Academy. Meanwhile, Xiao Xiao's twin martial souls hold immense potential for development. The rarity of twin martial souls has persisted since the inception of Soul Masters in the Dolua continent, and it remains so today. As the foremost academy in the world, Shrek Academy has only 3 students with twin martial souls, including Xiao Xiao, while the other 2 are already enrolled in the inner academy and rank among the top 10. Regarding Hui Yuhao, Du Weiluan also conveyed his situation to President Yin Xiaozhe in detail. Possessing a rare original martial soul and a spiritual-type martial soul, he regrettably lacked a solid educational background, currently holding only a soul power level of 17 with merely a decade-old soul ring. Despite exhibiting considerable talent, the disadvantage of a late start could not be overlooked. Moreover, the critical issue for the future development of spiritual martial souls lies in the acquisition of sufficiently powerful soul rings. Consequently, in his recommendation for Hui Yuhao, Du Weiluan emphasized caution, suggesting that he should not be considered a core disciple of the academy. Yin Xiaozhe held great trust in Du Weiluan, the director of instruction, who possesses a discerning eye and maintains fairness and justice, having made significant contributions to the cultivation of numerous outstanding talents at Shrek Academy. Within the academy's framework, the role of president is not solely held by Yin Xiaozhe alone. He serves as the dean of the martial soul department. While Shrek Academy also boasts a dean of the soul guidance department, these 2 esteemed leaders oversee all affairs of the academy. In terms of authority, the dean Yin Xiaozhe, who governs the martial soul department, holds a slightly greater influence. However, the Soul Guidance Department operates independently and maintains a degree of competitive rivalry with the Martial Soul Department, thereby limiting his jurisdiction over it. In addition to the two deans, each department is also supported by a vice dean responsible for the external affairs. After all, both Yin Xiaozhe and the dean of the Soul Guidance Department primarily concentrate their efforts within the Inner Academy, which is the true heart of Shrek Academy. Consequently, they seldom engage in the management of external matters. The dean of the External Martial Soul Department, who also serves as the Academy's vice dean, is a scholarly instructor who dedicates most of his energy to teaching 5th and 6th grade students, selecting outstanding disciples for the Inner Academy, while rigorously assessing these students across various domains. His involvement in other administrative affairs is relatively minimal, apart from the vice dean. The most powerful figure within the Martial Soul Department is Du Weilin. As the director of external instruction for the Martial Soul Department, Du Weilin wields considerable authority. Yet he faces no competition in this role. For 20 years, he has diligently contributed to the Martial Soul Department, earning Yin Xiaozhe's utmost trust and confidence in his judgment of the students. Weilin, who do you favor in today's competition? Yin Xiaozhe inquired with a smile. Du Weilin chuckled and replied, I tend to lean towards Dai Huabin. Although Wei Yuhao's team has triumphed over two teams led by newly admitted Soul Kings, in terms of overall strength, Dai Huabin's side is undoubtedly superior, especially considering his two formidable teammates, who also show potential for admission to the Inner Academy. Yin Xiaozhe nodded in agreement. Just then, a robust voice resonated. Director Du, since you believe Dai Huabin will emerge victorious, I shall declare my support for the opposing side. Yin Xiaozhe did not turn around, yet a smile crept across his face. Qian Duo, what brings you here? He remarked. The moment I caught a whiff of that metallic scent, I knew it was you. The newcomer was a robust man in his 50s, his face devoid of wrinkles. Yet his steel-like white hair lent him an air of wisdom. His towering physique resembled a statue carved from granite, standing at least 2 meters tall. With broad shoulders and a muscular build that showed no sign of age-related decline, his bronze skin gleamed with a metallic luster under the sunlight, exuding a strong scent of metal. Accompanying him was Fan Yu, whom Zhou had previously brought to meet. Yin Xiaozhe refrained from turning. But Du Weilin had already turned around, his eyes widening in surprise before he hurriedly bowed in greeting. Vice Dean Qian, good day. What brings you here today? The amiable, ever-smiling Qian Duo was indeed the vice dean overseeing the daily affairs of the Soul Guidance Department. In the realm of the Soul Guidance Department, there exists a position of unparalleled prestige, even surpassing that of Du Weilin. Within the Shrek Academy, such a rank is not easily attained. It primarily hinges on 2 pathways, one as pedagogical prowess and contributions to the Academy, and the other being personal strength. In the vast Shrek Academy, there are only 4 individuals serving as the president and vice presidents, all of whom are the true pillars of the institution. To hold such a lofty position clearly requires more than mere contributions. Their personal capabilities are of the highest caliber. Vice President Qian Duo chuckled and remarked, I happened to pass by and overheard your speculation with Lao Yin about the outcome. I am rather fond of a wager. Lao Yin, would you care to place a bet? Yin Xiaozhe turned his head at last, smiling as he replied, You, with your incessant pursuit of profit, are always up to something. I find it hard to believe your intentions are so innocent. If you wish to covet our Soul Master Department, you must tread carefully. Qian Duo, unabashedly, plopped down beside Yin Xiaozhe and said, What do you mean by your Soul Master Department? They are merely freshmen and have yet to truly choose their specialization. Besides, it is only in their 3rd year that they will ultimately decide on their major. Your department merely provides foundational education. So, are we betting or not? Be straightforward. Du Weilin had stepped aside and greeted Fan Yu, who nodded with a smile. The two found a place to sit behind the 2 vice presidents. Fan Yu held a position of great esteem within the Soul Guidance Department, despite currently being ranked lower than Du Weilin. Du Weilin understood that Fan Yu was destined to become the future vice president or even the successor to the presidency of the department. Meanwhile, Du Weilin's own role as the director might be nearing its conclusion. Facing Qian Duo's provocation, Yin Xiaozhe remained unperturbed, shaking his head with a smile. I won't gamble. Old Qian, don't think you can profit at my expense. If you keep this up, I might just tell Liner about you. Qian Duo's facial muscles twitched slightly, and with a feigned expression of indignation, he replied, Oh please, you've always been a trickster since your youth. Compared to you, my character is far superior. You always use Liner as a shield. Do you have no shame? Du Weilin, listening from behind, felt a pang in his heart. These two were significant figures across the Dolua continent, and here they were exchanging barbs. if any students overheard them. Yin Xiaozhi glanced at Qian Duo's aggrieved expression, chuckled, and said, "All right then, what are you proposing for the wager?" Qian Duo's face brightened with a smile as he stated, "If my chosen team triumphs 3 years hence, you must allow me to select any new student from the Soul Master Department to join the Soul Guidance Department, without any interference." Yin Xiaozhi snorted dismissively, curling his lip. "I knew you were up to no good. I refuse to bet." Qian Duo, undeterred, replied, "Hold on, just let me finish. The student I select will not be one of your already chosen core disciples. Furthermore, I will not select anyone who reaches level 30 or above before graduating from the second year. Surely, that should suffice?" Yin Xiaozhi was taken aback. "Old Qian, do you really need to bet with me on this? Each year, how many students do you end up selecting?" Qian Duo replied with a frown. "Do not even mention it. These youngsters have such lofty aspirations and are utterly oblivious to our Soul Guidance Department, effectively excluding us from consideration. Although we have received a considerable number of students over the years, those truly suited for our department are exceedingly rare. As you are aware, our plan aims to cultivate talents that are not merely the ordinary soul guidance device manufacturers. While the manufacturing of soul guidance devices is undeniably crucial, their application is equally vital. Therefore, I wish to select a few students with exceptional martial souls. However, your lot is akin to a hen guarding its chicks, making it impossible to even seize the opportunity to select anyone. If I do not intervene soon, our plan may very well fall apart. Let us not forget that you consented to this plan during the Dean's meeting. If you do not support our efforts, I will have Linner go to the Inner Academy's Martial Soul Department to recruit students, and I wonder if you would dare to stop her." Observing Qian Duo's earnest demeanor, Yin Xiaozhi pondered for a moment and inquired, "Are you truly not selecting any core disciples? Not considering those within our second year, who have reached level 30 or above?" Qian Duo immediately assumed a righteous expression, declaring, "When have I, old Qian, ever reneged on my word?" Yin Xiaozhi nodded, "Very well, then I shall take the gamble. Moreover, even if you lose, you may still select one such student, thus preventing you from claiming that I do not support your work. However, should you lose, I demand 100 high-explosive projectiles from your fixed soul guidance device to play with. Those are truly exhilarating." Qian Duo's expression shifted. "Old Yin, you are being rather unreasonable. 100 high-explosive rounds, do you have any idea how much that costs? Each one costs 100 gold soul coins to produce." Yin Xiaozhi smiled faintly. "If you refuse, then so be it. I had no intention of wagering with you in the first place." With a pained expression, Qian Duo conceded 50 rounds. Yin Xiaozhi, seemingly fearful of his change of heart, quickly agreed, "Deal." The specialized high-explosive rounds for fixed soul guidance devices are not simply available for enjoyment. Having any to play with is fortunate enough. Although I am the dean, I cannot squander resources. Qian Duo was momentarily taken aback, then gazed at Yin Xiaozhi with astonishment. "You old rascal, I have fallen for your trick again." Yin Xiaozhi burst into hearty laughter, yet he remained unaware of the fleeting glint of cunning in Qian Duo's eyes. Chapter 30. The Finals. While Yin Xiaozhi laughed, Qian Duo wore a face of righteous indignation, though deep down, he was secretly reveling in delight. He glanced at Yin Xiaozhi, thinking, "Old Yin, no matter how astute you may be, you shall still have to drink from my waters. Heh. I hope you do not regret this in the future. Of course, it will be too late for regrets." Wahaha. The participating teams of Hui Yuhao and Dai Huabin were blissfully unaware that their upcoming final match in the freshman assessment had escalated to the level of a wager between the two deans. Both sides had arrived at the venue early, preparing while keeping a watchful eye on the opposing team from a distance. Although Dai Huabin did not recognize Hui Yuhao, he could certainly sense the threat posed by Hui Yuhao's team. Although, in terms of cultivation, victory seemed a foregone conclusion, the realm of expectation often diverges from reality. Were Ning Tian's group truly lacking in strength? Both Ning Tian, possessing the 7 treasures glazed Tower Martial Soul, and Wu Feng, endowed with the Fire Dragon Martial Soul, were among the most distinguished students among the newcomers. Their overall prowess was not significantly inferior to that of the opposing team. Was Xie Huanyu's team weak? Despite Xie Huanyu's formidable defenses, it ultimately required the intervention of a teacher to conclude the match. Otherwise, that individual might not have emerged unscathed. The formidable Wang Dong, the dual soul wielder Xiao Xiao, and the enigmatic Hui Yuhao, albeit only a one-ring soul master, all evoked a sense of threat within him. Thus, prior to this battle, he undertook meticulous preparations, even seeking out opponents who had previously clashed with Hui Yuhao and his companions to thoroughly understand the capabilities of the trio. In stark contrast to Dai Huabin's caution and focus, Wei Yuhao was enveloped in a different emotional tide, despite his earnest attempts to bury his hatred deep within. As they approached the competition arena, poised to embark on this climactic battle, Wei Yuhao's heart betrayed him, beating wildly in anticipation of revenge. Yet, he was acutely aware of the impracticality of such desires. With numerous teachers present and referees overseeing the match, even with Wang Dong's cooperation, the prospect of defeating Dai Huabin was nearly impossible given his current strength. Yuhao, Wang Dong whispered. Hui Yuhao turned to Wang Dong, catching a glimpse of the cold glint in his eyes. Relax, we must not reveal any vulnerabilities, he admonished softly, ensuring that even Xiao did not overhear. At that moment, the referee had already entered the expansive assessment area. All partitions had been dismantled by noon, unveiling a vast arena. The referee gestured to both teams, signaling them to enter the field. As Hui Yuhao and his companion strode confidently into the arena, he led the way, flanked by Wang Dong and Xiao. On the opposite side, Dai Huabin, at the forefront, entered the venue accompanied by two young maidens. The referee summoned both parties to the forefront and declared in a solemn tone, "The rules for the upcoming finals have undergone certain modifications. Pay close attention. You may move freely within the arena, however, those wielding flying martial souls must not ascend beyond 10 meters above the ground. To ensure you unleash your full potential, you are permitted to engage your adversaries with all your might, without holding back. I will oversee the match's intensity. Anyone ejected from the arena by my intervention shall be deemed to have exited the competition. Do you understand?" "Understood," both sides replied in unison. A flicker of unusual brilliance sparkled in the eyes of Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong. In contrast, an icy glint emanated from Dai Huabin, suggesting an intangible aura of menace radiating from him. As the legitimate son of the White Tiger Duke, Dai Huabin, though not the eldest, had received the finest education from a young age, encompassing not only the cultivation of martial souls but also the art of warfare and the strategies of combat. The White Tiger Duke served as the supreme commander of the Star Luo Empire's military, and it was expected that his son would inevitably gain military experience. Consequently, Dai Huabin exhibited a demeanor far more austere than his peers, already embodying a semblance of military discipline. Among the White Tiger Duke's sons, he showcased the most exceptional talent, garnering significant favor from his father. Within the realm of the White Tiger Duke's lineage, it was customary for the capable to inherit titles. Fostering a decisive and ruthless character in Dai Huabin from an early age, he had even slain a small soul beast at the tender age of 5. Both parties were introduced. Hui Yuhao, Wang Dong, and Xiao faced off against Dai Huabin, Zhu Lu, and the dark-haired maiden, Cui Yiji, with the pink-haired girl introducing herself. The referee extended his arms to either side and commanded, "Move to the edges of the arena. I will announce the commencement before you may launch your attacks." As both sides gradually retreated, Wei Yuhao's gaze remained fixed upon Dai Huabin, whose eyes flickered with a fierce light, an undercurrent of murderous intent surfacing. Yet, to his astonishment, Wei Yuhao showed no signs of yielding. Despite the vast disparity in their strengths, at that moment, Wei Yuhao's aura did not wane. The teachers observing from the high platform had fallen into complete silence. Even the deans Yin Xiaozhe and Qian Duo were intently focused on the arena. Fan Yu, watching Hui Yuhao retreat, silently hoped, "Young man, I trust you will not disappoint me. This final match not only pertains to your assessment as a newcomer, but also serves as the most significant evaluation from the Soul Guidance Department." Soon, both parties arrived at the edge of the arena, which was vast and expansive. At that moment, each perceived the other as diminutive. The referee raised his right hand and then brought it down forcefully. A clear signal of commencement resonated in the ears of all participating students. In perfect synchrony, both sides surged toward each other upon the announcement. The distance was substantial. Even Hui Yuhao's mental probing could not ascertain the conditions of his opponent. As they ran, Wang Dongqing called out, and the wings of the goddess of light unfurled, lifting him into the air. However, he did not surpass Hui Yuhao, but instead flew above him. They both understood that when it came to strength, their chances of victory were slim. Dai Huabin's White Tiger martial soul was, in terms of rank, slightly superior even to Wu Feng's Red Dragon martial soul. Furthermore, while Wu Feng was merely a 2-ringed soul master, Ning Tian, despite being a 3-ringed soul master, was countered by Hui Yuhao's soul impact. Yet Dai Huabin was undoubtedly prepared for Hui Yuhao's soul assault. With his soul ancestor-level prowess, it was clear that Hui Yuhao and his companions would be embroiled in a fierce battle, with their only potential for victory resting upon the fusion of Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong's combined powers. Xiao Xiao dashed ahead of Hui Yuhao, positioning herself to shield him. And the first appearance was that of the Nine Phoenixes' flute. On the opposite side, Dai Huabin and his companions maintained their prior formation as they rushed forward, with Dai Huabin leading the charge. While running, he bellowed, "White Tiger, possess!" A brilliant, pale light erupted from him, while he sprinted, extending his arms outward. His chest thrust forward. His body crackled as his muscles swelled, stretching his clothing to its limits. Each muscle beneath the fabric became distinctly visible, and even the air around him seemed to pulsate with intensity. His golden hair transformed into a striking blend of black and white, predominantly white, with several strands of black standing out. For faint lines appeared on his forehead, 3 horizontal and 1 vertical, forming the character for king. His hands underwent the most significant transformation, doubling in size, covered in white fur. As he flexed his fingers, dagger-like claws emerged and retracted from his palms, each claw resembling a blade, measuring a full 8 inches, glimmering with a chilling light. Dai Huabin leaned forward, his eyes morphing into a deep, mesmerizing blue, presenting the visage of a relentless killing machine. Beneath him, 3 radiant soul rings ascended in succession, 2 yellow and 1 purple. As the soul rings revolved, a torrent of soul power surged forth, creating a tsunami-like pressure. Upon witnessing the white tiger martial soul, Hui Yuhao could not help but tighten his lips. Had his martial soul not undergone mutation, he too would have possessed such a formidable martial soul. If he had acquired the powerful white tiger martial soul, then no matter how the Duchess sought to suppress him, it would be utterly futile. Any direct descendant possessing the white tiger martial soul is regarded as a paramount priority for cultivation, and this is even more pronounced for him, being the son of the Duke of White Tiger, albeit an illegitimate one. The 2 young ladies accompanying Dai Huabin underwent distinct transformations. The black-haired girl, Zhu Lu, displayed a striking enhancement in the depth and brilliance of her heterochromatic eyes. Her pointed ears stood erect, and her figure elongated with newfound strength. Each finger bore a sharpness, exuding a delicate yet ethereal grace that contrasted with Dai Huabin's robust demeanor. Although her speed had yet to surpass his, her form flickered, leaving behind a series of enticing illusions. Conversely, the changes in the red-haired girl were even more extraordinary. Upon releasing her martial soul, she seemed to age 3 or 4 years in an instant. The girl, initially around 12, blossomed into a youthful maiden, her pink hair cascading longer with voluminous waves, resembling a flowing pink waterfall. Her eyes sparkled with clarity and vitality, radiating the exuberance of youth. Her ears too had sharpened, even more so than Zhu Lu's. Her exquisite beauty, accentuated by a smile, was simply mesmerizing. Most remarkable of all were the 2 lengthy tails that sprouted behind her, each approximately a meter long, adorned with dense, lustrous pink fur that glistened in the afternoon sun, evoking an irresistible urge to touch them. Chuiji's pink eyes quickly found Hui Yuhao, and she greeted him with a charming smile. Her first soul ring shimmered softly, its glow subtle enough to be easily overlooked if not observed with care. The golden hue of Hui Yuhao's eyes shimmered, remaining utterly unperturbed. Chuiji's body trembled slightly, her exquisite features shifting with a hint of color. Her martial soul, a formidable entity among beast martial souls, was rather unique, known as the nine-tailed fox. With each additional soul ring, a new tail would emerge, augmenting her power. She unleashed her first soul skill, charm, directly at Hui Yuhao, yet it bore no effect. The nine-tailed fox martial soul straddled the realms of the mental and offensive systems, and her chosen path of cultivation reflected this duality. In contrast, Hui Yuhao's spiritual eye was purely of the mental system, rendering Chuiji's mental skill, charm, ineffective against him. In this fleeting moment, both parties had already advanced into each other's 50-meter range, and the deceleration effect of the 9 Phoenix flute began to take hold. The speed of Dai Huabin and his companions noticeably diminished. Zhu Lu was the most affected, her illusory forms reduced by 2, appearing less ethereal than before. As the distance closed, Dai Huabin and his companions entered not just a deceleration zone, but also Hui Yuhao's mental detection area. Their every movement was vividly projected as a 3-dimensional image within the minds of Hui Yuhao and his companions. Dai Huabin and his companions were the first to act. Zhu Lu's form flickered, her speed surging as a series of phantoms trailed behind her, charging directly at Hui Yuhao. Even under the influence of the 9 Phoenix flute's deceleration effect, her pace remained astonishingly swift. Hui Yuhao and his companions were momentarily taken aback. Prior to the commencement of the match, they had inquired about Zhu Lu, whose martial soul was the Abyssal Spirit Cat, a speed-oriented battle spirit master. Among all the agility-focused spirit masters they had encountered, her swiftness was undoubtedly unparalleled. Without the deceleration effects of the 9 Phoenix's lamenting flute, it would have been nearly impossible for anyone to even catch a glimpse of her figure. As Zhu Lu launched her attack, Dai Huabin simultaneously unleashed his own assault. With a fierce roar, a brilliant white light converged towards his head, illuminating his second spirit ring. Almost instantaneously, a burst of white light was directed towards Wang Dong, clearly intent on thwarting any attempt he might make to aid Hui Yuhao. Cui Yiji's target shifted in an instant, originally aimed at Hui Yuhao. She continued to employ her alluring skills, but this time her focus turned to Xiao Xiao. The trio exhibited remarkable synergy, each selecting one of Hui Yuhao's companions to confront. And they were all in positions of mutual counteraction. Cui Yiji aimed to disrupt the deceleration caused by the 9 Phoenix's lamenting flute, thereby accelerating Zhu Lu's assault on Hui Yuhao. With her unparalleled speed, Zhu Lu sought first to eliminate Hui Yuhao, the commander of their team. Meanwhile, Dai Huabin engaged Wang Dong in a straightforward confrontation. Had it not been for Hui Yuhao's spiritual detection abilities, they would have surely found themselves at a disadvantage from the outset, given the evident disparity in cultivation levels between the two sides. However, with the advantage of foresight, the situation began to shift. Just as Chuiji's attack redirected, Hui Yuhao initiated his own offensive. He refrained from teaming up with Wang Dong in a 3-on-3 scenario. If he and Wang Dong focused their efforts on a single opponent, the remaining adversary would undoubtedly pose a significant threat to them. With resolute determination, Hui Yuhao unleashed a soul shock, targeting Cui Yiji. The timing of Hui Yuhao's assault was remarkably astute. Although the Dream Eye Silkworm had cautioned him to be wary of backlash, one must not forget that Hui Yuhao possesses the ability of spiritual detection, making it improbable for him to strike when his adversary is most vigilant regarding mental defenses. The moment his soul shock was unleashed coincided precisely with Cui Yiji's decision to shift her target and unleash her charm skill upon Xiao Xiao. Both abilities are forms of mental assault, yet at this juncture, a clear distinction in efficacy emerged. For Cui Yiji's charm skill to take effect, her opponent must be fixated upon her gaze. In contrast, Hui Yuhao's soul shock is entirely independent of such prerequisites and is executed with no forewarning. Cui Yiji let out a muffled groan as a sharp, piercing pain coursed through her mind, causing her to stumble momentarily and falter in her advance, nearly losing her balance. However, her mental prowess is significantly greater than that of the average soul master, and given Hui Yuhao's inferior cultivation level, devoid of the support of the Haodong power, he posed little substantial threat to her. Nonetheless, his action effectively disrupted her assault on Xiao Xiao. As Hui Yuhao initiated his move, Xiao Xiao's primary martial soul, the 3 Lives Town Soul Cauldron, was also set into motion. The colossal black cauldron soared towards Hui Yuhao's side, and just as Zhu Lu was about to reach him, the cauldron descended abruptly. Zhu Lu, with remarkable speed, swiftly attempted to evade. However, the 3 Lives Town Soul Cauldron instantaneously split into 3, forming a line with a certain distance between them. In that fleeting moment, it unleashed its first soul skill, the Tremor of the Cauldron. Amidst the resounding roar, the rippling waves connected, effectively creating a barrier before Hui Yuhao. Though Zhu Lu was swift, she could not possibly maneuver around such a vast distance in an instant. Realizing her opponent's soul skill was activated, she adeptly interrupted her own first soul skill, performing a backward flip to narrowly avoid the shockwaves emanating from the cauldron's tremor. At that very moment, another thunderous boom resonated, and Wang Dong emitted a groan as his body, suspended in midair, suddenly descended beside Hui Yuhao. He had used his first soul skill, the Winged Guillotine, to withstand Dai Huabin's second soul skill, the White Tiger's fiery light wave, and had suffered a setback. His wings trembled violently, radiating an unstable light, with even traces of blood seeping from his mouth and nose. The disparity in soul power was starkly evident. Dai Huabin, undeterred, let out a fierce roar and charged forward, his eyes glinting with ferocity, while the cunning Cui Yiji swiftly concealed herself behind him to avoid further attacks from Hui Yuhao. Dai Huabin was not only valiant, but also possessed considerable combat experience, surpassing Hui Yuhao and his companions. As he advanced, his first soul ring illuminated, enveloping him in a layer of white light that concentrated particularly around his head, clearly a precaution against Hui Yuhao. This was his defensive first soul skill, the White Tiger's protective barrier. Not only did it provide formidable protection, but it also augmented his combat prowess. The distance between the two adversaries had already been minimal, and following their initial clash, it had closed even further. With a powerful leap, Dai Huabin was now directly before Wang Dong, his tiger claws unfurling simultaneously to strike at Wang Dong. Meanwhile, Zhu Lu was maneuvering adeptly on the other side, engaging with the Three Lives Town Soul Cauldron. Her speed was exceptional, and even with the deceleration from the Nine Phoenixes' flute, Xiao Xiao had to remain utterly vigilant to prevent Zhu Lu from approaching Hui Yuhao and launching an offensive, aided by the cauldron's obstruction. Wang Dong had already suffered during his first encounter with his opponent, and now Dai Huabin was advancing upon him, clearly holding the upper hand. Both parties were assault-type soul masters, yet their focuses diverged. Wang Dong, wielding the bright goddess butterfly martial soul, excelled in energy-based attacks, such as his formidable second soul skill, the light of the butterfly god. In contrast, the white tiger martial soul was renowned for its prowess in close-quarters combat. Thus, the distance between the two parties has narrowed to such an extent that it can only benefit Dai Huabin. To Dai Huabin's astonishment, Wang Dong had yet to unleash his second soul skill. With his wings stabilized, he continued to confront Dai Huabin's tiger claws with his winged blade. Dai Huabin let out a cold snort, his tiger claws unwavering, boldly reaching for Wang Dong's wings, entirely disregarding the sharp edges. He intended to tear apart Wang Dong's martial soul through sheer strength, showcasing his confidence in his own power. Just as his claws were about to make contact with Wang Dong's wings, an ominous feeling arose within Dai Huabin, as he suddenly noticed that Wang Dong's winged blade appeared slightly altered. Previously, the wings had been blue, with sharp golden edges. Now, though the change was subtle, a faint orange hue emanated from the golden edges. Something was amiss. With his rich combat experience, Dai Huabin reacted instantly upon sensing the anomaly. He halted his advancing claws midair and forcefully pivoted his right leg, altering his trajectory and evading sideways. Simultaneously, he activated his second soul skill, the white tiger's radiant wave, propelling it towards Wang Dong as he maneuvered. However, this time the situation was markedly different. Instead of pursuing him, Wang Dong abruptly spread his wings wide and descended rapidly, standing on Hui Yuhao's shoulders, thereby evading the onslaught of the white tiger's radiant wave. With the aid of mental detection, his assessment of the battlefield was remarkably precise. Dai Huabin's hasty attack had failed to lock onto him. As a result, the white tiger's radiant wave was deftly avoided. While Dai Huabin changed direction, the formidable nine-tailed fox soul master, Chuiji, revealed herself behind him. In her astonishment, she caught a glimpse of the gleaming golden patterns on Wang Dong's wings. At this juncture in the battle, Wang Dong's second soul skill, the butterfly goddess light, was finally unleashed. This exemplifies the artistry of combat. Both Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong understood that defeating Dai Huabin through sheer force was not an endeavor that could be achieved in a fleeting moment. Therefore, their objective from the outset had been Chuiji, even going so far as to feign weakness, allowing Wang Dong to engage Dai Huabin without the support of Hui Dong's power. This was a tactic to disorient their opponent. Dai Huabin possessed considerable combat experience. Yet he remained, after all, merely a 12-year-old boy. How much could he truly calculate? Hui Yuhao's strategy was predicated entirely on mental detection. He did not need to verbally instruct Wang Dong, but instead continuously shifted the focus of his mental detection, effectively guiding Wang Dong's tactical decisions. This burgeoning synergy had developed over countless matches. As a soul master, Chuiji could not possibly withstand the butterfly goddess light, propelled by Hui Dong's power. However, at this critical moment, she revealed her ruthless side. With the butterfly goddess light poised to descend and no means of evasion, Dai Huabin, having lunged sideways, could not reach her in time to provide assistance. She did not retreat, nor did she evade, and there was not a hint of panic about her. In that moment, her second soul ring illuminated, and with a sudden twist of her delicate form, a pair of pink tails emerged. However, her target was not Wang Dong, but rather Hui Yuhao, who stood beneath him. The twin fox tails darted towards Hui Yuhao's chest. Do not be deceived into thinking these were mere soft appendages. They were not made of fur, but rather embodied an attack infused with the power of her second soul skill. Hui Yuhao's spiritual detection allowed him to perceive the sheer magnitude of the soul power contained within that pair of foxtails. This soul power was not merely concentrated. It was infused with a piercing quality, and should it strike a vital point, his demise would be all but assured. The second soul skill of the nine-tailed fox Grand Soul Master, Chuiji, was the foxtail needle. Understanding oneself and one's adversary is the key to achieving victory in every battle. Although Hui Yuhao and his companions were initially unaware of their opponent's true strength, the advantage of spiritual detection would undoubtedly enable them to anticipate their foes' moves. In contrast, Dai Huabin and his companions' understanding of Hui Yuhao was limited to his performances in previous matches. In their minds, Hui Yuhao merely stood there, executing his spiritual attribute soul skills. Without any further action. Thus, Chuiji never considered that her attack might miss its mark. She could hardly evade Wang Dong's onslaught. However, she reasoned that if she could drag Hui Yuhao down with her, that would still be somewhat worthwhile. Especially since Hui Yuhao possessed the ability to launch a spiritual shock at any moment, leaving Zhu Lu and Dai Huabin vulnerable to its effects. As the referee approached during their close-quarters combat, he was prepared to intervene when Wang Dong spread his wings. This match was designed to allow the 6 freshmen to unleash their full potential with no restrictions on their abilities. Only under such conditions could the observing teachers truly gauge their capabilities. Hence, the referee, an experienced instructor and a proficient agility-type soul master at the 7th ring soul saint level, possessed a speed beyond what Hui Yuhao and his peers could currently fathom. When Cui Yiji ruthlessly aimed at Hui Yuhao, the referee was already nearby, and even he believed that both Hui Yuhao and Cui Yiji would soon be eliminated. Just as the referee prepared to act, Hui Yuhao moved. His body suddenly became ethereal, swiftly retreating while leaving behind a fleeting afterimage. His speed, though not comparable to the agility-type battle soul master Zhu Lu, displayed capabilities far beyond a control-type soul master who merely stood and outputted energy. More crucially, his footwork was remarkably elusive, causing Chuiji's foxtail needle to fail in finding its target, rendering her pent-up power ineffective. At that moment, Wang Dong's butterfly godlight cascaded down, targeting not only her but also providing some coverage for Dai Huabin. With Wang Dong's feet planted on Hui Yuhao's shoulders, Hui Yuhao's retreat also propelled him forward. Thanks to the shared effect of their spiritual detection, Wang Dong's soul skill would not miss its mark. Moreover, the butterfly godlight was a formidable soul skill capable of both area and concentrated attacks. With a swift motion of his right hand, the referee expelled Chuiji from the arena. The instructor's judgment was remarkably astute. Chuiji could no longer strike Hui Yuhao. Yet if she remained within the embrace of the butterfly godlight, she would likely suffer severe injuries, if not death. As for Dai Huabin, he chose to disregard the situation. The light of the butterfly god struck against the white tiger barrier, erupting in a series of thunderous roars. Dai Huabin crouched slightly, his tiger-like palm shielding his head, attempting to minimize the area of impact. However, the potency of Wang Dong's butterfly god's light exceeded his expectations. This was no mere 2-ring soul skill. Its formidable power overwhelmed Dai Huabin in an instant, causing his white tiger barrier to shatter rapidly. Without hesitation, the air around Dai Huabin began to distort, and his sinister eyes transformed into a blood-red hue. The 3rd soul ring, glowing with an aristocratic purple radiance, ascended. His already imposing physique, augmented by the manifestation of the white tiger, swelled further, with his muscles bulging grotesquely as his garments were completely torn apart, revealing a clear outline of his musculature. Strangely, black stripes appeared on his skin, resembling the pattern of a tiger's hide, as if he were cloaked in a golden sheen. His tiger-like paws grew larger, and the blades protruding from them shimmered in a bright silver hue, enveloped in an intense golden light. He exuded the aura of the king of beasts, his blood-red eyes gleaming with a feral hunger. As he unleashed this 3rd soul skill, both Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong instinctively sensed a profound threat. A brilliant golden light erupted from Dai Huabin, amplifying his speed and strength. His tiger-like paws struck forward in succession, shattering the orbs of light formed from the butterfly god's radiance. Although Wang Dong's attack was not solely aimed at him, it was a formidable soul skill activated through the combined might of Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong. Indeed, reaching the power of a millennium soul skill as wielded by a soul sage. Dai Huabin became the first to withstand the butterfly god's light of Haodong head-on since the beginning of the assessment. This exemplified the strength of a top-tier beast martial spirit. In terms of cultivation, Wang Dong was still inferior to Dai Huabin, even with Hui Yuhao's soul power infusion. He was not a soul sage. Had Hui Yuhao attained a level above 20, Dai Huabin's response would have been impossible. At this moment, the battle was entirely dictated by the disparity in strength. In an instant, the assault of the butterfly god's light dissipated entirely, following the sacrifice of Chuiji. The peak state of Dai Huabin finally confronted Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong. Although he faced 2 opponents, he dominated the momentum with overwhelming presence. As the light of the butterfly god extinguished, Dai Huabin's left foot struck the ground, producing a resounding thud. He launched himself forward like an arrow, targeting not Wang Dong but Hui Yuhao. This marked Hui Yuhao's first close encounter with Dai Huabin, with vengeance within reach. Despite his inner admonitions to remain calm, he found it impossible to maintain his composure. Employing the ghost shadow misty steps, Hui Yuhao retreated quickly. But how could his speed compare to that of a soul sage like Dai Huabin? The distance between them closed in an instant. Dai Huabin's powerful strike aimed directly at Hui Yuhao's chest. At that moment, however, Hui Yuhao halted his steps, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Dai Huabin. The air within a 5-meter radius around him subtly distorted, a phenomenon unnoticed even by the formidable observers on the viewing platform. This was not a soul shock, but rather a mental interference. Hui Yuhao understood that given Dai Huabin's current state, employing a soul shock would surely backfire upon himself. Thus, he opted for a mental interference that would not result in any backlash. Utilizing his increasingly potent mental control, he confined the interference to a 5-meter diameter. As the mental interference took effect, Wang Dong, perched upon Hui Yuhao's shoulder, suddenly seemed to fall forward as if in a peculiar tumble. His wing blade shimmered with a faint orange glow, darting towards Dai Huabin, targeting the sides of his neck. No matter how resilient Dai Huabin's third soul skill, the White Tiger's diamond transformation made him, he would never dare to withstand the blade with his neck. Under the influence of Hui Yuhao's mental interference, although the effect lasted but a moment, it ultimately caused him to falter slightly. Consequently, when Dai Huabin sensed the sharpness of Wang Dong's winged blade, his movements were a fraction delayed, allowing him to barely defend against the strike with his tiger palms. In the hurried attempt to exert force, he could not possibly match the momentum of a long-prepared strike. Thus, even though Dai Huabin utilized his most potent third soul skill, the White Tiger's diamond transformation, he failed to repel Wang Dong. As the winged blade converged, a brilliant golden light erupted. The light of the butterfly god was activated once more. Supported by the formidable power of Haodong, which fused with Hui Yuhao, both the potency and release speed of the soul skill far exceeded Wang Dong's inherent capabilities. His current strength indeed approached that of a soul sage, albeit lacking one soul skill compared to a true sage. Dai Huabin was taken aback. Wang Dong had mastered the rhythm of his attacks so adeptly that he had no time to counter. Reluctantly, he could only commit fully to defense. The second soul skill, the White Tiger's blazing light wave, was unleashed at such close range, colliding fiercely with Wang Dong's light of the butterfly god. One was a concentrated offensive, the other a sudden defensive counterattack. One was a millennium soul ring technique, while the other was a century soul ring technique. In this encounter, with both parties' soul power nearly equal, the superiority was unmistakable. A deafening roar erupted between Wang Dong and Dai Huabin. Wang Dong's attack came from a position of advantage, while Dai Huabin shot forth the White Tiger's blazing light wave in an upward arc amidst the terrifying cacophony. Wang Dong soared into the air, his wings unfurling effortlessly, dissipating the impact with ease. Yet, Dai Huabin found himself in a less favorable position. His legs were ensconced deep into the ground, while his upper body reclined backward, radiating a brilliant golden light as the White Tiger's diamond transformation endured a tremendous impact. Chapter 31, The Golden Path versus the Netherworld White Tiger, however. His third soul skill was undeniably formidable. Even in such dire circumstances, he sustained only minor injuries. Wang Dong took to the air, yet Hui Yuhao remained resolute. Instead of retreating alongside Wang Dong, he surged forward towards Dai Huabin. With the ghostly shadow steps beneath his feet, his hands transformed into a jade-like white, embodying the Tang Sect's exquisite technique, the Xianyu hand. Seizing the moment while Dai Huabin was leaning back, he closed the distance, and with a swift motion, drew his palms back towards Dai Huabin's chest. As Dai Huabin's body was propelled upward, Hui Yuhao unleashed his palms, striking firmly against Dai Huabin's chest. In this moment, Hui Yuhao exerted every ounce of strength within him. He was acutely aware that he could not vanquish Dai Huabin. This strike was a cathartic release of 11 years' worth of grievances stemming from his experiences at the Duke of the White Tiger's estate. As his palms made contact with Dai Huabin's chest, his eyes glimmered with a hint of crimson. 3 months of arduous training had not been in vain. Hui Yuhao experienced not only a growth in his soul power and various skills, but also a significant enhancement in his physical prowess. The combination of the Xianyu hand and the control crane seizing dragon constituted the pinnacle of his physical attacks thus far. Meanwhile, Dai Huabin's White Tiger's diamond transformation had just been weakened by Wang Dong's butterfly god's light. Hui Yuhao's all-out strike landed with such force that, despite the vast disparity in soul power, it sent Dai Huabin's upper body reeling back, causing a wave of discomfort in his chest, nearly leading him to cough up blood. Although Hui Yuhao's emotions surged, he remained composed, for as a spirit-based soul master, his formidable mental strength allowed him to maintain clarity at all times. After successfully landing a strike, he swiftly retreated, choosing not to press the attack further. In the next instant, Dai Huabin's body, having been thrown back, rebounded with ferocity, his tiger claws sweeping through the very space Hui Yuhao had just evaded. Should that strike make contact, it would undoubtedly result in broken bones at the very least. Wang Dong gracefully descended, once again perching upon Hui Yuhao's shoulder. Despite not inflicting true harm upon Dai Huabin, Hui Yuhao felt an exhilarating sense of satisfaction. Mother, do you see this? Your little Yuhao has begun to seek vengeance for you. This strike is but the beginning. One day, I shall possess the strength to exact a profound retribution, cleansing the pains and humiliations we have endured for over a decade. Dai Huabin, infuriated by his failure to strike Hui Yuhao, radiated rage, astonished that even in close quarters, he could not gain the upper hand. The disparity in their strengths was glaringly apparent, yet the remarkable synergy and precise timing of their combat left him feeling powerless. The White Tiger's diamond transformation, while immensely powerful, consumed soul power at an alarming rate. Prolonged use would lead to his gradual decline. Without a moment's hesitation, Dai Huabin lunged forward once more, charging at Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong. Thus, the battle escalated into a fervent clash. Meanwhile, Xiao Xiao had fully entered the fray. Her cultivation was on par with Zhu Lu's. Although Zhu Lu's spectral feline martial soul was among the elite of agile attack types, Xiao Xiao is no lesser opponent. Being a dual martial soul wielder, in terms of overall attributes, she surpassed Zhu Lu, and her 9 phoenixes flute effectively countered her opponent's speed. In this context, endowed with Hui Yuhao's shared mental detection, Xiao Xiao felt assured. If she could not contain Zhu Lu, her efforts would be in vain. 3 massive black cauldrons, each with a diameter of 1 meter, danced in the air, always anticipating their opponent's moves. Although Zhu Lu is swift, she found herself ensnared within a cage formed by the 3 soul-restraining cauldrons, struggling in vain to break free. She had attempted a forceful assault, however. Despite her considerable offensive capability, breaching the formidable soul-restraining cauldrons was impossible. Naturally, Xiao Xiao was not particularly adept at offense either, making it equally challenging for her to defeat Zhu Lu. Consequently, both sides became embroiled in a protracted stalemate. To the observing teachers, it was evident that Xiao Xiao had gained the upper hand. In the realm of soul masters, agile attack types had an advantage over control types, and Xiao Xiao's ability to restrain Zhu Lu with her dual martial souls clearly tilted the balance in her favor, preventing Zhu Lu from aiding Dai Huabin. Furthermore, the adept design by Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong had led to the early elimination of the 9-tailed fox grandmaster, Chuiji, significantly narrowing the power gap between the two sides. What do you think, Lao Yan? Wasn't my foresight exceptional? Qian Duo remarked with pride. Yin Xiaozhe smiled faintly and replied, it may be too early to say. The 3 little fellows have yet to taste victory. Qian Duo chuckled, look at their coordination. Despite the evident disparity in strength, they are managing to hold their own through their harmonious teamwork. Over time, which side do you believe will prevail? Yin Xiaozhe replied nonchalantly. I understand your thoughts. That girl playing the flute and manipulating the cauldron has been endeavoring from the outset to minimize her soul power consumption, merely utilizing her flute to unleash that singular skill. If this continues, once that little black cat exhausts her soul power, victory will indeed tilt in favor of the 3 of them. Qian Duo grinned. I knew you would grasp it. Why not concede promptly? Yin Xiaozhe shot him a sidelong glance and remarked, Old Qian, you have been toying with metals for too long. Have you forgotten some of the legacies within the Soul Master realm? What connection does the Duke of the White Tiger have with the Zhu family of the Star Luo Empire? Upon hearing this, the smile on Qian Duoduo's face instantly faltered. No way. The Zhu and Dai families traditionally unite only 1 pair, at most 2 pairs, each generation. How old is this boy? Does the Duke of the White Tiger intend to have him inherit the title? Yin Xiaozhe smiled. What is impossible about that? A 3-ringed soul master under the age of 12. Such an achievement has already surpassed the ancestors of the Dai family, particularly that leader of the Shrek 7 Monsters who stood at the Academy's gate. The Dai family has always adhered to the principle that the virtuous inherit titles. The Duke of the White Tiger sending his son to Shrek Academy is precisely to facilitate his advanced studies and to ascertain the extent of his potential that we can cultivate. The Zhu family is rife with factions, and this young lady likely represents one such faction investing in Dai Huabin. If they gain the upper hand in the competition, perhaps my words would remain unverified. However, now that they are at a disadvantage, we shall soon see if my conjecture holds true. As the Dean of the Soul Spirit Department at Shrek Academy, Yin Xiaozhe not only possesses formidable strength but also wields an extensive repository of secrets and knowledge accumulated over millennia. To call him the encyclopedia of the Dolua continent would not be an exaggeration. After hearing Yin Xiaozhi's words, the smile on Qian Duoduo's face had completely vanished, replaced by a pained expression as he lamented, "I suspected that you, this cunning old fox, would not allow me to profit. So, you were waiting for me here all along. Can you ease up a bit? Look, the competition isn't over yet, if I concede now. Would you accept 30 high-explosive shells for the fixed-mounted soul-guided cannon? After all these years as brothers, you know my flaws. You are quite literally taking a piece of me." In the back row, the director of the Soul Spirit Department, Du Weilin, struggled to suppress his laughter, while Fan Yu, seated beside him, covered his face with his hands, bowing his head in a manner that suggested he did not recognize the individual. This Director Qian is remarkably proficient in every aspect, save for one flaw, his notorious stinginess. Thus, within the academy, he has acquired a multitude of lengthy, humorous nicknames, such as Little Qian, Iron Rooster, Porcelain Quail, Glass Rat, and Glassy Cat. These monikers imply that although he controls substantial wealth and resources, extracting anything from him is a formidable challenge. He is, indeed, a true miser. The situation within the assessment zone indeed finds Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong slightly ahead. In terms of strength, the two were inferior to Dai Huabin, even when they joined forces. However, Hui Yuhao's mental detection sharing played a decisive role, with formidable predictive abilities. They refrained from engaging Dai Huabin directly in a contest of brute force. Instead, they expertly targeted his weaknesses. Under the amplification of the Haodong power, Wang Dong unfurled his wings, while Hui Yuhao moved with the elusive steps of the ghost shadow, their movements synchronized as if they were one. A dazzling blue light danced around them, and no matter how aggressively Dai Huabin charged, he could only watch helplessly. He had attempted to take risks with a full-on assault, yet it seemed as though his intentions were entirely transparent to his opponents. The outcome was a new scar on his body, while they adeptly evaded his counterattack. Dai Huabin also noted the situation with Zhu Lu. At the start of the match, she had unleashed her full offensive potential, pushing her speed to the limits in an attempt to break through Xiao Zhao's defenses. Consequently, her soul power was severely depleted. In contrast, Xiao Xiao, having meticulously devised her strategy, had expended far less energy. Although she wielded a twin martial soul, she was only employing the first soul skill of the 9 phoenixes. Now, Zhu Lu's speed had noticeably diminished under the influence of the deceleration skill from the 9 phoenixes, revealing her fatigue. Meanwhile, in order to maintain absolute offensive superiority, Dai Huabin had continuously utilized the White Tiger's diamond transformation, a millennium-old soul ring skill. The immense drain was beginning to take its toll on him. Yet, to his astonishment, Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong appeared as vigorous as ever. If this continued, it seemed inevitable that they would lose the match. "Come at me head-on if you have the ability," Dai Huabin roared in frustration, unable to contain himself any longer. A hint of disdain crept onto Wang Dong's lips. "Do you even understand what tactics are? It's a shame you're the son of the White Tiger Duke, and yet lack such basic knowledge. Truly a waste." A fierce glint flashed in Dai Huabin's eyes, and unexpectedly, he dispelled his White Tiger's diamond transformation. Though supported by mental detection, Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong remained cautious to avoid a direct confrontation, maintaining a safe distance. While the mental detection sensed the shift, Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong were momentarily puzzled, causing their reactions to lag. Instead of advancing, Dai Huabin suddenly retreated, sprinting backwards with fervor. This unforeseen change left Hui Yuhao and his companions momentarily stunned. Through mental detection, Hui Yuhao discerned that this was not a ruse to lure them in. He was genuinely retreating. At the same moment, Zhu Lu also made her move. After unleashing a swift strike at Xiao Xiao, she instantly accelerated and turned to chase after Dai Huabin. What were they planning? Were they seeking an opportunity to recover their soul power? Wang Dong dropped down from Hui Yuhao's shoulder, and Xiao Xiao swiftly converged with them, both displaying expressions of confusion. Suddenly, an inexplicable wave of intense anxiety surged within Hui Yuhao's heart. This sensation had manifested before, prior to his entrance into Shrek Academy, when he ventured into the Star Doe Forest and encountered his first soul beast. It was a remarkable premonition bestowed upon him by his spirit martial soul. At this moment, amidst the competition, the inexplicable actions of Dai Huabin and Zhu Lu, coupled with this unsettling feeling, caused Hui Yuhao's heart to tremble. And he involuntarily exclaimed, "Are they about to unleash a martial soul fusion technique?" At that instant, a ferocious roar erupted from Dai Huabin. And with the sound of the tiger's roar, his entire being swelled once more, white fur intermingling with black stripes surging forth from within him. Zhu Lu gently bit her pearly teeth, her form enveloped in a faint black glow, her body ethereal, appearing almost transparent as she leapt toward Dai Huabin with outstretched arms. In that moment, their gazes were solely fixed upon one another. Dai Huabin's eyes merged into a singularity, yet the coldness in his expression remained unaltered. In contrast, Zhu Lu's gaze softened like water, as if she aimed to envelop him in warmth. The essences of the white tiger and the nether cat converged entirely at that moment. It was a wondrous sensation, as if the white tiger were consuming the black cat, and a powerful surge of soul power erupted like a geyser from their fused form. The black and white luminescence melded seamlessly within the radiance of golden hues, evoking a feeling of transcendence. The martial soul fusion technique is not merely a sum of its parts. Even two identical martial souls may not necessarily yield a fusion technique. It requires complementarity and perfect synergy. When the martial soul fusion technique manifests, its potency transcends the mere levels of the two soul masters, embodying something beyond. In the instant of their fusion, both Dai Huabin and Zhu Lu vanished, leaving behind only a colossal white tiger within the assessment area. The tiger, entirely transparent, wore white fur with black stripes and purple eyes, coldly gazing at Hui Yuhao and his companions. Indeed, this was the secret shared between the lineage of the White Tiger Duke and the illustrious Zhu family. Both top aristocrats of the Star Luo Empire, the secret of martial soul fusion. Almost every consort of the White Tiger Duke has originated from the Zhu family, including the one who persecuted Hui Yuhao's mother. Her ability to dominate within the Duke's household was not merely due to her own authority, but also derived from her family's strength and her own formidable prowess. The White Tiger Duke's martial soul, accurately termed the Evil Eye White Tiger, is characterized by its dual pupils, a defining trait of the Evil Eye White Tiger martial soul. The likelihood of the Evil Eye White Tiger fusing with the Zhu family's Nethercat martial soul to achieve a fusion technique is significantly high. Historically, the lineage of the White Tiger Duke has maintained a close relationship with the Zhu family. When the White Tiger Duke's lineage was still part of the imperial family of the Star Luo Empire, the Zhu family held the hereditary position of prime minister. Although both families have since lost their former glory, their intricate and vast influence continues to hold substantial importance within the Star Luo Empire. The intermarriages throughout generations have served as the most effective bonds and bridges between the Duke's household and the Zhu family. Of course, not every pairing of the Evil Eye White Tiger and the Nether Cat can achieve a martial soul fusion technique. However, throughout history, there has almost always been at least one pair, and sometimes even two. The ability to successfully unite with the Zhu family is one of the most crucial prerequisites for inheriting the title of the White Tiger Duke. Dai Huabin is the only legitimate heir of his generation whose martial spirit resonates with that of Zhu family's daughter. The fusion of the evil-eyed White Tiger and the Nether Spirit Cat manifests as a colossal figure exceeding 8 meters in length and over 2 meters in height, currently occupying the center of the assessment area. This is the manifestation of their martial spirit fusion technique, the Nether White Tiger. The enormous body of the White Tiger appears almost ethereal, exuding a spectral quality, while the silhouettes of Dai Huabin and Zhu Lu have already become indistinct. The massive form crouches slightly, and in the next moment, it generates a transparent ripple, dashing towards the trio of Hui Yuhao with terrifying speed. As the grand White Tiger lunges forward, it proudly lifts its head, embodying the arrogance of a sovereign, fully displaying the majesty of the king of beasts. Xiao Xiao begin. Hui Yuhao bellowed, turning to embrace Wang Dong. They had not intended to reach this juncture. Hui Yuhao had resolved to endure for the sake of his future. Yet at this moment, with the opponent's martial spirit fusion technique already unleashed, there was no turning back. Hui Yuhao was determined not to lose this match. He wanted his mother-ass spirit to witness his efforts and strength, to see the opportunity for vengeance. Dai Huabin and Zhu Lu had their final trump cards. So why should Hui Yuhao and his companions not possess theirs? Wang Dong had already opened his arms, and as he gazed at Hui Yuhao rushing towards him, a peculiar light sparkled in his eyes, both gentle and encouraging, a source of comfort. This strange luminosity tugged at Hui Yuhao's heart. His gaze intensified. Yet a faint smile emerged upon his face, a smile only Wang Dong could perceive. Indeed, prior to the commencement of this match, they had attempted to trigger their martial spirit fusion, and it had been proven successful. Nearly 3 days later, they had regained the ability to execute that martial spirit fusion technique once more. At this moment, on the high platform, the teachers collectively held their breath. With the referee being the most anxious, he was prepared to intervene at any moment, except for a select few. The majority of the instructors had not anticipated such a spectacular display in a freshman competition, a martial spirit fusion technique. Indeed, the referee was ready to halt the Nether White Tiger. Despite the formidable nature of this technique, it was still far beneath his prowess. He was confident he could thwart the Nether White Tiger's assault at a critical juncture and save Hui Yuhao and his companions. The reason he had yet to act was that he had witnessed Hui Yuhao's embrace of Wang Dong, as well as Xiao Xiao's movements. The three great cauldrons beside Xiao Xiao simultaneously emanated a dark radiance, colliding towards the center in an instant. The two soul rings affixed to the San Sheng Zhen Han Ding simultaneously illuminated. Circles of black radiance emanated from Xiao Xiao. Yet this time the dark light did not waver. Instead, it completely infused into the integrated San Sheng Zhen Han Ding. The three cauldrons fused as one, emitting a thunderous roar, giving birth to a colossal cauldron that was twice the size of any previous one. Ethereal and peculiar runes subtly emerged upon the surface of this immense vessel, releasing an indescribable majesty alongside the resounding roar. Xiao Xiao's complexion instantly paled. Yet she resolutely closed her eyes, extending her right hand forward. The colossal cauldron shimmered and descended fiercely onto the path of the spectral white tiger, producing a deafening boom. A national treasure, the tremor of the cauldron. This was Xiao Xiao's most potent control technique. No longer was it an act of absorption. She understood that this formidable skill, combining two soul techniques, could not restrain the spectral white tiger. Instead, she unleashed the full force of this skill in a single burst. Despite the immense cost that drained her soul power entirely, avoiding the pitfalls of overextension experienced previously, the air surrounding the national treasure cauldron erupted into visible and violent distortions. The powerful shockwaves extending in a diameter of 10 meters. Guided by precise mental detection, it effectively obstructed the advance of the spectral white tiger. The massive creature, upon encountering the distorted waves, was momentarily halted, its entire form glowing white. Astonishingly, despite such intense turbulence, its enormous body remained utterly motionless. Xiao Xiao was taken aback. She had never anticipated that her cauldron's tremor would only cause the colossal white tiger to pause for a mere second. However, in the next instant, an even more astonishing spectacle unfolded. A peculiar golden light shot forth from beside her, and the immense golden beam instantly filled her vision with brilliance, radiance emanating from Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong. On one side stood Hui Yuhao, his eyes gleaming with a faint golden hue. On the other, Wang Dong, with resplendent wings unfurled behind him, releasing the divine butterfly martial soul. As they embraced and simultaneously unleashed their martial souls, a luminous aura enveloped the 10-meter radius around them. A unique brilliance radiated forth, a mesmerizing display of shifting blue, purple, and gold hues. The rich essence of light served as the core, intermingled with numerous extraordinary fluctuations of soul power. Behind Wang Dong, an enormous silhouette emerged, a complete, resplendent image of the divine butterfly. Behind Hui Yuhao, a colossal vertical eye emerged, its form radiating a pale golden hue, yet its pupil emanated a subtle shade of violet. In the air, two massive light figures gradually drew closer, undergoing transformations as they approached. Hui Yuhao's ethereal eye shadow deepened, entirely shifting to a blue-violet hue while the golden light receded entirely. Conversely, Wang Dong's radiant goddess butterfly shadow ignited fiercely, engulfed in blue-golden flames as it neared the ethereal eye. In the next instant, as the spectral white tiger manifested, the two immense light figures merged above their heads. The formidable force of the nation's treasured artifact resonated upon the spectral white tiger, coinciding with the moment the burning goddess butterfly unfurled its magnificent wings, gently enveloping the ethereal eyeshadow. In a heartbeat, the silhouette of the goddess butterfly vanished, while the blue-violet eye radiated brilliance. The resplendent blue-golden flames erupted upon the ethereal eyeshadow, descending gracefully, cradling Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong within its embrace. The vast ethereal eye appeared unfathomably deep, as if it contained boundless worlds within. In the next moment, a terrifying amalgamation of blue, purple, and gold surged forth. This iridescent beam shot straight ahead, leaving a dazzling brilliance in its wake, reminiscent of ancient epics, accompanied by a mesmerizing distortion and a kaleidoscope of colors. With unwavering resolve, Din Yan Xiaozhe rose abruptly as Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong embraced, his eyes filled with disbelief. Alongside him, the miserly Din Qian stood up as well, equally astonished. Qianwood was shock mirrored that of Yin Xiaozhe. He too was unaware of the formidable capabilities possessed by Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong. It was utterly inconceivable that such a stunning spectacle would unfold during the freshman assessment finals. The fusion of martial souls against another fusion of martial souls. A rare occurrence even among advanced students from the outer academy, let alone within the inner academy. Yet, at this very moment, They witnessed a tricolored brilliance erupting from the enormous vertical eye, aimed directly at the colossal spectral white tiger. In that instant, even the seasoned referee stood dumbfounded, uncertain whether to intervene in such a collision. With both sides employing martial soul fusion techniques, how could a victor be determined without allowing them to clash? Little did he know, despite his confusion, there were those aware of the appropriate course of action at this critical juncture. A figure clad in white materialized seemingly out of thin air, arriving silently at the center of the impending collision between the two martial soul fusion techniques. He shielded himself with his back against the paw of the ethereal white tiger, while his front bore the brilliance of the tricolored radiance. A dense white light surged upward, transforming into a seemingly illusory yet remarkably solid barrier that simultaneously obstructed the martial soul fusion techniques of both parties. The formidable ethereal white tiger shattered upon contact with this layer of white light, causing Dai Huabin and Zhu Lu to stumble forth, their faces ashen, collapsing to the ground, utterly devoid of strength to rise. Meanwhile, the resplendent tricolored light gradually faded, revealing the immense spirit at once more. As Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong remained entwined in each other's embrace. This time, it did not fall. Their vacant gazes turned towards the figure that obstructed the golden path. This unexpected presence, which interposed itself between the two powerful martial soul fusion techniques without yielding an ounce of backlash, was none other than Du Weiluan, the director of the martial soul department at Shrek Academy. The white glow emanating from him was a manifestation of his pure soul power. In that fleeting moment, 8 soul rings appeared around him, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 4 black, the most formidable configuration of soul rings, showcasing the overwhelming prowess of an 8-ring soul de law. How could such a violent collision be mitigated? Du Weiluan provided the answer. By interposing his own being, he absorbed the attacks from both sides, utilizing his body as a gauge to discern the strength of their assaults, thereby determining the victor. Both techniques were martial soul fusions and represented their ultimate gambits. Undoubtedly, the superiority of one over the other would become evident through the confrontation. On the platform, the other observing teachers fared better, yet the expressions of the two deans, Yan Xiaozhe and Qian Duo, seated in the front row, flickered with astonishment. For Du Weiluan's form had transformed into a golden hue, resembling a statue meticulously sculpted from gold, standing resolutely. However, the fabric of his back had been torn open by the ethereal white tiger's strike, exposing his solid spine, marred by 5 distinct blood trails. Could it be that an 8-ring soul Dolua had sustained injuries? Injured by a few mere first-year students, at most at the rank of 3 rings? This was utterly unfathomable. And the teachers gradually came to their senses, each rendered momentarily speechless. Among the spectators was Zhou Yi, who, witnessing this scene, felt her heart sink. Though she struggled to believe what was unfolding, the ethereal white tiger had indeed inflicted harm upon Du Weiluan. She was well aware of his cultivation level and firmly believed he would never allow himself to be humiliated under such circumstances. The wounds upon his back were undoubtedly a true reflection of the event. At that moment, Yan Xiaozhe's countenance darkened as he turned to Qian Duo, only to find him gazing back with an expression of innocent bewilderment. "You truly have no idea?" Yan Xiaozhe whispered fiercely. Qian Duo responded with a wry smile. "Do I look like someone who knows? These are your martial soul students. How would I be privy to any of this? Old Yan, you're not thinking of pulling a fast one, are you?" Yan Xiaozhe snorted softly, his figure flickering as he descended from the high platform, and in another instant, he vanished from everyone's sight. Observing his departing silhouette, Qian Duo smiled, though it was a silent smile, his face radiating a sense of triumph that vividly conveyed his elation. "Director Qian, what is going on with Director Yan?" Fan Yu inquired, perplexed as he approached Qian Duo. Confusion etched on his face. It was evident from the competition that Director Qian had lost. How could it appear otherwise? Qian Duo chuckled lightly, replying, "Let us take our leave as well. I'm a person of integrity. We must remain humble in our triumphs. I must say, Fan Yu, you have indeed discovered a remarkable talent this time. Our plan hinges on this young man. No matter what methods you employ, he must not be allowed to become a core disciple. You heard my wager with old Yan." Fan Yu whispered, "Director Qian, are you suggesting that we have emerged victorious?" Qian Duo chuckled again. "Of course, we have triumphed. Now let us go." With that, he too flickered away from the high platform, swiftly disappearing from the teacher's line of sight. In the examination arena, the golden aura surrounding Du Weiluan had already dissipated, yet his expression was one of utter astonishment and disbelief. His eyes shimmered as he beheld the struggling embrace of Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong, who were finally loosening their hold. Even he, with all his experience, could scarcely believe that this was reality. However, the searing pain in his back served as a harsh reminder of the truth unfolding before him. Dai Huabin managed to rise with difficulty, helping Zhu Lu to her feet. The nine-tailed fox Grand Soul Master, Chuiji, had long since dashed into the arena, bursting with excitement as she celebrated jubilantly beside them. At this moment, both Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong wore expressions of deep gloom. Although they had not witnessed the injury sustained by Du Weilin, they could discern from their opponent's condition that defeat was likely imminent. They were utterly oblivious to the ramifications of the withering brilliance and the effects of the golden path. Their loss felt rather inexplicable. Hui Yuhao felt a profound disappointment for not having had the opportunity to engage in a final clash with Dai Huabin. How he wished to ascertain whether their combined efforts could indeed triumph over their adversaries. Du Weilin, being the director of instruction, quickly regained his composure after a brief moment of distraction. A hint of a bitter smile appeared on his face as he silently mused about the embarrassment of the situation. Well done, all of you. Du Weilin's voice resonated, prompting the students on both sides to rein in their emotions and focus their attention on him. I am genuinely astonished that, as newcomers, you have attained such a level of cultivation, and all of you have successfully executed a martial soul fusion technique. I have personally felt the intensity of your martial soul fusion. As he spoke, he cast a cold glance at the referee in the distance, contemplating whether his negligence had led to his own exposure. The referee, filled with shame, lowered his head, unable to meet Du Weilin's gaze. In a solemn tone, Du Weilin declared, "Now, I announce the ultimate champion of the freshman elimination tournament." He paused for a moment, then raised his right hand dramatically, pointing towards Hui Yuhao and his companions, exclaiming, "Wang Dong, Xiao Xiao, Hui Yuhao's team." A thunderous uproar erupted throughout the venue. Not only were Dai Huabin and his team unable to believe their ears, but even the teachers on the platform were equally astonished. To them, it seemed evident that the victory should have belonged to Dai Huabin's team, who had injured Du Weilin. Instantly, speculation arose. Could it be that Director Du, out of embarrassment, was exacting revenge? No, that could not be the case. The two deans had been present and had witnessed the match. How could Director Du possibly show favoritism? Furthermore, Du Weilin was renowned for his impartiality. Throughout his many years as the director of instruction, he had never faltered in his judgments. Not only did others find it hard to believe, but Hui Yuhao and his companions themselves were equally incredulous. They exchanged glances, and Xiao Xiao looked at Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong, murmuring, "Did we win?" Wang Dong, perplexed, inquired, "Did Director Du say we are the champions or the runners-up?" Hui Yuhao decisively proclaimed, a faint smile gracing his features, "It seems that we have indeed emerged victorious." Just as the three began to embrace this reality, their faces adorned with smiles, on the other side, Dai Huabin and his companions were far from satisfied. Zhu Lu, disregarding her frail condition, defiantly asserted, "Director Du, how can it possibly be their victory? It is clearly we who have triumphed." Du Weilin turned, casting a measured glance at them, and replied coolly, "Are you questioning my judgment?" Zhu Lu faltered under his formidable presence, yet her defiance was evident in her eyes, though Dai Huabin remained silent. His lips were tightly pressed together, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Du Weilin, showing no sign of retreat. Du Weilin, struggling to suppress his inner indignation, thought to himself, "What a disgrace! To have to articulate this embarrassment myself, these little rascals." Chapter 32, Rewards and Core Disciples. Nevertheless, Du Weilin's position as the director of the instructional office naturally required a robust mental fortitude. After a brief moment of frustration, he quickly regained his composure, allowing a wry smile to surface. "I must say, all of you are remarkable. Today, I have been made to look foolish. I underestimated the power of your martial soul fusion technique, and I have no one to blame but myself. Having shown you my back, I shall not charge you a fee." These words elicited a wave of laughter from the platform. It must be said that Du Weilin possessed a magnetic charisma. A mere phrase had alleviated his awkwardness, and coupled with his self-deprecating humor, the teachers found themselves silently admiring him. Could they maintain such poise in a similar predicament? Du Weilin continued, "I understand that if I do not clarify, questions will linger in everyone's mind. First and foremost, I must reaffirm my previous statement. I did not err. The ultimate champions are Wang Dong, Xiao Xiao, and Hui Yuhao, who formed a new team. Their stunning performance has rightfully earned them the victory in this year's freshman assessment finals." His reiteration of the championship declaration darkened the expressions of Dai Huabin and his companions even further. Du Weilin continued, "As you all witnessed, I must, as an educator, ensure that such exceptional newcomers face no risk of injury. Both sides wielded martial soul fusion techniques, and judging their respective strengths by mere observation would confound even the Danes. I had to test it myself. You all saw me injured by the fusion of Dai Huabin and Zhu Lu's Nether White Tiger, leading you to believe that they had won. But let me ask you, as a Soul Dolua, is my defense truly so feeble? Even with their fusion, they are merely a 3-ring Soul Master and a 2-ring Great Soul Master. Given that I had activated my soul power for protection, if their abilities could genuinely harm me, then I am unfit for my role as the director of the instructional office. Dai Huabin's anger and discontent gradually cooled upon hearing these words. Indeed, Du Weilin was not mistaken, as a formidable 8-ring Soul Dolua. The notion that he and Zhu Lu's martial soul fusion technique could inflict harm upon him is indeed rather astonishing. Du Weilin continued at this juncture. It should be evident to everyone what the answer is. Indeed, the reason the spectral white tiger was able to cause me injury is due to another soul skill that I was facing head-on. Wang Dong, Hui Yuhao. I am still unaware of the name of your martial soul fusion technique. As someone who has personally endured the effects of your fusion skill, should I not be entitled to know its name? Wang Dong chuckled softly and replied, Teacher Du, you are the first person to experience our martial soul fusion technique. This is also the first time we are employing it in battle after our successful experimentation. Du Weilin gazed at him in surprise and remarked, I am truly honored. So, may I now learn its name? Wang Dong nodded and said, Of course. Yuhao, you may reveal it. Hui Yuhao gazed at Dai Huabin in the distance, his voice steady as he slowly articulated, Our martial soul fusion technique is named the Withering in Brilliance, the Golden Path. Du Weilin's eyes fell to the ground, a flicker of astonishment crossing his gaze as he beheld a ravine stretching 30 meters long and half a meter deep, shimmering with resplendent golden hues, glistening under the sun's radiant embrace. Previously, the instructors atop the high platform had been solely focused on victory and defeat. It was only after Hui Yuhao uttered this name that they became aware of the dazzling golden path. This luminous trail extended right up to where Du Weilin stood. Du Weilin nodded slightly, remarking, I must confess, your martial soul fusion technique is the most extraordinary I have ever witnessed. Given your cultivation, the magnitude of such power exceeds the boundaries of my understanding of martial soul fusion techniques. I believe the compatibility between your martial souls must be exceedingly high. He then turned back to Dai Huabin and his companions, stating, The reason your spectral white tiger was able to injure me is singular. It was because I was struck by your golden path before your attack reached me. The effects of a martial soul fusion technique are secrets known only to the soul masters. That is all I can disclose. The 2 deans were present earlier. I trust they could discern the superiority or inferiority of the skills through the fluctuations in soul power at the moment I was hit by both techniques. Your spectral white tiger is formidable. Under those circumstances, had you managed to evade the direct assault of the golden path, victory would undoubtedly have been yours. However, after being affected by Xiao Zhao's soul skill, your movements were impeded. In such a scenario, being struck head-on by the golden path ensured your defeat. That is all I can convey. The assessments for the new students have concluded. Tomorrow morning, a freshman assembly will be held to award the top 3 teams and to conduct class assignments for the first year. One must remain humble in victory and resilient in defeat, as progress necessitates such virtues. You all represent the finest of the new students I have encountered. I do not wish for this match to hinder your future development. That will be all. With that, Du Weilin turned and swiftly exited the assessment area. Dai Huabin swayed slightly, nearly losing his balance, but with Zhu Lu's support, he steadied himself. The defiance and pride that once adorned his features were now utterly erased, replaced by disbelief and intense resentment. I lost. How could I possibly have lost to 2 opponents whose cultivation levels are far inferior to mine? How could this be? Hui Yuhao possessed exceptional vision, allowing him to keenly perceive the subtle shifts in Dai Huabin's expression. A profound sense of satisfaction surged within him as he realized the effectiveness of striking at Dai Huabin's most arrogant facet. We have triumphed. We are the champions. The jubilant cheers of Xiao Xiao and Wang Dong erupted, and in a moment of exhilaration, they seized Hui Yuhao, lifting him into the air amidst his astonished exclamations. 3 individuals, a united team. They ultimately claimed victory in the finals of the freshman assessment. Who is the true core? Both Xiao Xiao and Wang Dong were acutely aware. Undoubtedly, through each competition, Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao had showcased their formidable strength, garnering the attention of all the instructors. Yet, without Hui Yuhao's spiritual sensing, soul impact, and mastery of the battlefield at critical moments, could they have reached this pinnacle? Without the fusion of martial souls between Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong, would they have attained this stage? Although Hui Yuhao's personal strength is rather weak, even a soul master above the 25th level could not perform better in his stead. Setting aside friendship, Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao genuinely admire him. Only they understand that Hui Yuhao possesses not only a commendable work ethic but also remarkable talent. At some point, Shoei had already descended from the high platform and rushed towards them. This usually stern teacher was now as exuberant as a child, embracing Hui Yuhao and the others, joyfully leaping with excitement. The homeroom teacher of Dai Huabin's class also approached them, offering consolation to the trio. However, Dai Huabin's expression remained unchanged, his gaze occasionally shooting daggers at Hui Yuhao and his companions. Clenching his fists tightly, he vowed to himself, "Next time, I will not lose." The results of the freshman assessment finals quickly spread throughout the entire academy. That evening, Hui Yuhao once again skipped class, opting not to sell grilled fish. Instead, he, along with Wang Dong, Xiao Xiao, Beibei, and Tang Ye, ventured out into the wilderness to prepare grilled fish for them. Beibei and Tang Ye had not anticipated that Hui Yuhao and his companions would emerge victorious when they learned that 3 soul masters from the freshman cohort possessed 3 rings. They had already abandoned hope. However, Hui Yuhao delivered a delightful surprise. "Wang Dong, do you wish to join our Tang Sect?" Tang Ye inquired after she had savored her fill of grilled fish. Wang Dong quickly nodded and replied, "Of course I want to join." Tang Ye chuckled, "Very well. Considering your victory, I cannot go back on my word. I hereby grant you permission to join the Tang Sect." "Xiao Xiao, what about you? Are you interested?" Xiao Xiao blinked and murmured, "Tang Sect?" "Yes, indeed. It is the Tang Sect. We may not offer particularly favorable treatment, but one thing is certain, we will not hoard our treasures. All our profound skills will be made available for you to cultivate." Xiao Xiao smiled and said, "All right. I will join as well. I don't have a sect anyway. Sister Tang Ye, I want to learn the same footwork as you, Hao." Tang Ye graciously nodded, "No problem. I will teach you all later." Despite her seemingly carefree demeanor, she was inwardly elated. Wang Dong's strength was unquestionable, and the trio's victory was largely attributed to his formidable performance. Moreover, Xiao Xiao's potential was no less than Wang Dong's, being a twin martial soul. She had not expected such an easy agreement from her. In truth, what Tang Ye was unaware of was that Xiao Xiao's willingness to join the Tang Sect was also influenced by Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong. The soul fusion technique they executed together was astonishing. The more she interacted with them, the more fondness she developed for Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong. Compared to Wang Dong, Hui Yuhao's strength and appearance were somewhat lacking. However, his composure and determination were qualities that Wang Dong did not possess. Xiao Xiao believed that Hui Yuhao's future achievements would certainly rival those of Wang Dong. Forming a team with them would be beneficial for both her cultivation and their future endeavors. In the realm of soul masters, having good partners is of utmost importance. Xiao Xiao had grown accustomed to the exhilarating battles under Hui Yuhao's spiritual detection. The collaboration among the 3 individuals has grown increasingly harmonious. Within the Shrek Academy, should they be fortunate enough to gain entry into the inner court, they will have spent at least a decade together. If they can maintain this level of cooperation, by the time they depart from Shrek Academy, their team will be exceptionally robust. Xiao Xiao, being but a young girl, focuses on her future and the trustworthy companions around her without indulging in excessive thoughts. Meanwhile, Tang Ye has fortuitously secured significant advantages for the Tang Sect. Consequently, the Tang Sect has expanded from its original 2 members to 5, and with their youth, they have finally begun to achieve a semblance of scale. Beibei remarked, "Having passed the freshman assessment, you are soon to be assigned to classes. The assault and control roles will be unified. As a team, it is likely you will be placed in the same class. I need not elaborate on you how, but Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao. You may be aware that our Tang Sect is renowned for its hidden weapons. However, with the advent of soul-guiding devices, hidden weapons have gradually receded from the historical stage, which has significantly contributed to the decline of our sect. To revive the Tang Sect, we must undoubtedly reinvigorate the use of hidden weapons, yet it cannot be a mere return to the past. Only through the integration of hidden weapons with soul-guiding devices can we hope to recreate our former glory. What are your thoughts on soul-guiding devices? Once you officially become first-year students, you will have the option to select courses on them." Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao exchanged glances, both furrowing their brows slightly. Xiao Xiao softly remarked, "Given that I possess 2 martial souls, if I were to study and create soul-guiding devices, my time for cultivation may be insufficient. I believe we, as soul masters, should prioritize our cultivation, right? Researching soul-guiding devices seems to be a pursuit for those with lesser talents or inferior martial souls. Wang Dong nodded in agreement, stating, I concur with Xiao Xiao. I too am not particularly inclined to learn about the forging of soul-guiding devices. After expressing their thoughts, they anticipated that Bei Bei and Tang Ye would be displeased. To their surprise, both smiled instead. Tang Ye, with a hint of exasperation, remarked, You truly embody the mindset of outstanding martial soul students. This is the quintessential perspective of martial soul practitioners. In truth, not only you, but even Bei Bei and I share the sentiment that our time for cultivation feels inadequate. We have invested little time in soul-guiding devices. It is entirely up to you. The Tang Sect will not impose restrictions on your cultivation paths. I merely inquired about your interest. With your remarkable talents, it is indeed unwise to divert your focus. We will have to wait until the Tang Sect can recruit disciples dedicated solely to the study of soul-guiding devices. At that moment, Hui Yuhao suddenly spoke up. Teacher Tang Ye, I wish to select the course on soul-guiding devices. Tang Ye's eyes brightened as she replied, Yuhao, you are willing? Hui Yuhao nodded and remarked. The soul guide possesses its own unique wonders. It can replace our Tang Sect's hidden weapons, becoming the most esteemed armament across the continent, its might undoubtedly formidable. I wish to experiment. If I lack the talent, then so be it. But if I do possess such an aptitude, I would very much like to learn. Splendid! How delightful! Tang Ye exclaimed with great joy. Moreover, it is indeed fitting for you to cultivate the soul guide. Your martial soul is of the spiritual type, lacking offensive capabilities. With the aid of a soul guide, your combat strength will be significantly enhanced. In the realm of soul guides, the deeper one's understanding, the greater the power wielded in their use. Bei Bei interjected, Junior brother, do ensure that you manage your training time wisely. Your martial soul still holds considerable potential. Do not overly focus on the cultivation of soul guides. Soul power and soul rings are the foundation of our soul masters. Even the most potent soul guides require ample soul power to be effectively employed. Indeed, elder brother, Hui Yuhao quickly replied. Deep within, he harbored his own plans. Having been intrigued by the overwhelming power of the fixed soul guide he had witnessed, he was acutely aware of the formidable adversaries he would face in his quest for vengeance. He intended to harness every available force at his disposal. How could he comprehend the extent of a soul guide's power without learning? Unbeknownst to him, this notion would soon be validated, as the soul guide would unveil another significant avenue for him. Tang Ye pondered softly, however. It must be noted that your attempt to select the soul guide department may not guarantee success. While there are numerous advantages to winning the new student assessment, challenges do exist. Yuhao, should you be unable to enter the soul guide department, dedicating yourself to diligent training remains equally valuable. Hui Yuhao paused momentarily and asked, Teacher Tang Ye, why am I unable to enter the soul guidance department? Tang Ye responded, Are you aware of the reward for the champion of the freshman assessment? Upon hearing the word reward, the eyes of Hui Yuhao and his companions sparkled with anticipation. They were youthful and had yet to master the art of concealing their emotions. Shrek Academy is renowned as the foremost institution for soul masters, and as the champions of the freshman assessment, how could their reward be anything less than extraordinary? Wang Dong, brimming with eagerness, inquired, Teacher Tang Ye, what will our reward be? Having joined the Tang Sect, he too began to address Tang Ye similarly to Hui Yuhao. Tang Ye explained, although the rewards for each freshman assessment may vary slightly, they generally do not differ significantly. Typically, the magnitude of the rewards is determined by the overall quality of the freshman. I cannot speak for others, but in my years at Shrek Academy, I have never witnessed a freshman possessing the strength of a soul master. You are the first. Thus, I anticipate your reward will be quite remarkable. While I am uncertain of the specifics, one reward is guaranteed, the status of core disciple. Core disciple? Hui Yuhao and his friends were already familiar with this term, as it had been mentioned by teacher Shoei before. Tang Ye nodded and continued, as champions of the freshman assessment, I believe there is no doubt you will become core disciples of the soul martial department. Once you attain this status, the academy will invest greater resources in you, enabling you to diligently pursue your studies and evolve into more formidable soul masters. Under such circumstances, the soul martial department will naturally not permit you to divert your focus toward the soul guidance department. In our academy, the soul martial department has always held a position of dominance. Hui Yuhao and his companions suddenly came to a realization. The thought that core disciples could indulge in the most nutritious meals daily brought a smile to Hui Yuhao's face. Bei Bei cast a glance at Hui Yuhao. a flicker of concern crossing his eyes, yet he refrained from voicing his thoughts. He secretly hoped he was merely being overly anxious. On a bright and sunny morning, the air within Shrek Academy was not only fresh, but also remarkably humid, thanks to the presence of the sea god lake. All the newly admitted students who had passed the assessments gathered at Shrek Square, awaiting the imminent class division. Soon, Du Weilin, the director of the Wuhuan department, arrived with a dozen teachers before the students. Among these educators, Hui Yuhao recognized only two, their former homeroom teacher, Zhou Yi, and teacher Wang Yan. The rest were but faint memories. Du Weilin, holding a folder, surveyed the young students with a smile and said, "I trust you are all aware that the new student assessment elimination round has concluded and the top 3 have been determined. Now, I shall officially announce the results along with the rewards. The third place in the new student assessment goes to the Huang Chutian team, consisting of Huang Chutian, Lan Susu, and Lan Luoluo. Step forward." Indeed, the Huang Chutian team, previously defeated by Hui Yuhao and his group, had secured third place. They had lost to Dai Huabin's team in the semifinals, but triumphed over the Zhou Xiqing team, which Hui Yuhao's group had also defeated, in the contest for third place. It was a stroke of luck for them, as the fusion technique of the Lan sisters had conveniently revived during their battle against Zhou Xiqing's team, enabling their victory. Otherwise, in a straightforward contest of individual strength, they would not have prevailed. Under Huang Chutian's lead, the 3 stepped forward to stand before Du Weilin. Their youthful faces slightly flushed with excitement. Achieving third place had exceeded their expectations. The applause from the first-year students thundered throughout the square. After the elimination round, over 300 first-year students remained, a reduction of nearly 2/3 compared to the initial enrollment. Second place goes to the Dai Huabin team, consisting of Dai Huabin, Zhu Lu, and Cui Yiji. Step forward. The applause erupted once more, yet as Dai Huabin and his companions emerged, their faces bore no traces of elation, particularly Dai Huabin. His expression was tense, head slightly bowed, seemingly lost in thought, with traces of red in his eyes. After a brief pause, Du Weilin raised his voice slightly and proclaimed, "Now, let us warmly welcome the champions of the new student assessment." He announced, "They're the Wang Dong team, consisting of Wang Dong, Xiao Xiao, and Hui Yuhao." Instantly, the crowd erupted in enthusiastic cheers. However, upon hearing Du Weilin's announcement, Hui Yuhao and his companions were momentarily taken aback. According to the names submitted for the new student class, their team was supposed to be called the Hui Yuhao team, for he was the leader. Amidst the jubilant cheers and applause of the first-year students, the trio did not dare to slacken their pace and hurriedly stepped forward. However, as they advanced, Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao deliberately lagged half a step behind, allowing Hui Yuhao to take the lead. Observing their approach, Du Weilin revealed a faint smile. Gesturing for them to stand at the center, Hui Yuhao glanced at Dai Huabin, who was intently focused on Wang Dong, clearly not attributing his defeat to Hui Yuhao in any way. Du Weilin announced, "Now, I shall declare the rewards for the top 3 teams in the freshman assessment. Each of the top 3 teams will receive a unified reward from the Academy. Every member may request a soul ring from the Academy when needed, which will assist them in obtaining a soul ring that is both suitable and within their capacity to bear." Upon hearing this, the first-year students erupted in astonished admiration. This reward essentially signified the Academy's commitment that the next soul rings for Hui Yuhao and his companions would surely manifest under optimal conditions. For instance, should Hui Yuhao's second soul ring endure for 700 years, the Academy would procure a fitting 700-year soul ring for him. This reward was indeed substantial. Du Weilin continued, "In light of Team Wang Dong's exceptional performance and flawless victory throughout the competition, the Academy has decided to grant them a special reward. This reward will remain confidential until the class assignment is concluded, after which you may accompany me to receive it." A special reward? This distinguished the champions from the second and third places. Hui Yuhao and his companions were instantly filled with elation. Even the slight awkwardness of Du Weilin referring to them as Team Wang Dong was significantly diminished. No student would contest their entitlement to the additional reward, as they had triumphed over teams led by Soul Masters Ning Tian, Xie Huan Yue, and Dai Huabin. All 3 of the freshman Soul Masters had fallen to their prowess, affirming that their championship was devoid of any semblance of deceit. Thus their acquisition of further rewards was entirely justifiable. Du Weilin concluded, "All right, you may return to your teams now." Hui Yuhao and the other 9 returned to their original positions and stood attentively. Du Weilin remarked, The caliber of this year's freshmen surpasses that of previous years. I hope you will continue to strive for excellence. The heavens reward diligence, no matter how great one's talent. Without effort, one will not reap good results. Our Shrek Academy is the foremost soul master institution on the continent. And I hope that you all will graduate successfully with outstanding achievements. Given the emergence of several exceptional new students in this year's freshman competition, the Academy has approved a select number of students to become core disciples of the Outer Academy. I shall now announce the names. Instantly, silence enveloped Shrek Square. Core disciples are not merely those who appear among the top 3 teams, although Du Weilin did not explicitly state it. Who is unaware that core disciples of the Outer Academy will receive preferential resources from the Academy? Pertaining to their immediate interests, the young students listened intently, eager not to miss the mention of their names. Du Weilin opened the folder in his hands and read aloud, based on the performance of the freshmen during the assessments. The following core disciples have been approved: Wang Dong, Xiao Xiao, Dai Huabin, Zhu Lu, Zhou Xiqing, Chao Jinxian, Lan Susu, Lan Luoluo, Ning Tian, and Wu Feng. As Du Weilin mentioned the core disciples, Hui Yuhao, Wang Dong, and Xiao Xiao simultaneously recalled that teacher Xiaoya's information was indeed accurate. The names of Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao appeared prominently at the forefront, eliciting evident excitement from both. However, to their astonishment, Hui Yuhao's name did not follow. Instead, it jumped directly to Dai Huabin. How could this be? Hui Yuhao is their team leader. As Du Weilin continued to read, they clung to a shred of hope. But by the end, they still did not hear Hui Yuhao's name. Hui Yuhao stood momentarily stunned, as if, in that fleeting instant, something within him had been irrevocably drained. His countenance turned ashen. Since the day he entered Shrek Academy, he had devoted himself wholeheartedly, tirelessly practicing and striving for advancement. While others took respite, he continued his training. When others languished, he persevered. Following the commencement of the freshman assessment, he exerted every ounce of effort alongside his companions, ultimately achieving the highest honor bestowed upon newcomers. Yet, he found himself grappling with a disheartening question. Why was he not among the core disciples? Why was this so? Hui Yuhao, outwardly composed, concealed a darkness within that was foreign to most. The shadows that had gradually amassed since his childhood nearly erupted upon encountering Dai Huabin, only to be subdued by his reason. Yet at this moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to break free from restraint. Why? Why must it be this way? He finally comprehended why Du Weilin had referred to them as Wang Dong's team rather than Hui Yuhao's team when announcing their advance. It had evidently been predetermined. Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao, standing beside Hui Yuhao, sensed his unease. Wang Dong swiftly grasped Hui Yuhao's arm, fearing he might act impulsively. However, he found himself at a loss for words. Both he and Xiao Xiao had ascended to core disciples, while Hui Yuhao had not. What must he be thinking? Du Weilin continued. In light of the new student assessment, there are some students who, despite lacking in talent and ability, have nonetheless exhibited commendable performance. The Academy has decided to grant them temporary core disciple privileges until the end of this academic year, should they achieve breakthroughs in the upcoming promotion examinations next year. Consideration will be given for their elevation to formal core disciples. The list is as follows: Hui Yuhao, Chuiji, Huang Chudian, Long Xiangyue, and Namin Yuner. That is all. Hui Yuhao's gaze was somewhat vacant, and the resentment within his heart gradually subsided. Indeed, I lack the necessary abilities. Among those announced by Director Du Weilin, I am the sole individual with a cultivation level below 20. The treatment of a core disciple, what a splendid privilege. A fleeting glimmer of desolation crossed his eyes. Slowly lowering his head, Hui Yuhao buried that sorrow deep within his heart. Perhaps, without the martial soul fusion technique shared with Wang Dong, I would not even be entitled to this core disciple status. But whom can I blame? I can only attribute it to my own inadequacies. I can only lament that my first soul ring is regarded by them as merely of a decade's worth. A hint of self-mockery appeared at the corner of Hui Yuhao's mouth, and when he raised his head once more, his gaze had taken on a chill. Yuhao, are you all right? Wang Dong asked softly. Hui Yuhao gently shook his head, forcing a smile as he said, I am fine. I simply lack the qualifications to become a core disciple. I am merely a soul master of the 17th rank. Wang Dong urgently interjected, No, it is not like that at all. They are unaware of how significant you truly are. Xiao Xiao also nodded in agreement. Hui Yuhao's smile appeared somewhat more natural as he expressed, I truly am fine. Didn't Director Du mention that I can enjoy the privileges of a core disciple? That is already quite satisfactory. I shall continue to strive. Perhaps during the upcoming assessment, I might become an official core disciple. Wang Dong let out a soft sigh, releasing his grip on Hui Yuhao's hand. Having shared a residence with Hui Yuhao for an extended period, and as partners in the martial soul fusion technique, he had come to understand Hui Yuhao's character. Although Hui Yuhao presented a calm demeanor and a gentle temperament, he was, in essence, an individual of remarkable ambition. The stubbornness and resilience he concealed within his heart became evident to Wang Dong only after Hui Yuhao revealed his background. Yet, no one could assist him. To overcome the obstacles in his heart, he must rely solely on himself. Next came the class division, with the entire first-year cohort being organized into 4 classes. Class 1 comprised strong assault and control-type soul masters. Class 2 encompassed defense and agility-type soul masters. Class 3 was designated for support-type soul masters. And Class 4 included various special attribute soul masters and weapon soul masters, such as food and healing types. Undoubtedly, Class 1 boasted the most formidable overall strength. And Hui Yuhao, Wang Dong, and Xiao Xiao were all assigned to this class. Class 2 was led by the exceptionally skilled defensive soul master, Xia Huanyue, whose Pai Pai elephant martial soul was truly unique. Class 3 support category did not consist solely of support types. It referred to those soul masters and weapon soul masters capable of providing direct assistance in battle, such as Ning Tian, the owner of the 7 treasure glazed tile martial soul. As for Class 4, it comprised a mix of soul masters, generally lacking in combat prowess, but often possessing remarkable abilities in specific areas. Among these, the food and healing types were of paramount importance. This classification method was consistent across all grades, with the number of students in each class decreasing as one ascended to higher years. The elimination rate at Shrek Academy has always been exceedingly high. Even among those who successfully graduate from the outer academy, the number seldom exceeds 50 each year. This implies that, among the current cohort of over 300 students, achieving a 20% retention rate would be quite commendable. Following this, the introduction of each class's homeroom teachers was presented. For Hui Yuhao, the sole piece of good news was that Zhou Yi had become one of the homeroom teachers for Class 1 of the first year. Each class had 2 homeroom teachers, the other being Wang Yan, who held a particular regard for Hui Yuhao. Even Zhou Yi was unaware that Wang Yan, originally an instructor for the higher grades, had transitioned to the first year as Class 1 due to Hui Yuhao's presence, collaborating with her in teaching. All right, everyone, please return to the teaching building under the guidance of your respective homeroom teachers as per the latest class assignments. Wang Dong, you 3. Come with me to collect your rewards, announced Director Du Weilin. At this moment, Hui Yuhao appeared to have returned to his usual self, showing no signs of emotional turmoil on the surface. The 3 followed Du Weilin into the faculty office area located behind the senior teaching building. Du Weilin's office was situated on the top floor, considerably larger than that of Zhou Yi, yet lacking in opulent decorations. It housed as many as 4 bookshelves, each brimming with a wealth of literary treasures. With a gentle smile, Du Weilin gestured towards the sofa and said, "Please, have a seat. Hui Yuhao, do not feel burdened. As you have observed, among the top 3 teams, there are others who have not become core disciples. Your performance has been commendable, particularly in assisting Wang Dong with the martial soul fusion technique. Yet there remains room for enhancement in your personal capabilities. For your second soul ring, you may submit a request to the Academy to utilize the rewards gained from this competition to acquire a suitably powerful soul ring. Should you exhibit remarkable prowess during the second-year assessment, the Academy may consider elevating you to the status of a formal core disciple." Director Du, that is not the case. Hui Yuhao did not assist me, Wang Dong interjected, but was halted by Du Weilin's gesture. To Du Weilin, this was merely a testament to the camaraderie shared among a few young individuals. Hui Yuhao gently tugged at Wang Dong's sleeve and respectfully addressed Director Du Weilin, expressing his gratitude. "Director, I will certainly strive to do my best. Thank you for your concern." In Chapter 33, 2 Soul Bones, Du Weilin exhibited great satisfaction with Hui Yuhao's demeanor, nodding in approval. A magnificent ruby ring on his right hand flashed brilliantly, and in his grasp appeared a pouch. This pouch appeared to be a soul guide device, adorned with dark patterns on its brown surface. Hui Yuhao scrutinized it closely, sensing subtle fluctuations of soul power emanating from it. Du Weilin proclaimed, "Children, in light of your remarkable achievement in defeating 3 teams of newly initiated soul emperors and securing the championship, I have submitted a request to the Academy for an exceptional reward for you. Although there is only one reward, it is up to the 3 of you to decide how to distribute it. This is the most precious prize the Academy has offered in at least 3 centuries during the freshman assessments. Go ahead and open it." As he spoke, he handed the pouch to Wang Dong. Wang Dong accepted it, but feeling somewhat disheartened due to Hui Yuhao's failure to become a core disciple. His excitement about the prize diminished considerably. He instinctively untied the strings of the pouch. Suddenly, a burst of yellow light erupted from the pouch, and, under the astonished gaze of Hui Yuhao and his companions, it slowly floated in midair. It was a small bone, no longer than a palm, radiating a faint yellow glow. Upon their first sight of it, an overwhelming impulse surged within Hui Yuhao and his friends. The intense fluctuations of soul power made the atmosphere in the office feel almost viscous, a sensation they had never encountered before. This is a soul bone? Wang Dong exclaimed in shock. Although Du Weilin had hinted at a significant reward, they had never anticipated it would be a soul bone, an item of immeasurable value to soul masters, far surpassing that of soul rings. Soul rings are energy manifestations that inevitably emerge upon the death of every soul beast, whereas the occurrence of a soul bone is exceedingly rare, with a probability akin to 1 in 10,000. The likelihood of obtaining a soul bone increases with the rank of the soul beast. Yet only those of 100,000 years or older are guaranteed to yield one. For any soul master, possessing a soul bone would immediately enhance their strength, granting them a significant advantage over their peers of the same level. A soul master can possess a maximum of 6 soul bones, located in the head, torso, and limbs. Among these, the torso soul bone is the most precious and rare, followed closely by the head soul bone, while the limb soul bones are comparatively less valuable. Nonetheless, soul bones remain the most coveted items at any auction house in any nation, perpetually in high demand yet rarely available. Each soul bone would require at least 100,000 gold soul coins for purchase, and often, bartering is the only means to acquire one. Even for the affluent Shrek Academy, the reserve of soul bones would be limited. Only the most exceptional students or those who have made extraordinary contributions to the academy are likely to receive such a reward. This recognition signifies that the institution believes the prospective benefits and influence they can generate will surpass the intrinsic value of the soul bone. Within Ho Yuhua's heart lay a simmering resentment, concealed deep within his soul. However, upon beholding the reward of this soul bone, the bitterness gradually dissipated, and he finally overcame the internal hurdle that had plagued him. It was not the soul bone itself that he coveted, but rather the sense of fairness it represented within the academy. He had not ascended to the rank of a core disciple in the martial soul department, but could he truly blame the academy for this? After all, he was merely at the first ring. Among the new students, there were many whose cultivation levels surpassed his own. Although he was one of the champion members, in the eyes of most, he was merely a supplementary figure within the team. His first soul ring was but white. Had he been in Du Weilin's position, would he have consented to allow himself to become a core disciple? With the knot in his heart now untied, Ho Yuhua's expression relaxed significantly, and the previously rigid demeanor of respect transformed into a more natural bearing. Du Weilin smiled slightly and remarked, "Did you not anticipate this? Indeed. Your reward is a soul bone. Yet, as you are all aware of its rarity, there is but one, and you must determine amongst yourselves who shall receive it. However, do not allow this soul bone to jeopardize your friendship. While soul bones are indeed precious, good companions are even rarer. Allow me to briefly introduce you to this soul bone. This particular soul bone has been specifically selected for you. It is suitable for both assault type and control type soul masters. It is a left leg bone, known as the left leg bone of the empty-minded demon leopard. Upon integration, it will enhance the soul master's speed and grant an attack skill initiated by the left leg. The greatest advantage of soul bones is that the skills generated differ according to the integrated martial soul, yet they will undoubtedly be suitable for each of you. I now entrust it to you. Additionally, I will provide this pouch, which serves to conceal the fluctuations of soul power. Once you return, integrate it as soon as possible. Although the academy is quite safe, it is said that a mere man is innocent, yet possessing a treasure can lead to guilt. Furthermore, you must keep the acquisition of this soul bone a secret from the academy. I trust you know how to handle this matter." Having safely secured the soul bone, Du Weilin escorted them to the door. After respectfully bidding him farewell, the three emerged from the teaching building. As they stepped outside, their footsteps halted in unison. Ho Yuhua, Wang Dong, and Xiao Xiao exchanged glances, and Xiao Xiao said, "Let it be for Yuhua." Wang Dong nodded in agreement, stating, "I concur." As he spoke, both their gazes turned to Ho Yuhua, with Wang Dong already presenting the pouch to him. In terms of individual strength, Ho Yuhua was undoubtedly the weakest. If he were to obtain this left leg bone, it would at least grant him an attack skill, coupled with an increase in speed. thereby elevating him to a level of competition for core disciple status. However, Ho Yuhua resolutely shook his head, saying, "No, I cannot accept this soul bone. Wang Dong, have you forgotten the principle of chivalry? This soul bone should first be given to Xiao Xiao. This is merely our first assessment. As long as we continue to exert ourselves and achieve greater results, we shall undoubtedly receive more soul bone rewards in the future. Among the three of us, only Xiao Xiao is a girl. You all refer to me as the leader. How could I, upon receiving something valuable, take it first? Though he is young, how could he fail to perceive that Director Du Weilin had no intention of giving him this soul bone? Moreover, as he himself stated, being the leader, how could he prioritize his own interests above all else? Xiao Xiao was taken aback. Yu Hao, this cannot be. Your role in the competition is of utmost importance. Furthermore, you are the one who needs this soul bone the most. Yu Hao smiled faintly and said, Xiao Xiao, there is no need to elaborate. I have made my decision. I will not accept this soul bone under any circumstances. Have you considered that while acquiring this soul bone would indeed grant me an offensive skill? As a spirit attribute soul master, this might not necessarily be advantageous for me. What I truly require is to exert more effort and develop my own capabilities to attain greater strength. Obtaining this soul bone would merely lead me to unconsciously rely on the attack power it provides. You, on the other hand, although endowed with dual martial souls, would find that speed offers you the most immediate benefit. On the battlefield, enhanced speed allows for a safer execution of your dual martial soul techniques. I have contemplated this thoroughly. This soul bone is undoubtedly more suited for you. Ladies first, so please do not hesitate. Wang Dong glanced at Yu Hao and then at Xiao Xiao, exclaiming with a hint of exasperation, Yu Hao, does this not seem like favoritism towards the fairer sex at the expense of friendship? Xiao Xiao chuckled and replied, Oh, come now. To him, you represent desire. While I embody friendship, it is one thing for a man and woman to embrace while performing a martial soul fusion technique, but you two men embracing is quite another. Hee. Wang Dong was momentarily rendered speechless, and he tossed the pouch containing the soul bone directly at Xiao Xiao, who deftly caught it and said with a smile, Then I shall not be polite. If our team manages to obtain another soul bone in the future, you two can choose. As she spoke, she placed the soul bone into her storage soul guide, her face betraying an unmistakable excitement. Wang Dong turned to Yu Hao and remarked, Yu Hao, your inability to become a core disciple. Yu Hao gently shook his head and replied, There is no need to say more. I am fine. I have come to a realization. Perhaps, in collaboration with you all, I have earned the right to be considered a core disciple. However, what if I stand alone? Can I still triumph over my adversaries? Should my opponent possess even a modest area of effect attack, and should they exercise caution against my mental assaults, I would stand no chance without your assistance. The Academy's decision not to grant me the status of core disciple is indeed fair. I must exert greater effort to prove my worth. Well said. A voice, familiar yet once instilling fear, suddenly resonated as Zhou Yi approached them, walking with grace. Teacher Zhou. The three of them expressed their astonishment. Had not Teacher Zhou just accompanied Teacher Wang in leading a group of students back to the teaching building? How could she possibly be here? Zhou Yi cast a deep glance at Yu Hao, her countenance revealing rare signs of pride and satisfaction. Yu Hao, I specifically came to find you. I did not expect you to arrive at this understanding on your own. I am delighted, truly worthy of being my disciple. Ah. By the way, you have secured first place among the freshmen, and I have a reward for you. As she spoke, a silver bracelet-like storage soul tool emitted a radiant glow, and a pouch materialized in her hand, which she then extended towards Yu Hao. To their astonishment, the pouch appeared identical to the one Director Du Weilin had recently given them. Could it be? The trio exclaimed in unison. Zhou Yi was equally taken aback. What do you mean, could it be? Xiao Xiao, somewhat speechless, retrieved the pouch containing the left leg bone of the clear bright demon leopard that she had just stowed away. There was a need for confidentiality among the students, but what was there to conceal from their homeroom teacher? Zhou Yi gasped in shock. What is this? Is it a reward bestowed upon you by the Academy? Yu Hao and his companions nodded in agreement. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Zhou Yi's eyes. No wonder Director Du had been so enigmatic. It turns out the reward bestowed upon you is exceedingly generous. What kind of soul bone is this? Yu Hao briefly articulated their decision to allow Xiao Xiao to integrate the soul bone. Zhou Yi nodded, acknowledging their commendable character. Faced with the soul bone, even a formidable soul emperor or soul Dolua would find it challenging to remain composed. The gift I present to you is also a soul bone, one that you rightfully deserve. Do you recall the battle alongside Ning Tian, Wu Feng, and Namin Yuner? During that encounter, I wagered against their homeroom teacher and emerged victorious, acquiring the soul bone. Although it is considered of inferior quality among soul bones, it possesses unique fusion properties. Should you manage to procure 2 additional soul bones with similar attributes, this one could facilitate their amalgamation. For those in need, it is a treasure beyond measure. Yet the likelihood of obtaining 2 soul bones with compatible attributes is exceedingly slim. I recommend that you proceed with the direct fusion instead. This particular bone is a left arm bone, known as the left arm bone of secret method soul. In a certain sense, it cannot be classified as a true soul bone, as it does not originate from a singular soul beast. This secret method soul bone is acquired through a unique and merciless method. By slaying 100 soul beasts within half an hour and invoking their soul rings through a secret technique, there exists a 10% chance of obtaining a secret method soul bone. This represents a relatively straightforward means of acquiring a soul bone. However, due to its low success rate and the inherent cruelty of the method, few soul masters would resort to it. When fused directly, it will provide you with a 5% increase in soul power. Though the enhancement may seem modest, it is a persistent boost, and as your cultivation reaches greater heights, its effects will become increasingly pronounced. Hui Yuhao took the soul bone pouch handed to him by Zhou Yi and turned to glance at Wang Dong. However, Wang Dong averted his gaze and remarked, "Don't look at me. I have no desire for it. If I were to fuse with such a soul bone, wouldn't that diminish its value?" Observing Wang Dong's seemingly haughty demeanor, Hui Yuhao felt a swell of emotion within him. He understood that Wang Dong was deliberately relinquishing this opportunity to him, much like he had previously expressed to Xiao Xiao about sharing any future soul bones they might acquire. The acquisition of soul bones is no trivial matter. Who can guarantee when another opportunity may arise? Wang Dong's cheeks glowed with a rosy hue under the gentle radiance of the morning sun, which cast a delicate sheen upon him. Though he had turned away, Hui Yuhao could still perceive the resolute determination reflected in his eyes. Hui Yuhao could sense Wang Dong's heartfelt support on his behalf. He ceased to decline further and carefully cherished the soul bone of the secret method, while also deeply embedding that brotherly bond within his heart. The emotions shared among men are often not expressed through words, but rather through actions. The soul bone holds some value. I shall keep it for now, and soon I shall assist you in utilizing it. The voice of the heavenly dream-eyed silkworm resonated unexpectedly in Hui Yuhao's mind, startling him. Brother Tianming. Upon hearing its voice, Hui Yuhao felt an overwhelming sense of familial warmth surge through him, causing the suppressed grievances within him to burst forth. And the corners of his eyes began to redden slightly. To Zhou Yi, Wang Dong, and Xiao Xiao, it was evident they perceived his emotional outpouring as a response to Wang Dong's kindness. The heavenly dream ice silkworm retorted with a hint of irritation. Little Yuhao, do not be disheartened. I am here to support you. Those humans are short-sighted. What I manifest is a 10-year soul ring. Rest assured, in a few years, I shall make them tremble at the sight of a 10-year soul ring. Once again, I urge you to elevate your soul power to level 20 by then. I assure you, no one will dare to underestimate you. Indeed, I will strive to ascend to level 20 as swiftly as possible, certainly before graduating from the first year. Although he had come to terms with his situation, not being able to become a core disciple instilled in Hui Yuhao a sense of urgency. Given his current cultivation, it was uncertain whether he could remain at Shrek Academy for further studies. Zhou Yi spoke. Wang Dong, you and Xiao Xiao should return first. I have matters to discuss with Hui Yuhao. Wang Dong glanced at Hui Yuhao, his beautiful eyes brimming with encouragement as he gave a reassuring fist pump before departing with Xiao Xiao. Zhou Yi approached Hui Yuhao, grasping his arm, and in the next moment, he once again experienced the sensation of soaring through the clouds. Before long, when Zhou Yi came to a halt, Hui Yuhao was astonished to discover that she had brought him back to the soul guidance device testing area for the second time. His previous visit had left a profound impression on him and solidified his aspiration to learn about the manufacture and use of soul guidance devices. Returning now signified something significant, of which he was well aware. Teacher Zhou, has Teacher Fan Yu agreed to accept me? Hui Yuhao inquired with palpable excitement. Zhou Yi nodded slightly, stating, You are a clever child. However, I must caution you that your current cultivation level poses considerable risks in the first year. When you advance to the second year, a 2-ring soul power is a fundamental requirement that you must meet. I do not oppose your dual focus on soul guidance devices. But even if you choose to specialize in that field later, you must establish a solid foundation in your martial soul. Therefore, you must allocate your time judiciously. As she spoke, Zhou Yi guided Hui Yuhao with ease into the soul guidance device testing area. The robust Fan Yu soon appeared at their call, And compared to their last encounter, his demeanor was notably gentler this time. He took the initiative to pat Hui Yuhao on the shoulder and remarked, "I watched your finals and the new student assessments. It was quite impressive. You performed excellently." Zhou cast a surprised glance at Fan Yu, though she was strict. Her exterior was cold while her interior radiated warmth. She understood Fan Yu's character well. He rarely praised others and possessed an immense sense of pride. It was quite remarkable that he expressed such admiration for Hui Yuhao, a mere first-year student. "Hello, teacher Fan Yu." Hui Yuhao respectfully greeted him with a bow. Fan Yu nodded and said, "I have heard from Zhou that your mental detection has made significant progress. Come, let us see." As someone devoted to research throughout his life, he was always direct in his approach. Hui Yuhao responded affirmatively. The pristine white soul ring, aged 1,000,000 years, emerged, and his eyes transformed into a soft golden hue. Unbeknownst to anyone, within that white soul ring, a faint glimmer of pale gold flickered. The mental detection was shared instantaneously, enveloping a vast area with a diameter of 50 meters. Sensing the comprehensive three-dimensional image, Fan Yu nodded in satisfaction. "Indeed, you have made considerable progress. No wonder you were able to secure the final championship. With this level of detection, anticipating your opponents becomes inevitable." However, as he spoke, Fan Yu suddenly noticed a change in the mental detection within his perception. The originally all-encompassing mental detection began to contract in one direction, while the detection range gradually extended. This sensation, akin to an extension of thought, was truly extraordinary. Zhou, also immersed in Hui Yuhao's shared mental detection, felt it as well, her eyes widening in astonishment. "How did you achieve this?" she exclaimed. Observing the astonished expressions of both teachers, Hui Yuhao refrained from answering, for concentrating his detection in one direction required utmost mental focus. Finally, when the detection range reached its limit, Hui Yuhao ceased his soul skill release. Fan Yu gazed intently at him and remarked, 121 meters. "Excellent. You have accomplished what I hoped for. Yuhao, I ask you, will your mental detection continue to enhance as your cultivation progresses?" After a moment of hesitation, Hui Yuhao nodded. "All right." Fan Yu shouted loudly, startling both Hui Yuhao and Zhou. Fan Yu then patted Hui Yuhao's shoulder once more and said, "Follow me." With that, he turned and strode purposefully towards the testing area. "Kaitu, come here," Fan Yu beckoned. The individual Hui Yuhao had previously encountered hurried over, and upon seeing Hui Yuhao, he exclaimed in delight, "It's you. Hui Yuhao, it's been a long time." Hui Yuhao gazed at Ikeda's honest visage and smiled, "Greetings, brother He. You appear to be even more robust." Indeed, the sun-kissed Hikaido had now developed the physique of an adult, his muscles well-defined, and he appeared nearly as formidable as Fan Yu. Fan Yu remarked, "Kaido, why don't you demonstrate for Yuhao the capabilities of our soul engineer battle soul masters? Do not hold back." "Certainly," Hikaido replied, evidently exhilarated. In a matter of moments, he shed his upper garments, revealing an impressive physique. Hui Yuhao then witnessed a scene that left him utterly astounded. Hikaido's hands moved with remarkable agility, repeatedly tapping his waist belt, from which he produced one peculiar metallic object after another, affixing them onto his body. In less than 10 seconds, he had adorned himself entirely, and to Hui Yuhao, it appeared as though he was enveloped in a shroud of black metal. As for the purpose of these dark metallic contraptions, Hui Yuhao remained entirely unaware. A flash of brilliance emanated from Hikaido as 3 soul rings materialized, 2 yellow and 1 purple, a perfect configuration. Shortly thereafter, the first soul ring illuminated, and Hui Yuhao beheld a yellow object, approximately the length of an adult's palm and about 2 centimeters in diameter, protruding from Hikaido's mouth. With a casual lift of his left hand, a spark ignited from the black metal, and the elongated object in his mouth appeared to catch fire, releasing wisps of white smoke that began to ascend. Hui Yuhao's facial muscles twitched violently as he struggled to suppress a laugh. The object held in Hikaido's mouth resembled a freshly produced, steaming pile of excrement. Of course, it was of a somewhat firmer texture. At that moment, he noticed Hikaido's cheeks puffing out, as if he were exerting himself to inhale, and then a plume of white smoke escaped from his mouth. He continued to clutch that peculiar object as he stepped into the testing area, though Hui Yuhao was astonished by the bizarre effects of Hikaido's martial spirit. He activated his mental detection to better observe Hikaido's subsequent movements. This comprehensive, three-dimensional probing allowed him to perceive much more. However, as soon as he initiated the mental detection, an unsettling sensation washed over him. It seemed as if the testing ground had come to life, with enormous metallic spheres, each with a diameter of at least half a meter, emerging from all directions. "Be careful, He." Hui Yuhao couldn't help but call out. Hikaitu turned his head, offering a slight smile and giving a thumbs up. Yet, in that instant, his demeanor shifted dramatically. The previously simple and gentle Hikaita's gaze sharpened. And with that odd object still clutched in his mouth, he inhaled deeply, suddenly springing into action like a nimble cheetah. As two massive metallic spheres appeared behind him, they swiftly charged forward. Hikaitu dashed diagonally ahead, executing a graceful forward roll, and in the next moment, his body had pivoted, revealing small openings on both sides of his shoulders as the black metal unfolded. Hui Yuhao immediately sensed the intense surge of soul power within Kaitu, swiftly releasing it from his shoulder. Two rows of delicate white light simultaneously emanated from either side of his shoulder, precisely striking the two metallic spheres that were hurtling towards him. Hui Yuhao was astounded to discover that, at the moment the white light was released, the muscles on Hikaita's shoulders were rhythmically adjusting the direction of the emitted light. The two metallic spheres momentarily hesitated before, astonishingly, melting in midair. Is this the power of a soul guide? Hui Yuhao's heart was profoundly shaken. Although he sensed that the two metallic spheres were merely hollow, their weight was still considerable. Yet they were effortlessly resolved by two seemingly slender beams of white light. However, the true shock was yet to come. Hikaitu sprang into action, and the black metallic blocks on his arms quickly repositioned themselves, surrounding his limbs. Each arm was adorned with a circle of metallic tubes, each approximately a foot long and the thickness of a child's arm. In an instant, Hikaitu transferred his soul power from his shoulders to his arms, and Hui Yuhao witnessed 6 metallic tubes on his arms erupting with fiery tongues of energy. The ferocious surge of soul power was so intense that it even distorted Hui Yuhao's spiritual perception. Simultaneously, 6 massive metallic spheres charged towards Hikaitu, only to be met with a violent impact, causing depressions to appear on their surfaces. Within 3 seconds of the rapid jetting from the 6 metallic tubes, the spheres detonated one after another. Just then, from both sides, 6 more metallic spheres emerged, hurtling towards Hikaitu, with a slight smirk at the corner of his mouth. Revealing a fierce grin, Hikaitu activated all the black metallic blocks adorning his body, which moved in concert with the changes in his muscles. The soul power within him erupted like an explosion, even with the assistance of spiritual perception. Hui Yuhao could not count how many tube-like structures emerged from Hikaitu in that fleeting moment. Then, he beheld Hikaitu transformed into a being of light, with countless rays of energy erupting from him in a chaotic cascade. Amidst the terrifying fluctuations of soul power, the 12 colossal metallic spheres disintegrated into fragments in the air. This was utterly shocking. After executing this feat, it seemed that Hikaita's soul power was nearly depleted. The metallic tube swiftly vanished, reverting to his familiar black metallic blocks. At that moment, Hui Yuhao no longer found his appearance peculiar. In his eyes, the gentle and unassuming Hikaitu had unmistakably morphed into a monstrous creature. He had encountered numerous 3-ring soul masters, such as Dai Huabin, Ning Tian, and his elder brother, Bei Bei, along with his teacher, Xiaoya. They all belonged to the 3-ring category, yet, in terms of combat prowess, they seemed to pale in comparison to Hikaitu at that moment. The destructive capability of those metallic tubes was simply terrifying. Hikaitu returned to the sidelines, swiftly shedding the black apparatus from his body, and the object he had been holding in his mouth also vanished. A faint scent of gunpowder lingered in the air. Fan Yu smiled slightly, casting a glance at Hui Yuhao, and inquired, "What do you think?" Hui Yuhao instinctively replied, "This is truly formidable." Fan Yu remarked, "Keita's cultivation is limited. He is merely demonstrating a fraction of the soul guidance device's capabilities. There are even more potent devices that he is yet to harness. Among all soul guidance devices, aside from the fixed soul guidance device you encountered previously, all others are powered by soul energy. Thus, the cultivation of soul energy is equally vital for a soul guidance system soul masters. I know you are undoubtedly curious about how the combat prowess of soul guidance system soul masters compares to that of martial soul system soul masters. Allow me to enlighten you. Within the realm of 7 rings, our soul guidance system holds an unequivocal advantage. Beyond 7 rings, the martial soul system prevails. On our Dolua continent, the martial soul system remains predominant, whereas in the armies of various nations, the soul guidance system takes precedence. Relatively speaking, the soul guidance system is more accessible to the masses and enables individuals to attain formidable combat strength in a short span of time. After listening to Fan Yu's exposition, Hui Yuhao finally gained a preliminary understanding of soul guidance devices. Having witnessed Keitu's extraordinary prowess, he was nearly certain that even a 4-ring soul master were it not for the restraining nature of their martial soul abilities, would scarcely pose a challenge to him. This realization heightened Hui Yuhao's interest in soul guidance devices to unprecedented levels. Observing that the moment was ripe, Fan Yu spoke solemnly. Although it appears that our soul guidance system is inferior to the martial soul system beyond 7 rings, this is not an absolute truth. A pivotal focus of my research is to cultivate the most elite soul guidance system battle soul masters in the future. I am 46 years old and have taken only Kaitu as my disciple. Should you be willing, I would be inclined to accept another student. Hui Yuhao, possessing remarkable intelligence, felt no hesitation as Fan Yu had articulated his intentions so clearly. With a sudden thud, he knelt on the ground, exclaiming, "Master Fan Yu, I beseech you to accept me as your disciple. I shall endeavor to learn diligently." As he bowed 3 times before Fan Yu, the latter smiled and nodded, allowing Hui Yuhao to pay his respects until he had finished before assisting him to his feet. "I have heard of your efforts from Shouyi," Fan Yu stated. "From this moment forth, you shall be my second disciple and my personal apprentice. I shall devote myself to nurturing both you and Kaitu, and one day I shall demonstrate to the Martial Soul Department the heights our Soul Guidance Department can reach. Yuhao, not only are you my disciple, but you are now also a core disciple of the Soul Guidance Department." The news of his designation as a core disciple came as a delightful shock, leaving Hui Yuhao momentarily dazed. The stark contrast in treatment between the Martial Soul Department and the Soul Guidance Department tipped the balance in his heart. After all, Hui Yuhao was merely an 11-year-old boy, raised in such an environment, and while he was one to hold grudges, he cherished kindness even more. At the moment Fan Yu proclaimed him a core disciple of the Soul Guidance Department, warmth surged within him, and the suppressed grievances transformed into tears that welled in his eyes. "Master," he uttered, unable to contain his tears any longer. Fan Yu embraced him, saying, "Good child, do not cry. I understand your grievances. What I wish to impart to you is that, regardless of who one is, the only way to avoid grievances and earn respect is to rely on oneself. It is your strength that must reject the emotions of grievance. That is what you must strive for." "Yes," Hui Yuhao nodded vigorously, wiping away his tears. Kaitu approached, laughing heartily, and embraced Hui Yuhao, lifting him off the ground and spinning him around. "I have a junior disciple now. Ha ha, this is wonderful. I am no longer alone. From now on, we shall be brothers." Senior brother, Kaitu's heartfelt sentiment evoked feelings reminiscent of the warmth he had received from the Tang Sect's elder brother, Bei, stirring emotions within Hui Yuhao once more. Fan Yu continued, "Yuhao, although you are now a core disciple of our Soul Guidance Department, it is essential to solidify your foundation as a Soul Master. Therefore, until your graduation from the 3rd grade, you must remain in the Martial Soul Department to continue your studies and focus primarily on the cultivation of your martial soul. Soul power is the foundation of everything, including in the Soul Guidance Department. Moreover, your martial soul is unique, and your soul skills must be given due importance. I hope that in the future, you can not only become an excellent battle soul master within the Soul Guidance Department, but also an outstanding control-type battle soul master. I shall not hide this from you. There has always been a competitive relationship between our Soul Guidance Department and the Martial Soul Department, so for now, we must keep your status as a core disciple confidential to avoid any reactions from the Martial Soul Department. Simultaneously, you can no longer become a core disciple of the Martial Soul Department. From now on, your entrance into the Inner Academy will be within our Soul Guidance Department. Zhou Yi will assist you in completing the elective form for the Soul Guidance Department. The usual dismissal time for your Martial Soul Department classes is around 4 o'clock in the afternoon. After class, you are to come directly here to find me, where you will engage in study for 1 hour each day. Additionally, on your designated day of rest from the Martial Soul Department each week, you are also required to come here for learning. Are you afraid of hardship? As we celebrate the new year, I wish to express my heartfelt gratitude to both new and old readers since the inception of the legendary Tang Sect. Your presence brings me immense joy, and I am deeply moved by the support you have offered. You have contributed so much to our Tang Sect, nurturing its growth with your enthusiasm. The title of this work, Dolua Continent 2, ultimately named Legendary Tang Sect, is dedicated to each and every brother and sister of our Tang Sect. It is you who have bestowed upon me everything I possess now, granting our Tang Sect this magnificent glory. With the launch of this new book, I only wish to lead you towards attaining all that we rightfully deserve. The 6 updates I present today serve as a New Year's gift to you all. As we usher in the new year, I hope for your happiness and continued support for our Tang Sect. Finally, on this first day of the year, Coinciding with the moment of double monthly votes, I kindly request that you cast your precious monthly votes, allowing our legendary Tang Sect to flourish and ascend to great heights. Surveying all lesser peaks. If we were to achieve the first position, then we shall unleash our potential. If I could be first, I could effortlessly decide whether to ignite a surge of energy, intertwining my hand with yours. If our monthly votes reach the pinnacle, I would experience the Tang Sect atop the summit, surprising you with an embrace from behind. Should our monthly votes soar to first place, life may transform entirely, altering everything I desire, cherish, and love. The darkness before me is not truly dark. What does the light you speak of signify? The monthly votes you mention are akin to the azure sky behind that wisp of white cloud in my memories. As I gaze towards you, I see only an expansive void. Has the divine concealed the veil before my eyes, forgetting to lift it? You are my companion, guiding me through the changing seasons. You are my friend, leading me through endless narratives. You are my closest confidant, allowing me to navigate the vast ocean of literature. Because you are one of the Tang Sect, you have unveiled the brilliance before my eyes. The Tang Sect shall forever be supreme. I implore you for monthly votes. Legendary Tang Sect, the foremost of the Tang Sect. If we attain the first position today, tomorrow, 5 updates shall follow. Chapter 34, The Challenge of Inevitable Defeat. Hui Yuhao resolutely shook his head and replied, I am unafraid. Fan Yu's declaration completely won Hui Yuhao's heart. As for the regret of not becoming a core disciple of the martial soul department, he comprehended that notion within mere seconds. He was not alone. For within him resided the presence of the Sky Dream Ice Worm. The Sky Dream Ice Worm had long asserted that it would assist him in obtaining the soul ring best suited for him, which constituted the greatest advantage of the martial soul disciples. This concern was non-existent. The benefits bestowed upon him by the core disciples of the martial soul department could also be afforded by the soul guidance department. Moreover, for the time being, he would still enjoy the privileges of a core disciple of the martial soul department. Fan Yu remarked, as long as you are unafraid of hardship, I shall impart all my knowledge to you. The resources available in our soul guidance department are significantly more abundant than those in the martial soul department. He approached Hui Yuhao and adorned him with a necklace. The necklace was black, and the pendant was a small, dark golden tag crafted from an unknown metal, bearing intricate patterns. With this tag, you may freely enter and exit all areas of the soul guidance department's outer academy. Let today pass, but starting tomorrow, you must come daily. Your students have just been assigned classes. Now, you may return. Yes, thank you, Teacher Fan Yu. Hui Yuhao replied as Joey led him away. Observing their departing figures, a faint smile of satisfaction graced Fan Yu's face. And the excitement from Kaitu had not yet faded. Wonderful. I now have a junior brother. At least now, the teacher cannot solely torment me. Fan Yu playfully tapped Kaitu's dark bald head, saying, Have I tormented you? Get to work. With a glum expression, Kaitu complied and walked away. Just as he left, a tall figure emerged from a distance, approaching Fan Yu. It was none other than Qian Duo, the vice dean of the Soul Guidance Department. Indeed, it has gone rather smoothly. This boy, Hui Yuhao, possesses a genuine character. He is a promising talent. That day, they employed a martial soul fusion technique to secure victory. I was elated at the time, but upon reflection, I could not help but feel considerable regret. Fortunately, Old Yin failed to recognize a gem in the rough, allowing us to seize a significant opportunity. Fan Yu, how confident are you in our extreme individual soldier program with him? Fan Yu replied earnestly, with Kaitu. I have only a 40% assurance, but with Hui Yuhao, I possess at least a 70% confidence. If the two of them collaborate, granting me 10 to 15 years, I am confident I can successfully cultivate a prototype of the extreme individual soldier. When they reach my age, they will attain our true objective. Excellent, Qian Duo exclaimed, thumping his robust chest. With your assurance, from this moment forth, all resources of the Soul Guidance Department shall be directed towards you. Should you succeed in our extreme individual soldier program, I can guarantee that you will become the next dean of our Soul Guidance Department. A fervent glint gradually surfaced in Fan Yu's eyes as he expressed, Dean Qian, you must understand that my desire to cultivate extreme individual soldiers is not motivated by a thirst for power. Qian Duo smiled gently, responding, I am well aware. For this is our shared aspiration. Once our goal is realized, it will mark the dawn of a new chapter for the entire Dulua continent. Fan Yu smiled faintly and remarked, as long as Yuhao's martial soul continues to develop in its current manner, success is assured. The martial soul system does not require the original martial soul. We need it. What of a 10-year spirit ring? Why fear a late start? To my mind, Yuhao's spirit ring is undeniably more potent than any century-old spirit ring. Moreover, according to Zhou Yi, in a mere 3 months, he has ascended from a 13th to a 17th level spirit power since entering the academy. I instructed Zhou Yi to keep this information confidential. Such a rate of growth could hardly be deemed wasteful. Fortunately, only the homeroom teacher has access to the enrollment forms. Qian Duoduo remarked, "Your Zhou Yi is quite peculiar, insisting on adopting an elderly demeanor. Aren't you going to manage her?" Fan Yu replied with a hint of exasperation. "With her temperament, do you think I can manage her? She insists that this way she commands respect among the students. Nevertheless, as long as she behaves differently at home in the evenings, it suffices." Zhou Yi led Hui Yuhao out of the Soul Guidance Department's experimental area and swiftly returned to the Martial Soul Department, though she did not take him back to the first-year teaching building. After passing through the Martial Soul Assessment area, Zhou Yi set Hui Yuhao down and inquired, "Yuhao, when you met with Director Du Willen earlier, did you ask about the effects of your Martial Soul Fusion technique?" "No," Hui Yuhao responded. Zhou Yi frowned slightly and said, "That won't do. How can you fight effectively without knowing your own Martial Soul Fusion technique's capabilities? Here's what you should do. Once we return, have Wang Dong inquire with Director Du. Have Wang Dong do it?" Hui Yuhao was momentarily taken aback. Zhou Yi smiled and explained, "Do you not understand? You are now a core disciple of the Soul Guidance Department. It is prudent to avoid frequent appearances before Director Du. Furthermore, it seems Teacher Wang Yin holds you in high regard, so you should maintain a low profile during your training. I am aware of your many uncertainties, but I must tell you that Teacher Fan Yu wholeheartedly wishes to nurture you into an exceptional talent. So do I. You may wonder why. Despite being a teacher in the Martial Soul Department, I lean toward the Soul Guidance Department. Allow me to share a secret. When you marry a chicken, follow the chicken. When you marry a dog, follow the dog. Fan Yu is my husband, and I must support him." As she spoke, Zhou Yi raised her right hand and gently peeled away a delicate human skin mask from the area behind her left cheek, revealing a stunningly beautiful face. She appeared no older than 28 or 29, her brows resembling spring mountains, and her countenance was captivatingly alluring. Hui Yuhao stood in stunned silence, utterly astonished to discover that the so-called eccentric Aunt Zhou Yi was, in fact, an exquisite beauty. Furthermore, upon observing her true visage, there was nothing remotely severe about her demeanor. Zhou Yi swiftly reattached her mask, a hint of exasperation in her voice as she remarked, "As you can see, my natural appearance lacks any intimidating quality, which is precisely why I resort to disguise. I adhere to my own educational principles. You may proceed to Class 1. In our original classroom. Remember, all that you have witnessed and learned must remain confidential, particularly the fact that you have become Fan Yu's direct disciple. Additionally, I've heard you have been selling grilled fish at night. Cease this endeavor, for you shall no longer possess the time for it. As for your expenses, the Soul Guidance Department will assume full responsibility. In due course, you will come to understand the substantial privileges afforded to core disciples of the Soul Guidance Department." "Understood." Teacher Zhou. In the brief span of half an hour, Hui Yuhao had absorbed an overwhelming amount of information, leaving him somewhat dazed. Yet, one thing was unequivocally clear: the significance placed upon him by the Soul Guidance Department, along with Teacher Fan Yu's encouragement and acceptance as a disciple, had entirely dispelled the sense of grievance he felt for not being a core disciple of the Martial Soul Department. Reporting. Upon returning to the classroom of Class 1, Hui Yuhao called out from outside the door. "Come in," came Wang Yan's voice. Hui Yuhao pushed the door open, and instantly, the gaze of every student in the class converged upon him. Among the 4 freshman classes, Class 1 undoubtedly boasted the strongest prowess, albeit with a smaller number of students. The combined total of the assault and control departments barely reached 60, while the largest cohort belonged to the mixed Class 4. Upon entering, Hui Yuhao immediately captivated the attention of all the students. Wang Yin smiled faintly and remarked, "Yuhao, your arrival is quite timely. We are about to commence the selection of the class leader. Please take your seat." Although the classes had been reorganized, the positions of Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong remained unchanged, while Xiao Xiao had moved to sit on Hui Yuhao's left. The 3 formed a cohesive trio. Hui Yuhao also noticed Dai Huabin, Zhu Lu, and Chui Yiji in the back row, with 2 lines of separation between them. As soon as he entered, Dai Huabin cast a cold glance in his direction. Behind the podium, Wang Yindao announced, "We will now proceed with the election for the class president and vice president. Since all the students in our class are battle soul masters from the assault and control departments, the positions will be filled alternately by students from each department every month. I will nominate candidates, followed by a secret ballot. With that, he turned to the blackboard and wrote 2 rows of names. The first row, labeled Assault Department, included Wang Dong, Dai Huabin, Zhou Xiqing, Huang Chutian, and Wu Feng. The second row, labeled Control Department, began with Hui Yuhao, followed by Chao Jinxian, Lan Susu, and Lan Luoluo. In total, 9 names appeared on the board, and the order in which Wang Yin wrote them revealed his thoughts. Wang Dong's name was placed at the top of the Assault Department, and there were no objections, as their team had just won the championship in the new student assessment. With Wang Dong being the main contributor, though he did not possess a 3-ring cultivation, everyone had witnessed the strength of his radiant goddess butterfly. However, when Hui Yuhao's name appeared first on the Control Department's list, it sparked a wave of whispers. The original students of Class 1 were relatively supportive, as Hui Yuhao was their class leader, and they understood his dedication. Yet, the other students who had merged from different classes wore expressions of disdain. Despite Hui Yuhao, Wang Dong, and Xiao Xiao winning the championship together, many secretly claimed that he was merely the luckiest among the new students. How could a mere 1-ring soul master with only a 10-year soul ring attain the championship and enjoy core disciple treatment, which stirred envy and jealousy among many? Teacher Wang, I have an objection. Wu Feng suddenly raised his hand from the back row, not far from Dai Huabin. Wang Yin, with a gentle demeanor, smiled and asked, "What is your concern, Wu Feng?" With a sneer, Wu Feng replied, "I believe Hui Yuhao is unqualified to participate in the election for class president. He is merely a 1-ring soul master with a 10-year soul ring. Even if he won the championship in the new student assessment, it was alongside Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao. What right does he have to run for class president?" Though Ning Tian had once mentioned to her doubts regarding Hui Yuhao's exceptional abilities, their understanding of the trio's combat capabilities, particularly when Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong executed their martial soul fusion technique, led them to unanimously conclude that it was Wang Dong's prowess that had incapacitated Ning Tian, and that Hui Yuhao could not achieve such a feat. Hui Yuhao's inclusion in the championship team was solely due to the martial soul fusion with Wang Dong. The defeat of Ning Tian, Wu Feng, and Nemin Yuner by Hui Yuhao and his companions had left her with lingering resentment, prompting her to raise an immediate protest. Her words garnered the support of several students, particularly those from the Control Department. In that moment, a palpable sense of fervor enveloped the room. Wang Yin furrowed his brow and spoke in a somber tone. Hui Yuhao, along with Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao, has earned the title of freshman champion for reasons rooted in their exceptional abilities. I have personally experienced his soul skills, and few control-type soul masters at the same level can rival him. My nominations are based solely on the rankings from the freshman assessment and individual prowess. However, Wu Feng was unyielding. Teacher Wang, you yourself stated that his soul skills are decent among his peers. But what does that signify? He is merely a 1st-ring soul master. Our class boasts not only 2nd-ring members but even 3rd-ring soul venerates. Why should a 1st-ring soul master be considered for class leader? Can he truly command respect? Bang! Wang Dong slammed his hand on the table, rising abruptly to point an accusing finger at Wu Feng, exclaiming with indignation, "Don't go too far. Are you still bitter about losing to us in the elimination rounds? If you have the capability, prove it during the assessment." Wu Feng retorted angrily, "I am indeed unsatisfied. So what? Isn't it said that control types excel against assault types? If he can defeat me, I shall concede and acknowledge his qualification for class leader." "You're talking nonsense. I'll fight you. If you dare, meet me in the soul fighting arena." Wang Dong's eyes blazed with fury, his soul power surging restlessly. "Enough." Wang Yin's authoritative voice, imbued with a potent wave of soul power, abruptly silenced them both. "Sit down." Reluctantly, Wu Feng and Wang Dong returned to their seats. Wang Yin continued solemnly, "Since there is dissent, let us put it to a vote. If those opposing Hui Yuhao's candidacy for class leader exceed half, I shall remove his name. Those in disagreement, please raise your hands." Had it been Shoei, she would have undoubtedly handled the matter differently, firmly advocating for Hui Yuhao's leadership and imposing penalties on dissenters with an iron fist. However, Wang Yin, as a gentle scholar, though theoretically astute, lacked the stringent control over his students that Shoei possessed. Once Wang Yin finished speaking, whether fueled by jealousy over Hui Yuhao's victory as a 1st-ring master or swayed by Wu Feng's remarks, nearly 2/3 of the students raised their hands in opposition. Only the students from Class 1 and a few more composed and mild-mannered individuals refrained from doing so. The students admitted to Shrek Academy are, without a doubt, prodigies, as evidenced by the majority achieving optimal soul ring configurations by the 4th ring. Their pride is unmistakable. How could they accept a soul master with merely a decade of soul rings as their class leader without harboring resentment and envy? Wang Yin was clearly taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, momentarily rendered speechless. In a fit of rage, Wang Dong was about to rise again. But Hu Yuhao seized his arm, restraining him. Wu Feng, wearing a smirk of triumph, remarked, "Teacher Wang, it appears the majority is in agreement. Please remove his name." Wang Yin found himself in a predicament. He had taught numerous students, yet he had never encountered a situation quite like this. Having already spoken his mind, he now felt trapped, casting an apologetic glance towards Hu Yuhao. Just as he was about to announce the cancellation of Hu Yuhao's candidacy for class leader, Hu Yuhao slowly raised his right hand. Since Wu Feng had raised his objection, Hu Yuhao appeared outwardly unaffected, even restraining the agitated Wang Dong. But was his heart truly at peace? Wang Yin said, "Yuhao, please speak." Hu Yuhao slowly rose to his feet, not even casting a glance at the skeptical Wu Feng. His tone measured, yet slightly more deliberate than usual. "Teacher Wang, I comprehend the objections raised by Wu Feng. She questions my qualifications for the position of class president. Before you announce the cancellation of my candidacy, I would like to state my willingness to accept Wu Feng's challenge. Should I prevail, I request a revote from everyone." His voice remained calm, yet the moment his words resonated, the previously noisy class one of the first year fell into an immediate hush. The astonished expressions on the faces of Dai Huabin, Zhu Lu, and even Wu Feng herself revealed their utter disbelief. None had anticipated that Hu Yuhao would dare to accept Wu Feng's challenge. Wu Feng possessed the formidable red dragon martial soul, and in terms of martial soul quality, even if it were slightly inferior to Dai Huabin's white tiger and Wang Dong's radiant goddess butterfly, the disparity was minuscule. With the optimal pairing of 200-year soul rings and her own impressive combat prowess at approximately level 25, she far surpassed Hu Yuhao in every aspect. This was evident from her ability to become a core disciple despite her less-than-stellar ranking in the freshman assessment. Even the discerning eyes of the teachers at Shrek Academy recognized Wu Feng's considerable potential. Although Hu Yuhao is a control-type soul master, he specializes in the spiritual aspect of control, possessing only a meager soul power of merely a dozen levels and a solitary 10-year soul ring. From any perspective, no one would anticipate that he could rival Wu Feng. Yet at this moment, Hu Yuhao boldly declared his intention to accept Wu Feng's challenge. His voice steady and devoid of impulsiveness, further astonishing those present with the unwavering determination he conveyed. Wang Yan's pupils narrowed slightly as he regarded Hu Yuhao's calm demeanor. He fell silent for a few moments before taking a deep breath and nodding in agreement. "Very well, since that is the case. I consent to both of you battling in the soul arena. However, for the sake of fairness, let us establish a wager. If Wu Feng triumphs over Hu Yuhao, then Hu Yuhao shall forfeit his candidacy for class president. Conversely, if Hu Yuhao prevails, Wu Feng shall relinquish her bid for the position of martial soul department leader. Today, I shall make an exception. Everyone, please rise and proceed to the martial soul area." Wu Feng raised no objections to the wager. With Wang Dong and Dai Huabin ahead of her, her chances of being selected were already slim, and how could she possibly believe she would lose to Hu Yuhao, who possessed only a single 10-year soul ring? After a brief moment of astonishment, a look of disdain and contempt filled Wu Feng's face. As the students filed out of the classroom, she deliberately approached Hu Yuhao and whispered, "Today, I shall make it so that you can no longer take care of yourself." Hu Yuhao cast a cold glance at the red dragon spirit master, whose demeanor was as masculine as that of a man, and strode outward. Today, he had endured much, and he understood that if he succumbed to fear and forfeited his position as class leader, he would forever be unable to hold his head high within this class. The impact on his state of mind far outweighed other considerations, thus, he chose to fight. Even in defeat, he would fight, and should he face loss, he would do so with the valor of a man. If he lacked the courage to accept Wu Feng's challenge, what right would he have to seek vengeance in the future? All the students of Class 1 gathered at the soul fighting arena, where Wang Yin provided them with the necessary fees for the battle. This would be a soul fight devoid of any spectators other than the first-year students. Marking Hu Yuhao and Wu Feng's inaugural contest since entering Shrek Academy, Wang Dong remained closely by Hu Yuhao's side, yet he had not uttered a single word. He understood Hu Yuhao's sentiments today, having failed to become a core disciple and faced with such skepticism. Hu Yuhao chose not to endure silently but to demonstrate his worth through action. Xiao Xiao, too, said nothing, her gaze fixed upon the silent Hu Yuhao. In her eyes, this companion was no longer merely a boy, but a man, one unafraid to confront challenges. Not everyone possesses the courage to face a clearly superior opponent. How many could fight knowing defeat was inevitable? Bets are open. I am the house. Is there anyone willing to wager? Shouted Zhou Siqing, a powerful assault-type spirit master with a treasure spirit. Hu Yuhao and Wu Feng were accompanied by teacher Wang Yin towards the arena, and naturally, no one paid attention to the students. I bet 100 gold soul coins on Wu Feng, declared Dai Huabin, the first to approach Zhou Siqing, producing a heavy pouch of coins. Zhou Siqing's muscles twitched momentarily, and he replied, "Must you be so harsh?" Dai Huabin dismissed him with disdain, saying, "If you dare to be the house, you must possess the courage to accept wagers. Otherwise, keep your mouth shut." Zhou Siqing, provoked by Dai Huabin's haughty words, retorted angrily, "I'll take it. I'm not afraid of you. Winning only costs you 10 gold soul coins anyway. I'll accept as much as you wish." However, the subsequent scene left him feeling utterly dismayed. A multitude of students rushed toward him, almost in unison placing their bets on Wu Feng. The disparity in strength was so great that no one deemed Hu Yuhao worthy of their support, even with the enticing odds. Zhou Siqing's expression darkened as he realized his earlier bravado had left him with no way to recant. His face turned as grim as a pot's bottom. "I bet 1,000 gold soul coins on Hu Yuhao." At that moment, a voice that thrilled Zhou Siqing rang out. Approaching him, Wang Dong presented a beautifully crafted gold ticket. Xiao Xiao, following closely behind, produced another ticket, stating, "I bet 1,000 as well." Listening to the voices of the two, Zhou Siqing felt as if he were receiving a divine decree. The other participants had collectively wagered just over 2,000 gold soul coins, whereas Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao had staked an amount that was quite substantial. This implied that even in the event that Hu Yuhao were to lose, as the banker, he would not suffer significant losses. At last, he had navigated through the perilous moment. "We bet 50 gold soul coins on Hu Yuhao." Two crisp voices resonated simultaneously, leaving Zhou Siqing astounded that anyone dared to place a bet on Hu Yuhao. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that it was none other than the sisters Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo, who had approached to place their wagers after Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao. The sisters exchanged faint smiles with Wang Dong before producing 50 gold soul coins each. "I shall wager 50 as well," came another voice. And Zhou Siqing found himself momentarily dumbfounded, as the final bettor was none other than his close friend, Chao Jinxian, who possessed the time flow spirit. During their previous encounter with Hu Yuhao and his companions, Chao Jinxian had been rendered unconscious by their combined soul assault without even having the chance to unleash his soul skills. "Jinxian, what are you doing?" Zhou Siqing inquired, perplexed. Chao Jinxian chuckled, "I know you have money, so why not take a chance on an underdog?" Zhou Siqing regarded him with suspicion. "That doesn't seem right. You've always been one to avoid risks unless there's a profit to be made." With an air of nonchalance, Chao Jinxian replied, "That's not your concern. I'm merely betting 50. It's not too severe. However, I must caution you. Should Hu Yuhao emerge victorious, you may find yourself in dire straits. With a payout of 10 to 1, those 2,100 gold soul coins would balloon to 21,000. Do you possess such an amount?" Upon hearing this, a cold sweat broke out across Zhou Siqing's forehead. Indeed, what if Hu Yuhao were to win? Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao each had 1,000 gold soul coins. And at 10 times the stakes, that would amount to an astronomical figure for him. "Wang Dong, Xiao Xiao, could you perhaps lower your bets?" Just a moment ago, Zhou Siqing had hoped for an upset, but now his perspective had flipped dramatically. Wang Dong confidently asserted, "I will accept whatever amount you propose. I have faith in you, Hao. I'm not afraid of losing. Why should you be?" With that, he turned and took a seat with Xiao Xiao. Watching their retreating figures, Zhou Siqing muttered with irritation, "Humph, let us see how you weep when you lose." It would be miraculous for Hu Yuhao to triumph over Wu Feng. The disparity is simply too great. Alas, the odds I set are truly pitiful. Had I known, I would have played it more conservatively for a potential profit. Chao Jinxian patted his shoulder and said earnestly, "Impulsiveness is indeed a devil." As they fervently placed their bets, Hu Yuhao and Wu Feng had already entered the battle arena. To ensure fairness, Wang Yin had personally taken on the role of referee. Upon entering the arena, Wang Yin solemnly stated, "I reiterate, this is a friendly sparring match between classmates. You may exert yourselves fully, but you must not inflict lasting harm upon your opponent. Is that understood? Should I observe one party gaining an absolute advantage, I shall immediately terminate the match." Hu Yuhao and Wu Feng nodded simultaneously. Wu Feng, with a carefree demeanor, remarked, "Teacher Wang, Does that mean you will have to terminate the competition in just a few seconds? As she spoke, she turned and strode toward the edge of the arena. Although not yet 12 years old, Wu Feng's development was evidently ahead of that of most girls her age. Her figure was already quite tall, and her feminine features were distinctly pronounced. Particularly striking was her mane of fiery red hair, which exuded a unique beauty. However, her somewhat unruly personality, which was more boisterous than that of her male counterparts, appeared somewhat discordant when juxtaposed with her own allure. Hui Yuhao gradually stepped back, yet Wang Yin softly advised him. If the situation is insurmountable, do not force yourself. At times, patience is also a form of strength. Hui Yuhao could sense Wang Yin's concern for him, and he nodded in acknowledgement, slowly stepping back. He understood Wang Yin's good intentions, yet he had resolutely decided to fight with unwavering determination, never contemplating retreat. Soon, the distance between the two sides widened to 100 meters. Wang Yin stood at the center of the arena, arms outstretched, and after ensuring both parties were ready, he suddenly brought his arms together with a booming command. Begin. Wu Feng moved in an instant, his crimson hair billowing like a cloud of red as he charged full speed towards Hui Yuhao. With every powerful leap of his long legs, his body surged forward, covering dozens of meters in the blink of an eye. As he raced, dragon scales began to emerge, cloaking half of his body. Though the distance was still considerable, Hui Yuhao could already sense the palpable ferocity emanating from him. Remarkably, Hui Yuhao remained motionless, closing his eyes and standing there quietly, as if in a meditative trance. The stands fell into complete silence, all eyes fixated on the soul-fighting arena. Among the most attentive were Wang Dong, Xiao Xiao, and of course, Shou Xiqing, who had placed a significant bet. Chao Jinxian also watched intently, but unlike most, his gaze did not follow Wu Feng. Instead, he focused on Hui Yuhao, scrutinizing his every move. Just as Shou Xiqing had surmised, Chao Jinxian's wager on Hui Yuhao was not a fleeting impulse or a mere pursuit of high returns. He had his own objectives. Within Shou Xiqing's team, the true core was, in fact, Chao Jinxian. His time flow bell, a remarkably rare control-type spirit weapon, allowed him to manipulate the passage of time. Their journey to the top four was largely attributed to Chao Jinxuan's contributions. As an adept control-type soul master, Chao Jinxian possessed a deeper understanding of Hui Yuhao, who shared the same classification than most others. During their previous confrontation, he had been incapacitated without even using a single soul technique, leading many to attribute the victory to Wang Dong. Yet, Chao Jinxian knew that it was a mental attribute attack, even with Wang Dong's assistance. The true situation was that Hui Yuhao was the main assailant. More crucially, he had taken precautions against such ranged attacks. Surrounding his body, time was subtly distorted, a fact imperceptible to the naked eye, thus he did not fear single-target ranged assaults. However, while his time flow bell could distort time, it could not counteract Hui Yuhao's mental detection. The attack struck true, leaving him no opportunity to evade. This piqued Chao Jinxuan's interest in Hui Yuhao even further. He was a person with an insatiable thirst for knowledge. After all, Hui Yuhao possessed only a 10-year spirit ring. He was eager to uncover how Hui Yuhao achieved such feats. Could one soul technique serve the purpose of two? Or did a single soul technique possess dual effects? A probing attack accompanied by an assault. Was that still a mere 10-year spirit ring? Only a 100,000-year spirit ring would bestow two skills. Consequently, while everyone believed Hui Yuhao would ultimately falter, Chao Jinxian held a degree of confidence in him that surpassed even that of Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao. Sometimes, an adversary understands a person better than a companion. Within the arena of combat, the distance between the two opponents has diminished significantly. Confronted with the stillness of Hui Yuhao, Wu Feng heightened her vigilance, for Ning Tian had previously been knocked unconscious. After conducting subsequent analyses, they concluded that the most effective defensive strategy was to concentrate their soul power in their heads, safeguarding their mental domain from being breached by the enemy. Thus, Wu Feng refrained from employing any soul skills, believing that a direct contest of combat strength would leave Hui Yuhao with no chance whatsoever. She merely needed to be cautious of his mental shock soul technique. In fact, apart from Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao, nearly all the students were unaware that Hui Yuhao's primary soul skill was mental detection. As the distance between them shrank to 5 meters, Wu Feng suddenly stamped her left foot on the ground, propelling herself upward like a swift arrow aimed at Hui Yuhao. At that precise moment, Hui Yuhao finally made his move. As Wu Feng lunged forward, he swiftly dodged to the left. Simultaneously, he delivered a kick directed at Wu Feng's abdomen. In her advance, Wu Feng had raised her arms, striking downwards towards Hui Yuhao's shoulders. However, thanks to his mental detection, Wu Yuhao perfectly anticipated her trajectory, allowing him to evade her assault almost as soon as she moved. His right foot was positioned to strike at Wu Feng's most vulnerable area. Despite her unwavering confidence, Wu Feng found herself in a precarious situation, unwilling to be struck by Hu Yuhao's kick. Reluctantly, she twisted her body midair in an attempt to evade. Yet her forward momentum could not be altered. Unexpectedly, Hu Yuhao halted his kick mid-motion, swiftly advancing his left foot forward by over half a meter, while transforming his right foot kick into a powerful thrust, landing squarely on Wu Feng's well-defined, rounded posterior. The buttocks, being central to the human body's balance, lost their stability upon impact. As Wu Feng was maneuvering sideways to evade, she felt a tremendous force against her rear, instinctively letting out a startled cry. Nearly straining her back, she pressed her left hand against the ground, seeking to regain control of her body. After Hu Yuhao delivered a swift kick, he immediately followed up with his next move. His right foot, having struck out, landed firmly on the ground as he launched himself towards Wu Feng with great force. Remarkably, even with his eyes closed, he perceived the world around him with a clarity that surpassed mere sight. As Wu Feng's left hand made contact with the ground, her body momentarily paused in its descent. In that instant, Hu Yuhao advanced again, shifting his weight to his left leg and aiming a kick towards Wu Feng's slender waist. Wu Feng, determined not to let him succeed, quickly raised her right knee to intercept Hu Yuhao's left foot. With her left arm pressing against the ground for support, she leveraged her exceptional physical prowess to execute a rapid somersault, delivering a powerful kick aimed at Hu Yuhao. In a fit of indignation, she unleashed her full strength. And although she did not employ her soul skills, the might of a great soul master should never be underestimated. Yet, once again, Wu Feng misjudged the situation. Hu Yuhao, who had seemingly committed to his left foot, suddenly retracted at mid-motion, crouching low to evade Wu Feng's strike. In a fluid motion, he propelled himself forward, his palms crashing decisively against Wu Feng's back. As for the ongoing chapter updates from the Tang Sect, our current monthly votes stand at 1,950. Today, we have fulfilled our minimum 2 updates. We are not yet in first place, and as the leader of the Tang Sect, I must strive for excellence. I will now announce the Tang Sect's tasks. I have 3 chapters ready in reserve, 1 with 3,000 words and 2 with 2,000 words each. For the 3,000 word chapter, an additional update will be granted for every 300 monthly votes. For the 2,000 word chapters, every 200 votes will earn 1 extra update. During this double vote period, the actual required votes are effectively halved. Brothers and sisters of the Tang Sect, let us swiftly complete these tasks. It is not difficult to have the 3rd chapter released. Go. I seek your monthly votes. I am ready for the challenge. From 1,950 to 2,250. We are on the verge of reaching 300 votes. I will post this now to save you from urging me later. The next 2 chapters I prepared are both 2,000 words each, meaning an additional update for every 200 votes. During this double vote period, it is truly manageable. Show me your resolve, and let us maximize our efforts. This task is valid only for today. Let the monthly votes pour in. The Tang Sect shall always strive for first place. Chapter 35. I have yet to be defeated. At this moment, Hu Yuhao showed no mercy. His palms, akin to jade, executed the technique of controlling the crane and capturing the dragon. With a resounding thud, Wu Feng's body was propelled 5 meters away by Hu Yuhao's powerful strike, leaving her unable to maintain her balance. She tumbled to the ground, rolling like a gourd. Although Hu Yuhao's cultivation does not match that of Wu Feng, he possesses a formidable 17th level soul power, marking him as a true soul master. The 2 strikes he unleashed with all his might, employing the techniques of the mystic jade hand and the controlling crane and capturing dragon, were indeed quite formidable. As Wu Feng turned and rose, her delicate form swayed slightly, and with a sudden gasp, she unexpectedly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, clearly indicating she had sustained injuries. In the stands, the first-year students were utterly astonished, each one left speechless. Before this contest commenced, who could have possibly anticipated such an outcome? Who could have foreseen it? To everyone's astonishment, Hu Yuhao had gained a complete upper hand, leaving Wu Feng without any means to retaliate. Dai Huabin was taken aback. Lu was surprised, Xiao Zhao's eyes widened, Zhou Xiqing nervously bit his finger, while Chao Jinxuan's eyes sparkled with excitement, fixated on Hu Yuhao. At least on the surface, neither side had utilized their soul skills. A powerful assault-type battle soul master was unexpectedly bested in hand-to-hand combat by a control-type battle soul master, despite the significant disparity in their cultivation levels. Wu Feng, possessing the red dragon martial spirit, should have been far superior to Hui Yuhao in terms of physical attributes, including speed, strength, and flexibility. Yet, what was happening? Not only had she been kicked, but she had also been struck by both of Hui Yuhao's palms, sending her flying and causing her to cough up blood. Even while wielding her red dragon martial spirit, which granted her considerable defensive capabilities, she was still injured. How could Hui Yuhao possess such remarkable abilities? During the freshman assessment competition, aside from using the Ghost Shadow Misty Steps against Dai Huabin and his companions, he had scarcely engaged in direct combat, remaining in the background. Consequently, his close-quarters combat prowess had been overlooked by everyone. It was only at this moment that they realized how gravely mistaken they had been, particularly those students whose cultivation levels did not even reach 2 rings, who couldn't help but wonder if they could have triumphed in close combat against Hui Yuhao. Could Wu Feng's defeat truly be attributed merely to her carelessness? Wang Yin watched in a daze, having considered numerous potential strategies for Hui Yuhao to counter Wu Feng. Yet he had never contemplated close combat. Hui Yuhao had managed to exploit his shortcomings to strike at the enemy's strengths, and he had emerged victorious. The most astonished of all was Wu Feng herself. She never anticipated that Hui Yuhao would engage her in such a manner. The mental assault she had been on guard against never materialized, and instead, she suffered a substantial setback in close combat. Her back burned with pain. When Hui Yuhao's palm struck her back, it felt as though she had been brutally hit by 2 iron blocks, with 2 streams of gentle power surging within her. Although described as gentle, these forces penetrated directly into her internal organs, and her overwhelming soul power could not dispel them in an instant, forcing her to expel a mouthful of blood to regain some composure. However, her internal organs had indeed sustained injury. What further infuriated Wu Feng was the kick to her backside. While her ample flesh dulled the pain, the humiliation of such an act before the entire class was unbearable. Moreover, she had never allowed a man to touch that area. A wave of strange sensations coursed through her, contributing to her momentary stumble upon standing. "You bastard! I will kill you!" Wu Feng roared, charging at Hui Yuhao like a frenzied lioness, this time without holding back. Her first soul skill, Dragon's Fire, was unleashed in an instant. Among all the assault-type battle soul masters in the class, Dai Huabin, with his 1,000-year soul ring technique, the White Tiger's diamond transformation, undoubtedly ranked first in soul skill enhancement, with Wu Feng claiming the second position. Her 2 skills, Dragon's Fire and Dragon's Fury, bestow upon her formidable enhancement capabilities, while also possessing a measure of close-range offensive power. In melee combat, she is undoubtedly a formidable contender. If Dai Huabin refrains from utilizing his 3rd soul skill, neither of them is guaranteed an advantage in close-quarters combat. However, she recently suffered a setback at the hands of Hui Yuhao, and it was a significant one at that. Hui Yuhao's eyes remained closed, yet the expression on his face grew grave. He had managed to inflict injury upon Wu Feng in close combat, not merely due to surprise, but also thanks to the Tang Sect's exquisite techniques and his own acute precognitive abilities. Furthermore, Wu Feng had not utilized her soul skills. The fierce dragon fire blazed intensely within a foot of Wu Feng's body, the searing heat palpable even before his arrival. As a spirit-type battle soul master, Hui Yuhao's spiritual, martial soul could not augment his physical body in the slightest. While he possessed foresight, he could not penetrate his opponent's protective soul skill. Nevertheless, Hui Yuhao did not retreat. He understood that this battle offered him scant opportunities, and to have injured his opponent while she was still unfamiliar with his close combat prowess was already a commendable feat, yet he harbored a fierce unwillingness to accept defeat. Even the slightest chance would not be forfeited. Thus, Hui Yuhao advanced, his feet tracing the shadows of the ghostly steps, braving the oppressive heat as he charged toward Wu Feng. This time, Wu Feng did not leap, but instead dashed toward Hui Yuhao in swift, measured steps. As their proximity diminished, her left hand lunged directly for his chest, her feet firmly planted on the ground. Despite her fiery temperament, her position as a core disciple indicated she was no fool. She had learned from past experiences. As she launched her strike, Hui Yuhao's body unexpectedly veered to the left, evading Wu Feng's attack while maintaining a distance beyond her reach, swiftly lowering himself to evade further. In a flash, Wu Feng's right leg shot up, targeting Hui Yuhao as he fell. Her speed was remarkable, and it seemed inevitable that her kick would land squarely on his chest. Yet, just at that moment, Hui Yuhao's foot slipped, causing him to lose control and descend abruptly. Wu Feng's kick nearly grazed his chest. and it was evident that Hui Yuhao's clothing instantly scorched to a charred yellow hue. The searing heat of the dragon fire enveloped him in the wake of her strike. His spiritual sensing was not infallible. His speed could not match the extent of his mental prowess. Achieving this precarious situation had already stretched him to his limits. With Wu Feng's kick missing its target, she found herself momentarily side-on to Hui Yuhao. As he lay back, Hui Yuhao extended both hands to grasp Wu Feng, pulling her downward while enduring the searing heat of the dragon fire. He delivered a powerful kick to her back, causing her to stumble forward. However, Hui Yuhao's grip was fleeting. The temperature surrounding Wu Feng, protected by the dragon fire, was far too intense for him to maintain contact. He only managed to grasp the hem of her garment, or more precisely, her trousers. In that fleeting moment, Hui Yuhao was momentarily taken aback. The force of his kick instinctively diminished. Wu Feng stumbled forward, her hands instinctively reaching for her trousers, a tempest of embarrassment and anger flooding her being. She quickly sank into a half-crouch, simultaneously sweeping her right foot backward. When one harbors a guilty conscience, their mind inevitably falters. Hui Yuhao was no exception. Although he did not visually observe, the three-dimensional effect of his spiritual detection was nearly indistinguishable from reality. He blurted out, "I saw nothing." Wu Feng's foot had already approached him. There was no possibility of evasion. Resigned to his fate, Hui Yuhao gathered his palms, using his Xian Yu hand to shield against the fierce blow of the red dragon's tail. The force wielded by Wu Feng was immensely powerful, bolstered by her soul power. Hui Yuhao felt as though a colossal branding iron had struck him fiercely, propelling him to slide along the ground. His hands, protected by the Xian Yu hand, escaped burns. However, the sheer power of the kick was insurmountable, and he could not withstand it with merely the strength of his arms. As the back of his hand collided with his face, a dizzying sensation engulfed him, and blood gushed from his nose. After landing a kick on Hui Yuhao, Wu Feng finally managed to secure her trousers, feeling as though she might lose her sanity. "Hui Yuhao, you scoundrel!" The vibrant crimson aura surrounding Wu Feng instantly transformed into a deep red, and she unleashed her second soul skill, Dragon's Fury. Embodying the essence of a red dragon as she lunged fiercely at Hui Yuhao, exuding an air of relentless vengeance. At that very moment, Hui Yuhao finally opened his eyes. Wang Yin, poised to act, halted in his tracks the instant Hui Yuhao's gaze met the world. Hui Yuhao's eyes shimmered with a radiant golden hue, undiminished even in contrast to the vivid crimson of Wu Feng's attire. Enveloped in a fit of rage and simultaneously unleashing two soul skills, Wu Feng had entirely forgotten to guard against Hui Yuhao's true offensive prowess. It was as if a pinprick had gently pierced her mind, causing Wu Feng to momentarily lapse into a daze, the dark red aura enveloping her fading slightly. The excruciating pain from the soul shock compelled her to instinctively cradle her head. Seizing the opportunity, Hui Yuhao leapt into action, charging towards Wu Feng with both hands aimed at her collar, intending to throw her off balance. However, even the most meticulous plans can falter. He underestimated the formidable power of the dragon's fury and neglected the injury to his arm inflicted by Wu Feng's earlier kick. Although he grasped her collar, a searing heat enveloped him in an instant, making him feel as if he had seized the very essence of the sun. The fabric of his sleeves disintegrated into ash, and a sudden, excruciating pain shot through his arms, prompting him to instinctively release his grip. Despite experiencing a soul shock, Wu Feng's instinct for battle remained intact. She instinctively jerked her body, her left shoulder colliding forcefully with Hui Yuhao's chest, sending him sprawling backward. The impact was tremendous. Although his protective soul power prevented his ribs from shattering, the intense heat coursed through him, and the powerful force caused him to spit out a mouthful of blood while still airborne, plunging to the ground as darkness enveloped his vision, nearly causing him to faint. Wu Feng crouched on the ground, cradling her head, emitting agonized groans. Hui Yuhao's long-prepared soul shock was not easily endured. Blood trickled from her nose, but compared to Hui Yuhao's condition, hers was somewhat more tolerable. "It is over," Wang Yin thought with a silent sigh. Although Hui Yuhao had been defeated, he could be said to have lost with honor. Given his cultivation, managing to injure Wu Feng in close combat was a source of pride, after all. His expertise lay in control and support. It was surprising to witness his prowess in melee combat as well. Yet, was it truly the end? Wu Feng, still holding her head, slowly rose from the ground. The severe headache caused her soul power to fluctuate erratically. This was an immense humiliation. As the throbbing pain gradually subsided, Wu Feng saw Wang Yin standing between them, realizing that she could no longer attack Hui Yuhao today. Nevertheless, the fury within her compelled her to scream in a frenzied rage, "Hui Yuhao, just wait. As long as you remain in Class 1, I will target you every single day until you are expelled from Shrek Academy. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Hui Yuhao struggled to rise from the ground. When he lifted his head, the spectators were astonished to see a faint red hue in his eyes. He gazed coldly at Wu Feng, resembling a bloodthirsty tiger poised to pounce on its prey. That fierce glare sent a shiver down Wu Feng's spine, as if she had been stung by a venomous scorpion. I have not yet lost. Hui Yuhao's voice bore a raspy quality, yet it resonated with a profound sense of determination and resolve. Indeed, he had not yet succumbed. As long as a flicker of strength remained, he would never concede defeat. The stubbornness and obsession within his heart sustained him, and the pain of his body, coupled with the scornful taunts, unleashed years of suppressed resentment in a sudden eruption. At that very moment, his body quivered, and his pale red eyes transformed into a hue both terrifying and steeped in the essence of death, a foreboding gray. The pressure was mounting. The additional chapter for reaching 2,450 votes had been released, leaving only one chapter remaining. I must hasten to compose the text. Your enthusiasm is remarkable. If we reach 2,650 today, the final chapter will be beyond my grasp. Come forth, cast your monthly votes, and let us persevere. In 2 days, I have produced 11 updates, fervently seeking monthly votes and recommendations. There is much I wish to refrain from expressing. In times of hardship, one must uphold their integrity. I strive to write diligently and seek support earnestly. I aim to live a life of purity and to contribute a splendid novel for all. In these 2 days, I have provided 11 updates as a gesture of gratitude to every supporter of my work. I humbly request your monthly votes and recommendations. Chapter 36, The Awakening of Gray. To everyone's astonishment, Hui Yuhao stood up once more, his voice hoarse yet resolute as he declared that he had not yet been defeated. In that moment, the students who had once believed the outcome was already determined fell into a hushed silence, their expressions a mixture of disbelief as they gazed at Hui Yuhao. They could scarcely fathom the source of strength that allowed him to rise after enduring such a devastating blow from Wu Feng. Was the competition for class leader truly so crucial? To Hui Yuhao, the title of class leader held little significance. What mattered was his dignity. He could not permit his honor to be trampled upon. Thus, even in the face of inevitable defeat, he chose to fight, rising once again despite his grievous injuries. Wu Feng's hysteria waned upon witnessing the crimson glint in Hui Yuhao's eyes, and as his gaze gradually shifted to a shade of gray, she suddenly felt as though an invisible hand was tightening around her throat, inducing a sense of suffocation. For the first time, she perceived Hui Yuhao as formidable, instilling a sense of fear within her. No matter how assertive she appeared, she was still merely a girl of less than 12 years. Wang Yan, observing Hui Yuhao's transformation, stood transfixed, taking several steps back as his heart raced uncontrollably. He contemplated a possibility concerning the essence of Hui Yuhao's martial soul. Therefore, he refrained from interrupting the soul battle, fixated on Hui Yuhao, keenly sensing the changes unfolding within him. Hui Yuhao was indeed undergoing transformation. As his blood surged into his pupils, his heart remained filled with indomitable fighting spirit, and the resentment within him surged forth. Suddenly, a wave of coolness quietly unfurled within the ocean of his mind, enveloping every corner of his consciousness. The astonished voice of the heavenly dream-eyed silkworm echoed alongside it. In that fleeting moment, Hui Yuhao's mental ocean turned gray, and the gray bead that had long been dormant in his mind vanished. The soothing sensation silently smoothed the rising tide of his wrath, and the gentle aura swiftly restored his clarity of thought, transforming his eyes to match the hue of his altered mental landscape. Hatred can blind your vision. A venerable voice resonated clearly within Hui Yuhao's consciousness, audible even to the heavenly dream-eyed silkworm. 10 orbs of golden light ignited simultaneously, attempting to dispel the gray mist. However, it seemed insubstantial, impervious to the powerful source energy of the heavenly dream-eyed silkworm, showing no sign of dissipating. The utilization of spiritual power should indeed manifest in this manner. Hui Yuhao realized that his body felt as though it had slipped from his control, yet everything was vividly clear in his mind. He soon sensed his soul power beginning to boil, the essence of his Xiantian Gong remaining unchanged in quantity and intensity. In the next moment, his once gray spiritual eyes sparkled with renewed brilliance. The soul shock was unleashed once more. Hui Yuhao was astonished to find that the initiation of his soul shock appeared somewhat sluggish, reminiscent of a serpent slowly unfurling its tongue. However, what had initially been a mass of soul shock reduced to a filament, which he gently expelled towards Wu Feng before retracting swiftly. To the observing students, Hui Yuhao's eyes suddenly blazed with clarity, no longer the murky gray but now crystalline and transparent. Following this, the gray light flickered subtly, and in an instant, A scream erupted from the other side. Wu Feng had prepared herself out of fear, concentrating her soul power in defense of her mind. Yet, in that very moment, she felt as if a gray steel needle was slowly piercing before her, layer by layer breaching her defenses, ultimately tapping gently upon her brain. With her sleek red hair lifted, Wu Feng's eyes transformed to gray in that instant, and she collapsed backwards, succumbing to unconsciousness. The battle had concluded. Yet each student in the first-year class found themselves as if gripped by an unseen hand around their throats, unable to utter a sound. Hui Yuhao's body swayed slightly, the gray in his eyes gradually fading, yet he remained steadfast, his posture upright. His restored black gaze swept over his classmates in the stands before he slowly made his way off the field, choosing not to glance at Wu Feng again. Wang Yin swiftly approached Wu Feng, assessing her condition. She had merely fainted and suffered no real harm. Nevertheless, Wang Yin hurriedly lifted her and transported her to the infirmary. As he ran, a fervent emotion ignited within him. Indeed, it must be the second awakening of the innate martial soul. Otherwise, how could his eyes have changed color? How could he have triumphed over Wu Feng? Hui Yuhao emerged victorious. He had won. No, I must seek out Elder Xian and ensure he recognizes him. Hui Yuhao swiftly made his way to the lounge. The moment the competition concluded, Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao had dashed out, coincidentally encountering the stern-faced Hui Yuhao in the lounge. Yuhao, you were exceptional, Xiao Xiao exclaimed, bubbling with excitement. However, Wang Dong seemed to sense something amiss and took a few strides to stand before Hui Yuhao. Hui Yuhao gazed deeply at him, and the next moment, he collapsed onto Wang Dong, losing consciousness. Even his breath was fiery. Hui Yuhao's injuries were, in fact, far more severe than those of Wu Feng. The impact from Wu Feng, enhanced by dual soul techniques, had truly inflicted significant damage upon him. Yet, he persisted, refusing to succumb, unwilling to fall in front of his fellow students. A steadfast determination burned within his chest, propelling him all the way to the resting room. Wang Dong held him tightly, and with the assistance of Xiao Xiao, carried him on his back, hastily fleeing the scene. Yu Hao was reluctant to allow others to witness his weakened state. Fulfilling his wish consumed Wang Dong's thoughts in that moment. He sprinted towards the dormitory with fervor. It was only then that Xiao Xiao realized the urgency, promptly following suit and ensuring their safe return to the dormitory before finally pausing. Hui Yuhao's body lay in a deep slumber. Yet his consciousness was drawn back to the Sea of Spirit, where he found himself remarkably alert. Old fellow, who are you? Why are you encroaching on my territory? The heavenly dream ice silkworm exclaimed indignantly. The gray presence lingered, neither fading nor launching an assault on the ice silkworm. Am I encroaching on your territory? What are you but a mere fleshly worm? If not for the fact that my essence is but a whisper, I could easily reduce you to mere sustenance. The ancient voice retorted without yielding an inch. You speak nonsense. If you possess any courage, come forth and let us see who prevails. The ice silkworm shot back, its 10 orbs of golden light swirling with agitation. Do not think I am unaware of your condition. You are left with nothing but a fragment of your essence, devoid of any energy. How could you possibly contend with me? The ancient voice scoffed. Indeed, I am left with but a fragment of my essence. Yet the level of my consciousness far surpasses yours by innumerable degrees. What can you do to me? Though my spirit is shattered, this remnant of mine is beyond your capabilities. Consider this. If I were to gradually restore my fragmented essence and reclaim my memories, what would transpire? I would seize your corpulent form and, with a slow, deliberate pressure, crush you, sending your juices splattering. Clearly outmatched in argument, the heavenly dream ice silkworm seethed with frustration. Hui Yuhao, bewildered, inquired, what is happening? How has my sea of spirit become so tumultuous in such a brief span? The ancient voice softened considerably in response to him. Young one, I originally did not belong to this world. I recall a time when I was on the brink of death. But perhaps due to the overwhelming strength of my soul, I tore through the fabric of space at that moment, leaving behind this fragment of consciousness, which ultimately arrived in your realm. At that time, the great worm was merging with you, creating a powerful surge of energy that drew me here. Thus, this fragment of my essence took residence in your sea of spirit. Rest assured, I harbor no ill will towards you. It seems I will be bound to you for the foreseeable future. My remaining essence is exceedingly fragile, requiring time to gradually mend and restore my memories. When you stirred the resentment within your heart, it evoked a familiarity that awakened me from my slumber. Though I cannot recall the specifics of my past, I can assure you that allowing hatred to cloud your vision will lead to irreversible actions, followed by lifelong regret that cannot be remedied. It appears that a similar fate befell me. Fortunately, you are still young, and your abilities are not yet formidable. You still have time to dissolve the hatred within your heart. Hui Yuhao's voice shifted. Are you suggesting that I should refrain from seeking vengeance? The aged voice replied mildly. Of course not. What I intend to convey is to avoid misdirecting your wrath. Retribution is permissible, yet it must not harm the innocent. For instance, if the village chief wrongs you, when you possess sufficient strength, annihilating the entire village would be unjust. What fault do the innocent villagers bear? Hey, Yuhao is my host. And there's no need for your admonitions. Do you regard me as inconsequential? Tianming Iceworm exclaimed furiously. The aged voice responded with evident disdain. You are certainly not inconsequential. You are merely a worm. I can hardly be bothered with you, as I continue to restore my consciousness. Hui Yuhao, I have just scanned your memories. And it appears your reservoir of hatred has grown excessively vast. You may act on impulse and radiate your enmity, but you must not allow that hatred to fester. Once my consciousness has somewhat recovered, I will endeavor to assist you. Let me ponder, what do I recall now? Aside from some indistinct fragments. It seems I can only remember one phrase. With the sun and moon in hand, I pluck the stars. In this world, none can compare to me. Ha, 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 ha. Amidst the laughter, the grayness within the sea of consciousness receded like a tide, and in a mere moment, everything around returned to normal. The gray orb remained steadfast in its original position. With the sun and moon in hand, I pluck the stars. In this world, none can compare to me. Hui Yuhao pondered this phrase, imbued with both a sense of grandeur and a hint of melancholy, momentarily lost in thought. Tianming Iceworm, in a fit of rage, cursed vehemently. You scoundrel, you scoundrel. This old fellow dares to disregard me, and even insults me. I shall slay him. I shall slay him. Hui Yuhao was stirred from his slumber by a voice, and with a hint of exasperation, he responded, Calm down, brother Tianming. That old gentleman does not seem to harbor any ill intentions. Tianming Binkin retorted with irritation, What do you mean by no ill intentions? Did you not hear him threaten to crush me? This is unacceptable. Yuhao, you must swiftly enhance your strength. He is a parasite residing within your sea of consciousness, and only through your mental prowess can you expel him. Although his level of spiritual awareness is quite advanced, his parasitic nature renders him incapable of inflicting harm upon you. Once your own spiritual awareness reaches his level, you will effortlessly eliminate him. Hui Yuhao expressed his helplessness, saying, Brother Tianming, as you mentioned, his level of spiritual awareness is quite elevated. How long do you think it will take for me to cultivate my own awareness to reach that level? After a moment of silence, the Tianming Iceworm contemplated the question. At this moment, Hui Yuhao was consumed by curiosity, the presence of a wisdom soul ring. The heavenly dream ice silkworm had already set him apart from others. To his astonishment, during his fusion with the heavenly dream ice silkworm, he had absorbed a fragment of divine consciousness. This was within the realm of his spiritual sea. Although his capabilities were vastly inferior to those of the heavenly dream ice silkworm and the elder residing there, he could distinctly perceive everything transpiring around him. When the elder spoke to him with profound sincerity, Hui Yuhao could feel the depth of the elder's experience and authenticity, unmistakably devoid of any intent to harm him. Moreover, that fragment of consciousness was exceedingly faint, even weaker than his own spiritual power. Yet, was it truly feeble? Hui Yuhao couldn't help but reflect on the events that had just unfolded. It was this gray consciousness that had temporarily commandeered his soul power to deliver a final blow to Wu Feng, despite being a soul shock. Under the control of that gray spiritual energy, his own spiritual force had been condensed to the thickness of a hair, piercing through Wu Feng's multiple defenses, ultimately securing victory without inflicting true harm. Such control was beyond his capabilities. If he could possess this mastery over spiritual energy, then the potency of his spirit-based soul skills could at least be elevated to the level achieved when fused with Wang Dong's soul power, perhaps even surpassing it. This was the essence of true control. However, how could he enhance this ability? Sighing deeply, the heavenly dream ice silkworm remarked, based on your current cultivation pace, I estimate that even with my utmost assistance, it would take approximately 3,000 years for your level of divine consciousness to catch up to his. What? Although Hui Yuhao held the unnamed elder in high regard, he had merely been deflecting when he acknowledged his inferiority to the elder. To his surprise, the heavenly dream ice silkworm, who harbored resentment towards the elder, provided such an answer. It certainly wouldn't speak falsely about the elder. The heavenly dream ice silkworm, with a sense of resignation, continued, Otherwise, do you think that this mere fragment of consciousness could render me powerless? This old fellow hails from an origin unknown to me. His level of consciousness far exceeds my own. His strength appears so diminutive, yet the caliber of his consciousness seems to have reached an incomprehensible level. surpassing the realm of humanity and all creatures on the continent. It seems I truly cannot contend with him. I just wonder, once his consciousness is restored, will he possess any direct combat capability? It should not be the case. Even if it were repaired, he would still merely be this fragment of consciousness, not his entirety. Hu Yuhao murmured, then, to what extent must this esteemed elder have been powerful before his consciousness was shattered? The dream-eye silkworm replied with irritation, at the very least. To a degree that you cannot possibly fathom at present. Hu Yuhao remarked, Brother Tianming, since this esteemed elder harbors no ill intentions, we should refrain from any actions against him. Let us coexist in peace. Humph. Tianming blinked and huffed in indignation, clearly unsatisfied. You are mistaken. His primary martial soul has not undergone a second awakening. Elder Xian withdrew his greasy hand from Hu Yuhao's chest. Wang Yin expressed his confusion. That cannot be true. If his primary martial soul has not awakened a second time, how could his spirit eyes have turned gray? Furthermore, I distinctly sensed a change in his aura at that moment. He even triumphed over a two-ringed assault-type soul master. Elder Xian, should we not wait for him to awaken before we investigate further? After ensuring that Wu Feng was treated and in good health, Wang Yin announced the early dismissal of classes and sought out Elder Xian in the inner courtyard, relaying the possibility of Hu Yuhao's primary martial soul having undergone a second awakening. This revelation left Elder Xian somewhat astonished. One of the advantages of primary martial souls over others is indeed the potential for a second awakening. Those capable of such an awakening are undoubtedly among the most elite of primary martial souls, elevating their martial souls tier significantly. Thus, he hurriedly accompanied Wang Yin to Hu Yuhao and Wang Dong's dormitory to assess Hu Yuhao's condition. Elder Xian, somewhat impatient, stated, There is no need to test further. Young Wang, I recognize your relentless pursuit of knowledge regarding primary martial souls, but you must not overlook the fundamentals. If his primary martial soul had indeed awakened a second time, what would that entail? He has not even reached the most basic threshold. His soul power remains at level 17, with no alterations. If it were a true second awakening, his soul power would at least have surged to the 20th level threshold. Although this child possesses some talent, he is rather advanced in age, and it is utterly implausible for him to attain level 30 before the age of 12. There remains a significant gap compared to the most exceptional individuals. Please do not squander my time on him again. With that, he took a swig from his wine gourd and turned to leave. Wang Yin, disheartened, instructed Wang Dong to take good care of Hu Yuhao before following suit. When Hu Yuhao woke from his stupor, it was already the deep of night. The pain that had plagued him had diminished significantly, and Wang Yin had brought healing elixirs during his visit with Elder Xian. Although he had sustained considerable injuries, none had affected his bones or internal organs. With the aid of Shrek Academy's superior medicinal potions, his condition was now stable. What a soft and warm sensation. Hu Yuhao was astonished to find himself lying on Wang Dong's bed, while Wang Dong rested peacefully beside him. Though this was not Hu Yuhao's first experience on Wang Dong's bed, it was indeed the first time he lay there himself. A profound sense of gratitude washed over him in the stillness of the night. He was acutely aware of Wang Dong's fastidiousness. In the past, even sitting on his bed had been forbidden. Yet today, he had been allowed to lie there, even after the soul battle, with dust still clinging to him. Quietly, he turned and carefully lifted Wang Dong, placing him gently on the bed. He cast a glance at his own flat bed, which lacked even a mattress. He gently placed Wang Dong onto the fur-covered mattress, nudging him inward before lying down beside him. Although the two of them shared a single bed, which felt somewhat cramped, they were still mere children and not as portly as Xie Huanyu, thus managing to fit quite comfortably. Hu Yuhao pulled the blanket over himself and Wang Dong, enveloping them in warmth before drifting back into slumber. It had been an eternity since he had experienced such a relaxed sleep, free from the burdens of meditation and training. The myriad emotions of the day had dissipated completely. In the early morning, the sky outside gradually transformed from a deep blue to a bright azure. Wang Dong slowly awakened from his dreams, keeping his eyes closed as his consciousness returned. How delightful it felt! This nap was exquisite. Each day, Hu Yuhao insisted on training, and it had been ages since he had enjoyed such a restful slumber. Warm and cozy, embracing a large pillow, he found bliss in the moment. The pillow still radiating warmth. Contentment filled Wang Dong's heart as he prepared to drift off once more when suddenly, a wave of awareness washed over him, triggering a memory. Wait, Hu Yuhao was injured yesterday. I should have been watching over him. How could I be sleeping so soundly? The thought of Hu Yuhao's injury jolted Wang Dong awake, his eyes flying open. The first thing he noticed was a profile, illuminated by the morning light. with a healthy blush gracing the sleeping face. A rich aura emanated from Hui Yuhao's being. Wang Dong was momentarily stunned, utterly bewildered. He realized that his head rested against the shoulder of this figure, his arm draped over Hui Yuhao's chest, holding on tightly. One of his legs was thrown over Hui Yuhao's, even hooking his heel around the outer thigh, as if fearing to slip away. Was this a human-shaped pillow? In a daze, 3, 2, 1, an ear-piercing scream suddenly erupted within the freshman dormitory. The volume of the scream was so intense that, despite the dorm's soundproofing, it startled many first-year students who were either meditating or sleeping. Oh no, I'm going to die. Those in slumber are always the most unsuspecting. And Hui Yuhao was no exception. He had been sleeping soundly, feeling the warmth and softness of a pillow against him, imbued with a fresh scent, coupled with the thick, soft fur blanket. His sleep was profoundly restful. Usually, he would have been up by this time, preparing for his training in the purple extreme magic eye, but today, he was ensnared in a particularly deep sleep. In this state, he suddenly felt as though he were soaring, flying through the clouds. The warmth transformed abruptly into coldness. Then, with a thud, the cozy blanket vanished, replaced by the hard, cold floor. Hui Yuhao was unceremoniously kicked out of bed, first crashing against the edge of his own bed before hitting the ground. In the midst of his pleasant dreams, he felt the world spin, and amidst his cries, he found himself in utter disarray. However, his cries were drowned out by the earlier scream. When he finally jolted awake, shivering from the shock, he found Wang Dong sitting on the bed, clutching the blanket tightly, glaring at him with fierce eyes. His large eyes, reminiscent of yesterday's witchcraft, seemed ready to unleash flames. What are you doing? Hui Yuhao rubbed the spot on his chest that throbbed with pain as he rose from the ground. Wang Dongxing's cold voice seemed to emerge from between clenched teeth, each word pronounced with deliberate precision. Why are you sleeping in my bed? Hui Yuhao was momentarily taken aback. Quickly realizing the crux of the issue, it was evident that the other party was reluctant to share a bed with him. However, having enjoyed a restful night, his mind was unusually clear today. Huh? How would I know? Wasn't I engaged in battle with Wu Feng yesterday? Then you kicked me awake. Huh? This time. Wang Dong was also left in a state of shock. Indeed, after his battle with Wu Feng yesterday, he had fallen into a coma and had been in a deep slumber ever since. But how could he find himself lying next to Hui Yuhao? When had he even fallen asleep? How did I end up on your bed? Hui Yuhao gazed at Wang Dong with a look of bewilderment. Wang Dong's face flushed, and with a hint of annoyance, he retorted, naturally, it was out of kindness. I was concerned that you might catch a chill after your injuries. So I placed you on my bed. Hui Yuhao rolled his eyes and said, then how do you explain that you kicked me down? Wang Dong never anticipated that Hui Yuhao would be the first to cast blame, yet he found himself at a loss for words. All he could recall was watching over Hui Yuhao the previous night, but he eventually grew weary and fell asleep. However, he had no memory of getting into bed. Moreover, he had somehow crawled inside and held him. This was utterly embarrassing. Hui Yuhao cast a furtive glance at the sky outside, turning away from Wang Dong. As he pushed open the window, the timing was just right, and he began to cultivate the purple extreme magic eye. Sitting on the bed, Wang Dong grew increasingly perplexed. Could it be that after feeling tired, I subconsciously climbed into bed and fell asleep? This seemed to be the only plausible explanation. That kick I delivered earlier was rather forceful. He shouldn't have sustained any injuries, should he? Lost in thought, he too descended from the bed. Feeling somewhat sheepish as he said, Yuhao, I apologize. I forgot that you were sleeping in my bed yesterday. You know about my obsessive cleanliness. Upon waking and seeing an extra person beside me, I instinctively reacted. Please don't be upset. Does your injury still hurt? Hui Yuhao remained silent, focusing intently as he inhaled deeply, drawing in the faint light of dawn from the eastern horizon, before exhaling slowly. Wang Dong, believing he was genuinely upset, stood obediently to the side, patiently awaiting the conclusion of his cultivation of the purple extreme magic eyes. Although he had already joined the Tang Sect, he had yet to embark on the journey of training the sect's profound techniques alongside Hui Yuhao. Hui Yuhao stood with a sense of accomplishment, his eyes shimmering with a deep violet hue. Among all the cultivation techniques he had mastered, the one that advanced most rapidly was undoubtedly the purple extreme demonic eye. Progressing at an astonishing pace, his spiritual eye martial soul complemented the purple extreme demonic eye perfectly, leading to daily enhancements. Particularly after entering the second realm of the purple extreme demonic eye, known as subtlety, his rate of improvement accelerated even further. This advancement also significantly augmented the power of the 4 soul skills associated with his spiritual and martial soul. Hence, the remarkable enhancement of his mental detection range, precision, and judgment can be attributed to these developments. What are you doing? Aren't you going to freshen up? Hu Yuhao remarked with a hint of annoyance as he made his way outside. Yuhao, please don't be angry. I truly did not mean to. Wang Dong implored with a pitiful expression. Hu Yuhao felt a surge of joy within, yet maintained an appearance of magnanimity as he remarked, "Oh well. It's not the first time I've encountered your rather unpleasant habit. Why do you, a man, insist on being so immaculate? You even carry a fragrance about you. My injuries are of no consequence now. Hurry and freshen up. We can still practice a little after breakfast. Last night's time was rather squandered." With that, the incident was swiftly brushed aside like mud by Hu Yuhao. After washing up, the 2 donned clean school uniforms and proceeded to breakfast. Upon becoming core disciples, each individual received a dedicated core disciple badge, with the main body in a vibrant green adorned by a golden rim. Although Hu Yuhao merely enjoyed the privileges of a core disciple, he too was bestowed with a similar badge, albeit one that he must return at the end of the academic year. Possessing this emblem significantly elevated their status within the academy, ensuring they were served only the finest sustenance, rich in nutrition and beneficial for their cultivation. The 2 relished their meal before returning to their dormitory to practice for a while, then made their way to the first-class classroom. As they entered, they found the classroom already populated with numerous students. Upon noticing Hu Yuhao and Wang Dong's arrival, an unexpected silence enveloped the room, with all eyes fixated on Hu Yuhao, who appeared utterly unfazed. However, Hu Yuhao's gaze was directed towards Wu Feng's seat, which was unoccupied. Calmly, he returned to his own seat alongside Wang Dong. He noticed that many of his classmates regarded him with an added sense of reverence. Indeed, the events of the previous day had left an indelible impression on all the students, including Dai Huabin. Class 1 was undoubtedly the strongest among the 4 first-year classes, with the most formidable individuals being those recognized by the academy as core disciples. Hu Yuhao has triumphed over one of the core disciples, signifying that his prowess is at least comparable to that of the core students. Moreover, he is merely at the first ring. What if he were to ascend to the second ring? The transition from the first to the second ring is far more attainable than that from the second to the third. At that juncture, would he not become even more formidable? Those who previously underestimated him, viewing him as nothing more than a mere student with a decade of soul rings, have since adopted a more respectful demeanor. No longer does anyone regard Hu Yuhao with disdain. What Hu Yuhao desired was precisely this effect. Even though he faced defeat yesterday, the scene where he severely injured Wu Feng was enough to intimidate the vast majority of the students. He was to study here for at least 6 years, possibly even longer. If anyone exhibited disdainful contempt towards him, it would undoubtedly affect his state of mind, making it impossible for him to cultivate diligently. As the class bell rang, the 2 Homero teachers, Wang Yin and Zhou Yi, entered the classroom almost in sync with the sound of the bell. Zhou Yi's aged face appeared calm, yet her gaze was as sharp as a knife, coldly surveying the room. The students from other classes were relatively unfazed, but those from class 1 trembled with apprehension. They understood that this formidable old woman was about to unleash her wrath. Indeed, this was the case. After Wang Yin informed Zhou Yi of the events from yesterday, he was met with a scathing reprimand. Despite Wang Yan's higher status in the academy, Zhou Yi paid no heed to such hierarchies. Following her tirade, she personally visited Hu Yuhao, ensuring he was unharmed before departing, even while he remained unconscious. Wang Yin did not approach the podium, but instead stood by the door, while Zhou Yi moved to the front of the class. Her icy gaze swept across the room, silencing even those students who were unfamiliar with her. Wang Yin had never attended a class with Zhou Yi, had only heard tales of her teaching style. And after being scolded the previous day, he thought to himself, curious to see how she would manage these prodigious students. All rise. Zhou Yi commanded coldly. The students of Class 1 sprang to their feet as if a red-hot iron had been placed upon their chairs. The other students stood at varying speeds, some quickly, others slowly. To them, the elderly woman did not possess the same imposing presence as Wang Yin. Just the day before, Wang Yin had been coerced into agreeing with Wu Feng's suggestions. What could this old woman possibly achieve? Very well, Zhou Yi continued icily. There are 67 students in total in this class. 1 is absent, and 36 stood immediately upon hearing my command, while the other 30 delayed to varying degrees. She proceeded to call out names, declaring those summoned to stand in the corridor as punishment. Huang Chutian. The first name she called belonged to Huang Chutian, who, like Hui Yuhao, enjoyed the privileges of a core disciple. Stunned, Huang Chutian chuckled, Teacher Zhou, must you be so serious? It was merely a slight delay in standing. Without a word, Zhou swiftly appeared before Huang Chutian, seized his collar, and with a flick of her wrist, hurled him out of the window. A scream echoed from outside, then silence ensued. Not only were the students stunned, but even Wang Yin was taken aback. Yulin, Yuling, Tang Xiao, and Ouyang Haya called out each name in a chilling tone. Soon, all 30 students who had stood up a moment too late were summoned forth. Having witnessed Huang Chutian's fate, no one dared to resist. As they gazed upon the 6 flickering soul rings surrounding Zhou Yi, each obediently exited the classroom. Zhou Yi calmly announced, I have 2 matters to declare. First, I designate the class leaders, Wang Dong for the assault department and Hui Yuhao for the control department. Second, any student who dares to question the instructor's decisions in the future will face expulsion. But Teacher Zhou, aren't class leaders supposed to be elected? Dai Huabin suddenly interjected. Zhou Yi cast him a cold glance. I have already stated that anyone daring to question the teacher will be expelled. You are a core disciple, and I lack the authority to expel you. However, I will request the academy to transfer you away from Class 1. Dai Huabin, stand up and leave. Chapter 37. The overprotective teacher Dai Huabin was momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated Zhou Yi to be so unyielding, leaving him momentarily speechless. Before he could react, Zhou Yi was already before him. Although Dai Huabin was the strongest among the new students, he found himself utterly defenseless against Zhou Yi, who possessed 6 soul rings. He swiftly followed in Huang Chutian's footsteps, being unceremoniously hurled out of the window. Teacher Zhou, I refuse to accept this. Zhu Lu exclaimed in a mix of anger and distress. Zhou Yi seized her and promptly threw her out the window, stating, if you refuse to accept, then leave. If Huang Chutian's expulsion had already shocked the entire class, the sight of Zhou Yi tossing out 2 core disciples plunged the atmosphere of the first-year class into an eerie silence. Even those penalized in the hallway heard the commotion, and a wave of astonishment swept through, transforming the atmosphere into one of palpable tension. Wang Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. He finally grasped why Zhou Yi had never advanced to a higher teaching position. Her temperament was simply too. Teacher Zhou, Wang Yan hurriedly called out. Zhou Yi swiftly appeared before him, and the students feared that she might even throw Wang Yan out as well. Zhou Yi coldly replied, Mr. Wang, you are the head teacher of Class 1, while I am the deputy. However, I hold the right to implement my educational philosophy. Please report to the academy that students Huang Chutian, Dai Huabin, and Zhu Lu have severely violated class discipline. Given their status as core disciples or those enjoying core disciple privileges, I lack the authority to expel them. However, I request their transfer from this class. I refuse to teach such students. Additionally, please transfer Wu Feng, who was absent without reason on the first day of classes after the division. Wang Yan urged, Teacher Zhou, please remain calm. They are all core disciples. Zhou Yi shot him a frosty look. In my eyes, there are only obedient and disobedient disciples, only excellent and worthless disciples. There are no core disciples. My decision is final. They must leave. Now, you may conduct the lesson for the students inside while I handle those outside. As she spoke, she turned and exited the classroom. Xiao whispered, Yu Wei, did you notice? Teacher Zhou is standing up for you. I admire her protectiveness. Wang Dong's assessment was more succinct. Her authority is unmistakable. Zhou Yi indeed exuded power. In just a few minutes, she expelled 3 core disciples and 1 student who enjoyed core disciple privileges. No other teacher in the academy would dare to take such drastic measures. Even Wang Yan, at that moment, regarded her as a madwoman. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that Zhou Yi's actions left a profound impact on all the students in Class 1. Every student felt a heightened sense of urgency. While core disciples cannot be expelled directly by the homeroom teacher, other students are certainly vulnerable. If even core disciples could be targeted, who would dare to defy Teacher Zhou's authority? Consequently, both students inside and outside the class became remarkably obedient, to an extraordinary degree. The students originally belonging to Class 1 began to mourn for the 29 students outside, aside from Huang Chutian, as they were all too familiar with Teacher Zhou's methods. However, at that moment, they felt not only relief but also a sense of warmth. In their hearts, they believed that Teacher Zhou was avenging Hui Yuhao, and in essence, she was also standing up for them, the original students of Class 1. Wang Yan, filled with frustration, began the lesson. Even if he intended to report Zhou Yi, he would wait until after school to do so. However, he soon realized that the atmosphere in the classroom had transformed. Compared to the laxity of the previous day, The remaining 30-odd students were now intensely eager for knowledge, displaying an extraordinary level of attentiveness. The classroom discipline was impeccable, beyond reproach. This gradually began to shift his perspective. It seemed that a bit of strictness might not be so detrimental after all. Of course, Huang Chutian, Zhu Lu, and Dai Huabin, who had already risen on the playground, held a contrasting view. The trio was somewhat dazed. They never anticipated facing such a situation. Dai Huabin believed he was qualified to be class president, asserting that he surpassed Wang Dong in individual strength. Yet, he did not foresee that Zhou Yi would disregard his cultivation level or status, expelling him in the most direct manner and dismissing him from Class 1. Among the 4 first-year classes, Class 1 was the strongest, specifically training control and assault-type soul masters. Without a place in Class 1, where could he go? Only to Class 2. But Class 2 focused on defense and agility-type soul masters. What could he possibly learn there? More importantly, the humiliation was unbearable. As the son of the White Tiger Duke, being expelled from a class was a tremendous disgrace. Had it not been for his core disciple status, he would have been forced to leave immediately. In that moment, Dai Huabin clenched his fist in anger, ready to explode. Yet where was he? This was Shrek Academy, the foremost institution on the continent. As a third-ring soul master, he was undoubtedly exceptional among his peers. But in the presence of the formidable talents at Shrek Academy, he was nothing. Even his father, the White Tiger Duke, would bow down and pay respects to the statue of the original Shrek 7 standing outside. What could he do? Huabin, what shall we do? Zhu Lu appeared somewhat flustered. As a sensitive attack-type soul master, she was originally meant to join Class 2, but due to her soul fusion technique with Dai Huabin, she had been specially permitted to enter Class 1. Now, however, they had both been expelled together. Her pride was no less than that of Dai Huabin. Dai Huabin clenched his teeth. We shall adhere to the Academy's arrangements. I shall remember this humiliation. One day, Wang Yin ultimately refrained from impeaching Zhou Yi and instead stood alongside her. After one day of classes, the remaining students in Class 1 exhibited a level of obedience unprecedentedly high. Their learning efficiency surpassed that of any class Wang Yin had previously instructed. He had to concede that Zhou Yi's teaching methods, although somewhat simplistic and blunt, were remarkably effective. With such a partner, it was inevitable that they would cultivate a group of diligent students. Therefore, prior to addressing the Academy's issues, Wang Yin took the time to engage in a thorough discussion with Zhou Yi. His sole condition was that he wished to continue co-teaching Class 1 until they graduated from the Outer Academy. Zhou Yi agreed. This is absurd. Zhou Yi, what am I to say to you? You have only just been assigned to a class, and yet you create such a commotion. Are you eager for everyone to recognize you? Your new students achieved the highest scores in the freshman assessments. And just as the Academy was about to approve your promotion to a senior teacher, you pulled this stunt. Du Weilin glared at Wang Yin and Zhou Yi from behind his desk, visibly furious. Zhou Yi replied calmly, my teaching methods are as such. If I cannot attain the status of senior teacher, so be it. Either you allow me to leave, or I shall continue to teach in this manner. In a fit of rage, Du Weilin genuinely contemplated expelling her. However, he was not Zhou Yi. He was not so impulsive. While Zhou Yi's teaching methods were widely acknowledged to be problematic, it could not be denied that her results were indeed impressive. The Inner Academy disciples she nurtured surpassed those of most senior teachers. Naturally, the number of students she had expelled was also the highest in the Academy. Wang Yin hastily intervened, saying, Director Du, please do not be angry. In truth, there is nothing wrong with what Teacher Zhou has done. These new students, confident in their extraordinary talents, were somewhat unruly. After today's lesson, they have become significantly more obedient, which is highly beneficial for our future instruction. Moreover, the 4 core disciples and those enjoying core disciple privileges were not truly expelled. They retain their status as core disciples and will benefit from the guidance of Inner Academy teachers, allowing them to continue their studies without significant repercussions. I also support Teacher Zhou's rigorous approach to teaching, which fosters exceptional students. With Wang Yin mediating, Du Weilin's expression softened somewhat. He pointed at Zhou Yi, exuding an air of exasperation. What am I to say to you? When will this fierce flower of yours learn to be gentler? Zhou Yi remained calm, replying, As long as Fan Yu does not find me ungracious, that is sufficient. Du Weilin felt that if this girl continued to stay there, he might very well be driven to his wits' end, and hastily said, Enough, you two may leave. Zhou Yi, I will not concern myself with your antics. From the very beginning, you have been a part of this class. When the first cohort graduates, if you fail to present me with 5 disciples from the inner court, I shall dismiss you. Had Dai Huabin, Zhu Lu, Wu Feng, and Huang Chutian still been present, Wang Yin would have found this demand reasonable. However, in the absence of these four pivotal students, he felt a sense of trepidation. Yet, Zhou Yi, undeterred, boldly declared, "There will be more, not fewer." With that, she turned on her heel and departed with remarkable decisiveness. As Zhou Yi and Wang Yin reported to do Weilin, Hu Yuhao ventured to the Soul Guidance Department for the first time. The grilled fish could no longer be sold, and with an hour remaining before dinner after school, he bid farewell to Wang Dong and made his way directly to the Soul Guidance Department for his enrollment. From this day forth, he would be under the tutelage of Master Fan Yu in the Soul Guidance Department. Armed with the metallic badge bestowed upon him by Fan Yu, he navigated the department effortlessly, arriving at Experiment Zone number 12. As he opened the door, he beheld Kaitu diligently engaged at a large metallic workbench, with Fan Yu standing nearby, providing guidance. Master Fan Yu, senior brother, Hu Yuhao quickly approached, noticing Kaitu fiddling with various metallic components. Fan Yu smiled warmly. "You've arrived? I heard about yesterday's events. Well done. A man must never concede defeat. Kaitu, be a bit more meticulous. Handle it yourself for now." After exchanging greetings with Kaitu, Fan Yu led Hu Yuhao to another metallic workbench nearby. He pulled up a chair, seated himself, and regarded Hu Yuhao with seriousness. "You are my direct disciple. My teaching methods will undoubtedly differ from those of the Academy's instructors, and the learning pace will be considerably more rigorous. After dinner, you are required to return for at least an hour of study with me before you may rest. Do you have any objections?" Hu Yuhao replied without hesitation, "No problem. Teacher, I am not afraid of hardship and will certainly study diligently." Fan Yu nodded and said, "Do not merely speak of diligence. Demonstrate it to me. Tell me, what is a soul guide?" Hu Yuhao was momentarily taken aback. His understanding of soul guidance devices was limited to his observations during 2 visits. Fan Yu seemed to have no expectation of him providing an answer and directly offered one instead. A soul guidance device is a weapon activated by a soul master using their soul power. Each type of soul guidance device is intricately linked to the soul master's soul power, even the fixed soul guidance devices, which require the least reliance on soul power. Adhere to this principle. Today, I shall impart to you some fundamental knowledge about soul guidance devices, which you must remember. The precise origin of soul guidance devices is lost to time, yet their true development arose from the collision between the Sun-Moon continent and our Doloa continent. You should be aware of the continent's history. That monumental clash ignited a war between the two lands. Although we ultimately emerged victorious, the Sun-Moon continent inflicted considerable losses upon several empires within our Doloa continent, thanks to the advantages provided by soul guidance devices. What accounts for the remarkable advancement of soul guidance devices in the Sun-Moon continent? Beyond their diligent research, the primary reason is resources. The Sun-Moon continent is rich in rare metallic ores, which enable them to manufacture soul guidance devices of exceptional quality. Over the course of millennia, the level of development of soul guidance devices in the Sun-Moon continent has escalated significantly. The combat teams utilizing soul guidance devices within the Sun-Moon Empire now far surpass the strength of the empires that once belonged to the Doloa continent. The principal factor remains resources, leading to persistent conflicts among the continent's nations. The power of the Sun-Moon Empire continues to grow due to its soul guidance devices. Were it not for their lack of top-tier soul masters, they might have already initiated a full-scale war. Thus, soul guidance devices are tantamount to strategic weapons for any nation on the continent. However, as these devices require soul masters for operation, they cannot be widely deployed within armies. Otherwise, the wars on the continent would be even more catastrophic. You should be aware that Shrek Academy is the premier academy on the continent. This refers to our martial soul department, but our soul guidance department does not hold the same distinction. At this point, a glimmer seemed to shine in Fan Yu's eyes. What? Not the best? Is the leading academy for soul guidance in the Sun-Moon Empire? Hu Yuhao inquired. Fan Yu nodded, affirming, "You are correct. The foremost academy for soul guidance is indeed located in the Sun-Moon Empire, known as the Royal Sun-Moon Soul Master Academy, dedicated to the cultivation of soul masters and the research of soul guidance devices. They began their endeavors early and possess a wealth of rare metallic resources, giving them a significant advantage over us. The fixed soul guidance devices were initially developed by them. We have continually pursued the footsteps of the Royal Sun-Moon Soul Master Academy, but have yet to catch up. Nevertheless, I believe this situation will not persist indefinitely. We too possess our own advantages in comparison to the Royal Sun-Moon Soul Master Academy, particularly in the abundance of talented soul masters we have, which far exceeds theirs. Heaven is fair. While it has bestowed abundant resources upon the Sun Moon Empire, it has not granted them an equal number of gifted soul masters. In stark contrast to the nations of the original Dolua continent, in the realm of soul mentors, there exists a prevailing notion: the more formidable the soul-guiding instrument, the greater the soul master required to wield it. Conversely, only the most powerful soul masters possess the capability to forge even more potent soul-guiding devices. This principle delineates the path we are currently pursuing. Allow me to briefly elucidate the classifications of soul mentors and soul-guiding instruments. Soul masters who dedicate themselves primarily to the research, creation, and utilization of soul-guiding devices are collectively referred to as soul mentors. While there exists a hierarchy among soul mentors, it is not as intricate as that of soul masters, which is delineated by complex titles such as Great Soul Master, Soul Sovereign, and Soul Sect. Instead, they are categorized simply by levels, ranging from 1 to 10. Presently, the highest echelon of soul mentors across the continent is ranked at level 9, with no level 10 soul mentors in existence. Do you understand the reason behind this? Hui Yuhao shook his head in bewilderment. Fan Yu explained, the classification of soul instructors is determined by their ability to manipulate corresponding levels of soul-guiding devices. Allow me to illustrate with an example for your clarity. If you can create and utilize soul-guiding devices suitable for soul masters below level 10, then you are classified as a first-level soul instructor. Should you possess the capability to manufacture and employ devices for soul masters ranging from levels 10 to 20, you ascend to the rank of a second-level soul instructor. A 9th-level soul instructor must themselves be a title Dolua, while a 10th-level soul instructor is required to exceed a cultivation level of 95. One's energy is inherently limited, and the cultivation of a soul master is exceedingly arduous. Even those of exceptional talent must invest countless efforts and hardships to attain the formidable rank of a 9th-ring title Dolua, let alone divert their focus toward the study and creation of soul-guiding devices. Consequently, while soul instructors are relatively common, high-level soul instructors remain exceedingly rare. To my knowledge, the Sun Moon Empire boasts only 3 9th-level soul instructors, whereas in the Tianhun, Doling, and Xinglua empires, the highest-ranking soul instructors achieve only a level of 8.5. Hui Yuhao expressed his astonishment. Is there truly a distinction of half a level? Fan Yu replied, the esteemed soul mentor of level 8.5 resides within our academy, serving as the dean of our soul guidance department. His cultivation has attained the rank of title Dolua, yet he is unable to forge the formidable soul tools exclusively wielded by title Doluos. Thus, he is classified as level 8.5. In fact, amongst the Eastern 3 kingdoms, there exists not a single 9th-level soul mentor. As for the 10th level, since the rapid advancement of soul tools, none have yet emerged on the continent. It merely exists within the tiered system. Should a title Dolua's cultivation surpass 95, it transcends into an entirely different realm, where even dozens of title Doluos may not yield a single one, let alone the requirement of being a soul mentor. You are already familiar with the grading of soul mentors. Next, we shall delve into the categorization of soul tools. Over the course of several millennia, soul tools have matured significantly and can be broadly classified into 3 major categories: melee soul tools, ranged soul tools, and fixed soul tools. Melee soul tools, as the name suggests, focus on close combat, unleashing formidable offensive or defensive capabilities through the manipulation of soul power. Relatively speaking, the number of soul mentors utilizing melee soul tools is rather scant, as the majority possess martial souls ill-suited for combat, resulting in a natural trepidation towards close-quarters engagement. While the potency of melee soul tools is considerable, they often find themselves at a disadvantage when faced with equally ranked combat soul masters, rendering them less effective. Consequently, melee soul tools are predominantly employed by martial soul combat masters, whereas soul mentors primarily utilize ranged soul tools. You have witnessed the demonstration by Kai Tu, who exclusively employed ranged soul tools. The consumption of soul power for ranged soul tools is significantly higher than that of melee tools. However, when wielded adeptly, each ranged soul tool functions akin to a soul skill, exhibiting tremendous destructive potential. Given Kai Tu's current mastery and operational proficiency with soul tools, even a 4-ringed soul master would struggle to gain an advantage, while no one of the same 3-ringed level can rival him. Lastly, I must address fixed soul tools. The creation of fixed soul tools is the most arduous, demanding exceptional materials and meticulous craftsmanship. Their construction necessitates the engraving of the most intricate arrays, simultaneously drawing upon soul power as the fundamental source. They possess the greatest power and longest range, but also entail the highest resource expenditure. Moreover, they present a challenge. Unlike ranged soul tools, which can lock onto targets through the infusion of soul power, fixed soul tools require the user to possess the ability to aim accurately. This is also why I hold a keen interest in your spiritual perception. Since the advent of fixed soul tools on the battlefield, the advantages once held by our Eastern three empires over the Sun-Moon Empire have been diminished to nothing. Were it not for the apprehension of our possessing a greater number of elite soul masters, the Sun-Moon Empire would have long ceased its restraint. Hence, fixed soul tools are a focal point of my research. Once they are capable of delivering precise long-range strikes, they could play a pivotal role in warfare. In addition to the three primary classifications of melee, ranged, and fixed soul tools, there are further subdivisions, such as those for attack, defense, support, illumination, and more, which I will gradually impart to you in due course. Next, we arrive at the final segment of our foundational course, the components of the soul guide itself. With that, Fan Yu rose, retrieving an elongated metal box. The box measured approximately 1 foot in length and was as wide as a fist, entirely cloaked in a deep black hue. With a square top and a curved bottom, Fan Yu affixed the metallic container to his left forearm, where it fit snugly. With a movement whose nature eluded comprehension, he activated it, and instantly, the black metal transformed. Amidst a symphony of mechanical clicks, the metal enveloped his left arm entirely, and 3 thick tubes, each as robust as a thumb, emerged from above. This soul guide, known as the sleeve cannon, is a rather commonplace type among long-range soul guides, propelled by soul power. Behold, he declared, raising his hand. In an instant, 3 beams of white light erupted from the tubes, accompanied by a powerful surge of soul energy, shooting towards a distant metallic wall, whereupon they struck and radiated concentric circles of light. The principle behind the soul guide is quite straightforward. It employs specific methods and techniques to convert soul power into destructive energy. Among these techniques, compression is the most frequently utilized. The means to achieve this involves the engraving of magical arrays. Detaching the sleeve cannon from his arm, Fan Yu slowly began to disassemble the soul guide under Hua Yuhao's watchful gaze. Elucidating as he worked, the main body of a soul guide is generally divided into 3 components: the outer shell, the inner shell, and the core. The outer shell, as you can see, must be crafted from the most resilient and high-temperature resistant metals to withstand prolonged use without succumbing to damage. In contrast, the inner shell is characterized by its ability to amplify and conduct soul power. Thus, it is imperative that the inner shell is made from exceedingly rare conductive metals, such as crystal silver. By amplifying soul power through the inner shell, we can minimize soul energy consumption while utilizing the soul guide. Consequently, soul masters below the 70th level exhibit superior sustained combat capabilities compared to soul practitioners. The core, however, is the pivotal element, necessitating the use of the most precious metals and gemstones for its construction. Engraving different magical arrays requires varying levels of soul power to activate. Accordingly, the materials for the inner and outer shells must also adapt. The core can be considered the essence of the soul guide, and for a soul master, engraving the core's magical array is of utmost importance. During the evaluation of soul masters, the most critical assessment is one's ability to engrave core magical arrays. The level of core array one can engrave, coupled with their corresponding soul power cultivation, determines their rank as a soul master. There are no shortcuts to mastering the engraving of core magical arrays. One must first commit to memory the intricate arrays painstakingly crafted by predecessors, and then engage in continuous experimentation with ordinary metals to advance. Once you grasp the principles of various core magical arrays, you can embark on your own creative journey. At that point, you will be ready to graduate. Our research as soul masters is primarily reflected in the study of core magical arrays. With the core magical array established, it becomes significantly easier to integrate the corresponding inner and outer shells. Kaito exhibits remarkable talent in this area, despite his seemingly carefree demeanor. He possesses a quality that many of his peers lack: an unwavering focus. To meticulously engrave the intricate core array, such concentration is indispensable. While the core array does permit some degree of error, it is evident that the smaller the margin of error, the more durable the core array becomes. At this juncture, Fan Yu paused, observing the contemplative expression on Hua Yuhao's face, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction. He sensed a similar focus emanating from Hua Yuhao. Moreover, the expression on Hua Yuhao's face indicated that the child was rapidly absorbing the information he was imparting, already beginning to grasp its essence. After a brief moment, Fan Yu inquired, "Has everyone understood?" Hui Yuhao nodded and said, "Teacher, I understand." Fan Yu smiled gently and replied, "These are the simplest fundamentals. For a considerable period ahead, your task will be to solidify the foundation for crafting soul-guiding devices. This is the essence of being a soul engineer. Only by cementing your foundation can you aspire to become an exceptional soul engineer. It is paramount to realize that every soul device you utilize will be one you have fashioned yourself, for no one knows you better than yourself. And no one can trust you more than yourself. We shall commence with the forging of metals. To excel as a soul engineer, one must first become a skilled blacksmith. Subsequently, Hui Yuhao was provided with a set of forging tools, a bellows, a furnace, a forging hammer, an anvil, and more. Fan Yu began to instruct him in the art of forging, step by step. The forging process is primarily divided into 4 major components, which apply to any precious metal, including the core matrix. The first step involves purifying the materials. Through high-temperature burning and continuous hammering, impurities are eliminated from the metal, rendering it denser. The higher the purity, the superior the metal's performance. The methods for purifying different metals vary slightly. The second step is shaping. Some metals are molded, while most are shaped through forging. The third step is quenching, a process that, while somewhat intricate, primarily requires experience. The final step is polishing, where meticulous refinement and carving complete the soul device, achieving the utmost perfection. For the core matrix, after the initial shaping, the matrix must be inscribed. After these 4 steps, assembly follows, and a soul device can be completed. While the process may sound straightforward, each step demands rigorous precision, and Hui Yuhao commenced with the purification of materials. The sound of the forging hammer striking the metal began to resonate within Laboratory 12. During dinner, Wang Dong noticeably observed that Hui Yuhao's hands were trembling. "Hey, why are you shaking?" Wang Dong inquired, puzzled. Hui Yuhao spoke with a hint of irritation. "Try wielding a hammer to strike iron for over half an hour. If it weren't for my protection from the Xianyu hand, my hands would likely be covered in blisters." As he dined, he succinctly recounted the foundational knowledge of soul engineers imparted to him by Fan Yu. Wang Dong, upon hearing this, wore an expression of disbelief. "Are you not merely subjecting yourself to needless hardship? Even your teacher Fan Yu mentioned that once one truly attains the rank of a 7-ringed soul sage, soul engineers are no match for us soul masters. Why endure such trials? Your current cultivation is already insufficient, and diverting your focus to soul engineering will only hinder your progress." Hui Yuhao shook his head and declared, "No, I must become a soul engineer." He harbored his own aspirations, recognizing that many attributes of a soul engineer were precisely what he required. Moreover, Fan Yu had informed him that, on the continent, soul engineers were now held in even higher regard than soul masters, even at advanced levels. A soul master represents merely an individual's combat prowess, while a formidable top-tier soul engineer has the potential to forge a terrifying army. His adversaries were Duke Baihu and Duchess Baihu, which meant he was essentially contending against half of the Star Luo Empire, relying solely on the strength of a soul master. Even if he were to attain the rank of title Dolois, could he truly secure victory? Therefore, he aspired not only to become a top-tier soul master, but also an exceptional soul engineer, crafting the most powerful soul tools for himself. This ambition felt distant. Yet Hui Yuhao possessed a sense of pride and confidence unique to him. He was unafraid of hardship, willing to exert twice the effort of an ordinary person. And he bore the first million-year soul ring in the history of Dolua continent. The heavenly dream-eye silkworm had revealed to him that, as his cultivation progressed, the powers of the million-year soul ring would likewise amplify. After enjoying a sumptuous dinner, reserved exclusively for core disciples, he felt a warm comfort enveloping him. "Let us go? Let us take a break," Wang Dong said, wiping his mouth and addressing Hui Yuhao. Hui Yuhao remarked, "I shall seek out teacher Fan Yu for another hour of practice. You may return for now. Once I am back, we shall meditate together." Wang Dong, tapping his forehead, replied, "Hui Yuhao, at times I perceive you as a madman." Hui Yuhao chuckled lightly and remarked, "A charming madman, perhaps?" As the two emerged from the dining hall, they unexpectedly encountered Tang Ye and Bei Bei. Upon seeing Hui Yuhao, Tang Ye appeared to breathe a sigh of relief as she patted her increasingly prominent chest and said, "Little Yuhao, I was worried about you. I'm glad to see you are well." It turned out that both Tang Ye and Bei Bei had heard about the encounter between Hui Yuhao and Wu Feng the previous day. And as he had not been seen at the fish grilling that evening, they feared he might have sustained serious injuries. They had decided to come to the dining hall, hoping for a stroke of luck, and fortuitously crossed paths with Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong, who had just finished their dinner. Hui Yuhao remarked, "Teacher Xiaoya, senior brother, I must head to the Soul Engineer Department's experimental zone to continue my practice, so I shall not linger here. As for yesterday's events, you may inquire with Wang Dong. He is well informed." With that, he hastily departed. The initial steps of any endeavor proved to be the most challenging, and unwilling to relinquish his training in the Martial Soul Department, he was determined to seize every moment. Tang Yu expressed her confusion. "What on earth is going on with this little Yuhao?" Wang Dong chuckled. He is simply a madman. Yet, in his own words, a delightful one. When it comes to training, he exerts himself to the extent of disregarding his own humanity." He then recounted the events of the previous day, including Hui Yuhao's acceptance as a disciple of Fan Yu. However, Wang Dong prudently omitted the fact that Hui Yuhao had already become a core disciple there, knowing that if the Martial Soul Department were to learn of this, they would likely revoke his core disciple status. Upon hearing Wang Dong's words, Tang Yu and Bei Bei exchanged glances. Bei Bei sighed, "I never imagined that after years of effort, we would fall short of our junior brother's achievements in just 3 months. Teacher Fan Yu has actually taken him as a student. Xiaoya, I believe the responsibility of revitalizing the Tang Sect may very well rest upon our junior brother's shoulders." Tang Yu nodded, feeling somewhat relieved as she said, "This is for the best. I lack talent in the field of soul engineering, and persisting in that realm would yield no fruitful outcome. It is far more prudent to focus my energies on honing our Tang Sect's traditional hidden weapons." Wang Dong looked perplexed. "Senior brother, Teacher Xiaoya, what are you discussing?" Bei Bei explained, "The rise and fall of our Tang Sect is intrinsically linked to hidden weapons. Ever since the rapid advancement of soul engineering, our sect has experienced a decline, leading to a significant reduction in our economic resources. After deliberating with Tang Yu, we concluded that the only opportunity for our Tang Sect's resurgence lies in integrating our hidden weapons with modern soul engineering. Thus, we both opted to take electives in the Soul Engineer Department. However, as a core disciple of the Martial Soul Department, I can only take electives in the Soul Engineer Department, currently holding the status of a first-level Soul Engineer. Though Xiaoya can dedicate more attention to that field, her spirited nature hinders her from settling down to study and research. She remains a second-level Soul Engineer, and advancing to the third level will be quite challenging." Tang Yu interjected, "But Teacher Fan Yu is different. He is the preeminent genius of the Soul Engineer Department, a rarity on the continent as an 8th-level Soul Engineer, second only to the 2 deans of the Soul Engineer Department. He is widely regarded as a potential candidate for the first 9th-level Soul Engineer in our Academy's history and is also a prospective future dean. To become his disciple is akin to entering the very heart of the Soul Engineer Department.